The Great Eight Desolates. In the Bone Hollow, one of the three forbidden zones, dark clouds churn with tribulation lightning. Upon a nearly collapsed mountain peak, a blood-stained blind figure stands resolute. I became a venerable in a century and emperor in a millennium. Who could have imagined I would be driven to this brink by you children of fortune? Truly laughable. Truly laughable. Ha ha. Ha ha. Wang Chen's expression turned unhinged as he stood upon the peak, facing a sea of fortune-touched youths surrounding him from sky to earth, his mournful laughter echoing. Howling winds on the peak whipped his tattered blood-soaked Xianjin robe, the fabric snapping loudly. His figure was wretched. Had you known this would be the end, you would not have begun. You have fallen to demonic paths and wield the heavenly Tao Pearl, a weapon of mass destruction. You must be executed. From the crowd, a figure in pristine white robes with sharp sword-like eyebrows and piercing eyes pointed a glowing sword directly at Wang Chen, muttering incantations. The hypocritical countenance was truly revolting. Even if I die, none of you shall live in peace. Wang Chen's eyes were already blind, blood streaming endlessly. As he spoke, his aura erupted once more and his skin began to rapidly crack. In his right hand, a golden pearl erupted with violent energy as he crushed it with all his might. Bad. He just survived a tribulation, and the self-detonation of the heavenly Tao Pearl is no joke. Run. The densely packed youths of fortune were struck with terror, frantically deploying life-saving artifacts to flee. Feeling his body swell and tear apart, Wang Chen raised his head, his blind eyes turned toward the heavens, heavy with unwillingness. Jiang Lingxian, if there is a next life, I will shatter the bond of master and disciple and make you pay dearly, you sinner who indirectly caused my death. Boom. With an explosion that shook the Great Eight Desolates, Wang Chen's furious cry was gradually swallowed by the pillar of fire and light erupting into the sky. 1,000 years prior, in the Great Eight Desolates, deep in the night within the vast Tai Su immortal sect located in the Imperial Desolation region, Wang Chen lay on the bed drenched in cold sweat, jolting awake abruptly. His eyes snapped open. Just a sliver. What is going on? Wang Chen lay on the bed with blurred vision, feeling the warmth and softness of the blankets. No. This isn't right. Shouldn't I be dead? Terror gripped Wang Chen. To understand the truth, he had to open his eyes fully. But no matter how hard he tried, he could only manage a sliver, unable to open them completely. He felt as though pinned by a ghost, conscious, able to vaguely see around, yet utterly paralyzed. Ding, 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 crackle pop, crackle pop. Just then a stuttering, ringing sound echoed in Wang Chen's mind, accompanied by the static of malfunctioning circuits. System. Host, wait. Just a moment, crackle pop. This system has just rebooted, crackle pop. Host. We actually reincarnated. Wang Chen was so startled by the thunderous voice in his mind that he involuntarily closed his left eye, his head buzzing. Are we really? For real? He had only roared before death, and now he was actually reincarnated. After scanning, I'm not sure how, but it's definitely true. You really reincarnated. Huh. The emotion in the system's mechanical voice made it clear it was even more excited than Wang Chen. After following him through a life of hardship and perishing together against those youths of fortune, reincarnation meant they now had foreknowledge. How could it not be thrilled? Quick, tell me. What time period have I reincarnated to? It's definitely not the day I transmigrated at 19 and was taken as a disciple by Jiang Lingxian in the mountains, right? But what Wang Chen cared about most was the exact timeline of his reincarnation. For a moment, he even forgot the warm, soft, and faintly fragrant sensation of his current body resting in bed. If the system had a physical form, it would surely be fidgeting nervously, wearing an awkward expression. Stop stuttering and just say it. I know it's definitely not. Right. Wang Chen sensed something was wrong, but cried out desperately for an answer. Host, perhaps you should first check who is tightly embracing you. Startled by the system's weak voice, Wang Chen felt his body soft and powerless as if drugged. But he still tried to unleash his cultivation. Damn. No cultivation. Cursing inwardly, he still forced his neck to turn with sheer willpower. Finally, through his blurred vision, he saw it. He finally saw Jiang Lingxian, whose breathtakingly cold beauty was unmatched, had her face gently pressed against his cheek. Moreover, she seemed to savor the warmth, tilting her head slightly in comfort. Through the sliver of his vision, seeing that beautiful face again left Wang Chen momentarily stunned. For the one embracing him was his master from his past life, the renowned Ice-Heart Empress 1,000 years in the future. Why were all people called her the Ice-Heart Empress? Because her heart was like ice, unmeltable by anyone. Even Wang Chen, her only disciple, would feel his cultivation chill to the bone under her icy gaze. But returning to the present, as Wang Chen gradually processed this shock, surged within him. Didn't she hate men the most? She wouldn't even let her only disciple touch her hand without freezing him with a cold stare. Yet now, drugged and unconscious, her slender arms were wrapped around him, her beautiful face pressed close. Her long legs draped over him from beneath her skirt, the future Ice-Heart Empress Jiang Lingxian. What was happening? Wang Chen was shocked, yet couldn't help but recall his past life. He remembered Jiang Lingxian was definitely not like this. But for him, now none of that was the point. The real question was, why? Oh no. Why? I don't want to be her disciple. I refuse. It was because of this beautiful calamity that he made enemies with so many youths of fortune in his past life, leading to his end. Invincible in his realm, meant to enjoy life, yet slain by thousands of youths of fortune. Though partly his own arrogance, the root cause was always Jiang Lingxian. Separator. Continuation marker. End of excerpt. Wang Chen wanted to call out, but it seemed he had been drugged with some kind of sleeping pill. His body felt weak, and he couldn't even cry out. If it weren't for his rebirth with his will from the previous life breaking through the drug's power and the cold energy in his body, he would have been as lifeless as a corpse, possibly unaware if Jiang Lingxian had turned him over repeatedly. Wait a moment. That's not right. Could it be that every time I slept so soundly at the Taishu immortal sect in my past life, it was all because of... Wang Chen seemed to have discovered a shocking secret and hastily shared this thought with the system in his mind. But system, you've been by my side all along. Couldn't you possibly know? Or are you refusing to tell me? This system, truly don't know? Every time you sleep I fall asleep too. Back then I asked you to upgrade me, but you refused, claiming the always online feature was useless. Wang Chen. Fine, it seems it was his own fault all along. He refused to upgrade the system just to save origin points. But host, do you still remember that you possess the Chaos 9 Yang Divine Body, a limited edition physique from the system? So what? Is this her excuse to humiliate me night after night? How am I supposed to survive as a virgin man? I can forgive the humiliation, but she clearly embraces me every night. Yet in my past life, whenever I confessed my feelings to her, she always coldly rejected me, citing our master-disciple relationship. System. Could it be because Jiang Lingxian possesses the 9 cold divine body, and she mistook your physique from the Chaos 9 Yang divine body for the Supreme Cauldron Body's 9 Yang divine body? The Chaos 9 Yang divine body possesses everything the 9 Yang divine body has, but it also contains Chaos Dao rhymes, making it even stronger. It's a limited edition physique from the system, and she needs to rely on the 9 Yang divine body to suppress the cold energy within her. So this is why someone destined to become a peerless empress in 1,000 years is only now willing to take you as her disciple in the mountains. Damn it. Why does your analysis sound so convincing that I can't refute it at all? After hearing this, Wang Chen gritted his teeth and wanted to raise his fist to pound the bed, but as he lifted his arm he remembered he had been cursed and drugged. Rustling sounds. Just as Wang Chen was conversing with the system, Jiang Lingxian, who was holding him tightly, seemed to be disturbed by this tiny movement. Her perception is so sensitive. Wang Chen was startled and quickly closed his half-open drowsy eyes, regaining his composure. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian by his side with her sleepy beautiful eyes first glanced at the small incense burner on the distant table, emitting the sedative fragrance. Finally, she slowly turned those beautiful eyes toward Wang Chen, who was covered in sweat, sweating from the heat. Wang Chen felt a bit angry listening to her sleepy yet cold and pleasant whisper. What do you mean sweating from the heat? That's because I almost died just now, okay? But Jiang Lingxian at this moment had no idea that Wang Chen had already cursed her over 100 times in his heart. Although in their past life they were master and disciple, they interacted like familiar strangers. So Wang Chen had no psychological burden at all when cursing his so-called master. After all, even in his past life, he seemed to have cursed her many times in his heart. But what Wang Chen couldn't see at this moment was that Jiang Lingxian was gazing at him with tenderness in her eyes, carrying some imperceptible emotion. The emotions in her eyes seemed to hold both heartache and joy, even a hint of relief. Finally, Jiang Lingxian gently took out a clean white cloth with a faint fragrance from her storage ring. She extended her slender fair hand holding the white cloth and gently wiped the sweat from Wang Chen's forehead. Jiang Lingxian's movements were extremely careful, as if afraid Wang Chen might suddenly disappear before her eyes. Even with his eyes closed, Wang Chen could feel Jiang Lingxian's cautious manner, as if afraid of waking him. The gentle way Jiang Lingxian moved, wiping the sweat from his forehead. It strangely made Wang Chen feel like he had returned to the time when he was severely injured in his past life, and his so-called master Jiang Lingxian had cared for him without leaving his side. Host, open your eyes quickly now and see if you can scare her. No, system, are you stupid? You think I won't die as fast as in my past life, right? If she finds out I'm awake about this extremely private midnight secret, wouldn't she imprison me? Wang Chen didn't know how many times Jiang Lingxian had used him in the dead of night in his past life to suppress her cold energy. But Wang Chen knew that the current him was not in the same situation as his past life, when he still had some rapport with Jiang Lingxian. If he really opened his eyes now, she would probably gouge out his eyes and pull out his tongue to prevent him from talking carelessly. But Wang Chen had almost confirmed by now that this was the first day after he became her disciple at the Taishu Immortal Sect. So that means today is the day Jiang Lingxian secretly cuddles with him for the first time in the dead of night. Wang Chen had never expected in either of his 2 lifetimes that Jiang Lingxian, who was cold and distant during the day, would hold him close at night. Although it was said to be for suppressing her own cold energy, the 2 of them were quite intimate at night. Today is the first cuddle between the host and the future Empress. Remember it, as a commemoration. According to the Blue Star timeline, the current time should be February 2nd, 2222. Stupid. But speaking of which system, shouldn't the cauldron divine body cultivation be like that? Ahem system, don't misunderstand, I'm not that kind of person, I'm just curious. Wang Chen comfortably felt the faint fragrance from Jiang Lingxian beside him, as well as her gentle action of wiping the sweat from his forehead. Theoretically speaking, dual cultivation with your cauldron divine body would indeed be more effective. But perhaps she doesn't understand such matters, and even less desires them. Being able to cuddle with you is probably already at the limit of her tolerance. Thinking about how in my past life, even when I secretly hugged her while awake, she gave me the cold shoulder for so long, I think you're right. Rustling sounds. Just as Wang Chen had just agreed with the system's words, Jiang Lingxian, who had been wiping the sweat from him, lay down close to him again. Damn it. Don't do this, I'm on a no-sex streak. Wang Chen felt Jiang Lingxian's body pressing against him again, especially the soft feeling against his arm. Added to that was her pleasant faint fragrance, and Wang Chen felt his heart racing. In his past life, after becoming her disciple, he never knew there were such benefits every late night. In Wang Chen's clear memory, Jiang Lingxian was completely cold to everyone. An absolute ice block that couldn't be melted, so much so that upon his rebirth Wang Chen only wanted to avoid becoming her disciple. Then wait until he had enough strength, and then harshly come out to chastise her, the culprit who indirectly caused his death in the past life. But now, although his heart was racing, Wang Chen was actually already considering how to escape tomorrow. Sigh. Forget it, never mind, tomorrow's problems can wait until tomorrow. First, let's carefully enjoy this beautiful moment. Have to admit, Jiang Lingxian's delicate figure is truly delightful, and that faint lingering fragrance made Wang Chen feel very at ease. Wang Chen, already drowsy from the narcotic incense, finally let his consciousness sink into slumber as he closed his eyes in that comfortable warmth. However, Wang Chen remained unaware that minutes later, as he drifted back into slumber under the incense's effect, Jiang Lingxian's warm, delicate body pressed closer against his muscular frame, wrapping around him tightly. That peerlessly beautiful face gently rested against his chest, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Disciple. In this life, Master will definitely kill everyone who holds a grudge against you. Completely and utterly. As Jiang Lingxian spoke these words, she raised her tear-filled eyes once more, her reddened gaze lingering on Wang Chen's face for a long moment. Finally, she rested her cheek gently against his chest again, listening to his heartbeat as he slept. Her slender arms wrapped around Wang Chen's waist grew tighter, as if afraid to let go. In the darkness, Jiang Lingxian's heartbreaking posture suggested she truly feared losing him once more. Wang Chen, already deeply asleep from the narcotic incense, was completely unaware of this tender moment. Disciple. After you died, Master really missed you. This time, I will never let you leave me again, I won't. Jiang Lingxian's slender arms clung tightly to Wang Chen's waist, as though trying to merge his sleeping form into her very being. Only by feeling Wang Chen's body warmth and breath could Jiang Lingxian find even a measure of peace. It's a pity that you now are just like when I first met Master. Jiang Lingxian's exquisite face rested gently against Wang Chen's chest, but the tears in her eyes could no longer be held back. Wang Chen's white shirt from Blue Star, which had crossed over with him in this life, bore a deep wet stain. The next morning, Wang Chen suddenly jolted awake, sitting up and repeatedly confirming his rebirth before finally feeling at ease. Wang Chen then realized the person who had been beside him the previous night had long departed. Even the weakness in his body and that cold, faint fragrance from the blanket the night before had vanished. It was as if everything the previous night had been Wang Chen's dream, yet he was certain it was no dream. Drawing on memories from his past life, Wang Chen roughly mapped out the current layout of the Taishu Immortal Sect. After planning his escape route, Wang Chen was about to get out of bed and sneak out of Taishu Immortal Sect, when the moment he turned over, a cold voice from the system in his mind suddenly spoke. Ding. Detected that one of the important causes of the host's past life death stems from the future Empress, Jiang Lingxian. Ding. Mission solve the problem at its root. Please host immediately go to eliminate Jiang Lingxian. Reward 1 Emperor Pill. Wang Chen, who was sitting on the edge of the bed about to get up, was startled. According to my memories from my past life, isn't the current Jiang Lingxian at the Saint Soul realm considered a great cultivator? And I currently have no cultivation at all. I'm at her mercy to be slaughtered at will. How can I complete anything? Ding. Detected host strength is insufficient. Mission is being replaced. Ding. New mission win over Jiang Lingxian. Become Dao companions. Prevent being surrounded and killed alone like in the past life. Reward after reaching the heavenly venerable realm can instantly break through 10 layers again. Good heavens. This dog system actually understands human nature. At this moment, Wang Chen sat on the edge of the bed looking at his shoes, hesitating over the system's replaced mission. Actually, in his past life, he had developed feelings for this master and couldn't resist launching a series of pursuits. But that face of hers, cold and icy, yet extremely beautiful. Although sometimes she would blush with embarrassment at his crude words and teasing, which was incredibly cute. But the final result was just. Wang Chen would be caught by her locked in confinement, then hung upside down and beaten on the buttocks with willow branches through his clothes. While beating him, she would also manipulate Wang Chen, saying things like how it was impossible between master and disciple. Just like that, Jiang Lingxian gradually beat to death Wang Chen's heart that wanted to be husband and wife with her. But even under such circumstances, Wang Chen still pursued her countless times and was beaten countless times before finally giving up. After all, Jiang Lingxian, each time she beat his buttocks, mostly wouldn't exceed 7 lashes, and the force wasn't particularly heavy. That feeling of her deliberately restraining her great emperor realm cultivation strength when beating him didn't seem like punishment, more like cough. So every time he teased Jiang Lingxian, he'd get a gentle willow branch beating on his buttocks, and Wang Chen felt it was totally worth it. Now, hearing the mission voice from the system in his mind regarding that rebellious disciple's feelings for his master buried deep in his heart from the past life, Wang Chen gradually furrowed his brows, constantly weighing the pros and cons in his heart, hesitant and undecided. But Wang Chen knew how difficult it was to advance one realm after reaching the heavenly venerable realm, as hard as climbing to heaven. If according to the mission, as long as he won over Jiang Lingxian, he could go from heavenly venerable realm directly to great emperor realm in one step. Recalling that in the previous life, he cultivated to the Saint Soul realm within 300 years. But to reach the peak of the 9th layer of heavenly venerable realm and transcend the tribulation to break through to great emperor realm, it actually took over 700 years. Realms body tempering spirit building origin return Dan, see Spirit King Spirit Emperor, Saint Soul, Heavenly Venerable Great Emperor. System Open Attribute Panel. Wang Chen. Physique Chaotic 9, Yang Divine Body. Realm Mortal. Cultivation Method Chaotic 9, Yang Divine Art. Storage Space None. Origin Points 0. Comprehensive Evaluation Noob. System, do you suggest I stay? Wang Chen compared his attribute panel with his past life. It was simply a difference between shit and a lion, and couldn't help but ask. He had originally planned to leave, but was now stopped by the system's mission. Suggestion, because of your personality, even after leaving you would still go kill those children of fortune who surrounded and killed you in your past life. So it's better to directly win over Jiang Lingxian, this future empress who is the biggest, strongest, most awesome, and has the best background. Hiss. Wang Chen slightly drew in a breath of cold air, his hesitant defenses gradually developing dense cracks. Stop hissing. Dare I say that the moment you see your master you won't feel. Cough won't fall in love at first sight. And think about it, you pursued for so long in your past life, it's like the progress was at 99, but you suddenly stopped. Are you willing to accept that? Since you're reborn now, it's a perfect opportunity as long as you win her over and suppress her firmly beneath you. When both of you at the heavenly venerable realm join forces as the strong and strong far ahead of everyone else, who would you fear in the 8 desolates continent? Moreover, based on my observation of how you interacted with Jiang Lingxian in your past life, she was always stiff and not good with words. You are the only man she has had physical contact with, the kind she hugs every night. With the system's crazy manipulation, Wang Chen's inner defenses gradually shattered until finally, crack. Fine, then let's do it. Wang Chen was also a man of few words but decisive, and after weighing the pros and cons, he slapped his palm and made his decision. As the disciple who spent over 1,000 years with this big ice block Jiang Lingxian in his past life, Wang Chen understood her very well. To sum up in one damn sentence, besides cultivation and basic common sense, she was completely blank when it came to emotions. And to put it bluntly, Jiang Lingxian lacked love since childhood, having neither fatherly nor motherly love. As for what happened, Wang Chen didn't know. He only knew that whenever this matter was accidentally mentioned, her face would turn cold, as if she might explode at any moment. It was said that people who lacked love since childhood would feel particularly insecure after falling in love with someone. They might even have some special attributes, though no one knew if it was true or not. But whether it was real or not, who cared? In his past life, he had failed to win Jiang Lingxian precisely because being her disciple had made him enemies with thousands of children of destiny. In the end, he was secretly assassinated by thousands of children of destiny who had formed a secret alliance and array. If in this life he still failed to win Jiang Lingxian, and once again became enemies with thousands of children of destiny, because he was her disciple. Wouldn't his rebirth have been completely in vain? Thinking of this, Wang Chen suddenly sprang from his bed, clenched his fist, and raised it high above his head, and shouted with righteous indignation, "So! This time I must definitely win, Jiang." Creak! Just as Wang Chen was raising his fist and shouting, the door suddenly swung open, and he froze on the spot in an instant. Win what, Jiang? Jiang Lingxian stood at the doorway holding a Taoist robe and shoes of the Taishu immortal sect, looking at Wang Chen with a furrowed brow and a puzzled expression. A Jiang. Just Jiang, yeah, I wanted to capture Jiang to make ginger tea to drink. I seem to have caught a cold lately. Wang Chen awkwardly lowered his raised fist, wrapped his arms around himself, and rubbed, as if he were truly chilled. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows, her gaze toward Wang Chen growing slightly strange, yet she did not suspect. Could it be that last night, because I held him too tightly, the cold aura of my cold divine body accidentally entered his body, causing his constitution to become weak today, and he accidentally caught a cold? But according to the memories of his past life with his 9-yang divine body, a top-tier furnace body, that shouldn't be the case. Besides, last night, I did not absorb his 9-yang power to suppress my own coldness as I had in my past life. Jiang Lingxian could not make sense of it, but fortunately Wang Chen spoke again at this moment. "Fairy sister, are these clothes for me?" Wang Chen rubbed his arms and walked over with a sheepish expression, carefully observing her demeanor as he asked. Wang Chen vaguely remembered that when he first transmigrated and saw Jiang Lingxian for the first time, he had called her fairy sister. After all, Jiang Lingxian was indeed as beautiful as a fairy, which had truly given him, who had just transmigrated in his past life, a full visual shock. Even now, when Wang Chen saw Jiang Lingxian's flawless and beautiful face, his heart involuntarily fluttered. "Yes, and from now on you should call me master." Jiang Lingxian furrowed her elegant brows, walked into the room, and gently placed the Taoist robe and shoes in her hands on the table as she responded. She was still accustomed to having Wang Chen call her master, whether in her past life or now. "Oh, then, fairy sister, should I be able to wear these clothes and shoes?" Wang Chen deliberately did this so that after their relationship deepened, he would not be rejected on the grounds of master and disciple, as in his past life. The word master could not appear now, at least not frequently. But if Jiang Lingxian fell for him in the future, he could slowly try calling her that, and see how she reacted. "Yes, the clothes and shoes are for." "I already told you to call me master." Jiang Lingxian had not yet reacted at first, but when she came to her senses, she furrowed her brows tightly, and spoke coldly to remind him again. "Understood." Wang Chen did not push his luck repeatedly. He agreed first, and would backtrack later when he called her. Then Wang Chen walked over beside Jiang Lingxian, and began to take off the clothes he had worn since arriving from Earth. The rustling sounds made Jiang Lingxian involuntarily turn her head, and looking down she happened to catch sight of his floral-patterned boxer shorts. You. Jiang Lingxian stammered twice, and quickly turned her body away, closing her eyes, her earlobes turning completely red in an instant. Whether in her past life or now, she had never seen Wang Chen be so unrestrained in front of her. And now, as soon as he arrived, he gave her a big shock of visual impact, even through the floral boxers. In her entire life, past and present spanning over 1,000 years, this was the first time Jiang Lingxian had ever seen Wang Chen undress in front of her. "What's wrong, fairy sister?" Wang Chen, however, did not think much of it, and simply changed into the Taoist robe he had just picked up from the table. In fact, he had a bit of deliberate intent, aiming to give Jiang Lingxian a little revenge. Although what he wanted to revenge was the past life version of her, the current one was pretty much the same. After all, they were the same person. Watching Jiang Lingxian's ashamed and angry back with her earlobes glowing red, Wang Chen's mind drifted slightly. If it were the past life her, she would probably just coldly stare at him for a couple of glances, her expression never stirring the slightest ripple. Right. Indeed, people always feel the most genuine emotions when they first meet. How can you change clothes so casually right in front of me?" Jiang Lingxian stood with her back to Wang Chen, suppressing her shame, but her cold voice still carried a hint of embarrassed anger. "It's fine, I don't need you to apologize. If you saw it, you saw it." Wang Chen walked up to Jiang Lingxian, flashed his handsome grinning face, and locked eyes with her, completely flipping the situation. You are truly unreasonable and utterly shameless. If not for your promising aptitude, I would have driven you off the mountain." Hearing Wang Chen's audacious remarks, Jiang Lingxian hardened. Her petite pink fists hidden beneath her white sleeve hardened. But she could only talk tough. If Wang Chen were to truly disappear, she would go mad. I'm sorry. Next time I'll be more careful when changing clothes in front of you." Seeing this, Wang Chen lowered his head and hurriedly apologized repeatedly, genuinely afraid of pushing too far and being driven down the mountain. Jiang Lingxian, seeing this scene, paused for a moment, feeling somewhat regretful in her heart that she might have spoken too harshly. Wait, he still wanted a next time? Jiang Lingxian's mind suddenly snapped back, her delicate brows furrowing tightly, as she fixed Wang Chen with a cold stare, 3 parts shame and 7 parts anger. Alright, there won't be a next time. Wang Chen, feeling increasingly guilty under her gaze, hurriedly spoke, but at the same time silently thought to himself, then there'll be a next time. Never mind. Since you are dressed now, follow me. Seeing this, Jiang Lingxian finally shifted her cold, yet slightly languid eyes, and spoke coldly. Where are we going? Although Wang Chen knew the destination, well, he still pretended to be confused and asked. This should be the moment when Jiang Lingxian took him to the place where his constitution would awaken. It was also at that place where he would meet the first child of Destiny, Qin Yafan. To awaken your constitution. Jiang Lingxian did not waste many words, merely responding coldly before stepping outside. On the way, Wang Chen seemed to be doing it on purpose. When encountering the gaze of those Taishu immortal sect disciples on the road, he reached out and gently pulled Jiang Lingxian's white dress sleeve. Seeing her sleeve being pulled, Jiang Lingxian gently tugged it back, wanting to maintain the appropriate sense of distance from Wang Chen. Jiang Lingxian was accustomed to keeping a faint sense of distance from her disciple at all times, whether in her past life or now. So her actions seemed normal to Wang Chen. After all, in her past life, she had always been like this for 1,000 years. But Wang Chen was still unwilling to give up and reached out again, carefully tugging at her white dress sleeve. Jiang Lingxian, feeling it, subtly furrowed her brows and silently pulled her sleeve back again. After several rounds of this back and forth, Jiang Lingxian was finally exasperated and turned her beautiful face around to glare coldly at Wang Chen. You? Fairy sister, I have a bit of social anxiety. Before Jiang Lingxian could finish her words, Wang Chen pitifully raised his eyes, pairing them with his handsome face as he looked at her. Jiang Lingxian simply could not bear Wang Chen's pitiful appearance, and her cold, scolding words were suddenly choked off. What do you mean, eh? Jiang Lingxian furrowed her elegant brows, looking at Wang Chen's pitiful expression, and her cold voice seemed to soften slightly. It's just, why do they keep staring at me? I'm a bit scared. After saying this, Wang Chen carefully observed Jiang Lingxian's reaction, wanting to see what she would do next. Saying he was scared was certainly a lie. In his past life, he had faced an attack by thousands of heavenly venerables, dozens of half-step great emperors, and 2 great emperors without batting an eye. Was he afraid of this? No need to mind it. Oh. Wang Chen's expression dimmed slightly at these words. He gave a casual, oh, and lowered his head, walking on with a touch of desolation. As expected, this cold-hearted woman remained the same. Wang Chen clearly remembered that in his past life around this time, she had been just like this. However, in his past life, Wang Chen had experienced over 1,000 years, but in this life, he was truly feeling intimidated by the gazes around him. After all, walking this path to the weapon tomb, at least 500 or more Taisu disciples and cultivators were sizing up him, a mere mortal. Recalling those past events, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow and an inexplicable urge to laugh, for he realized how foolish his former self had been. Sigh. At this moment, Wang Chen suddenly heard Jiang Lingxian's soft sigh, just as he raised his head in confusion to look. Then he suddenly saw Jiang Lingxian, ethereal and cold as a fairy, extend a bit of her white sleeve toward him. She then merely gazed at him coldly, her long, beautiful eyelashes trembling slightly, without saying a word. Upon seeing this, Wang Chen gradually smiled with delight, for it seemed the fish had taken the bait, yet his heart inexplicably warmed. Wang Chen reached out and firmly grasped Jiang Lingxian's clean sleeve, which carried a faint fragrance, before straightening his head and chest to begin walking. That appearance completely lacked the social anxiety from earlier. It seemed as though he had suddenly found someone to rely on, his stride now bold and unrestrained. So you're not afraid anymore? Jiang Lingxian looked at Wang Chen, who had seemingly transformed, walking beside her, while tightly gripping her sleeve, and asked calmly, with a fairy like you protecting me, I definitely won't be afraid. Wang Chen spoke while gently swaying his head, responding to Jiang Lingxian in a singing tone. Jiang Lingxian was stunned for a moment upon seeing this, her cold, beautiful eyes slightly vacant, as she gazed at Wang Chen, as if recalling something. What's wrong? Wang Chen felt a bit bewildered by Jiang Lingxian's gaze, furrowing his brows slightly, and tilting his head to ask her in confusion. I've already told you to call me master. Next time you address me this way, you'll be disciplined according to master-disciple rules. Jiang Lingxian snapped back to reality, forcing down the memories of her past life and various emotions, and as she walked, she corrected Wang Chen's form of address once more. At the same time, Jiang Lingxian inexplicably felt a sense of unease and an unexplainable panic within her. She couldn't fathom why Wang Chen in this life was unwilling to call her master anymore. Could it be that her own rebirth had caused slight deviations in Wang Chen after she returned to this life? Oh, all right. Wang Chen agreed to Jiang Lingxian, as usual, planning to continue calling her fairy sister next time. He wanted to subtly and unconsciously distort the image of him as her disciple in Jiang Lingxian's heart. We're almost there, it's just ahead. Jiang Lingxian gently tugged twice at her sleeve, which had been tightly held, and raised her beautiful eyes to look ahead, signaling to Wang Chen. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Heavenly forbidden, Tao divine body. A flash of golden light erupted from the awakening steely, and from within the steel on the Constitution awakening platform ahead came a deep resonant voice. And beneath the awakening steely, a mad young figure looked at his own hands and body with an expression of joyful surprise. I did it. Ha ha. This Taoist master has succeeded. When this Taoist master becomes an immortal, I will definitely fight back to the ninth heaven and turn the world upside down. Ha ha ha. The young figure stood on the platform, gazing up at the sky, the murderous intent in his eyes nearly overflowing as he shouted madly. Awakening a broken Tao body cursed by 9 heavenly Tao shackles, making cultivation difficult, and yet you're rejoicing like this. Get lost. Hurry up and get down, don't affect the people behind you. This Taoist master succeeding, acting all mad. The one who had awakened their constitution hadn't even rejoiced for a few words before the elder on the platform kicked him off with a single foot. Jiang Lingxian, without showing any emotion, led Wang Chen toward the elder on the platform ahead, her white dress fluttering gently in the wind. Such a beautiful scene was undoubtedly captivating, and for a moment everyone behind who wanted to go up the platform paused in their steps, allowing Jiang Lingxian, the holy maiden of Tai Su immortal sect, to pull Wang Chen ahead of them onto the platform, for the holy maiden always had priority. But after just a moment, everyone's gaze shifted to Wang Chen, who was handsome and standing behind Jiang Lingxian. Who is this man? He actually got to hold the holy maiden's sleeve. Countless gazes in the arena fixed upon Wang Chen, many filled with envy, jealousy, and hostility. After all, during sect competitions or various special festivals, they were all suitors of Jiang Lingxian. Although those gifts were returned before even seeing Jiang Lingxian's face, it didn't stop them from harboring hostility toward Wang Chen. Although from appearances Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian were indeed quite a match, but in other aspects, the Tai Su disciples didn't recognize Wang Chen as a figure of importance, so naturally they were unconvinced and hostile, with male disciples being the most numerous. Wang Chen, experiencing those disciples' gazes again in this life, wasn't surprised at all the corners of his lips curling up subtly. Qin Yafan, as long as I have one chance to kill you, you will surely die in this life. Wang Chen slightly shifted his gaze, which was filled with murderous intent, and gradually locked eyes with a jealous man below the platform. In his past life, Qin Yafan, who was now at the awakening steely, had not yet become his enemy. The time they became enemies was the day after the Constitution awakening, when Tai Su disciples went to the weapon tomb to choose their weapons. Back then, Qin Yafan was jealous that he was the disciple of holy maiden Jiang Lingxian, and while choosing weapons in the weapon tomb, he began to provoke him with words. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen acted swiftly, leaping up and delivering a fierce slap that skewed Qin Yafan's face. Then the two of them went crazy, fighting each other in the weapon tomb. At that time, Wang Chen had only been transmigrated and cultivating for less than 2 days. But fortunately, with the energy feedback from the awakening steel and the system, the two barely fought to a draw, each sustaining severe laceration injuries. And now Qin Yafan below the platform also noticed Wang Chen, his brows furrowed tightly as he shot back a challenging glare without any fear. Wang Chen's calm gaze, laced with an almost imperceptible murderous intent, made most disciples involuntarily lower their heads. After all, the many people he had killed in his past life hadn't died in vain. Ordinary people were easily frightened by the deliberate killing intent in his eyes. Gazing at Qin Yafan, who was staring back at him, Wang Chen flashed a mocking smile, making him so angry his face turned green. But after pulling Wang Chen to stand before the elder, Jiang Lingxian silently used her sleeve to pull him behind herself. Seeing this, Wang Chen was surprised by her action and could only obediently withdraw his gaze, no longer provoking Qin Yafan. However, he always felt that this life's Jiang Lingxian, although still cold as ever, there was now an indescribable softness, a gentleness where her words were cold but her heart was warm. Was it his illusion, or was it because of the tenderness from last night that made her like this? What brings the holy maiden here? Just as Wang Chen was lost in thought, the old man across from them had already greeted Jiang Lingxian respectfully. To awaken a constitution, I would ask Elder Zhang to send someone to lead us to a solitary steel for awakening. Jiang Lingxian's voice was cold and distant, yet it always had a quality that made one want to hear more. No need, I'll awaken right here. Wang Chen quickly called out to Jiang Lingxian and Elder Zhang. Upon seeing this, he remembered that in his past life what appeared on the awakening steel was the 9 Yang divine body. The most crucial characters, chaos, were never displayed. And Jiang Lingxian needed his 9 Yang divine body to suppress the cold energy within her body, so she would definitely not bear to let him go to others. So the current Wang Chen was determined to create a sense of crisis in Jiang Lingxian, that he could be snatched away by another woman at any moment. A strategist should throw himself into the game. Bet on Lingxian. If I win, I'll use the big bed as my arena, ascend to the peak of immortality with Chun above and the immortal below. It'll be so heavenly, I might die from ecstasy. As for losing the bet, then Chen might have to back down, and once he backs down, it's for a lifetime. No. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Jiang Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows, her cold, yet melodious voice speaking bluntly as she tried to stop him. If Wang Chen awakens here, countless female elders will surely compete for him. Moreover, if news of the 9-yang divine body leaks out, some sects beyond the Taishu immortal sect might come to poach him. But Wang Chen refused to listen, treating Lingxian's words as mere background noise. He quickly released her white-sleeved arm and rushed toward the awakening monument ahead, pressing his hand against it. Since Jiang Lingxian wasn't holding his hand, she couldn't react in time to grab him. In that instant, before the eyes of countless disciples below, the awakening monument erupted with a dazzling light. The next moment, a majestic voice resonated from within the awakening monument, and an incredibly powerful crimson light shot straight into the sky. 9-yang divine body. As the voice from the awakening monument faded, Wang Chen felt several streams of energy surge toward his body. He didn't resist. This was normal. These energies were the nourishment the monument provided after awakening his constitution. This was also the key to why in his past life he could barely hold his own against Qin Yefu at the third layer of the soul-building realm, leaving both severely injured. Pa. As these energy streams flooded his body, Wang Chen felt his cultivation realm skyrocket at an incredible pace. Body tempering first layer, body tempering fifth layer, body tempering ninth layer peak. His realm surged from 0 all the way to the peak of body tempering ninth layer, before finally stabilizing. Wang Chen felt his body overflowing with boundless power. The thrill of breaking through was so exhilarating, he nearly took flight. It was like a fitness enthusiast after an intense workout, veins bulging, acutely aware of the strength coursing through them. Having achieved his goal, Wang Chen slowly withdrew his hand and turned back to Jiang Lingxian with a feigned look of guilt. But the scene was already in an uproar, with countless female elders and others rushing toward them from the distance. Without exception, all eyes were fixed on Wang Chen, each hoping he would become their disciple. Come with me. Jiang Lingxian's expression grew cold and dark as she watched the female elders flying toward Wang Chen, a profound sense of crisis filling her heart. Hey. The next moment, Wang Chen felt his body suddenly lift into the air. Before his eyes flashed, everything around them fell completely silent. The two of them quickly returned to that room where they had shared an intimate moment. At this moment, Wang Chen stood to the side with his head bowed, while Jiang Lingxian stood before him staring at him coldly. That familiar feeling from his past life had returned. If he weren't male, he feared he might suffer from cold womb syndrome. But it had been so long since he'd experienced this sensation of being stared at until he nearly developed cold womb syndrome. Why did it suddenly feel so reassuring? Standing there, Wang Chen dared not speak on the surface, but inside his mind was buzzing with his own mutterings. Why did you act on your own initiative? Jiang Lingxian's entire being radiated a biting chill, her voice so cold it carried an undertone of suppressed indignation. I didn't know I would have this kind of constitution. Wang Chen lowered his head guiltily, his voice barely above a whisper, as if deeply afraid of Jiang Lingxian's angry demeanor. I already told you no. Why did you have to reach out and touch that awakening monument? The 9-yang divine body is such a top-tier furnace constitution. If it appears, do you have any idea how much trouble it will bring? Jiang Lingxian's icy expression was fixed on Wang Chen as she spoke those words in a cold, slightly indignant tone. Wang Chen feigned fear, raising his head slightly and taking a small step back, acting as though he was terrified of her. Seeing Wang Chen trying to distance himself from her, Jiang Lingxian felt a surge of annoyance, and in her anger stepped forward again. Wang Chen pretended to be frightened once more, continuously retreating, and the more he did, the angrier Jiang Lingxian became as she kept closing in on him, until finally, she had Wang Chen cornered against the wall inside the room with no way to retreat. Wang Chen could barely bear it anymore, so he feigned a look of gritted teeth and determination and began to deploy his theatrical skills. If Fairy Sister finds this troublesome, then just hand me over to another master. Why make things difficult for yourself? Wang Chen appeared to be considering her feelings, but in reality, he was using a retreat as a strategy to catch Jiang Lingxian completely off guard. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian paused for a moment, her angry emotions and aloof expression briefly stiffening before her anger completely dissolved. Looking at Wang Chen cornered by the wall, Jiang Lingxian's eyes unconsciously reddened, her heart aching with pain. Sensing her nose tingle, she quickly turned away, refusing to look at him any longer. The moment she heard Wang Chen want to become someone else's disciple, Jiang Lingxian's tears nearly spilled over. She would not allow this. Absolutely not. With her back to Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian's figure trembled almost imperceptibly. Without another word, she turned and left. As she departed, the door clicked shut, leaving Wang Chen inside the room in complete bewilderment. Was she crying just now? Wang Chen leaned dazedly against the corner, wondering if that single night of intimacy had already stirred feelings for him in her heart. But that shouldn't be the case according to what Wang Chen believed. The current Jiang Lingxian should have sternly scolded him in a cold and harsh manner, yet ultimately kept him by her side. However, if it were the Jiang Lingxian from his past life who heard he wanted to become someone else's disciple, there might have been a chance she'd lose her composure. Could it be that she was reborn as well? That doesn't make sense. When I was surrounded and killed in the demon cave bone land, she was still in seclusion. She shouldn't have died. Wang Chen stood there utterly perplexed, his scalp growing increasingly itchy, as if his brain was about to grow. Little host, your dear fairy sister seemed to almost cry just now. Could it be that this dog host's charm is that big? An overnight embrace planted an indelible affection in her heart. The system in Wang Chen's mind also began to ponder, as if resting its chin on its hand in deep thought. Wang Chen also found this very strange. Jiang Lingxian at this point shouldn't have been acting like this. Never mind, let her reflect on why her disciple would want to become someone else's student. Wang Chen had no intention of overthinking it. He walked to the bedside and sat down, his hands erupting with two flames. However, these two flames were not ordinary fire. They were the color of chaos, black and white interwoven, with faint traces of chaotic Tao resonance capable of affecting the void. Whoosh! Wang Chen grasped them with both hands, retracted the chaotic flames that seemed able to burn through the void, and smiled. Reborn into this life, Wang Chen refused to believe his fate would mirror the past, one where he was jointly slain after surviving the Emperor's tribulation. At this point, the Zhuangguang Tower, Blood Dragon Tree, Heavenly Tao Pearl, and many other treasures had yet to emerge, their locations unknown. Wang Chen pondered over the treasures he had acquired in his past life, as well as the various opportunities obtained by the Children of Destiny. Host, rest assured, this system has recorded the 10 strongest treasures. You only need to consume origin points to locate them. The system observed the contemplative Wang Chen as if seeing through his thoughts, and spoke up to remind him. Oh, not bad. This life, let's join forces and snatch all those opportunities. By the way, tomorrow the disciples who awaken their constitutions will also need to visit the weapon tomb. Perfect timing to snatch Qin Yefu's opportunity there. After calculating in his mind, Wang Chen waved his hand and opened the system's attribute panel. Wang Chen. Constitution Chaotic 9 Yang Divine Body. Realm Peak of Body Tempering 9th Layer. Technique Chaotic 9 Yang Divine Art. Storage Space None. Origin Points 0. Comprehensive Evaluation A Machine Level Character at Body Tempering 9th Layer. System, is there anything that prevents being knocked out? Otherwise I'll probably be at Jiang Lingxian's mercy again tonight. As Wang Chen spoke, he opened the system shop and 9 golden cards instantly appeared floating before him. The system mall's mechanism was quite unique. It refreshed 9 golden cards daily for the host to reveal, randomly generating various items. I could secretly steal the Great Tao's origin essence to forge into golden cards and put them in the mall for you to flip, but it would cost a substantial amount of origin points. Can I put it on credit? Are you dreaming of getting something from Jiang Lingxian's ass? Are you really thinking about eating Jiang Lingxian's farts? Ugh, can you even say that out loud? Tongzi, just hold it in a bit and squeeze out some origin points. I'll pay you back double later. Well, hearing Wang Chen's words, the system fell silent, seemingly hesitating about how to squeeze out some origin points. Seeing that it hadn't made a sound for a long time, Wang Chen simply clicked on the 9 golden cards in the system mall to look through them. First item, Crow Flies on an Airplane Technique, price 100 origin points. Second item, Panga's Essence Blood, price 999999999. Third item, Wooden Carvings and Clay Horses, price. Damn it, again with this damn Panga's Essence Blood. Damn it, it's been with me for 2 lifetimes. Wang Chen saw the image of the Panga's Essence Blood product and couldn't help but point at it and curse loudly. After refreshing until only 2 cards remained, Wang Chen had already given up hope. He raised his hand and clicked on the 8th golden card. As it playfully swayed gently, it suddenly flipped over. 8th item, Smoke Incense like cigarettes, eat poison pills like candy, price 1,000 origin points. Wang Chen was momentarily stunned by such a straightforward name for this item, furrowing his brows as he clicked on the introduction below. Item, Smoke Incense like cigarettes, eat poison pills like candy. Introduction, one-time use item. While active, it grants immunity to all incense and poisons. However, once the effect expires, poison will immediately take effect. Duration, 12 hours. One-time use, and the poison will take effect immediately after the effect expires. No wonder it's so cheap. Wang Chen saw the words, one-time use item, and looked at the 12-hour effect, pondering for a moment. System, hurry up and come out. Can you squeeze out some origin points to lend me? Please. Wang Chen thought for a moment and decided to try his charm on the system, biting his lip before making the purchase. Based on last night's experience, the incense Jiang Lingxian set up definitely wasn't poisonous, so there was no need to worry at all. Although after purchasing it he would only have one night to soberly enjoy that ambiguous intimacy, he still really wanted to buy it. If worst comes to worst, after going to the weapon tomb tomorrow, I'll steal more weapons to convert into origin points and pay back the system. This. Alright, but you'll have to pay me back 3,000 origin points by then. After Wang Chen's persistent coaxing, the system finally agreed. As the system finished agreeing, Wang Chen's origin points increased by 1,000, and the system silently retreated. A mere 3,000 origin points, no problem. Tomorrow I'll just steal more weapons in the weapon tomb. Wang Chen took the 1,000 origin points to purchase the 8th item, muttering to himself that he would pay the system back 3 times over. After handling everything, Wang Chen glanced around the environment. It was simple and clean. A table, 3 chairs, a large bed with bedding, and the entire room was constructed of wooden panels. What a familiar environment. Counting it up, it's been over 900 years since he last returned to this room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Wang Chen scanned the familiar surroundings and felt a wave of nostalgia. He then sat cross-legged and entered a cultivation state with the Chaos 9 Suns divine art beginning to circulate. The body tempering realm could only attach spiritual energy to the body, unable to project it outward. In simple terms, there was no ranged attack capability. Wang Chen now planned to break through to the spirit-building realm before nightfall, relying on the Chaos 9 Suns divine art to reach a stage where spiritual energy could be projected. System, remember to wake me up tonight. I need to pretend to be asleep. Hehe. You perverted host, deceiving the pure-hearted future Empress Jiang Lingxian isn't enough. You also want to be a disciple who defies his master. The system understood Wang Chen's intention and couldn't help but tease him with its cold mechanical voice. Wang Chen seemed to recall the previous night, smiled, and didn't respond. He quickly fell into a cultivation state. He continued cultivating until the evening hour of around 5 p.m. Crack! A crisp sound erupted from Wang Chen's body, and the surrounding spiritual energy began converging frantically. Spirit-building realm. Breakthrough. The barrier of the realm was shattered. Wang Chen's forehead was slightly sweaty, but his divine sense felt refreshed and invigorated. He didn't open his eyes, but continued to immerse himself in full cultivation, striving to elevate his strength as much as possible. This way he could better handle tomorrow when Qin Yefu, as a child of destiny at the 3rd layer of spirit building, would come to snatch his weapon tomb opportunity. After cultivating for a long time again, until high hour, which was 10 p.m., Wang Chen's aura had already reached the peak of the 1st layer of spirit building. This was the amazing aspect of the Chaos 9 Suns divine body, breaking through nearly 2 layers in half a day. And with the accompanying technique, Chaos 9 Suns divine art, cultivation below the spiritual king realm was effortless. You perverted host, ring ring ring, your all-system alarm clock is at your service, ring ring. Idiot. You scared me. Wang Chen was startled by the sudden ringing sound in his mind from the system and quickly opened his eyes. This is what you asked me to call you, and you're scolding me. Stinky host. Alright, my fault. Wang Chen helplessly admitted his mistake, gazing at the dark surroundings before quietly lying down on the bed. He projected his divine sense into the system's storage space and saw the golden card printed with 10 characters, a smile spreading across his face like someone enjoying candy. Use. Ding. Successfully used the smoke incense like cigarettes, poison pills like candy card. Effect activated. No special feeling. Wang Chen lay on the bed, idly staring at the ceiling, quietly waiting for the person in his heart to arrive. What he didn't know was that the unassuming small incense burner on the table had already begun emitting a colorless and odorless incense. By the way, system, conceal my cultivation to the 9th layer of body tempering, as it was after being nourished by the awakening monument's energy. Otherwise, before Jiang Lingxian even gives me the technique, if I break through to the 1st layer of spirit building in a single day, it would seem very strange. Okay. The realm concealment function has been activated. Current debt, 4,000 origin points. As the system's words fell, Wang Chen's cultivation aura dropped to the 9th layer of body tempering, though in reality, he remained at the spirit building realm. With the system's banter, Wang Chen waited another half hour or so before sounds came from outside. Tap tap. Light footsteps approached the door, which Wang Chen could clearly hear with his current auditory abilities. He quickly turned his body to face away from the door, closed his eyes, and waited nervously for the person approaching from outside. Dog host, she's here. Your beloved little master is coming. The system was frantically shipping this ambiguous CP in its mind, as if its mouth was splitting from grinning. Stop shouting. I'm not deaf. You perverted host only dares to pretend to sleep. I'll keep calling blah blah blah. What the F? Wang Chen couldn't resist cursing at the system in his mind until the footsteps behind him suddenly stopped at the bedside. After a short while, Wang Chen felt a warm, delicate body gently climb onto the bed and embrace him from behind. The person behind seemed unsure, so a gentle, cold spiritual energy flowed into his body, making him go soft. Damn it. Open challenges are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to defend against. Jiang Lingxian is pulling this trick again. How am I supposed to avoid it? Wang Chen could only feel his body gradually losing strength, becoming limp, and yielding to Jiang Lingxian's control. After completing these steps, the person behind him gently turned Wang Chen over, moving with extreme caution. Wang Chen dared not open his eyes, secretly feeling Jiang Lingxian's gentle movements as she gradually drew him into her warm embrace. After completing these steps, the person behind him gently turned Wang Chen over, moving with extreme caution. Wang Chen dared not open his eyes, secretly feeling Jiang Lingxian's gentle movements as she gradually drew him into her warm embrace. His arms were placed around her waist by Jiang Lingxian, gently embracing her delicate figure. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian's arms gradually tightened, as if afraid Wang Chen would leave her. Wang Chen felt his breathing restricted by the tight embrace. Fortunately, Jiang Lingxian restrained her tightening embrace, giving Wang Chen, who pretended to be unconscious, a chance to breathe. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian's long eyelashes trembled slightly as her crystal-clear gaze rested on the sleeping Wang Chen. Pressing her lower lip tightly, she suddenly began to sob softly. Disciple. Master didn't mean it during the day. I was just afraid others would take you away. I'm sorry, truly sorry. Please don't think about taking another master, okay? Jiang Lingxian's tone carried an extremely delicate and imploring quality, a stark contrast to her cold demeanor during the day. Disciple. Master has finally found you again after so long. Please don't leave Master again. As she spoke, Jiang Lingxian buried her face in Wang Chen's chest. Recalling his words from that day, tears finally fell. Wang Chen felt his chest gradually dampened by tears, but his heart was greatly shocked. In his past life, Jiang Lingxian would absolutely never have hugged him and cried like this. What was going on? Hearing her call disciple in such a familiar voice, a guess formed in Wang Chen's mind. Could Jiang Lingxian have also been reborn just like him? And it seemed her rebirth happened much earlier than his. No, let's listen more. After all, the probability of both of them being reborn was extremely small. Wang Chen let Jiang Lingxian warmly embrace him, quietly closing his eyes and pretending to sleep, waiting to hear her further words. Disciple. Master is so afraid. So afraid you want to take another master. Whimper. Jiang Lingxian's tone grew increasingly choked and muffled, her once cold voice becoming faint and indistinct, extremely pitiful. Wang Chen's heart melted as he listened. This was the first time in 1,000 years he had seen Jiang Lingxian like this. I'm sorry. Truly sorry. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian suddenly began to apologize, leaving the pretending to sleep Wang Chen completely bewildered. However, as Jiang Lingxian continued speaking, Wang Chen soon gradually understood, but more importantly, was greatly shocked. In the past life, you were surrounded and killed in the Demon Cave's Bone Land, while Master was still in seclusion. Woo. Master truly didn't know you were about to undergo the Emperor Tribulation at that time. I'm sorry. Disciple, I'm sorry. Woo. As if wronged by Wang Chen's words that day, Jiang Lingxian, who was usually not eloquent, gradually spoke more at night. She dared not speak these words while Wang Chen was awake, for she feared frightening him, as they had only just met in this life. But Jiang Lingxian had forgotten that even in her past life, after each of Wang Chen's confessions, she would only dare to embrace Wang Chen in the dead of night, when she felt particularly insecure, and whisper things neither of them would dare to say while awake. Jiang Lingxian was like a self-restrained person with extreme insecurity, finding it difficult to let others enter her dark emotional world. What? She had truly been reborn too. But now, after hearing Jiang Lingxian's crying words while embracing him, Wang Chen was so shocked he stood frozen. As for Wang Chen's thoughts on her words, he couldn't help but recall that in his past life, Jiang Lingxian indeed did not know about his impending Emperor Tribulation. Since Wang Chen was absolutely confident in surviving the Lightning Tribulation, he had not told her, and simply entered the Forbidden Zone to undergo it. And he indeed successfully survived the Emperor Tribulation. At that time, he was preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, he still had not undergone the Fortune Child's 1,000-person tribulation, which was even stronger than the Emperor Tribulation. Wang Chen himself never expected so many Fortune children with grudges against him would suddenly ambush and form an array to kill him. From the perspective of those Fortune children, it almost felt like a team hunting a major villain boss. Although that bunch of scum has been killed by Master, but by disciple in the past life, Master could never find you again, no matter how I searched. Jiang Lingxian's originally melodious voice was now muffled and choked, carrying an extremely helpless fragility, pitifully so. After those words, Jiang Lingxian held Wang Chen for a long time, gently panting, with slightly muffled and disordered breath. But although Jiang Lingxian held Wang Chen tightly, whenever she recalled his words from that day, her heart ached intensely. She was so afraid now, afraid of losing Wang Chen again, afraid he would be taken by someone else. She really wanted to bind Wang Chen by her side, forever preventing anyone from taking him away. But Jiang Lingxian constantly warned herself that she must not do such twisted things. Such behavior was selfish enough, but it would only frighten this disciple, and might even produce the opposite effect. But whether in her past life or present when facing Wang Chen, she could only express her hidden feelings while he slept. Because Jiang Lingxian truly cared about the taboo of master-disciple relationship, she cared deeply about it. Actually, the most important thing was that Jiang Lingxian had lacked love since childhood. The experience of her closest parents wanting to eat her when she was young made her fear those closest to her even more. Jiang Lingxian feared that if she broke the master-disciple relationship and turned Wang Chen into her husband, she would lose her sense of security entirely. The master-disciple relationship was just right. At least, she didn't have to fear Wang Chen abandoning her, giving her some sense of security. Therefore, in Wang Chen's impression during his past life, she was always cold and indifferent, ignoring his pursuits. This master-disciple relationship that provided Jiang Lingxian with a sense of security unconsciously lasted for over 1,000 years. It ended only when Wang Chen died. In her rage, she slew countless beings across the 8 wastes with her sword, finally ending her life by suicide to follow him. Dog host, tell me, if you open your eyes and suddenly admit you're also reborn, how would she react? Just as Wang Chen was overwhelmed by Jiang Lingxian's words, the system's voice, equally shocked, rang out. Based on my understanding of her both physically and psychologically, she might be overjoyed. Or she might be incredibly relieved that I was also reborn, or panic and think this is an illusion. Just like the previous life, repeating, she always refuses under the guise of master, never crossing the line. You will never complete that mission. She must have experienced something terrible with her parents during childhood. What she fears is not breaking the master-disciple relationship between us. But she constantly fears that after I become her Tao companion and possess everything, I will one day betray her. Wang Chen understood Jiang Lingxian too well. With a melancholy heart, he barely hesitated before responding to the system. He dared to say that apart from Jiang Lingxian herself, no one who had stayed by Jiang Lingxian's side for 1,000 years understood her better. In his past life, he had not wanted to maintain the master-disciple relationship with Jiang Lingxian, and in this life, he certainly did not want to repeat the path of his past life. In his past life, around the 100th year of apprenticing under Jiang Lingxian, strong affection had emerged in his heart. In total, he had pursued Jiang Lingxian for over 900 years, never marrying, with no interest in any other woman. But in the end, he still failed to move her. He was always coldly and completely rejected under the name of master, keeping his distance. Wang Chen felt an inexplicable melancholy, sensing the faint fragrance of the person in his arms, and her mumbled self-talk, his thoughts in a mess. Disciple, don't leave your master. Don't leave, don't. Jiang Lingxian seemed to have grown weary from crying and subconsciously nestled her face into Wang Chen's warm neck before drifting off to sleep. Only after sensing that the person beside him was motionless did Wang Chen slowly open his eyes and cast a careful glance. Once certain she had fallen asleep, he swiftly opened his deep expressive eyes and gazed steadily at Jiang Lingxian. Wang Chen then felt the cold spiritual energy coursing through him, leaving his body limp yet profoundly gentle, and unleashed the chaotic flames within. It truly could be melted away. It seemed Jiang Lingxian feared causing him harm, so she restrained herself from flooding his body with excessive cold spiritual energy. Wang Chen sensed his body gradually regaining sensation and control, a faint smile touching his features as he eagerly absorbed the cold energy within. Only when his body had fully regained control did Wang Chen turn his gaze toward Jiang Lingxian's breathtaking face. His heart suddenly stirred and filled with an inexplicable excitement. For the first time across both his lives, he was quietly admiring Jiang Lingxian from such close proximity, within arm's reach. Wang Chen could feel her pressing her face against his neck, their embrace taking on an intimate side-hugging posture. In the end, Wang Chen couldn't resist reaching out his hand slowly and gently pinching her smooth, beautiful cheek. Jiang Lingxian seemed genuinely exhausted from crying, or perhaps wounded in heart from Wang Chen's actions earlier that day. Now sleeping deeply in Wang Chen's warm embrace with no response, he gently drew his arm around her delicate form and slowly tightened his hold. His handsome face leaned down slightly, his lips brushing against her fair brow in the lightest, most tender kiss. Master, in this life, I no longer wish to be your disciple. After all, before I died in my past life, I swore that if there were a next life, I would make you pay dearly. Wang Chen's voice, rich with warmth and depth, whispered those words softly against Jiang Lingxian's ear. Wang Chen finally lay back down, restoring their position to how it had been. That night, Jiang Lingxian, who rarely slept soundly, dreamt once more. She dreamed of a pitch-black void where Wang Chen from her past life suddenly appeared, holding her tightly. He even kissed her forehead in the dream, yet she remained frozen, unable to move, forced to watch helplessly with wide eyes. Just as Wang Chen's body began to fade, he spoke 2 final words to her. Master, I don't want to be your disciple anymore. After all, before I died, I vowed that if there were a next life, I would make you suffer. The moment Jiang Lingxian heard Wang Chen's first words in her dream, Her instinctive reaction was to think of their master-disciple relationship and the shadows deep within her heart, and just as in her past life, she wanted to refuse him on the spot. But upon hearing Wang Chen's second sentence, Jiang Lingxian's heart clenched in pain, and she suddenly realized this was a dream. As awareness flooded back, Wang Chen's figure rapidly dissolved, and the dream began to crumble. No, don't. Just before dawn, Jiang Lingxian jolted awake in Wang Chen's arms, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes, her heart racing in panic and confusion. Was this girl having a nightmare? Wang Chen, eyes still closed, was startled by Jiang Lingxian's sudden awakening, but he managed to restrain himself from flinching. Don't leave me, master, no. Don't. The moment Jiang Lingxian opened her eyes and saw Wang Chen, her panicked emotions finally eased just a little. Yet she continued to cling tightly to Wang Chen, murmuring endlessly as if afraid to be apart from him for even a moment. Only when she caught sight of the morning light outside did Jiang Lingxian, still lacking a sense of security, hold on to Wang Chen for another half hour. But in the end, she could only reluctantly release her embrace. Through Wang Chen's perception, the person beside him rose quietly with soft rustling sounds, then began to erase all traces of their encounter. Creak. Only when Jiang Lingxian had departed did the door open and close with a final protesting sound. After a while, Wang Chen finally couldn't resist sitting up, remaining on the bed for a long time as he struggled to process what had just occurred. He still had no intention of revealing to Jiang Lingxian that he too had been reborn, deciding to wait until they became cultivation partners before considering whether to tell her. He refused to believe that after 2 lifetimes of understanding her completely, he couldn't win her heart. He had even caught an accidental glimpse of her true form, that of the most fearsome beast among the 4 divine beasts. Wang Chen remembered that in his past life, after being discovered by her, while trying to understand her completely, he had been hung upside down from the dragon tree and whipped 4,900 times. That was the most vicious beating Jiang Lingxian had ever dealt, her willow whip sparking as it swung through the air, nearly sending Wang Chen to the gates of hell. Yet afterward, he harbored no regrets whatsoever, for in that single glance, he felt his past life's death had been worth it. With that in mind, if Jiang Lingxian continued to reject him in this lifetime, Wang Chen genuinely considered finding a block of tofu and smashing his head against it. Since Jiang Lingxian had also been reborn, that meant she would be easier to win over. Hee. Ding ding ding. Host, while I was going through my past life memories, something suddenly came to mind. It seems that today another child of destiny obtained an opportunity beneath a certain tree. Quick, let's rush over and snatch that opportunity from the other child of destiny to help us establish our foothold this life. What the hell? Why didn't you say so earlier? Time is running out, let's go. Wang Chen hastily threw off his blankets, slipped into the shoes Jiang Lingxian had given him the day before, and took off running. The cultivation world was filled with countless children of destiny and innumerable opportunities, making it impossible for Wang Chen to remember every location. This is why the system's ability to browse through memories was the most crucial element in treasure hunting. Once he acquired a treasure-seeking companion and combined it with the system's positioning, securing those opportunities would undoubtedly become much easier. With Jiang Lingxian not yet arriving to take him to the weapon tomb, Wang Chen still had a limited window of time to search. Since there are no origin points available to activate precise positioning, I can only provide an approximate location. It seems to be somewhere in a peach blossom field. A peach blossom field. As Wang Chen stepped outside, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, gradually bringing to mind a specific location. The Taishu Peach Blossom Forest of the Taishu Immortal Sect. It was also a place Wang Chen frequently visited in his past life. He knew it extremely well. This was because in his previous existence, after accidentally giving Jiang Lingxian a blooming peach blossom, after noticing her apparent fondness for the delicate pink blossoms, Wang Chen would regularly pick them to present to her, hoping to win her affection. Wang Chen's mind automatically calculated the route, and with his peak foundation establishment realm strength, his speed became nothing short of blur-inducing. Ignoring the curious stares from nearby disciples, he sprinted straight toward the peach blossom grove he had in mind. But Wang Chen was well aware that by now his name had certainly spread throughout the Taishu Immortal Sect. In his past life, the 9-yang divine body had never been exposed, yet even the mere fact that he was Jiang Lingxian's disciple had sparked endless rumors. Not to mention that now he was not only the 9-yang divine body, but also Jiang Lingxian's openly acknowledged disciple. Shortly after the sprint, Wang Chen brought himself to an abrupt halt, his heels carving a deep groove into the muddy ground blanketed with peach blossoms. They had arrived. Vast stretches of blooming peach blossom trees came into view wherever Wang Chen's gaze fell, the scene reaching the pinnacle of beauty. Thanks to the meticulous cultivation by the major sect, these peach blossoms flourished throughout all 4 seasons. Among the female disciples gathering peach blossoms to brew peach blossom wine, a few idle male disciples had come here to relax, and one man appeared to be searching for something. Yi Qing. Wang Chen recognized him at a glance, murderous intent surging in his eyes, as if ready to erupt at any moment. The disciples in the peach blossom forest, sensitive to spiritual fluctuations, were startled and turned their gaze toward Wang Chen, including Yi Qing himself. Yet before their eyes, Wang Chen had already shifted his gaze and was carefully picking a beautiful peach blossom. Once those disciples withdrew their strange stares at the rare 9-yang divine body, Wang Chen's attention moved again. Watching Yi Qing ahead as he repeatedly verified the location of the peach blossom trees, Wang Chen cast intermittent glances his way. Finally, Yi Qing seemed to have pinpointed the exact spot, a smile breaking across his face as he quickly crouched down ready to begin digging. How dare you? You actually want to uproot the entire peach blossom tree in broad daylight. Wang Chen immediately jumped out, pointing at Yi Qing and shouting loudly, as if catching a thief. Startled by the commotion, Yi Qing quickly withdrew his hand as he felt the surrounding disciples' gaze and looked coldly at Wang Chen. Wang Chen couldn't recall exactly when they had become enemies in his past life, but he remembered there seemed to be two reasons for their feud. The first was jealousy. He resented that Wang Chen was Jiang Lingxian's disciple, believing Wang Chen was utterly unworthy of being the disciple of the Taishu Holy Maiden. The second reason was that after Wang Chen gained some cultivation, he chose to suppress anyone who coveted his beautiful master. Yi Qing was one of them. In his past life, he had been beaten so badly by Wang Chen, someone akin to a major antagonist, that he couldn't even lift his head. During the great battle in his past life where he was besieged and killed, Yi Qing was the one who pointed his sword at Wang Chen while delivering hypocritical speeches. Wang Chen clearly remembered the faces of all those thousands of children of fate. Because in this life they would all die. I didn't. Yi Qing frowned tightly and quickly explained to the surrounding disciples, trying to prove that Wang Chen was framing him. Haven't yet. What is that tool in your hand? Wang Chen pointed at the small shovel in his hand, looking at him with an expression of pity mixed with disdain. You're just a furnace body, nothing but a toy for women. What I do has nothing to do with you. Yi Qing seemed unable to bear it anymore, glaring angrily at Wang Chen and mocking his physique. The situation was similar to his past life, except that Yi Qing had been pushing his head while mocking him, and they had ended up fighting. Haha. A furnace body. Furnace bodies are also top-tier physiques, far superior to a waste like you who hasn't made any progress in 3 years. Wang Chen sneered, crossing his arms as his gaze casually swept over the ring on his finger. Damn it. He would definitely snatch that old man from him and tear him to pieces someday. You're asking for death. What Yi Qing couldn't stand most was when others brought up that matter, as if it were a blatant insult to his capabilities. Snap. His cultivation at the peak of the body-tempering realm erupted, and the ground beneath Yi Qing's feet sank under the force. Wang Chen watched him charging toward him with a scornful smile, his right thumb brushing against his middle finger before flicking it lightly. Whoosh. A flame resembling a small stone, black and white in color, shot forth and slammed heavily into Yi Qing's chest. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the small chaos flame detonated on his chest, its power so great that it sent him flying dozens of meters through the air. A waste is nothing but a waste. Wang Chen walked over slowly, looking down at the suffering Yi Qing on the ground, then raised his foot to step on his face and crush it. For a child of fate like this, one who started as a waste in his early days but would later skyrocket in cultivation, Wang Chen felt nothing but disdain. Remembering that one of the two emperors in the encirclement and killing from his past life was none other than this Yi Qing, Wang Chen's eyes overflowed with murderous intent. This was one of the main reasons Wang Chen hated him the most. You will die, you will definitely die. Yi Qing, pinned to the ground and unable to rise, growled at Wang Chen with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Do you believe it? That I could crush your skull with a single stomp right now? Wang Chen's voice stretched out slowly, instilling sufficient terror in Yi Qing. He genuinely had the ability to kill Yi Qing at this moment, but his old grandpa would likely possess him to stop it, and Wang Chen might even be counter-killed in the process. Hearing this, Yi Qing finally fell silent. That was the level of endurance a waste-turned-protagonist could muster. Everyone saw it. He attacked me first. If you dare spread any nonsense, I'll go tell my holy maiden master right away and make your lives miserable. Wang Chen crossed his arms, his handsome face curling into a smile as his cold gaze swept across the disciples present. He delivered these threats so openly and shamelessly. Seeing the surrounding disciples quickly avert their gaze, Wang Chen finally showed a satisfied expression. Then he suddenly raised his foot and stomped hard on Yi Qing's hand that was holding the shovel. Crack. Oh. The sound of bones breaking and screams echoed, and the ring on that finger got dirty too. Then Wang Chen crouched down and reached out to remove his ring, only to find he couldn't pull it off. You really think I can't do anything about you? Wang Chen laughed in anger, grabbed the nearby shovel, raised it high, and chopped down hard at Yi Qing's fingers. No. Yi Qing shouted in terror, and the old man inside the ring seemed to respond, causing a layer of transparent spiritual energy to erupt from his palm. Clang! The shovel collided with the transparent spiritual energy, sparks flying brightly, and then Yi Qing's figure vanished from the spot. Damn! As expected, not so easy to kill. Wang Chen cursed angrily, then picked up the shovel and walked over to the muddy ground where Yi Qing had been digging, starting to dig himself. Poochie! Poochie! The soil flew everywhere, yet none of the disciples present in the peach blossom forest dared to reprimand Wang Chen's actions. Gradually, the peach blossom forest was left with only Wang Chen, as everyone else fled in fear of getting involved. Pada! As the shovel hit something hard, Wang Chen was thrilled and dug even more vigorously. Soon a small square box about the size of a palm appeared. Wang Chen happily quickly stored it in his storage space, then covered the whole back with soil and pressed it down. He didn't have much time left. By now Jiang Lingxian should have already gone to that room to find him. So he needed to hurry back and would check what was inside the box later. Otherwise, that cold and aloof person might get angry, seeing him running around aimlessly in unfamiliar territory. As Wang Chen was about to sprint out of the peach blossom forest, anxiety in his heart, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Right, he should bring her a few of the peach blossoms she loved most in his past life. He just didn't know if she still liked peach blossoms as much as she did in his past life. Oh well, it didn't matter. Bringing some was better than bringing nothing. Wang Chen quickly returned into the peach blossom forest and carefully searched for the most beautiful blooming peach blossoms within sight. This one it is. Wang Chen felt as though he had returned to his past life, searching for the blooming peach blossoms high upon the branches, gently plucking them once more for his beloved. The host truly is thoughtful. Given that she too has been reborn, she will surely be stunned upon seeing these blooming peach blossoms. Hee, absolutely certain. After carefully plucking the peach blossoms, Wang Chen began sprinting back, not even bothering with the petals drifting onto his head. But before he could reach the interior of the room, he spotted Jiang Lingxian inside, her face cold and breathtakingly beautiful, striding quickly toward the exit. Jiang Lingxian's delicate face had long shed the tender, pitiful expression from the night before. She had reverted to the ice-hearted Empress of Wang Chen's past life. Captivating, yet utterly cold. The daytime Jiang Lingxian and the nighttime Jiang Lingxian were stark opposites. Upon seeing that stunning figure in the distance, Wang Chen quickened his pace, clasping his hands behind his back as he hurried to her side. Fairy sister, I was just about to find you, hee. Wang Chen, with several peach blossom petals resting atop his head, rushed up to Jiang Lingxian with a handsome smile, his crystal-clear eyes meeting hers. Jiang Lingxian's slightly anxious steps finally came to a halt upon seeing Wang Chen. The tension in her chest finally eased, and she quietly exhaled. She had been preparing to visit each female elder in the sect one by one to request him, but unexpectedly Wang Chen appeared on his own. Yet now her gaze toward him grew increasingly cold, making Wang Chen feel a chill himself. Where have you been? Jiang Lingxian's voice was cold, laced with barely concealed anger. She was indeed angry, and perhaps more so than he had anticipated. Wang Chen's heart sank as he gazed at her breathtaking yet impenetrable features. I. Wang Chen quickly feigned a frightened expression as though reprimanded, his hands clasped behind his back, holding the peach blossoms, stammering nervously. What are you hiding behind your back? Jiang Lingxian noticed it too, her delicate brows furrowing as her voice turned ice-cold once more. I. Wang Chen silently crushed the peach blossoms in his palms, bowing his head and stammering in fear. At this moment Wang Chen had truly mastered the art of playing the innocent, his deception so convincing it was intoxicating. I'll only say this once. Take it out. A wave of unease washed over Jiang Lingxian, dread that what Wang Chen held might be a bribe from one of the sect's female elders. She also noticed the crushed peach blossom petals atop his head. But how could Wang Chen possibly find his way to the peach blossom grove at this moment? Someone must have guided him there. When scolded, Wang Chen's body trembled slightly, but this time it wasn't feigned, it was an instinctive reaction born from his past life. Wang Chen wore an expression of innocence as he finally extended his tightly clenched hands, yet still refused to open them. Open them. Jiang Lingxian's gaze fixed intently on Wang Chen as her Saint Soul Realm aura gradually began to radiate outward. Even the ground around them started to frost over without warning, causing Wang Chen to shiver involuntarily. Just as Jiang Lingxian's presence seemed on the verge of spiraling out of control, Wang Chen finally relented and slowly opened his palm. Jiang Lingxian froze upon seeing the peach blossoms in his palms, her entire aura seeming to halt mid-breath. Those flowers, once so beautiful, now appeared as though they had been harshly scolded by someone she cherished. The crumpled, anxious appearance of the blossoms squeezed in his palm kept striking at Jiang Lingxian's heart. Memories of her time with Wang Chen from a past life swiftly surfaced in her mind. Master, do you find this peach blossom pretty? I'm giving it to you, he. The first memory unfolded before her. Jiang Lingxian seated in a pristine, austere chamber absorbed in ancient texts. Master, isn't this your favorite flower? Please don't be upset. The second scene unfolded beneath an ancient dragon-shaped tree in a courtyard. Jiang Lingxian sat beneath the dragon tree, her cold, breathtaking face, silent and unforgiving, as if provoked by Wang Chen. Meanwhile, Wang Chen had produced several peach blossoms from somewhere and was carefully watching her expression. Finally, he tentatively placed the beautiful, fully bloomed peach blossoms into Jiang Lingxian's palm, fearful of angering her again. Master, I truly like you so much. How about we sever our master-disciple bond and become companions instead? What do you think? The final memory showed Wang Chen having filled the entire room with vibrant pink peach blossoms in full bloom. He held a large bouquet, winking playfully as he confessed his feelings to Jiang Lingxian. Beyond these scenes, countless other memories flashed through her mind. It wasn't until Wang Chen's timid voice broke through from reality that Jiang Lingxian was pulled back to the present. While I was exploring the sect's terrain earlier, I happened to come across a peach blossom grove. So I thought I'd pick the most beautiful ones to give to you, fairy sister. I just didn't expect you to be so angry. I'm sorry. After stammering through his words, Wang Chen fell silent and lowered his head, no longer daring to meet Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes. The silence stretched for over 10 seconds before Jiang Lingxian finally began to move. She did not take the crushed peach blossoms from Wang Chen's palm, fragile as her own heart. Instead, she forced herself to still the trembling hands hidden beneath her white silk sleeves and spoke again in her usual cold tone. I'll take you to the weapon tomb now. Jiang Lingxian's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor before she quickly began walking. The host is so manipulative, every move meticulously crafted. I really like it. Wow. Get lost. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Wang Chen muttered a curse and fell silent behind Jiang Lingxian's steps. They walked wordlessly, the air between them somehow both ordinary and deeply unsettling. Wang Chen still clutched the slightly crushed peach blossoms in his palm, refusing to discard them carelessly on the ground. After all, they represented his genuine feelings, and even if Jiang Lingxian rejected them, he wouldn't treat them so carelessly. The Taishu immortal sect was vast, with countless pavilions and halls lining the pathways. Wang Chen's residence was actually a private estate belonging to Jiang Lingxian, located deep within the sect. Now Jiang Lingxian led Wang Chen outside, navigating through crowds of passing disciples toward the sect's weapon tomb. Along the way, Wang Chen could feel various gazes upon him, but he had long grown accustomed to them. After all, in his past life the same had held true. Standing beside Jiang Lingxian, the enchanting holy maiden inevitably drew countless eyes. Soon they arrived at the bustling entrance to the weapon tomb within the Taishu immortal sect. The weapon tomb was a massive mountain at the rear of the Taishu immortal sect, accessible through a cave entrance. From the outside looking inward, the path leading into the tomb was completely shrouded in darkness. The moment Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen arrived, the gazes of hundreds of outer and inner sect disciples of Taishu converged upon them. Is this the holy maiden's disciple, the one who awakened the 9 yang divine physique yesterday? It seems so. Hey, do you think? A cacophony of murmurs rose up, mingling into an indistinct hum of speculation. Jiang Lingxian paid no heed to the Taishu disciples' whispers and deliberately slowed her pace to let Wang Chen catch up. Wang Chen watched as she walked beside him, an inexplicable warmth stirring within his heart. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he couldn't help but feel that Jiang Lingxian's sleeve was drifting toward him, as if silently saying, if you're feeling as socially anxious as yesterday, just hold on. Regardless of whether that was her intention, Wang Chen simply reached out and gently grasped the white silk of her sleeve. It was plainly visible that Jiang Lingxian paused ever so slightly in her steps, her cold eyes flicking toward Wang Chen at her side. Wang Chen cautiously met her gaze, then glanced around at the crowd observing him. Jiang Lingxian's deep eyes shifted subtly, yet she said nothing, allowing Wang Chen to continue holding her white sleeve. Jiang Lingxian, reborn and returned, was far gentler than the woman he had first known in his past life. Wang Chen's heart swelled with quiet joy, the faint fragrance of Jiang Lingxian lingering at his nose, delicate and soothing. Holy maiden, might I have him as my disciple? I could use someone like him. But rest assured, I am willing to offer you 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones and a single refinement-breaking pill, and I promise to treat him as dearly as my own child. Just as Jiang Lingxian was about to lead Wang Chen toward the entrance of the weapon tomb, the figure of a purple-robed female elder from the inner sect suddenly appeared. Hearing the inner sect female elder's words, Jiang Lingxian's heart trembled slightly, her expression gradually turning cold. Leave. Jiang Lingxian was exceptionally forceful, gazing coldly at the inner sect elder, blocking their path, as she spat out a single word. In Wang Chen's memory, Jiang Lingxian's current cultivation should be somewhere between the 1st and 6th layers of the Saint Soul realm. Among the inner sect elders, the lowest was the 1st layer of Saint Soul, while the highest reached the 6th layer of Heavenly Venerable. Beyond the 6th layer stood the sect master at the 7th, and above him were the 2 ancestral elders of the 9th. Yet at this moment Jiang Lingxian showed no fear whatsoever, her icy gaze fixed steadily upon the elder. The female elder's expression darkened, but she dared not utter a single word, and could only turn and depart. This was because Jiang Lingxian's master was one of the two ancestral elders of Taishu immortal sect, a venerable cold lady at the peak of the 9th layer of heavenly venerable. Jiang Lingxian's fierce protection of Wang Chen was naturally witnessed by the restless inner and outer sect elders nearby. For the time being, the elders could only suppress their impulses, planning to jointly petition the Taishu sect master for Wang Chen later. After all, who wouldn't desire a disciple with the 9 yang divine physique? Even male elders would wish to take him as their own disciple. After forcefully repelling the inner sect female, elder Jiang Lingxian cast a cold, deliberate glance toward Wang Chen. This made Wang Chen feel somewhat guilty, for this was all part of his scheme to create a sense of crisis within her. But judging by the results, it seemed to have reached its peak effect on the reborn Jiang Lingxian. When the two reached the entrance to the weapon tomb, they stopped simultaneously, their eyes meeting in unspoken understanding. Just as Wang Chen assumed, as in his past life, Jiang Lingxian would tell him to enter alone, something unexpected occurred. I will go in with you. I happen to need to retrieve something from within the weapon tomb. Retrieve something, your foot. This woman must have remembered how she was severely injured in the weapon tomb after clashing with Qin Yefu in her past life. Wang Chen regarded Jiang Lingxian with a skeptical gaze, making her feel a touch of guilt as she instinctively wanted to dodge his eyes. For she was indeed thinking exactly as Wang Chen had guessed, afraid that her disciple would be carried out of the weapon tomb, just as in the past life. Really? Does that mean I get to stay with my fairy senior sister all day today? Wonderful. Wang Chen displayed a somewhat naive and childish expression, raising his right hand, clutching the peach blossom petal with obvious delight. Do not address me thus. I have told you to call me master. Jiang Lingxian felt a headache brewing, yet simultaneously an inexplicable ache in her heart. She so desperately wanted to hear Wang Chen call her master once more. Since we are about to enter, you need not keep these peach blossoms. Give them to your master, and I shall dispose of them afterward. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian suddenly noticed the peach blossom still clutched in Wang Chen's hand, her voice naturally cold as she extended her palm. Are you truly going to discard it? Very well. Since the petals are already somewhat crushed, it is only natural to throw them away. Wang Chen opened his right palm, and his expression of profound disappointment came into Jiang Lingxian's sight. Jiang Lingxian's lips parted slightly at this sight, but in the end she said nothing, choosing not to respond. Once Wang Chen had placed all the peach blossoms into her fair palm, Jiang Lingxian silently withdrew her hand. What no one knew was that the moment Jiang Lingxian clenched the peach blossom and withdrew her hand, it vanished. Go in. Once inside the weapon tomb, choose a weapon that best suits you. After withdrawing her hand, Jiang Lingxian issued her instruction and led Wang Chen forward into the tomb. The disciples, still entering the weapon tomb, tacitly parted to make way, addressing the holy maiden with respect. Jiang Lingxian paid them no mind, simply leading Wang Chen, whose grip on her sleeve remained tight, into the somewhat darkened weapon tomb. As they entered the mountain body behind Taishu, the surroundings gradually grew dark and the number of people diminished. Ahead lay a straight pitch-black mountain tunnel, the crowd thinning considerably, visibility reduced to near nothing. Normally Wang Chen, with his spirit-building cultivation, could see perfectly in such darkness. Yet within the tunnel, Wang Chen deliberately tripped over his own feet, stumbling forward toward Jiang Lingxian. Hey. As Wang Chen fell toward Jiang Lingxian, he quickly released her white sleeve and reached out with his left hand to grasp her fair hand. Jiang Lingxian had not expected such a sudden move and flailed her hand in the darkness to steady him. Not too far, not too close, just right. Wang Chen's left hand firmly grasped Jiang Lingxian's right hand, the soft and cool sensation feeling exquisite. Jiang Lingxian, possessing the 9 cold divine physique, often suffered from coldness and was highly sensitive to temperature. Now being held by Wang Chen, whose body radiated the warmth of the chaotic 9 yang divine physique, she felt distinctly uncomfortable. Jiang Lingxian clearly felt uneasy, and after steadying Wang Chen, sought to swiftly withdraw her hand. But Wang Chen would not let her have her way. He quickly interlaced his fingers with hers, gripping tightly. He was no longer the naive disciple who had first transmigrated, blindly obeying everything Jiang Lingxian commanded. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian could even feel Wang Chen's panicked and helpless grip upon her hand in the darkness. Let go. Jiang Lingxian's heart was slightly flustered by the warm hand gripping hers so tightly, yet in the pitch-black tunnel, she coldly uttered only these words. Fairy sister, I'm afraid of the dark. Wang Chen remembered that in his past life, before reaching foundation building realm, everything in darkness appeared as a blurry, murky blur. To make the act convincing, Wang Chen's expression in the darkness was one of panic and helplessness as he tightly gripped Jiang Lingxian. Fortunately, he had earlier instructed the system to mask his aura down to the 9th stage of body tempering, so Jiang Lingxian likely wouldn't suspect anything. I am your master. We should not act this way. Let go first, and I will lead you along shortly. Jiang Lingxian paused at his words, her lips pressing together as she hesitated for a moment before trying to pull her hand back, still feeling unaccustomed to the contact. With her cultivation level, she could see clearly even in complete darkness, yet she still felt rather uncomfortable holding hands with Wang Chen. System, you see, I was right not to acknowledge the matter of my rebirth, wasn't I? Even now she still addresses me as master. Upon hearing the host's words, I nodded vigorously and exclaimed, absolutely right. Absolutely right. Wang Chen's expression showed panic, yet his heart was filled with bitter resignation. But what did it matter that they were master and disciple? This life he was determined to be a disciple who reverses his master. Fairy sister, I'm truly afraid of the dark. With my current cultivation level, I can only see blurry shapes in the darkness. Wang Chen remembered that his past self at this time truly was afraid of the dark, and Jiang Lingxian knew this as well, so he continued, speaking with an air of persistence. I understand your fear, but please let go first. I will use my spiritual energy to carry us both along. All right, fine. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen knew Jiang Lingxian was absolutely set in her ways. In the darkness, he gradually released his grip with a sense of loss. Little brother, since she won't agree, you can hold my hand instead. We don't need to care about her. Unexpectedly at this moment, the greatest wingman in the pitch-black tunnel appeared, an intersect female elder who stepped forward, extending her palm. In an instant, just as Wang Chen was about to pull his hand back, he suddenly felt his fingers tightly gripped and clasped again. Wang Chen was startled by Jiang Lingxian's sudden reciprocation of the hold. Her grip was so forceful it caused him pain, and he almost cried out, "Get lost! He is my disciple." In the darkness, Jiang Lingxian stared at the smiling female elder across from her, fierce and protective like a territorial cat defending its food. Oh, but your actions suggest you aren't willing to agree to even his smallest request. Moreover, hasn't he always been calling you fairy sister? When did he become your disciple? This intersect female elder had originally accompanied her personal disciple to select weapons, never expecting to witness such a scene. You see, this was a perfect opportunity to steal someone away. With the 9 yang divine body, she could definitely break through to heavenly sovereign realm. Jiang Lingxian gazed into the female elder's purple eyes in the darkness, and upon hearing those words felt a suffocating sensation. Because up to this point in this life, things truly were as the other party had described. Every word the female elder spoke pierced straight to her heart. But Jiang Lingxian could only force herself to remain composed, her cold gaze fixed intently on the female elder as an icy chill pervaded the dark tunnel. The surrounding disciples, witnessing this tense standoff, scattered immediately. Those who had just entered fled at once, while those ahead rushed desperately deeper into the weapon cemetery. In merely a brief moment, the central section of the dark tunnel was left with only Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian, and that intersect female elder. Little brother, how about coming with me, sister? If you become my disciple, I will not only give you the finest cultivation resources. Moreover, I can try agreeing to all sorts of excessive conditions for you. The female elder's purple eyes gazed at Wang Chen, her voice carrying a subtle charm and seduction. In that moment, Jiang Lingxian's heart seemed to be lifted, and her hand gripping Wang Chen trembled slightly. The force of their intertwined fingers grew tighter and tighter, as if she feared that in one moment of carelessness Wang Chen would be taken away. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wang Chen, gripped so forcefully, could finally no longer endure the pain radiating from his palm. His expression contorted with agony as he cried out. The truth was, she was gripping far too hard. After all, Jiang Lingxian was now at the Saint Soul realm. Wang Chen felt as if his palm might be crushed to pieces. Jiang Lingxian, sensing her own loss of composure, panicked and quickly loosened her grip. Yet this time she did not pull her hand back. Instead, she tightly clasped Wang Chen's hand and led him toward the weapons cemetery at the tunnel's end. But Wang Chen could distinctly feel that Jiang Lingxian's trembling hand was clearly afraid that he would agree to that female elder. Little brother, I look forward to seeing you again. Remember to consider my offer. The intersect female elder did not pursue relentlessly. Seeing that her effect had been achieved, she called out playfully and charmingly from behind. Wang Chen was dragged along by Jiang Lingxian as they left, never turning back to respond to the female elder and not daring to look back either. Because he noticed that with every step Jiang Lingxian took, a thin layer of ice would form beneath her feet. She was clearly on the verge of losing control. Jiang Lingxian had even refused to hear Wang Chen's answer to the female elder, rushing him away without a care. Wang Chen did not speak, simply silently clasping Jiang Lingxian's hand as they walked together toward the depths of the weapon cemetery. Jiang Lingxian felt the reassuring warmth in her palm, and only then did her near-frantic emotions gradually settle. Exiting the pitch-black tunnel, light finally appeared around them. Countless dazzling weapons came into view. 18 varieties of peculiar weapons in various forms were embedded in the walls, as if awaiting their new masters to claim them. The space within the weapon cemetery mountain was vast, at least several times larger than a standard football field, with weapons too numerous to count. "Fairy sister, are you angry?" Wang Chen gazed with an innocent expression as if nothing concerned him, and he was utterly blameless, carefully and softly asking. "No." Jiang Lingxian's emotions were never easily expressed on her face, but having spent so much time together, Wang Chen could sense them immediately. Wang Chen was deeply aware of this, so now he was very certain. Jiang Lingxian was definitely angry. "Really? Jiang Lingxian's answer was quite the opposite. Though she was still nervously gripping Wang Chen's hand, she stubbornly refused to admit it, like a duck refusing to open its beak. "Oh, then, do you think I should agree to her?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chen slightly lowered his head, then, on the edge of recklessness, began probing, hesitating, as he slowly spoke. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Lingxian's expression clearly froze. She turned her beautiful eyes to gaze coldly at Wang Chen. In that moment, Wang Chen seemed to see Jiang Lingxian's form trembling slightly. It was as if she had finally reached her limit. "Wait for me here. I need to get something, and will return shortly. Do not run around." But Jiang Lingxian did not do anything improper toward Wang Chen. Instead, she restrained herself with tremendous effort and spoke in a cold tone. Without waiting for Wang Chen to react, Jiang Lingxian released the hand that had been tightly gripping him and walked toward the dark tunnel. "Hey, fairy sister aren't the things you need to get inside the weapon cemetery." Wang Chen frowned and called out in confusion as he watched her suddenly head back into the dark tunnel. But Jiang Lingxian, her stunning figure clad in white, did not respond to him. She stepped forward and gradually disappeared into the dark tunnel. She was probably going to cause trouble for that female elder of the inner sect. By the way, host Jiang Lingxian is no longer at the Holy Soul realm. She has reached the Heavenly Venerable realm. However, she seemed to have been concealing her cultivation all along. With each fluctuation, she produced only registering as the Holy Soul realm. If she hadn't lost her temper just now and leaked even a trace of her Heavenly Venerable aura, I wouldn't have sensed it at all. Hearing the system's words, Wang Chen stood frozen, gazing blankly at Jiang Lingxian's departing figure, utterly stunned. Jiang Lingxian's rebirth had clearly occurred countless years before his own. Otherwise, there was no way she could have reached the Heavenly Venerable realm this quickly. The reason Jiang Lingxian had achieved the Heavenly Venerable realm so rapidly was undoubtedly her cultivation experience from a past life. In other words, she might have been waiting on that mountain where he transmigrated for countless years. Never mind that now. He would go seize Qin Yefan's opportunity. First, overthinking would accomplish nothing. Wang Chen shook off his tangled thoughts, though he remained somewhat distracted as he made his way toward where Qin Yefan was located. As for Jiang Lingxian's warning not to wander around, Wang Chen had long forgotten it. After all, if he stayed put, how could he possibly confront that fool Qin Yefan and steal his opportunity? Drawing on his somewhat hazy memories and the system's guidance, Wang Chen quickly arrived at the entrance of an independent chamber tomb within the large mountain armory. The Taishu Armory consisted of a large public section on the outside and countless private chambers within. The weapons in the public armory were mostly haphazard and unrefined, while those in the private chambers, though fewer in variety, were superior in quality and power. Wang Chen glanced at the various chamber entrances where disciples were entering and exiting, a smirk tugging at his lips. He then strode toward the chamber tomb the system had indicated directly ahead. After passing through the narrow 3-meter tunnel that could only accommodate one person at a time, Wang Chen's view opened up. In an instant, he saw 6 people inside the chamber tomb selecting weapons. The weapons within the private chambers had already developed a degree of spiritual resonance, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to extract them from the walls for personal use. This was precisely why most Taishu disciples opted for the miscellaneous weapons in the public armory instead. As Wang Chen entered the chamber tomb, he happened to spot Qin Yefan in the distance, gripping a sword hilt and slowly drawing it from the wall. Witnessing this scene, Wang Chen realized he had arrived slightly earlier in this lifetime. He remembered that in his previous life, when he first entered this chamber tomb, Qin Yefan and the others were just preparing to leave. The opportunity from his past life had clearly already been claimed, so Qin Yefan in this lifetime was likely just beginning to take it. Wang Chen's sudden appearance naturally drew the attention of all 6 people in the chamber, including Qin Yefan. At this point, Qin Yefan had apparently just awakened some kind of supreme physique and entered the inner sect under a female elder. While pretending to examine the weapons on the walls, Wang Chen pondered where Qin Yefan's fortune had progressed to in this timeline. Just then, Wang Chen accidentally grasped the handle of a long spear embedded in the wall, causing it to tremble slightly. An unexpected gain. Feeling the spear loosen within the wall, Wang Chen yanked it out with force, pulling it free. System, what rank is this spear? Ding. Yellow grade supreme silver long spear. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's attention was immediately captivated by the white silver spear in his hand, momentarily forgetting about Qin Yefan. Fellow Taoist of the furnace body, this long spear seems fated to belong to me. Would you be willing to gift it to me? Wang Chen's attention was interrupted by someone approaching, and he looked up with a frown. When Wang Chen realized the person approaching wasn't Qin Yefan, but rather a foolish youth, he felt a brief disappointment. After all, the moment that guy shouted those 4 mocking words, "Furnace body Taoist," Wang Chen nearly jumped up to slap him. Get lost. Can't you pull it out yourself? Or perhaps you simply lack the means to insert and withdraw it. Wang Chen's expression darkened with displeasure as he stored the silver long spear in his storage space, delivering his mockery with evident sarcasm. The man's expression turned dark as he caught the hidden meaning in Wang Chen's words. For a moment, everyone in the private armory chamber, except for Qin Yefan, who was straining to extract his sword, watched the exchange with amusement. At that moment, the entire chamber tomb trembled, drawing all 5 of their gazes toward the source. There Qin Yefan stood holding a broken sword that radiated a pale golden light, his face alight with astonishment. This news thrilled not only Qin Yefan, but Wang Chen as well. After a moment of elation, Qin Yefan began walking toward him with an expression tinged with disdain. He's coming, he's finally coming. As long as he provokes me, I can openly seize what's mine. Wang Chen felt a surge of triumph within. With over 1,000 years of combat experience from his past life, he could certainly fight across cultivation realms in the foundation building stage. Move aside. What's the point of reasoning with someone who's nothing but a plaything for women? Qin Yefan shoved past the man blocking Wang Chen's path, holding his pale golden broken sword aloft as he looked down at Wang Chen with arrogance. You glared at me on the awakening platform yesterday. Hand over the silver long spear now, and we'll call it even. Or, introduce me to your master, and we can wipe the slate clean. We might even become brothers. With those words, Qin Yefan flashed a mocking smile and twirled his broken sword, striking a pose as though trying to look impressive. But Wang Chen had no patience left. A killing intent flashed across his eyes as the silver long spear materialized in his hand. Die! Without hesitation, Wang Chen launched himself forward, raising the spear with both hands and bringing it down with the force of a world-shattering strike aimed directly at his head. He struck with lethal intent, holding nothing back. Qin Yefan's eyes widened in terror as he frantically unleashed his 3rd-layer foundation establishment cultivation, raising the broken sword to block. The silver spear crashed against the broken sword with tremendous force, sending sparks flying and driving Qin Yefan's feet deep into the ground. Wang Chen suddenly released the spear and dropped into a horse stance with blinding speed, slamming his body forcefully into Qin Yefan's chest. A sharp, muffled impact echoed through the chamber. Qin Yefan's eyes nearly popped from their sockets as excruciating pain shot through his chest. The broken sword flew from his grasp, and his entire body was sent sliding across the ground before crashing into the wall. As the child of fortune he was, Qin Yefan managed to crash into a section of wall completely devoid of weapons. Yet even this impact proved devastating. The entire wall cracked under the force of his collision, to the horror of the others in the chamber. The entire exchange took less than 2 seconds, which explained why Qin Yefan hadn't even had time to react. Wang Chen retrieved the golden broken sword and silver spear from the ground, though his expression remained guarded as he kept his eyes fixed on Qin Yefan. He knew that lurking within that man's body was a terrifying remnant soul of a demon venerable, the very entity that had guided Qin Yefan during his early days. However, the ultimate fate of parasitizing the child of fortune was that the demon venerable's remnant soul failed to seize control and was instead devoured by Qin Yefan himself. As expected, the severely wounded Qin Yefan's expression began to twist into madness. Kill him! Kill him! Let me take control of this body, and I'll help you kill him with my own hands. Staring at Wang Chen, this unscrupulous opponent, Qin Yefan's eyes filled with killing intent, stirred by the demon venerable's remnant soul within. Qin Yefan clutched his chest, his fury boiling over as he let out a roar, though it was unclear whether he was addressing Wang Chen or the entity within. After his outburst, Qin Yefan seemed transformed, his expression turning cold as an eerie aura radiated from him in faint, unsettling waves. The other 5 soldiers in the secret room's weapon tomb had long been so terrified by the scene that they shrunk into the corner. They wanted to flee, but unfortunately Wang Chen's figure happened to block the entrance to the tunnel, making escape impossible. Hurry over and help me. He's gone mad, otherwise we'll all get hacked to pieces. Wang Chen shouted loudly at the 5 people shrinking in the corner, mainly hoping to save some effort when the fight started. How can we fight him? Our master is all outside, and the highest cultivation here is just me at the 2nd layer of spirit building. But he's at the 3rd layer of spirit building. The young man who had previously scowled at Wang Chen was now trembling alongside the other 4, huddled together in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Wang Chen watched as the remnant soul of the demon venerable possessing Qin Yefan viciously grasped the hilt of a long sword from the wall. Then disregarding the sword's own will, he actually yanked it out with brute force, performing a dazzling sword flourish. So do you want him to chop you first, or should we take the initiative and capture him together? Wang Chen, seeing this, quickly shouted again and pretended to run toward the five of them. The five hiding in the corner exchanged startled glances, and finally, after closing their eyes and gritting their teeth, they drew their respective weapons. Then let's combine our strength to capture him. The young man at the second layer of spirit-building cultivation raised his broadsword and shouted courageously, pointing at Qin Yefan. When Wang Chen saw the five charging at Qin Yefan together, he smiled with a silent fatherly satisfaction. Then he was seen putting away the golden broken sword and silver spear in his hands, suddenly turning around and rushing frantically outward. The opportunity had already been seized, so fighting no longer held much meaning. Running was the priority. You hold out first, I'll go fetch reinforcements to save you. As Wang Chen ran toward the dark tunnel exit, he shouted about getting help, his speed like lightning. In the blink of an eye, before the six, including a bewildered Qin Yefan, could react, Wang Chen burst out of the tunnel exit of the minor weapon tomb. You damn traitor. Wang Chen, having already run out of the secret room in the minor weapon tomb, could only hear several angry curses from inside. Clang clang. Bang bang bang. Then for a while the sounds of combat echoed from within the secret room of the minor weapon tomb, followed by the sound of several objects crashing against the walls. After sending the five flying, Qin Yefan stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack and sink, then charged toward the dark tunnel exit at incredible speed. 9 Yang divine body. As long as this venerable could absorb his soul, he would absolutely recover 1/3 of his power. The demon venerable's remnant soul, now controlling Qin Yefan, was filled with greed, almost rushing toward Wang Chen to devour him whole. At this moment, Wang Chen was no longer fighting Qin Yefan himself, but the remnant soul of the demon venerable who had died 10,000 years ago. Step, step, step. Hearing the sound of heavy footsteps charging toward the tunnel exit from within the secret room, Wang Chen quickly dodged to the left side of the entrance. Then he quickly drew the silver spear from his storage space, breathing heavily with a wicked smile. Wang Chen held the silver spear poised and ready, gathering strength continuously. The mere thought of what he was about to do made him want to laugh. Step, step, step. Hearing the footsteps now within arm's reach, Wang Chen grinned and leaped into the air. Halt! You demon! Taste my staff. Hiding to the left of the tunnel entrance, the moment Wang Chen saw Qin Yefan emerge, he raised the silver spear and brought it down with full force. Clang! A clear, resonant sound echoed from Qin Yefan's head. Could it be? He actually blocked this strike barehanded. Wang Chen stood, frozen spear in hand, utterly bewildered. This wasn't how it was supposed to work. Possessing someone was one thing, but gaining damage resistance on top of that. No wonder the five in the weapon tomb couldn't withstand his assault, even combining their strength. Click, click, click. Qin Yefan slowly twisted his head, slightly bent from the spear strike, his greedy eyes fixed on Wang Chen. 9 Yang divine body. Ha ha ha. After speaking, Qin Yefan raised the yellow-grade upper-tier longsword he had pulled from the weapon tomb and thrust it viciously toward Wang Chen. Get lost, you perverted freak. Wang Chen shivered at the sight, blocking the attack with his spear shaft and using the force to retreat rapidly while cursing. Wang Chen quickly put away his silver spear again and began shouting at the disciples coming and going around him. Help! Murder! Murder! Running and shouting, Wang Chen charged all the way to the public weapon tomb outside. He kept pulling weapons from the walls and tossing them behind him, struggling to slow down Qin Yefan's pursuit. While throwing weapons, Wang Chen didn't forget to frantically stuff them into his storage space. After all, these were all sources of origin points. Just then, the golden broken sword in Wang Chen's storage space suddenly responded, vibrating continuously. Take me out, old man is here to save you. Wang Chen felt a hoarse voice from the golden broken sword in his storage space echo in his mind. Sensing the killing intent approaching from behind, he had no choice but to quickly draw the golden broken sword. Clang! A sudden metallic crash rang out behind Wang Chen. Damn! Invincible backswing. Wang Chen stared in shock ahead, while his right hand held the golden broken sword behind his back, blocking the incoming longsword. The possessed Qin Yefan was equally stunned, staring at the golden broken sword, clearly not expecting this strike to be blocked. Suddenly, Wang Chen felt his right hand being moved by the golden broken sword, thrusting fiercely backward. He could only hastily turn around to keep up with the rhythm of the broken sword in his hand, continuously executing various unfamiliar sword techniques. Around, Wang Chen and Qin Yefan disciples had long gathered to watch the spectacle. Seeing the ferocity of their battle, none dared to intervene, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. They weren't worried about fatalities, as numerous elders guarded the weapon tomb and would likely arrive soon to break up the fight. Even if someone died, it certainly wouldn't be their problem. In just over 10 seconds, Wang Chen had already exchanged over 100 moves with Qin Yefan wielding the broken sword. As the light on the golden broken sword began to fade, Wang Chen felt the force pulling him gradually disappear. "Could you handle this, old man? Sleepy, gonna rest a bit." Suddenly, all the pulling force vanished, visibly disrupting Wang Chen's combat rhythm. The situation that had been slightly in his favor was suddenly ruined, and in a moment of carelessness a spray of blood appeared. Wang Chen felt pain in his right arm holding the golden broken sword, and it immediately flew from his grasp. Almost at the same time, an extreme coldness rose from all around, and the walls and ground quickly began to freeze over. In an instant, Qin Yefan's figure was lifted into the air by a cold aura, his face red and neck bulging, as he was suspended mid-air. The demon Venerable's remnant soul, sensing the danger, hastily returned control of the body to Qin Yefan and retreated into his divine sense. All the benefits went to the demon Venerable's remnant soul, while all the suffering fell to Qin Yefan. Wang Chen felt this extremely familiar coldness clutching his arm that wouldn't stop bleeding, and his heart finally settled. "Damn it, an old broken sword is no good," falls asleep at the worst moment. Wang Chen, feeling the pain in his right arm, crouched down to pick up the broken sword that had fallen to the ground, unable to resist cursing. As Wang Chen put the dim golden broken sword back into his storage space, he looked down at his right arm heavily cut. Only when he saw a patch of black chi continuously drilling inward did Wang Chen's heart suddenly race with alarm. "You wretched thing, always scheming to sneak into my body, get lost." Wang Chen disregarded the injury on his hand, rapidly enveloping his left hand in chaotic flames before delivering a fierce slap to his right arm. Bang! Crunch! Wang Chen's right arm was bombarded by the black and white chaotic flames, and the wisp of black chi attempting to burrow inside was instantly and mercilessly evaporated and dissipated. But the price for such an action was a fractured right arm, and the sword wound stretching from his shoulder to the back of his hand worsened once more. This youth is truly terrifying. The surrounding disciples, witnessing Wang Chen suddenly inflict such cruel harm upon himself, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Whoosh! At that moment, Jiang Lingxian's figure suddenly appeared beside Wang Chen, her pupils contracting sharply upon seeing his wretched state. "Sister Fairy, it hurts so much." The moment Wang Chen caught sight of Jiang Lingxian, his previously cursing demeanor instantly transformed into one of agony. Already pale from excessive blood loss, and compounded by that earlier strike, Wang Chen's face had lost all color, becoming deathly white. Upon seeing this, Jiang Lingxian's movements grew frantic as she quickly retrieved jade vials containing various healing pills. "Open your mouth quickly." Jiang Lingxian poured several pills into her palm, an anxious expression crossing her previously cold features. Seeing this, Wang Chen raised his head with a pitiful air as though enduring the pain from his arm wound, and opened his mouth. Jiang Lingxian no longer hesitated, carefully cupping the pills in her palm and feeding them toward Wang Chen's mouth. Wang Chen felt her cool palm against his lips as she fed him the medicine, and instinctively gave her fair hand a gentle bite. Jiang Lingxian sensed the slight nibbling and paused for a moment, her expression faltering. Once she confirmed the pills were in Wang Chen's mouth, Jiang Lingxian quickly withdrew her hand, as if shocked, pressing it against her side. The pills dissolved upon contact with his saliva, transforming into medicinal liquid that entered his body. Wang Chen immediately felt warmth spread through his body, and the medicinal power within began healing his arm wound, stopping the bleeding. Seeing Wang Chen's condition stabilize, Jiang Lingxian positioned herself to shield him, her expression turning frigid as she glared at Qin Yefu suspended in midair. Her beautiful, yet utterly chilling, gaze temporarily stunned everyone present. "Saying to some, he appears to be somewhat dead." Despite the tension, someone from the onlookers timidly pointed toward Qin Yefu, who was being restrained mid-air by a cold aura. Jiang Lingxian's icy eyes remained as calm as still water, yet beneath the surface an intense, killing intent began to surge. "Touch Wang Chen, die." Anger rose within Jiang Lingxian as her frigid gaze fixed upon Qin Yefu, causing the cold energy binding him to explode outward with a crack. Bang! A protective jade pendant at Qin Yefu's neck suddenly shattered, barely preserving his life. Yet even so, under Jiang Lingxian's furious cold energy, Qin Yefu's spine snapped cleanly in two. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind dispersed the cold energy that was about to crush Qin Yefu, once more driven away by a wave of purple aura. "Saints, he is my disciple. Why are you attacking him?" A woman in crimson robes materialized opposite them, exuding immense pressure, her beautiful face radiating captivating charm. She was none other than one of Qin Yefu's consorts from Wang Chen's past life, his female master. Upon seeing who had arrived, Jiang Lingxian's delicate brows furrowed slightly, realizing Qin Yefu had been spared. "I want to see his right arm by tomorrow. If I don't, I'll kill him myself." Jiang Lingxian's expression remained cold as she fixed her gaze on the crimson-robed woman, her voice carrying an unyielding edge. "My disciple has already suffered punishment and nearly died. Does the saintess truly refuse to show even a shred of mercy? You are unworthy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian calmly regarded both the crimson-robed woman and Qin Yefu, then spoke those 3 words with quiet detachment. She then turned away from the woman's darkened expression and slowly shifted her gaze toward Wang Chen, concern evident in her eyes. Wang Chen had been watching the spectacle from behind, but the moment he saw Jiang Lingxian turn around, he hastily resumed his pained expression. The Taishu disciples watching from the sidelines were left speechless. When alone with his grave injuries, Wang Chen had remained as calm as still water, as though death itself was the only true wound. Yet the instant Jiang Lingxian appeared, his demeanor shifted dramatically, his face draining of color, his appearance growing pitiful beyond measure. What struck the other disciples most with envy and resentment was how Jiang Lingxian genuinely panicked at the sight of his suffering. Let us depart. Seeing Wang Chen's pained state, Jiang Lingxian finally set aside her dignified bearing as a master and gently supported his left arm. To the astonishment of onlookers, the void before them tore open, revealing a rift. Without a word, Jiang Lingxian quietly guided Wang Chen through it. Once they disappeared inside, the void rift sealed shut. Meanwhile, the crimson-robed woman, desperate to protect her disciple, swiftly gathered the severely injured Qin Yefu and vanished from the battlefield. The saintess has already mastered the ability to tear through the void. How terrifying a powerhouse of the Saint Soul realm she is. With the spectacle concluded, the disciples in the battlefield began discussing their impressions at length. TSK. That disciple the saintess brought back will surely cause trouble throughout the entire Taishu immortal sect in the future. Indeed. Deep within the Taishu immortal sect at the Taishu saintess palace, sudden spatial fluctuations emanated from the center of the sealed bedchamber, followed by a violent tearing of the void. Wang Chen emerged from the rift, already feigning weakness, as he leaned heavily against Jiang Lingxian's shoulder. Wang Chen's eyes were half-closed, genuine drowsiness clouding his consciousness, not the kind that precedes death. Fairy sister, am I going to die? Half asleep and delirious, Wang Chen began speaking nonsense on impulse, hoping to tease Jiang Lingxian. But she seemed unable to take it in stride. Upon hearing the word, die, her emotional reaction was quite pronounced. Jiang Lingxian's pace quickened as she supported Wang Chen through the void rift. Eventually, she simply lifted him into her arms, hurried out through the rift, and gently placed him onto a soft bed. Wang Chen startled at Jiang Lingxian's sudden embrace, his drowsiness vanishing instantly. Before he could react, he felt her gently pulling at the clothes on his right arm. Oh, it hurts. The long sleeves of his Taishu Taoist robe were stuck to the wounded flesh on Wang Chen's right arm, and as they were pulled away, the fabric tore through the injury. Endure it, I'm healing your wound now. Jiang Lingxian's expression showed rare panic as she quickly channeled gentle, icy spiritual energy against his injured right arm. It's freezing. The combination of pain and cold made Wang Chen's entire face flush red, his spirits instantly lifting. Jiang Lingxian, why is your healing technique still just as inexperienced as in my past life? Wang Chen screamed, internally remembering how she had treated him the same way when he was severely wounded before. This system is dying of laughter. Does the host feel like he's back in his past life now? Back to my sister's ass. Host, you brat. I reviewed your past life memories for you, yet you still cursed at me. You deserve to suffer in pain. If I were truly dead, you would be upset again. Wang Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the numbing pain as his right arm gradually froze, and retorted angrily to the system in his mind. That's one thing, but the brat host can't die now anyway. It just hurts a bit. Damn little devil system, always calling me, brat you pervert, go play somewhere else. Wang Chen no longer paid attention to the barking system in his mind, his face pale, as he gazed at Jiang Lingxian's concerned and focused pretty face beside him. Looking at Jiang Lingxian's familiar and captivating peerless beauty, Wang Chen's heart felt inexplicably at ease. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian had not noticed Wang Chen's gaze at all, only focused on treating his injuries with medicine. Your arm bones are completely shattered. I need to set them while applying the medicine. It might hurt a bit, so bear with it. As Jiang Lingxian finished speaking in her cold voice, she suddenly looked up, her beautiful eyes meeting Wang Chen's gaze. Both of their deep eyes hesitated for a moment, pupils slightly moving, gazing at each other, emotions flowing in their eyes. Wang Chen could even see the worry that had always existed in Jiang Lingxian's eyes, as if she was afraid something would happen to him. But as he kept looking, Wang Chen felt something was wrong. Because from Jiang Lingxian's eyes he saw that she seemed to be looking at him as the him from her past life. I'll try my best to endure it. Wang Chen couldn't help but avert his gaze, first tightly closing his eyes, and turning his head, extending his right arm to respond softly. But Jiang Lingxian seemed not to have heard him, instead continuing to gaze steadily at Wang Chen's turned profile. She had just seemed to see the disciple she was familiar with from her past life in the eye contact with Wang Chen. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian involuntarily called out, her heart longing for Wang Chen to respond to her, as he had in the past life. But Wang Chen dared not respond to her, only continuing to keep his eyes tightly closed, pretending not to see or hear anything. "Fairy sister, it hurts. Hurry up." However, Wang Chen still responded irrelevantly with a cry, his numb and painful right hand feebly clenched into a fist, as if pretending. After Wang Chen finished speaking, the room fell silent for a few seconds. Okay. The faint hope that had just risen in Jiang Lingxian's eyes gradually dimmed again at this moment, and she lowered her pretty face once more. The next moment, Wang Chen only felt his entire right arm gradually becoming cold, as if all sensation had been completely stripped away. Finally, a sensation surged up of those shattered bones inside his arm, moving constantly, piecing themselves back together block by block. This feeling was like undergoing surgery with partial anesthesia, particularly strange, painful yet numb. Squelch, squelch. The sound of bones moving within flesh echoed Jiang Lingxian's hands, already stained with blood, as she focused on setting the bones. During Jiang Lingxian's process of setting the bones, Wang Chen unconsciously fell asleep under the pain and numbness. A night passed. When Wang Chen slowly woke up again, he twisted his body a couple of times, and immediately felt soreness and pain all over. It was as if someone had used him as a body pillow all night, causing uncomfortable sleeping posture and resulting in sore muscles the next day. This Jiang Lingxian was too unreasonable. He was injured, and she still hugged him so tightly. Wang Chen twisted his sore neck as if it had been hugged all night, secretly complaining about Jiang Lingxian in his heart. If he didn't know about Jiang Lingxian's nighttime behavior, he would have thought the arm injury was affecting his whole body. Thinking about his injury, Wang Chen paused for a moment before hurriedly looking at his arm. Wang Chen looked down and saw that his entire right arm was already wrapped in spiritual energy bandages. The sensation from his arm was warm, and it didn't hurt much anymore. Truly miraculous healing, Dr. Jiang. Wang Chen lay on the soft, fragrant bed, raising his right arm wrapped in spiritual bandages to examine it, his expression filled with delight. Creak. At this moment, a crisp door-opening sound came from the entrance, followed by a slightly hurried footsteps. "Your injury has just healed, don't move your arm around." Jiang Lingxian carried a bamboo food basket in her left hand, quickly walked to Wang Chen's side, and gently grabbed his right arm to place it back on the bed. "Oh." Wang Chen was stunned by Jiang Lingxian's sudden action, and after reacting, he blankly said, "Oh. Fairy sister, is that food you're carrying?" Wang Chen's gaze was attracted by the aroma of food emanating from the bamboo food basket beside Jiang Lingxian, and he curiously asked, Your cultivation hasn't reached the Yuanhui realm yet, so you can't survive on Qi alone. I made some food." "What? You can cook?" Hearing Jiang Lingxian's words, Wang Chen almost bounced off the bed, his voice rising several degrees. Jiang Lingxian stood beside the bed looking at Wang Chen, who suddenly sat up from the bed and couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows. "Would my knowing how to cook really surprise you that much?" Jiang Lingxian stood by the bed, brows furrowed, a trace of strange expression rising in her eyes, as if examining Wang Chen. No, I'm just surprised that fairy sister not only has high cultivation, but is also super beautiful, and on top of that can cook." Wang Chen hurriedly shook his head to explain, but his face was smiling while his heart was full of mockery. Because in his past life, from the moment he became Jiang Lingxian's disciple, during the days when they needed to eat, all 3 meals were made by him. His cooking skills were so good that even Jiang Lingxian, who had long practiced Qi fasting, was influenced to develop the habit of eating together. In his past life, he had also requested many times for Jiang Lingxian to cook a meal for him, but her response was always the same, "I don't know how." Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian pondered for a moment, then her beautiful eyes looked again at Wang Chen, who was watching her with eager eyes. "Get up and eat." This time Jiang Lingxian did not go to help Wang Chen up, because his arm was injured, not his entire body paralyzed. Wang Chen watched Jiang Lingxian's back as she walked toward the 3 chairs and 1 table in the center of the room, and with no choice, he began to move his body to get off the bed. "Ouch! Why do I feel sore and painful all over? It's just as if someone hugged me to sleep last night." After getting off the bed, Wang Chen suddenly showed an unusual expression, as if talking to himself, or perhaps deliberately doing so. Hearing these words, Jiang Lingxian's hands, which were taking out food dishes from beside the table, clearly paused for a moment. But soon she pretended to be calm and continued her actions, though she still nervously explained, "It might be because of the injury on your arm. Be careful, and don't move your right arm around." Jiang Lingxian felt Wang Chen, whose right arm was wrapped in bandages, walking to the opposite side of her, and she watched the food dishes intently as she softly instructed. "Oh, so that's how it is." Wang Chen stood opposite Jiang Lingxian, looking at Jiang Lingxian, who didn't even dare to make eye contact with him. His heart was almost laughing crazy. When people feel guilty, they usually pretend to be very busy, and Jiang Lingxian's current state was exactly like that. Wang Chen found that teasing her was really fun, whether in his past life or now. Wang Chen just liked to tease her for no reason. The only difference was that in his past life the two were quite familiar with each other, and after teasing his master Jiang Lingxian, he would be chased and beaten. Now pretending not to know each other was perfectly legitimate. Jiang Lingxian wouldn't dare hit him, probably afraid of driving him away. Wang Chen saw that Jiang Lingxian had already taken out the dishes with food, so he stopped teasing her and sat down. I'm truly blessed to taste the food made by my fairy sister. Sigh. I probably won't be able to eat this again after this meal. Wang Chen sat in his chair gazing at the various dishes that looked perfectly normal, with a faint fragrance wafting up, and couldn't help but speak. Why do you say that? Jiang Lingxian sat across from him, her heart skipping a beat, as her sensitive mind immediately imagined Wang Chen's departing figure. Because my fairy sister might not continue making food for me next time. After saying this, Wang Chen raised his left hand, picked up the chopsticks that Jiang Lingxian had set on the table, and picked up a piece of Chinese cabbage to eat. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian's tense heart finally settled, as she understood Wang Chen's teasing tone. But her relief was short-lived. After chewing the cabbage for a moment, Wang Chen suddenly furrowed his brows tightly, his expression gradually turning strange. Cough, cough. Wang Chen couldn't hold it back and coughed twice, quickly setting down his chopsticks and covering his mouth. Jiang Lingxian, sitting across from him, visibly froze at the sight and grew worried. Has your injury relapsed? Jiang Lingxian began to rise and approach Wang Chen, but he stopped her with a gesture. Chew, chew, crunch, crunch. Gulp. Wang Chen forced himself to chew the salt-bitter cabbage a few more times before taking a deep breath and swallowing it down. No, it's nothing, just choked a bit on the vegetable. Wang Chen didn't tell the truth, instead gently pursing his lips, as if savoring the delicious meal. Damn it. The dishes looked and smelled perfectly fine, so why was it so salty when he actually ate it? At this moment, Wang Chen finally believed what Jiang Lingxian had always said in his past life, that she really couldn't cook. This is so delicious, fairy sister, you must try it. Wang Chen, looking thoroughly pleased, picked up the largest piece of cabbage from the dish and offered it to Jiang Lingxian. I won't eat. If it's good, you should have more. These were made for you. Jiang Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows and leaned back slightly, clearly not wanting to share chopsticks with Wang Chen. But this was only natural since their current relationship wasn't close enough for such intimate gestures. Wang Chen's expression stiffened at this, lowering his head slightly, as if rejected, looking wounded. But it's really delicious, fairy sister, just try a piece, okay? Wang Chen's voice was somewhat muffled as he slowly sat back up, his expression bitter, while placing the cabbage into his own bowl. Jiang Lingxian was careful not to hurt Wang Chen's feelings. Rather than taking cabbage from the dish, she picked up the piece he had already transferred to his bowl. At that moment, Wang Chen's deep eyes seemed to light up with hope, and he quickly looked up at her with a smile. However, if one looked closely at Wang Chen's smile now, one could sense an inexplicable, mischievous quality to it. Jiang Lingxian ate with grace, gently tucking her hair behind her ear with her left hand, as she slowly brought the cabbage to her slightly parted lips. The next moment, Jiang Lingxian's brows furrowed. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. But thinking of how Wang Chen had just praised the food so enthusiastically, she couldn't help but chew a few more times in reluctant hope. Then, she silently lowered her breathtakingly beautiful face, and fighting back nausea, gently spat the cabbage onto the table. You tricked me. Jiang Lingxian lifted her face, her delicate brows still furrowed, and glared at Wang Chen with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Especially the way she looked after being overwhelmed by the saltiness. The slight furrow of her brows, the hint of grievance in her expression, made her extremely adorable. Wang Chen was so captivated by Jiang Lingxian's expression that he momentarily forgot himself, but quickly snapped back to reality. Fairy sister, this is your cooking. Did you not taste it while making it, or did you just keep adding salt recklessly? Or perhaps you picked up a piece of cabbage, tasted it, found it bland, and added a spoonful of salt to the pot. Then you ate another bite, and it was still bland, so you added another spoonful of salt. You kept repeating this until the cabbage in your hand was finished, only to realize the food in the pot was nearly burnt, so you just took it out anyway. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian's expression froze, and a blush of embarrassment crept across her lovely face. I. Jiang Lingxian was left speechless, so mortified that she wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. As Wang Chen listed these points, she realized with a start that she had indeed done every single one of those things while cooking. Not naturally eloquent, she could only stammer helplessly, at a loss for how to explain herself. Only after being reminded did Jiang Lingxian realize how foolish she must have been at the time, and she began to silently blame herself. Sigh. Never mind, let's try this meat then. You can't possibly make the same mistake twice, can you? Wang Chen picked up his chopsticks again and picked up another meat dish, slowly bringing it to his mouth. Finally, outside the Taishu Saintus Hall. Whoosh clatter. Jiang Lingxian dumped all the dishes into the clear water pool in front of her, where they were devoured and disappeared beneath the surface. Jiang Lingxian stared at the dishes sinking into the water, pursing her lips in displeasure and secretly blaming herself. Her disciple in this life refused to call her master, and now he surely had a worse impression of her. If things continued like this, would he really go and become a disciple of one of those female elders in the inner sect? Alone outside the Taishu goddess hall, Jiang Lingxian inexplicably imagined Wang Chen walking away with some intersect female elder. No, absolutely not. A strange anger rose within Jiang Lingxian's cold demeanor, and when she realized it, her heart skipped a beat with shock. Ever since her disciple died in her past life, and she took her own life to be reborn, Jiang Lingxian had noticed her mind becoming increasingly sensitive. She was certain that if her disciple left her again in this life, she would fall into demonic cultivation. Even if her disciple in this life didn't die, but instead fell into another woman's embrace, she would still fall into demonic cultivation. The more Jiang Lingxian thought about it, the faster her heart raced. When she came to her senses again, she hurriedly sat cross-legged by the pool and began circulating her cultivation method. Meanwhile, inside the Taishu Saintess Hall, Wang Chen was happily organizing various weapons and resources in his storage space. At this moment, Wang Chen was still blissfully unaware that his Empress master from his past life had reached an extreme level of possessiveness toward him in this life. Wang Chen. Physique Chaos 9 Yang Divine Body. Cultivation Peak of the Spirit Foundation Realm disguised as the 9th layer of body tempering. Technique Chaos 9 Yang Divine Art. Storage space 1 low-grade Mysterious Tier Void Severing Sword 1 Blind Box obtained from the Peach Blossom Forest 1 top-grade Yellow Tier Silver Spear 12 low-grade Yellow Tier Weapons. Source points 7458. Overall evaluation: a machine-level cultivator at the 1st layer of the Spirit Foundation realm. Wang Chen surveyed the system panel, his uninjured left hand forming a checkmark shape as he gently stroked his chin in thought. System, calculate how many source points the remaining resources can be converted into, excluding that void severing sword and blind box. Ding. Calculating. Calculation complete. A total of 11458 source points can be converted. Post-convert quickly and settle the debt. You still owe me 4,000 source points. Shut up. Wang Chen felt a sudden headache at the thought of repaying 4,000 source points. His heart aching. Fine, converted, I'll pay you back, your machine system. But Wang Chen still converted all those worthless weapons into source points, paying off his debt to the system first. After settling his debt to the system, Wang Chen gazed at the remaining 7458 source points and pondered for a moment. System, can you add that golden card to the shop? The one with intoxicating incense to smoke and poison pills to eat like candy. 10,000. What 10,000? Source points. Forget it. As a gentleman, I have no interest in such unorthodox things. Wang Chen waved his hand grandly, projecting the air of a scholarly gentleman, and then, oh, it hurts, it hurts. Creak. I told you not to move your right arm recklessly. At that moment, the door happened to open, and Jiang Lingxian, with a cold expression tinged with concern, furrowed her brows and quickly approached the bedside. She then supported Wang Chen's right arm, which had been strained from his earlier grand gesture, her gaze somewhat cold. Wang Chen knew Jiang Lingxian was concerned for him, and feeling guilty, could only lower his head in silence. Why did it feel warm and numb this morning, but now hurts with every movement? But as Wang Chen kept his head lowered, a doubt arose in his mind. Had the anesthetic-like effect already worn off? The coldness within your arm has almost dissipated, so naturally you can feel the pain now. Jiang Lingxian seemed to read the confusion in Wang Chen's bowed head, her voice cold, as she unwrapped his spiritual energy bandages. Then, fairy sister, inject a bit more for me, inject it fiercely and generously. Wang Chen lifted his eyes to look at Jiang Lingxian, making his request, his main goal being to avoid suffering whenever possible. If that's the case, the injury will never fully heal. Do you wish to live with this wound forever? Jiang Lingxian glanced coldly at Wang Chen, yet her hands remained focused as she carefully rewrapped his fresh spiritual bandages. Oh, all right, never mind then. Hearing this, Wang Chen could only respond, helplessly smiling as he watched Jiang Lingxian concentrate on reapplying medicine and rewinding the bandages. Wait a moment, then return to your own room to recover. Try to avoid using your right arm over the next few days, and you'll heal soon. After Wang Chen's wound was properly treated, Jiang Lingxian stood up and collected the blood-stained bandages from the floor. Seeing this, Wang Chen leaned back against the headboard and pulled the nearby quilt, which carried a faint fragrance over himself. The fragrance of the quilt was instantly familiar to Wang Chen. It was the same calming, cool scent that had filled the air when Jiang Lingxian held him while he slept those past 2 days. This room is quite nice. May I recover my injuries here? Wang Chen noticed Jiang Lingxian was about to ask him to leave, so he leaned against the bed and pretended not to realize this was her private chambers, asking casually. Jiang Lingxian noticed Wang Chen had claimed the quilt, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly, yet she ultimately did not stop him. This is my sleeping quarters. It's fine, I can sleep on the floor. No. A man and woman sharing a room alone. Besides, I am still your master. After hearing Wang Chen's response, Jiang Lingxian suddenly felt that this lifetime's disciple seemed to harbor affection for her. Otherwise, why would he have offered to sleep on the floor after learning this was her room? Fairy sister, you always claim I am your master, but have you ever asked for my opinion? At this moment, Wang Chen's brows gradually furrowed as he sat propped against the bed, his expression turning serious as he looked up to question Jiang Lingxian. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Lingxian, standing by the bedside with her cold yet alluring demeanor, visibly froze for a moment. Jiang Lingxian stood frozen, meeting Wang Chen's slightly furrowed, questioning gaze, her words catching in her throat. Indeed, throughout this lifetime it had always been her one-sided affection. Yet in her past life, she had been Wang Chen's master for over 1,000 years, and she had grown accustomed to interacting with him this way. Fairy sister, actually, I don't wish to become your. You may stay here if you wish. I suddenly remember I have some matters to attend to. Focus on recovering your injuries. Jiang Lingxian seemed to sense what Wang Chen was about to say, and in her panic hastily interrupted him, her breathing becoming somewhat erratic. Then Jiang Lingxian didn't even bother to hear the rest of Wang Chen's words, quickly turning and walking out, the door slamming shut behind her. Wang Chen was somewhat bewildered by Jiang Lingxian's sudden behavior, never having expected her emotional fluctuations to be so intense. Wang Chen knew that given Jiang Lingxian's recent behavior at night, her lack of a sense of security, saying such things might hurt her. But if he didn't say it, he would never break through the barrier that defined him as merely her disciple in her eyes. He would never willingly remain her disciple. It was impossible for him to continue obediently playing that role. Wang Chen felt their current dynamic was particularly strange. She was willing to hold him tightly, even in his dreams. Yet when he was awake, Jiang Lingxian would react as if electrocuted at the mere thought of him initiating contact, becoming extremely sensitive and eager to pull away. Could it be that when she touched him, there was no such reaction, but if he initiated contact with her, it would throw her into turmoil? After pondering for a considerable time, Wang Chen gained some understanding and decided to try occasionally teasing her in subtle ways. Shaking off the tangled thoughts in his mind, his gaze fell upon the small opportunity box from the peach blossom forest within his storage space. He took it out and held it in his palm. It was neither large nor small, just the size of a palm, and he had no idea what was inside. Out of caution, Wang Chen held it at arm's length, then began the difficult task of prying open the latch with his left hand. Click! With a crisp clicking sound, Wang Chen placed the box on the bed and slowly lifted the lid. What is this? Wang Chen pinched the round golden object inside the box and slowly drew it out, frowning slightly. Ding! Heaven-grade Supreme Dragon Source Pearl. Can be consumed or converted into 100,000 source points. Dragon Source Pearl. Wang Chen was pleasantly surprised, holding the golden sphere containing liquid in his hand as he examined it closely. He had heard that in his past life, Yi Qing's cultivation had suddenly surged to the 6th layer of the Spirit Foundation realm during these very days, after which he went out to train within the sect and grew even stronger. It seemed this Dragon Source Pearl was meant to be the turning point for Yi Qing's cultivation surge, but now it had been taken by him. Little host, would you like to convert it into source points? Wait. Let me first refresh the golden cards in the shop before deciding whether to convert or not. Wang Chen did not rush to convert the Dragon Source Pearl into 100,000 source points. Instead, he opened the system marketplace. Just convert it. I can freely stuff that golden card into you where you smoke dream incense like cigarettes and eat poison pills like candy. Hearing the system's coquettish words, Wang Chen frowned and decided to ignore it for now. Wang Chen turned his gaze to the 9 new golden cards in his mind, and with a mere thought he clicked and flipped them. As the golden cards turned over, the patterns printed on them slowly emerged into his vision. The first item, Heavenly Grade Supreme Dragon Source Pearl, priced at 2,000 origin points. System, I'm up for morning practice. Deduct a full 1,000 origin points from me. Wang Chen looked at the price of the first item and couldn't help but curse at the AI system in his mind. You. Forget it, I won't bother with you. Wang Chen suppressed his anger, reminding himself that he wasn't worth getting mad at for this stupid system, then flipped the card again. The second item, extra large pack of tissues specifically for wiping viscous liquids, priced at 666 origin points. The third, Pangu Essence. The ninth, 3 years of cultivation for ordinary cultivators, priced at 500 origin points. This ninth item is great. In my past life, I rarely drew this kind of card. Wang Chen looked at the ninth item and immediately decided to buy it, as he always purchased cultivation-related items whenever he drew them in his past life. With a thought, he clicked to purchase, and Wang Chen's origin points instantly dropped to 2458. Meanwhile, a golden card emitting a faint spiritual energy glow appeared in his storage space, exquisitely crafted. Wang Chen gazed at the golden card in his storage space and the Dragon Source Pearl in his palm, then put away the small box on his bed. After a moment's thought, he decided it would be better to use the Dragon Source Pearl to boost his own cultivation first. As he placed the 2 cm Dragon Source Pearl into his mouth and bit down with a crisp crack, the Dragon Source surged forth wildly. System: activate the Ordinary Cultivator's 3-year cultivation card. And activate the Cultivation Breakthrough Suppression function. Ding. Ordinary Cultivator's 3-year cultivation card used successfully. Ding. Cultivation Breakthrough Suppression function activated, deducting 200 origin points. Using the Heavenly Grade Supreme Dragon Source Pearl and the Ordinary Cultivator's 3-year cultivation together, Wang Chen instantly felt as if his entire body was on fire. So damn hot. Wang Chen hurriedly threw off his blankets, got off the bed, and sat cross-legged on the ground, quickly activating his innate cultivation method, the Chaos 9 Suns Divine Art. Countless spiritual energies began to pour into the room, and Wang Chen became like a vortex, absorbing them all. Barely a few seconds after he sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed in concentration, the cultivation barrier within his body was shattered in an instant. Pop. Foundation Establishment Realm 2nd layer. Pop pop pop. Foundation Establishment Realm 3rd layer. Foundation Establishment Realm 4th layer. Foundation Establishment Realm 5th layer. Until reaching the 6th layer of Foundation Establishment, Wang Chen's overwhelming aura gradually subsided as he remained seated on the ground. Wang Chen knew that the effect of the Ordinary Cultivator's 3-year cultivation card had worn off, so he hurriedly absorbed the Dragon Source within his body with all his strength. In that instant, his gradually weakening momentum surged upward once more. Roar! Suddenly, a roaring dragon's cry erupted from within Wang Chen's body, and his realm directly reached the 7th layer of Foundation Establishment. Meanwhile, above the Taishu Holy Maiden's palace, an anomalous phenomenon suddenly appeared. A chaos flame vortex slowly tore through the space and spiraled overhead. 9 dragon-shaped phantom shadows, entirely pure golden in color, yet wreathed in black-white chaos crimson flames, continuously wove and soared around a chaos cauldron. This was an unprecedented phenomenon in the cultivation world. The Chaos 9 dragons surrounding Flame Cauldron. If anyone were to witness it, the major factions of the cultivation world would certainly go to any lengths to snatch him from the Taishu immortal sect. In that case, countless troubles would inevitably descend upon Wang Chen one after another. Fortunately, Wang Chen had activated the system's suppression function. Meanwhile, far away at Taishu Sword Red Peak, Jiang Lingxian stood high in the sky, coldly watching as Qin Yefan, enduring his pain, severed his own right arm. Holy Maiden, my disciple has already cut off his right arm. Are you satisfied now? The woman in red robes stood on the ground facing off against Jiang Lingxian in the sky, forcing herself to resist the urge to strike as she spoke coldly. Beside her was Qin Yefan, writhing in agony, his right arm lying on the ground surrounded by pools of blood. Jiang Lingxian shifted her icy gaze toward the woman in red, and Qin Yefan ahead, concealing the cold, killing intent in her eyes. Unfortunately, within the Taishu immortal sect, things couldn't escalate too far, or she would have already killed both of them. Qin Yefan might not be able to die right now, but he must die. He has to. This was Jiang Lingxian's resolute conviction. Anyone who made enemies with Wang Chen in this life would meet their end. Jiang Lingxian stood high in the sky, slowly extending her right hand and gripping fiercely toward Qin Yefan's right arm lying on the ground from afar. Crack, crack, bang. Qin Yefan's right arm on the ground rapidly froze, then exploded with a bang, shattering into countless ice crystals. This is what you deserve. You injured one of his arms, so I've severed one of yours. If you dare do this again, I'll kill you. Jiang Lingxian's entire body radiated cold energy, even causing the clouds around her to freeze into a thin layer of ice, as she coldly warned them both. Having been thwarted by Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian finally felt some of her pent-up frustration release. Ignoring the resentful glares from Qin Yefan and Mu Hong, Jiang Lingxian moved her thoughts, and the space before her instantly tore open a rift. She quickly located her Taishu Holy Maiden Palace, and her figure quickly vanished into the spatial rift. After Jiang Lingxian's figure disappeared, Qin Yefan's bloodless face clenched his teeth in anger, his eyes gradually turning black with rage. Let's go, return quickly, I'll treat your wounds. Qin Yefan's consciousness was called back by Mu Hong, and the signs of demonic corruption quickly subsided, forcing him to suppress the killing intent within his heart. In his mind, as long as he could rise to power, Wang Chen would surely die in the future, and Jiang Lingxian But he had no idea that Wang Chen would never give him this chance. Once his cultivation broke through, Wang Chen would definitely kill him first. Time flew by, and soon the sunset dyed the entire sky red. From the highest point of the Taishu immortal sect, the scene was extremely beautiful. But the scene at the Taishu Holy Maiden's palace was completely out of place, with strange phenomena constantly emerging, and Wang Chen's dragon roar clearly audible within his body. However, all these various phenomena were wrapped in a silent energy invisible and inaudible to anyone except Wang Chen. From Jiang Lingxian's perspective, Wang Chen was simply sitting quietly cross-legged on the floor of the room, as if peacefully cultivating. This was also why in her past life, Jiang Lingxian never discovered that Wang Chen was not entirely a furnace vessel body despite spending 1,000 years with him. And now as the various invisible phenomena around the Taishu Holy Maiden's palace gradually faded, Wang Chen slowly awakened from his cultivation. Peak of the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment realm achieved. Wang Chen felt the surging energy within his body and felt as though he could punch to death 100 Foundation Establishment demon oxen with one blow. Ha ha ha. Overjoyed, Wang Chen threw his head back and laughed loudly, slowly opening his eyes with an air of someone who had already become invincible in the world. Ha! But when he reached his second laugh, he suddenly spotted Jiang Lingxian sitting not far away observing him, and his laughter immediately froze. Were you cultivating just now? Jiang Lingxian sat in her chair, her beautiful eyes filled with suspicion as she asked with considerable doubt. She distinctly remembered that in this life, she hadn't yet given Wang Chen any cultivation method, had she? This time Jiang Lingxian went out not only to help Wang Chen take revenge, but also to find a sacred grade cultivation technique from the Taishu Treasure Pavilion that would suit him. But before she could hand it to Wang Chen, she suddenly witnessed him sitting cross-legged on the ground in absolute stillness. It seemed he was cultivating. Wang Chen was taken aback by Jiang Lingxian's questioning, his thoughts drifting for a moment as he carefully considered how to fabricate an answer. Yes, what is it? After a brief pause, Wang Chen ultimately chose to confess openly. I haven't even given you any cultivation technique. How are you able to cultivate? Jiang Lingxian's gaze locked firmly onto Wang Chen as though searching for something within his familiar features. I never said I was cultivating through a technique. Wang Chen's lip twitched, feigning an innocent expression, as if to say she was the one jumping to conclusions before continuing his explanation. After you left, I suddenly felt a burning heat in my abdomen along with intense hunger, so I tried sitting cross-legged to see if I could cultivate to resist it. But unfortunately, Wang Chen trailed off with apparent regret, sitting cross-legged with his head bowed in dejection. Seeing him like this, Jiang Lingxian found herself uncertain whether he was telling the truth. Ever since the last time she had met his gaze and glimpsed a shadow of his past self, she had often wondered whether Wang Chen might have been reborn as well. Yet each time she dismissed the thought. Her own rebirth was already beyond comprehension. The odds of a double rebirth were even slimmer than ascending to immortality. System, make my tummy rumble for me. Wang Chen, noticing Jiang Lingxian's skeptical expression, hurriedly spoke to the system in his mind. Though he said that he was genuinely a bit hungry as well. Ding. Deducting 100 origin points. The host's tummy shall rumble forthwith. Gurgle, gurgle. Hearing his stomach growl, Wang Chen quickly lowered his head and covered his belly with a sheepish expression. Host, quickly say to Jiang Lingxian, my tummy is rumbling, I'm so hungry, I want fairy sister to feed me. Get lost. Shut up. Wang Chen's face truly flushed red at the system's cold, mechanical, yet emotionally charged voice. TCH. Pathetic. All talk, no courage. Fine, I know you're hungry. I happened to pass by the sect dining hall at noon, so I brought you some food. Jiang Lingxian's voice and the system's overlapped, but Wang Chen ignored the system entirely and turned his gaze to Jiang Lingxian. She had already walked to the table, and as she had that morning taken out a bamboo food basket, she began taking out dishes filled with food from the bamboo basket. But this time, unlike before, the food was not made by Jiang Lingxian herself. Instead, it consisted of various spirit beast delicacies. TSK. Your fairy sister treats you so well. So many spiritual delicacies that must have cost quite a few spirit stones. And it's obvious she carefully selected and personally bought them at the Taishu dining hall, yet she claims she just brought some random food. Wang Chen rolled his eyes at the system, blocked it out, stood up, and walked over to sit on the chair beside the table. This time Wang Chen finally got his first proper full meal in this lifetime, his left hand constantly shoveling food into his mouth. These spirit-enriched dishes allowed him to clearly feel a wave of pleasure coursing through his body with every bite. Although Wang Chen's injuries had long since healed with his cultivation base improvement, he planned to keep up the act and stay bedridden for a few more days. Fairy sister, why aren't you eating? As he ate, Wang Chen finally noticed Jiang Lingxian simply sitting across from him, quietly staring at him without a sound like a beautiful ghost. I don't particularly enjoy food made by others. After Jiang Lingxian spoke in her calm voice, she noticed the sky outside had grown dark and the room was beginning to dim. She then activated her spiritual power with a thought, turning on the light treasures embedded in the walls and ceiling. Then who do you want to eat food made by? Wang Chen knew full well that in his past life, Jiang Lingxian only ate food he had prepared, yet he asked between bites anyway. You? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen fell silent, no longer speaking, and simply continued eating as if he hadn't heard her. Seeing this, Jiang Lingxian pressed her lower lip, then bit down lightly, her beautiful eyes looking at Wang Chen with reluctant persistence. Why won't you ever agree to become my disciple? These are cultivation techniques and resources. I can give you the very best of everything as long as you're willing to take me as your master. As she spoke, a sacred-grade cultivation technique and a top-tier storage ring appeared in her hands. Hearing this, Wang Chen stopped eating slowly, set down his chopsticks, and looked directly into Jiang Lingxian's eyes. But what I've always wanted was never your cultivation techniques or resources. Then what do you want? Jiang Lingxian frowned slightly, placing the technique and storage ring on the table, eager for an answer. The same as what you just answered, also. You. Wang Chen answered without the slightest hesitation, then continued to elaborate with feigned seriousness. When I was trapped in those mountains, you were the first person to appear before me, as beautiful as a fairy. I don't believe in love at first sight, but I'll admit I was captivated by your beauty. From the moment I saw you, I truly liked you. Though Wang Chen was putting on an act, these two sentences were genuinely sincere. In his past life, he had taken Jiang Lingxian as his master out of admiration for her appearance, then spent over 100 years enduring and yearning before boldly pursuing her. So after being reborn and returning to this moment, speaking these words was not entirely false. There was no such thing as love at first sight. Only a desire sparked by beauty, accelerated by over 100 years. But he and Jiang Lingxian had lived together for over 1,000 years in his past life, and feelings had already grown between them. It was impossible that it was purely about her appearance now. It had become a desire sparked by beauty, but one rooted in genuine emotion. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Jiang Lingxian, sitting across from him, was clearly stunned. Her cold yet beautiful eyes gazed blankly at him, her lips parting slightly, but she couldn't speak for a long while. Jiang Lingxian's brain, like a frozen CPU, stalled for over 10 seconds before finally rebooting. No, I can't. I won't agree to this. Regaining some composure, Jiang Lingxian quickly spoke, her usually cold voice involuntarily growing weaker. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart. She only wanted to maintain a master-disciple relationship with Wang Chen. But why in both her past life and this one did Wang Chen keep telling her he liked her over and over again? Ever since her parents wanted to eat her when she was young, Jiang Lingxian had instinctively resisted and feared those who grew close to her. Jiang Lingxian actually didn't dislike Wang Chen liking her. In fact, sometimes a small sense of secret delight would unconsciously rise in her heart, because this meant her disciple wouldn't leave her. But she dared not let Wang Chen become her husband. She could never overcome the psychological shadow in her heart. Jiang Lingxian knew that by wanting both, keeping him close while denying him more, she could only compensate Wang Chen with endless cultivation resources. And by stringing him along regarding romantic matters, always referring to herself as his master, this would be very selfish toward him. But she simply didn't want Wang Chen to leave her. If being this selfish was the price, then so be it. She would be selfish. It's nothing. I was merely stating facts. You don't need to agree with me now, and you shouldn't feel burdened. Wang Chen finished eating and set down the chopsticks in his left hand, wiping his mouth. The conversation had gradually reached its conclusion. What? Why is there such a vast difference between the disciple I remember and the disciple before me now? Jiang Lingxian slightly lowered her delicate face, recalling the comparison between the Wang Chen of her past life and the Wang Chen of this moment. Her heart was wrung with anguish. The atmosphere in the room gradually turned somber. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, not daring to speak carelessly for the moment. Take this cultivation manual and cultivation resources. It doesn't matter if you don't want to take me as your master. Jiang Lingxian slowly rose from her seat, the corners of her eyes slightly reddened. She extended her hand to push the manual and storage ring across the table toward Wang Chen. Afterward, Jiang Lingxian left her seat and turned toward the door. Where are you going? Wang Chen hesitated, thinking to himself that perhaps his words had dealt too great a blow to Jiang Lingxian. Could it be that she was going to abandon him now? Creak. Unfortunately, Jiang Lingxian gave him no response. She simply opened the door and departed, and the door closed automatically with the wind. Based on this system's observations, she is absolutely heartbroken right now, because most of your current behaviors are nothing like they were when you first met her in your past life. In your past life at this time, you were still obedient, calling out in your baby-like voice, "Master, Master," with every breath. Can you please change that baby-like description? It was completely normal, okay? But Wang Chen carefully recalled his past life and discovered that this was indeed the case. After all, he had already returned through rebirth. How could he possibly follow the original trajectory? System, do you think? I should occasionally and casually hint to her that I also experienced rebirth, giving her some sweet hope. Then when she comes to confront me about it, I'll act completely ignorant, pretending to be innocent. With her familiarity of me, she'll definitely connect the dots, that I've been pretending all along in this life, and actually want to break the master-disciple relationship. Otherwise, continuing like this without giving her any information she can mentally grasp, I'm really afraid she might become confused and break down. Wang Chen's eyes gazed at the remaining dishes on the table, but in his mind, he was continuously thinking about what to do. Judging from the 2 previous nights when Jiang Lingxian held him and cried begging him not to leave, that face streaked with tears looking so wretched. Jiang Lingxian truly behaved as though she would die if she left him. Wang Chen grew somewhat afraid. If things continued like this, would Jiang Lingxian become a Yandra? Host, you truly are a scheming one. But are you certain you want to reveal that you've also been reborn? Yes, first hint to her, and let her fill in the blanks herself. When the timing is right later, I'll admit that I've also been reborn. Wang Chen knew that for someone as insecure as Jiang Lingxian, only by using sufficiently sophisticated tactics could he win her over. After working out his plans, Wang Chen finally took in the surroundings of the room. Nothing but cold desolation. There was only a bed, a table, chairs, and a bookcase. Even the walls were a stark, cold white. This Jiang Lingxian, even after living another life, remains like this. The only change probably is in how she treats me. Seeing that night had fallen, Wang Chen picked up the cultivation manual and storage ring from the table and sat down on the edge of the bed. Ding! Sun Yang's Sacred Art Supreme Grade Superior Cultivation Manual. Can be converted for 100,000 origin points. 10 million origin points, 666,666. Wang Chen did not convert it. Instead, he stored the manual in his spatial storage. He could not bear to convert the manual Lingxian gave him. In his past life at this time, Jiang Lingxian had given him a royal-grade cultivation manual. He wondered where she had obtained this saint-grade manual in this life. However, none of these could compare to his companion cultivation art, the Chaos 9 Suns Divine Art. The system had stated that Chaos 9 Suns Divine Art had no upper limit, and its grade was unknown how high it truly was. Cultivation Manual grades: Yellow Mystic, Earth, Heaven King, Royal Saint, Emperor, Immortal. System: calculate how much these spirit stones in the storage ring are worth in origin points. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Chen extended his divine sense into the storage ring and froze at the sight of the mountain of supreme-grade spirit stones. Ding! Supreme-grade spirit stones, 1536487 pieces. Each supreme-grade spirit stone is worth 100,000. Total value 1536487,000 origin points. Over 15 billion origin points, kid. That's your entire lifetime, you little weakling host. And it's an exact figure with no rounding. Did Jiang Lingxian give you all the supreme-grade spirit stones she had saved up in this life? Wang Chen did not respond to the system's words. Instead, he stared blankly at that extremely long string of numbers. This Jiang Lingxian has gone mad, giving me so many supreme-grade spirit stones. When Wang Chen finally came to his senses, he was stunned beyond compare. He had never seen so many supreme-grade spirit stones in his entire previous life. The system was right. There truly were enough supreme-grade spirit stones here to equal his entire previous lifetime. That's normal. She's probably afraid you might be tempted by the various conditions offered by those female elders of the inner sect. So now she's probably emptied almost her entire nest egg all to keep you. My dear host, would you like to convert them to origin points? That way you could buy many things. Get lost, I'm not converting them. Wang Chen's initially calm mood upon seeing these supreme-grade spirit stones had become somewhat agitated. Wang Chen slipped the storage ring onto his ring finger. Then he simply flopped onto the bed filled with that cold, faint fragrance and pulled the blanket over his head. Breathing in the familiar fragrance of the blanket, Wang Chen's heart finally felt much more at ease. Countless images from his past life surfaced in his mind. In this quiet environment, Wang Chen unknowingly closed his eyes. The room was silent for a long while. Creak. It wasn't until the second half of the night that a faint sound of the door opening echoed through the room. However, it seemed Wang Chen had been somehow dazed into a deep sleep, sleeping like the dead and knowing nothing of it. When he awoke at dawn, Wang Chen immediately sat up sharply, his eyes scanning the vacant room. Damn it. Having been troubled and restless last night, he had actually fallen asleep. He didn't know if Jiang Lingxian had come last night. Wang Chen ruffled his hair with both hands, feeling irritated by the silent room. System: is there any destiny-born protagonist fortuitous encounter I can snatch right now? Wang Chen was somewhat frustrated with the current handling of his relationship with Jiang Lingxian, planning to go snatch some protagonist fortuitous encounters to shift his attention. There are plenty, but they're all in other places. There aren't any in Taishu right now. It's not like you can leave the sect, right? So take it easy these few days. Get prepared. In 7 days a major event will still occur at Taishu Immortal Sect. By then that will be the fundamental reason why in your past life you kept making enemies with those destiny-born protagonists because of Jiang Lingxian. Hearing the system's words, Wang Chen suddenly remembered the major event from his past life that had led him to become enemies with so many destiny-born protagonists. Sigh. Never mind. Jiang Lingxian doesn't know where she's run off to now, and there's no point staying here. I'll just return to my own room. Wang Chen gazed at his right hand wrapped in spiritual energy bandages and simply tore them all off and stowed them away. The real issue was his clothing. The bloodstained sections had been cut away by Jiang Lingxian, leaving the right side tattered and worn. Wang Chen decided to head back first to heat water for a bath and change into something else. Then later that evening, he'd bring over his bedding and other necessities so Jiang Lingxian wouldn't have to make the trip to find him at night. Sigh. I'm being too considerate again. She's the one tormenting me night after night, yet here I am worrying about her having to walk extra distance. Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at his own thoughts, then reached out to open the door in front of him. Creak. But the door suddenly swung open before he could reach it, and Wang Chen froze stiff with his hands raised in the air. He'd just removed the spiritual bandages, and now Jiang Lingxian had returned. What kind of timing was this? Where do you think you're going? Jiang Lingxian had regained her composure, standing at the doorway with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, her gaze cold and piercing as she fixed it on Wang Chen. I'm going back. I noticed you didn't return yesterday, and I suspected you might be avoiding me, so I didn't want to intrude further. Wang Chen forced his expression back to normal, his words dripping with subtle implications that anyone could understand. Going back? Has your hand healed? Weren't you planning to rest here? Jiang Lingxian's words trailed off as her gaze shifted to Wang Chen's right arm, and her speech suddenly caught in her throat. For a moment, silence fell on both sides of the doorway, an endless heavy quiet. Yes, my injury is healed. The cultivation method you gave me yesterday accelerated my recovery significantly. By the way, here, take back this ring. As he spoke, Wang Chen removed the storage ring from his left ring finger and extended it toward Jiang Lingxian, standing outside the door. The precise collection of top-grade spirit stones was something he dared not accept. He couldn't afford the debt it would create. Yet, Jiang Lingxian outside the door made no move to take it, her expression gradually growing colder. Wang Chen could feel the temperature around them drop several degrees. Jiang Lingxian was like a human air conditioner. Do you really want to cut ties with me that badly now? Jiang Lingxian's cold eyes locked onto Wang Chen, her voice icy and heavy with emotion. Beneath her gaze, a dangerous intensity flickered, like she wanted to devour him whole. No, I didn't mean that. Don't be angry, I'll wear it. Startled, Wang Chen silently slipped the storage ring back onto his left ring finger, terrified of provoking her wrath. Good heavens. He finally understood. Jiang Lingxian had developed some peculiar trait in this lifetime. I'll be sleeping here tonight. If you want to go back, then go ahead. Jiang Lingxian strode past him with icy indifference, calling over her shoulder without turning around, an unmistakable hint wrapped in thunder of defiance. Oh, all right then, fairy sister, I'll be on my way. To his surprise, Wang Chen completely missed the hint and turned to leave as if he'd understood nothing. He had already planned to return with bedding tonight regardless of what she said. Wait. Just as Wang Chen was about to leave, Jiang Lingxian called out again from behind, stopping him. What is it? Let me check once more whether your injury has truly healed to prevent any hidden damage from lingering. Wang Chen frowned at her words and helplessly began backing away, crossing the threshold to return inside. With your cultivation level, you could tell at a glance that my arm has completely healed. Why do you need to come closer to check? Sigh. Never mind, let her look if she wants to. Wang Chen secretly mocked her flimsy excuse in his heart, but still slowly backed up beside her and extended his right arm. Wait a moment. If that's the case, doesn't that mean Jiang Lingxian had already noticed his injury had healed yesterday? Wang Chen was suddenly startled. If Jiang Lingxian's excuse was so flawed, wasn't his own behavior equally transparent? Realizing this, he abruptly turned his head to look at Jiang Lingxian beside him. But Jiang Lingxian was simply gazing quietly at his right arm, her eyes shifting slightly as she pondered something. Wang Chen watched her from the side, the beautiful profile, the fair skin with a rosy flush, and found himself momentarily distracted. By his reasoning, if she hadn't given him the cultivation method yesterday, he wouldn't have healed so completely. She must have known about all his disguises yet. Why hadn't she exposed him? This is love. JPG. At that moment, the system suddenly appeared and displayed an enormous meme in front of Wang Chen, complete with sound effects. Love my ass. With her 1,000 years of experience, she might have already been guessing my identity after going out yesterday. Jiang Lingxian was probably either confirming whether I had also been reborn or checking if her own rebirth had altered the Wang Chen in her memories, meaning me. Oh, I get it now. She thinks she's been reborn into another parallel timeline. And hey, when did your IQ suddenly come back, noob host? Damn it. Had my brain short-circuited those past few days? Could I really keep up the act of not recognizing someone I'd spent over 1,000 years with? After all, other people weren't fools. They had the capacity to think. Wang Chen wanted to slap himself awake, and quickly withdrew his right arm from in front of Jiang Lingxian. So have you finished looking? The injury's really fine now, I am heading out. His expression stiffened as the logic finally clicked into place, and he desperately wanted to crawl into a trash can. Tap tap tap. As Wang Chen's footsteps faded away, Jiang Lingxian remained standing in the room, her gaze deep and fixed on his retreating figure. Upon closer inspection, there was a hint of scrutiny and uncertainty in Jiang Lingxian's eyes as she watched him leave. The main path of Taishu Immortal Sect bustled with cultivators coming and going. Wang Chen walked back toward his room, carefully weighing strategies for dealing with Jiang Lingxian. He also needed to find an opportunity to eliminate Qin Yefan and refine the remnant soul of the demon venerable within him. Otherwise, those powerful factions connected to Qin Yefan's harem would surely come after him. Wang Chen understood this well. Those marked by destiny never lacked the backing of their romantic entanglements. You bastard. You're the one who caused my junior brother Qin to lose an arm. Just as Wang Chen was walking with his head down, ignoring the surrounding gazes, a figure suddenly appeared before him, frowning and shouting. At the moment Wang Chen heard those words, even using his rear end to think about it, he knew this was someone from Qin Yefan's faction coming to cause trouble. He had barely finished thinking when the very next second one of Qin Yefan's harem women came running over, leaving Wang Chen utterly speechless. What? Do you wish to stand up for him? Wang Chen gazed at the woman in azure robes standing before him, blocking his path, his brows furrowing as killing intent manifested in his eyes, and his palm shifted slightly. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Yuning, one of the participants in the assassination attempt against Wang Chen in his previous life. She could be considered a woman blessed with fortune, holding the position of senior sister to Qin Yefan. Wang Chen secretly observed her aura and assessed her cultivation to be roughly at the 9th layer of the Foundation establishment realm. Pa, you with your furnace vessel constitution, a creature that can only survive by relying on women, how dare you look at me with such an expression? Zhang Yuning placed her hands on her waist, glaring arrogantly at Wang Chen, with eyes full of disdain for his furnace vessel constitution. The disciples who had been hurrying past gradually slowed their pace and quietly gathered at a distance to observe. I'll give you one chance. Crawl beneath my crotch and then break your own right arm, and I'll spare you. Otherwise, when I strike, it won't be so simple. Zhang Yuning's pretty face with a hint of naive sweetness glared coldly at Wang Chen as she pointed toward her crotch. Zhang Yuning still possessed the temper of a spoiled young miss at this point in time, and Wang Chen remembered she would only gradually be tamed by Qin Yefan in the later stages. Oh right, I forgot to mention. Others fear the Taishu Immortal Sect's holy maiden, but my Jiang family's considerable influence means we have nothing to fear. So you'd best kneel and crawl beneath me as instructed. A furnace vessel is a furnace vessel. Know your place. After speaking those words, Jiang Yuning noticed Wang Chen's calm demeanor and seemed to recall something else, adding further remarks. The surrounding disciples caught fragments of her words and immediately began whispering among themselves. The holy maiden's disciple is in serious trouble now. I bet once he leaves the sect, the powerful Jiang family outside will target him. Yeah. Haven't you noticed? Senior sister Jiang actually wants him to crawl under her crotch, and she's wearing a skirt. There's such a good opportunity. Can I take her place? They say a man's knees hold gold. Get lost, I'm a cripple, let me handle this instead. The surrounding disciples' hushed whispers continued to blend together, most speaking extremely quietly. Are you finished? Wang Chen lifted his gaze to meet Jiang Yuning's, his right foot and hand secretly building up power as a layer of chaos enveloped them. Jiang Yuning locked eyes with Wang Chen's chilling gaze and suddenly felt an unexpected fear rise within her. But when she realized this, she glared back in a fit of humiliated rage, reaching out to claw at Wang Chen's eyes. What the? Give you face? Wang Chen's right hand erupted with chaotic spiritual energy, striking with blinding speed and producing a sonic boom in midair. Slap! Wang Chen's killing blow shattered Jiang Yuning's fair left cheek, leaving it a bloody mess. Jiang Yuning couldn't even register Wang Chen's movement before her entire spiritual sense began spinning wildly. Against someone like Jiang Yuning, who lacked combat experience and only knew how to cultivate, striking her was as effortless as swatting a dog. Wang Chen appeared to be at the 9th layer of body tempering after his system concealed his aura, but he was actually at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Moreover, this slap was an unorthodox ambush that struck without warning, guaranteeing a direct hit. In principle, Wang Chen never struck women, but principles are rigid while people adapt. Get lost. At that moment, his right foot had also gathered its full force and a streak of chaotic flame erupted from it as he violently swept it forward. Thud! But that kick was suddenly intercepted by an old man who had appeared out of nowhere, grabbing it with one hand and hurling it back with tremendous force. You've gone too far. What is your identity? After retreating several steps and steadying himself, Wang Chen stood tall and glared at the old man with clear displeasure. I am an outer sect elder of Taishu, and what of it? Do you think yourself someone of great importance? An outer sect elder dares to interfere. My master is the holy maiden of Taishu Immortal Sect. Believe it or not, I'll have my master deal with you. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's eyes widened, and he strode forward several steps toward the two, pointing angrily toward the Taishu Holy Maiden's palace. Wang Chen was already frustrated over his emotional entanglement with Jiang Lingxian, and Jiang Yuning had conveniently become his punching bag. Besides, he hadn't started this trouble. It was Jiang Yuning who had recklessly sought out a beating, and if he didn't strike back, should he just endure it? What? The old man, who had a tuft of white beard on his chin, was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing Wang Chen's remarks, his white beard trembling slightly. He had only recently emerged from seclusion and had no knowledge of Wang Chen's deeds. Upon hearing that Wang Chen's master was the Holy Maiden of Taishu Immortal Sect, he was completely stunned. No wonder so many inner and outer sect disciples had been watching just now, yet not a single one stepped forward to stop this fellow. The outer sect elder's heart began to tremble. He never expected that provoking someone so casually would lead to angering such a distinguished young master. If the Taishu Holy Maiden truly wanted to deal with him, it would indeed be a matter of a single word. One word could see his position as outer sect elder replaced. After all, whether in the cultivation world or within Taishu Immortal Sect, strength and background were what truly mattered. And Jiang Lingxian, whether in terms of strength or background, was incredibly powerful within Taishu Immortal Sect. I won't say I'm not giving you a chance. You can compensate me for some emotional distress and wasted time. Wang Chen shook his right hand, which had gone numb from the impact, then crossed his arms and quietly observed the two. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuning, who had been knocked back several steps with blood streaming from her face and her mind ringing, was gradually regaining consciousness. Her eyes, filled with grievance and resentment, suddenly glared at Wang Chen with his arms crossed, and then she suddenly, "Wah, woo-woo." Tears overflowing from Jiang Yuning's eyes, she burst into tears and ran toward the direction of Taishu Sword Red Peak, wiping her tears as she went. At this moment, the disciples surrounding the sect path of Taishu Immortal Sect quickly made way, and an extreme silence fell. Wang Chen had originally thought that after regaining consciousness, she would use her trump card and risk everything to kill him, but the result was this. Wait, no, is this even right? Not only was Wang Chen bewildered, but the old outer sect elder who had been protecting her was equally stunned, quickly scanning his surroundings. However, everyone he glanced at instinctively stepped back, fearing being mistaken as an accomplice. After all, the title of Taishu Holy Maiden held immense weight within Taishu Immortal Sect, second only to the sect master, with an ancestral patriarch protecting her. Normally speaking, the Holy Maiden was the disciple of the venerated Elder Han La, which roughly equated to half the status of an ancestral patriarch. And since Wang Chen was the Holy Maiden's disciple, rounding it up, that meant he held half the status of a Holy Maiden. The disciples clapped their hands and calculated. After all the rounding, didn't that make Wang Chen equivalent to half an ancestral patriarch status? So across the entire Taishu Immortal Sect, which disciple would dare to provoke this little ancestor? Meanwhile, the outer sect elder, seeing Jiang Yuning actually run away like this, suddenly found himself isolated and helpless. Those who had managed to reach the position of outer sect elder were all shrewd individuals, and this fright caused him to quickly approach Wang Chen with sycophantic flattery. "Cough, young brother, I was wrong earlier. This is a king-rank pill I had someone refine and store for me in the past. Take a look." Wang Chen gazed at the old man, who had suddenly changed his demeanor, raising his eyebrows in speechless exasperation as he silently opened his chest garments. Oh my, how could this king-rank pill suddenly recognize a new master? Sigh. As expected, it's not mine after all, it's not mine. Elder Lu of the outer sect had truly stretched things too far, forcibly stuffing the medicine bottle into Wang Chen's chest robes and claiming it had recognized him as its master. "This is my most precious possession. The saintess must be quite busy with her duties, so I beg you, elder, please do not trouble her further." "Sigh, all right then." Wang Chen watched as the elder leaned close, speaking in a voice only the two could hear, and gave a dismissive wave. Only then did the outer sect elder finally breathe a sigh of relief, though inwardly he was aching with pain. Yet he dared not let it show, forcing a cheerful expression instead, as his gaze swept over the surrounding disciples. All right, everyone disperse." The outer sect elder's face flushed red, feeling as though the piercing stares from the disciples and a few other elders were like needles constantly pricking him. After today, his authority within the outer sect would likely crumble to nothing. His dignity thoroughly humiliated. Wang Chen, standing nearby, silently stowed the king-grade pills in his robes and turned to leave. Word of Wang Chen's defiance spread quickly through Taishu Immortal Sect, and on his way back to his quarters, no one dared approach him again. He first made his way to the Taishu Treasure Clothing Pavilion, where disciples respectfully presented him with several Taishu Taoist robes. Afterward, he returned to the room where he had first awakened in his past life, and took a refreshing bath. When Wang Chen emerged, his hairstyle had transformed into the elegant immortal lord's appearance from his previous era as a great emperor, handsome and refined in classical style. Having spent over a millennium in the cultivation world, he had grown fond of the flowing long hair befitting an immortal lord. Besides, he had always been an enthusiast of ancient Chinese fantasy during his time on Blue Star. As for how Jiang Lingxian would react to seeing him in this familiar appearance, Wang Chen had long stopped worrying about it. Let it be what it may, he was rather tired anyway, and this unconventional approach might serve as a clear signal to her. Wang Chen approached the bed and reached out to tidy the bedding when a sensation stirred within his storage space. Little one, facing that 10,000-year-old demon venerate, yet you somehow survived. Impressive. The severed sword within his storage space, its golden radiance long dimmed, emitted a voice reminiscent of an obstinate old man. Well, damn, I almost forgot about you when you stayed quiet. Wang Chen stood beside the bed, the exclamation carrying that tone of sudden realization, and swiftly drew out the golden broken sword. Then, he tossed it to the ground and stomped on it mercilessly. Hey, where's your decency? Shouldn't you respect the elderly and care for the young? What are you doing? The golden broken sword's voice echoed through the room, still maintaining that irreverent tone, as if it felt no pain at all. Oh, I nearly forgot that striking a sword's spirit requires spiritual attacks to be effective. Wang Chen watched its unflappable, stubborn demeanor and felt his temper flare. If it hadn't suddenly fallen asleep mid-battle last time, breaking their coordinated attack and causing him to lose his momentum, he wouldn't have been injured, and might even have struck down Qin Yefan, who was possessed by the demon venerate's remnant soul. Wang Chen enveloped his right foot in pale golden chaotic spiritual energy and raised it once more, ready to strike. Seeing that Wang Chen truly had the means to attack his spirit, and realizing he was serious, the golden broken sword suddenly stood upright. The 1L-length golden broken sword rose straight from the ground and hastily flew toward the ceiling. Young master, I truly didn't mean to last time. I had just awakened from the weapon tomb and was simply too exhausted. The golden broken sword circled twice above the ceiling, and after speaking it gracefully descended back down. It wasn't by choice. It simply lacked the energy to sustain flight any longer. Wang Chen strode forward quickly, but instead of stomping on it again, he picked it up. Oh, that's more like it. Young ones should practice martial virtue and communicate properly. Slap. Slap, 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 slap. Oh, you young ones have no martial virtue. Ambushing me while I wasn't guarding. Wang Chen indeed stopped stomping, instead coating his right hand with chaotic spiritual flame and delivering a rapid series of 5 strikes to the sword. Oh, it hurts. Stop. This old man can tell you about a fortune within the weapon tomb. My. Hearing this, Wang Chen paused his movements, furrowing his brow as he carefully considered whether there had indeed been a treasure within the Taishu weapon tomb in his previous life. But after thinking hard, and even consulting his system, neither he nor the system had any recollection of it. It could have been a hidden opportunity belonging to Qin Yefan that he failed to discover in his past life. Tell me about it, and when I get my share, you'll certainly get a portion too. Wang Chen hadn't been striking too hard to begin with, and now that the golden broken sword's words had caught his interest, he gradually ceased his blows. Well, you must first take me to meet someone before I'll say more. Oh ho. Wang Chen raised his hand again, closing his left eye and aiming with his right, ready to execute his aerial palm strike. Don't strike. This old man will tell you. The golden broken sword, seeing Wang Chen's posture, hurriedly pleaded for mercy. After all, his spiritual attacks actually hurt quite a bit. During my long slumber within the weapon tomb, I could clearly sense the presence of a crimson gold refining spring. You can bring this Taishu broken sword of mine to soak there to elevate my grade, and you can use it yourself for body refinement. Hearing these words from the golden broken sword in his hand, Wang Chen raised his eyebrows, and a figure appeared in his mind. In his past life, Yi Qing had apparently taken on missions to train outside Taishu immortal sect after the grand tournament 7 days hence. When he returned, his cultivation had surged to the Guiyuan realm, and he had acquired a earth-grade long sword. Eventually, he had obtained the crimson gold refining spring from somewhere within Taishu immortal sect, allowing his sword to advance to heaven grade. Wang Chen pondered for a moment. So Yi Qing's crimson gold refining spring must have come from the Taishu weapon tomb. Yet there was one thing Wang Chen found hard to reconcile. Shouldn't this opportunity have belonged to Qin Yefan? After all, in his previous life, this very Taishu broken sword had been in Qin Yefan's possession. Never mind then. If it couldn't be figured out, he wouldn't bother. With so many children of fortune in the world, the nature of opportunities was difficult to predict anyway. Since it was unclear, Wang Chen resolved to seize every opportunity he could, and if given the chance, strike to kill. Take me in a few days, and I'll help you advance. Just enough to handle those demons and monsters from the grand tournament in 7 days. Wang Chen gazed at the golden broken sword in his hand, thinking of all the rivals he had made during that grand tournament in his past life, and couldn't help but smile. Whatever label, child of fortune, trash stream, ordinary person stream, genius stream, broken engagement stream, clone stream, and all the rest. None of them mattered to him. They were all just a bunch of good-for-nothings. In his past life, every single one of them had been crushed beneath his dominance, unable to hold their heads high until they were forced to join forces and ambush him. Demons and monsters. You don't mean to leave Taishu Immortal Sect and go out there to slay demons, do you? The old man's remnant soul within the golden broken sword paused, then asked with considerable curiosity. But Wang Chen did not respond to it. He simply tossed it back into his storage space and cut off all contact. As for leaving the Taishu Immortal Sect, Wang Chen had indeed planned to wait until after the grand competition in 7 days before making his move. After being tossed around by that golden broken sword, Wang Chen momentarily forgot to tidy his bedding and simply flopped onto the bed. System, convert that king rank pill into origin points. I have no use for it anyway. Ding. The low-grade Spirit King pill of king rank has been converted, yielding a total of 2500 origin points. Wang Chen glanced at the panel and saw the additional 2500 origin points, feeling slightly more at ease. Jiang Lingxian's million high-grade spirit stones. He had no intention of using them unless it concerned her. After all, the fact that she had given him her entire fortune spoke volumes about how important he was to her. He could not simply take advantage of the fact that she considered him the most important person and spend her entire fortune without a second thought. Wang Chen naturally thought of this too. If he really used it all for himself, he would feel strangely uncomfortable. He would just treat it as if she were managing her finances, temporarily storing all the wealth with him for now. When Wang Chen thought of Jiang Lingxian, he sighed inwardly. He still had his basic bottom lines. That was precisely why some of the children or daughters of fortune he had befriended were not all enemies. It was just that apart from Jiang Lingxian, those old acquaintances would only begin to make their presence felt during the grand competition in 7 days. Wang Chen first instructed the system to move the million high-grade spirit stones from the storage ring into his storage space. In the end, he only kept an empty ring to wear on his left ring finger, hoping to give Jiang Lingxian some peace of mind. That would be safer. Ding. The system detected that the host's origin points had exceeded 100 and asked whether to activate the lottery feature. Wang Chen suddenly heard the system's alert, and his mind momentarily went blank. He finally remembered that besides the marketplace, the system had many other features that would only unlock once origin points reached certain thresholds. Damn gambler's curse. Hee, but then again, I have already died once, so bring on the prizes. As Wang Chen spoke those words with a grand wave of his hand, he directly pulled up the prize will interface. Instantly 9 round prize beads the size of fists each in one of 9 colors appeared before him in a 9-grid formation. The colors were white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, red, black, and rainbow. However, since Wang Chen had opened the 1000 origin points lottery interface, the 6 prize beads in the latter 6 grids were locked with chains in a crisscross pattern, excluding the white, green, and blue grids. He would use 1000 origin points to test the waters first, just to build up some luck. Wang Chen did not immediately switch to the 10,000 origin points interface. Instead, he looked at the current interface and planned to build up his luck. Without further ado, 10 consecutive draws. All in. Wang Chen's divine sense pressed firmly on the 10 consecutive draw option to the right, and instantly a frame began jumping rapidly among the white, green, and blue. Skip the lottery page for me. This ding-ding-ding sound is so annoying. Wang Chen could not stand the constant jumping sounds in his mind anymore, furrowed his brows, and shouted to the system. Ding. White a set of brand new women's intimate apparel. Ding. White a set of fresh and simple style clothing. Ding. White a piece of white Taoist robe with automatic windless movement. Ding. Green 1 Yang Nourishing 10 Perfections, Great Tonic Pill. Ding. Green 1 Long-Lasting 10 Perfections, Great Tonic Pill. Ding. Green 1 Attack Speed 10 Perfections, Great Tonic Pill. Ding. White 1 Extra Large Pack of Tissues specifically for wiping viscous liquids. Ding. Green 2 Decorative Couple Necklaces. Ding. White a pair of refreshing flip-flops. Ding. Blue 1 Bottle of conceptual, slightly intoxicated fruit wine. System, come out and explain. What do those 4 pills in the middle mean? Wang Chen gazed at the list before him, focusing on the 4 most prominent tonic pills positioned in the center. Okay, that has nothing to do with this system. It is all about the host's luck. Tahaha. Get lost. Wang Chen really wanted to rush in and slap the system twice. Was his luck nothing but a representation of this? Yang Nourishing pills, endurance pills, attack speed pills, and tissues specifically for wiping viscous liquids. What kind of junk was this? He actually drew a blue one. While cursing under, Wang Chen suddenly noticed a blue item. Conceptual, slightly intoxicated fruit wine. Conceptual. Type. Wang Chen paused for a moment. The word conceptual was actually a good thing, as most conceptual items ignored everything and their effects worked as intended. Click for introduction. Conceptual, slightly intoxicated fruit wine. Effect 1 sip, and within 3 seconds you will definitely feel slightly intoxicated. When feeling sorrowful, you can drink this wine to relax your mood, or share it with a beautiful companion. Note: being slightly intoxicated does not mean drunk. After waking up clear-headed, your memories will not be fragmented. Looking at these descriptions, especially the part about sharing with a beautiful companion, Wang Chen inexplicably thought of Jiang Lingxian. Just thinking about her usually cold and proud beautiful face, how it would turn a light pink after drinking this wine, while slightly intoxicated. Tsk. Wang Chen got excited just thinking about it, and a foolish smile gradually appeared on his face. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment a few knocks suddenly came from outside the door, instantly pulling Wang Chen's thoughts back. He had originally wanted to do one more 10,000 origin points lottery draw, but now he had no choice but to stop and go open the door. Coming back to his senses, Wang Chen got out of bed, and only then realized the sky had already turned dark and the room was pitch black. Creak. As Wang Chen opened the door in the darkness, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful face, faintly visible under the moonlight, came into view. Jiang Lingxian was about to question him about what had happened in the sect during the day, but when she focused her eyes on Wang Chen's appearance inside the door, she was instantly stunned. The Wang Chen of now was no longer the short-haired man who had come from Blue Star, but rather had flowing classical-style long hair, as handsome as in his past life. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, who looked exactly like his past self, and stood frozen in place, as if someone had hit pause. However, beneath her eyes was a turbulent sea, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Wang Chen with disbelief. Fairy sister, what is wrong? Wang Chen furrowed his brows and looked at Jiang Lingxian outside the door with considerable confusion. It is nothing. I have something I want to tell you. Come with me. Jiang Lingxian gradually came to her senses upon hearing this, her expression unexpectedly calm to the extreme, speaking in a cold voice. Hey, wait a moment, let me tidy up. Seeing this, Wang Chen knew Jiang Lingxian had begun to realize something, so he quickly stopped her and turned to tidy up the bedding. Wang Chen was completely unflustered at this moment, because Jiang Lingxian's reaction was exactly what he had anticipated. At this point, Jiang Lingxian probably wanted to lure him into her room, and then lock the door to have a long, detailed conversation. As Wang Chen put the bedding into his storage space, he followed Jiang Lingxian all the way into the Taishu Sanus Hall. Wang Chen cheerfully entered the room a step ahead of Jiang Lingxian, then walked over to the chair beside the table, just about to sit down. As expected, just as Wang Chen had predicted. Creak. Click. Suddenly Jiang Lingxian, behind him, grabbed the door with both hands and slammed it shut with force, the door making two crisp sounds of protest. The next moment, before Wang Chen could react, several formation arrays sealed the entire house tightly. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, standing with her back to him before the tightly shut door, her slender hands frozen mid-motion, as if about to lock it. Fairy sister, what are you doing? Even in such circumstances, Wang Chen refused to address her as master, and instead gazed fixedly at her back, his voice tinged with bewilderment. Jiang Lingxian's silhouette remained motionless, though her form seemed to tense, as though suppressing some overwhelming emotion. Holy crap! What if she's gone completely off the rails? Watch out, she might chain you up like a dog. The system's voice suddenly pierced through, snapping the dazed Wang Chen back to his senses. Impossible. I know her well enough. She'd never be that twisted. What you're describing is Yandra. Though Wang Chen responded this way to the system, an inexplicable unease stirred within him. After standing motionless for what felt like an eternity, Jiang Lingxian finally turned around slowly. Her beautiful eyes were faintly red, and she seemed to be barely containing a surge of fury as she gazed at Wang Chen, her eyes a turbulent sea of unnameable emotions. You have also been reborn, haven't you? Dressed in white robes like an immortal, Jiang Lingxian's reddened eyes locked onto Wang Chen, her voice heavy and oppressive. In an instant, time itself seemed to freeze. The atmosphere hung in suffocating silence. Perhaps. Yes. This time Wang Chen did not bother to refute Jiang Lingxian. He simply let his gaze drift slowly toward the desk beside him. He knew that today escape was impossible. No matter how well he might feign ignorance, he would be interrogated by one means or another. Wang Chen did not bother to act surprised that Jiang Lingxian had also been reborn, though she had never explicitly told him so. But Jiang Lingxian certainly knew that given their entirely different manner of interaction in this life, Wang Chen would deduce her rebirth the moment they crossed paths. Upon hearing those three words from Wang Chen's lips, the hope that had only been 8/10 certain in Jiang Lingxian's heart now found its confirmation. The dead, icy depths of her gaze flickered with a glimmer of light. But what followed was an endless tide of grievance surging up from within her, countless emotions coiling around her heart, like creeping vines threatening to suffocate her. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room plummeted to the freezing point. Wang Chen stared nervously at the table, while Jiang Lingxian fixed her gaze upon him with unwavering intensity. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps, though light, caused the already guilty Wang Chen to break out in a cold sweat. His heart lurched with each step. In that moment, Wang Chen's mind conjured countless scenarios of the punishments and acts of revenge Jiang Lingxian might inflict upon him. Yet things did not unfold as he had anticipated. Jiang Lingxian merely sat down quietly across from him. For a fleeting instant it felt as though time stood still, as if the world had returned to that peaceful moment. The two of them sat inside drinking tea and chatting as they had in their past life. Except that the Wang Chen of before would smile and chatter away endlessly, while Jiang Lingxian would occasionally offer a simple nim or no in response. It was as if a lifetime had passed, because indeed a lifetime had passed. Yet the two who now sat together once more after that long separation found themselves utterly devoid of the ease they had shared before. Why? Upon hearing Jiang Lingxian's cold yet unmistakably aggrieved murmur, Wang Chen felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. There's no why. I simply swore before I died in my past life that if I were granted another life I would not become your disciple again. Wang Chen tried to keep his tone light, yet when facing Jiang Lingxian an unconscious nervousness still crept into his voice. That was not what Jiang Lingxian had wanted to ask. But upon hearing Wang Chen's words about not wanting to be her disciple, her heart twisted painfully nonetheless. You know very well that's not what I meant to ask. Jiang Lingxian could barely contain her emotions any longer. Her hands clenched tightly around the hem of her dress, her voice both frigid and heavy. Forgive me, but I truly do not understand what you wish to ask. Wang Chen's gaze faltered, unable to meet Jiang Lingxian's eyes. Deep down he began to regret coming here with her. Though he had anticipated this confrontation, actually being here, Wang Chen found himself desperate to flee the battlefield. This was the crushing authority his past life's ice heart Empress master had instilled in him. Crack, crack, crack. Jiang Lingxian could no longer restrain her emotions. Instantly the entire house began to freeze from where her feet stood, an icy chill permeating the air. Before Wang Chen could even lift his feet, he felt them suddenly frozen to the floor, bound by ice that had formed beneath him, utterly immobile. The terrified Wang Chen instinctively recoiled, tilting his body backward as he watched Jiang Lingxian's form, terrified she might lose control. Throughout his 1,000 years of association with her, Wang Chen knew precisely how horrifying Jiang Lingxian could become when she snapped. Yet when Jiang Lingxian caught sight of Wang Chen's fearful backward lean, her exquisite features softened momentarily. She knew she had lost control, but seeing Wang Chen recoil from her, tears still sprang unbidden to her eyes. In their past life, whenever she felt hurt or angry, Wang Chen had always responded with such tenderness, doing everything in his power to cheer her up. But now, the truth was, Wang Chen himself was rather bewildered. Jiang Lingxian had never displayed such obvious loss of composure before him while he was conscious. However, gazing at Jiang Lingxian's pitiful appearance as she fought desperately to hold back her tears, Wang Chen found his resolve crumbling. Jiang Lingxian, this life is this life. In this life, I have never been your disciple, nor do I wish to be. I pursued you over 10,000 times in our past life, yet you rejected me each and every time, using the pretense of our master-disciple bond. I am truly exhausted. You may consider it the rebellion of a 1,000-year disciple. Wang Chen had made himself perfectly clear. Jiang Lingxian could not possibly fail to grasp his meaning. Then Wang Chen simply closed his eyes and sat there, resigned to whatever fate awaited him. The ice coating the room swiftly dissipated, transforming back into spiritual energy that drifted into the air and vanished. Wang Chen soon felt his feet free to move again, but how dare he stir? He remained motionless, eyes shut in silence. But when you faced those disciples at Taishu Immortal Sect, you clearly said something different. Jiang Lingxian suppressed the turmoil raging within her. She had no desire to hurt Wang Chen, nor did she want him to fear her. This was bad. Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he sensed imminent disaster. This, that. Wang Chen opened his eyes, awkwardly gazing at the emotionally suppressed Jiang Lingxian, words failing him entirely. Deep down, you still acknowledge me as your master, don't you? At these words, Jiang Lingxian gazed into Wang Chen's dead silent eyes, and unexpectedly a flicker of hope kindled within them. What am I supposed to answer this? Wang Chen was speechless. He certainly could not admit that he had only invoked his Saint Master's authority to intimidate those disciples. If he said such a thing now, would he not be strung up from the ceiling rafters and whipped 360 degrees in a Thomas Muller spin? The situation had already come to this. Better to stay silent. An abyss of silence stretched endlessly, until the hope in Jiang Lingxian's eyes gradually dimmed and faded away. You once said, silence means consent. So even if you don't answer now, it matters not. Jiang Lingxian suppressed the impulse to question Wang Chen further, for she feared she would never receive the answer she longed for. Thus she could only resort to this, to deceive herself, allowing her heart to grasp at the final shred of comfort remaining to her. Wang Chen was stunned by her words, his inner thoughts screaming, this is too much. In his previous life he had used some tricks on Jiang Lingxian only for them to boomerang back and strike him in this present life. Little host, your Jiang Lingxian sister is a perfect example of someone who has managed to comfort herself through sheer self-deception, isn't she? She's desperately searching for a sliver of hope within an ocean of absolute despair, engaging in pure psychological self-comfort. Wang Chen ignored the system and made no move to shatter Jiang Lingxian's last vestige of self-comfort, watching her in silence. Jiang Lingxian's eyes glistened with red as she met Wang Chen's gaze before finally rising with a look of dejection and loss. "Tonight you take the bed, I'll meditate on the floor." Jiang Lingxian stood with downcast eyes gazing at Wang Chen, suppressing the tremor in her voice as she spoke with the same cold detachment as in her previous life. Jiang Lingxian's words carried no sense of inquiry, but rather felt like a notification to Wang Chen. Moreover, she did not remove the formation array from the room, as if afraid Wang Chen might seize an opportunity to leave her once the truth was exposed. "No need, I was prepared for this. I've already brought a mattress, bedding, and a pillow." Wang Chen rose to his feet, then with lightning speed rushed to the side of the room and instantly laid out his bedding on the floor. Jiang Lingxian stood frozen in place, her slightly reddened eyes, watching Wang Chen's extremely swift movements, momentarily leaving her in a state of stunned disbelief. "Since it's come to this, let's just sleep first." Wang Chen swept the blanket aside with both hands, then dove headfirst into it and lay down quickly, closing his eyes to sleep. The flying bedding gently floated down, lightly covering his body. On the surface, Wang Chen appeared carefree and untroubled, yet feeling that scorching gaze upon him, his heart felt unbearably heavy and suffocating. Seeing that Wang Chen wasn't even willing to face her, Jiang Lingxian said nothing more, afraid that speaking might displease him and cause his aversion toward her. In the end, she silently walked to her bed inside the room and abandoned her plan to meditate. She removed her shoes and lay down on the bed, turning her back to Wang Chen as she slept. But merely 10 seconds after Jiang Lingxian closed her eyes. Gradually, her suppressed emotions could no longer be contained. Unknowingly, she bit her lower lip tight as tears streamed down, soaking her pillow. Jiang Lingxian did not choose to unleash her pent-up emotions before Wang Chen, but cried silently with her back turned to him. She did not want the most important person in her heart to witness her humiliated appearance. This was the last shred of dignity she kept for herself. The atmosphere that night was undoubtedly oppressive. Wang Chen dared not sleep at all, secretly squinting his eyes to look at Jiang Lingxian. However, Jiang Lingxian faced away from him. Besides her body trembling slightly, there were no other significant movements. For an entire night, Wang Chen never slept quietly, watching Jiang Lingxian's back until dawn. Clearly, Jiang Lingxian had no mood to use any soporific incense or other things tonight, suffering heart-wrenching agony. And so it continued until the afternoon of the next day. Wang Chen truly couldn't bear it any longer. He gently lifted the blanket and, believing himself to be moving silently, stood up sneakily. "Where do you think you're going?" The sudden cold, clear voice startled Wang Chen, who had just risen, causing his entire body to involuntarily shudder. Looking closely, Jiang Lingxian had actually, in the short span of his one movement, already turned around on the bed to stare at him. This woman, how is she like a ghost? Beautiful and cold, yet somewhat terrifying. Wang Chen met Jiang Lingxian's gaze, those beautiful eyes still carrying a hint of grievance, yet stunningly gorgeous. He internally complained in his heart. I'm a bit hungry." Wang Chen thought for a moment, fabricating a casual excuse, hoping to get Jiang Lingxian to let him go outside to find something to eat. "I'll bring you food." Jiang Lingxian gracefully supported herself on the bed as she sat up, then began putting on shoes for her fair, tender feet that had been exposed to the air. Wang Chen listened to the foolish system chatter in his mind and cursed it furiously within his heart. "No need. I can just go out and eat myself. How could I possibly let a woman fetch meals for me?" Wang Chen waved his hand, hastily indicating that Jiang Lingxian need not bother, then walked toward the door. He pulled twice. It didn't open. With no alternative, he turned around helplessly to look at Jiang Lingxian sitting on the bed. Even as Wang Chen stood by the door, Jiang Lingxian simply watched him coldly and silently for an extremely long time. "Fine. All right." Wang Chen stood by the doorway, though his words said one thing, but his heart thought another. "I'll just stand right here. Since you want to go out, you'll have to open the door eventually. The moment you open it, I'm rushing out immediately." Before Wang Chen could finish his thoughts, a rift in space tore open before Jiang Lingxian. She rose and stepped inside. Whoosh. The moment Jiang Lingxian stepped through, the spatial rift vanished instantly, leaving only the dumbfounded Wang Chen alone in the room. Wang Chen walked to the bed and lay down on the fragrant bedding, feeling quite speechless as he responded to the idiotic system in his mind. Wang Chen couldn't help but curse and complain about the outrageous pricing, then closed his eyes and began cultivating, choosing not to see and thus not to be bothered by his thoughts. Wang Chen didn't bother responding to the system's chattering and profanity in his mind. Instead, he pulled the blanket over himself. There was still some residual warmth, and it smelled quite nice. Seemingly impossible to get enough of that fragrance. The bedding carried a delicate, soothing scent. Wang Chen unconsciously sniffed the bedding gently, but the moment he recalled Jiang Lingxian's current crime of imprisoning him, he couldn't help but swat the bedding a few times. He wasn't sure how many days she would keep him imprisoned. He hoped she would release him before the grand competition in 6 days. Wang Chen silently prayed, otherwise he feared that Yi Qing might obtain the Chilean golden spring within the Taishu battle tomb. Wang Chen lay on the bed wrapped in the warm blanket with its faint lingering fragrance calling out to the system in his heart. Ding! Realm concealment function adjusted to Jiang Realm 6th layer, deducting 5,000 origin points. Wang Chen couldn't help but curse and complain, then closed his eyes and began cultivating, choosing not to see and thus not be troubled by his thoughts. What he was doing now was less about cultivation and more about recovering his cultivation base. As long as in this life he seized all kinds of fortune that belonged to the sons of destiny, and the many hidden cultivation opportunities in the cultivation world combined with the millennium of cultivation experience from his previous life, Wang Chen was confident he could prove the Tao and become an emperor again in no time. Closing his eyes meant night had fallen. When Wang Chen awakened from his cultivation, he first sensed his cultivation base that was about to break through to Guiyuan realm. Only then did he raise his eyes to look at the dark, desolate surroundings. Though the room was dark with his vision, he could still see everything clearly. However, the objects he saw had no brightness at all. Why hasn't Jiang Lingxian returned yet? Wang Chen frowned. If he was really hungry during the day, asking her to bring him a meal, would he starve to death here? Wang Chen frowned. If he had really asked her to bring him a meal when he was hungry during the day, would he have starved to death here? Whoosh! A spatial rift tore open in the room. Speaking of Jiang Lingxian, and Jiang Lingxian appeared. A figure strode out from the void crack. Whoosh! A spatial rift tore open in the room. Speaking of Jiang Lingxian, and Jiang Lingxian appeared. A figure strode out from the void crack. The moment the beauty stepped out, the room suddenly lit up and his vision became clearer. Jiang Lingxian returned with a cold expression, and Wang Chen, seeing this, silently closed his eyes again on the bed. Jiang Lingxian must have gone to clean up the mess from his actions yesterday, and then had a confrontation with Elder Mu Hong from the inner sect. The outer sect elders might fear her title of saintess, but the inner sect elder's status was only slightly inferior to hers. They could only respect her with 6 parts caution, not fear. Of course, if Jiang Lingxian weren't concealing her heavenly venerable realm cultivation to focus on plans for this lifetime, her true power would be revealed. The outcome would naturally be different given that she reached the heavenly venerable realm in just over 200 years, a monstrous genius defying the heavens. Within the Taishu immortal sect, she was essentially on equal footing with the sect master, possibly even wielding more authority. After all, the Taishu sect master required over 3,000 years to reach the first layer of the heavenly venerable realm. Jiang Lingxian emerged from the void rift without a word, her gaze fixed calmly on Wang Chen as he slept in the bed she had occupied. "I'm late." Jiang Lingxian's voice carried both coldness and a hint of apology as she approached the table and retrieved the bamboo food container from her divine sense space. "Eat." After setting the food on the table, Jiang Lingxian spoke in her characteristic cool, yet gentle tone to Wang Chen, who was still pretending to sleep. Wang Chen finally lifted the covers and sat up. Knowing Jiang Lingxian had settled another matter for him made him feel uneasy. "After I finish eating, I'd like to take a walk. Is that all right?" Wang Chen spoke cautiously after sitting down, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Jiang Lingxian across from him. But she merely raised her gaze, the coldness in her eyes unmistakable as she silently met his stare. The familiar expression on her face made his meaning clear in 2 words: impossible. "I've been reborn into this life. Am I supposed to just sit here and do nothing while you keep me locked away like this?" Wang Chen frowned, deeply staring at Jiang Lingxian with confusion as he spoke his mind. She lowered her eyes in silence, seemingly contemplating how to respond. Unable to think of a solution, she picked up her chopsticks to cover her hesitation. "If you're hungry, eat first." Jiang Lingxian placed a piece of meat onto Wang Chen's chopsticks, her voice pleasant, yet emotionally flat. Wang Chen fell silent. Fine, her cultivation was far superior, but he refused to believe she could imprison him forever, a flicker of anger stirring within him. "Host, you could use that conceptual tipsy fruit wine to get her drunk, then coax her into opening the formation array while she's dazed." Wow, what a brilliant idea. Wang Chen, still fuming, heard the system's voice and suddenly remembered he had a bottle of conceptual tipsy fruit wine. Sigh. "A caged bird, when will I fly? If you won't let me go, then so be it. Since you want me to be your canary, then so be it." That's the fate of a canary. Wang Chen, seemingly having given up hope of leaving, sadly produced an exquisite glass jar of fruit wine from his pocket. Wait, strawberries, Jiang Lingxian's favorite. The ancient characters engraved on the glass jar read, "strawberry flavor," and Wang Chen suddenly recalled that in his previous life, Jiang Lingxian had a fondness for strawberries. "System, do you have strawberries?" "Stock 2 boxes in the shop." Wang Chen secretly glanced at Jiang Lingxian across from him, and mentally whispered to the system twice. Ding. 10,000 origin points deducted. The third card has been refreshed. Mortal-grade fruits can now be purchased indefinitely. Damn, you're charging me 10,000 for a mundane item. Wang Chen cursed inwardly, holding the glass jar of fruit wine in one hand, while browsing the third card in the system shop to buy several boxes of strawberries. Wang Chen set the tipsy strawberry wine on the table and produced 3 boxes of large strawberries from below. Here, that's one thing, but I know this is your favorite. I accidentally brought it back when I was reborn in my past life. Wang Chen opened the 3 boxes of strawberries one by one and placed them in front of Jiang Lingxian, speaking with a hint of sullen displeasure. The strawberries sold by the system were pristine, each one exquisite and beautiful, with 4 green leaves blooming at the stem. Jiang Lingxian paused for a moment upon seeing the fruit Wang Chen produced, her cold eyes showing a hint of ripples. Wang Chen gripped the wooden stopper of the glass jar with his right hand and pulled it out with force, producing a sound like opening a soda bottle. Wang Chen didn't drink immediately. Instead, he bent his head and pretended to eat several mouthfuls of spiritual rice, suddenly feeling refreshed. After a few bites, Wang Chen raised his eyes slightly and saw Jiang Lingxian still sitting across from him, staring at the strawberries in a daze, not eating. In truth, Jiang Lingxian was gazing at the boxes of strawberries before her, and memories from her past life suddenly surged. Master, open your mouth quickly. It's urgent. Wah. Oh. In her past life, Jiang Lingxian's red lips had been suddenly blocked by a fruit while she was mid-sentence, leaving her frozen in place. Jiang Lingxian's thin, moist, beautiful crimson lips gently pressed against the tip of the strawberry. Coming back to her senses, she gradually looked toward Wang Chen in front of her. She saw that Wang Chen in this lifetime was holding the leaves at the tail of the strawberry, gently pressing the tip against her lips. Jiang Lingxian could even smell the faint fruity fragrance of the strawberry, and for a moment, she gazed at Wang Chen in astonishment. Delicious, love it, eat more, open wide. Ah. Wang Chen was utterly shameless, grinning at her across the table and slightly opening his mouth as if coaxing a child. Jiang Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows, but still parted her thin lips to accept the strawberry, then raised her hand to swat Wang Chen's palm away. I knew you'd love this. Look, I even specially brewed this fruit into juice. Wang Chen wasn't offended by the swat and took the opportunity to pour 2 cups of the tipsy fruit wine. Just a tiny taste, right? That shouldn't count as a proper sip. He needed to test it first, otherwise the alcohol taste would give it away, and he'd never be able to trick her into drinking it. After a moment's thought, Wang Chen took a barely perceptible sip to check the flavor. He discovered a sweet and sour taste with a unique strawberry fragrance lacking any harsh alcohol burn. It was quite delicious. But 3 seconds later, Wang Chen inexplicably felt his face growing warm, though he didn't pay it much mind, thinking it was only a tiny amount and shouldn't be a problem. After all, it was just the tiniest sip. There was no way he'd lose control. Your face. Why is it red? Jiang Lingxian asked curiously after taking a small bite of the strawberry, noticing Wang Chen's face gradually turning pink. Don't worry about that. I'm just full of energy. Wang Chen maintained his handsome smile, the faint blush on his face, making him look even more charmingly tipsy. Master, I brewed this for a long time. Try a little, it's really good. Wang Chen held up the other cup of tipsy fruit wine, pulled over a chair to sit beside Jiang Lingxian, and spoke instinctively with his face flushed and burning. But his words caused Jiang Lingxian's poised figure to tremble slightly, her eyes seeming to gain light in that moment. Master. He's finally willing to call me master. An inexplicable joy crept into Jiang Lingxian's heart, but she also noticed that Wang Chen's condition seemed somewhat off. I won't drink it. Jiang Lingxian had already realized the juice in Wang Chen's hand might be the problem and furrowed her delicate brows as she responded. Master, just have a little, please. This. I brewed it for so long, so long. With his face flushed and burning, Wang Chen felt something strange in his head and instinctively believed he should have always called Jiang Lingxian master. So after calling her master so many times, Wang Chen didn't realize anything was wrong. It was a subconscious action. Then, are you willing to become my disciple now? Become your disciple. Wait a moment, no, I don't wanna. Wang Chen's mind suddenly cleared upon hearing this. Looking at Jiang Lingxian, he snapped back to reality and instinctively refused her again. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily stunned, pressing her lower lip as if her heart were being squeezed. Forget it then. I've had enough hardship in my past life. I'm not becoming your disciple in this one either. The mere mention of taking her as his master triggered Wang Chen's subconscious resistance, causing him to reject Jiang Lingxian without thinking. Wang Chen returned to his seat with a faint blush, devouring food and drink with his eyes half closed, neither fully intoxicated nor sober. Disciple. Could you call me master 2 more times? Jiang Lingxian, seeing this, had already abandoned hope that Wang Chen would take her on as a disciple again. She only longed to hear those familiar words once more. I won't call you that. You won't even drink my fruit wine, so why should I call you that? You're not my master in this lifetime anyway. Wang Chen's memories seemed to blur and twist like something from another world, and with a faint blush on his face he refused Jiang Lingxian once more. So it was wine. No wonder. As long as you call me master I'll drink it. Does that work? Upon hearing it was wine, Jiang Lingxian's concerns eased. If it was merely alcohol, she could dispel its effects with her spiritual energy. This foolish host, I told you to get Jiang Lingxian drunk, yet you've only taken a tiny sip and gotten yourself tipsy. But Wang Chen paid no heed to the system's words, his attention entirely drawn to Jiang Lingxian. Master. Wang Chen glanced sideways at Jiang Lingxian and murmured the word hesitantly, as though testing whether her claim held truth. Upon hearing those two characters, Jiang Lingxian's usually cold expression finally softened ever so slightly. She then raised the wine cup from the table, taking a small sip as promised, and found it indeed tasted like fruit juice. Master. I like master so much. Please drink it all for me, master. Wang Chen returned to Jiang Lingxian's side and suddenly wrapped his arm around her slender fair arm, acting coquettishly. Jiang Lingxian's sipping paused, a faint warmth of pleasure rising within her, and she simply yielded to Wang Chen's wishes. 3 minutes later, Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen found themselves on the bed, embracing in an intimate position, having somehow ended up there without realizing when it happened. Wang Chen lay atop Jiang Lingxian's delicate frame, his face pressed against her chest, lips slightly parted as he listened to her heartbeat in silence. Jiang Lingxian's slender arms wrapped around Wang Chen's neck, her gaze hazy and uncertain as she looked at him. Disciple. Master, really missed you. Miss me for what? Aren't I right here now? Wang Chen raised his flushed face, tinged with a slight intoxication, furrowed his brows, and asked with half-open eyes in confusion. Yet when he saw Jiang Lingxian's slightly blushing cheeks and her mesmerized eyes, he was momentarily stunned by her beauty. You are indeed here now, but, do you know in this lifetime master waited for you? For over 100 years. Sniffle. Jiang Lingxian's hazy eyes filled with tears as she spoke, unable to stop herself from clinging to Wang Chen and weeping softly. Wang Chen's hands were still wrapped around Jiang Lingxian's slender waist, momentarily overwhelmed by her crying. Since he had only taken a small sip, the surprise gradually cleared his mind. Damn, this fruit wine, truly dangerous. Conceptual alcohol is something else entirely, even a tiny sip counts as drinking. After regaining his composure, Wang Chen recalled his embarrassing actions earlier and cursed himself inwardly. But when he suddenly saw Jiang Lingxian crying in his arms, her cheeks flushed with intoxication, he felt momentarily at a loss. 100 years. She waited 100 years. Coming to his senses, Wang Chen sat up slightly and gazed at the dazed Jiang Lingxian, his mind replaying her words from just now. Don't go. Wang Chen's slight movement to rise triggered an immediate reaction from Jiang Lingxian, who hastily wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him back down. Hey, ugh. Caught off guard by her pull, Wang Chen's face was thrust between her bosom as he struggled helplessly. Disciple. No. Sensing his inappropriate actions, Jiang Lingxian froze momentarily and instinctively tried to push him away, though her intoxicated state made her movements sluggish. Yet she couldn't bring herself to let him go, her beautiful face displaying such intense hesitation. With her mesmerized eyes and flushed cheeks, Jiang Lingxian clung to Wang Chen, looking utterly adorable in her conflicted state. If you don't want me, then let me go. Wang Chen struggled to lift his face slightly and called out to Jiang Lingxian, whose features were obscured by heat and confusion. I won't. You must. No. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Lingxian refused to release her grip, instead holding him tighter. Wang Chen found himself caught between pleasure and discomfort. Then if you keep this up, I'm taking you. Wang Chen's hands on her waist moved as though to strip away her clothes or slide beneath her skirt. As expected, Jiang Lingxian reacted exactly as he'd anticipated. No. Don't. You can't. Panicked, she pushed him away, her exquisite face flushed with a mixture of intoxication and shame. Caught off guard by Jiang Lingxian's sudden push, Wang Chen was sent tumbling to the inner edge of the bed, his head bumping and leaving him dizzy. I'm sorry. The fruit wine had clouded Jiang Lingxian's mind, and as she watched Wang Chen with his eyes closed and head swaying, she pressed her lips together and apologized with genuine distress. Once Wang Chen regained some consciousness, he reluctantly rose from the bed, hoping to collect his thoughts. But the moment he stood, a sudden pull at his waist dragged him back down. Don't go, disciple. Just stay and sleep here, okay? Jiang Lingxian clung to him tightly around the waist, her hazy eyes filled with pleading. After a few seconds of hesitation, Wang Chen's face flushing, his body feeling feverish, he lay back into Jiang Lingxian's embrace. It wasn't that he didn't want to get up. Rather, Jiang Lingxian, feeling profoundly insecure in that moment, had pulled him back with an unyielding grip. Though her words begged him not to leave, her arms held him with absolute determination. Since resistance was futile, he might as well enjoy it. Though Jiang Lingxian's hold wasn't particularly strong, and he could have broken free. He chose to indulge in the moment. Wang Chen simply gave in, lying atop Jiang Lingxian as he quietly observed her breathtaking face, flushed with color. Especially in her dazed state, her head swaying slightly, traces of tears on her cheeks, as she murmured something unintelligible. She resembled an adorable, pitiful kitten, wagging her tail, as if pleading with her master not to abandon her. For some reason, Wang Chen felt a sudden dryness in his throat, and without thinking, he leaned his face even closer to hers. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian's delicate pink lips, his throat parched, the urge to steal a kiss growing stronger with each passing moment. How about stealing a kiss now? Just one. Wang Chen's thought arose, and his mind was suddenly flooded with countless whispering voices echoing endlessly. Slightly dazed, Wang Chen's face gradually drew closer to Jiang Lingxian's flushed, wine-kissed cheeks. The two could already clearly hear each other's breathing, their warm breaths gently dispersing into the air. Gulping softly, Wang Chen's throat involuntarily moved as he gazed at the breathtakingly beautiful Jiang Lingxian, her face adorned with a delicate blush and her eyes slightly hazy. Jiang Lingxian's slender arms wrapped around his waist, and she seemed to sense the growing warmth between them. Feeling her body heat up, she forced her eyelids open slightly, her gaze fixing on Wang Chen. Jiang Lingxian's eyes opened just a sliver, watching Wang Chen's face draw ever closer, and she froze for a moment. She appeared to be trying to understand what Wang Chen intended, but her foggy mind kept interrupting her thoughts, leaving her expression vacant and dazed. So when Wang Chen's handsome face was just inches away, Jiang Lingxian simply stared at him in a daze. As their faces drew closer, both their heartbeats accelerated involuntarily, filled with an inexplicable tension. Wang Chen no longer hesitated, and with a decisive movement leaned in toward Jiang Lingxian's lips. But when she saw this, she paused for a moment before instinctively turning her flushed face away. Even in her dazed state, she seemed to finally understand what Wang Chen was attempting. Her own disciple seeking to kiss her. How utterly rebellious and disrespectful. An unfilial disciple indeed. Wang Chen couldn't react fast enough to Jiang Lingxian's swift movement, and his lips pressed against her rosy, fair cheek instead. Jiang Lingxian remained somewhat dazed, showing little reaction to the kiss on her cheek, her eyes simply staring blankly at the wall to her left. This guy refuses me even now. How despicable. Wang Chen persistently followed with his face as if determined not to rest until he succeeded. But each time Jiang Lingxian turned her cheek away, firmly refusing to let him kiss her lips, so he ended up pressing his kisses against her lightly flushed cheeks instead. Jiang Lingxian's already flushed cheeks grew even redder after dozens of kisses from Wang Chen the beast. Yet this rosy glow spreading from her left cheek to her right made Jiang Lingxian even more enchanting. Eventually, Jiang Lingxian seemed unable to bear it any longer, her delicate brows furrowed and lips pressed together as she looked at Wang Chen with evident grievance. Don't kiss me anymore, okay? We're master and disciple, we can't do this. Her voice grew soft and breathless from the kisses, her normally cool demeanor now tinged with pleading. Wang Chen had been about to continue his pursuit, but seeing Jiang Lingxian's tearful, wronged expression, he paused. All right, fine, I won't bully you anymore, be good. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Chen couldn't resist her pitiful appearance and agreed. He simply couldn't keep up with her swift movements, never managing to reach those lips that begged to be kissed. Still, he felt satisfied. At least under the pretense of kissing her lips, he'd managed dozens of kisses on her fair, tender face. In the past, he couldn't even touch her without being met with a cold, icy glare for what felt like eternity. Now he could clearly feel Jiang Lingxian pressing her burning cheek gently against his neck. Witnessing Jiang Lingxian in this soft, feminine state, Wang Chen's heart swelled with an overwhelming tenderness. 1,000 years in his past life, and finally in this lifetime, the prodigy had shown him this side of herself just once. The old Jiang Lingxian was always so domineering and cold, her words laced with icy commands and displeasure. But now, even as Wang Chen kissed her cheek, she could only plead with him to stop, her voice filled with grievance. Wang Chen reached out tentatively to stroke her silky hair, and though Jiang Lingxian showed some resistance, she ultimately didn't pull away. Disciple, let's sleep, okay? Don't leave your master. Please. Jiang Lingxian opened her teary eyes slightly, looking up at Wang Chen with a pitiful gaze. Her vulnerable appearance was so moving that Wang Chen felt if he refused her, she would likely burst into tears right then. Wang Chen understood that women were naturally emotional, and Jiang Lingxian, who had lacked affection, was undoubtedly extremely sensitive. I'm not going anywhere. Wang Chen gently stroked her hair, his voice soft as he responded to her, hoping to ease her mind. In the future, you're not allowed to leave, either, no matter what, you can't leave. Never. Jiang Lingxian's voice was soft and warm, no longer cold, as she murmured incoherently and tightened her embrace. Wang Chen could only coax her as he lifted her into his arms, then carefully shifted to the inner side of the bed so he wouldn't crush her delicate frame. Jiang Lingxian clung to him tightly throughout, her arms wrapped around his waist, as if she wanted to hang on to him entirely. Once they were settled in position, Jiang Lingxian instinctively leaned against Wang Chen's warm body, finding comfort in his presence. Wang Chen could clearly feel Jiang Lingxian gently burying her burning cheek against his neck. Wang Chen sighed, inwardly wondering how any proper master-disciple relationship could be this intimate, and why she kept rejecting him under the guise of their master-disciple bond. He gently stroked her head, puzzled by her thoughts. Wait, wasn't his original plan to get her drunk and then coax her into disabling the formation in the room? After staring blankly for a long while, the warmth in his arms suddenly jogged his memory back to the matter at hand. Lingxian, are you asleep? Wang Chen lowered his face slightly and asked softly, being careful not to disturb her as she nestled against his neck. Jiang Lingxian appeared to be asleep, yet she murmured a response in her dreams. Forget it. She looked too drowsy to wake up anyway, so they'd sleep together. The only uncertainty was what would happen once she woke up tomorrow. Wang Chen wrapped his arms around her slender frame, then gently rested his leg against her waist as he closed his eyes and contemplated. He'd deal with tomorrow's consequences later. After all, he'd only tricked her into getting drunk. She wouldn't die from it. At most, she'd receive a few hundred lashes with a willow whip. But the thought of being this intimate with her now, of her willingly, even pleadingly, accepting him, made Wang Chen feel completely satisfied. Wang Chen pulled the blankets over them both, then let his consciousness drift away as he gradually drifted into sleep. Another day of loving Jiang Lingxian, except today, she responded, and she was exceptionally lovely. I like it so much. Another day of loving her disciple, except today, he seemed to have unleashed his beastly nature, wanting to be a rebellious disciple who defies his master. He's so wicked. I really like it. The next morning, sunlight bathed the earth beyond the Taishu immortal sect. Yet within the secluded depths of the Taishu Saint Maiden's palace, undisturbed by any two figures, lay intertwined beneath the covers, savoring their warmth together. As if the effects of the slightly intoxicating fruit wine had worn off, Jiang Lingxian, nestled against Wang Chen's neck, felt her beautiful eyes quiver faintly. By now the rosy flush upon her cheeks had completely vanished, restoring her usual demeanor, cold, noble, and untouchable. Yet mere moments later, Jiang Lingxian's cheeks heated up, once more uncontrollably flushing crimson. She lay in Wang Chen's embrace with last night's memories perfectly clear in her mind. She could only feel an overwhelming sense of shame rapidly spreading through her entire body, causing even her frame to stiffen involuntarily. The disciple's fruit wine. It was definitely tampered with. And he actually wanted to kiss my lips. He must have deliberately tricked me into drinking it. I must have been out of my mind. Knowing something was wrong, I still went along with his wishes, responding to his endless calls of master. Jiang Lingxian felt Wang Chen's gentle, sturdy frame, and an inexorable wave of regret and shame washed over her. After regaining her senses, Jiang Lingxian did not immediately rise in embarrassment. Instead, she carefully shifted her position. But fate was unkind to her. Wang Chen had wrapped both arms and legs around her, treating Jiang Lingxian like a body pillow. What a wicked disciple. What a rebellious disciple. If this were our past life, I would have surely whipped him a few times. Jiang Lingxian's face flushed crimson as she cursed inwardly twice. Yet she could not help but secretly savor Wang Chen's tender embrace. As a cultivator of the heavenly venerate realm, how could she possibly be trapped by a mere foundation spirit cultivator? A single thought could grant her silent escape. But Jiang Lingxian seemed to have forgotten about her cultivation entirely. After a few weak struggles, she frustratingly stopped. She seemed to be deceiving herself, convincing herself that she truly could not break free from Wang Chen's tight hold. In reality, she simply did not want to leave. Because when Wang Chen woke, she would have an excuse to take the initiative in blaming him and shifting the responsibility. Very well, since this is his first offense in this life, I shall spare the beating. However, the next time he tries to give me anything to eat or drink, I absolutely must not go along with his wishes. With this resolve burning in her heart, Jiang Lingxian silently vowed never to accept anything from Wang Chen again. Yet without realizing it, she unconsciously rubbed her cheek gently against Wang Chen's neck, a faint curve forming at the corner of her lips. When she came to her senses, she hastily pressed her lips together and quickly ceased such intimate gestures with Wang Chen, fearing to wake him. Although in the past she had shared countless nights with Wang Chen like this, those times Wang Chen had always been drugged into a deep sleep. Thus for Jiang Lingxian, this felt entirely different. A sense of greater pleasure intertwined with thrilling trepidation. The two continued to savor their embrace until noon, when Wang Chen's eyelids stirred. Jiang Lingxian swiftly closed her eyes and feigned sleep. With Jiang Lingxian serving as his pillow, Wang Chen had slept more soundly than anyone. He truly could detect a cold, serene fragrance that brought great peace. Cough, cough. As Wang Chen's consciousness gradually returned, he felt a slight tickle on his neck from strands of hair, instinctively reaching up to scratch it. But when his hand touched his neck, he felt a smooth, fair, and delicate face instead, with an exceptionally pleasant texture. Jiang Lingxian's face was smooth and delicate with an elastic quality, yet the proportion of flesh to bone was perfectly balanced on her face, neither too thin nor too full. In the past, Wang Chen had always slept with her at night and woken alone during the day, so at this moment, he froze in bewilderment. His neck instantly ceased its itching. Not that it no longer itched, but rather he was too startled to notice. He slightly lowered his gaze to glance at the person in his arms. Jiang Lingxian's sleeping profile came into view, resembling a masterpiece painting of a sleeping beauty, a breathtakingly wondrous sight. Memories flooded back, and Wang Chen swiftly and clearly recalled everything he had done last night. It's over, I'm finished. The slightly intoxicating fruit wine was specifically designed so that one wouldn't lose memory no matter how much one drank. This time it's truly over. Wang Chen held Jiang Lingxian, his heart turned to ash, his mind constantly replaying scenes of Jiang Lingxian chasing and beating him in their past life. In most of those memory fragments, he had mostly maintained a carefree expression, except for the one time when he truly understood Jiang Lingxian with all his heart. Since he's going to be beaten anyway, should he take the chance, while she's asleep, to steal a couple of kisses? Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian's rosy thin lips, and once again could not suppress the desire he harbored since last night. A man of action, he quietly shifted his body, gradually lowering his face toward Jiang Lingxian. But just as his face drew close enough to feel Jiang Lingxian's breath upon it, his expression suddenly froze. For Jiang Lingxian's eyelashes had quivered slightly, and then her eyes, still heavy with sleep, slowly opened, staring blankly at Wang Chen. Why did she wake up? He wants to kiss me again. At this moment, both were completely bewildered. Jiang Lingxian had only opened her eyes because she felt something was wrong. But never in her wildest dreams did she imagine this wicked disciple still hadn't given up his mind fixed on kissing her lips. The bewildered pair exchanged a moment of stunned silence, the handsome youth and the beautiful maiden simply staring at each other in bewilderment. How did you carry me to bed after getting drunk last night? I clearly said I would sleep on the floor. Wang Chen seized the initiative first, his quick words rendering the bewildered Jiang Lingxian even more confused. You? Jiang Lingxian's expression gradually chilled, an intangible chill emanating from her being. Witnessing this, Wang Chen was startled. He hastily released Jiang Lingxian with all four limbs and scrambled toward the foot of the bed, seeking to distance himself from her. In his haste to get off the bed, he accidentally missed his step, tumbling to the floor with a heavy thud, scrambling away on all fours. The moment Wang Chen released her, the surrounding chill in the air momentarily stilled a powerful sense of reluctance surging in Jiang Lingxian's heart. In the end, the two found themselves facing each other, one at the east side of the room, one at the west, one feigning coldness, the other genuinely terrified. Why could the spiritual energy in your fruit wine not be dispersed yesterday? After tricking me into drinking it, what else did you do? Jiang Lingxian sat up and performed a cursory inspection of her body, but concealed beneath her beautiful hair, her earlobes were completely flushed red. She remembered to suppress the shame on her exquisite face, yet she had forgotten about her earlobes, flushed crimson, making one wish to gently bite them. This isn't my fault. I was drunk last night too. My mind was a complete mess. Wang Chen immediately understood that Jiang Lingxian was pretending. Thus, to avoid a beating, he too hastily joined in the pretense. Jiang Lingxian was stunned for a moment. Her gaze flickered subtly, as if contemplating her next move in this performance. Despicable. Shameless. But this woman, who was never eloquent, seemed unable to conjure any further words, sputtering out two expressions entirely devoid of any real harm. Then, shall I roll away? Wang Chen pointed toward the door behind him, intending to seize this opportunity to escape. Jiang Lingxian's delicate brow slightly furrowed at the sight. Gradually she fell into silence. Are you truly certain? You have forgotten everything you did last night. Jiang Lingxian remained silent for a moment before responding to Wang Chen. Instead, she furrowed her brows slightly and questioned him once more, unable to shake her unease. I really have forgotten. That bottle of wine was brewed in my past life, and it is dangerously strong. Even someone at the Saint Soul realm could not withstand half a cup. Therefore, with my current cultivation, I only tasted a little yesterday and completely blacked out. When I woke up, I discovered. Wang Chen leaned against the doorway, his expression one of utter bewilderment, and truthfully answered all of Jiang Lingxian's questioning. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian felt a wave of relief wash over her. Everything suddenly made sense. Her disciple, in his drunken state, would have forgotten their intimate moments from the previous day. After all, given how much her disciple had changed since his rebirth, how could he possibly call her master again, let alone in such a master. The sound of Wang Chen's voice from the day before unconsciously echoed in Jiang Lingxian's mind, and for a moment her spirits lifted. So now, may I leave? Wang Chen gestured again toward the door behind him, his thoughts fixed on his desire to depart. After all, the crimson gold refining spring within the Taishu weapon tomb awaited him, and the sooner he could obtain it the better. Hearing his words, Jiang Lingxian cast a fleeting glance at Wang Chen, with her dull, heavy eyes a pang of discomfort stirring within her heart. He had promised her last night that he would not leave. I shall go handle some matters. Jiang Lingxian rose from her seat with cold detachment, adjusting her slightly rumpled white dress, and spoke in a faint voice. Hey. Wang Chen watched as Jiang Lingxian tore open a rift in the void and stepped through, but before he could stop her, the rift had already sealed shut. Jiang Lingxian, you are truly too cruel. Wang Chen clenched his fists and threw a couple of meaningless punches at the air, his frustration boiling over. Don't be upset. Didn't you already get your way last night? At the very least, you got to taste the edge of the cabbage. System's soft voice of comfort appeared, making Wang Chen calm down a bit. Wait. Idiot System. Get lost. You're calling me a pig in a roundabout way, aren't you? Wang Chen cursed angrily, then got up and walked toward the untidy table to start cleaning. This slightly intoxicating fruit wine is quite good. And these strawberries too. Pack them up to give to her tonight. Wang Chen took the cork from the glass bottle and forced it back into place, then gathered the boxes of uneaten strawberries. If only she could be like last night every day. Wang Chen thought to himself as he cleaned the table, and before long, he chuckled softly, letting out a couple of hee-hee laughs. Fool. Get lost. After finishing the table, Wang Chen, confined to the room, sat idly on the bed and checked his personal panel. Wang Chen. Physique chaotic 9, Yang divine body. Realm peak of the 9th layer of Spirit Foundation, disguised as 6th layer of Spirit Foundation, can break through to Origin Return Realm, but Foundation is still shallow. Martial art chaotic 9, Yang divine art. Storage space 1 million top-grade spirit stones, 1 set of brand new women's intimate apparel, 1 set of fresh style clothing, 1 wind-activated white Taoist robe, 1 extra-large pack of tissues for viscous liquids, 2 decorative couple necklaces, 1 pair of refreshing flip-flops. Origin points 225358. Comprehensive evaluation A bot at the 9th layer of Spirit Foundation. Wang Chen examined the realm on his panel and sensed his own body, realizing he truly needed to consolidate his foundation. He then checked his storage space again, his gaze automatically skipping over those powerful tonics and the like. 1 set of brand new women's intimate apparel. Wang Chen extended his divine sense into the storage space to search, and finally clothes in an exquisite bag appeared in his hand. Since it was a complete set, there were many pieces. Upper body protectors and lower body protective pants, 3 pieces each in pure white, light yellow, and pale pink, allowing for rotation. However, Wang Chen's eyes showed some surprise upon seeing them. The protectors and pants were all normal, but the patterns were very suitable for her. On both sides of the 3 pairs of protective pants were delicate little rope designs, and the overall pattern featured cute pink strawberries. These were all quite normal, as Wang Chen had seen similar items while shopping online on Blue Star. They were quite nice and cute. The 3 upper body protectors were equally normal, also coming in pure white, light yellow, and pale pink. It was just that. The white one had 2 rabbit patterns, the yellow one had 2 panda patterns, and the pink one had 2 large strawberry patterns, all very cute in design. Ahem. Even though no one was around Wang Chen, he made some noise to break the awkward atmosphere of his own embarrassment as he looked at the clothes in his hand. Wang Chen did not open the packaging because every item from the system was absolutely clean, and he was afraid of dirtying them with his hands. I just wonder if they will fit her. I will give them to her when I have the chance. But based on that glance I caught when I fully understood her in my past life, I feel they should fit quite well. Wang Chen, as if handling treasures, carefully placed all the unopened clothes back into his storage space, muttering to himself. As for whether Jiang Lingxian would actually accept them, Wang Chen had never worried about that. He had his own ways to make her accept them, but whether she would wear them, Wang Chen had no idea. After all, he couldn't see. Let me check out this wind-activated white Taoist robe. Wang Chen stood up on the bed, removed his clothes, and put on the imposing long white robe from his storage space. So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. Even more handsome than the Xianjin robe he wore in his past life. Host, when you recover that treasure Xianjin robe in the future, I can merge the 2 pieces of clothing together. Hearing the system's mechanical, cold, yet somewhat infatuated voice, Wang Chen nodded, recalling the saint-rank treasure garment, Xianjin robe from his past life. Wang Chen finally looked at the fresh style clothing, decorative couple necklaces, and refreshing flip-flops. As for the details, he would not describe them excessively now because he noticed that it seemed to be raining outside with a pattering sound. Last but not least, Wang Chen tried on the black flip-flops and placed them under the bed, planning to wear them whenever he wanted. Since he could not leave, he would have to stabilize his foundation and begin cultivating here for now. Wang Chen sat cross-legged on the bed above the pair of black flip-flops on the ground, slightly closing his eyes. With the pattering rain sound outside the room, Wang Chen quickly entered a cultivation state, and his foundation gradually stabilized. Thus he cultivated until late at night, and Wang Chen's foundation had become incredibly solid in just one day. In this life, Wang Chen never considered himself to be cultivating, but rather quickly recovering his cultivation base. So when he felt his foundation was completely stable, he gradually began to snore, his figure leaning more and more askew. Finally, Wang Chen collapsed onto the bed in a seated position, reaching out to pull the quilt, emitting a cool, faint fragrance from beside him, and covered his body. Cultivation, after all, was never as comfortable and relaxing as sleep. Thus, during moments of relaxation, without pressure, most cultivators in the cultivation world preferred to sleep and relax their entire bodies. It was precisely at that final moment when Wang Chen was about to fall asleep. On the clean table in the room appeared a delicate box of strawberries, one of the 3 boxes Wang Chen had stored away. And attached to it was a small piece of paper with Wang Chen's handwriting. Wang Chen's handwriting from the Bahuan continent, the general content of the paper: "I specially saved these for you, remember to eat them." After this incident, the room fell into darkness and silence. At the center of the Taishu immortal sect, the discourse hall, Jiang Lingxian, whose peerless beauty was now clouded with a cold expression, frowned as she gazed at the inner sect female elder Mu Hong in front of her, who was in the midst of lodging a complaint. "Master, she severed my junior disciple's arm, and I endured it. Her disciple then slapped my senior disciple, and I endured that as well. But now she keeps pushing her luck. When I wasn't paying attention, she nearly sliced my recovering junior disciple in half with a single sword strike. Do you understand the severity of that strike? It cut completely through my junior disciple's waist, causing devastating injuries at the time." Mu Hong's face was as cold as ice, her expression furious as she lodged her complaint before the sect master seated above in the hall. He should never have lived in this world to begin with. Allowing a remnant soul of the demon venerable to parasitize his body warrants execution. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian merely stood aside with a cold, composed expression. Her lips parted slightly as she delivered her words in a calm, measured tone. While it was true that a remnant soul of the demon venerable had taken residence within him, Jiang Lingxian's true desire was to eliminate anyone who harbored ill will toward Wang Chen. "My junior disciple has stated he was completely unaware of the remnant soul within him. It was merely an accident. Furthermore, the remnant soul can be removed. Why did you take it upon yourself to attempt killing my disciple with a single sword strike?" Mu Hong already harbored some jealousy toward Jiang Lingxian's beauty, and now the latter's composed demeanor nearly drove her to spit blood in anger. "What would you feel if I drew my sword and sliced your disciple in half?" Mu Hong frowned, glaring furiously at Jiang Lingxian, a crimson longsword materializing in her hand as she surged forward with murderous intent. "How dare you!" A cold sword materialized in Jiang Lingxian's right hand as the aura of the Saint Soul realm erupted throughout the entire hall, and she directly raised her sword to strike. Vast stretches of void tore apart, a cold flash appearing and disappearing in an instant. An overwhelmingly powerful sword aura surged directly toward Mu Hong, who had reached the 9th layer of the Saint Soul realm, startling her into hastily raising her sword to defend. In this lifetime, Jiang Lingxian's conviction was absolute: whoever sought Wang Chen's death would perish first. She found it impossible to understand others, nor did she wish to. In this lifetime, she only desired her disciple Wang Chen to remain safe by her side. Enough, this constant bickering is utterly undignified. The Taishu sect master was taken aback by Jiang Lingxian's display and hastily waved his hand, crushing the killing intent-laden sword aura. Mu Hong finally grew quiet for a moment. She had only been blustering and posturing, never expecting the saintess to be so unhinged. "Mu Hong, you may return first. All treatment expenses for your junior disciple shall be drawn from the sect's treasures. However, if I discover even the slightest sign of demonic energy in your disciple, I will personally execute him." The sect master, seeing the boundless killing intent still lingering in Jiang Lingxian's cold eyes, and her right hand's cold sword restless and ready, hastily dismissed her. Upon hearing this, Mu Hong, though furious within, retreated and swiftly vanished from the hall. "What exactly are you trying to accomplish now? Is it really necessary over a newly accepted junior disciple?" The Taishu sect master, an elderly man, gazed at Jiang Lingxian with a weathered yet kind face, his expression filled with worry over her reckless behavior. Once Mu Hong departed, and only she and the elder sect master remained in the hall, Jiang Lingxian finally sheathed her cold sword, her aura gradually subsiding. "It is absolutely necessary. Whoever dares to harm him, I will kill." Yet Jiang Lingxian's response to the elder sect master was icy, her words carrying an endless chill. The Taishu sect master was left speechless, raising his hand to massage his brow as an expression of utter helplessness settled upon his face. "Very well, you may return. Master has recently failed another attempt to break through to the great emperor realm, so she should be emerging from her seclusion soon." The Taishu sect master with his silver hair sat in the hall chair, massaging his brow, truly exasperated by this junior sister he had barely met. Indeed, the elder sect master was also a disciple of the venerable cold old lady, having been taken in from birth. Jiang Lingxian, however, was the cold junior sister she had brought back from outside after he had cultivated for over 3,000 years. Normally, this junior sister of his was remarkably easy to manage. Jiang Lingxian simply refused to interact with anyone, her demeanor ice cold, with nothing beyond cultivation occupying her attention. Even he, as her senior brother, had met with her no more than 10 times, and they had no contact whatsoever unless a major incident occurred. He never imagined that this junior sister Jiang Lingxian would throw the entire Taishu immortal sect into turmoil over a single disciple. Sigh. In the end, it falls to you, a so-called senior brother you've barely met, to clean up this mess. The kind-faced elder sect master sat in the main seat of the hall, watching Jiang Lingxian's departing figure, his heart filled with utter helplessness. Normally there was no contact, but when trouble arose, it was this so-called senior brother who had to bear the burden. As the sect master, he was quite resigned to it. However, if he were to evaluate Jiang Lingxian in his capacity as the Taishu sect master, he still held great admiration for Jiang Lingxian, having reached the 8th layer of the Saint Soul realm in merely over 200 years, a truly heaven-defying prodigy. It seemed he needed to pay attention to that disciple of his junior sister. She likely considered him her greatest vulnerability, so nothing must go wrong. Otherwise, judging by her demeanor just now, if anything happened to her disciple, she would surely overturn the entire Taishu immortal sect. The elder sect master sat in the main seat of the hall, secretly calculating how to find an opportunity to sneak a meeting with Wang Chen. Little did he know, although he did not recognize Wang Chen now, Wang Chen certainly recognized this rascal old man. After all, in their past life, the two had shared an extraordinarily close bond, so close they could share a pair of pants while drunk. Wang Chen would crawl into the left leg while he took the right, but he had to admit the pants from that system were of excellent quality. There was a period in their past life when, in the eyes of cultivators across the entire Bahuan continent, the two were nothing more than two madmen wandering about. With that matter settled, deep within the Taishu immortal sect, within the Taishu Saintess Hall, completely sealed by formations, from the center of the room came familiar ripples of spatial disturbance, tearing apart as Jiang Lingxian slowly emerged. A touch of weariness marked Jiang Lingxian's peerlessly beautiful face, but it eased considerably upon seeing the person resting on the bed within. A sleeping disciple. So adorable. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, whose lips were slightly pursed from the pillow pressing against his face, and the corners of her cold, beautiful mouth involuntarily lifted. She then took out a small incense burner and placed it on the table, releasing a faint, colorless, odorless, and harmless, yet beneficial gas. Jiang Lingxian did not rush toward the bed, but instead planned to sit for a while longer, waiting for Wang Chen to fall into a deeper sleep. As she was about to sit down, her eyes accidentally caught something, and she furrowed her delicate brows, reaching out in confusion. On the table was a delicate glass box filled with clean strawberries, along with a small piece of paper resembling a sticky note. "Reserved just for you, don't forget to eat them." Jiang Lingxian picked up the paper and read its contents, noticing a cute little expression at the end of the writing. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian felt her cold heart begin to melt, and the day's exhaustion seemed to vanish entirely. Setting down the small note, she felt an inexplicable joy fill her heart, her clear and crystalline gaze turning toward the strawberries on the table. These strawberries this time should be fine, right? Jiang Lingxian suddenly remembered the previous night, and her fair hand paused slightly. But after a moment, she still reached out, picked up a strawberry, and brought it to her lips, her thin lips parting slightly as she took a small bite. Even if something had been added, as long as it came from her disciple, she was willing to eat it. Jiang Lingxian smoothed her skirt and sat down, waiting for Wang Chen to fall into a deeper sleep while happily taking small bites of the strawberry. After feeling it was about right, Jiang Lingxian carefully stored the strawberries as if they were treasures, placing them into her divine sense space. She then stepped toward the bed, gently lifted the covers, removed her shoes, and slipped into the bedding with her fair feet bare. After holding Wang Chen's warm body tightly, Jiang Lingxian felt the emptiness that had plagued her since leaving him finally begin to fill. Now, as she gently breathed in the faint warmth radiating from him, that void was completely filled. Jiang Lingxian instinctively pressed her delicate face into Wang Chen's warm neck, nuzzling against him softly like a kitten. Jiang Lingxian couldn't recall when this habit had developed, but whenever she felt weary, she found comfort in it. Reflecting back, she realized it seemed to have started over 100 years into her past life, when she first began sleeping while holding Wang Chen. Originally, in her previous life, Jiang Lingxian had taken Wang Chen as her disciple solely to use him for harmonizing the yin-cold energy within her body. Once she could fully control this cold power, she began warning herself not to hold Wang Chen while sleeping at midnight anymore. Yet in the end, she discovered that whenever she couldn't feel Wang Chen's body warmth at midnight, even her cultivation became restless and agitated. Though she had already gained complete control over the yin-cold energy within her, she found she simply could not break her dependence on Wang Chen. During her previous life's seclusion, to break through to the peak of the great emperor realm, the absence of Wang Chen by her side made even breathing feel like a struggle. And who could forget how desperately she had longed to see Wang Chen after emerging from her seclusion. Yet what reached her ears instead was the news that Wang Chen had perished in the Forbidden Land. In that instant, Jiang Lingxian was consumed by madness. Wielding her cold sword, she slaughtered across the 8 desolates, freezing all 28 domains, including the most blazing phoenix flame region, into an expanse of ice. Disciple, in a few days Master will allow you to leave, but I only hope you won't secretly abandon Master and depart. Jiang Lingxian nestled warmly in Wang Chen's embrace, her melodious, yet cool voice murmuring softly with an undertone of pleading. She was truly terrified, afraid Wang Chen would abandon her. If she could find him, that would be one thing, but if she couldn't, this continent of the 8 desolates would likely witness the same apocalyptic scenario as her previous life, where the entire land was swallowed by ice and snow. Days passed in this manner, until the early morning of the 6th day of Wang Chen's confinement. A silent breakthrough fluctuation emanated from within his body inside the Tai Su Sacred Maiden's chamber. The Supreme Foundation Establishment Realm Break. Under the system's realm breakthrough shielding function, countless chaotic spiritual energies within Wang Chen's body began to surge and converge. Eventually, they gradually converged in the Dantian, forming a chaotic colored origin pill with 9 chaotic flame dragons constantly circling around it. Jiang Lingxian sat cross-legged on the bed, seemingly sensing something as her eyelashes trembled slightly before she slowly opened her eyes. Looking toward Wang Chen sitting cross-legged on the floor nearby, she found nothing amiss, as if it had been mere illusion. System, raise my concealed cultivation realm to the peak of the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment. Ding. Your realm concealment has been adjusted to the peak of the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment. Deducting 88 origin points. Wang Chen had long anticipated the system's deductions and felt no great disturbance within merely responding with a casual remark. System, you big. 666, AI host. If you wish to leave, go ahead. I won't confine you anymore. Jiang Lingxian watched as Wang Chen's realm rapidly broke through to the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment, finally confirming that her earlier perception had not been mistaken. Feeling the time had come, she sat cross-legged on the bed and calmly addressed Wang Chen as his breathing gradually stabilized. Jiang Lingxian had intended to refer to herself as Master, but considering Wang Chen's dislike for the term, she ultimately choked on the word. Oh really? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's body trembled slightly, his eyes snapping open as he looked toward Jiang Lingxian, unable to conceal his joy. He had been confined for so many days, causing him great anxiety, but fortunately Jiang Lingxian had remained by his side, preventing him from growing too restless. But you must return before noon tomorrow. You need not be told, but you should understand what will transpire among the sects of the 8 wastelands after noon tomorrow. A trace of barely perceptible sorrow stirred within Jiang Lingxian as she lowered her delicate face and responded softly. All right, I will definitely return before noon tomorrow. Wang Chen promised Jiang Lingxian, then rose and strode toward the door, reaching out to pull it open. However, just as before, despite pulling once, the door remained sealed shut, leaving him no choice but to turn helplessly toward Jiang Lingxian. Promise, you will come back. Jiang Lingxian slowly lifted her gaze, her final words carrying an unspoken emotion that felt somewhat heavy. I promise. Wang Chen, seeing the haunting emotion in Jiang Lingxian's eyes, nodded blankly without hesitation. The moment his words fell, the formation array throughout the entire house contracted with a loud noise, and everything reverted to its normal state from 6 days prior. Wang Chen opened the door and stepped out, casting one final glance at Jiang Lingxian inside, whose expression seemed tinged with grievance. The door clicked shut, and Wang Chen stood outside in a daze. Had he imagined it? She seemed to have pouted as though on the verge of tears. Wang Chen stood outside the door, replaying that final exchanged glance with Jiang Lingxian through the crack, still dazed and bewildered. Wang Chen couldn't resist pushing the door open again, but Jiang Lingxian's figure had already vanished. She had clearly left. He must have misread it. There was no way she would show such vulnerability while he was fully conscious. Wang Chen chuckled at his own foolishness, carefully closed the door, and then turned to stride toward the Tai Su Armory. Along the paths of Tai Su Immortal Sect, every disciple he encountered fled as though seeing a ghost. Isn't this guy supposed to have died several days ago? How is he showing up again? Wait, I heard he was confined, not dead. Your version is way off. The Tai Su disciples on the road watched Wang Chen's hurried figure recede, whispering among themselves as they discussed what they had just witnessed. Never mind that. Tomorrow the 8 wastelands, 28 domains, and 36 super sects will hold the grand competition. Better prepare yourselves. Where will it take place? right outside our Taisu immortal sect at the Taisu spiritual battle realm. I've heard the rewards for the top 3 in each realm are quite extraordinary. Wang Chen had already sprinted beyond normal perception, his keen hearing catching only fragments of their conversation. Yet he paid it little mind. He already knew those rewards by heart along with the complete roster of participants. In this life, he found himself extremely satisfied with this grand competition, triggered by the 36 sect's petty grievances. His satisfaction stemmed not from the rewards, but from the fact that participants must sign a death warrant accepting full responsibility for any casualties on the battlefield. In his previous life, even at the Foundation Establishment realm, he had already subdued or killed numerous opponents across multiple cultivation levels, let alone now. Wang Chen had fully mapped out his strategy for this life. First crush or eliminate all the trash at the Foundation Establishment realm, then enter the Origin Return competition. As Wang Chen soared along the sect's pathways, memories of his past life surfaced, stirring an inexplicable fury within his heart. In his previous life, he had been targeted simply for being the most stunning beauty across the 8 wastelands and the disciple of the sacred maiden of Taisu immortal sect, one of the 4 great powers. During the Foundation Establishment competition at the Taisu spiritual battle realm, 90% of the cultivators from each sect took turns challenging him as though determined to demonstrate their prowess. They believed that by defeating Wang Chen, the disciple Jiang Lingxian would take notice of them and ultimately discard Wang Chen to accept them as her own disciples. After all, the cultivation world valued strength above all else, and most operated on self-interest, making such calculations understandable among many cultivators. Fortunately, Jiang Lingxian had recognized this problem in his past life and provided him with numerous powerful artifacts for protection. Though the Foundation Establishment disciples from each of the 8 wasteland sects, including many unborn protagonists whose fate had not yet unfolded, were ultimately subdued or forced to concede through his careful use of treasures, the battles left him severely injured and filled with enemies. In the end, it was Jiang Lingxian's torturous healing technique that slowly restored his nearly ruined foundation. This time there would be no subduing, only complete annihilation. With this resolve, Wang Chen brought himself to a sudden halt, slowly raising his gaze to face the dark entrance of the Taisu armory before him. By now the entrance to the Taisu armory had grown nearly deserted save for a single elderly man on guard. "You." The old man called out to Wang Chen, beckoning him with a wave of his fan. Wang Chen glanced around, puzzled. There was no one else nearby. "Stop looking around, it's you. Come here, come here." The old man waved his fan a few more times, and Wang Chen approached with growing confusion. "Although you are the disciple of the Taisu sacred maiden, you stole dozens of." A sudden gust of wind swept through, lifting the old man's white hair and forcing his eyes shut. As his floating white hair slowly settled back down, he opened his eyes to find only Wang Chen's retreating figure disappearing into the armory. The old man stood at the entrance of the Taisu armory, fan in hand, his expression utterly blank, clearly dumbfounded. Is this the apprentice of that old hag Han Zun? To be able to manifest the speed of the Guiyuan realm at the cultivation level of Foundation Spirit Realm 9th layer. Quite interesting, haha. The old man watched Wang Chen sprint into the Taishu weapon tomb, fanning himself and muttering meaningfully with a gratified chuckle. He didn't bother pursuing him inside. Instead, he waved his hand and conjured a recliner, lazily lying down at the entrance of the Taishu weapon tomb. Finally, the old man covered his somewhat pleased face with his fan and fell into a deep slumber, snoring softly. Inside the Taishu weapon tomb, somewhere in the dim earthen-walled corridors bathed in yellowish light, Wang Chen had been running for quite some time before his heels dug into the ground one final time, carving a deep furrow as he skidded to a halt. He knew weapons within the Taishu weapon tomb couldn't be stolen so easily. There had to be some form of registration or a powerful guardian watching over them. Fortunately, the old man hadn't followed him in. Wang Chen felt a thrill of excitement mixed with quiet relief. He had poured everything he had, 80% of his speed and all his footwork techniques, into that escape. After catching his breath, he retrieved from his storage space the golden broken sword, its blade reduced to no more than half a hand's length. But the golden broken sword remained completely dormant, until Wang Chen summoned the spell that coated his hand with chaotic spiritual energy and spiritual sense. Ouch! For heaven's sake, who's so wicked to do this? 2 sharp golden slaps rang out, and the old man's remnant soul trapped within the golden broken sword began wailing in protest. "Stop shouting. I'll help you advance." "Ouch, you little." "Oh, that's good, advancement is wonderful." The old man's angry voice from the broken sword instantly transformed upon hearing the word advancement. "We're already inside the Taishu weapon tomb. Take me to that place you mentioned." Wang Chen gripped the dim golden broken sword in his hand, signaling it to find the direction and lead him to the Qijin spring. "Let me calculate first." After a brief moment. "Not good." A voice of alarm erupted from within the golden broken sword, startling Wang Chen. What's wrong? I could only sense halfway before my hand suddenly cramped. You idiot. How can a remnant soul get a hand cramp? Wang Chen's mood, which had dipped, instantly soured at this, and he couldn't help but curse him. Haha, don't be angry, I was just teasing you. Let me calculate again. A somewhat mischievous voice emerged from the golden broken sword, then fell completely silent. Not good. Another distress call came from within the golden broken sword, but Wang Chen merely slowly raised his palms still coated with spiritual sense and chaotic energy. This time it's truly not good. Someone has broken through that wall, and the Qijing spring is surging. The old man's remnant soul within the golden broken sword urgently shouted upon witnessing this, clearly alarmed. Take me there quickly. Wang Chen finally realized he wasn't joking and hastily raised the golden broken sword to follow its lead. Without needing Wang Chen to urge him, the anxious golden broken sword exerted a pulling force, dragging him through the dim environment at full speed. They raced from the public weapon tomb all the way to a smaller tomb surrounded by numerous dark openings in the walls. Then the golden broken sword pulled Wang Chen toward a highly concealed location and quickly darted into the opening of the smaller tomb. The moment they entered the smaller tomb's opening, Wang Chen no longer needed the golden broken sword to guide him. He could already see a massive hole broken through the wall. Looking inside, a powerful golden yellow radiance emanated from within, clearly the glow of the Qijing spring. And standing near the Qijing spring was a man in the process of removing all his clothing, preparing to enter the spring. Don't you dare defile the Qijing spring. Let me handle this. Wang Chen immediately recognized Yi Qing's figure and forcefully hurled the golden broken sword from his hand. The golden broken sword pierced straight through Yi Qing's right shoulder within the golden lit space inside the wall, sending a spray of blood flying. As Yi Qing stood in shock, Wang Chen's heavy footsteps echoed loudly as he closed the distance in an instant, launching into the air for a flying kick. Yi Qing clutched his left shoulder where the wound continued to bleed, his waist curling forward as if to be launched away. Take this general's flying kick and now prepare for my Thomas Flare spin kick. But as a cultivator at the Guiyuan realm, Wang Chen moved even faster. After the flying kick, he twisted midair and delivered a spinning kick. Another crisp sound of flesh impact echoed as Yi Qing's back was struck with full force by that beautifully arched spinning kick. Before Yi Qing could even react, his entire body was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. Wang Chen showed no mercy to his enemy, and he could clearly feel that Yi Qing's spine must have been shattered. But to Wang Chen's astonishment, Yi Qing glared at him fiercely, his entire pupils gradually turning white. Teacher, aid me. With a fierce roar, Yi Qing unleashed his foundation spirit realm third layer cultivation, his entire body engulfed in a layer of black flame. The moment the black flame ignited, Yi Qing's cultivation continued to rise steadily from foundation spirit realm third layer. It surged all the way to the peak of foundation spirit realm ninth layer before finally stabilizing. Yi Qing, now possessed, gazed at Wang Chen with burning eyes, a faint crooked smile forming on his lips. You're also at foundation spirit realm ninth layer. How interesting. Yi Qing flicked his right hand, producing several crisp cracks from his joints, and looked at Wang Chen disdainfully with his crooked mouth. Oh, you want to play with flames and compare cultivation realms? The moment Wang Chen finished speaking, his cultivation suddenly erupted, revealing the Guiyuan realm as chaotic flames engulfed his entire body. Even two phantom forms of chaotic flame dragons coiled around his shoulders, their dragon eyes coldly fixed on Yi Qing with fierce dominance. This wasn't Wang Chen's full power either. He hadn't unleashed all 9 chaotic flame dragons. Upon witnessing this, the possessed Yi Qing's crooked smile gradually stiffened and vanished completely. Die? Wang Chen was not the type to waste words on a villain. His figure exploded forward with a heavy stomp, appearing before Yi Qing and delivering a devastating punch. Yi Qing had mustered all his strength to raise both arms in defense, but they were instantly shattered in a grotesque, twisted fracture. How can a worthless furnace body be this strong? Yi Qing's pupils were deep and turning white, wreathed in black flame, as he stared at Wang Chen in terror and tried desperately to retreat. Dragon transformation, skull-shattering claw. But Wang Chen would not let him escape. With a fierce upward motion of his hand, his fingers transformed into a dragon claw of chaotic flame, gripping Yi Qing's head. With a deafening explosion, Yi Qing's head was crushed and burst open like a watermelon under Wang Chen's chaotic flame dragon claw. Dead just like that. You wait. In 3 years I will kill you. Before Wang Chen could finish processing his shock, a familiar roaring voice erupted from behind him, accompanied by the sound of fleeing footsteps. Only then did Wang Chen focus on what he was holding in his hand. The head he had crushed was in fact a wooden puppet head that was continuously being consumed by chaotic flame. Damn it. This trash protagonist with incredible luck was truly hard to kill. No wonder he was one of the 2 great emperors who surrounded and killed me in my past life. The phantom of the chaotic flame dragon claw on Wang Chen's hand dissipated, and with a flick of his wrist, he burned the entire puppet to ashes. Huh. At this moment Wang Chen's gaze fell to the ground and froze, then a smile spread across his face. Sacrificing your life to protect your disciple, I admire you. Unfortunately, we are enemies. Wang Chen picked up the dim ring from the ground, quickly placed it in a box and sealed it. Finally, he tossed it into the deepest corner of his storage space, sealing it away for later examination. Anything that enters the system storage space exists in absolute stillness of time. Unfortunately, living beings cannot be stored. Wang Chen had confidence in his system storage space. As long as he didn't want to retrieve it, Yi Qing's golden finger old man would never be able to emerge. But then again, aside from the old man, there must certainly be treasures within the ring. Wang Chen planned to find time to plunder everything. He had not forgotten that in his past life the old man within this ring had also been a major contributor to his surrounding and killing after Yi Qing reconstructed his flesh body. Wang Chen stood within the shattered golden yellow wall space, the aura of the chaos flame dragons surrounding his body slowly dissipating and receding. The two majestic and imposing chaos flame dragons on his shoulders retreated back to his spine, finally burrowing in and returning to complete calm. Only then did Wang Chen walk toward the distant wall and pull out the golden broken sword that was stuck in it, grumbling curses. Ha. As long as I can advance to an earth rank weapon, I'll be able to sense where my other half of the broken sword is. The old man's soul within the golden broken sword emitted a strange laugh, eagerly dragging Wang Chen to the side of the crimson gold refining spring. Quick, lads, soak together. The crimson gold refining spring is especially potent for those with domineering physiques. The old man inside the golden broken sword impatiently urged Wang Chen to remove his clothes and bathe, even tossing himself in at the same time. Wang Chen said nothing and stripped off his clothes, leaving only his undergarments. Then, holding the golden broken sword in hand, he jumped into the crimson gold refining spring that could barely fit one person. Wang Chen casually tossed the golden broken sword aside, sat cross-legged, and began circulating his cultivation technique, condensing his consciousness. Instantly, the source of the crimson gold refining spring surged into his skin and body, constantly tempering his blood and flesh. The crimson gold refining spring was a king-rank spiritual spring, and Wang Chen could clearly feel the water was hot, extremely hot. Wang Chen could clearly feel his cultivation beginning to increase, and before long his realm started to loosen. Snap! This time Wang Chen did not let the system block the breakthrough, and suddenly a loud explosion rang out from within him, causing the spring water to quake violently. On the other side, the golden broken sword was also soaking in the crimson gold refining spring, gradually falling silent. Wang Chen deliberately spread his divine sense during cultivation to guard against nearby threats, but strangely enough, within a kilometer of him, there was no one. This actually made things easier for him, allowing him to focus on cultivating with the king-rank crimson gold refining spring. Time passed bit by bit, and soon it was noon on the second day. Wang Chen was still cultivating in the crimson gold refining spring, which had almost lost its glow, his cultivation continuously rising. In just one day, his cultivation had been boosted to the 4th layer of the Guiyuan realm by the king-rank crimson gold refining spring. It was like cultivation was as easy as drinking water, but this was all within Wang Chen's expectations. In Wang Chen's mind, for realms below Lingwang, recovery should naturally be this fast. He had absolute confidence. Sensing that the crimson gold refining spring had been almost completely absorbed, he suddenly opened his eyes quickly. He didn't know why, but he inexplicably felt a sense of anxiety about having forgotten something, and it was growing stronger. What had he forgotten? Wang Chen showed a puzzled expression, sitting cross-legged in the now dim spring, touching his accelerated heartbeat in confusion. After thinking for a while, Wang Chen's body suddenly trembled, and he cried out in his heart, "Oh no." At this moment, Wang Chen didn't even have time to think, quickly grabbing the golden broken sword that was still soaking in the crimson gold refining spring and hastily getting up. Wang Chen briefly glanced at the brilliant golden broken sword, then ignoring its protests, tossed it into his storage space. Rumble thud. Wang Chen kicked the bottom of the spring and the water of the crimson gold refining spring. Now a crimson gold refining hot spring, splashed in all directions. And at this moment, in the Taishu Sacred Maiden Palace, Jiang Lingxian sat with a cold expression on the bed, staring straight at the door, waiting for that figure. The time they had agreed upon had arrived, but the person Jiang Lingxian was waiting for still hadn't shown up. Glancing at the scorching sun outside the window, Jiang Lingxian's cold aura began to spread throughout the room. Wait another 15 minutes, just 15 minutes. Jiang Lingxian's breathing began to grow heavy and uncomfortable, her heart counting the seconds of the 15-minute wait. If Wang Chen didn't appear within this 15 minutes, Jiang Lingxian would likely search the entire Taishu immortal sect. 38, 39, 40, 41. The longer Jiang Lingxian counted, the more her suppressed cold energy became uncontrollable and frost began to form on the floor. But Jiang Lingxian didn't care, her gaze fixed tightly on the door, though deep down, she was already losing hope. In Jiang Lingxian's heart, Wang Chen might have already escaped the Taishu immortal sect, unwilling to face her after his reincarnation was exposed. But he clearly promised he would definitely come back. Jiang Lingxian stopped counting in her mind, rose from the ice-covered room, and found it hard to breathe. At this moment, cold light surged in Jiang Lingxian's eyes, and a dangerous emotion spread across her reddened eyes. He lied to me. He lied to me again. He clearly said he'd return at noon, but it's already been over half an hour past noon. Jiang Lingxian's body trembled slightly as she stood, her breathing growing increasingly rapid, her heart feeling as though it were being squeezed. Click, creak, creak. Just as Jiang Lingxian was about to go out and search the entire Taishu immortal sect for Wang Chen, the door was suddenly slammed open. A black shadow shot forward like a rocket, unable to stop in time, heading straight for Jiang Lingxian. Hugs. Hug me. Wang Chen in the ice house formed by the cold energy flew through the air toward Jiang Lingxian, eyes wide and shouting. Can't stop at all. Wang Chen had been charging at full speed from over 100 meters away as soon as he saw the Taishu Sacred Maiden Palace turn into an ice palace. This caused him to exert too much force, and when he was about to reach the door, he suddenly realized he couldn't stop. As Wang Chen flew toward Jiang Lingxian, time seemed to slow down. He could even see Jiang Lingxian's breathtakingly beautiful face, slightly dazed and confused, cold yet adorable. But as a powerhouse at the Tianzuan realm, Jiang Lingxian quickly snapped out of it after a moment of spacing out. Thud. But because Jiang Lingxian had been dazed, all that was heard was a thud as their bodies collided violently. Both Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen instinctively reached out to protect each other. Wang Chen even wrapped his arms around Jiang Lingxian and performed a graceful spin in the air, intending to use himself as a cushion. Fortunately, Jiang Lingxian had already reacted and urgently exerted her cultivation to support both their bodies as they fell toward the bed. But Wang Chen was still thrown onto the frost-covered bed by the intense inertia held by Jiang Lingxian. Fortunately, because Jiang Lingxian had exerted her cultivation to protect them both, it was as if Wang Chen had simply lain down himself. In that collision, the two embraced and pressed together on the bed, Wang Chen's cheek gently touching Jiang Lingxian's. Finally, after a moment, the atmosphere in the room fell into a brief silence. So smooth and delicate, cool and tender and fragrant, so comfortable to press against. Wang Chen, seeing that nothing serious had happened, simply didn't get up, hugging Jiang Lingxian's slender figure and pressing his face tightly against her smooth cheek. Jiang Lingxian also embraced Wang Chen's waist, feeling his body warmth, and the sense of security that had been severely lacking was slowly restored. For a moment, the two tacitly held each other in the room, neither showing any intention to get up. From the outside, both seemed dazed from the collision, but in reality, they were replenishing each other's emotional energy. To be honest, Jiang Lingxian didn't want to get up, tightly wrapping her arms around Wang Chen's body, pressing her cheek against his eyes closed. It was only like this that Jiang Lingxian could completely fill the void in her heart. But the grand competition was still ongoing outside Taishu Immortal Sect, and she could not reveal such strange possessiveness and emotions in front of her disciple. Thus it was clear that the two could not remain in each other's embrace forever. In the end, Jiang Lingxian barely restrained her reluctance to part. She could only quickly and secretly use the back of her slender hand to wipe away the tears of anxiety and fear that had gathered at the corners of her eyes from not being able to see Wang Chen. Jiang Lingxian tried her best to restore her composure, then slowly released her arms from Wang Chen and rose to her feet. At the very moment she stood up, the ice that had filled the room began to dissipate rapidly, yet the melted cold air did not dampen the dwelling. Despite Jiang Lingxian's efforts to compose herself, after rising, a faint blush still lingered on her delicate cheeks and around her eyes. I'm sorry I'm late. Wang Chen knew that Jiang Lingxian disliked being deceived, so whenever he was at fault he admitted it immediately. He would never dare to deceive her. Jiang Lingxian's breath grew slightly heavier, her heart pierced. She gazed quietly at the guilty Wang Chen for a moment. Finally her expression gradually turned cold, her slender brows furrowed slightly, and she turned away, walking toward the open doorway. She had almost believed her disciple was lying to her again. So annoyed. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. Humph. Wang Chen heard the strange voice of the system in his mind, and cursed it dismissively before cutting off the connection. But the system was right. Seeing Jiang Lingxian's cold disregard for him, she was clearly nursing her grievances after being hurt. Having lived alongside Jiang Lingxian for over 1,000 years, Wang Chen knew well that when she was angry, she would simply ignore everyone and process things alone. But the outcome was always the same: either she would coax herself into a better mood, or Wang Chen would have to personally win her over. However, coaxing her was not difficult. Wang Chen currently had one method with a 100% success rate, as well as countless others with a 90% probability of success. Wang Chen watched Jiang Lingxian, whose peerlessly beautiful face was frozen in a cold glare, pause her steps at the doorway. This girl was even being careful about her anger. It seemed she was afraid he might be driven away by it. Wang Chen observed Jiang Lingxian, standing at the door, her back, turned to the room, waiting for something or someone. His thoughts drifted. He had already noticed that in this lifetime, Jiang Lingxian's possessiveness toward him was extraordinarily intense, like a cold and aloof Yandera. Yet her behavior never crossed into extremism. She only ever asked that he not leave her, which made him feel quite at ease. Tap, tap, tap. Wang Chen hurriedly got off the bed and tiptoed out, standing quietly beside her with his head bowed. This method had always worked flawlessly with Jiang Lingxian, for at the bottom of her heart, she cherished the sight of him meekly admitting his mistakes. Only when she felt Wang Chen finally coming out did Jiang Lingxian slowly begin to walk. Seeing this, Wang Chen quickly reached out to close the door and followed closely beside Jiang Lingxian as they walked together. You're angry, aren't you? Wang Chen carefully followed alongside Jiang Lingxian. By now the sex pathways were completely empty, as almost everyone had gone out. No. Jiang Lingxian walked on as if nothing had happened, acting just as tsundere as ever whenever she was angry. In short, 2 words: no. Then, I was late because I got caught up refining the Scarlet Golden Spring and cultivating. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. Ignoring her response, Wang Chen went on to explain the reason, hoping to win Jiang Lingxian's forgiveness. But Jiang Lingxian continued walking as before, as if she had forgotten she could simply teleport him out of the sect in an instant. A woman of 2 minds. Humph, but I quite like this side of her, sulking without saying a word. Hee. Thinking this, Wang Chen produced a circular cold-colored necklace with a hollowed-out ice moon at its center and suddenly held it up before Jiang Lingxian. Here, a gift for you. Pretty fairy sister, please don't be angry anymore, okay? Wang Chen ran around to stand in front of Jiang Lingxian, then walked backward, holding up the ice moon necklace before her. Upon hearing the words pretty fairy sister, Jiang Lingxian paused slightly and lifted her beautiful eyes from the path to look at Wang Chen. Since the title master was unacceptable, the title pretty fairy sister seemed rather suitable, especially since her name contained the character for immortal. No need. Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen stood on the deserted sect pathway. After a moment of thought, she still spoke those 2 words. But it was true. She did not want the necklace. After all, when a man gives a woman a necklace, it carried a certain significance. Really? No need. Oh, alright then. I happen to have some female friends from my past I haven't seen in a while in the Taishu spiritual battle realm, so I... Whoosh. Before Wang Chen could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt his hand go empty and his vision blurred violently. When Wang Chen's vision cleared, he found himself in a bustling small world filled with countless cultivators. However, he and Jiang Lingxian stood at the highest point upon a towering square platform. Saintess Taishu, it is an honor to meet you. The ice moon necklace in Jiang Lingxian's hand silently disappeared. She then nodded slightly to the dozens of great experts greeting her in acknowledgement. Wang Chen was likewise captivated by the sea of people around him and the vast crowd beyond the silencing barrier, but he quickly snapped back to reality. Taishu spiritual battle realm, we have arrived. Taking in the surroundings, Wang Chen momentarily forgot about the ice moon necklace Jiang Lingxian had taken. Now looking at the representatives of the great sects from the 8 desolates and 28 domains, a trace of disgust rose in his eyes. Especially when he saw the disciple cultivators standing behind some of these great experts, an imperceptible killing intent stirred within him. Among them were several young prodigies who had just begun to make a name for themselves, not yet fully grown. It was precisely these people who in his past life at this stage took turns challenging him on the Spirit Foundation arena, intending to suppress him and steal his spotlight. Some even foolishly asked Jiang Lingxian right before the challenge whether they could become his disciple if they defeated Wang Chen. Now watching them cast assessing glances at Jiang Lingxian, as she took her seat, Wang Chen silently stepped in front of her. Wang Chen looked at these minor protagonists. In his past life, he had merely been suppressed and forced to concede. But in this lifetime, they would all die. Wang Chen's action also drew everyone's attention to him, since all eyes had been on Saintess Taishu's beauty. Also, this is the disciple of Saintess Taishu, who has been the talk of the town lately, that little troublemaker who is always causing chaos, is it? Huh. Among the dozens of seated great experts, a middle-aged man stroked his beard and sneered at Wang Chen, his smile never reaching his eyes. Oh, I wonder who this could be. Oh, it's Elder Qinghe from Qingwen Moon sect. I heard that while you pretend to be lovingly devoted to your sect master wife in public, behind closed doors you're entertaining 18 concubines. Wang Chen placed particular emphasis on the word 18, his expression one of utter disbelief. After speaking, Wang Chen seemed to realize his outburst. Oh my, look at me. My mouth slipped, sorry. He quickly covered his mouth and patted it twice, feigning deep regret with an air of sarcastic mockery. Whether by chance or design, Wang Chen happened to recall this elder Qinghe of Qinghua sect from his past life. Because in his past life this man's behavior had been utterly outrageous. Despite having a sect master wife at home, he had dared to keep 18 concubines outside. What's more, all 18 concubines knew of each other. Given such circumstances, the nature of Elder Qinghe's arrangements was self-evident. When Elder Qinghe's scandal was exposed in his past life, it became a timeless, humorous tale throughout the cultivation world. After Wang Chen finished speaking, all the cultivators on the square platform turned to look at Elder Qinghe with strange gazes. Nonsense. You're spouting nonsense. Elder Qinghe was suddenly startled when he saw the sect master's wife beside him glancing at him. Slap. Elder Qinghe grew increasingly furious, slapping his armrest and standing up to glare at Wang Chen. At that moment, Wang Chen suddenly felt his clothes being gently tugged at his waist, and Jiang Lingxian slowly pulled him behind her. The giant square platform of the Taishu spiritual battle realm was essentially like a large private box for watching battles in the Taishu spiritual battlefield outside. The platform measured hundreds of meters in length and width, sufficient to hold 1,000 people. However, every cultivator present held prominent status or possessed qualifications exceptional enough to be brought up by the great powers. At this moment, the various great powers and their disciple cultivators on the platform were arranged in 2 rows with a walkable area in the center. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian sat in a chair on the left side, near the far end, her cold eyes gazing coldly at Elder Qinghe. For some reason, the entire giant platform fell silent, an invisible aura spreading through the air. I sincerely apologize for what was just said. On behalf of Elder Qinghe, I offer my regrets to the Taishu Holy Maiden and her disciple. At this moment, Sect Master Qingyue, a graceful woman sitting not far from Elder Qinghe, rose to her feet and raised her hand in apology. Jiang Lingxian observed the woman's somewhat acceptable apology attitude, and only then slowly withdrew her icy gaze. Private matters between different sect elders should not be discussed recklessly in public. Jiang Lingxian raised her eyes slightly toward her companion, her lips parting, as if reprimanding Wang Chen for speaking out of turn. Wang Chen gazed into Jiang Lingxian's cold yet beautiful eyes, immediately nodded obediently, and meekly lowered his head. You didn't let him off either, ha ha ha. Wang Chen was nearly laughing uncontrollably inside. Jiang Lingxian's subtle tactics were quite ruthless. With that, the apologizing young matron sect master Qingyue's gaze instantly shifted to Elder Qinghe, her eyes filled with suspicion. If only 3 parts of what the Taishu Holy Maiden's disciple said could be trusted, then 7 parts of what the Taishu Holy Maiden herself said should be believed. Now that both the Taishu Holy Maiden and her disciple have spoken, doesn't that mean the total adds up to 10 parts? Everyone present silently clapped their hands in agreement, their collective gaze turning towards sect master Qingyue and Elder Qinghe with delight at the spectacle. Aside from those minor cultivators who had been brought along, everyone else present belonged to the higher echelons of their respective sects, with the lowest reaching the 7th layer of the Sacred Soul Realm. Thus, some great powers even chuckled derisively, showing no fear of retaliation from the Qingyang sect. Enough. Since everyone has arrived, let us begin. One of the 4 powerful figures at the far end of the giant platform, a woman with white hair, spoke up, unable to bear the farce any longer. Han Zun, one of the 2 ancestral elders of the Taishu Immortal Sect. Wang Chen slightly raised his gaze and immediately recognized the woman who had spoken to interrupt the drama, seated closer to him, and Jiang Lingxian. Despite her title suggesting an elderly woman, Han Zun actually possessed a graceful and beautiful face, with her white hair further accentuating her cold aura. He didn't have many impressions of Jiang Lingxian's master in his past life. They had only crossed paths a few times, and their relationship was neither particularly good nor bad. At the far end of the giant platform, besides Han Zun, there were 3 other ancestral representatives from different sects. As for why there were only 4, it was because some ancestral elders had not arrived, were in seclusion, or simply lacked the interest to participate in such matters. At this moment, the 4 figures occupying the main seats, 2 men and 2 women, each represented one of the 4 great immortal sects of the Bahuan continent. Aside from the graceful Han Zun in blue robes, there was also a youthful man in black robes who appeared ageless, an elderly man in green robes, and a woman in purple robes. The 2 male elders sat leisurely at the main seats, sipping tea, while the female elder quietly surveyed those below. I'm done speaking. You 2 old men can go next. Having finished her words, Han Zun glanced slightly at the 2 men drinking tea, feeling somewhat speechless inside, and spoke in an unpleasant cold tone while furrowing her elegant brows. Then the so-called Han Zun in her blue skirt, regardless of consequences, flicked her blue skirt and sat back to her original seat. The other 2 male elders, each sipping their tea, were left with awkward and stiff expressions, exchanging glances with one another. You go ahead. You appear older and more authoritative. One of the ancestral elders, the ageless, handsome young man who seemed rather unreliable, spoke after gazing at the elderly man beside him for a moment. Upon hearing this, the elderly man helplessly set down his teacup, rose to his feet in his green robes, and flew into the high sky, raising his gaze to look down at the crowd below. For this grand competition, each realm from the spirit building stage to the sacred soul stage has its own battle realm. You may choose to enter the arena based on your own strength. Furthermore, this tournament has no fixed match quotas. You may challenge anyone present or voluntarily step onto the platform to challenge those already competing. If you fight to the end within the battle realm, and no one challenges you after an incense stick's time has passed on the platform, you are considered the victor. The first victor to exit the platform will be ranked first, and then everyone may voluntarily re-enter to compete for second place. As for the rewards for the top 3 in each realm's battlefield, they will be announced together when the Taishu spiritual battle realm opens. The elderly man's voice, released with his heaven venerable realm cultivation at the 9th layer, was incredibly deep and resonant, ensuring that countless people present could hear it clearly. Finally, a reminder: blades and swords have no eyes. After entering the spiritual battle realm, rely on your own abilities. Even if others are injured or killed, you bear no responsibility. With the elderly man's final grand words echoing through the air, the densely packed crowd below immediately erupted into commotion. After finishing his speech, the elderly man had flown back to his original seat on the giant platform, but suddenly glanced with surprise toward Jiang Lingxian's direction. Because at this moment a void rift was appearing in front of Jiang Lingxian, and she was about to lead Wang Chen into it. Where are you going at this time? Hanzun, seated at the main position at the far end of the giant platform, furrowed her brows slightly and asked Jiang Lingxian with confusion. Those not on the giant platform can leave at any time, but those on the platform represent the face of their respective sects. We will return within 1 minute and will not waste time. Jiang Lingxian respectfully finished speaking, and after seeing the graceful and beautiful Hanzun nod, she then led Wang Chen into the void rift. This was a blank, enclosed small world that Jiang Lingxian had independently created. The view was completely normal except that the surroundings were entirely blank. Take this as well, and this. Jiang Lingxian stood in the blank space that only contained the two of them, continuously taking out treasures and stuffing them one by one into Wang Chen's palms. King rank protective sword, intent emperor rank protective jade disc, saint rank protective talisman, emperor rank. Enough, really enough. Wang Chen watched as Jiang Lingxian took out another stack of over 100 emperor rank flame explosion talismans and stuffed them into his hands, quickly speaking up. Shut up, take them. Jiang Lingxian, upon hearing this, looked at Wang Chen coldly with displeasure, her clear and cold voice carrying an authoritative tone. Wang Chen pursed his lips, helplessly swallowing his tears as he accepted this bowl of soft rice, silently taking the hundreds of emperor-rank talismans. Just as Wang Chen thought Jiang Lingxian had almost run out of things to give him, the very next moment left him dumbfounded. Because 9 saint-rank talismans appeared in Jiang Lingxian's hands, each representing one of the 9 attributes. The system's stunned gasp echoed in Wang Chen's mind, revealing just how precious these talismans truly were. These 9 talismans, drawn by the Imperial Realm Talisman Master before his death, weren't they already lost without a trace? How did Jiang Lingxian manage to collect them all? Wang Chen was equally shocked, so much so that before even taking the talisman paper, he emotionally embraced Jiang Lingxian in his astonishment. Clap. Caught off guard by Wang Chen's sudden embrace, Jiang Lingxian's hands slightly circled his waist, her body growing stiff. At this moment, she suddenly felt Wang Chen gently nuzzle against her neck and cheek, causing her delicate frame to tremble involuntarily. It had always been her who acted this way toward Wang Chen at night, but now being on the receiving end. She didn't know why, but the sensation from her body felt particularly strange, or rather, sensitive. You. After Jiang Lingxian came to her senses, her breathing slightly hurried. She was about to gently push Wang Chen away, but he had already quickly let go first. You. Jiang Lingxian's breathtakingly beautiful features showed a hint of stiffness as she uttered another you toward Wang Chen, seemingly with a touch of reluctance. Stop saying, you aren't you also about to enter the Holy Soul Realm battlefield to fight those old fellows? Keep this for your own protection. There's really no need to give it to me. I won't even need it on the Foundation establishment stage. Wang Chen looked at Jiang Lingxian's dazed expression after being hugged, then quickly released and declined her kind gesture. Honestly, being treated so importantly by Jiang Lingxian, Wang Chen truly felt warmth in his heart and was quite moved. It was like a girl you like knowing you're in trouble, and without a word she transfers all her savings to you. Moreover, the current situation in the Hollow Spirit Battle realm was not a difficult matter for Wang Chen at all. No way. After being stunned for a moment, Jiang Lingxian still insisted on trying to press the 9 talisman papers into Wang Chen's palm. Wang Chen's expression gradually turned serious. He gazed at Jiang Lingxian with furrowed brows, then turned his back to her, unwilling to accept. Jiang Lingxian slightly frowned as she stared at Wang Chen's back. In the end, she softened her stance and reluctantly put away the talismans. Since you refuse this way, fine. Jiang Lingxian's cool voice came from behind him. Only then did Wang Chen slowly turn around to face her. Let's go. As Jiang Lingxian's calm words fell, the void before them was opened, and the two stepped through. When the two returned to the massive square, indeed, less than 2 minutes had passed, just as the Hollow Spirit Battle Realm was activated by Hanzun. Whoosh! The 6 Hollow Spirit Battle Realm arenas, previously sealed by a barrier, now had that layer of barrier opened. At the same time, above the 6 platforms representing stages from Foundation Establishment to Holy Soul Realm, massive golden characters emerged. Wang Chen raised his eyes, first looking at the text on the Foundation Establishment arena. In the sky, golden characters using the 8 Wilderness Continent script read: Foundation Establishment, top 3 rewards. First place, Supreme Grade Heaven Rank, Gathering Spirit Banner. Second place, Upper Grade Heaven Rank, Divine Soul Pill. Third place, Lower Grade Heaven Rank, Spirit Source. Wang Chen only glanced at the Foundation Establishment rewards for now, because as expected, someone had already issued a challenge to him. Whoosh! As soon as the barriers on the 6 arenas disappeared, a person quickly rushed onto each platform. Who dares battle me? Come forth. Aren't Qingwei upper sect disciples very arrogant outside? Come fight. The disciple standing beside the Hollow Spirit Saint, aren't you also at Foundation Establishment 9th layer? Do you dare come up for a battle? The first few shouts came from other high realm platforms, while Wang Chen focused on the person on the Foundation Establishment arena. Wang Chen vaguely recognized the person who went up. It was the disciple standing behind Elder Qinghe earlier. It seemed he had come to get revenge for Elder Qinghe. Well, sorry, but anyone who sticks their head out first gets killed. A sinister smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. In Jiang Lingxian's line of sight, he stepped on the ground, and his figure shot toward the Foundation Establishment arena. As 2 people from each of the 6 arenas took their positions, a transparent barrier quickly sealed shut once more to prevent spectators from being accidentally injured. The area outside the 6 arenas was already packed solid, with cultivators flying in the sky and standing on the ground. Countless cultivators stared intently at each arena, with the most spectators gathered at the Holy Soul Realm platform, afraid to miss any spectacular battles. Inside the Hollow Spirit Battle Realm on the arena, Qingwei upper sect Lu Bao requesting battle. Bang! His words had barely finished when his head suddenly exploded and his headless corpse slowly fell. Who asked for a battle with you? Such worthless trash who can't even see my attack. Lu Bao, I think your name should be Head Exploder instead. Wang Chen scratched his ear with his pinky, looking at the headless corpse with contempt while flicking away earwax. As one side fell on the arena, the transparent barrier appeared, and a strand of spiritual energy carried the corpse off the platform. The transparent barrier over the Hollow Spirit Battle Realm arena slowly receded, waiting for the next challenger. The moment the barrier receded, Wang Chen heard numerous clamoring voices, quite noisy. I'll do it. At this moment, a muscular, burly man suddenly flew onto the arena, frowning as he looked at Wang Chen. The burly man didn't learn from Lu Bao's mistake of requesting battle first. The instant he rushed onto the arena, he formed a claw with his right hand, unleashing a killing move as he charged toward Wang Chen. Clap! Clad in white robes, Wang Chen stood in place. He raised his right hand to block the burly man's attack, his eyes bursting with a beam of chaotic flame light that shot out. Puff! Bang! The sound of chaotic flame light penetrating flesh echoed as it struck the burly man's body and exploded instantly. The burly man couldn't even react in time. His entire body flew outward, crashing into the barrier that had only risen halfway, never to move again. This young man is truly fierce. The arena's barrier hadn't even risen this time before it quickly receded. Sounds of astonishment rose from below the platform. His cultivation is clearly at Foundation Establishment 9th layer, so why are his attacks comparable to Guan Yuan's 2nd layer? The great experts on the massive square who had been watching the Foundation Establishment arena also voiced their surprise at this scene. Fighting this kind of match is just bullying weaklings. I should quickly kill those petty fortunes chosen ones who challenged me in my past life and move to a higher tier arena. Wang Chen on the arena felt somewhat bored. He raised his eyes to scan the watching crowd and suddenly shouted, "Are all you Foundation Establishment cultivators trash? If you can't handle it, apply to Hanzun and come at me all together." Wang Chen swept his gaze across every person, including all Foundation Establishment cultivators present, in his arrogant provocation. Fortune's chosen ones are the ones who least tolerate this kind of arrogant villain, and Wang Chen happened to be exactly this wild. As expected, people soon began boarding the arena one after another. The arena's barrier actually didn't close. Countless Foundation Establishment cultivators, seeing Hanzun silently approve this approach, rushed onto the arena in countless figures, glaring at Wang Chen. At this moment, the spectators below quickly retreated, afraid of being accidentally injured, withdrawing dozens of meters. High above on the massive square, Hanzun coldly watched this scene, ignoring Jiang Lingxian's gaze toward her. Since Wang Chen wanted to challenge all Foundation establishment cultivators like this, she would see what strength this disciple of Fairy Nuess had. Jiang Lingxian gazed at her master for a while, then finally sighed lightly in her heart, hoping Wang Chen could handle it. Although Jiang Lingxian greatly trusted Wang Chen, who had been reborn, her eyes still firmly watched the Foundation establishment arena, now filled with over 100 people. Finally, the trap is sprung. Wang Chen stood in the center of the 100-meter arena, his gaze continuously locking onto 7 or 8 figures in the crowd as his aura steadily rose. As Wang Chen's aura surged, 2 phantom shadows of chaos flame dragons slowly emerged from behind him, their dragon eyes cold. A mutated 9 Suns divine body. Hanzun, seated on the giant square platform, paused for a moment, clearly shocked by the black and white flames surrounding Wang Chen. No wonder Xiener cherishes her disciple so deeply. In this moment, Hanzun seemed to finally understand why Jiang Lingxian had gone to such lengths to protect Wang Chen. It was because of the mutated 9 Suns divine body. Awakening the 9 Suns divine body was already a rare feat, let alone a mutated variant. The only unknown was which Dao resonance the mutation had manifested into. But Hanzun couldn't know that in this life Jiang Lingxian cared nothing for Wang Chen's physique or constitution. She only wanted him. Jiang Lingxian's eyes rippled faintly. The mutated 9 Suns divine body came as no surprise to her at all. Beyond the members of Taishu Immortal Sect, most people were unaware of Wang Chen's 9 Suns divine body, assuming it was merely some powerful flame physique. Even in his past life, because Jiang Lingxian had kept Wang Chen's physique information secret, even those within Taishu Immortal Sect had believed the same. So this time Wang Chen's display had drawn nearly all the attention of Taishu Immortal Sect's members, most of whom turned to watch with eyes full of astonishment. The female elders of the inner sect on the giant square platform could no longer remain seated, rising to their feet to fix their gaze tightly on Wang Chen. This disciple must be secured. Such a disciple must be snatched up. They hadn't been a problem before, but now that they stood, Jiang Lingxian immediately shifted her cold gaze toward them, her hand tightening within her sleeve. Though Jiang Lingxian was normally composed, the sense of crisis within her had reached its peak at this moment, her heart growing tense. I really want to lock up all these women who dare to compete with me for disciples. Jiang Lingxian pressed her lips together, slightly gazing at the inner female elders whose eyes were filled with madness, thinking to herself. Boom! Roar! At this moment a dragon's cry echoed across the Taishu spiritual battle realm, and 4 more chaos flame dragons emerged from Wang Chen's body. The 4 flame dragons soared into the sky in formation, their immense chaos firelight capturing everyone's attention. Even those focused on the Saint Soul Realm battles turned to watch with curiosity and confusion. Roar! 6 chaos flame dragons burst from Wang Chen's body, their forms growing ever larger, and the next moment the dragon's roar echoed throughout the entire venue once more. Roar! The flame dragons in the sky suddenly transformed into a chaos barrier sealing the hundreds of people on the Foundation building realm arena. When you stepped onto this stage, you should have considered whether you would die. This was your own choice. Wang Chen finished speaking, his aura surging violently as chaos-colored flames erupted across his body, charging into the crowd on the arena. Snap! Snap, snap, snap. At the moment before charging into the crowd to prevent the minor children of fortune from escaping, Wang Chen went all out, deploying every technique at his disposal. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Aya! From outside, looking at the Foundation building arena shrouded in chaos, one could only hear continuous sounds of impact and screams of agony. Because a layer of chaos-colored barrier enveloped the entire arena, many people found it difficult to see what was happening inside. Only those with cultivation above the Danhai realm could see clearly inside, while most could only hear the screams. After a moment, the elders and sect masters on the giant platform could no longer remain seated. How could they watch their disciples be killed without intervening? 4 venerables. Our sect's cultivators surrender, I beg you to release them. Among the representatives of the 36 sects, someone rose from their seat and bowed to the 4 heavenly venerables at the far end, pleading for their release. Before his words had even finished, several guardian figures from outside the giant platform recklessly charged toward the Foundation building arena. These were the guardians of various Foundation building realm prodigies, each a Saint Soul realm expert, and upon striking, they directly tore apart the chaos barrier. As the chaos barrier was torn open, the view inside gradually became clear. There Wang Chen's right hand manifested the chaos flame dragon claw, while his left and right hands each gripped the necks of a man and woman, lifting them up. Cough, cough. Wang Chen had been forced to endure the barrier being torn apart by the Saint Soul realm experts outside, which weakened the dragon aura on his body and caused him to cough up blood. But as Wang Chen recalled how these minor children of fortune had surrounded and hunted him in his past life, his killing intent still visibly overflowed from his entire body. Enduring the backlash from the shattered barrier, Wang Chen's eyes turned slightly crimson as domineering chaos flames continuously erupted. You trash like this. If it weren't for following those beasts, you wouldn't even have the right to surround and kill me. Wang Chen gazed calmly at the two nearly dead minor children of fortune in his hands, his words thick with killing intent. Yet he never revealed his reincarnation in his words. Everyone simply assumed his anger stemmed from being surrounded. For some reason, Wang Chen could clearly feel as though this world was rejecting him. Many children of fortune, or rather young prodigies, would inexplicably cross paths with him and bear grudges. The most absurd part was that most of these conflicts stemmed from romantic entanglements, a crowd going mad with desire to win Jiang Lingxian's favor. So their hostility naturally fell on Wang Chen, who stood closest to Jiang Lingxian. And the minor children of fortune in Wang Chen's hands at this moment were not like Qin Yefan or Yi Qing, nor were they as difficult to kill as the dozen or so top-tier children of fortune who had yet to appear in this life. These young prodigies possessed relatively modest fortune, which is why Wang Chen typically referred to them as minor children of fortune. They were indeed easy to kill now, but if he let them live, they would undoubtedly become a major calamity in the later stages. In his past life, when Wang Chen was suppressing them, they suddenly produced life-preserving artifacts and screamed surrender, saving their lives. This led to these minor children of fortune eventually reaching the heavenly venerable realm. They later followed top-tier children of fortune like Yi Qing and joined the dozen or so head-level children of fortune to surround and kill him. To clarify further, I'll add 500 extra words, no filler. The thousands of heavenly venerable realm cultivators who surrounded and killed Wang Chen in his past life were these very minor children of fortune, and they weren't particularly difficult to kill. Meanwhile, the dozen or so half-step great emperor realm cultivators from his past life were the head-level children of fortune blessed with massive amounts of luck. Figures like Qin Yefan, who proved somewhat difficult to kill. Finally, the two great emperor realm cultivators from his past life were Yi Qing and another monstrous prodigy who had yet to make her appearance. Both possessed peak fortune and were extraordinarily difficult to kill. The other foundation-building realm cultivators on the Taishu arena had long been terrified, and upon seeing the chaos barrier torn apart, they quickly fled the arena. Wang Chen paid little attention to those scum. Instead, chaos flame fire blazed in his eyes as he looked at the two children of fortune he had left alive from the original 8. Actually, rather than calling them minor children of fortune, it would be more fitting to call them scattered cultivator prodigies or sect prodigies. Stop! At this moment, Wang Chen heard several angry shouts from outside the arena, but he ignored them and twisted his hands quickly. Wang Chen knew he had never been a good person. Anyone who posed a threat to him he would kill by any means necessary. Crack! Two necks snapped, and Wang Chen tossed aside the corpses before quickly drawing out 2 stacks of imperial-grade explosive talismans. Explode! Wang Chen flung both hands, hurling the talismans at the elderly cultivators rushing in, and flames erupted instantly. Boom! The power of dozens of imperial-grade explosive talismans was enough to engulf half of the Taishu's spiritual battle realm, sending countless people fleeing in terror. This also halted the advance of those Saint Soul realm elders, forcing them to stop their charge toward the arena. Good heavens! You don't care about anyone else's life? Someone screamed in terror as chaotic footsteps echoed around them, and countless figures fled skyward in panic. Hop! However, the expected force of the imperial-grade explosive talismans never struck. They were intercepted by the young venerable seated beside Han Zun, who raised his hand to absorb the power. Han Zun, this disciple of yours is quite crazy, said the young venerable beside Han Zun, with a chuckle, slowly retracting his hand in jest. Han Zun did not respond, merely gazing at Jiang Lingxian as she was sent flying, his expression calm and composed, clearly having tacitly approved of her actions. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who had appeared before him, and immediately cowered behind her, peeking his head out fearfully. They're breaking the rules. A bunch of old fogies still want to come up on stage and fight me. Sister Fairy, what do you think we should do to punish them? Wang Chen gripped Jiang Lingxian's white dress sleeve tightly. The domineering demeanor he'd shown earlier was gone, leaving only a face full of grievance. Countless cultivators present looked at this scene and thought to themselves, you weren't like this when you were casually throwing dozens of imperial-grade explosive talismans with that sinister smile just now. Kill them. Jiang Lingxian didn't say another word. Watching the blood streaming from Wang Chen's lip, a fierce surge of anger welled up within her. Then a cold sword materialized in Jiang Lingxian's right hand. She executed a swift sword flourish before launching it forward with tremendous force, and several streaks of bloodlight suddenly erupted in the sky. The faces of those low-level Saint Soul realm elders in the sky were instantly filled with terror as they clutched their bleeding necks and plummeted from the heavens. Wow! Wang Chen shivered in fear, unable to believe Jiang Lingxian had killed them all without a second thought. Didn't she fear war with those major sects and the Taishu immortal sect? Taishu holy maiden, by doing this, aren't you afraid the various sects will unite against your Taishu immortal sect? Seeing this, someone on the giant platform stepped forward again, obviously aware that among those Saint Soul Realm elders killed there were people from other sects. If you wish to seek revenge, you are always welcome. This wasn't said by Jiang Lingxian, but by the cold voice of Han Zun at the end of the giant platform, her aura icy and majestic. Jiang Lingxian protected Wang Chen as his master, so naturally Han Zun would protect Jiang Lingxian as her master. At this, the person could only choke on their words, suppressing their anger in that moment, and could only helplessly return to their seat. Oh, my sister Han Zun is so domineering, I absolutely love it. Sitting on the other side of Han Zun was a woman in purple robes with a mature, alluring face. At this moment, she gazed at Han Zun with fascination, her eyes full of hearts. If you want to be flirtatious, go back to your own sect, and do it. Han Zun's beautiful face rolled her eyes at the woman in purple beside her, her tone cold, yet somewhat helpless. Humph. The woman in purple wasn't angry at the scolding, but still pouted with her hands on her hips, and humphed at Han Zun in a coquettish manner. But because of her charming, mature face, her coquettish behavior somehow had a seductive playfulness. You take advantage of me, liking you to bully me casually. Sister Han Zun is really too mean. Upon hearing these words from Venerable Zishang, the cultivators present widened their eyes slightly, overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information and struggling to process it all. This year's Taishu spiritual battle realm has been too insane. After this competition, all these events will likely spread across the entire Bahuan continent. The incidents at Taishu spiritual battle realm have caused complete chaos among both the spirit-building realm competitors and the onlookers. But at this moment on the Taishu spiritual battle realm's spirit-building realm arena, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian ignored it all and simply exchanged glances. Then Wang Chen's gaze shifted to the Guiyuan realm platform, and Jiang Lingxian immediately understood his intentions from that single look. Come back with me first. Jiang Lingxian's voice carried a chill, clearly annoyed that the thoughtless Wang Chen still wanted to challenge the Guiyuan realm platform. Most importantly, Wang Chen had disregarded his own safety, forming a barrier to forcibly kill those cultivators, which resulted in backlash to himself. Then, without another word, Jiang Lingxian used spiritual energy to wrap around Wang Chen's body, tearing through the void and forcibly pulling him inside. I haven't even stood here for the duration of one incense stick, and I haven't gotten first place yet. Whoosh! Before the void rift closed, Wang Chen shouted with considerable reluctance, and then the void rift sealed shut. Yet even after Wang Chen left, that spirit-building realm arena fell silent, and no one dared to step up within a short period. Since no one dares to step up anymore, first place is settled. From now on, you may compete freely for second place. At this, the elder sitting at the end of the giant platform gestured to the disciple beside him. The disciple understood and shouted aloud. In the Cultivation City, outside the Taishu spiritual battle realm, Jiang Lingxian radiated an indescribable chill as she led Wang Chen, following the innkeeper's boy, to a room. Cough, cough. Wang Chen couldn't help but cough twice more. The blood at the corner of his mouth had long been wiped away, leaving only a faint bloodstain behind. The innkeeper's boy didn't say much after leading them to the room door, merely nodding before turning and leaving. Jiang Lingxian quickly pushed open the door, grabbed Wang Chen's arm, and dragged him inside all the way to the edge of the bed. Click. As the two entered, the door of the top-tier cultivation in room slammed shut, and arrays for gathering spiritual energy and blocking perception rose to life. Lie down. Jiang Lingxian stared coldly at Wang Chen, supporting him regardless of his willingness, and gently pushed him onto the bed. No. No way are we really doing this with injuries. Wang Chen lay on the bed, yet still couldn't resist asking in confusion, leaving Jiang Lingxian slightly stunned. You. Don't speak. After a moment of stupor, Jiang Lingxian understood what Wang Chen meant. With 7 parts anger and 3 parts embarrassment, she used spiritual energy to seal his mouth. Close your eyes and circulate your breath. I'll heal your injuries. Wang Chen mumbled confusedly with his mouth sealed, only gradually falling silent after Jiang Lingxian pinched his cheek. In the end, Wang Chen could only helplessly follow Jiang Lingxian's instructions, closing his eyes and circulating his cultivation technique. But after a while, Wang Chen suddenly felt an inexplicable drowsiness overwhelming him, causing his heart to skip a beat. Damn. System, quickly buy me that one. Which? That one, that anti-drowsiness one. Use it directly. Ding. Using treating sleeping incense like cigarettes and poisonous pills like candy successfully. Due to the urgency, 0 origin points have been deducted. In the instant those words from the system fell, Wang Chen only felt his mind gradually clearing. Though drowsiness still lingered, he no longer felt the urge to sleep. Cunning Jiang Lingxian, she actually wanted to use healing as an excuse to drug me unconscious. At the same time, Wang Chen suddenly felt a gentle cold energy gradually surging into his body. And as Jiang Lingxian guided the process, the chaotic flame's spiritual energy from his dantian surged toward the cold energy, intertwining with it. Wang Chen felt the two spiritual energies intertwining within his body, the tingling sensation, so intense he couldn't help but let out a soft groan right in front of Jiang Lingxian. For a moment, it was very noticeable that Jiang Lingxian's hand resting on Wang Chen's chest paused slightly. Seeing this, Wang Chen quickly forced himself to endure the tingling sensation throughout his body, keeping his eyes closed and staying silent, growing still. A quarter hour later. Are you all right? Jiang Lingxian carefully watched Wang Chen, who had fallen into a quiet slumber, her cold voice gently inquiring. But Wang Chen didn't respond, merely keeping his eyes closed and forcefully suppressing the tingling sensation within his body to stay silent. Why was it so hot and so tingly? It's so uncomfortable. Wang Chen could feel the extreme cold energy and chaotic fire energy intertwining within his body, but could only forcefully suppress the urge to moan. If Jiang Lingxian were to embrace him intimately like she had in the past few days, Wang Chen was certain he would truly let out a sound. But it seemed that what one feared most was most likely to happen. Seeing that Wang Chen wasn't responding to her, Jiang Lingxian waited quietly for a while. In the end, Xian gazed at Wang Chen's handsome face with rippling eyes, her breathing slightly quickening as her inner dependence continuously grew. Recalling the looks those female elders had given Wang Chen during the day, Jiang Lingxian's heart grew increasingly anxious and fluttered with emotion. From that day forward, Jiang Lingxian had even begun to entertain the thought of taking Wang Chen away from the Taishu immortal sect. In the end, Jiang Lingxian could no longer restrain herself. She gently removed her shoes, slowly lay down on the inner side of the bed, and gradually extended her arms. It just so happened that the 9 Yin cold divine body and the 9 Yang divine body were perfectly compatible. As long as their spiritual energies merged, it would help her disciple heal his injuries. Jiang Lingxian silently comforted herself that she was only doing this to help her disciple heal, yet her body grew increasingly close to Wang Chen. No, please. It's already so tingly and hot. If you continue like this, I won't be able to handle it. No. I'm already feeling that tingly warmth. If you keep this up, I won't be able to take it. Wang Chen felt his body being slowly turned over on the bed, then entering a warm, delicate embrace. Huff. Inhale. Even Wang Chen could clearly feel the warm breath of the person in his arms. Jiang Lingxian gently pressed her cheek against his chest. As always, Jiang Lingxian's slender arms around Wang Chen grew tighter and tighter, her breathing somewhat irregular. The mere thought of those female elders' gazes made her heart grow heavy. She was truly afraid. Afraid that Wang Chen would be taken away from her. Although he was right beside her now, the fear of others coveting him gnawed at her. In this life, Wang Chen had been reluctant to accept her as his master, and now so many other women harbored feelings for him. Jiang Lingxian unconsciously bit her lower lip, and only by feeling the warmth of his breath against her did her troubled heart find some comfort. During this time, Jiang Lingxian also slowly released the gentle cold energy from her body, guiding the chaotic yang energy within Wang Chen. Their opposing yet complementary energies, his extreme yang and her extreme yin, interwove to gradually heal the internal injuries he had suffered from the backlash. It was precisely at this moment that Wang Chen's long-suppressed sensations of cold, heat, and numbness finally erupted completely. Wang Chen could no longer hold back, his body tensing slightly as he closed his eyes and furrowed his brow, letting out a muffled groan with a pained expression. Jiang Lingxian was startled by the sudden sound, having not expected Wang Chen to still be awake. Why hadn't her disciple fallen into a deep sleep? Jiang Lingxian quickly lifted her face, her beautiful eyes anxiously fixed on Wang Chen's, and hurriedly reached out to gently cover his eyes. After covering his eyes for a while, and seeing no sign of Wang Chen waking, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed somewhat. Wang Chen, feeling her slightly cool palms over his eyes, simply played along and endured the discomfort in silence. But after a brief period of quiet, the unbearable sensation throughout his body became too much to bear. Woo! Wang Chen twisted his nearly numb body, as if trapped in a nightmare, subconsciously trying to roll away from Jiang Lingxian. This time Wang Chen truly wanted to distance himself from Jiang Lingxian on an instinctive level, for the intertwining of their physical energies had left him with an unbearable sensation of cold, heat, and numbness coursing through his entire body. It felt as though he had only two options: either Jiang Lingxian would immediately release him and withdraw the cold energy intertwined within his body, or he would have to press himself completely against her, eliminating all the discomfort through intimate contact. Or he could endure it until the yin and yang spiritual energies dissipated and his healing was complete. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen's slight struggles in her embrace with his eyes closed and called out to him with considerable concern. After observing for a moment, Wang Chen didn't respond to her, merely twisting his body in discomfort as he tried to break free. Could it be that the intertwining of our physical and spiritual energies is what's causing him such distress even in his deep sleep? As if to confirm her hypothesis, Jiang Lingxian held Wang Chen and slowly withdrew the cold spiritual energy she had been intertwining with him. At that moment, Wang Chen felt as though he had been freed from his torment, finally, no longer enduring the discomfort that demanded the union of yin and yang to resolve. Inhale. Exhale. Wang Chen's forehead glistened with a light sheen of sweat, and after the wave of discomfort passed, he could only close his eyes and breathe in shallow, drawn-out gasps through his nose. Wang Chen kept his eyes shut, afraid to open them, pretending that the nightmare had been caused by that unbearable sensation. What the hell? This feeling was exactly like being drugged with an aphrodisiac. Though his eyes remained closed, Wang Chen's heart raced with astonishment, each memory of that sensation sending palpitations through him. While the backlash had left his body and spirit aching, it was far more tolerable than the cold heat and numbness he'd just endured. So it truly was like that. Jiang Lingxian watched Wang Chen gradually grow still, understanding dawning within her as she gently buried her cheek against his warm neck. But she remembered that in her past life, whenever she had used the sleeping incense on Wang Chen to treat his injuries, he had never reacted this way. Jiang Lingxian nuzzled her face against his neck, pondering quietly. Just to be safe, Jiang Lingxian sent forth an invisible wave of divine sense that silently drifted toward Wang Chen's forehead. Dog host. Lingxian seems to have discovered you might be pretending to sleep. Your dear little master is coming to probe your divine sense now. Then help me defend against it. 20,000 dear. 20,000 again. Fine. I'll go borrow some resources from people like I did in my past life once I return to the arena tomorrow. And that youthful-looking old man who ruined the power of my imperial-grade explosive talismans, I'll make sure to extort him properly next time. Wang Chen recalled the dozens of imperial-grade explosive talismans wasted during the day and made a mental note to settle this score with the youthful venerable. After a brief moment, Jiang Lingxian's divine sense slowly withdrew from Wang Chen's forehead, a slightly peculiar expression crossing her beautiful face. It seemed that his rebirth had granted him some resistance to her sacred-grade soul incense. In Jiang Lingxian's divine sense perception, just now Wang Chen appeared to be asleep, yet somehow, not quite. Jiang Lingxian recalled probing Wang Chen's divine sense. His conscious mind seemed dormant, while his subconscious remained active, as if he were instinctively resisting the various sensations causing him discomfort. If this was truly the case, then Jiang Lingxian pressed her cheek gently against Wang Chen's chest, and her lips involuntarily curled into a faint smile. Not knowing what she had thought of, a subtle sense of pleasure rose within Jiang Lingxian's heart, and the cold energy throughout her body slowly began to emanate again. Most of that cold energy flowed toward the back of Wang Chen, who lay on his side, while a small portion resumed healing his injuries. Oh my, don't do this. Not again. Wang Chen felt the cold energy surging back into his body, intertwining with his chaotic yang energy to treat his backlash injuries, and his heart filled with terror. What? How can it attack from both front and back? This time Wang Chen not only felt his body growing numb and uncomfortable, but his back was also becoming increasingly cold. But he had no idea what Jiang Lingxian was trying to do, so he could only close his eyes and endure the discomfort, his breathing gradually quickening as he pretended to sleep. Having learned from the previous incident, Wang Chen kept quiet this time, merely furrowing his brow slightly to show his discomfort. Since Jiang Lingxian didn't realize he was pretending to sleep, the system's defense against her divine sense had succeeded. But Wang Chen had no idea what Jiang Lingxian was thinking now, or why she was making these moves again. I should have just let her knock me out completely. I'm not only wasting origin points, but suffering too. Huh. A weak host like you is just pathetic. Wang Chen suppressed his body's restlessness, screaming internally, while the system's mocking voice followed closely behind. Disciple, hold your master, okay? If you hold your master, you won't feel cold anymore. Pretending to sleep, Wang Chen. The system still mocking its host. Jiang Lingxian's lips moved close to Wang Chen's ear, her usually cold voice, now carrying a hint of tenderness, guiding him like one would soothe a child. Wang Chen could even feel Jiang Lingxian's hot breath gently brushing against his ear, causing an inexplicable ticklish sensation. So she deliberately generated a large amount of cold energy behind him simply so he would hold her as a comfortable heat source. Wang Chen was truly impressed by Jiang Lingxian's tactics. Icy and aloof by day, yet she would tease him relentlessly at night. Just hold me, master. And soon, I won't feel cold anymore. Jiang Lingxian's slender arms wrapped around the back of Wang Chen's head, gently pulling his neck as she whispered softly by his ear. With her warm breath blowing against his ear, Wang Chen shivered as the yin heat within his body clashed with the coldness behind him. Jiang Lingxian paused for a moment, seeing his reaction, but assumed he was simply unable to endure the cold. It's fine. Holding master. Holding master means I won't feel cold anymore. Jiang Lingxian took Wang Chen's hands in one of hers and gently placed them on either side of her waist, her tone cool yet gentle. Wang Chen truly couldn't resist Jiang Lingxian. She was practically throwing herself at him, and anyone else would have seized the opportunity. Wang Chen felt as though he had finally found a source of warmth in the midst of a frozen wasteland, his arms around Jiang Lingxian's slender figure slowly tightening. Cold. So cold. Why? Wang Chen even pretended to be unconscious, as if shivering in his sleep from the cold, pressing himself closer to Jiang Lingxian. Jiang Lingxian stiffened slightly at his embrace, then lowered her beautiful eyes to look at Wang Chen. It's fine, it won't be long before you stop feeling cold. Jiang Lingxian gently stroked Wang Chen's head, her voice muffled, as she comforted him while he slept curled against her. Yet secretly Jiang Lingxian unconsciously increased the cold energy radiating from behind Wang Chen. The feeling of being held by him was strange, almost embarrassing yet strangely satisfying. For a moment, an inexplicable reluctance to let go surged within her, and she continued releasing cold energy, hoping Wang Chen would hold her like this all night. Soon after, whether from shame or something else, Jiang Lingxian's delicate face gradually grew warm, a rosy blush spreading across her cheeks. Gazing at Wang Chen nestled in her arms, Jiang Lingxian's usually cold eyes softened with a rare tenderness. At this moment, wrapped in Wang Chen's close embrace, Jiang Lingxian's eyes grew slightly hazy, a deep sense of security filling her heart. Suddenly, Jiang Lingxian felt a warm rubbing sensation against her neck, causing her body to go slightly limp. Wang Chen, just like Jiang Lingxian had done days earlier, buried his face against her neck and gently rubbed against it. MMPH. Jiang Lingxian let out a soft sigh of pleasure, finally realizing she couldn't let this continue, and quickly moved to push Wang Chen away. But Wang Chen, shivering from the cold, murmured in his half-dream state, "Baozi. Warm baozi. Wine? This. Can't eat." The next morning, Wang Chen sat up in the cultivation room, shaking his dizzy head, especially the back of it. Yesterday he had dreamed of eating baozi in the freezing cold, but Jiang Lingxian in the dream wouldn't let him have it, and suddenly pushed him hard. Wang Chen only remembered hearing a sharp crack as the back of his head hit the wall. Then came Jiang Lingxian's panicked voice as she got up, and gradually he lost consciousness. What was wrong with wanting to eat a warm baozi in such cold weather in a dream? Even that, Jiang Lingxian had to stop him. Awake. Jiang Lingxian sat on a chair beside the ornate table in the center of the room, her brows slightly furrowed, gazing coldly at Wang Chen. "Yes, thank you for treating my injuries yesterday. Other than a bit of dizziness, I'm fine now." Wang Chen pretended to examine himself, then touched the back of his head and shook it slightly, responding softly. "Dizziness is normal. When I was treating your injuries yesterday, I discovered that your divine sense had been slightly damaged by backlash. This also caused you to fall into a deep sleep as soon as you closed your eyes and cultivated last night." Jiang Lingxian responded calmly with a slight blush and rapid heartbeat, her hands nervously clenched inside her sleeves. "Oh, I see." Wang Chen, hearing this, looked at Jiang Lingxian's eyes that dared not meet his, a secret smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he chose not to expose her. What's with this crack in the wall?" After responding, Wang Chen casually glanced around and suddenly noticed a small dent in the white wall beside the bed. This. I also don't know what happened." Jiang Lingxian's words were tense, and by the end she couldn't think of an excuse, so she simply said she didn't know. This fool still couldn't lie to save his life. Wang Chen helplessly shook his head, got out of bed, and walked toward Jiang Lingxian, whose face had unconsciously flushed with a faint blush. "Oh, let's go then. Since my injuries have recovered, it's time to return to the Taishu spiritual battle realm." Having said this, Wang Chen brushed past Jiang Lingxian, who was sitting on the chair in the center of the room, and headed toward the door, opening it. Creak. Jiang Lingxian watched Wang Chen's back as he opened the door, and recalling what had happened the night before, she felt her face growing warmer. Realizing this, Jiang Lingxian quickly summoned her spiritual energy to regulate her breathing, suppressing the flushing sensation on her face. Thank goodness he didn't notice. Jiang Lingxian stood up, her white dress swaying slightly, and followed Wang Chen's pace with a strange sense of relief in her heart. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian walked to the inn's front desk downstairs, and after paying the room fee and spirit stones, they prepared to leave. But at this moment, Wang Chen's gaze swept across, and his brows furrowed slightly as he locked eyes with a woman entering the inn. Chu Yao. The woman entering the inn wore a black dress, her figure beautiful and charming with an alluring mystique. Chu Yao, who had just entered the inn, suddenly sensed two people watching her and raised her eyes to look back. In just a moment, Chu Yao revealed a faint, beautiful smile, but her eyes showed an inexplicable sense of loss upon seeing Jiang Lingxian. Chu Yao considered herself a beauty among cultivators, but seeing the Taishu Saintess at this moment, she still felt inferior. The Taishu Saintess's aura was completely different from hers, possessing a cold, proud beauty, as pure and flawless as ice. Taishu Saintess, and Chu Yao first bowed slightly to Jiang Lingxian, then looked at Wang Chen beside her, but she didn't know his name and hesitated to speak. Wang Wu. Wang Chen was about to politely greet an old friend from his past life, but suddenly felt a chill in his throat. Disciple, let's go. Jiang Lingxian's icy voice rang out, and she gave a slight nod to Chu Yao in response. She then used an invisible cold energy to forcefully pull Wang Chen along, and the two left the inn side by side. Chu Yao watched the two, leaving her delicate brows slightly raised. But Chu Yao was puzzled in her heart. Why did the Taishu Saintess seem to harbor such hostility toward her when they had only just met? Outside the Taishu spirit battle realm, Jiang Lingxian led Wang Chen as they slowly stepped out from a rift in the void, her expression bearing a hint of coldness. At last the two came to a halt at the corner of the massive 100-meter gate marking the entrance to the Taishu spirit battle realm, stopping simultaneously, as if by unspoken agreement. Why wouldn't you let me greet her? She lent me many cultivation resources in the past. Wang Chen frowned in bewilderment, looking at Jiang Lingxian with considerable confusion. The words, in the past, naturally referred to his previous life. Wang Chen never spoke of his previous life when outside, he always used other expressions as substitutes. But Jiang Lingxian would surely understand. What did she lend you? Jiang Lingxian showed an almost imperceptible hint of tension, subtly biting the inside of her lower lip, feeling somewhat flustered. Wang Chen was completely puzzled by her question. In his previous life, hadn't he just borrowed some cultivation resources from Chu Yao? What was the big deal about that? Some cultivation resources, and she helped me before as well. However, the Chu family was destroyed in the past, and she passed away. So I've always owed her a debt of gratitude. Although, the current me doesn't owe her anything. Wang Chen substituted the word previous life within the past, and answered Jiang Lingxian honestly as she stood there looking cold. Wang Chen hadn't noticed anything amiss with Jiang Lingxian because she always wore this cold demeanor during the day. During my seclusion in the past, did you frequently meet with her? Not at all. When you were in seclusion, I traveled everywhere collecting treasures for my tribulation. I only ran into her a few times by coincidence. Wang Chen rubbed his chin, rummaging through his memories. Then he raised his gaze to meet Jiang Lingxian's eyes that had been fixed on him, and spoke. For some reason, Wang Chen felt that after he finished speaking, the breath Jiang Lingxian exhaled seemed to have lightened somewhat. Let's go in first. Based on my past experience, my timing for entering should be just right. After Jiang Lingxian breathed a sigh of relief, she followed Wang Chen's example, also substituting the phrase previous life with in the past. Okay, sure. Wang Chen nodded gently at Jiang Lingxian, though there were words in his heart that he hadn't spoken aloud. The truth was, Chu Yao from his previous life had gradually fallen in love with him after their contact, but he had always rejected her. Because Wang Chen didn't like Chu Yao at all, or rather, he didn't like anyone except Jiang Lingxian. From the past life, until now, so many women had wanted to throw themselves at him, yet Wang Chen had never been intimate with any of them. On Blue Star, he had always been alone, and after transmigrating to the cultivation world, it was Jiang Lingxian who took him in and protected him. In truth, Wang Chen had also lacked love growing up, raised by eating from door to door, though he had hidden these emotions very deeply. When Wang Chen had first transmigrated into the cultivation world, he was completely panicked and confused. It was Jiang Lingxian who descended from the heavens like a celestial fairy, landing on the ground to comfort him and take him in. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have survived even walking out of that mountain, given the cruelty of the cultivation world that he had already witnessed in his previous life. Wang Chen had always been deeply grateful to Jiang Lingxian, and at the same time, he loved her to the extreme. If using internet slang from his previous life, perhaps the two of them were simply the love-starved guy and the love-starved girl. Following Jiang Lingxian into the Taishu spirit battle realm, Wang Chen thought of this, randomly chuckling bitterly in his heart. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian passed through the crowds, casting strange gazes. The two of them, dressed in white robes and white dresses, arrived at the giant square platform. Xian'er, bring your disciple over. The moment the two stepped onto the giant square platform, they heard Han Zun's cold voice. Jiang Lingxian remained silent, glancing indifferently at the innocent-looking Wang Chen, then walked forward, leading him. The two stood before the four honored ones, while 6 fighting arena platforms outside the giant square platform served as the backdrop. Han Zun first examined Wang Chen with a cold gaze, then gave an almost imperceptible slight nod. Your aptitude and strength are quite excellent, although you possess the 9 Yang divine body, which is a furnace-type constitution. However, fortunately, your constitution underwent a mutation, producing the 9 Yang dragon momentum. You can be considered a promising seedling. This one should be considered your grandmaster. Here is a small gift for me, accept it. This bottle of flame origin can be taken one small drop daily for cultivation. Remember, do not overuse it, or your current constitution won't be able to withstand it. After Hanzun finished speaking, a small jade bottle containing crimson liquid appeared in her hand. She slowly tossed it, and it flew toward Wang Chen. Little host. It's a saint rank supreme flame origin. This time your little master's grandmaster is being extremely generous. I remember in the previous life, she only gave you some cultivation resources, not even reaching imperial rank supreme. In the previous life, she only saw my chaotic flame and didn't know my constitution was the 9 yang divine body. Besides, in the previous life, I hadn't even formed my dragon momentum. Wang Chen responded to the system in his heart. In his previous life, his 9 yang divine body had not been revealed. Moreover, in his previous life, even his flames were black and white chaotic colored, so naturally Hanzun thought he was merely a fire-type genius and didn't pay much attention to him. Hanzun had lived for over 10,000 years, but what hadn't she seen? Her vision was extremely high, so it was only natural for her to look down upon ordinary geniuses. But now not only was Wang Chen's 9 yang divine body known, it was also mutated. The treatment would naturally be different. When Wang Chen saw the small jade bottle containing the flame origin flying toward him, he quickly extended both hands and received it with a faint smile. Thank you, Grandmaster. Wang Chen performed a clasped fist salute. This call of Grandmaster was spoken with wholehearted willingness. Looking at the small jade bottle in his hand, he felt secretly delighted. The beautiful Hanzun's voice was distinctly different from Jiang Lingxian's. That coldness tinged with a hint of mature elegance, a simple and elegant response. Jiang Lingxian's voice was clear and pleasant, carrying a sense of pure coldness. Wang Chen preferred this kind especially. Particularly the voice Jiang Lingxian used when in the depths of night, feeling extremely insecure, she hugged him and pitifully and wrongfully poured out her inner thoughts. Wang Chen felt as if his very bones were about to melt, his heart secretly bursting with joy. At this moment, after Hanzun gave her acknowledgement, she turned her cold gaze toward the 3 honored ones seated on her left and right sides. At this moment, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian also slowly turned their gazes toward the other 3 honored ones, their expressions calm and serene. Now the 3 honored ones who had been pretending to watch the Holy Soul Realm arena ever since their conversation began finally couldn't help but look back. The 6 pairs of eyes met, and for a moment everyone on the giant square platform felt the atmosphere go silent. Ahem. That. The young honored one coughed, and a small rectangular box appeared in his hand. He didn't seem to know what to do with it, fidgeting with it. Right, Sienna, we 4 old fogies haven't seen you in a long time. This is my gift for our reunion. Hanzun cast a cold glance at Jiang Lingxian, then produced another small jade bottle containing pills. It floated gently toward her. Thank you, Master. Jiang Lingxian's expression was calm. Her beautiful face blinked twice as she gently received the small jade bottle flying toward her. Oh no, they're coming for us. Seeing this, the 3 honored ones seated on both sides of Hanzun felt a pang in their hearts. The 2 of them had already cursed Hanzun 100 times in their minds. As for why only 2 people? Because in the mind of another purple-dressed mature beauty of a honored one, Hanzun was especially miserable. The young venerable sat at the far left of the main seat with the old venerable Hanzun and Zishang Zun in sequence to his right. Now the young venerable held the rectangular box in his hand, unsure whether to offer it or not, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. Cough, cough. Yes, it has been a long time since we last met. These are gifts for you both for our reunion and to mark this occasion. The old venerable spoke first, 2 exquisite small black and red boxes appearing in his hands as he gently tossed them forward. All right. Since Elder Han and the old man have both given their gifts here, Zishang Zun, a stunning woman of impeccable figure and beauty, saw them give their presents, and 2 medium-sized boxes appeared in her hands as she gently tossed them forward. After they had all given their gifts, all 5 pairs of eyes tacitly turned toward the young venerable, who was still holding the rectangular box in his hand. Not only Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, but also over 100 high-ranking members from various sects on the giant square platform who were not fighting. The young venerable was directly put on the spot, silently putting away the rectangular box in his hand and replacing it with 2 others. Good heavens, whatever was in that box certainly could not be anything good. Wang Chen thought to himself upon seeing this. The young venerable must have changed it because he was afraid the gift's quality would be inferior to the others and risk being criticized. As the 8 items each entered Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian's storage spaces, the gift-giving ceremony finally concluded. I had no choice but to use those imperial-grade explosion talismans yesterday. They were all wasted. After receiving the gifts, Wang Chen slowly turned around following Jiang Lingxian, but muttered something as he turned. The voice was not particularly loud, but it clearly reached everyone present. For a moment, everyone's gaze silently shifted back to the young venerable, their eyes moving between Wang Chen and her. Wait a moment. What is it? Hearing the young venerable call out to stop, Wang Chen quickly turned around, causing the four venerables on the main seat to look at him with somewhat strange expressions. To compensate for the imperial-grade explosion talismans you wasted yesterday, this item in the box will serve as your compensation. The young venerable's lips twitched slightly as he endured the pain in his heart and silently took out that rectangular box, once more gently tossing it forward. This. All right, since your venerability is being so generous, I will accept it. Wang Chen put on an embarrassed expression, scratching his head before quickly reaching out to store it in his storage space. After turning around again, Wang Chen glanced at the hundreds of attendees from various sects, then thought it over and decided against it. One should not be too greedy, otherwise it might backfire and cause one to suffer. After observing the hundreds of people on the giant square platform with narrowed eyes for a moment, Wang Chen silently followed Jiang Lingxian back to her seat. For some reason, the moment Wang Chen averted his gaze, the giant square platform seemed to fill with the sound of many people sighing in relief. I need to go on stage now, you stay here and sit. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian's eyes slightly narrowed as she gazed toward the Holy Soul Realm arena. After seeing the person on the arena yield, she turned to Wang Chen and spoke. Without waiting for Wang Chen's response, Jiang Lingxian's figure vanished in a flash from her chair, leaving behind a bewildered Wang Chen. Ding! Mission issued: eliminate Qin Yefu, and seize the opportunity to prevent his strength from increasing dramatically again after recovering his severed arm. Reward: divine nature of treasures. Ding! If you need Qin Yefu's current location, you can use 10,000 origin points to locate him. In the instant Jiang Lingxian left, Wang Chen, still dazed, suddenly heard the system's mission notification sound in his mind. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian appearing on the Holy Soul Realm arena in the distance, holding a cold sword in her right hand, and was stunned for a moment listening to the system's voice. In his past life's memory, this event lasted for 9 days before ending, with the Holy Soul Realm battles taking the longest. After pondering the system mission for a moment, Wang Chen finally directed his gaze toward Hanzun on the main seat. Ancestor, I suddenly remember I still have some matters to attend to and need to leave for a moment. Wang Chen offered a slight bow, and after receiving a nod of acknowledgement, he turned and quickly ran down from the giant square platform, disappearing into the crowd. Wang Chen soared into the air from among the crowd below the giant square platform, his figure darting toward the massive gate of the Taishu spiritual battle realm. System. Locate Qin Yefu's current position. As Wang Chen flew through the sky, filled with cultivators, he called out to the system in his mind. Wang Chen could set aside those minor children of fortune for now, but someone like Qin Yefu, whenever an opportunity arose, he would absolutely kill him. Ding! Deducting 10,000 origin points, beginning to locate Qin Yefu's position map has been displayed. After the system's cold mechanical voice finished speaking, a golden-framed quantum holographic map appeared before Wang Chen's eyes. The quantum map, hovering in midair and following his movement, had a small green dot on it and a small red dot in the distance. Upon seeing this, Wang Chen flew out through the 100-meter giant gate of the Taishu spiritual battle realm, quickly changed direction, and shot off at full speed. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian, who was still engaged in fierce combat on the Life Soul Realm arena within the Taishu spiritual battle realm, had not noticed that Wang Chen had left. Jiang Lingxian was highly focused in battle, for after cultivators reached the 6th layer or beyond of the Holy Soul Realm, it became extremely difficult to kill them. The Holy Soul Realm cultivators Jiang Lingxian had killed before were at most at the 4th layer. A vast difference in cultivation level, and she could end them with a single sword strike to the throat. But the opponent Jiang Lingxian was currently fighting was an elderly female powerhouse at the peak of the 9th layer of the Holy Soul Realm, whose attacks were extremely cruel and swift. This also meant Jiang Lingxian had no time to check the giant square platform, and she had not expected Wang Chen to leave suddenly. Poor Wang Chen had no idea of Jiang Lingxian's true possessiveness, still thinking that he could explain it to her later when he returned. Deep in a forest somewhere outside the Taishu immortal sect, Wang Chen's figure stood in the high sky, his brows furrowed as he gazed at the mountain cave ahead, checking the map once more. It seems this is the place. After studying the quantum map for a moment, Wang Chen's figure slowly descended toward the cave entrance. Gazing at the pitch-black cave, Wang Chen was surprisingly unable to see anything inside. This indicated one thing. This cave was absolutely not ordinary, and the darkness within was not the kind found in nature. For extra caution, a sacred tier teleportation talisman appeared in Wang Chen's hand, which he then tightly wrapped around his wrist, using chaotic spiritual energy. Next, Wang Chen took out an imperial-grade high-quality protective jade pendant from his storage space, and placed it around his neck. An imperial-grade mid-quality protective talisman pressed against his chest, a king-grade high-quality protective sword, intent gently held in his mouth, king-grade top-quality protective bracelets worn on his wrists, and an Imperial-grade Supreme protective waist ornament tied around his waist. Finally, the only item Jiang Lingxian had given him, a sacred-grade Supreme Soul Source that combined both offensive and defensive capabilities for the Divine Soul. He gently placed it within his spiritual consciousness. With all the buffs stacked, Wang Chen gazed at the pitch-black cave passage where visibility was impossible, and the corners of his mouth gradually curled upward. Tap, tap, tap. Wang Chen, wearing a dashing yet sinister smile, stepped forward and slowly entered the dark cave passage, his footsteps echoing on the muddy ground. As Wang Chen's figure, clad in white robes and adorned with protective treasures, gradually disappeared, the surroundings grew increasingly silent. Happy New Year's Eve, dear readers. Within the pitch-black cave passage, Wang Chen retrieved a glowing treasure pearl from his hand, barely managing to see 2 or 3 meters ahead. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Wang Chen unconsciously passed through an ultra-thin array barrier. He then began to sense the surrounding atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive and suffocating, stirring restlessness within him. This was demonic energy. Wang Chen was slightly startled and quickly released a thin layer of chaotic flame before him to resist the demonic energy invading his body. Only then did Wang Chen's oppressive and restless mood gradually subside, his expression regaining clarity. It seemed the remnant soul of the demon venerable within Qin Yefan's body had grown restless upon seeing him severely injured. Wang Chen held the top-grade heaven-ranked treasure pearl aloft in his right hand, his thoughts drifting to the remnant soul of the demon venerable. Yet he was puzzled. This place was not far from the Taishu immortal sect, so why had the demonic energy gone undetected? Could this be the profound influence of the protagonist's extraordinary fortune? TSK. Despite his doubts, Wang Chen felt the demonic energy growing denser, and his grip on the treasure pearl tightened instinctively. His field of vision had shrunk to less than 2 meters. Without the treasure pearl in hand, he would have been unable to see the path at all. Rustle, rustle. In the pitch-black darkness, several sounds suddenly echoed from above the passage. Wang Chen quickly raised his gaze and looked toward the source. Chaotic Nine Suns Dragon Pupil. Though slightly panicked, Wang Chen quickly activated the eye technique, and his pupils gradually narrowed into vertical slits. A wisp of chaotic flame flickered within Wang Chen's dragon pupils, granting him a clear view of the darkness. Damn! So many demon blood bats. Wang Chen gazed at the dense cluster of blood-red bats hanging from the cave ceiling, each the size of an adult cat, and felt a chill run down his spine. The crimson-black bats hung upside down in thick layers along the cave ceiling, wrapping themselves in their grotesque wings. They were packed tightly together, exposing only half of their terrifying heads, a sight that would trigger severe trypophobia in anyone. Each bat ranged from the 1st to 9th layer of the spirit-building realm, which meant there was absolutely a bat king among them at the origin return realm. As for why Wang Chen hadn't used the Dragon Eye technique from the start, it was because activating it consumed far too much spiritual energy. Ding. Mission: defeat Qin Yefan's beast companion, the Yin Demon Bloodbat King, and obtain its Yin Blood Demon Core origin. Reward: Yang Blood Demon Core origin. Just as Wang Chen was silently marveling, the system's mission notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Qin Yefan's beast companion was a demonic creature. Wang Chen froze for a moment, genuinely shocked by what appeared in his mind. Qin Yefan had fallen to demonic corruption. There was no doubt about it. That meant Wang Chen had every right to kill him, and he could even claim the reward upon his return. The thought brought a smile to Wang Chen's face, and 10 King-grade Supreme Thunder Explosion talismans silently appeared in his right hand. Host. The Yin Blood Demon Core origin and Yang Blood Demon Core origin can be fused. Such a treasure is rare and invaluable. Though the Yin Yang Demon Core origins you've obtained are of low grade, feeding them to a beast companion can elevate its bloodline purity. Beast companion. Where would I even get one for real? Wang Chen responded with quiet resentment, having never owned a beast companion in his past life, or this one. Steal. Find them. I recall the opportunities one documented from my past life included dragon eggs and phoenix eggs, along with several divine beast eggs, or hatchlings. Let me deal with Qin Yefan first, though perhaps I should keep a pet for amusement in this lifetime. Wang Chen took a quiet breath upon hearing the system's words, responded, and then carefully continued stepping deeper into the passage. The Yin Demon Bloodbats seemed to be sleeping, and Wang Chen's footsteps were quiet enough not to disturb them. The deeper he ventured into the cave, the more he sensed an unusual array fluctuation, making him more vigilant. Sensing that only 2/3 of his chaotic flame's spiritual energy remained, Wang Chen quietly deactivated the Dragon Eye technique. How deep was this place? It felt like he was descending further with each step. Wang Chen had been walking for nearly a full incense stick's duration, yet still hadn't reached the end. After another half-quarter hour of walking, he clearly sensed something was wrong and immediately activated the Dragon Eye technique. Damn it! Why was he still in the same spot? Wang Chen gazed at the dense cluster of demon blood bats above and the familiar surroundings, cursing inwardly. I've had enough. Wang Chen shouted and tossed the treasure pearl from his left hand into his spatial storage. Dozens of king-grade supreme thunder explosion talismans appeared in each hand. Squawk squawk. His furious cry caused the entire swarm of demon blood bats in the cave to flutter into action, quickly locking onto him. Wang Chen felt thousands of blood-red, furious gazes piercing toward him at once, accompanied by the sound of countless wings beating. Give me. Explode. Wang Chen's chaotic flame dragon pupils fixed on the dense swarm of demon blood bats as he flung his right hand, sending the thunder explosion talismans flying. Snap, snap, snap. Bang. The thunderstorm talismans erupted with electric light the moment they were released, and then countless rays of supremely young lightning detonated with tremendous force. Squawk, squawk, squawk. The agonized screams of the demon blood bats echoed throughout the cave. Wang Chen unleashed a layer of chaotic spiritual flame to shield himself from the attack. Zzz. As expected, some demon blood bats slipped through and tried to bite him, but all were incinerated by the chaotic spiritual flame or struck down by his protective treasures, their divine light piercing through their brains. Gradually, a foul odor of burning demonic energy and corrupted flesh permeated the entire cave. Wang Chen nearly retched and quickly held his breath. Rumble, rumble. Feeling the tunnel tremble and shake continuously, Wang Chen, wreathed in chaotic spiritual flame, surged deeper into the darkness. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber deep within the blood demon cave that had only opened the previous day, Qin Yefan's eyes snapped open, filled with darkness. Nine Yang divine body. It's the Nine Yang divine body again. Him once more. This time I will definitely kill him. Ha ha. Qin Yefan's expression had visibly descended into madness. He launched himself from his seated position and flew toward the pitch-black passage. Qin Yefan's severed arm had already regrown halfway, his eyes completely black with demonic energy, a wide grin on his face, clearly in a half-demon, half-human state. Soon after, whoosh, Wang Chen's dragon pupils locked onto the dark figure, hurtling through the air like a merman spinning wildly in a Thomas Flare maneuver. He quickly dodged. Bang! The dark figure's head slammed into the cave wall with tremendous force, causing the entire surface to explode as if struck by a missile. Worth it. Demonic iron head technique. Wang Chen exclaimed in surprise, sensing how Qin Yefan's cultivation had been forcibly elevated to the origin return realm through raging demonic and blood chi. So this guy had killed countless mortals while the Taishu immortal sect was empty. A dark path, destiny child. How interesting. Wang Chen met the gaze of Qin Yefan, who stood not far away with eyes completely blackened by blood, and offered a faint smile. Tear his mouth apart. Qin Yefan's eyes narrowed at Wang Chen's mocking smile, which struck him like a needle piercing his heart, and he opened his mouth to roar. The moment his roar finished, the sound of countless wings beating erupted behind him as a dense swarm of demon blood bats surged forward. Wang Chen scattered over 100 thunder explosion talismans into the sky, controlling them with spiritual energy, so they all hovered midair. Blow his ass to pieces. Blow his ass to hell. Wang Chen roared, mimicking Qin Yefan, and swung his right hand fiercely in the air. With a look of sudden shock on Qin Yefan's face, hundreds of thunderstorm talismans shot out, terrifying him into unleashing his demonic energy to flee frantically. Wang Chen did the same, charging in the opposite direction. With hundreds of thunderstorm talismans exploding, the cave would surely collapse. The scene shifted to the exterior, where a massive mountain range stretching thousands of meters suddenly let out a thunderous rumble. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion reverberated across dozens of miles, causing the entire mountain range to detonate. Massive amounts of soil and trees were blasted into the clouds, creating a spectacular sight. As the sky-darkening soil rained back down to the ground, the surrounding environment fell into a brief silence. Moments later, a filthy and disheveled figure burst from the ground at the center of the flattened mountain. Oh! Qin Yefan gazed at his right arm, which had been severed once more, and hovered in the sky, roaring furiously as demonic energy surged around him, with blood streaming from his dark eyes. Wang Chen also burst through the soil, his white robes fluttering gently in the high sky. Like an immortal deity, his expression filled with ease. Various treasures around his neck, wrists, waist, and chest were emitting a faint glow to protect him. At this moment, 4 cultivators nearby were drawn by the towering explosion and its deafening sound. Fellow Taoist, what's going on? Gazing up at Wang Chen descending from the sky, like an immortal deity, the cultivator on the ground squinted against the overwhelming aura radiating from him. Quick! Wang Chen, witnessing Qin Yefan's body gradually being taken over by the remnant soul of the demon venerable, was startled and urgently tried to shout for the innocent cultivators below to flee. Blood! Blood! Before Wang Chen could finish his words, the mad Qin Yefan shot toward the 4 cultivators like a bolt. All four cultivators were at the first to second layer of the Guiyuan realm, yet they couldn't even react to Qin Yefan's speed. The sound of a left hand forcibly piercing through flesh and blood echoed. Wang Chen and the other three cultivators all watched with slight terror as the female cultivator, whose neck had been pierced through by Qin Yefan. Just when one crisis subsided, another arose. Qin Yefan's teeth had all become incredibly sharp, his mouth widened, and he fiercely bit down on the female cultivator's head. It's back. The familiar sensation. Qin Yefan, no one should say Qin Demon, chewed on the flesh and blood with his head thrown back, laughing loudly with his mouth full of blood. As he chewed, his body began to be enveloped in blood energy and demonic aura, and his cultivation realm unexpectedly broke through. Damn, I'm seriously done with this. How did these damn cultivators suddenly appear to serve as energy supplements for him? Wang Chen cursed in his heart, but he wasn't some character from a drama who would just stand by and watch Qin Yefan continuously break through. Laugh your ass off. Wang Chen took out the last few king-rank thunder explosion talismans from his storage space and charged toward Qin Demon, his flame dragon pupils standing upright. As Wang Chen threw out the last few king-rank thunder explosion talismans, Qin Demon's figure instantly flashed and charged forward. He directly grabbed several thunderstorm talismans and fiercely charged at Wang Chen, clearly intending to take him down with him. Boom. At the moment the thunderstorm talismans exploded, both Wang Chen and Qin Demon's figures were sent flying backward in the sky. After both had exerted their full defensive efforts, Qin Demon, bearing numerous injuries, hovered in the air, locking gazes with Wang Chen from a distance. Wang Chen, far opposite him, was grinning while the jade pendant at his waist was glowing, forming a green protective barrier around him. Off. Qin Demon was on the verge of madness upon seeing this scene, never having imagined that the resource gap between him and the sect's holy maiden's disciple was so immense. This was simply a merciless comparison between a lower realm rogue cultivator and a heavenly immortal sex prodigy. Enraged, Qin Demon suddenly unfurled a pair of Yin Demon Bloodbat wings from his back, and a pattern of the Yin Demon Bloodbat King emerged on his forehead. It was clear that the Yin Demon Bloodbat King was inside Qin Demon's body, which explained why Wang Chen hadn't heard the mission completion sound earlier. Although you have treasures to protect you, you must be out of thunderstorm talismans and other attack methods now, right? Qin Demon spread the wings of the Yin Demon Bloodbat King on his back, a smirk playing on his lips as blood, whether from the female cultivator or his own wounds, dripped from the corner of his mouth. Now it's my turn to F your mother. Just as he was about to shout again with a mad laugh, his expression suddenly turned to terror mid-sentence, and he urgently turned to flee. I'll thing blow you to pieces. Wang Chen shouted, holding dozens of Emperor-rank detonation talismans that had remained from his last visit to the Taishu spiritual battle realm in both hands, and pursued the terrified, fleeing Qin Demon. From the perspective of the three cultivators hiding below, looking up at the sky would reveal a particularly comical scene. It was like fireworks in the sky, with occasional deafening explosions and mushroom clouds of fire rising into the air. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Chen chased Qin Yefan through the sky, and each detonation of the Emperor-rank detonation talismans in his hands could level a mountain. Fortunately, he had numerous treasures on him that completely enveloped him, leaving him unharmed. Wang Chen had no idea how long he had been chasing, nor did he notice that the surrounding terrain was becoming increasingly unrecognizable. But he clearly realized that this kind of protagonist with overwhelming luck was truly difficult to kill. Even after being blown into a mangled mess, he could still barely maintain consciousness and keep fleeing, while Wang Chen could only relentlessly pursue him. At one point during the chase, Qin Demon suddenly changed tactics, charging toward him with his severed limbs, his massive mouth open, as if to bite off his head. Unexpectedly, Wang Chen laughed and released a sword intent from his mouth, so cold it pierced through half of Qin Demon's head. Yet even like this, Qin Demon somehow survived, displaying extraordinary perseverance, though Wang Chen couldn't fathom what force was sustaining him. Wang Chen watched in disbelief as Qin Demon gritted his teeth, desperately propelling himself across the ground like a writhing insect at incredible speed. Bro, just stop running and die already. Isn't it exhausting living like this? Wang Chen's entire body erupted with chaotic flame spiritual energy as he continuously pursued the mangled Qin Yefan, who was twisting rapidly across the ground like a worm, shouting helplessly. They continued this chase without knowing how long it had lasted, only realizing that the sky had grown dark. Meanwhile, at the Taishu spiritual battle realm, Jiang Lingxian flicked her cold sword into the sky with her right hand, her entire body shooting upward, and instantly everything around her became encased in ice. Even the layers of cold air spread beyond the arena's barrier, affecting the spectators and causing countless people to be shocked. Jiang Lingxian soared into the high sky like a cold immortal, her right hand firmly grasping the sword hilt before delivering a fierce swing. The elderly woman at the peak of the 9th layer of the Saint Soul realm, lying on the ground and covered in blood from the beating, was now completely unable to move. Boom. Crack. A deafening sound echoed as the arena's barrier emitted a cracking noise, and to the astonishment of countless onlookers, it actually developed visible fissures. The crack was small and quickly repaired, yet countless people were so startled they rose to their feet to stare at her. Wait, lady. The 4 venerables on the main platform, and over 100 high-ranking members from various sects were so shocked by the loud noise that they rose from their seats, their eyes filled with astonishment. It should be noted that the Saint Soul Realm arena in the Taishu spiritual battle realm required one to reach the 3rd layer of the heavenly venerable realm to shatter it. Yet, Jiang Lingxian's cultivation as perceived by the crowd was only at the 9th layer of the Saint Soul realm, but she had actually cracked the barrier. Although it was merely a small crack, this was enough to prove that Jiang Lingxian had the ability to fight against someone at the 1st layer of the heavenly venerable realm while being at the 9th layer of the Saint Soul realm. Jiang Lingxian on the arena showed slight spiritual fatigue. Concealing her heavenly venerable realm cultivation while battling at the peak of the Saint Soul 9th layer was truly not easy. Jiang Lingxian felt that only 7 layers of spiritual energy remained in her body. She slowly descended to the ground, holding her cold sword, her heart filled with thoughts of that gentle figure. Disciple. The moment she thought of Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian's fatigue dissipated significantly. Her cold, beautiful eyes turned toward the massive platform. Disciple. Where is my disciple? Jiang Lingxian scanned around, and failing to spot Wang Chen, hastily flew toward the massive platform with a slightly panicked expression. In the dark night sky filled with stars on the Taishu spirit battle realm, where the lights shone as bright as day, Jiang Lingxian set down the giant platform and quickly made her way toward Hanzun, a trace of inexplicable panic in her eyes. Master, where is my disciple? Jiang Lingxian scanned the giant platform once more, and upon confirming that Wang Chen was truly gone, she hurriedly asked. Hanzun regarded Jiang Lingxian with a gaze that held both appreciation and slight bewilderment. Why was Xianer so anxious when Wang Chen had only stepped away for a moment? He mentioned during the day that he needed to attend to some matters, so he left beforehand. He should be back soon. Though slightly puzzled, Hanzun furrowed her delicate brows and informed Jiang Lingxian from her seat of honor. Hearing that Wang Chen had already informed Hanzun, Jiang Lingxian felt a measure of reassurance. Please take your seat first. The first place in the Holy Soul Realm competition this time undoubtedly belongs to you. Hanzun glanced at Jiang Lingxian and then at the empty Holy Soul Realm arena, her voice cold and detached. But Jiang Lingxian seemed not to hear, her head slightly bowed, only returning to her seat after Hanzun called out to her twice more. Yet her mind was filled with Wang Chen's image. Sitting in her seat, she appeared distracted, gazing down at her skirt in a daze. He will. No, my disciple will surely come back. But could he be going to see Chu Yao to reconnect? After all, they were old friends in a past life. Would they share intimate moments? Would he kiss her the way my disciple did that day? Bah. No, I must not let my thoughts wander. My disciple is certainly not that kind of person. My disciple would never go see those loose women, and he certainly wouldn't kiss them. He could only kiss. No. As Jiang Lingxian pondered these thoughts, her cheeks suddenly grew warm, and she quickly shook her head to clear her mind. Yet with Wang Chen absent, a heaviness settled over her heart. Jiang Lingxian sat in her seat, lost in thought and at a loss. Xianer, what is wrong? Do you have something on your mind? Hanzun noticed Jiang Lingxian's distracted state and frowned in concern. Nothing, I just thought of something that may need to be handled tomorrow. Jiang Lingxian snapped back to attention, forcing a calm, cold expression as she lifted her head to respond to Hanzun. If you are in such a hurry and cannot return, I will collect the prize on your behalf and that of your junior disciple. Just come to claim it later. As if seeing through Jiang Lingxian's thoughts at a glance, Hanzun shifted her cold gaze toward the battle realm, her voice chill. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian gradually fell silent. If Wang Chen did not return by tomorrow, she intended to go back to the sect first. She knew she could not restrict Wang Chen's movements forever. Her disciple was a person, not her plaything. However, the elderly patriarch of Taishu, seated silently to the lower right of Hanzun, watched this scene and thought to himself that things were going poorly. He had been handling affairs at Taishu Immortal Sect throughout the day and only came to the Taishu Spirit Battle Realm at midnight to watch the competition. While Hanzun as a master might not fully grasp how deeply Jiang Lingxian cherished her disciple, the old patriarch of Taishu certainly knew. Jiang Lingxian sat in her seat, slightly lost in thought. Given her beauty, some would steal glances at her, but she could not be bothered to acknowledge them. Tomorrow. Just tomorrow. As Jiang Lingxian's inner voice faded, 8 days slipped by. Outside an unnamed city, a squelch echoed. Now let's see if you can still die. Wang Chen drove his right hand through Qin Yufan's heart and slammed it into the ground, his face a mask of ruthless coldness as he looked down at the already hopeless Qin Yufan. Who are you? Why are you killing people here? Such cruel methods. Let him go, hand over your treasures, and I may spare your life. At that moment, an elder soared from the city, rushing through the sky, with wide eyes to shout at the scene. Wang Chen raised his gaze and activated his system's scanning function to observe the elder standing at the 9th layer of the Spirit King realm. TCH. At critical moments, some fool always appears to save these top-tier lucky ones. Wang Chen felt a hint of wariness, withdrew his hand from Qin Yefan's heart, and fixed his gaze on the elder in the sky. Wang Chen checked his storage space and saw 8 Imperial-grade explosive talismans remaining. He thought for a moment and concluded that should be enough to handle this old man. Children of fortune are difficult to kill, but surely a veteran like you would not be. Wang Chen was well equipped with treasures and had no fear of this Spirit King realm elder. If worst came to worst, he could simply use a teleportation talisman to escape. Moreover, the old man in the sky was clearly deterred by Wang Chen's wealth of treasures, which is why he only threatened rather than attacking immediately. With his mind settled, Wang Chen suddenly spun around and brought his right hand down with full force onto Qin Yefan's head. Bang! With a deafening explosion, Qin Yefan's skull burst open like a watermelon, leaving him beyond saving. Audacious! You refuse to listen to this Spirit King, then die. The elder at the 9th layer of the Spirit King realm felt a surge of delight at this sight. He finally had an excuse to seize the treasures openly. Whoosh! The elder's figure flickered and suddenly appeared before Wang Chen, his right palm raised to strike at his head. Wang Chen's cultivation level could not react in time, but fortunately a cyan barrier suddenly appeared around his body. Snap! The elder's palm struck the circular cyan barrier surrounding Wang Chen, and he froze for a moment. This was the perfect opportunity. Go in. Wang Chen pulled out 3 Imperial-grade explosive talismans, yanked open the elder's pocket, and stuffed them inside forcefully. Detonate! Boom! An overwhelmingly massive explosion sent both Wang Chen and the terrified elder soaring into the sky together. Crack! Crack! The cyan barrier before Wang Chen gradually lost its defensive power. When the towering flames subsided, it shattered like glass riddled with dense cracks. But in a place beyond Wang Chen's sight, the corpse of Qin Yefan that had been blown apart began to stir, slowly crawling back together. As the dust settled, Wang Chen's eyes quickly scanned his surroundings. His gaze narrowed, and he thought to himself as expected. From Wang Chen's vantage point, he first spotted the old man sprawled on the ground fast asleep, and then noticed a mass of flesh writhing silently nearby. The protective jade pendant at Wang Chen's waist had cracked with a sharp sound, the very artifact that had generated the cyan barrier moments before. But Wang Chen paid it no mind. His entire attention was fixed on the writhing Qin Yefan, truly captivated by that twisting figure and unable to look away. Ha ha ha, you almost got away. Wang Chen shot forward, kicking up clouds of dust, and reached the mass of flesh with a cunning grin. As Wang Chen slowly crouched and extended his hand, he retrieved a wooden barrel and collected all the scattered flesh from the ground. After thoroughly verifying that nothing was missed, Wang Chen finally broke into another ha-ha laugh. Wang Chen then searched the Spirit King elder's corpse, removed his storage ring, and gradually faded into the distance. Perching on a large rock in the forest, he set the barrel down and unleashed ruthless chaotic flames from his hands. Whoosh! Off! A massive burst of chaotic fire erupted, beginning to reduce Qin Yefan to ashes. From the mass of flesh came a ghastly scream, half human and half demonic. Ding! Mission complete. Qin Yefan has been eliminated and his opportunity seized to prevent his power from surging after regenerating his severed arm. Reward: divine trait of treasure has been distributed. Ding! Mission complete. Defeated Qin Yefan's beast pet, the Yin Demon Bloodbat King. Obtain the Yin Blood Demon Pill, origin from within. Reward: Yang Blood Demon Pill, origin. At the same moment, 2 system notifications rang out softly, and 2 items suddenly appeared in Wang Chen's storage space. In reality, Wang Chen's expression brightened slightly. After Qin Yefan's rotting flesh had been burned into steam, several items lay on the ground. The Yin Blood Demon Pill, origin, a storage ring, a black jade pendant, and finally a small 3-legged round cauldron. However, the small cauldron was covered in mud, clearly still in an unactivated state. Host: that is the Huangxian cauldron, an item ranked among the top 100 treasures in the entire cultivation world. Wang Chen paused for a moment upon hearing the system's voice, then gradually realized the truth, his expression filled with immense joy. Unexpectedly, this was the Huangxian cauldron, a treasure from his past life that could refine pills, defend, and attack, combining 3 attributes into one. In his past life, this cauldron had been in the hands of the Danyang Emperor, one of the 7 great emperors besides him, and Jiang Lingxian. It must be known that in his past life, the Danyang Emperor treasured this 3-legged Huangxian cauldron dearly, barely letting anyone even glance at it. Although Wang Chen did not know why it was in Qin Yefan's possession at this time, it did not matter. As long as it was in his hands now, that was enough. Although he had wasted so many treasures and talismans, acquiring this unactivated Huangxian cauldron had essentially broken even. If Wang Chen wished, he could trade it with the person who would later become the Danyang Emperor, exchanging it for thousands of imperial-grade detonation talismans. Let's go home back to my baby's warm embrace. Hee hee hee. Wang Chen was overjoyed, striding forward with cheerful steps, singing an off-key song, thinking of Jiang Lingxian's gentle embrace. Wang Chen planned to use the transmission array in that city to teleport to the city outside the Taishu spiritual battle realm, so he could return home. Let me calculate. Today should be the 9th day of the Taishu spiritual battle realm, right? Hee, just in time to collect the ranking rewards from the Taishu spiritual battle realm. Wang Chen flew through the sky and happily landed at the entrance of a large city, called Yexian City, stepping inside. At that moment, a figure in black robes suddenly walked up quickly and fell into step beside Wang Chen, smiling faintly. We meet again, Wang Wu. Xu Yao gazed at Wang Chen's handsome face and offered a normal friendly greeting, gently raising her hand to wave. Wang Chen paused and turned his head, Xu Yao's slightly enchanting and playful face coming into his view. Sister, wait for me. Just then a youth came charging from behind, heavily burdened with items on his back, panting and struggling to catch up. Chu Yan. Wang Chen happened to know him, for in his past life, he had first met Chu Yan before being introduced to Chu Yao. But in this life it had been reversed. Are you here in Yexian City for something? Do you need my help, sister? Chu Yao, noticing Wang Chen's dazed expression, disregarded her younger brother's calls behind them and asked with a playful yet enchanting smile. No need, I'm returning to the Taishu immortal sect. My wife is waiting for me. By the way, my name is Wang Chen, not Wang Wu. Wang Chen did not reject the kind gesture and returned a faint smile to Chu Yao, taking the opportunity to correct her address. In this life, he did not intend to form too deep a connection with Chu Yao. Not only would Jiang Lingxian not permit it, but he himself did not desire it either. So he simply claimed he already had a wife, and inexplicably the image of Jiang Lingxian's proud and cold figure arose in his mind. However, when the Chu family's crisis arrived, Wang Chen thought it would be time for him to repay the debts from his past life. Wife, you're already married. Chu Yao gazed at Wang Chen with slight surprise. In this life, she had not yet developed feelings for him, merely covering her lips in mild astonishment. Well, it's hard to say. I must return to the Taishu spiritual battle realm first. See you next time. What do you mean next time? I'm also going to the Taishu spiritual battle realm. Let's go together. The transmission array allows sharing costs. Wang Chen. Hearing Chu Yao's words, Wang Chen felt somewhat disheartened. Chu Yao was just as stingy in this life as she had been in the past. Despite her family's great power, she still wanted to split the cost of a transmission array. Fine, let's go. On the road, Wang Chen found the atmosphere too awkward, so, although he understood the situation, he pretended to ask with feigned confusion. But there was something he did not say aloud. Handsome indeed, but rather silly. Chu Yan was indeed quite handsome, radiating a masculine charm with a touch of youthful swagger. Absolutely. I'm irresistible to both men and women. Even the Taishu saintess might fall for me. Smack. Chu Yao, upon hearing this, was startled and delivered a sharp smack to his head, sending Chu Yan stumbling and falling forward. Hey. Smack. Wang Chen watched with his own eyes as Chu Yan, burdened with items on his back, was smacked to the ground, his mouth twitching twice. Shut up, you silly fool. The Taishu saintess is his master. After speaking, Chu Yao released a stream of spiritual energy to help him up, then delivered another sharp smack to his head. Smack. Chu Yan, having been helped up only to be smacked again, immediately clutched his head with a deeply aggrieved expression, casting an apologetic glance toward Wang Chen. Sorry, I didn't know. I was just talking nonsense. I didn't expect the Taishu saintess to be your master. The 18-year-old Chu Yan hurriedly approached Wang Chen, bowing his head in apology. His personality was straightforward, but his character was not bad. Never mind. The transmission array is just ahead. Let's go. Wang Chen pulled up the apologetic Chu Yan, and the three of them approached the transmission array. Attendant exchanged a few words and stepped into the transmission array. It was unknown how far this was from the city on the Taishu spiritual battle realm side, but it cost 10 mid-grade spirit stones. They had agreed to split the cost, but in the end Chu Yao paid entirely, for Wang Chen simply did not have mid-grade spirit stones. In the end, Wang Chen took out a pill of equal value and offered it to her. After Chu Yao politely declined, Wang Chen silently returned it to his storage space. Chu Yao. Swoosh. As the three figures vanished within the transmission array, ripples emerged from a transmission array outside Taishu Immortal City, beyond the Taishu Immortal Sect. Swoosh. Among the dozens of transmission arrays in Taishu Immortal City, one lit up with a shimmering barrier, and finally the figures of Wang Chen and the other two appeared. The moment they materialized, Wang Chen's vision had barely cleared when he noticed a group of people flooding toward the transmission array. What are they here for? Has some great figure or famously beautiful woman been teleported here? Wang Chen paused in confusion and muttered, causing Chu Yao and Chu Yan to shake their heads in response. Until Wang Chen realized that the entire group rushed straight toward him. Finally, all their gazes converged upon them. No, upon him. So the person of interest was actually me. Just as Wang Chen was in shock, a figure radiating an extreme coldness instantly appeared before him. Jiang Lingxian stood before Wang Chen, and the other two, her entire body emanating an imperceptible chill. Jiang Lingxian's gaze lingered upon Wang Chen for a long while, and inexplicably a trace of grievance and anger rose in her eyes. But the moment Jiang Lingxian spotted Chu Yao beside Wang Chen, the anger in her eyes vanished completely, leaving only endless grievance. A wave of panic, a tightening of her heart, a sense of fluster and disarray, and even a feeling of breathlessness instantly overwhelmed Jiang Lingxian's nerves. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian seemed as though she had detected another scent on Wang Chen, her eyes brimming with suppressed grievance. He really stayed with Chu Yao, and for so many days. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, whose expression was gloomy and chillingly cold, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Even if he were the densest person alive, he could tell that Jiang Lingxian was clearly angry. She locked eyes with Wang Chen from a distance of 1 or 2 meters, and after a moment she extended her slightly trembling right hand. "Follow me." Jiang Lingxian fought against the trembling in her arm, carefully reaching out to grasp Wang Chen's left wrist. Her heart was filled with dread. She was truly afraid that Wang Chen would pull away from her outstretched hand. Yet Wang Chen remained completely stunned, simply watching as Jiang Lingxian gently took his wrist. Even Chu Yao and Chu Yan, along with those around them, were equally bewildered, merely observing the scene unfold. Everyone present could feel the faint chill radiating from Jiang Lingxian's body, causing them to shiver slightly. As Jiang Lingxian's palm slowly closed around Wang Chen's wrist, her tension gradually eased, and she lifted her gaze. "Disciple, follow me, will you?" Jiang Lingxian's eyes held endless grievance and a cautious longing as she glanced toward Chu Yao while speaking. Gazing at Chu Yao's enchanting beauty, Jiang Lingxian feared Wang Chen might develop feelings for her and one day leave her side. "Saintess of Taishu, what are you?" Chu Yao could clearly see that Jiang Lingxian's emotions were unsettled, furrowing her brows in confusion as she asked. Moreover, the way Jiang Lingxian looked at her made Chu Yao fear she might strike at any moment. Chu Yao had not yet developed feelings for Wang Chen, so she hadn't considered the possibility of 2 women competing for 1 man. However, watching Jiang Lingxian glance between her and Wang Chen, an unusual thought suddenly crossed Chu Yao's mind. Could the Saintess of Taishu be jealous? But wasn't she Wang Chen's master? And hadn't Wang Chen already said he had a wife? Ignoring Chu Yao's questioning yet alluring voice, Jiang Lingxian kept her gaze fixed on Wang Chen. If her disciple was willing to go with her, that would be ideal. It would prove he still chose to stay by her side voluntarily. If her disciple refused to follow, then she would have no choice but to. "All right, fine." Wang Chen, taken aback by Jiang Lingxian's pitiful expression as she awaited his answer, could only respond dazedly. "Then we'll leave first. Let's meet again if fate allows." But just as Wang Chen was being pulled away by Jiang Lingxian, he couldn't help but turn back to wave goodbye to Chu Yao and Chu Yan. Hiss. The moment those words left his mouth, he suddenly felt a force gripping his wrists, squeezing until his bones ached. But when Jiang Lingxian heard his sharp intake of breath, the pressure quickly subsided. Whoosh! This time Jiang Lingxian didn't even bother to tear through the void. She simply pulled Wang Chen and vanished in an instant. Chu Yao and Chu Yan, left behind, exchanged glances and saw bewilderment reflected in each other's eyes. Let's go. We're heading back to the Taishu spiritual battle realm. Sister, you still haven't claimed your reward for first place in the Dantian Sea realm." In the end, it was Chu Yan, burdened with a large bundle of items, who broke the silence, leading Chu Yao through the crowd as they departed. At the entrance of the Taishu Saintess Hall in the Taishu Immortal Sect, creak, the door was thrust open violently. Jiang Lingxian, radiating coldness, dragged Wang Chen's arm as she marched inside, her heart heavy with grievance. Click. As the two entered the room, the door automatically closed and locked, with hundreds of ceiling arrays instantly rising to enclose the house. Wang Chen was instantly bewildered by this sight. Oh no! His heart sank when he saw this. He never expected Jiang Lingxian to do this again. "Host, you're done for this time. Looks like you might actually get chained up like a dog." The system's mocking voice echoed in Wang Chen's mind, and the thoroughly bewildered Wang Chen gradually came to his senses. "You? Why? Why did you secretly leave, and why? Why go find her?" Jiang Lingxian shoved Wang Chen against the wall, cutting him off. Her eyes gradually reddened, her questioning voice trembling uncontrollably. She had searched for 8 days, 8 full days, turning the entire Taishu Immortal Sect, Taishu Spiritual Battle Realm, and Taishu Immortal City upside down within a 1,000 li radius. But in the end, Wang Chen had really gone to see Chu Yao, and they had stayed together for who knows how long. It was only because Chu Yao was Wang Chen's old friend from his past life that she had restrained herself from attacking just now. Jiang Lingxian feared that if she had harmed Chu Yao, Wang Chen would come to despise her, be disgusted by her, and stay away from her. She didn't want that. She absolutely didn't want that. She wanted to possess Wang Chen, but she hoped he would willingly let her possess him, not through force. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen pinned against the wall, her red lips slightly pouted in grievance, trembling softly. Could it be that you left 8 days ago just to see her? And no. Wang Chen was about to explain, but was interrupted by Jiang Lingxian's next words. But you only owe her a favor, not yourself. You could have simply told me that you wanted to repay the favor. You could have told me that as long as you spoke, I could have destroyed all of Chu family's enemies at any time. Jiang Lingxian's slender palm pressed against Wang Chen's chest, pinning him firmly against the wall. Her voice trembled uncontrollably, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. After speaking these words, Jiang Lingxian's cold, yet trembling voice gradually fell silent, her eyes filled with grievance as she looked at Wang Chen. Her heart was filled with panic. She was truly afraid that her disciple would be taken away by someone else. Jiang Lingxian didn't know why she felt this way, but whenever it came to her disciple, she couldn't help but feel terrified. I really didn't go to see her. I just happened to encounter her while teleporting back, so we teleported back together. We only met once during these 8 days and stayed together for less than an hour. It's really not what you think. Wang Chen, seeing Jiang Lingxian's emotions running high and on the verge of tears, quickly began to explain. While explaining, he gently wrapped his left arm around her waist and his right hand behind her head. Finally, he carefully pulled her into his embrace, gently soothing her panicked and frightened emotions. In his previous life, spanning over 1,000 years, he had never seen Jiang Lingxian like this, and now he was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Wang Chen remembered that in his previous life, even when he had been away from Jiang Lingxian for several months, she would only ask a few times and wouldn't react like this. But why in this life? Was it because I had perished once before? Had the old saying proven true, that only after loss does one truly learn to cherish? Jiang Lingxian was drawn into Wang Chen's embrace, her body stiffening for a moment as she instinctively struggled gently. But Wang Chen held her tightly, and the moment Jiang Lingxian felt his warmth, she could not help but gradually calm down. Finally, Wang Chen cradled the back of Jiang Lingxian's head, gently pressing her cheek against his chest. After finishing his explanation, he buried his face softly into her fragrant hair. As Wang Chen held Jiang Lingxian's slender figure and finished his explanation, the atmosphere in the room gradually fell silent. This ambience persisted for an unknowable span of time. Jiang Lingxian felt the reassuring aura emanating from him, and her emotions of grievance and fear, which had nearly spiraled out of control, gradually stabilized. However, the tears in the corners of her eyes had dampened Wang Chen's white robes. Finally, she slowly raised her coldly beautiful face. Is it really true? Jiang Lingxian tilted her face slightly upward in Wang Chen's embrace, her reddened eyes gazing up at him pitifully. In this moment, she no longer cared whether his words were true or false. She would believe whatever he said. Even if Wang Chen were lying to her now, she would still be willing to be deceived. It's true, I would never lie to you. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian's coldly beautiful face, his right hand gently stroking the hair at the back of her head as he replied softly. It's all right, it's over now, I won't leave you. Wang Chen gently stroked Jiang Lingxian's hair, burying his cheek against the side of her head as he whispered words of comfort. Jiang Lingxian paused for a moment, then gently closed her beautiful eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly, as a sense of security gradually enveloped her entire being. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian suddenly felt something soft gently touching the side of her face, and her body stiffened slightly. She was very familiar with this feeling. Her disciple was kissing her cheek again. But Jiang Lingxian said nothing, simply wrapping her arms tightly around Wang Chen's reassuring figure, allowing him to continue. Master, may I kiss you? On the lips. Wang Chen finally called her master for the first time, while fully conscious, causing her to raise her face once more. Their deep eyes met in that moment, both pupils flickering with unspoken emotion as neither spoke. Wang Chen tentatively leaned his face closer, his nose gently brushing against Jiang Lingxian's delicate one. Jiang Lingxian's tearful eyes and reddened gaze made her look utterly pitiful, evoking an irresistible urge to cherish her. As Wang Chen's lips lightly touched her thin ones just as he was about to press forward. No, I can't. Jiang Lingxian, feeling her body grow slightly weak, gently turned her face away and refused in a muffled voice. As a result, Wang Chen's kiss landed on the corner of her lips, and Jiang Lingxian's delicate frame trembled noticeably in his embrace. Wang Chen slowly pulled back, his disappointment evident as he held Jiang Lingxian, lowering his head in silence. As the heavy atmosphere lingered for a moment, Jiang Lingxian glanced down again and saw Wang Chen's dejected face still silent, and her heart clenched. If I had known. I shouldn't have turned away. Jiang Lingxian suddenly felt a pang of regret gazing at the despondent Wang Chen and not knowing how to comfort him. TSK tisk, host, your tea brewing skills have truly improved once again. Go away, I'm genuinely heartbroken here. We were this close to kissing, and she turned her face away. Hoo-hoo. Hearing the system's words in his mind, Wang Chen retorted sharply within his heart, both annoyed and speechless. But just then, smack. Kissing on the lips won't do, but could this work? Jiang Lingxian slowly withdrew her lips from Wang Chen's face, her voice gentle with reassurance, as she held him and gazed pitifully into his eyes. The cursing toward the system in Wang Chen's mind suddenly halted as he raised his eyes to look at Jiang Lingxian, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet looking so pitiful his eyes filled with astonishment. Jiang Lingxian felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze, her ears and cheeks tinged with an unnatural blush. As that kiss had fallen, she too felt something within her heart crack, slightly, giving way to something else. Wang Chen's plan to break the master-disciple relationship hadn't gone as expected, but the outcome had ultimately gained some progress. I didn't feel it just now, could you? Kiss me again. Wang Chen leaned in once more, but Jiang Lingxian was already frozen in embarrassment, appearing as if she couldn't hear anything he said. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, several knocks resonated from outside the door as the embracing pair started slightly and simultaneously turned their heads toward the entrance. It's my master. Jiang Lingxian showed a trace of panic as if caught in a moment of intimacy with Wang Chen, only to discover her guardian standing outside. Seeing this, Wang Chen reluctantly released Jiang Lingxian with both hands, reasoning that she would let go soon enough anyway, so he might as well release her first. Jiang Lingxian paused briefly, gazing at Wang Chen for a long moment before forcing herself to suppress the endless reluctance swelling within her heart. Jiang Lingxian quickly turned away, producing a white handkerchief to gently dab her eyes before regulating her breathing to compose herself. Only when Jiang Lingxian felt her composure had mostly returned did she smooth out her disheveled robes from the embrace and make her way toward the door. As over 100 formation arrays descended, the door creaked open with a soft sound as Jiang Lingxian slowly pulled it wide. The instant it opened, Han Zun's cold gaze immediately fixed upon Wang Chen standing within the room. It's good that the person has been found. Han Zun glanced coldly at the troublesome Wang Chen before turning to Jiang Lingxian with a detached tone. Also recently within the sect. MMH. Following this, Han Zun appeared to share some additional instructions with Jiang Lingxian, who merely responded with a faint acknowledgement. Then I shall take my leave. By the way, be sure to keep a closer watch on him. Don't let him disappear again, it's troublesome. Understood. Listening to Han Zun's final words, Jiang Lingxian lowered her gaze slightly and replied with cold composure. Click. As the door closed, over 100 formation arrays rose once more as though determined to trap Wang Chen within these walls. Gradually regaining her composure, Jiang Lingxian silently made her way to a chair and sat down. Recalling how intimate she had been with her disciple, she suddenly felt a strange sense of daze wash over her. The previous her had seemed almost devoid of reason, solely focused on soothing her disciple's despondent mood, leading to, "It's fine. It was just a kiss on the cheek, as long as boundaries weren't crossed elsewhere." Seated in the chair, Jiang Lingxian met Wang Chen's gaze, continuously reassuring herself to find some measure of peace. But what she failed to realize was that she would continue this pattern of self-consolation in the days ahead, until eventually Wang Chen would consume her completely, leaving nothing behind. Both of them fell into momentary silence, lost in recollection of what had just transpired. Wang Chen knew that this time he would likely be confined for 10 days to half a month, unable to leave until he had satisfied Jiang Lingxian's possessiveness. Now he had a general understanding of Jiang Lingxian's possessiveness. It had clearly become half Yandra in nature. From their encounters, just now and those on recent nights, he was like her antidote. Only when he was present could she feel at peace. If that was the case. Wang Chen slightly raised his gaze toward Jiang Lingxian, who sat in the chair at the center of the room, occasionally stealing glances at him. He then slowly stepped forward, his footsteps making soft sounds against the floor. Wang Chen acknowledged that though his cultivation realm was weaker than hers, it did not mean his ability to tease her would be any less formidable. The sound of his approaching footsteps struck like heavy hammers against Jiang Lingxian's heart, one after another. Could it be that he was coming over here because he wanted to? What was he planning to do? Seated in the chair, Jiang Lingxian inexplicably felt a surge of nervousness rising within her. She quietly shifted her position and slightly turned away. Just as Wang Chen walked up to Jiang Lingxian, he suddenly discovered that she had quietly turned away, her back now facing him. Especially her hands nervously resting on her knees and her feet shuffling in tiny steps as she turned. The sight of her adorable manner made Wang Chen want to laugh. What a perfect opportunity. Hug her. After gazing at Jiang Lingxian's back for a moment, Wang Chen squatted down and slowly extended his arms, gently wrapping them around her waist from both sides. Visibly, Jiang Lingxian's entire body stiffened. In panic, she grabbed Wang Chen's hands and tried to push them away, hastily standing up. Wang Chen felt the force in her grip and for a moment barely held on. She almost slipped free. As Jiang Lingxian rose to her feet, Wang Chen quickly stood up with her from behind, embracing her as their bodies pressed together against her back. No hugging. Let go. Release me. Jiang Lingxian's beautiful face was now flushed and burning hot. She continued struggling in Wang Chen's arms, pulling at his hands. All right, then pull my hands away. If you can pull them off, I will never hug you again. Wang Chen felt his hands being pried open little by little, so he tightened his embrace even more, leaning close to her ear from behind and speaking softly. Then Wang Chen loosened his hold, no longer embracing her tightly, with just enough force that she could break free with a single struggle. But upon hearing his words, Jiang Lingxian's body froze for a moment. The hands gripping Wang Chen's arms gradually stopped their token resistance. After a brief moment of silence, then, only this once, Jiang Lingxian ceased her perfunctory struggle. Her voice was cold, yet carried a hint of shyness and hesitation, exquisitely pleasant to the ear. All right, I promise I won't hug you again next time. Wang Chen gently let his cheek rest on Jiang Lingxian's shoulder, his lips hovering near her reddened, burning hot ear as he whispered, "No, that won't do." Upon hearing his words, Jiang Lingxian's heart tightened. For a moment, Wang Chen had thrown her thoughts into complete disarray, leaving her utterly at a loss. You say this won't do, that won't do either. So tell me, do you want me to hug you often, or not hug you? Wang Chen pressed his lips to the side of Jiang Lingxian's ear, inhaling her faint, cool fragrance, continuously teasing her heart and mind. Jiang Lingxian's brain seemed like it might overheat from his provocation. For a while she stood there in his embrace, not knowing how to respond. If you won't answer, then never mind it. If you're unwilling, then you're unwilling. Wang Chen slowly withdrew his hands, and his body no longer pressed against Jiang Lingxian. The tactic of playing hard to get had been executed to perfection. But until Wang Chen had completely released Jiang Lingxian, she simply stood there with her back to him, never answering. This was bad. I've gone too far. I should have just held her and slept together on the bed. Wang Chen's heart sank as he gazed at Jiang Lingxian's beautiful silhouette before him. He couldn't help but want to slap himself twice. Forget it, forget it. I've already hugged her, and my plan to stir her heart has succeeded. I can't be too greedy. Wang Chen kept consoling himself in his heart, yet the system's mocking laughter suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha. Dog host, you try to play hard to get, and completely blew it this time. You freaking. Wang Chen's gradually calming heart instantly ignited from the system. He began cursing at it furiously in his mind. Ha ha ha. There he goes, getting all riled up. Big laughing, pointing at screen emoji. JPG. Just as Wang Chen was about to continue his mental tirade against the system, he suddenly felt a cool breeze brush past him as a delicate figure embraced him. Wang Chen. System. You must not hug me. Jiang Lingxian's slender arms wrapped around Wang Chen's neck, her burning hot cheek pressed against his ear as she spoke haltingly. From her stammering tone, one could tell just how much determination Jiang Lingxian must have summoned to act in such a way. Wang Chen was momentarily stunned by her sudden action, completely bewildered for a moment. Just as Wang Chen gradually came to his senses and wanted to return the embrace, Jiang Lingxian suddenly let go of him. At this moment, waves of shame kept washing over her entire body. She just wanted to flee this place as quickly as possible. Before Wang Chen could even react, after exchanging a glance with the blushing Jiang Lingxian, she swiftly vanished from the room. Hey, don't go. Wang Chen reached out and grabbed at the empty air before him, then hastily called out. But in the spacious room besides him, there was no one else, as if everything that had just happened was merely his illusion. TSK, TSK, TSK. Her teasing skills are far superior to yours. She teases and then leaves, leaving people with lingering fantasies they can't forget. The system, which had suddenly fallen silent earlier, spoke up again, its words dripping with mockery toward its worthless host. Scram. Wang Chen gave it a single word in response. He then kicked off his flip-flops and, feeling his body burning hot, lay down on Jiang Lingxian's bed. Wang Chen forced himself to slow his breathing through meditation. When he gradually calmed down, he opened his eyes. The shameless woman. She teases and then runs, not taking any responsibility at all. I'm not sleeping tonight. You stay outside and guard. Wang Chen knew Jiang Lingxian would probably return late at night, so he simply checked his status panel instead. Wang Chen. Physique Chaotic 9, Yang Divine Body. Realm Guiyuan 4th Stage Peak. Cultivation Art Chaotic 9, Yang Divine Scripture. Storage space Lingxian's million Supreme Grade Spirit Stones, 1 set of brand new women's intimate clothing, Tai Su Broken Sword Soul Fragment, Token Grandfather Ring, Storage Ring, Yin Blood Demon, Core, Yuan Yang Blood Demon, Core, Yuan, 3-legged Imperial Xian Cauldron Treasures with Divine Nature. Origin points 114523. Overall evaluation A bot at Guiyuan 4th Stage. Wang Chen first checked his storage space, then began sorting through various items. Protective treasures were especially numerous, all of them given to him by Jiang Lingxian. She truly was a breathtakingly beautiful little rich woman. By the way, he wondered how things were going in the Taishu Lingxian realm. Fighting 100 enemies alone, he should have been first place by rights, but he hadn't claimed his spot there, and he didn't know if it would still count. He would need to ask Jiang Lingxian about this tomorrow. Wang Chen examined the treasures in his storage space and suddenly recalled the ranking rewards from the Taishu Lingxian realm running the numbers in his head. System, how many origin points are these items below royal grade worth? After organizing the treasures in his storage space that he wouldn't need, Wang Chen queried the system in his mind. Ding. 7 yellow grade items, 13 dark grade items, 8 earth grade items, 3 heaven grade items, totaling 880,000 origin points. But this system feels sorry for you, so let me round it up to 1 million origin points for you. You damn thing. Just admit it, how much did you actually swallow? Ding. The current question from the host involves divine level secrets, and this system cannot answer. Okay. Alright. Is that how you want to play this? Wang Chen watched as the system played dumb until it couldn't help but laugh at itself, leaving him internally fuming as he repeated, alright 3 times. However, Wang Chen hadn't truly meant to blame the system. After all, the system had survived alongside him for 1,000 years and feelings had long since developed between them. Besides, in his past life when he was surrounded and attacked by countless enemies, the system had desperately tried to save him again and again. What a pity. What a damn pity. The origin points aren't enough. Then would you like to convert them? Once converted, the host can draw once from the million origin points lottery. The million point prize pool contains only the finest treasures. Convert. Hurry up. Hearing the system's enticing mechanical voice, Wang Chen rubbed his forehead in resignation and chose to convert. Watching his origin points transform into a million, Wang Chen felt an inexplicable sense of relief. After a moment's calculation, he realized he still had 2 royal grade treasures and 2 imperial grade treasures. There was also the supreme grade soul source within his divine soul that he hadn't extracted yet, a heavenly venerable realm soul source that combined both defensive and offensive capabilities. Originally, there were 3 imperial grade treasures, but the waist pendant had shattered and its divine essence had dissipated. He would need to see if there was an opportunity to repair it later. After organizing these items, Wang Chen's gaze fell upon the black jade pendant and the old man's ring within his storage space. The old man's ring had been obtained from Yi Qing, while the black jade pendant was acquired after destroying Qin Yafan. Wang Chen pondered for a moment before retrieving the black jade pendant. Whoosh! As soon as the Black Demon Lord Remnant Soul Jade pendant left the storage space, a surge of powerful demonic energy shot straight toward Wang Chen's brow. Then, it violently collided with the heavenly venerable realm soul source that Jiang Lingxian had given him within his divine soul and was instantly crushed. Off. A blood-curdling scream from an old man echoed through his mind, making Wang Chen flinch and close his eyes. You damn fool. Damn fool. Wang Chen and the system cursed in unison as they watched the demon lord's remnant soul be crushed and absorbed as nourishment for his divine soul. Wang Chen examined the black jade pendant and found it useless except for the demon character carved upon it. However, it might prove useful someday when he visited the demon wasteland region of the Bahuan continent. After some thought, Wang Chen tucked the pendant away and turned his attention to the old man's ring, which seemed to share a similar nature with the demon lord's remnant soul. He retrieved the storage ring, which showed no response, and cautiously sent a wisp of his divine sense into it. Whoosh! In the next instant, Wang Chen found himself in another realm, a vast expanse of white emptiness with a small pavilion at its center. It was similar to the miniature world Jiang Lingxian had once created, except this realm contained many objects. Books, cultivation techniques, various treasures, and finally a translucent remnant soul of an old man with a white beard so faint it was nearly invisible. You've arrived? The translucent old man's remnant soul sat within the pavilion of this white emptiness, its voice heavy with the weight of ages. Long dong dong. The white-bearded elder produced a teapot and began preparing tea in silence, eventually pouring 2 cups. Wang Chen sensed the elder's cultivation was far below even the spirit-building realm, which brought him a measure of relief as he stepped forward. Sit please. I have lived over 20,000 years in solitude. Having someone keep me company before I pass is more than enough. The translucent old man's white hair and weathered face showed no trace of worldly desire in his eyes. Little old man, by all rights your soul shouldn't be this insubstantial. Wang Chen took a seat in the pavilion, his fingers brushing against the teacup as he studied the old man with a furrowed brow of confusion. Ha ha ha. That was indeed the case a few days ago. But when I foresaw my time drawing to a close, I summoned all my strength to cast a divination for you. You are a demon from beyond the realms, rejected by the heavenly Tao of this world, and you will inevitably make enemies like Yi Qing. However, whenever I attempt to calculate anything else, I feel an overwhelming sense of impending death forcing me to stop. The white-bearded elder laughed heartily at these words, raising his teacup to take a sip. Incredible, as if the tea were actually being consumed. Detection complete. This is heart-pleasing tea which calms and nourishes. Hearing the system's words, Wang Chen smiled and raised his teacup to drink along with it. Oh, aren't... The white-bearded elder paused, a strange gleam appearing in his eyes as he looked at Wang Chen. Not afraid. Venerable Tianji, you can calculate heaven and earth, even immortals. You've heard of my name and character. Wang Chen set down his teacup and smiled at the elder, his sudden trust leaving the other stunned for a long moment. They were clearly enemies, yet Venerable Tianji never expected someone to trust him simply because they'd heard his name. In that moment, a warmth like sunlight seemed to rise within his heart. If only they weren't enemies. Ha! I never thought anyone in this world would still remember me. Coming back to his senses, the white-bearded elder burst into hearty laughter, but as he laughed, his translucent soul grew increasingly faint. Drip! Through his laughter, tears of soul formed in Venerable Tianji's eyes and fell onto the table as his spirit gradually dissipated. Boy, beneath the table lies an immortal technique. If you need it, take it. I ask for nothing in return, only that it be passed on. I have never transmitted this method to anyone, so you need not worry. With those final words, Venerable Tianji's remnant soul scattered completely, leaving no chance of revival. Wang Chen sat quietly in his chair, watching the dissolving spirit before him, then silently rose to his feet. From both our perspectives, neither of us was at fault. If we became enemies, so be it. But the fact that you could face death with such ease, Wang Chen. Toast to you, Venerable Tianji. Wang Chen poured another cup of tea, raised his hands in a respectful bow, and poured it onto the tea table before him, his eyes filled with reverence. Finally, Wang Chen gathered everything from this realm into his storage space and retrieved the cultivation method from beneath the table. Heavenly, Venerable, Immortal Calculation. The ancient text bore 4 carved characters representing the inheritance of Venerable Tianji from 20,000 years ago. This proved that Yi Qing's greatest opportunity in his lifetime had been obtained by Wang Chen. After Jiang Chen's divine sense withdrew from the old man's ring, the storage ring in his hand gradually transformed into flowing light and dissipated into the heavens and earth. Gazing at the additional resources below the king tier that had appeared in his storage space, Jiang Chen turned his attention to the Tianji Xianshuan Ju. As an ancient text appeared in Jiang Chen's hand, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began flipping through the Tianji Xianshuan Ju Cultivation Manual. As the name suggests, this cultivation manual could calculate heaven and earth, and when practiced to the extreme, it could even divine the fate of immortals and gods. However, this depended on one's own cultivation level and proficiency with the technique, otherwise one might suffer severe backlash. The Tianji Venerable was a prime example. Attempting to divine Jiang Chen, who was protected by a system, caused his already solidified soul to become transparent. Jiang Chen did not immediately begin cultivating the Tianji Xianshuan. Instead, he carefully organized the important items in his storage space. The Yin Blood Demon Pill Essence and Yang Blood Demon Pill Essence were instructed to the system, which spent resources to fuse them into a fist-sized Yin Yang Blood Demon Pill. However, since he currently had no beast pet, he could only store it in his storage space without being able to use it. Afterwards, Jiang Chen turned his gaze to the unactivated 3-legged Huangxian cauldron and the divine nature of treasures. The divine nature of the treasure was a small glow floating in the storage space, yet to find a treasure to attach to. Hey, perfect. Let's attach it to the Huangxian cauldron. With a thought, Jiang Chen's divine sense grasped the floating divine nature and merged it forcefully with the Huangxian cauldron in his storage space. Click. As a brilliant light emanated from within the storage space, the 3-legged Huangxian cauldron rose suspended in the air, continuously radiating spiritual light. Watching the 3-legged Huangxian cauldron and the divine nature merging in midair, Jiang Chen silently withdrew his divine sense and returned to consciousness. System, I need that anti-drowsiness one. I won't sleep tonight. I must make her suffer the consequences for flirting and running away. Deducting 10,000 from the credit card fee, purchasing the enchanting incense to smoke and poisonous pills to consume like candy, totally costing 10,000 origin points. The card enchanting incense as cigarettes, poisonous pills as candy has been used, duration 12 hours. As the system's response faded, the entire room was left with only the sound of Jiang Chen turning the pages of the ancient text. Beneath the bed inside the room, a small furnace was emitting a colorless, odorless gas that could calm the spirit. In the courtyard outside the Taishu Sacred Maiden Palace, within a small pavilion, Jiang Lingxian sensed the presence within the Taishu Sacred Maiden Palace that had not yet fallen asleep, and a trace of confusion rose in her heart. Let me wait a little longer. Jiang Lingxian felt a bit anxious inside, but sensing the presence that had not yet entered slumber, she could only forcibly suppress the emptiness in her heart. Sitting in the small pavilion in the courtyard, and waiting Jiang Lingxian could not help but recall her disciple who had hugged her during the day, and a sense of pleasure rose in her heart. Her disciple's body, fragrant and warm. Jiang Lingxian gazed at the Taishu's sacred maiden palace situated in the courtyard, her beautiful lips involuntarily curving upward, her delicate face slightly flushed, and a faint sense of satisfaction rose within her. However, the slight curve of her lips gradually returned to a cold expression as time passed. What? Hasn't her disciple fallen asleep yet? Jiang Lingxian could barely hold back anymore. She so wanted to embrace her disciple again, but Wang Chen inside the room still had a scorching aura, clearly not asleep. This feeling of being able to sense what Wang Chen was doing at any moment, yet never being able to touch him. Jiang Lingxian was already somewhat unable to bear it. After a moment, Jiang Lingxian composed herself, her slender and beautiful fingertips gently tracing her cheek to confirm she would not be overheating. She then rose from the chair in the pavilion. With a rush of wind, Jiang Lingxian's figure vanished from the pavilion. Wang Chen, still engrossed in reading, had not noticed that Jiang Lingxian had silently appeared within the room. If Jiang Lingxian at the heavenly venerable realm truly did not wish to be discovered by Wang Chen, he would not be able to detect her unless he raised his gaze. Jiang Lingxian stepped lightly and silently through the room, approaching Wang Chen's side with considerable caution. Wang Chen was still bowing his head, examining the Tianji Xinshuan ancient text held in his right hand, while his left hand performed precise finger calculations without distraction. With the book cradled in his right hand and his left hand executing the divination gestures, he was deeply absorbed in comprehending the Tianji Xinshuan, Jew studying the art of palmistry. He truly bore a striking resemblance to a young, immortal lord calculating the current state of heaven and earth. Jiang Lingxian leaned forward slightly, and after sensing Wang Chen's aura, her previously empty heart felt considerably more grounded. Her disciple looked so handsome when he was being serious. Jiang Lingxian stood silently to Wang Chen's right as he concentrated on his divination, her eyes shimmering with emotion, growing more fond of him with each passing moment. Yet each time she felt this affection, the possessiveness deep within Jiang Lingxian's heart grew increasingly frantic. When one is deeply absorbed in concentration, they truly cannot perceive their surroundings. This was precisely Wang Chen's state at the moment, his left hand continuously performing calculations across past and present lives. In merely a few hours, Wang Chen had already preliminarily mastered the art of divination and was now constantly calculating events from his previous life. If the Tianji Venerable knew of this, he would likely envy Wang Chen's talent so intensely that he would vomit blood. The Tianji Venerable had spent over a decade just to reach the preliminary stage and another 10,000 years to achieve mastery. And now the first thing Wang Chen sought to calculate upon reaching this preliminary stage was exactly how had Jiang Lingxian been reborn. As Wang Chen's left-hand calculations accelerated, growing faster and faster, they suddenly hit an obstruction at a certain point. Sensing his thumb forcibly halted mid-calculation, Wang Chen paused for a moment, images of the divination results continuously flashing through his mind. The divination revealed many years hence a certain great emperor would perish, and the female emperor would witness this death firsthand before descending into madness. The subsequent vision showed sword qi sweeping across the 26 domains of the 8 desolates, freezing the entire continent in bitter cold. For an extended period, the entire 8 desolates continent, and even the surrounding seas, remained locked in a state of relentless frost and snow, with all forms of life struggling to survive. Yet it was precisely here that Wang Chen's divination stalled, unable to advance another half step due to his incomplete mastery of the calculations. Wait a moment. Doesn't he recall that Jiang Lingxian wasn't present before? Hadn't she been in seclusion during his past life? Could it be that after his self-destruction she happened to arrive at the scene and witnessed his death with her own eyes? Though this might not be accurate either, since he had not yet mastered the Tianji immortal calculation, there was always the possibility of error. Wang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at his stuck left hand, his mind deep in thought, as confusion gave way to growing frustration. This is so annoying. Wang Chen tossed the Tianji Xinshuan manual onto the bed and rubbed his weary head with both hands, exhausted from the intense calculation. But as he lifted his gaze in irritation, Jiang Lingxian's cold, puzzled expression came into view, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Oh! Startled, Wang Chen nearly unleashed a chaos flame palm from his right hand out of instinct, but he managed to stop himself in time. Ouch! What are you doing? Wang Chen slowly withdrew the attack his body had almost instinctively launched, gazing at Jiang Lingxian with lingering shock as he spoke. I noticed you seemed to be divining something, so I did not disturb you. I never expected to startle you. Jiang Lingxian stood before Wang Chen, her gaze dropping slightly, her cold tone carrying a hint of apology. It's nothing. I just finished some divination calculations and feel a bit tired. Wang Chen waved his hand, dismissively massaging his temples with both hands before putting away the Heavenly Secrets divination manual from the bed. Then you should sleep soon. Jiang Lingxian's eyes brightened slightly, an inexplicable hint of anticipation rising within her, drawing Wang Chen's lingering gaze. Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen exchanged glances for a moment before she realized she had lost composure. She hastily suppressed her overflowing anticipation. I don't want to sleep. Unless what? Hearing the sudden pause in Wang Chen's voice, Jiang Lingxian's gaze instantly became captivated like a cat drawn by a teaser toy. Unless you sleep with me. A mischievous smile subtly curled at the corner of Wang Chen's lips as he watched Jiang Lingxian's expression gradually turn cold and stunned his heart, filled with delight. In this life, Wang Chen has gradually mastered the way to handle Jiang Lingxian, using himself as leverage to threaten her. As the saying goes, a strategist should immerse himself in the game. Of course, this only applies to this life. If it were his previous life, Jiang Lingxian would have only given him a cold glance or even a dismissive eye roll. Can I? I'm spiritually exhausted right now. I can only fall asleep with you by my side. Wang Chen, seeing Jiang Lingxian's stunned appearance, pressed on from his position on the bed, his tone carrying longing and anticipation. After being stunned for a moment, Jiang Lingxian gradually fell silent at his words. She seemed to want to say something, but those words felt so mortifying to her that she couldn't bring herself to speak. All right. If you want, forget it. I'll continue cultivating on the floor. Cultivation can restore my spirit just the same. With a hint of disappointment and helplessness in his tone, Wang Chen swung his legs off the bed and stood up, about to step toward the floor mat to sleep. But just as Wang Chen brushed past Jiang Lingxian, he suddenly felt his sleeve being tightly gripped. What's wrong? Wang Chen exerted every effort to suppress a smile harder to hide than an anti-tank Barrett, furrowing his brow as he turned back with apparent confusion. Jiang Lingxian, with her naturally beautiful face devoid of makeup, had her cheeks slightly flushed and was nervously biting her lower lip. After exchanging glances for a moment, Jiang Lingxian gritted her teeth slightly, as if making a firm decision. I agree. But don't misunderstand. I'm only agreeing reluctantly because of the soul exhaustion from your divination. Jiang Lingxian's cold, melodious voice grew softer and softer because she realized even she was beginning to doubt her own words. If it weren't for Jiang Lingxian discovering that tonight's incense had no effect, she certainly wouldn't have agreed to such a request from Wang Chen. Is that so? Wang Chen stared at her intently, as if unable to see anything amiss, asking softly with a hint of confusion. Jiang Lingxian suppressed the burning sensation on her face, forcing herself to remain composed as she let out a soft, both cold and gentle in response. Then thank you truly, my dear fairy sister. Wang Chen, amused by her embarrassment-filled state, leaned in closer to her face. Jiang Lingxian felt increasingly awkward all over from his sudden closeness, retreating slightly by a small step. Great. Let's go then, sleeping together, hee. Wang Chen wasted no time, quickly kicking off his sandals and leaping onto the bed, pulling the quilt over his body. He then lay down on the inside of the bed, propping up the quilt with his left hand, while patting the space beside him with his right, signaling for her to come in. You? Sleep first. Jiang Lingxian seemed somewhat shy. After the room's light was extinguished, her cold, melodious voice softly suggested. She contemplated and decided it best to first lull Wang Chen to sleep before she herself would get on the bed. Then she could verify once more that he was truly asleep, and she could hold her disciple, as she always happily did. No, I can't sleep like this. Come up here. I won't touch you, I'll just lie here. Wang Chen's voice carried pleading in the darkness, extending his hand to gently grasp Jiang Lingxian's slightly cool palm. Jiang Lingxian was startled when her palm was suddenly held quickly, pulling her hand back in the darkness. All right. Fine. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Lingxian was ultimately no match for Wang Chen's persistence. She gently removed her shoes and slowly sat on the bed. Finally trapped, Wang Chen sensed the graceful figure seated beside him slowly reclining onto the bed, revealing a sinister, enchanting smile. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian lay on the bed, her heart pounding uncontrollably, feeling Wang Chen gently tuck the quilt around her. Just endure for now. When he falls asleep. Jiang Lingxian lay in the blanket, feeling that fiery warmth beside her, consoling herself silently. Soon the atmosphere in the darkened room fell into silence. Jiang Lingxian carefully sensed the increasingly rapid breathing beside her. Wait a moment. Rapid breathing. Jiang Lingxian's heart lurched slightly. Just as she turned her head to look at Wang Chen beside her, she suddenly felt her waist being firmly pulled in. What are you doing? Jiang Lingxian felt her body being embraced by Wang Chen, frantically struggling and continuously twisting her delicate form. Didn't you say this morning that I wasn't allowed to not hold you? I'm just hugging you gently now. Why are you reacting so strongly? Wang Chen tightly held Jiang Lingxian's delicate body that struggled, but with minimal force, gazing at her beautiful face as he questioned. I. Jiang Lingxian was at a loss for words, held in Wang Chen's arms, meeting his eyes in the darkness, stammering. If you truly don't want me to hold you, then break free from my hands now. Wang Chen, hearing Jiang Lingxian stammering, seemed to believe she simply didn't want him to hold her, his tone filled with utter disappointment. After speaking, Wang Chen loosened his grip for the second time, gradually releasing his strength, no longer holding the slightly struggling, resistant Jiang Lingxian tightly. However, contrary to expectations, Jiang Lingxian gradually stopped struggling, feeling Wang Chen's comforting, scorching body heat. This is the last time. Next time you're not allowed to hold me without my consent. Jiang Lingxian's cheeks inexplicably flushed hot in the darkness, her words softening from their usual coldness, as if coaxing Wang Chen. Deal. Wang Chen's face lit up with obvious delight, his hands wrapping around Jiang Lingxian, once more pulling her entire body into his embrace. Jiang Lingxian let out a soft sound from being suddenly embraced, feeling somewhat dazed. And so Wang Chen held Jiang Lingxian until past midnight. Just as Jiang Lingxian, her beautiful face flushed, believed Wang Chen had finally fallen asleep, she slowly extended her hands to gently embrace his waist. Then, just as Jiang Lingxian wanted to bury her face into Wang Chen's neck, she suddenly felt a hand sliding into her skirt hem. You, don't touch there. The next morning, within the Tai Su Holy Maiden Hall, Wang Chen lay guiltily on his side on the bed, his left hand covering the mark left by Jiang Lingxian. A palm print. Wang Chen's left cheek, lightly covered by his hand, bore a red palm print that hadn't swollen, a handsome yet comical sight. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian sat on a nearby chair, her cold, beautiful gaze fixed upon him. Wang Chen felt a pang of guilt meeting her gaze for only a moment before dropping his eyes, too afraid to speak. The slap from the previous night hadn't come immediately. It was only after Jiang Lingxian could no longer endure his actions that she unleashed her cultivation. Because yesterday, as Wang Chen caressed her, he discovered her delicate body gradually losing the strength to resist, growing soft and pliant. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly measured her waist with his hands. Just as Wang Chen was about to measure the protective barrier in his storage space to see if it would fit Jiang Lingxian, she seemed startled by being held so close. Despite her body going limp from his embrace, she forcibly unleashed her cultivation. Wang Chen only remembered the sharp crack and burning sensation on his left cheek, and in that instant, he became completely subdued. If only he hadn't pushed so far the night before. Now nestled under the covers, Wang Chen stole another glance at Jiang Lingxian's cold expression, overwhelmed by guilt and regret. The quiet atmosphere lingered in silence for a long while, with Wang Chen occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Lingxian. Her guilty disciple was so endearing. But however cute he might be, she would never let him embrace her again. Only she could hold him. Jiang Lingxian watched Wang Chen as he kept stealing glances at her, his timid demeanor making her heart melt. At the same time, Jiang Lingxian secretly resolved within herself that from now on only she would embrace Wang Chen. She would never allow him to hold her. After stealing a few more looks, Wang Chen realized she was still upset and decided to stop peeking. He should let her cool down first. After all, he was in the wrong. Wang Chen thought it over, stopped looking at Jiang Lingxian, and quietly curled up under the covers, slowly turning to face the wall in sulking silence. With no way out, Wang Chen could only do one of three things: cultivate, sleep, or tease Jiang Lingxian. Wang Chen turned his back to Jiang Lingxian and quietly closed his eyes, his mind replaying her shy and tender appearance from the previous day. Disciple, why isn't he looking at me? Jiang Lingxian's previously cold expression shifted as she noticed Wang Chen had stopped stealing glances, and she furrowed her delicate brows with a hint of anxiety. Was he angry because she was ignoring him? Jiang Lingxian's cold demeanor settled back into calm, though her mind raced, searching for a way to mend things between them. Sitting in the chair, Jiang Lingxian pondered for a long time, her mind almost smoking with effort whenever Wang Chen was involved, until she finally found a solution. After a moment, Jiang Lingxian rose from her chair in a white dress, her long hair cascading to her waist, and walked gracefully toward the bed. Tap, tap, tap. She wouldn't be coming to slap him again, would she? Wang Chen's body tensed under the covers as he heard the footsteps approaching from behind. When the footsteps stopped at the bedside, Wang Chen quietly pulled up the covers to shield his face. Wang Chen was genuinely afraid Jiang Lingxian might notice his left cheek was worse and decide to slap his right side too. But when Jiang Lingxian saw this from the bedside, she paused, her heart tightening. Her disciple was truly angry. Should I not have struck him last night? If only I had pushed him away. But Jiang Lingxian reflected she had already tried pushing Wang Chen away, and only when all else failed did she resort to hitting him. What should she do? Standing frozen at the bedside, Jiang Lingxian's eyes flickered with worry as she gazed at Wang Chen curled up in the covers and ignoring her. After much deliberation, Jiang Lingxian could only slowly extend her slender hand and gently poke at the covers. Disciple. I. No, don't hit me. Let's talk this through. I was wrong. Before Jiang Lingxian could finish, the panicked Wang Chen threw off the covers and clutched his face, hastily apologizing. Jiang Lingxian was taken aback by his reaction, and they stared at each other in silence for a long moment. After about 2 seconds, Jiang Lingxian finally came to her senses and understood why Wang Chen was reacting this way. So, my disciple also believes he was wrong then. I shouldn't need to apologize. It's fine. Don't be so presumptuous in the future. Yes, whatever you say is right. Wang Chen was overjoyed that Jiang Lingxian wasn't blaming him, and despite the burning sensation on his face, he broke into a smile. That slap had been delivered with restrained force through Jiang Lingxian's cultivation, but the vast gap in their realms meant Wang Chen couldn't shake off the pain. Jiang Lingxian's heart clenched as she watched Wang Chen beam, with 5 red marks on his face simply because she wasn't angry with him. Sit up. Let me treat the injuries on your face. Jiang Lingxian smoothed her skirt and gracefully sat on the edge of the bed, her voice cool and detached. Wang Chen immediately sat up without hesitation, though he stumbled slightly as the covers caught his foot. Up. Wang Chen let out a startled cry and lunged toward Jiang Lingxian, his arms wrapping precisely around her neck. But then, a wave of cold energy surged toward him gently, pushing Wang Chen back into the air, unable to advance even an inch. Don't be naughty. Don't even think about hugging me again. Jiang Lingxian extended her slender fair index finger and pressed it against Wang Chen's forehead, slowly pushing him back. No, I just tripped over the covers. I wasn't thinking anything like that. Wang Chen was pressed back onto the bed, feeling awkward and trying to act nonchalant to cover his embarrassment. Jiang Lingxian said nothing, just gazing at him steadily for a moment before slowly leaning in, her beautiful face and lips drawing closer. Wang Chen paused in surprise, then realized what was happening and gently leaned forward, his lips slightly parted. What are you doing again? Jiang Lingxian looked at Wang Chen as if he were about to kiss her, reached out and pinched his uninjured right cheek and furrowed her delicate brows. And no, nothing. My lips were just a bit itchy, that's all. Wang Chen was stunned for a moment with his face being pinched, then responded awkwardly as he came to his senses. Don't move and don't try any tricks. Jiang Lingxian did not respond to him, merely murmuring softly as she extended her right palm toward Wang Chen's left cheek, about to press it there. Seeing her suddenly reach toward his face, Wang Chen was startled into trembling, his left eye involuntarily blinking shut several times. Jiang Lingxian couldn't help but let out a soft laugh at his adorable, frightened reaction. She quickly suppressed her laughter upon realizing what she had done. I want to see you smile again. Captivated by Jiang Lingxian's smile, Wang Chen watched it fade and felt a lingering desire to hear and see it once more. No, you're seeing things. Don't move. Wang Chen's words were cut short as Jiang Lingxian had already begun releasing a gentle cold aura to heal his wounds with a solemn expression. Wang Chen felt the chaotic flame energy within him being drawn forth, slowly flowing toward the palm Jiang Lingxian had pressed against his left cheek. That familiar sensation returned, and for a moment Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian's beautiful, delicate face, feeling heat spread throughout his body. What's wrong with you? Jiang Lingxian hadn't quite understood what was happening, yet staring blankly at Wang Chen, whose breathing had become rather hot and rapid. And nothing. Wang Chen snapped back to his senses and gently bit the tip of his tongue, steadying his mind. Fortunately, this wave of discomfort was far weaker than the previous one, barely tolerable. Gazing at Jiang Lingxian, who quietly tended to his wounds, a thought suddenly emerged in Wang Chen's heart. Since she could draw out the chaotic flame energy within him, could he also draw out the cold energy within her? If so, would Jiang Lingxian also feel uncomfortable like he did, wanting to? Cough. Wang Chen quickly shook away these thoughts as Jiang Lingxian slowly withdrew her palm. By the way, do I still get my share of the rewards from the Taishu Spirit Battlefield Arena last time? Feeling the lingering warmth fade, Wang Chen suddenly asked the question he had planned to ask Jiang Lingxian yesterday. Yes, this is it. Jiang Lingxian took out the storage ring Han Zun had given her and extended her fair, tender palm before Wang Chen. Thank you, love you. Wang Chen reached out with his right hand to take the storage ring from her palm, making a small heart gesture with his left hand. As he took the ring, he deliberately and teasingly tickled her beautiful rosy palm. Jiang Lingxian's ears gradually flushed red from being teased. She quickly pulled her hand back and hid it behind her waist, as if playing hide-and-seek. This rebellious disciple was truly never not thinking of ways to tease her. But why wasn't she bothered by it in her heart? In fact, she even felt a little pleased. Gazing at Wang Chen, who looked at her with an amused grin, Jiang Lingxian felt something within her quietly sprouting and growing. Yet every time she tried to grasp that strange feeling, she simply couldn't find it, as if it were an illusion. Lingxian, how long do you plan to keep me here this time? Wang Chen wasn't in a hurry to examine the contents of the storage ring. He sat on the bed, tilting his head slightly with a puzzled expression. However, Jiang Lingxian clearly had no intention of answering his question, her gaze merely dimming slightly. If she could, she would naturally want to keep Wang Chen by her side forever, to see him at every moment. But this was clearly impossible. Setting aside everything else, Wang Chen's heart would surely grow to hate her after being imprisoned for too long. In the end, Wang Chen might even find her repulsive, disgusted to even glance at her. Every time Jiang Lingxian thought of this, her heart ached. She was neither a pervert nor a fool and understood this common sense perfectly well. She could only imprison Wang Chen's body, not his heart. Keeping him confined forever would only backfire. So she would eventually have to let Wang Chen go. Jiang Lingxian didn't want to become someone Wang Chen found disgusting. She didn't want that. Jiang Lingxian's personality was quite unique. She was like a Yandra, yet remarkably rational. Wang Chen's interactions with her were a mixture of torment and comfort. You stay here and seclude yourself for a period of time. I'll handle the matters outside. To this question from Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian ultimately chose not to answer, changing the subject instead. Wang Chen hesitated upon hearing this, but Jiang Lingxian had already turned and torn open the void, leaving the room. Clearly, she was choosing to escape, unwilling to let go of Wang Chen so quickly. At the very least, she hoped Wang Chen would accompany her a few more days, just a few days. Oh well, let her be. Jiang Lingxian surely wouldn't be twisted enough to want to keep him imprisoned for a lifetime. Wang Chen understood Jiang Lingxian quite well. In her previous life, she wouldn't have behaved this way. Clearly, she had developed certain special traits after his death. Wang Chen cast aside his wandering thoughts and released a strand of divine soul, preparing to retrieve the heaven-grade ultimate gathering spirit array flags from within the storage ring. The moment his divine soul entered, Wang Chen froze. Because the storage ring space contained not only the heaven-grade ultimate gathering spirit array flags, but also another item. Wow. Host. A quasi-emperor ranked heavenly sovereign banner. That's awesome. The system exclaimed with astonishment in Wang Chen's mind upon seeing this item. Wang Chen stared at this quasi-emperor ranked weapon. A golden banner stand nearly as tall as a person, engraved with 4 fire phoenixes and 4 golden dragons circling an imposing character meaning sovereign. Below the emperor rank, there was no venerable rank, only the saint rank. Thus, saint rank treasures were the grade used by those at the saint soul realm and celestial venerable realm. Saint ranked and emperor ranked treasures were separated by a chasm, as emperor ranked treasures could easily crush saint ranked ones. Unless a treasure failed during its advancement to emperor rank, resulting in it being stuck in the middle as a quasi-emperor rank treasure, which could withstand attacks from emperor rank treasures. Did Jiang Lingxian also give me the quasi-emperor weapon she had won? Wang Chen stared at that awe-inspiring banner for a while, and an inexplicably strange feeling rose within him. Clearly, her cold sword in this current life after her rebirth was only of saint rank. If his love for Jiang Lingxian was voiced, then Jiang Lingxian's love for him was silent love. After a moment of stunned silence, Wang Chen slowly channeled his divine soul and placed the quasi-emperor ranked heavenly sovereign banner into the system's storage space. Then Wang Chen looked at the room, now empty except for himself, touched, yet with nothing to embrace. Finally, Wang Chen took out the 8 heaven-grade ultimate gathering spirit array flags and flicked his hand, scattering them in all directions around him. Array activated. Cultivation pills consumed. 1 drop of the saint-grade ultimate flame origin consumed. Cultivation state entered. The days of dividing his time between cultivation and teasing Jiang Lingxian passed one after another like this. A burst echoed from within Wang Chen's body, as if some barrier had shattered, an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupting forth. The Guiyuan ninth stage, broken through. The array formations sealing the entire room were battered by this formidable energy, rippling outward in successive waves. Upon seeing that Wang Chen had merely broken through and was unharmed, Jiang Lingxian, who held a small branch of peach blossoms in her hand, finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Wang Chen turned to look at her, Jiang Lingxian hastily concealed the small peach blossom branch in her left hand and the several crushed peach blossoms in her right hand behind her back. Your cultivation has broken through again. Wang Chen did not hide it from Jiang Lingxian. Rising from the bed, he wore a gentle smile as he gazed at her and acknowledged softly. System, adjust my cultivation to the Guiyuan's 6th stage this time. That way when fighting it'll help people lower their guard. Ding. 10,000 origin points deducted. Cultivation aura successfully adjusted to Guiyuan's 6th stage. Little Xianxian, what are you hiding behind your back? Wang Chen no longer called her something like fair maiden, because over these dozen or so days the form of address had already advanced to another level. You are not permitted to call me that. However, a certain someone was not at all pleased, responding with a frown of her beautiful brows. Yet when she saw Wang Chen approaching to examine what she hid behind her back, she quickly retreated 2 steps, refusing to let him see. What could be so mysterious? As Wang Chen's figure lunged forward, just as he was about to catch a glimpse, Jiang Lingxian hastily put away whatever was in her hand, vanishing without a trace. Nothing. After stowing the item, Jiang Lingxian's expression became much more composed, though her gaze toward Wang Chen carried an indescribable hint of embarrassment. Seeing this, Wang Chen scratched his head, his expression somewhat peculiar as he looked at Jiang Lingxian. But since she refused to show him, he could only give up. Afterward, Wang Chen contemplated. It had been half a month since he measured Jiang Lingxian's waist size, and it was time to give her those garments. Lingxian, close your eyes. I have a surprise for you. Wang Chen walked before Jiang Lingxian, grinning as he watched her, asking her to shut her eyes. No. Jiang Lingxian answered without a moment's thought, flatly refusing. It was clear she had been tricked by Wang Chen in this manner several times already. This time it's real. Lie and I'm a puppy. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen's utterly serious expression and hesitated, pondering whether she should close her eyes. Hurry, hurry. This time it's truly a surprise, a great big surprise. I'm not lying. Wang Chen urged several times, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at her. Jiang Lingxian looked into Wang Chen's bright eyes, and for a moment something in her heart made it hard to refuse. In the end, after hesitating for a moment, Jiang Lingxian lightly pressed her lips together and, helplessly yielding to Wang Chen's wishes, gently closed her beautiful eyes. Rustle, rustle. Seeing this, Wang Chen hastily retrieved those 6 garments from his storage space, the packaging bags continuously making rustling sounds. Done. Wang Chen held 3 garments in each hand, raising them before Jiang Lingxian and calling out softly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian's long, beautiful lashes quivered slightly as she stood before Wang Chen, her pretty eyes slowly opening. The next moment, Jiang Lingxian froze at the sight of the garments in Wang Chen's hands. Her face burned hot, gradually flushing bright red. This rebellious disciple. Who gives their master such clothing? Do you like them? Wang Chen stood before Jiang Lingxian, his ears slightly tingling with warmth as he held the 6 garments, feeling inexplicably shy. Yet he could only feign composure, gazing at Jiang Lingxian with a cheerful smile and bright, sparkling eyes. Wang Chen's ears grew slightly warm as he listened to the system's cascading mission prompts, his entire body freezing in place. It was already difficult enough to present this entire set of undergarments, but now he also had to make her wear them. After a moment of stunned silence, Wang Chen's gaze met that of Jiang Lingxian, whose cheeks were tinged with a faint blush. Sister Lingxian, please take them. I've been carefully preparing these for a long time, just for you. Wang Chen held up the 6 bags containing the garments and extended them toward Jiang Lingxian, signaling for her to accept. The claim of careful preparation was indeed true, for Wang Chen had frequently found himself imagining how well the protective garments would fit her. Though he had never actually measured her with his hands, his eyes had served well enough. She would fit them perfectly. No. I don't like them. I won't take them. Besides, I'm still your master from your past life. Even if you refuse to formally become my disciple, now you're still half one. Who gives their master these kinds of garments? Jiang Lingxian could no longer suppress the burning heat rising to her face. She turned her body slightly to the side, attempting to refuse. Especially when she spoke those final words, Jiang Lingxian secretly glanced at the 6 garments, her shame causing her speech to falter twice. What's wrong with being a master? Then I'll simply be a rebellious disciple who usurps his teacher. With these words, Wang Chen dropped all pretense of restraint. His tone gradually softened as he began to plead. Just accept them, please. I prepared these for nearly a month. Wang Chen quickly stepped in front of Jiang Lingxian, who had turned sideways, and faced her once more, his expression full of eager anticipation. Even if you don't wear them, it doesn't matter. What matters is my sincerity. Standing before Jiang Lingxian, whose delicate face was flushed red, Wang Chen felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. This. Jiang Lingxian, with her blushing face, was far too cute. Jiang Lingxian's beautiful face was not entirely red. Instead, a blush spread from her left cheek across to her right, much like an emoji covering its face in shame. No. Why not? Upon hearing her refusal, Wang Chen's eyes, once bright, dimmed slightly, and he asked weakly, I. Jiang Lingxian's words caught in her throat as she looked at Wang Chen's suddenly disappointed expression, but upon seeing the 6 garments, she steeled herself once more. I said no. No means no. Jiang Lingxian firmly resolved within herself that she absolutely must not accept, for her defenses would only be breached step by step thereafter. Seeing this, Wang Chen felt somewhat helpless in his heart. It seemed he would have to reveal his trump card. Very well. If you don't want them, then forget it. Since you dislike them, I suppose I'll give them to someone else. After speaking, Wang Chen glanced at the 6 brand new small garments in his hands and began storing them one by one into his storage space, his eyes revealing traces of disappointment. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian paused, her gaze fixed on the garments being put away, and a growing panic stirred within her heart. Was he going to give them to Chu Yao? After all, these were garments for women. There was no way he would give them to any male friend. As this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Lingxian grew even more flustered, recalling the scene from half a month ago when Wang Chen had returned together with Chu Yao through the transmission array. In Jiang Lingxian's heart at this moment, someone else equaled Chu Yao. No, this won't do. Just as Wang Chen was about to store the last small protective garment, Jiang Lingxian suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist. Wang Chen paused, raised his eyes, and paused once more. For Jiang Lingxian's eyes were inexplicably tinged with red at the corners, gazing at him with an expression of entreaty. What's wrong? Wang Chen, holding the last protective garment still in its packaging, was momentarily bewildered and asked in confusion. I. Jiang Lingxian lightly bit her lower lip, seeming unable to bring herself to speak, gazing at the garments in Wang Chen's hands for a long while. If you don't want them, then simply say so. There's no need to force yourself. Though I prepared these carefully for a long time, in the end, I shall give them to someone else. It's just a pity. I wonder if that someone will suit these garments. Seeing her still unable to speak plainly, Wang Chen decided to fan the flames further and prepared to store the last garment. I want them. Don't give them to anyone else. Jiang Lingxian met Wang Chen's gaze, her eyes filled with a mix of panic and entreaty, and hastily reached out to grasp the garment packaging. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian was like a cat guarding its food, desperately wanting to claim these garments as her own, refusing any ill-meaning cat other than Wang Chen to touch them. You refused just now, and now you want them again. You're clearly playing with me. I don't wish to give them any more. Wang Chen pretended to be offended, as though beginning to feel angry, and gently tugged the garments back. Jiang Lingxian watched helplessly as the garments slipped from her grasp, her inner panic reaching its peak as she stood there at a loss. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian stood frozen, unsure of what to do. She could only press her lips together slightly and look at Wang Chen, utterly perplexed. What must I do to get them from you? Jiang Lingxian's eyes fixed intently on the garments in Wang Chen's embrace, her desire to obtain them growing to its greatest extent. She simply would not, allow another woman to defile the garments her disciple had originally intended to give her. If you hug me and kiss me, I'll give them all to you. How about it? No. Very well, then forget it. Wang Chen interrupted her words and feigned the motion of storing the last garment, causing Jiang Lingxian to become exceedingly anxious. Jiang Lingxian's mind was like a battlefield between two figures, one resisting, the other fighting against the resistance. For a moment, her rosy cheeks displayed an expression of profound hesitation as she stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Sigh. Very well, never mind. I won't make this difficult for you. Here, take this one. Seeing her plight, Wang Chen feigned helplessness and gently extended the small protective garment in his hand, adorned with a cute strawberry pattern. Upon seeing this, Jiang Lingxian hastily reached out and accepted it, cradling it to her chest like a precious treasure, as though fearing it might be snatched away. Then, what about the other 5? Jiang Lingxian held the garments tightly with both hands, her eyes slightly reddened as she pitifully inquired. The ones I put away are what you refused. You only chose the single piece just now. Wang Chen curled his lips slightly and spread his empty hands in a gesture of helplessness. This tactic was known as giving her a free candy first to let her taste sweetness, then holding 5 more candies that could only be obtained through conditions. At this moment, the positions of the two seemed to have swapped. What was once Jiang Lingxian rejecting Wang Chen had become Wang Chen rejecting Jiang Lingxian. The initiative had completely reversed. System alert: host. The second destined child of fate has been detected, Su Bei, who has just entered the Taishu Immortal Sect and is currently requesting an audience with the Taishu Saint Maiden in the main hall. Just then, the system task notification rang out, causing Wang Chen, who had been gazing at Jiang Lingxian, to freeze momentarily. Su Bei. A figure gradually emerged in Wang Chen's mind. The destined child of fate who had come to the Taishu Immortal Sect in his previous life to propose marriage. Su Bei was the newly selected saint son of Hualong Immortal Sect, one of the 4 great powers of the 8 Wastes continent, and his intended bride was self-evident. Currently, Su Bei's cultivation had reached the 9th layer of the Danhai realm. After all, not every saint son or saint maiden possessed the exceptional talent of Jiang Lingxian. However, in his previous life, Su Bei, who had come to propose, didn't even require Wang Chen's intervention before being driven away by Jiang Lingxian. The absurd part was that Su Bei, upon seeing Wang Chen beside Jiang Lingxian in his previous life, assumed Jiang Lingxian refused to marry because of him. Thus, he blamed Wang Chen for everything. Wang Chen truly couldn't comprehend whether the heavenly Tao was manipulating to lower his intelligence, or if Su Bei was simply born with a few screws loose. Tiny fish, host, it's time for us to make our move. Quick, think of something. The sooner we kill him, the sooner we can rest easy. Moreover, if I recall correctly, Su Bei carries quite a few treasures on him, including a crying blood demon blade that ranks among the top 100 treasures of the cultivation world. The exchange between the host and system seemed prolonged, yet in reality, no more than 3 or 4 seconds had passed. After coming back to his senses, Wang Chen composed himself and raised his gaze toward Jiang Lingxian, whose defenses were crumbling. Little fairy, there's no need for you to kiss me. How about changing the condition to you releasing me now? As Wang Chen spoke, he took out the garments and handed them to Jiang Lingxian. He planned to intercept Su Bei on his way back to the sect after leaving. Little did he know this very action of Wang Chen's caused Jiang Lingxian's entire heart to flutter with panic. Just as Wang Chen was tidying his clothes, a fragrant breeze suddenly enveloped him. Thud! Caught off guard, Wang Chen stumbled slightly, yet fortunately the person's arms wrapped around his neck, steadying him. Kiss. Don't go, okay. Jiang Lingxian, her beautiful face flushed with crimson, slowly drew back slightly from Wang Chen's cheek. Still clinging to his neck, she gazed at him with a pitiful, pleading expression. For the past 10-odd days, her disciple had never once mentioned wanting to leave. But now suddenly he wanted to leave. It must be because she kept refusing him, which made him angry. Jiang Lingxian's eyes grew moist as she clung to the dazed Wang Chen, gently biting her lips, looking pitiful and desperate, her eyes filled with pleading. Kiss. Don't go, okay. Gazing at Wang Chen, who remained silent, Jiang Lingxian grew anxious and helpless. She could only kiss his cheek again, continuing to plead. At this moment, Wang Chen's mind had completely short-circuited. He stood there helplessly watching Jiang Lingxian plead with such pitiful eyes. Yet Jiang Lingxian, seeing that Wang Chen still wouldn't respond, grew so anxious that tears were nearly forming in her eyes. Then, I can let you out, but don't leave my side, can you do that? Unable to bear Wang Chen's silence any longer, Jiang Lingxian reluctantly compromised. After speaking, she buried her beautiful face beside his ear, clinging to him dearly. Feeling Jiang Lingxian's warmth in his arms, Wang Chen gradually came back to his senses. Her delicate cheek pressed against the side of his face, smooth and delicate to the touch, utterly comfortable. Wang Chen then tucked away the garment still in his hands and wrapped his arms around Jiang Lingxian's slender waist. He slightly raised his chin. Feeling Wang Chen try to turn his face away, refusing to let her lean against it, Jiang Lingxian couldn't help but feel helpless and wronged. She raised her face, looking up at him. My disciple is resisting me, but in the past he was always the one who wanted to embrace me. Jiang Lingxian slightly tilted her beautiful face upward, gazing at Wang Chen, who was looking at her. It felt as though her entire heart was being clutched. Just as tears were about to overflow from the corners of Jiang Lingxian's eyes, her expression suddenly froze in the next moment. Because after gazing at each other for a while, Wang Chen gradually leaned forward, his warm breath gently brushing against her. As their faces drew closer and closer, Jiang Lingxian's expression grew dazed for a moment. She leaned against Wang Chen's chest, unsure of what to do. As Jiang Lingxian slowly came to her senses, she understood exactly where Wang Chen intended to kiss. Yet this time she simply stared at him blankly. The two held each other in the silent room, where one could even faintly hear the rapid beating of their hearts. As Wang Chen's nose gently touched Jiang Lingxian's cheek, and their lips slightly brushed against each other, about to lock in a proper kiss. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone knocking on the formation came from outside. But Wang Chen paid it no mind whatsoever. His breathing grew slightly ragged as his lips gently pressed down. Jiang Lingxian's body trembled, slightly stiffening considerably. Her eyes, glistening with tears, stared blankly at Wang Chen. Feeling the peculiar sensation on her lips, Jiang Lingxian felt her head buzz. Her thoughts became chaotic, unsure of what to do, and Wang Chen felt it was soft, slightly cool, with a faint scent of strawberry sweetness. For both of them experiencing their first kiss, they were noticeably awkward. Their bodies pressed tightly together, breaths warm and intense. Even Jiang Lingxian, the 9-in-cold divine body holder, felt a strange warmth. Her mind seemed oxygen-deprived, dizzy, and hazy. Gradually, Jiang Lingxian seemed to grow intoxicated. Her arms around Wang Chen's neck trembled as her long eyelashes quivered. Her entire body grew limp. Who knows how much time passed? Huff, gasp. The two slowly separated, their lips moist, breathing ragged as they gazed at each other. A long silence ensued with no words spoken. Wang Chen then leaned forward again, as if that was merely taking a breath. It seemed he intended to kiss her once more. But though Jiang Lingxian's head was still hazy upon seeing this, she quickly lowered her face, pressing her forehead gently against his chest. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful face was entirely flushed with crimson. Like a little kitten, she lowered her head, forehead resting against Wang Chen's chest, lips gently pressed together. She remained quiet and still, utterly adorable. Seeing this, Wang Chen understood he needed to give her time to adjust. After all, going from 0 to 1 was difficult, but from 1 to infinity would be much simpler. With Jiang Lingxian's personality, after coming to her senses, she probably wouldn't let him touch her for quite some time. But well, when Jiang Lingxian allowed him to touch her again, next time, he could continue trying to push past her other boundaries. Okay, I promise you. Wang Chen's hand gently stroked the head of Jiang Lingxian, who was pressing against his chest. He gently caressed her beautiful flowing hair. Knock, knock, knock. At this point, the person outside seemed to have waited too long, and hearing no response inside attempted to knock a few more times. Yet Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian continued to ignore them, absorbed in their embrace, savoring the moment for a while longer. Take all of these. These garments were originally created for you anyway. Even if you don't want them, I wouldn't give them to anyone else. Wang Chen gently separated from his embrace with Jiang Lingxian, then took out the remaining 5 garments. His voice was gentle. As Wang Chen spoke, he handed them to Jiang Lingxian, whose beautiful face was so flushed it seemed about to catch fire. She was adorable and enchanting. Jiang Lingxian kept her head lowered the entire time, not daring to look at Wang Chen. Her delicate hand gently grasped the 5 garments and took them, cradling them softly in her arms. At this moment, both Jiang Lingxian's earlobes and cheeks were bright red. She even felt as if she were being cooked to perfection. At this point, where was there a trace of the Taishu Saint Maiden or the majestic presence of a Saint Soul Realm expert? She was completely a shy, green, and inexperienced young girl. Just once, just a kiss. It should be fine as long as I don't cross into other areas. Jiang Lingxian lowered her head slightly, her thoughts in a chaotic mess, constantly comforting herself within. Yet she seemed to have forgotten that last time after she had kissed Wang Chen's face, she had sat on the chair and comforted herself in the exact same manner. The atmosphere in the room remained quiet for a long while, until the sound of someone tapping on the formation outside rang out again, softly like a jester. The crisp tapping sounds of the formation broke through the tranquil silence, pulling the two still lost in the moment back to awareness. Put these clothes away. I don't ask for anything from you. Just secretly wear them for me to see from now on. Wang Chen reached out and gently ruffled Jiang Lingxian's hair, a faint smile on his face as he spoke softly. Hearing his words, Jiang Lingxian's delicate face flushed as if it might catch fire. She felt the touch on her head, a mix of resistance and something else. Enjoyment stirring within her. Yet in the end, Jiang Lingxian retreated 2 small steps, head bowed, gazing at the 6 lovely garments in her hands as she quietly folded them away. Master has been waiting outside for so long. I need to go see. Only after putting away the clothes did Jiang Lingxian lift her flushed face, looking at Wang Chen with an awkward softness in her voice. Can you take me along? Wang Chen stepped forward 2 paces at this, which startled Jiang Lingxian into hastily retreating 2 steps back. Jiang Lingxian's utterly mortified expression made it seem as though she feared Wang Chen would kiss her again. Who would have guessed that the Supreme Void Holy Maiden, ostensibly at the Sacred Soul Realm, yet truly at the Heavenly Venerable Realm? Xianxian, just let me go out with you. I really do have something to attend to. Wang Chen watched as Jiang Lingxian, having put away the clothes, stole glances at him before stepping forward 2 more paces to plead with her. Then, don't leave my side. You promised me. Jiang Lingxian lifted her flushed gaze, and seeing Wang Chen advancing once more, she hastily retreated 2 steps to respond. All right. I promise if I need to leave, I'll definitely tell you. As Wang Chen spoke, he stepped closer one by one, and Jiang Lingxian gradually found herself unable to keep up, retreating in slight panic. Don't come any closer. Finally, with her back pressed against the door, Jiang Lingxian let out a mortified cry as she gazed at Wang Chen standing before her. The knocking from outside never came again, as if whoever was there knew the person inside had no desire to engage and simply stopped. But Han Zun, waiting outside, had no idea that her beloved young disciple was currently being teased into helplessness by Wang Chen. Jiang Lingxian, who had originally intended to go out and meet Han Zun, found her thoughts thrown into disarray once more by Wang Chen's antics, causing her to momentarily forget her original purpose. Then next time, can I kiss you again? Wang Chen's right hand slapped against the door beside Jiang Lingxian's flushed left ear, his handsome face carrying a hint of anticipation. Jiang Lingxian offered no response, her delicate face and ears burning red with shame as she turned to quickly flee to the right. If you won't answer me, then you're not leaving. Wang Chen's left hand followed suit, pressing against the door to block her escape, and he stared at her in silence for a moment. The domineering CEO Chen's forced love. Just as Wang Chen was still chuckling to himself, Jiang Lingxian suddenly did the unexpected. She crouched low and swiftly slipped past him. Ha ha ha, she didn't even need to use her cultivation to teleport away. What a bot host. The system's mocking laughter echoed in Wang Chen's mind, frame by frame, growing louder and louder with each burst of laughter. Wang Chen ignored the system and instead watched Jiang Lingxian slip through his arms, his lips parting slightly as he spoke. You. Just as Wang Chen was about to say something, the dozens of formations sealing the room suddenly dispersed, and the door was pushed open with a bang. Hey, Wang Chen's entire body was sent tumbling outward in a clumsy fall, his limbs scrabbling against the ground to keep from crashing down. Just as he managed to get back to his feet, he suddenly felt a cold pressure bearing down on him. This was an unfamiliar cold pressure, one that sent Wang Chen sprawling face first onto the ground. Wang Chen pushed himself up on his hands and feet, cursing under his breath. Once he realized the pressure wasn't from Jiang Lingxian, he was about to let loose with a string of curses. But just as he was halfway up and halfway through his sentence, his eyes met those of the cold and beautiful Han Zun standing nearby, and his words caught in his throat. What were you about to say? Han Zun's icy gaze locked onto Wang Chen's from her delicate face, her voice cold and measured. No, nothing. I was just going to say hello, Grandmaster. Wang Chen quickly straightened himself up, clasping his hands together in a formal greeting with a forced smile. Master. Just then Jiang Lingxian emerged from the room, her flushed cheeks completely gone, her expression returning to its usual cold composure. I'll overlook the fact that you two were alone in a room together, but why did it take so long to come out? Han Zun raised her delicate brows slightly, her gaze toward them laced with suspicion and displeasure. I had just returned to my quarters when my disciple began cultivating, and besides, he couldn't possibly break through the formations I set up. Jiang Lingxian spoke calmly and coolly, meeting Han Zun's cold eyes, without so much as a flush or a racing heartbeat. I hope things are as you say, and that you're not engaging in some unfilial disciple scenario in there. Be mindful of your conduct. Han Zun studied both of them for a moment, her suspicions stemming from an inexplicable sense that something was off between them. Rest assured, Master, my disciple has been the only one staying in my quarters these past few days. I retreat to the Taishu cave mansion every night deep into the hours to cultivate. As she spoke, Jiang Lingxian walked over to Wang Chen's side, as though nothing had happened, her expression serene, while her cold gaze flicked toward him. Wang Chen returned her gaze, observing the same untouchable, icy demeanor that had defined her in his previous life. If he weren't purchasing cards each day to pretend sleep and learn what actually transpired at night, Wang Chen might have nearly believed her words. He recalled how each late night Jiang Lingxian would cling to him, wailing and sobbing like a wronged child whenever she spoke of her sorrows. The cold, untouchable voice that usually carried such dignity would soften into whimpering tears, as though she were profoundly wronged. Most importantly, after her secret tears, she would press her warm face against his neck in gentle nuzzles, before finally drifting into peaceful slumber. The thought nearly broke his composure, forcing him to channel his breath and suppress the urge to smile. Let's go. There are matters at the Taishu main hall that require your attention. Han Zun studied their composed expressions for a moment before deciding not to press further, then gave a slight wave of her hand. Whoosh. As Han Zun released an invisible void power, all three figures vanished from sight. The bedroom door of the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace slammed shut behind them, and an invisible formation rose to seal it. No one other than Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian was permitted entry. Taishu Immortal Sect, the Hall of Discourse. 20 seats were arranged in 2 rows on either side, where all the inner sect elders of the entire sect sat together in discussion. Taishu Sect Master, what do you think of the conditions we have proposed? Furthermore, if our 2 sects form a marriage alliance and become family, our relationship would draw even closer, and the other 2 great immortal sects would regard us with greater caution. Su Bei, adorned in a magnificent black robe woven with golden threads, sat upon his chair. Beside him, an elderly man turned toward the venerable Taishu Sect Master, posing their inquiry. The venerable Taishu Sect Master wore an expression of helplessness, sitting quietly in the principal seat of the hall, gazing down at the assembled crowd, without daring to speak rashly. He feared that should he utter the wrong words, Jiang Lingxian might pursue him with violence, and moreover, with his master present, he was unable to defend himself. Among Han Zun's 2 disciples, Jiang Lingxian was the one she cherished most. Even the old sect master's identity as her disciple had never been made public. To the outside world, Han Zun was believed to have only one disciple, Jiang Lingxian, with no knowledge that the Taishu Sect Master was also her student. Yet Han Zun had never shown favoritism. The reason the master-disciple relationship remained undisclosed was simply due to the Taishu Sect Master's status. Let us wait until our sect's holy maiden arrives before proceeding. It will depend on her own wishes. The venerable Taishu Sect Master raised his hand to gently rub his brows, quietly wiping away the cold sweat gathering at his forehead. Step, step, step. At that moment, several sets of footfalls echoed from outside the hall, and 3 figures, dust-covered but composed, strode in with calm expressions. Han Zun, Holy Maiden. Dozens of attendees in the hall hastily rose to their feet, clasping their hands in respectful greeting. Noticing this, Han Zun offered a slight nod to the assembled crowd, then led Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen toward the main seats at the front, where they took their places. Wang Chen did not sit, but stood silently beside Jiang Lingxian, his gaze fixed intently upon Su Bei. Sensing Wang Chen's stare, Su Bei couldn't help but furrow his brows, turning back with visible displeasure. Born into a family of fortune and destined for greatness, he was the beloved son of the ancestor of the Hua Long immortal sect, born to parents who had long awaited a child. Though in the cultivation world such circumstances were hardly unusual. Thus from birth Su Bei's heart had grown somewhat twisted, filled with an arrogant sense of entitlement, convinced that no matter what troubles he caused, someone would always resolve them. Gazing at the disciple of the family seeking marriage, a trace of hostility flickered in Su Bei's eyes, drawing attention. TSK. As expected in this lifetime, this fool Su Bei remained exactly the same. Wang Chen's lips curved slightly, his gaze carrying an inexplicable hint of mockery, as he regarded him like an immature child. Observing this, Su Bei drew one of the elderly men nearby aside, leaning down to whisper something in his ear. Upon hearing Su Bei's words, the old man turned his gaze toward Wang Chen, yet shook his head in response to Su Bei. The meaning was clear. Su Bei wished to harm Wang Chen, but the old man understood the impossibility of targeting the Holy Maiden's disciple, leaving him to simply shake his head. Venerable Han Zun and Holy Maiden of Tai Su, what are your thoughts on the marriage conditions we've proposed, the ones involving? And, moreover, my child possesses the Dragon Flame's sacred physique, so the Holy Maiden need not worry about him being unworthy of you. At this point, the elderly man who had previously mentioned certain marriage conditions, the ancestor of Hua Long, spoke at length once more, causing Jiang Lingxian to furrow her brows. Even with a second life, Wang Chen found his brows twitching with each word, his heart growing tense as he watched Jiang Lingxian. Though he knew she would surely refuse, he couldn't explain the unease settling in his chest. Xianer, what is your opinion? Han Zun's voice broke the silence as she turned toward Jiang Lingxian, whose delicate brows were still furrowed as she gazed ahead at the Hua Long sect master and the others. Not promising, Jiang Lingxian replied in a chilling tone, then slightly turned her head and lifted her gaze to glance at Wang Chen, whose eyes clearly betrayed a hint of nervousness. Seeing Wang Chen's apparent tension, an inexplicable warmth spread through Jiang Lingxian's heart. So her disciple also grew anxious at the thought of losing her to another. Return now. Do not bring matters of marriage alliance to me again in the future, or I shall personally kill the proposed match. Jiang Lingxian's cold gaze shifted back towards Su Bei, the Hua Long holy son, who fell far short of even a single hair's worth compared to her disciple, her voice freezing. Why? Su Bei, who had believed himself victorious after presenting those conditions, rose sharply to demand an answer. Are you a dog? Can you not understand human speech, or what? And have you even considered your own cultivation realm? Do you think you're worthy of the Tai Su Holy Maiden at the 9th layer of the Sacred Soul Realm? Witnessing this, Wang Chen stepped forward slightly, his brows furrowed in speechless exasperation as he regarded Su Bei. He was certain that something was deeply wrong with that man's mind. How dare you? Do you even have the right to speak here? Flushed with anger from the rebuke, Su Bei raised his right hand, pointing at Wang Chen as a surge of fury rose in his eyes. Bold indeed. Then let us settle this with a life and death battle. Do you dare? Wang Chen, utterly unfazed, stepped forward with a commanding presence, his white robes rippling as though stirred by an unseen wind, and shouted loudly. He recalled that at this time Su Bei's strongest treasure was merely a top-grade sacred artifact, and even then it was defensive rather than offensive in nature. Meanwhile, Wang Chen possessed the pseudo-imperial Heavenly Emperor banner bestowed upon him directly by Jiang Lingxian herself, making it trivially simple to deal with Su Bei. Though he currently lagged behind Su Bei by a full cultivation realm, a pseudo-imperial treasure was more than sufficient to bridge that gap. Across the entire hall, those present watched the tense standoff, with some carefree individuals casually gnawing on spiritual fruits from nearby tables, eager for entertainment. Su Bei was left speechless by Wang Chen's aggressive challenge, his face flushing crimson. He had never anticipated such a direct demand for a life-and-death battle. Su Bei scanned the surrounding crowd and noticed everyone watching him. Refusal would mean complete loss of face. He had the supreme-grade protective dragon jade gifted by his father, and judging by his cultivation level, he was merely at the 6th layer of the origin return realm. He could fight. Gritting his teeth, Su Bei made his decision, inwardly certain that Wang Chen could not possibly possess an imperial-grade Dao artifact. Beside him, his father, the ancestor of Hua Long, made no move to intervene, watching the scene unfold with calm detachment. Since they refused the marriage alliance and relations between the two sects were already strained, eliminating a talented youth from the Tai Su immortal sect would be most advantageous. With the Dragon Jade he had given Su Bei, only a pseudo-imperial or imperial-grade Dao artifact could hope to defeat him. Though recently the Tai Su Holy Maiden had claimed the pseudo-imperial Heavenly Emperor banner from the Tai Su spiritual battle realm. But anyone with common sense would realize that such a precious treasure would never be casually given away by the Tai Su Holy Maiden. At this moment, all eyes in the hall turned toward Wang Chen, unable to comprehend how he dared to propose a life-and-death battle. Then let us fight. I, the illustrious holy son of Hualong and a powerhouse at the Pilsea realm, would not fear a trash like you at the Origin Return realm. Enraged Su Bei pointed at Wang Chen beside Jiang Lingxian, and under the influence of some technique, loudly accepted the challenge. Finally, he had taken the bait. The Kuinzhong method proved effective against someone with such impaired judgment. Now prepare yourself to face the wrath of a pseudo-imperial Dao artifact. Ha! Wang Chen was internally overjoyed. Fighting such a worthless creature coddled and protected like a greenhouse flower by his sect would be thoroughly satisfying. Seated in her chair, Jiang Lingxian reached out and tugged at Wang Chen's sleeve, twice her eyes carrying a hint of bewilderment that gave her an unexpectedly endearing quality. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. As Wang Chen's gentle words faded, the scene shifted to the Taisu spiritual battle realm upon the Sacred Soul Realm Arena. As for why it was the Sacred Soul Realm Arena, everyone understood that what appeared to be a fierce battle between the two sides was in truth a contest of their treasures. At that moment, Wang Chen and Su Bei stood on opposite sides of the massive arena, over 100 meters across, their gazes locked with killing intent. Their eyes constantly probed for weakness in each other until the next instant. Heavenly Emperor banner. Wang Chen the instigator. Su Bei the victim. The spectators, the ancestor of Hualong and various escorts. The observing Hanzun, the old gatekeeper of the Tai Su Sword Tomb, watching from the corner. The various inner and outer sect elders and disciples in the audience. Jiang Lingxian, a barely perceptible, small curve, tugged at the corners of her lips. Heavenly Sovereign banner. Wang Chen bellowed with a roar, suddenly drawing from both hands a banner that radiated boundless pressure. With a fierce swing, he directed it squarely at Su Bei, who had been locking gazes with him for an eternity. Roar! Shriek! From the 2-meter-tall Heavenly Sovereign banner, a dragon and phoenix burst forth with thunderous force, continuously expanding to monstrous proportions as they surged forward. After executing this technique, Wang Chen immediately felt his spiritual energy rapidly drain away his mana bar, hitting absolute zero in an instant. Facing him, Su Bei's pupils constricted sharply as he gazed upon the rapidly enlarging golden dragon and fire phoenix lunging savagely towards him. Without time to react, a golden dragon-shaped jade pendant hanging at his chest suddenly erupted with blinding golden light. Roar! Instantly, a cyan dragon coiled protectively around his body, bracing for the incoming collision from the charging golden dragon and fire phoenix. The sky-obscuring maw of the golden dragon clamped down fiercely upon the cyan dragon's body that enwrapped Su Bei. SEZCH. A sound like flames scorching through sponge echoed through the air, and the cyan dragon, shielding Su Bei, instantly dimmed by several degrees. Meanwhile, the fire phoenix suddenly soared aloft towards the heavens, hovering at high altitude for a fleeting moment before plummeting ruthlessly towards Su Bei. The defensive and combat manifestations of the three colossal phantasmal beasts at the Saint Soul realm were undoubtedly awe-inspiring, causing countless spectators' eyes to widen slightly. Stop! Witnessing the fire phoenix about to strike, Su Bei's head ancestor, Hualong, on the edge of the arena, let out a thunderous roar, his figure soaring through the air. Su Yuan, do you intend to violate the rules before so many people? Hanzun was certainly not to be trifled with either. She elegantly swept her palm through the void, tearing space itself apart, as an enormous ice palm materialized from the ethereal chill. Ancestor Hualong. Su Yuan, upon witnessing this scene, stared with fury, countless cyan dragon scales beginning to emerge across his entire body. Upon seeing this, Hanzun rose to her feet, and that icy, eternally cold visage actually lifted into an unprecedented faint smile. Suspended midair, Su Yuan caught sight of Hanzun's subtle smile. His domineering Hualong aura swiftly dissipated, and the dragon scales across his body faded away. Seeing that he could actually restrain himself, Hanzun's eager-to-act figure could only helplessly sweep her cold-hued skirts and sink back into her seat. Boom! At that moment, the colossal fire phoenix atop the arena dove straight down on Su Bei's head, causing the entire arena to erupt in boundless flames. Accompanied by a miserable scream within the unleashed inferno erupting across the ground, the protective cyan dragon, shielding Su Bei, vanished. Engulfed in raging flames, he knelt in utter anguish. The golden dragon and fire phoenix, hovering above the Saint Soul realm arena, turned their gaze towards Wang Chen, who held their true forms. Ultimately, they seemed to discern that Wang Chen no longer possessed the strength to wield them. Exchanging what appeared almost like a human-like glance, they gently shook their heads before darting back into the Heavenly Sovereign banner. Wang Chen observed this scene with a moment of bewilderment, never expecting that all 8 Dragon Phoenix entities within the Heavenly Sovereign banner were actually spirit artifacts. Moreover, with his current capabilities, he could barely summon 2 at most. Upon witnessing this, ancestor Hualong Su Yuan shouted urgently. Only then did the miserably burned Su Bei hastily retrieve a vial of liquid and pour it over himself. Though the liquid was clearly minimal, the moment it touched Su Bei's body, it extinguished all the phoenix flames upon him. Wang Chen gazed upon Su Bei's body, noting that only his exposed areas like his face and palms had suffered burns, his expression hardening. It seemed this clothing was also a treasure, likely a saint-rank protective garment. Wang Chen gripped the heavenly sovereign banner in his hand, resting its pointed tip against the ground to support his slightly weakened frame. At this moment, the atmosphere atop the arena inexplicably fell into a momentary hush as both combatants continuously adjusted their conditions. At this moment, Su Bei, whose face had been burned beyond recognition, slowly rose from his kneeling position. His crimson-tinted eyeballs locked onto Wang Chen. Ding. Quest: slay the protagonist of Destiny Su Bei. Reward 1 Super Rage Golden Card. The system's voice resonated within Wang Chen's mind, causing him to freeze momentarily. After recovering his composure, gazing upon Su Bei's grotesquely burned face in the distance, his desire to kill him intensified even further. Now it's my turn. Evil cackles. At this moment, Su Bei's voice, his vocal cords burned, damaged, emerged in the most hoarse and extreme manner, culminating in a bizarre, sinister laughter. Thunder Talisman. Jin Water Talisman. Ice Fire Talisman. Hualong. Within Wang Chen's wary gaze, Su Bei's right hand, exposed down to the bone, produced 3 talisman papers, thrusting them forth violently. The Thunder Talisman coiled with lightning soared into the heavens, while the Jin Water Talisman and Ice Fire Talisman streaked downwards to the ground. Finally, with the 3 talismans as their epicenters, the Thunder Talisman exploded mid-air, transforming into ominous dark clouds. The Jin Water Talisman and Ice Fire Talisman mirrored this transformation upon the ground. Following that final cry of Hualong, Su Bei's entire body continuously swelled. His 4 limbs transformed into cyan dragon claws, his torso gradually shifting into a cyan dragon's form. Wang Chen gazed upon the arena ground gradually becoming a sea of flames, his pupils slightly widening as he hastily stowed away the heavenly sovereign banner. Big sister, take me out. Just as Wang Chen was about to retrieve various protective artifacts from his storage space, the hovering 3-legged sovereign Xian cauldron suddenly emitted a young girl's voice. Without hesitation, Wang Chen grabbed the cauldron alongside those protective treasures. How dare you? My big sister is not someone your pathetic talismans can touch. The 3-legged round diminutive sovereign Xian cauldron had barely been extracted when it released a cute yet formidable little girl's voice. Without giving the crowd time to react, the Xian cauldron suddenly enlarged, thunderously settling onto the fiery waterscape of the arena. Buzz! Along with the cauldron expanding to 3 or 4 meters in size, it emitted a deafening golden sound wave that resonated outward. In an instant, whether it was the fiery waterscape of the arena or the ominous clouds and thunder about to descend from the sky, everything was rapidly dispersed by the vibration. The Saint Soul Realm arena, once a landscape of watery flames, began to gradually return to normal under this one tremor. Yet the entire arena that had only been recently repaired had already been riddled with holes from the heavenly sovereign banner and numerous treasures. The entire ground was covered in densely packed cracks. Just when Wang Chen thought the Xian cauldron would shrink back to its original form, he was startled rigid by its next movement, his pupils widening instantly. The 4 to 5 meter tall, 3 to 4 meter wide Xian cauldron began levitating into the air. Finally, it slowly began rotating, resembling a colossal-sized gyroscope, spinning faster and faster. Super Invincible Tornado. Along with the Xian cauldron emitting this adorable little girl's voice, its spinning form generated a golden tempest. Finally, the Xian cauldron spun to a state where it appeared nearly motionless to the naked eye and ruthlessly hurtled towards Su Bei in the distance, who had transformed into a cyan dragon. Roar! Su Bei had just completed his physique's evolution into dragon form, his dozens of meters-long dragon body suspended midair. Witnessing this scene, his dragon pupils constricted sharply. Yet before Su Bei could even react, he was struck squarely on the head by the instantaneously moving Xian cauldron. Bang! What a head! Standing behind the Xian cauldron upon hearing this crisp, resonant impact, Wang Chen couldn't help but applaud and loudly praise. Following this collision, Su Bei's colossal dragon body and the Xian cauldron were both sent flying backwards, slamming violently against the arena's barrier. Bang! With the impact, the arena's barrier rippled in great waves. The Xian cauldron began continuously shrinking, growing dim. Wang Chen rushed over upon seeing this, crouching down and gently lifting it up. Be big sister, I really can't hold on any longer. So dizzy, ugh. From within Wang Chen's grasp, the Xian cauldron emitted a dizzy, adorable child's voice, as if it had been knocked senseless from the collision. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, Su Bei's blue flame dragon body, which had crashed into the barrier, was also struggling to rise, staggering repeatedly. But with his head dazed from the impact, Su Bei would manage to get halfway up before collapsing again in a series of unsteady falls. Seeing this, Wang Chen put away the Huangxian cauldron in his hand, hung various protective treasures on his body, and felt his body that had recovered some spiritual power. Finally, Wang Chen slowly flew up into the high sky. Just as he approached Su Bei's massive dragon body like a monarch about to strike again, a voice suddenly rang out from within his storage space. "Boy, take me out. This incarnation will teach you the Taishu dragon-slaying art. 1,000 years ago, it was specifically used to kill the Sha Bai of the Hualong immortal sect." Wang Chen paused, taken aback by the old man's words from the broken sword within his storage space. After hovering midair and contemplating for a moment, he decided to take it out. There were also magical treasures. Everyone watching from outside the arena was utterly bewildered, their eyes filled with astonishment as they gazed at Wang Chen, who was adorned with numerous protective magical treasures. Meanwhile, within the arena, Wang Chen hovered in the air, his white robes fluttering, without any wind, slowly approaching the green dragon, Su Bei, like a sovereign. The massive green dragon body stood in stark contrast to Wang Chen. Dizzy dragon eyes locked with calm human eyes across the void. Su Bei did not revert to human form, for he possessed absolute confidence in the defensive power of his dragon body. Until Taishu dragon-slaying art. Wang Chen held the golden Taishu broken sword in his right hand, radiating an immeasurably majestic aura as his long hair whipped wildly in the wind. At this moment, whether from the Hualong immortal sect or the Taishu immortal sect, everyone who had been sitting rose to their feet at once. Taishu dragon-slaying art. It was the Taishu dragon-slaying art, a technique lost for 1,000 years by the sect's dragon-slaying ancestor. The members of the Taishu immortal sect were the most excited, their eyes filled with shock as they watched the explosive golden sword aura in the Saint Soul Realm arena. Even if Wang Chen had not called out the name of this technique, the people of both the Taishu immortal sect and the Hualong immortal sect would have undoubtedly recognized the dragon-slaying ancestor's famous killing move. Because 1,000 years ago, when the Taishu immortal sect and the Hualong immortal sect went to war, it was the dragon-slaying ancestor who led the Taishu disciples to pierce through the defenses of various dragon bodies. This is bad. The Hualong immortal sect cultivators present widened their pupils slightly, their breathing becoming rapid as killing intent toward Wang Chen continuously surged within their hearts. This child must die. If Wang Chen is not killed and manages to grow stronger, he will, just like the dragon-slaying ancestor from 1,000 years ago, slaughter the dragon bodies that the Hualong immortal sect prides itself on, leaving not a single scale intact. Outside the arena, the Hualong ancestor Su Yuan gazed at Wang Chen with a dark expression, the skin within his right sleeve transforming into dragon scales as he began to accumulate dragon power. He would wait for the perfect moment when no one was paying attention, then deliver a devastating strike against Wang Chen before swiftly escaping back to the sect. Losing one disciple but eliminating an inheritor of the Taishu dragon-slaying art was absolutely worth it for the Hualong immortal sect. At this moment, Wang Chen, who was hovering in the air above the Saint Soul Realm arena with his golden broken sword raised, had no idea that dozens of people outside the arena had already harbored killing intent toward him. Wang Chen carefully felt the guidance of the old man's remnant soul within the broken sword as the remaining spiritual power in his body continuously surged into the golden broken sword. The next moment, accompanied by a golden sword aura in the Saint Soul Realm arena, the golden broken sword in Wang Chen's hand slashed out, actually tearing through a portion of the void. It should be noted that Wang Chen was only at the Guiyuan realm now, which showed just how formidable the killing technique of the Taishu dragon-slaying art truly was. Puchi. Leaning against the edge of the barrier, Su Bei had originally been smiling faintly at the corner of his dragon mouth with a hint of mockery. But when he saw the spray of blood erupting from his forehead, his smile gradually stiffened. However, this sword strike did not kill Su Bei, it only shattered all the dragon scales on his head. After all, the two were separated by a major realm and 9 minor realms. The fact that he could still break through the dragon body's defense meant Wang Chen was already absurdly powerful. Those outside the arena clearly thought the same way. The killing intent within the hearts of the Hualong immortal sect members was almost overflowing from their eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian, Hanzun, and the elders of the Taishu immortal sect quietly prepared themselves upon witnessing this, ready to rescue Wang Chen at any moment. At this moment, Wang Chen within the arena felt his spiritual power nearly depleted. He took out pills and spirit sources from his hand, beginning to consume them to recover. Trash. Seeing that he had not perished, Su Bei burst into loud laughter. As he felt his limbs gradually regaining sensation, his dragon body slowly rose. Big brother. Take me out again. Just as Wang Chen wanted to quickly retreat backward, the cute voice of the little girl in his storage space began to wail and shout again. Wang Chen quickly took out the Huangxian cauldron upon seeing this, watching with wide eyes as it flew into the air and transformed to dozens of meters in size. The Huangxian cauldron, now transformed to dozens of meters in size, emitted a series of cute sounds like a child straining to defecate, but after straining for a long time, it only grew a few more meters larger. A rather mischievous voice came from within the Huangxian cauldron, and immediately after a golden shockwave erupted from the cauldron's body, rushing towards Su Bei. Su Bei, frightened, quickly took out various treasures for defense, but the range of the golden shockwave was so enormous that only most of it was blocked. The remaining portion slammed into Su Bei's dragon body, sending him reeling with dizziness and causing him to fall to the ground once more. The Huangxian cauldron, whose vast size blotted out the sky, immediately descended with crushing force toward the vital point of Su Bei's dragon body. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled. Su Bei's dragon body at its vital point was directly pinned by the three legs at the bottom of the Huangxian cauldron, held down with crushing force. Su Bei, pinned down and able only to dig his hind dragon claws into the ground in a fit of rage, suddenly got angry, an impotent roar. Most importantly, it discovered in terror that the Huangxian cauldron radiated an imperial aura that shook its spirit, making it impossible to maintain composure, let alone revert to human form. At this moment, Su Bei was truly frightened. Terrified, he could only continue roaring at Wang Chen, using the sound of his roars to mask his fearful heart. Wang Chen simply ignored it, landing on the ground to continuously recover his spiritual power. Only after an unknown duration did he rise to his feet. Then with a swift movement, he shot up into the high sky, his deep eyes gazing down at Su Bei as he gradually raised the golden broken sword. Taishu Dragon Slaying Art. Taishu Dragon Slaying Art. Taishu Dragon Slaying Art. Dozens of golden sword auras erupted from the Saint Soul Realm arena, rushing towards Su Bei's dragon body, which was still letting out impotent roars. Dust and smoke rose from all sides of the arena. When the dust settled beneath the Huangxian cauldron that blotted out the sky, a blood-soaked figure with no signs of life lay on the ground, covered from head to toe in deep sword wounds that exposed bone. The system voice in Wang Chen's mind rang out. The barrier on the Saint Soul Realm arena also began to slowly descend. Just as Wang Chen was about to quickly rush over to crush Su Bei's bones to ashes and collect the treasures from his soul space, the moment he took his first step, he suddenly felt dozens of chilling and heart-pounding attacks rushing toward him. Wang Chen gazed at the spiritual techniques from all directions, none of which were below the Spirit King realm, and his pupils instantly widened. Especially the devastating strike launched by the Hualong ancestor at the 9th layer of the heavenly venerable realm in the sky, raising his right arm with a dragon palm. For such attacks, Wang Chen couldn't even dodge them. He could only watch helplessly as he was surrounded by dozens of attacks, his heart trembling with fear. However, what frightened Wang Chen the most was not these attacks. What frightened him most was that Jiang Lingxian had suddenly appeared before him, her cold and breathtakingly beautiful face filled with determination as she gazed at those incoming attacks. Jiang Lingxian said nothing, her slender hands moving rapidly as she quickly formed an ice barrier around the two of them. Explosions rang out one after another, dozens of attacks intercepted by another dozen, all detonating in midair. The powerful shockwaves from the explosions surged outward, and everyone present scattered rapidly, drawing out their protective treasures for defense. Han Zun retracted his right palm that had unleashed a spiritual technique, his aura at the peak of the 9th layer of the heavenly venerable realm exploding outward as he raised his hand and clenched it. All the residual energy from the attacks in the area was instantly swept up by a tornado-like coldness before crashing down upon ancestor Su Yuan of the Hualong sect. Wang Chen stood behind Jiang Lingxian, watching the shockwaves and fierce winds continuously sweeping past the outer layer of the protective ice barrier. Just as everyone from the Taishu immortal sect breathed a sigh of relief, believing they had safeguarded the Taishu holy maiden and Wang Chen. A massive black dragon erupted from above the clouds, its dragon body taut, as it opened an abyssal maw and unleashed a pillar of light toward Wang Chen. The sky-darkening black dragon in the high heavens was none other than the three-eyed dragon venerable, another ancestor of the Hualong immortal sect, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the heavenly venerable realm. Old thief! How dare you! The old gatekeeper of the sword tomb, who had been watching from the shadows, could no longer remain idle. His figure shot forth with explosive force as he unleashed a towering palm strike. The old man's cultivation, also at the peak of the 9th layer of the heavenly venerable realm, surged forth as that colossal palm struck toward the black dragon light, attempting to halt it. However, the old man's towering palm strike was a one-time effort, while the dark beams spewing from the black dragon's mouth proved to be continuous. The old man had clearly anticipated this. As his white giant palm briefly disrupted the black dragon light, his figure immediately shot toward Wang Chen. In an instant he appeared before Jiang Lingxian, and Wang Chen, his hands forming seals within a mere fraction of a second. A white barrier materialized before the three as the old man pressed both palms against it, exerting his full strength to block the black dragon light. At this moment, the battle across the entire Taishu Spirit War realm suddenly reached an impasse, as both sides found themselves locked in a standoff. Just then the system's voice suddenly echoed, clearly sensing something, as its cold mechanical tone urgently called out. After cursing inwardly, Wang Chen was startled into quickly drawing out the Heavenly Emperor banner, once more, then forcefully wrapped his arm around Jiang Lingxian's waist. Jiang Lingxian, who had been focused on defending against the shockwaves from the battle outside, was slightly startled by Wang Chen's sudden embrace around her waist. "Don't struggle." Wang Chen spoke quickly, his movements astonishingly fast, as he almost instantly pulled Jiang Lingxian close and flicked the Heavenly Emperor banner in his left hand. As Wang Chen gripped the flagpole and swung it, the large banner at the tail of the Heavenly Emperor banner violently wrapped around both their bodies, enveloping them completely. The moment the Heavenly Emperor banner had just wrapped around Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, a bolt of lightning dragon light suddenly shot up from the arena floor. This was a lightning dragon light at the 6th layer of the Heavenly Venerable Realm, concealed by some unknown treasure that masked its presence as it launched a silent surprise attack. For a moment, nearly everyone in the entire Taishu Spirit War realm failed to react in time. Even Wang Chen hadn't anticipated it would come from underground. If not for the system's warning, he would certainly have perished right there. The old man, who had been shielding Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian by blocking the black dragon light, let out a furious roar upon seeing this, and a godly avatar with a bare upper body appeared behind him. The old man was dividing his focus between maintaining the protective barrier against the black dragon light and directing his divine avatar to strike the lightning dragon light emerging from the ground. However, his divine avatar's speed ultimately proved insufficient. It lagged just behind the lightning dragon light that had launched its surprise attack from the ground. Before the avatar's massive palm could descend upon the lightning dragon light, the attack had already violently collided with Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. The black Heavenly Emperor banner, engraved with the sacred pattern of 4 dragons, 4 phoenixes, and 1 emperor character, suddenly blazed with brilliant golden light the moment the lightning dragon light struck it. Jiang Lingxian, wrapped within the Heavenly Emperor banner, frantically clung to Wang Chen and twisted her body to shield him with her own back. Despite his current weaker cultivation, Wang Chen still felt as though a massive truck had slammed into his back. The impact was devastating. With a thunderous crash, the Heavenly Emperor banner that had wrapped around Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian was launched thousands of meters into the sky by the lightning dragon light erupting from the ground. Jiang Lingxian felt the lightning dragon light's impact against her back, for whole minor realms above her own cultivation, and immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Han Zun, who had been engaged in combat with Su Yuan, was startled by this scene and immediately broke away, his figure shooting toward Jiang Lingxian at great speed. Panicked, Han Zun rushed to the Heavenly Emperor banner and hastily raised his palm to obliterate the lightning dragon light, then quickly embraced the 2 figures wrapped within. Meanwhile, the members of the Hualong Immortal Sect within the Taishu Spirit War realm noticed that both venerables had their complete attention focused on Wang Chen and the others. Realizing another surprise attack was impossible, they retreated frantically while the black dragon in the sky swiftly dove into the clouds. Without the venerables at the peak of the 9th layer of the Heavenly Venerable Realm pursuing them, the cultivators of the Taishu Immortal Sect dared not recklessly give chase. After all, with 2 venerables on the opposing side, even if the elderly sect master at the 7th layer of the Heavenly Venerable Realm led them, they would be crushed just the same. As Han Zun landed with the 2 people wrapped in the Heavenly Emperor banner, the banner automatically unwrapped around Wang Chen and the other. Seeing this, Han Zun was eager to tend to Jiang Lingxian's injuries first, but Jiang Lingxian held Wang Chen tightly in her embrace. "Master, please save him first. I can't lose him against Xiener. I beg you." Jiang Lingxian felt Wang Chen's chaotic breath in her arms, more anxious than Han Zun, tears welling up in her eyes from fear. Han Zun was stunned for a moment by Jiang Lingxian's red-eyed, pleading expression, then quickly responded to her. "All right, don't be anxious, heal yourself first. Master will save him first." Han Zun, who had never seen Jiang Lingxian in such a state, stumbled over his words before hastily beginning to treat Wang Chen's injuries. Han Zun understood that the fact Jiang Lingxian could show such vulnerability meant this young man was absolutely more precious to her than her own life. If Wang Chen were to die because they failed to save him in time, Jiang Lingxian would likely develop inner demons for the rest of her days. Han Zun had watched Jiang Lingxian grow up from childhood. She could be considered her mother without blood relation, and knew her well. Zun took out 2 holy-grade pills of unknown name and quickly placed them into Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen's mouths, where they dissolved upon contact. Then Zun helped Wang Chen into a seated position, using spiritual energy to support his unconscious body, and quickly began pressing points on his body with both hands. Each point she pressed would manifest a small ice lotus that rapidly flowed into Wang Chen's body, where it was quickly refined by the medicinal power within him. Seeing this, Jiang Lingxian felt somewhat relieved, and despite her severe injuries from shielding, Wang Chen managed to sit up unsteadily. Cough, cough. Jiang Lingxian couldn't help but cough up more blood, and quickly sat cross-legged to begin refining the medicinal power within her body, recovering her exhausted frame. Meanwhile, the battle within the Taishu Spirit War realm had also subsided, the entire realm guarded by numerous Taishu disciples. The only ones injured from the Taishu Immortal Sect were Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, as they were the primary focus of protection. The Hualong Immortal Sect had dozens injured, with several Saint Soul Realm experts perishing. Their bodies were being looted by inner sect elders from the Taishu Immortal Sect before being reduced to ashes. However, Su Bei's corpse at the Saint Soul Realm arena had been retrieved by the fleeing Su Yuan, leaving no trace behind. As Wang Chen remained unconscious, time slipped away day by day. 10 days later. In the dead of night, Wang Chen felt his body growing numb from lying still, his brows furrowing slightly in discomfort. Within the sealed pitch-black chamber of the Taishu Saint's Hall, Wang Chen's eyelids fluttered twice before he slowly forced them open with considerable effort. Wang Chen lay on the bed in the dark, silent room, breathing softly as he gazed up at the ceiling for what felt like an eternity. After a moment, Wang Chen's sluggish mind began to slowly boot up, eliminating the head of the dark stream's malicious ghost and its destined child, Su Bei. Reward 1 10-second Emperor Realm Experience card. Wang Chen. The mission completion sound had already echoed recently, yet Su Bei remained alive. How was this possible? Wang Chen quickly asked, in his mind filled with confusion. Host, from now on, whenever you eliminate a destined child of the head rank, you must ensure they suffer the same fate as Qin Yafan. Bones crushed and ashes scattered. Su Bei is a prime example of this. However, he is no longer human at present, likely refined into some manner of ghostly entity. So does this mean I can claim 2 mission rewards? Wang Chen gazed at the mission reward section. That was an Emperor Realm Experience card, albeit only for a brief 10 seconds. No. Why is your focus on this of all things? The system's exasperated voice erupted in Wang Chen's mind, chiding him with palpable frustration. Alright, I understand. I wanted to as well during the Saint Soul Realm arena, but I was stopped, wasn't I? Feeling a bit dizzy from the commotion, Wang Chen helplessly soothed the system before his consciousness returned to reality. Wang Chen lay flat on the bed, shifting his numb body as he attempted to sit up. Why did it feel so heavy? Wang Chen felt as though a heavy weight was pressing down on his body. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly glanced beside him. In that instant, Wang Chen was startled into a momentary pause. Jiang Lingxian, awakened by his movements, stared at him with red, tear-filled eyes and slightly downturned lips. Disciple. Seeing Wang Chen awake, Jiang Lingxian's long-suppressed emotions finally found release as she held him tightly. Cough. Don't hold so tight, it hurts. Wang Chen's body was squeezed by Jiang Lingxian's sudden force, causing him to cough and quickly remind her. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian was startled and hastily released her grip, sitting on the bed and gazing pitifully at Wang Chen, unsure whether to embrace him or not. Wang Chen glanced sideways at Jiang Lingxian's pitiful expression, reminiscent of a kitten denied affection by its owner. His heart stirred momentarily, and with a sigh he turned his head toward the ceiling. Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly as her spirit sank, until Wang Chen's voice broke the silence once more. I told you not to hold so tightly, not to let go. It seems you do not particularly wish to hold me. Wang Chen turned his handsome face toward the despondent Jiang Lingxian, deliberately adopting a similarly sorrowful expression. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian's eyes brightened slightly, and she gently wrapped her arms around Wang Chen's waist. Every movement she made was painstakingly careful, as though afraid of causing him any pain. Qian, how long have I been unconscious? Wang Chen attempted to shift his body, a numbing ache spreading through him, yet he managed to roll onto his side. 10 days. Jiang Lingxian's voice carried a heavy quality laced with underlying pain. Wang Chen, facing Jiang Lingxian, tentatively extended his numb arms around her slender waist, gently embracing her. Jiang Lingxian felt the warmth and strength of Wang Chen's arms around her, her delicate frame stiffening slightly as she struggled minimally. Oh, it hurts. Wang Chen quickly cried out in pain at her resistance, causing Jiang Lingxian's delicate features to flush with panic as she immediately ceased her struggles. Watching this, Wang Chen could not help but smile faintly. He had understood a fundamental truth since childhood. Those who are injured always receive special treatment in moments like these. Essentially, anyone who loves him will agree to whatever conditions he sets. This was something Wang Chen had witnessed firsthand during his previous life on Earth, when he had sought medical treatment alone. Lingxian, may I kiss you? No. Wang Chen. Consider those thoughts unspoken. All right. Wang Chen held Jiang Lingxian's slender waist, and quietly lowered his head, pressing his forehead gently against hers. An eerie silence fell for a moment until... then. Just one kiss. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen's dejected expression after her rejection, unable to bear seeing him so downcast, and whispered shyly. Hearing this, Wang Chen raised his face, his bright eyes causing Jiang Lingxian to shyly avert her gaze. Wang Chen remained silent, slowly leaning down, which made Jiang Lingxian's heart race. However, he bypassed her cheeks and lips, gradually moving toward her fair neck. As Wang Chen gently kissed Jiang Lingxian's pale neck, her delicate body instinctively tensed in his embrace. Finally, Wang Chen slowly parted his lips and gently bit twice at the barely visible elegant collarbone near her neckline. A moment later, Jiang Lingxian collapsed onto the bed, a fine sheen of perspiration on her forehead, her breathtakingly beautiful face flushed crimson. Meanwhile, Wang Chen held her in his arms, his face buried in the warmth of her neck, his breathing steady, as if already lost in deep slumber. Jiang Lingxian felt entirely unnatural shame enveloping her completely, an inexplicable tremor running through her. She and her disciple had crossed the line again. But it was just a kiss on the neck. It should be fine, as long as they did not cross into other areas of the body, and as long as he did not kiss her again next time. Jiang Lingxian's face burned with embarrassment, yet she continued to reassure herself repeatedly. A crimson blush spread across her captivating face as Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen nestled in her arms, her heart filled with contentment. She then gathered her strength to shift her limp body closer, wrapping her arms more tightly around him. Finally, Jiang Lingxian pressed her smooth, flushed cheek against Wang Chen's forehead and closed her beautiful eyes with a trace of satisfaction. The next morning, Wang Chen lay sprawled on his back on the bed in the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace, his eyelids trembling slightly. With his eyes still closed and consciousness gradually returning, Wang Chen reached into his embrace and found nothing. Frowning, he patted around the room before slowly opening his drowsy eyes. Scanning the room, Wang Chen noticed only himself present despite the faint fragrance lingering from his embrace. Where had Jiang Lingxian gone? Wang Chen lay still for a moment, closing his eyes to dispel the dizziness from his injuries and sleep. Lingxian. Wang Chen sat up quickly on the bed and called out toward the bathroom in the corner. The bathroom was the only place someone could hide in the room, but despite his call, the room remained deathly silent. She must have gone off to attend to something without even saying goodbye. After last night's passionate embrace, she left without a word or responsibility. Wang Chen gently tapped his forehead, quietly complaining about Jiang Lingxian's abrupt departure. Feeling his injuries had only recovered to about 80 or 90% with wounds just beginning to scab over, Wang Chen decided to sit cross-legged on the bed. Rather than meditating directly, Wang Chen opened the system panel to retrieve cultivation resources like flame source for his practice. Constitution Chaotic 9 Yang Divine Body. Realm Yuan Realm 9th Layer Peak, disguised as Yuan Realm 6th Layer. Techniques Chaotic 9 Yang Divine Art. Storage space Jiang Lingxian's million top-grade spirit stones, Yin Yang Blood Demon Pill, Huangxian Cauldron, Saint-grade top-grade flame source, Tianji Immortal Calculation, Art Taishu Broken, Sword 1 Super Rage Golden Card. Origin points 10000088. Comprehensive Evaluation A bot at Yuan Realm 9th Layer. Wang Chen gazed at the Super Rage Golden Card that floated in his storage space, earned as a mission reward for killing Su Bei. Wang Chen focused his consciousness and clicked on the description. Super Rage Golden Card. Effect upon use, the user enters a state of Super Rage. Realm instantly increases by 18 layers, duration 1 hour. Note: after use, the head may experience conceptual oxygen deprivation due to the rage causing fainting. Please use with caution. Wang Chen was initially surprised by the card's description, then couldn't help but feel delighted. An 18-layer realm boost within 1 hour means he could temporarily reach Spirit King realm combat with his current cultivation. As for that side effect, Wang Chen simply ignored it. What's the worst that could happen? He'd just find a cool place to lie down after the rage subsided. Wang Chen closed the Super Rage Golden Card description and glanced at his origin points, a smirk forming on his lips. Bring it on. As Wang Chen called out to the system in his mind and pulled with his right hand, a 9-grid lottery panel instantly appeared before him. Ignoring the 1000, 1000, and 1000 origin point pools, Wang Chen used his will to scroll directly to the million origin point pool. The purple, orange, and gold cells that had been locked with chains in the 1000 origin point pool were now unlocked. Only the red, black, and 7 colored cells remained locked. In his past life, Wang Chen had only ever drawn from the red prize cell, which had cost him 1 billion origin points. He estimated that unlocking the black and 7-colored cells would require tens of billions and hundreds of billions of origin points respectively. Without further ado, all in. Wang Chen raised his finger and pressed down heavily on the lottery button on the panel that only he could see. Ding 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 ding. As a golden border appeared around the pool, it began to jump rapidly, making a continuous clicking sound. Wang Chen's heart raced as he watched the spinning panel. This was 1 million origin points. If he drew a blue or white prize, it would be a waste. Big brother, can you let me out? It's so stuffy in here. Just as Wang Chen focused intently on the pool, a little girl's voice echoed from his storage space. Wang Chen's attention was drawn away, and after a moment's thought, he retrieved the Huangxian cauldron. Ding. While Wang Chen was distracted by the cauldron, the pool suddenly stopped with a sharp ding. Wang Chen froze for a moment, holding the small cauldron in his right hand, and slowly turned his head. The moment he saw the pool, the system's voice rang out in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. With the fortune of the Huangxian cauldron, you've drawn a golden prize orb, the purple golden heavenly eye. After the system's announcement, a purple golden glowing eyeball appeared floating in Wang Chen's storage space. Wang Chen stared in disbelief at the Huangxian cauldron in his hand, then at the purple golden orb in his storage space, completely stunned. Wait, can external fortune actually affect lottery results? Then what were those hundreds of wasted draws in my past life for? Am I a joke yet? Wang Chen mentally confronted the system, feeling his nose begin to bleed from the frustration. This time was just lucky for you, host. External fortune influences don't happen every time. My. Just as Wang Chen was about to curse the system, the foolish little girl's voice came from the Huangxian cauldron again. Big brother, are you? Okay. Oh, I'm fine. Be good and play over there by yourself. Coming to his senses, Wang Chen smiled faintly and gently tapped the cauldron's head twice in a friendly manner. Okay. The Huangxian cauldron responded quietly, then flew from Wang Chen's palm into the air, hovering around. After sending the little cauldron away, Wang Chen's divine sense returned to his mind. System. You. Host counter. What the? So cheap. After cursing for a while, Wang Chen was completely thwarted by the system's calm counterattacks and decided to cut off contact. Wang Chen glanced at the Huangxian cauldron, which was exploring the room without damaging anything, then began retrieving cultivation resources to break through to the Danhai realm and fuse the purple golden heavenly eye. Pills consume. Spirit gathering formation activate. 1 drop of Saint grade top grade flame source consume. The purple golden heavenly eye from storage consume. Cultivation state activate. Deep within the Taishu immortal sect, in the residence of Han Zun, Jiang Lingxian sat facing the slightly frowning Han Zun. Jiang Lingxian, tell your master the truth. Who exactly is he to you? Han Zun sat opposite Jiang Lingxian, her thin lips parting as she recalled the scene from 10 days ago, and asked. And this, he naturally referred to Wang Chen, the audacious disciple who had transgressed against his master. Ever since Jiang Lingxian had carried Wang Chen, whose breath had stabilized, back to the Taishu Sacred Maiden Hall 10 days ago, she had not come out since. This was also why Han Zun had delayed questioning Jiang Lingxian, letting the matter linger until now, haunted by those words spoken 10 days prior. He is my disciple. Jiang Lingxian remained unfazed, her expression serene as she responded calmly. After all, Wang Chen was indeed her disciple. Then I ask you, have you shared any intimate moments with him? Seeing Jiang Lingxian's continued denial, Han Zun decided to ask directly whether they had any physical intimacy. At these words, hundreds of vivid scenes flashed through Jiang Lingxian's mind, each one depicting Wang Chen kissing her. No. Jiang Lingxian forced herself to calm the flushing on her cheeks, responding in a quiet, steady voice. Xianer, as long as you speak the truth, your master will not blame you. Having lived for so long, Han Zun could not fail to notice how strangely Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, master and disciple, interacted with one another, and spoke gently once more. Han Zun had even begun to suspect that while they appeared to be master and disciple on the surface, their true relationship might be something entirely different. Truly, no. Jiang Lingxian maintained her usual cold demeanor, gazing at her master seated across from her, and replied softly once more. Master, please save him first. I cannot lose him again. Xianer, I beg you. Han Zun recalled how Jiang Lingxian had clutched the unconscious Wang Chen in her arms on the verge of tears after the great battle 10 days prior, and felt a pang of helplessness. Yet Han Zun did not expose Jiang Lingxian's lies, nor did she deliberately press her to explain the meaning behind those words. Enough. Your master believes you. In the end, Han Zun simply rose from her chair and walked past Jiang Lingxian, who remained seated. As Han Zun passed by Jiang Lingxian, a gentle breeze stirred softly, lifting the strands of hair beside Jiang Lingxian's ear. In that moment, Jiang Lingxian's ears turned a faint shade of red, barely visible, and Han Zun felt a tremor in her heart. Sienna has truly grown up. She used to refuse even minimal contact with her, let alone anyone else. Yet now she had brought a man back from outside pretending to maintain a master-disciple relationship. How lamentable. The door creaked. Hanzun opened the door feeling a twinge of sorrow. Had she raised this disciple for so long only to see her swept away by that young man? Yet despite her ache, Hanzun had little desire to interfere in Jiang Lingxian's romantic affairs. They were both adults after all. Their master must attend to certain matters. Since your disciple is recuperating at the Taishu Sacred Maiden Hall, you may stay here with me for a few days. Hanzun stood at the open doorway, her beautiful face turning back to glance at Jiang Lingxian within, and informed her calmly. No need. Your disciple has lodging, master. Do not worry. Jiang Lingxian, who had risen to her feet at some point, met Hanzun's gaze and replied softly. That place you call your lodging. Surely it is not that young man's embrace. Hanzun's cold eyes fixed upon Jiang Lingxian's serene and lovely face, silently murmuring to herself. As you wish. The more Hanzun thought about it, the more unbearable it became. An inexplicable ache settled in her chest, as though her beautiful daughter were being spirited away. She quickly turned and stepped out through the doorway, vanishing in a flash of teleportation. Jiang Lingxian gazed at the spot where Hanzun had disappeared, standing motionless within the room for a brief moment. She had the distinct impression that her master had already seen through something. It did not matter if he had noticed. By then she could be intimate with her disciple. No, she must not think such things. She and her disciple could not cross that line again, not ever. Jiang Lingxian suddenly realized these thoughts had surfaced unconsciously and hastily gave her slightly flushed face a gentle shake. She shook her head twice as though hoping to dispel the tangled thoughts within her mind. But then again, those garments her disciple had gifted her, would they truly be comfortable to wear? Standing within the room, Jiang Lingxian found her beautiful eyes instinctively drawn to the bathroom partition. Perhaps she should try them on and see. For reasons she could not explain, Jiang Lingxian found herself walking forward, closing the open door behind her. Then she slowly turned, her graceful figure hesitating. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lingxian pressed her lower lip gently and stepped into the bathroom partition. It should be fine. Nothing wrong with it. After all, her disciple cannot see. With this final reassurance from Jiang Lingxian's heart, the scene abruptly turned black. Late at night, within the Taishu Sacred Maiden Hall. Crack, crack, crack. Wang Chen sat cross-legged upon the bed, his body emitting several crisp sounds of rupture as a fierce surge of cultivation energy erupted around him. The first layer of the Dantian Sea realm, achieved. As Wang Chen's cultivation broke through, a narrow slit of purple-golden light suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Then that purple-golden slit standing upright at his brow suddenly opened, revealing a purple-golden pupil that scanned their surroundings. Wang Chen's eyes remained tightly shut, yet the purple-golden heavenly eye between his brows twisted and turned about, somewhat terrifying. Through the vision of his purple-golden heavenly eye, the dark surroundings appeared as clear and normal as daylight. And when he caught sight of the Huangshan cauldron, he was momentarily stunned with surprise. Because he could actually see the entire Huangshan cauldron continuously radiating a golden aura of fortune. Wang Chen promptly drew forth the Taishu broken sword and gazed upon it with his purple-golden heavenly eye, indeed perceiving another stream of fortune. However, the fortune emanating from the Taishu broken sword was purple in color, clearly somewhat weaker than that of the Huangshan cauldron. Of course, it was also possible that because it remained a broken sword, once the other half was recovered, its fortune might transform into gold. Wang Chen could sense that the purple-golden heavenly eye possessed additional abilities, but since he was indoors with no targets to strike, he could only set it aside. Then with a thought, Wang Chen's purple-golden heavenly eye snapped shut and swiftly retreated back into his brow. In his past life, he had studied only ocular techniques, never expecting to fuse with a purple-golden heavenly eye that inherently possessed such powers in this lifetime. Where is the Huangshan cauldron? Wang Chen, gradually regaining his senses, rose from the bed and began searching for the Huangshan cauldron, which had somehow vanished. Big brother, I'm over here. Meanwhile, the small cauldron perched upon a cabinet admiring peach blossoms seemed to notice Wang Chen searching for it and called out eagerly. Hearing this, Wang Chen followed the sound, and upon spotting the Huangshan cauldron stepped forward. But at that moment, the system's sudden task completion notification caused Wang Chen to halt mid-step. Ding! Task complete, having Jiang Lingxian accept and don a complete set of new women's intimate apparel. Reward 1 cat ear, made outfit already distributed. Wang Chen? No way. She actually transmigrated. Wang Chen stood inside the room listening to the system's task completion chime, his mind momentarily blank with bewilderment. System, does the purple gold heavenly eye have X-ray vision? At that moment, Wang Chen hurriedly asked the system in his mind whether the purple gold heavenly eye had X-ray vision. Yes, host. It does. There are 9 such powerful abilities in total. Wow. That's incredibly awesome. Hearing this from the system, the corners of Wang Chen's mouth gradually curled up. But Jiang Lingxian is wearing a treasure garment, so you won't be able to see through it. Upon hearing this, the corners of Wang Chen's mouth gradually stiffened, eventually returning to their normal expression. Ahem. I was just asking about the other abilities of the purple gold heavenly eye. Why did you bring up Jiang Lingxian out of nowhere? 666. We've been together for over 1,000 years. Even if you just fart, this system can tell what it smells like. Then how about I? Hold one in. Get lost. The system retorted angrily, and Wang Chen silently ended the conversation, turning his gaze toward the Huangshan cauldron. Little Ding, what are you doing up there? You've been up there for ages. Wang Chen was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why the Huangshan cauldron had been sitting on top of that wardrobe for so long. Big brother, I really like this fafa. What's fafa? Wang Chen paused, taken aback by the Huangshan cauldron's improper pronunciation, then walked over and asked in confusion. Because the Huangshan cauldron's body was blocking his view, Wang Chen hadn't yet seen what was slightly further inside on top of the cabinet. Fafa is just fafa. Hearing the cute girl's voice, Wang Chen simply walked over to the cabinet that was slightly taller than him and reached up to take down the Huangshan cauldron. But the next moment, when Wang Chen saw what was slightly further inside on top of the cabinet, his expression couldn't help but slightly freeze. These peach blossoms. These peach blossoms, didn't she say she was going to throw them away back then? Creak. Just as Wang Chen was holding the Huangshan cauldron and staring blankly at the object above the cabinet, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open gently. Jiang Lingxian, with her breathtakingly beautiful and cold face, stepped into the room and looked toward Wang Chen's figure. Oh no! Jiang Lingxian, standing at the doorway and gazing at the peach blossom branches in the jade vase on top of the cabinet, felt her heart skip a beat. Little fairy, you aren't being honest, are you? You said you'd throw them away, but you just put them in this jade vase, right? Wang Chen put away the Huangshan cauldron and carefully took down the jade vase with the peach blossom branch from above, looking toward Jiang Lingxian. Inside the jade vase was only a single peach blossom branch, with those few peach blossoms lightly attached to it, still in a slightly wilted state. However, the few peach blossoms were in much better condition than before. Obviously, the water in the jade vase was not simple clear water. Jiang Lingxian, not far away, heard Wang Chen's words and felt somewhat embarrassed, as if she had been caught. Jiang Lingxian did not answer Wang Chen. Although her ears were red beneath her beautiful hair, her face remained as cold as ever. I just saw that these few peach blossoms still had some vitality, so I casually picked a peach blossom branch to help them along. Jiang Lingxian closed the door, then turned and walked toward Wang Chen, reaching out to take the spirit water jade vase with the peach blossom branch from Wang Chen's hand. Wang Chen quickly dodged upon seeing this, hugging the jade vase to his chest and refusing to give it back to Jiang Lingxian. Give it back to me. Seeing that Wang Chen refused to return it, Jiang Lingxian slightly furrowed her brows and said somewhat helplessly, "You're lying to me again. I don't care. Kiss me, and I'll give it back to you." Wang Chen hugged the peach blossom branch in his arms and wouldn't let go, looking at Jiang Lingxian's slightly furrowed brows and speaking out. "No." Jiang Lingxian seemed not to hesitate at all before refusing. "All right, then, if you want, forget it. Here, I'm giving it back to you." Wang Chen saw how resolutely Jiang Lingxian refused and knew she had probably recovered from their ambiguous period and wouldn't cross the line in the short term. "You?" Jiang Lingxian watched as Wang Chen actually returned the jade vase to her so easily, her cold expression briefly stunned. "System, do you have ordinary beautiful women's white dresses? 10,000. Buy?" Wang Chen hesitated for a moment, but still forced out a single word in his heart. "Ding. Insufficient balance. Please recharge before purchasing." "Damn. I forgot there were only 88 origin points left, but what do you mean by disgusting host?" Wang Chen cursed inwardly, his consciousness returning to reality as he took 2 steps toward Jiang Lingxian. Jiang Lingxian held the jade vase with peach blossoms in her hand and froze slightly when she saw Wang Chen suddenly approaching. "But I just won't kiss my disciple." "Can't my disciple just kiss me?" Jiang Lingxian didn't know why this thought suddenly appeared in her heart, but as she watched Wang Chen approaching, she didn't retreat. But how could Wang Chen know her thoughts? He simply stood in front of her and gazed into her eyes for a moment. "Little fairy, how about I give you a piece of clothing?" "No, it's definitely not proper clothing." After a brief pause, Jiang Lingxian realized Wang Chen wasn't going to kiss her and instead wanted to give her clothes again, so she refused. "Absolutely proper. These are outer garments this time." Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian furrowed her beautiful brows, thinking of the comfortable clothing Wang Chen had given her before. "No need, I have my own." But after a moment's thought, Jiang Lingxian ultimately declined. "Since you don't want anything I give you, I'll never give you gifts again." Wang Chen this time did not say he would give them to someone else. After speaking, he pretended to be disappointed and slightly aggrieved, then turned around. Then, regardless of consequences, he lay down on Jiang Lingxian's fragrant soft bed and pulled the quilt over himself. Jiang Lingxian gazed at her disciple, who was so wrong that he covered himself with the quilt, momentarily stunned and at a loss. Recalling all the times her disciple had given her gifts in the past, Jiang Lingxian realized he was telling the truth. But the gifts her disciple gave her every time were always strange. Either they were embarrassing things or things with some hidden meaning. Nothing was completely proper. How could she dare accept them? If Wang Chen wanted to give them, and she accepted right away, it would seem she wasn't reserved at all. But now, her disciple didn't want to talk to her anymore. What should she do? Jiang Lingxian gently placed the jade vase with the peach blossom branch on the table, then hesitantly walked toward the bed. Take it out and let me see. As long as it's proper clothing, I promise to accept all proper gifts from now on, okay? Jiang Lingxian gently stroked her skirt, sat slightly sideways on the bed, and spoke softly to the quilt-covered figure. But Wang Chen ignored her, even turning his back to her inside the quilt, and Jiang Lingxian was already a little panicked. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian reached out and pushed the quilt covering Wang Chen, her cold voice slightly changing a hint of nervousness. Seeing Wang Chen still ignoring her, Jiang Lingxian, who was already not good with words, sat on the bed and was momentarily at a loss. Jiang Lingxian wanted to say something but didn't know how to express it. Her thin lips moved slightly, but the words caught in her throat. Each passing second of this atmosphere felt as though something within Jiang Lingxian's heart was fading away, leaving an increasingly hollow void. Disciple. After sitting by the bedside for a moment, Jiang Lingxian called out softly again, her breath growing slightly hurried and trembling. At this moment, Wang Chen lay nestled within the bedding, motionless, eyes closed in a light drowse. The thick quilt between them muffled Jiang Lingxian's helpless tone, so Wang Chen could hardly perceive her distress. Disciple. I promise you I will accept everything you give me from now on. Will you please get up? At this, Jiang Lingxian pressed on, forcibly suppressing the hollow ache in her heart. Yet seeing that Wang Chen still refused to acknowledge her, her eyes gradually reddened. Disciple, you're truly ignoring me. At this moment, sitting by the bedside, regret flooded Jiang Lingxian's heart. If only she had known earlier, she would never have refused her disciple. Jiang Lingxian could endure anything from Wang Chen except for his indifference and his desire to leave her. Just as Jiang Lingxian stared at the bedding, uncertain what to do, Wang Chen suddenly turned over inside the quilt. Then two hands emerged from within, gently wrapping around Jiang Lingxian's waist and pulling her from her seated position onto the bed. Jiang Lingxian was startled by Wang Chen's sudden movement, letting out a dazed sound. Instinctively, she began to resist, trying to break free. But what surprised her was that Wang Chen actually released his hands from her waist, no longer embracing her, and retreated toward the foot of the bed. Jiang Lingxian's already insecure heart, feeling ignored by Wang Chen, now became even more panicked. Don't go. Startled by her grip, Wang Chen turned his head and met Jiang Lingxian's pitiful gaze, momentarily frozen in shock. Wait, I was just pretending to ignore her for a moment. That couldn't have been more than 5 minutes, right? Why is she almost crying? Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian on the verge of tears, utterly stunned, in his heart, his mind in a daze. He had never expected things to turn out this way. Because in his previous life, if he ignored Jiang Lingxian, she would only coldly stare at him, not speaking to him for an entire day. Won't you stay? I'll agree to anything. Yet at this moment, Jiang Lingxian lay on the bed, her eyes brimming with glistening tears, gazing pitifully at the disciple whose arm she clutched. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian completely lacked any of the dignity of the saint of the great void, reduced to nothing more than a girl craving affection. In her previous life, Jiang Lingxian could still maintain her composure, her heart aching inside, yet remaining cold on the surface as she gazed at Wang Chen. But over the hundreds of years without Wang Chen's presence, Jiang Lingxian's mindset had long since changed. Any movement from Wang Chen would alarm her. I'm not leaving, I'm just taking off your shoes. Seeing that this powerful expert of the heavenly venerate realm was on the verge of tears, Wang Chen hastily soothed her emotions in a gentle voice. Wang Chen's original intention had been to pull Jiang Lingxian onto the bed, then remove her shoes and quickly embrace her to sleep. But he never expected that at this point Jiang Lingxian was nearly driven to tears by him, even saying the words, I'll agree to anything. I'll take them off myself, you come back. Jiang Lingxian hastily tried to kick off her exquisite white embroidered shoes while her hands remained tightly gripping Wang Chen, afraid he would run away. But Jiang Lingxian's feet flailed outside the bed for a long while awkwardly. They wouldn't come off. These wretched shoes that wouldn't come off. She really didn't want them anymore. Gripping Wang Chen, feeling the shoes on her feet refused to budge, Jiang Lingxian's heart, for some reason, grew even more frantic. Wang Chen was amused by Jiang Lingxian's teary yet futile attempts to kick off her shoes. All right, I'll take them off for you. I promise I won't leave. After saying this, Wang Chen didn't immediately remove her shoes. Instead, he first embraced Jiang Lingxian's waist and lay back down. Finally, holding Jiang Lingxian, he gently pressed a kiss to her brow, soothing her once more. During this time, Jiang Lingxian instinctively resisted somewhat, but half-heartedly couldn't bear to move her face away. In the end, as Wang Chen's lips lightly touched her forehead, she unconsciously closed her eyes gently. Jiang Lingxian didn't know why, but when she felt Wang Chen's lips making contact with her forehead, her heart inexplicably settled. Looking at Jiang Lingxian with her eyes still closed, Wang Chen released her and retreated to the foot of the bed, gently grasping her fair ankle to remove her shoes. As Jiang Lingxian felt the warmth of Wang Chen's palm at her ankle, she instinctively let out another protesting whimper. Nice sound. By this time, Wang Chen had tossed both her shoes off the bed. Then he returned, embracing her once more, leaning close to her ear and speaking softly. Hearing the words, nice sound, Jiang Lingxian held in Wang Chen's arms froze for a moment as the blush on her fair face gradually deepened. But feeling Wang Chen's arms tighten around her, her panicked heart slowly began to calm. Perhaps I don't need to use the incense anymore in the future. Just let my disciple hold me while awake. After all, he's willing to. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian, for some unknown reason, had such a thought pop into her mind. Because the motionless Wang Chen and the moving Wang Chen felt completely different. Little fairy, just now, you said you'd agree to anything I say, right? At this time, Wang Chen suddenly leaned close to Jiang Lingxian's ear, the warmth of his breath causing her eyes to tremble involuntarily. But his words made Jiang Lingxian's face flush crimson as she lowered her head in shame, not daring to look at Wang Chen again. You heard wrong. Jiang Lingxian's voice was very quiet, as soft as a mosquito's buzz, cold yet tinged with shame. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian, held in Wang Chen's arms, was somewhat afraid of what condition he might demand. Something like that. But that wouldn't do. Master and disciple absolutely cannot. Yet it wasn't quite right either. In this life, they're not entirely master and disciple, and besides, Wang Chen had said he would be a rebellious disciple if that's what it took. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian felt as if the nightmare where her disciple said he would discipline her, which she'd had before, was about to become reality. Did you really hear wrong? Listening to Wang Chen's words, Jiang Lingxian, held in his arms, hastily nodded slightly, giving a small sound of agreement. I can agree to other things for you, but can we not do that? Seeing she couldn't escape, Jiang Lingxian could only raise her blushing face in Wang Chen's arms. Her lips, slightly parted eyes read her expression, seeming somewhat fearful. What are you thinking about? I haven't even said my condition yet. Wang Chen, utterly charmed by Jiang Lingxian's impossibly adorable appearance, feigned confusion and asked. And nothing. Jiang Lingxian froze for a moment, as if just realizing she had jumped to conclusions. Now her cheeks felt even hotter. Then let me say my condition. Actually, it's very simple. Then I shall state my conditions. They are quite simple. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, her rosy cheeks contrasting with her usual cool demeanor as she nestled against him, her waist tightly embraced in his arms. Could we become Dao companions? Wang Chen felt this was the closest he had ever been to making Jiang Lingxian his Dao companion, and for a moment, he couldn't help but stammer nervously. He had indeed been thinking about the system task just moments before, but after speaking those words, his mind was consumed by a single question: would Jiang Lingxian agree? After all, judging by their interactions in this life, they were remarkably intimate. On the surface, they appeared to be master and disciple, but in reality, they resembled Dao companions. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Jiang Lingxian slightly lifted her head, her shy expression clearly catching her off guard. Jiang Lingxian slowly lowered her head, uncertain of how to respond to Wang Chen. After uttering that single word, she fell into gradual silence. In truth, she also knew their behavior had long ceased to resemble that of master and disciple, clearly drifting ever closer to the relationship of Dao companions. However, once they became Dao companions, their intimate gestures would only multiply, and the boundaries they would need to cross would grow ever more numerous. Jiang Lingxian had witnessed too many instances in the mortal realm where men, after claiming a woman, completely grew weary and abandoned their wives. Combined with the psychological trauma she had suffered from those closest to her in childhood, she harbored a quiet fear that Wang Chen might, after truly possessing her, do the same. This was the subconscious psychology of one who had lacked love since childhood, particularly acute in a profoundly emotional and breathtakingly beautiful woman like Jiang Lingxian. Apart from being held in her swaddling clothes by her father before he turned cruel, Wang Chen was merely the second man Jiang Lingxian had ever allowed to touch her in 2 lifetimes. Though she was not entirely clear on matters such as becoming Dao companions, as an independent woman, she could weigh pros and cons with remarkable clarity. She was both romantically inclined and yet strikingly rational, unless Wang Chen ignored her or something happened to him. It's all right. I do not insist you must agree to this. I am no brigand who would force you against your will. Wang Chen gazed down at Jiang Lingxian, who had lowered her head to avoid his eyes, and spoke words of comfort. Outwardly composed, inwardly, he felt a touch of bitterness. But he also knew that becoming Dao companions required genuine, mutual feeling from both parties to achieve true happiness rather than coercion. Still, Wang Chen believed that given Jiang Lingxian's willingness to let him kiss her thus far, it was only a matter of time before they became Dao companions. The prerequisite was simply helping Jiang Lingxian overcome the obstacle in her heart. Wang Chen was in no particular hurry. He would press forward gradually. As for the system task, there was no need for haste either, since the reward would only be granted upon reaching the heavenly venerable realm. Let us maintain our master-disciple relationship for now. As for becoming Dao companions, let us discuss it later. Is that acceptable? Jiang Lingxian once again slightly tilted her head to gaze at Wang Chen's handsome features, her cool voice faint and tinged with apology. Yet her answer remained ambiguous, as though sidestepping the topic, while simultaneously leaving Wang Chen with a glimmer of hope. Oh no, your sister Lingxian is quite the strategist. Doesn't it feel as though she is leading you on? That seems unlikely. Perhaps if you cross more boundaries first, and then propose becoming Dao companions later, she might actually agree. Besides, have you ever seen someone lead on like this? Wang Chen suddenly tightened his embrace around Jiang Lingxian's slender figure, causing her to stiffen slightly, and let out a soft, dazed sound in his arms. 666. You two continue your intimacy. I am logging off. As the system's somewhat disinterested voice faded, Wang Chen clearly felt the system slipping back into slumber. Xianxian, baby, hold me. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who was looking back at him from within his arms, and offered a gentle smile, before embracing her a little tighter. Jiang Lingxian remained silent, merely pressing her flushed porcelain cheek against Wang Chen's warm neck, her arms unconsciously tightening around him. The two embraced for a long while, until Wang Chen's voice sounded once more. Little Xianxian, is there something on my face? It feels rather ticklish. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian slightly lifted her face from Wang Chen's neck and gazed at him with her crystal-clear, captivating eyes. Unexpectedly. Xianxian, baby, kiss me. Several hours later, the sky had grown faintly bright, the early morning hour. Within the Taisu immortal sect, swirling mists filled the air like a fairyland, indicating this was the time when spiritual energy reached its peak. Inside the Taisu Holy Maiden's palace, Wang Chen slowly released Jiang Lingxian's pliant body, which had gone limp from his kisses, and gently stroked her silky hair. Sleep now. Be good. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, whose breaths were still faint, and whose dazed eyes struggled between sleep and wakefulness, and began to soothe her softly. Jiang Lingxian, who had grown drowsy and half asleep from his kisses, finally drifted into a peaceful slumber under Wang Chen's head pats and gentle back rubs. Jiang Lingxian had not lacked resistance during the midnight hours. But each time Wang Chen kissed her, she grew weak and unable to resist, or rather she gradually no longer wished to resist. If one were to look at Jiang Lingxian's fair and tender neck at this moment, several distinct red marks would still be visible, as though left by certain creatures after feeding. Wang Chen watched Jiang Lingxian gradually fall into deep slumber, then carefully and quietly released her slender figure and rose silently. He then drew the warm blankets over her and gently smoothed the strands of hair beside her temples. Finally, Wang Chen approached the bedside, stepped into his black flip-flops, and with a single movement of his feet, the shoes and feet merged seamlessly. Wang Chen did not rush to leave the bed, but instead sat there, his left thumb continuously tapping against his forefingers. Based on the cause of the great battle 10 days prior, Wang Chen began tracing this cause and calculating the effects that would follow. With his eyes closed, figures gradually emerged in his mind, each one deeply familiar. But among them, one figure caused Wang Chen's brows to furrow slightly. His left thumb paused, then resumed its calculations. Would Yiqing also participate in the great war between the two sects in the future? Then let this old man calculate where you are right now. Wang Chen's left hand moved through his calculations with increasing urgency, until suddenly it halted at a certain point, and a powerful surge of fortune energy erupted outward. Host, top up for me. 1 bundle of 100 origin points, and I will directly confront the heavenly Tao. Right, those gifts from the 4 venerables could just be used to recharge the system. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen suddenly recalled something, stopped his calculations, and began searching through his storage space. After a while, he retrieved 4 items. All 4 treasures were of imperial-grade pills, magical artifacts, spiritual techniques, and a spirit herb. System, keep the pills and convert the other 3 items. The magical artifacts, spiritual technique, and spirit herb. Wasn't it around 3 million, right? I don't care about your origin points. Forget it, consider it feeding my own child. Good boy, don't swallow so much next time. If you must swallow, remember to call me daddy. Wang Chen surprisingly did not scold at this time, but his words made the system instantly flush with embarrassment. I'm not your child. Get lost. Then spit out the origin points and give them back to me. No. Hep. See, you admitted it. Naya. Wang Chen chuckled, no longer paying it any mind, and resumed his calculations. But the power of fortune once again obstructed his hands. Ding. The interference function can be activated for 100,000 origin points. Host, do you wish to activate it? Activate. Wang Chen called out in his mind, and instantly his origin points were deducted by 100,000. The fortune power obstructing his calculations suddenly exploded. At this moment, an image surfaced in his mind. A figure with black fiery wings spread across its back, constantly flying through a desert. That figure with black fiery wings was none other than Yi Qing. Host, shoot him. Wang Chen paused, startled by the system's irritated tone, a look of confusion crossing his face. How do I shoot? With your purple golden heavenly pupil. Wang Chen gradually understood upon hearing this, recalling the 9 abilities of the purple golden heavenly pupil that the system had mentioned. Besides X-ray vision, this appeared to be the second ability. Wang Chen closed his eyes, his left hand moving through calculations so rapidly that it seemed to blur, forcing himself to maintain the image in his mind. Ting. Heavenly eye. Open. As Wang Chen's brow twitched, a purple golden slit appeared, then suddenly opened wide, scanning everything around him. Wang Chen focused intently on the image of Yi Qing flying in his mind, his consciousness slowly moving. The 8 desolates continent in the northwest lay the desolate wastes. Yi Qing at the second layer of the return to origin realm moved like a streak of light, constantly weaving through the scorching desert. His target this time was a 4-leaf flame grass in the desolate waste Yang Fire region, a journey that would surely be fraught with danger. Fortunately, with a map from Chuhan, a girl from the Taishu immortal sect who was close to him, he could avoid many dangers. As long as he could obtain the 4-leaf flame grass this time and advance his night flame physique further. This way he could return to the Taishu immortal sect, rescue his master, and then exchange that treasure hidden in the corner of the Taishu treasury pavilion. Finally, he would cultivate a good relationship with the Chu family, where Chu Han belonged, finding a way to gradually win the favor of the Chu family patriarch. Moreover, he had also heard that Chu Yao, the legitimate daughter of the Chu family, was an extremely beautiful woman perhaps. The more Yi Qing thought about it, the more hopeful he felt about his future, while simultaneously his killing intent toward Wang Chen grew even stronger. If not for Wang Chen, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. He swore he would definitely kill Wang Chen. Whoosh! Just as Yi Qing was about to increase his speed, the void in the sky suddenly tore apart, and a massive, upright, purple-golden heavenly pupil emerged. Yi Qing was startled by this terrifying expert at the Danhai realm, quickly stopped his movement, and hurriedly landed, hiding behind a large boulder. It seemed this senior was looking for something, and the target probably wasn't him. Once he failed to find it, and left on his own, Yi Qing could continue his journey. Hiding behind the boulder, Yi Qing watched that purple-golden, upright, giant pupil, comforting himself inwardly. If I could be as powerful as this senior, then that furnace body trash could be crushed by me at will. That furnace body trash, in Yi Qing's mind, was none other than Wang Chen. At this point, Yi Qing harbored nothing but utter hatred for Wang Chen. After all, how could a mere furnace vessel force him into such a desperate situation? A furnace vessel physique wasn't incapable of cultivation, but without finding a compatible physique to cultivate together, it would indeed be as useless as a crippled body. But what Yi Qing didn't know was that Wang Chen's furnace body had been upgraded by the system to the Chaos Super God version AET0 tier physique. At this moment, Yi Qing gazed at that enormous purple golden heavenly eye standing in the sky, its pupils constantly shifting and twisting. Gradually, his own pupils widened in shock, because he suddenly realized that the purple golden heavenly eye had stopped moving, its gaze locking directly onto him. Boom swoosh. Before Yi Qing could react, a purple golden flame ray erupted from the purple golden heavenly pupil, striking directly at him. Why would he be targeting me? See. This was Yi Qing's final thought before the purple golden flame ray blasted him into the desert underground, consciousness fading. Inside the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace, Wang Chen was about to continue pursuing into the desert underground, but after a few calculations, the image in his mind was suddenly severed by a surge of fortune power. Oh no, the heavenly Tao is exerting its power. Host, let's lie low for now. I'll block your aura first. What the hell? Don't do this. The desert underground is full of opportunities. I was just about to hunt him down. 1 million. Damn it. Do it. Anyway, I've already calculated his opportunity. When the time comes, I'll go to the desert and snatch that sacred grade 4-leaf flame grass. It'll definitely be worth more than 1 million origin points. Ding. Deducting 1 million origin points, activating the sun-defying level interference function. The next moment, Wang Chen's left hand began calculating at blinding speed, once more the image in his mind reappearing. This time Wang Chen showed no hesitation. Purple golden heavenly pupil full power strike open. The purple golden heavenly pupil that had vanished from the desert sky reappeared this time several times larger than before. In an instant, countless cultivators within 100 miles were terrified into frantic retreat, for the oppressive pressure from that colossal entity was simply too overwhelming. Boom swoosh. The next moment, a column of purple golden flame erupted from the purple golden heavenly pupil, charging toward Yi Qing, who lay unconscious in the desert underground. In an instant, Yi Qing's body trapped in the opportunity labyrinth beneath the desert sands began to burn and melt away bit by bit. Just as Yi Qing's vital energy was on the verge of extinguishing, a majestic voice of heavenly wrath roared from the sky. This is one of the two chosen ones. How dare you demonic invaders from beyond the realms dare to kill him? A figure clad in golden robes burst from the clouds, raising a hand to shatter the purple golden heavenly pupil's assault, then charging forward in pursuit. Holy crap, holy crap. Host, come back quickly. The system's startled voice came urgently, and Wang Chen's consciousness was instantly yanked back into his original body. So thrilling. I almost got pursued by the heavenly Dao's avatar. Sigh, too bad a million origin points are all spent. Damn it. The system's voice carried both excitement and relief. Wang Chen also felt it had been a narrow escape, and somehow exhilarating. Ding. Quest: kill the top tier, chosen one of Fortune Yi Qing. Reward: Chaos 9 Suns Divine Physique upgrades to Chaos 9 Suns Dragon Divine Physique Bloodline Purification 100%. Ding. Quest: kill the Heavenly Dao, establish your own heavenly court. Reward: 1 spin of the 7-colored prize orb, guaranteed hit. This time it wasn't the system's consciousness, but rather the system's autonomous program issuing the quest notification. Wang Chen was instantly dumbfounded. Wait, what? You want me to kill Yi Qing? That's possible, but you're asking me to kill the Heavenly Dao and establish my own heavenly court. Is this actually achievable? I think so too, Shun. Ahem, how did my main program even issue such a task? But don't worry, host, since it's been issued, that proves the task is absolutely achievable. Just a matter of probability. I haven't even left the starting village yet, and you want me to kill the boss. This probability must be 1 in hundreds of millions, right? Wang Chen listened to the damn system's response, rolling his eyes helplessly. Fortunately, system tasks carried no punishments. Wang Chen remembered reading about systems on the internet back on Blue Star. Systems that would shorten their host by a few centimeters for failed tasks. That was truly terrifying. Host, don't worry about all that. Let's go to the Taishu Treasure Pavilion first to get Yi Qing's opportunity. After we claim it, we'll rest for a few days, then go to Mahuang to snatch Yi Qing's Saint Rank 4-leaf flame grass. For a short while, Yi Qing probably won't be able to act. The avatar of Heavenly Dao is still in emergency rescue mode. Listening to the system's oddly gleeful mechanical voice, Wang Chen sat on the bed and turned to glance at Jiang Lingxian, who was tightly clutching the blankets in deep sleep. Oh right, I almost forgot. You need to tell her about this. Otherwise, if you disappear again this time and get found out, you might really end up being tied up. Since that's the case, I'll sleep a bit more. I'll talk to her when she wakes up. Wang Chen kicked off his black flip-flops and carefully lifted the blanket again, slipping back in. As Wang Chen gently pressed against Jiang Lingxian, her beautiful closed eyes fluttered slightly, opening drowsily into a narrow slit. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, who had wrapped his arms around her, mumbling drowsily in a half-asleep, half-awake state. Held in Wang Chen's embrace, Jiang Lingxian unconsciously lifted her fair hand to rub her hazy, sleepy eyes. Jiang Lingxian felt the familiar scent in her embrace, held tightly in his arms, her eyes half open in a dazed, drowsy state, as she gazed at Wang Chen for a long while. Lingxian. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian's dazed, adorable appearance, her mind seemingly not fully switched on yet, and gently called her name. Held in Wang Chen's arms, Jiang Lingxian seemed truly at peace, perhaps to the extreme. She didn't answer Wang Chen, but grew sleepier and sleepier. Just as Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes were about to close again, she suddenly felt Wang Chen's lips pressed against hers once more. Half asleep, half awake, Jiang Lingxian let out a small protest drowsily, turning her beautiful face away, not wanting her sleep disturbed. Shortly after Jiang Lingxian turned her face away, her consciousness quickly sank once more. Yet she still felt Wang Chen kissing her, but she no longer wanted to resist. She simply let him be and continued sleeping. Taishu Immortal Sect noon, the blazing sun hung high. Inside the Taishu Saint Maiden's palace, Jiang Lingxian's sleeping consciousness finally began to fully return, her closed eyes gently trembling. This sleep felt both exhausting and especially reassuring to her. Exhausting because of Wang Chen, yet also reassuring because of him. The awakened Jiang Lingxian nestled in Wang Chen's arms, her face unconsciously buried in his warm neck. Why does it feel increasingly fiery around my neck? Staring blankly at the ceiling, Wang Chen suddenly felt his neck mysteriously growing warmer and hotter. But Wang Chen quickly figured out what was going on and gently lowered his gaze toward the person in his arms. Yet Jiang Lingxian, nestled in his arms, still appeared to be sleeping, though at this moment her delicate body was clearly stiff. "Little immortal, are you awake?" Wang Chen softened his voice, asking gently and curiously near Jiang Lingxian's ear. But Jiang Lingxian gave him no response, not even daring to lift her face. She didn't know how to face Wang Chen, recalling how she had been held and kissed all night yesterday, and how her disciple had repeated the same trick again this morning. Jiang Lingxian now lacked even the courage to face Wang Chen, too embarrassed to do anything but bury herself alone in the blankets. Seeing Jiang Lingxian still wouldn't move, Wang Chen extended his right hand, tentatively reaching out to gently pinch her beautiful smooth cheek. Finally, after feeling her cheek being pinched and pulled twice, Jiang Lingxian, buried in Wang Chen's neck, shifted slightly in resistance. "So she is awake, just doesn't want to face me. Then I'll just tell her what's going on." Gazing at Jiang Lingxian, whose cheek refused to let him pinch, Wang Chen could only withdraw his hand and gently stroke her head. "Lingxian, I'm going to the Taishu Treasure Pavilion to handle some business. You can attend to your own matters first, don't worry about me." As Wang Chen gently stroked Jiang Lingxian's beautiful hair, he spoke in a tender voice. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian's blushing face finally slowly lifted from its hiding place. Her beautiful eyes quietly gazed at Wang Chen for a moment. Can I go with you?" Jiang Lingxian's hot, flushed cheeks pressed her perfectly proportioned chin against Wang Chen's chest, gazing at him with longing. Wang Chen was stunned upon hearing this. Right, it seemed there was no harm in taking her along. Wang Chen had always assumed Jiang Lingxian might have her own matters to attend to, so he instinctively thought he should go alone. "Then kiss me." Yet gazing at Jiang Lingxian, whose eyes held longing, Wang Chen shamelessly proposed a small condition, because shameless people eat the best. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian's cheeks became even hotter, having just recalled their intimate behaviors from last night. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian was hesitant for a moment, lightly biting her lip, unable to make a decision. Can I kiss your cheek instead?" Jiang Lingxian felt she still couldn't bring herself to take the initiative to kiss Wang Chen's lips, not because she found it disgusting, but because it was so embarrassing. "Whatever you prefer." Wang Chen didn't force Jiang Lingxian, this time simply gazing silently at her, speaking gently. Jiang Lingxian was surprised that Wang Chen didn't reject her proposal, momentarily stunned, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Finally, Jiang Lingxian moistened her lips, crystal clear and radiant, and leaned toward Wang Chen with a blushing face. When Wang Chen thought she would kiss his cheek, Jiang Lingxian instead headed for his lips. Just as Wang Chen's eyes widened slightly, believing Jiang Lingxian would truly take the initiative to kiss his lips, Jiang Lingxian ultimately gently kissed the corner of his mouth instead. At this moment, the two, embracing each other, could even feel each other's hurried heartbeats. This kiss from Jiang Lingxian left Wang Chen momentarily stunned, his cheeks unconsciously warming. Wang Chen didn't understand why. When Jiang Lingxian kissed the corner of his mouth, this inconclusive feeling actually made his heart strangely more excited than an actual kiss, leaving him feeling itchy inside. Moreover, from his angle, he could also see Jiang Lingxian's beautiful face flushed and red, clearly filled with embarrassment. At this moment, Wang Chen suddenly felt something soft and gentle lightly brush against the corner of his mouth, instantly making his entire body shiver. Jiang Lingxian actually. After the two separated, Wang Chen's entire cheeks became as red as Jiang Lingxian's. Host, you're blushing." The system, as if witnessing something novel, burst into laughter in Wang Chen's mind. Wang Chen ignored it and simply gazed into Jiang Lingxian's deep, beautiful eyes, both their hearts racing. Eventually, Jiang Lingxian shyly turned her face away, overwhelmed by the shame of his unbroken gaze. She had tentatively reached out with her soft tip to lightly touch who knew her disciple's reaction would be. This great, but such a disciple is truly so adorable. Jiang Lingxian avoided his gaze, yet couldn't resist stealing glances from time to time. Seeing Wang Chen blush made her feel as though her bones were melting. After Jiang Lingxian's kiss, both she and Wang Chen fell silent, their hearts pounding rapidly as they tried to steady themselves. Knock, knock, knock. Just then a knock came from the door, instantly making both Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen inexplicably flustered. They couldn't explain why they felt this panic, as if afraid of being caught in their intimacy. "It's fine. This is your heavenly emperor banner. Wrap yourself in it to conceal your aura, cover yourself with the blankets, and don't move. Master probably called me regarding the matter of the two sects' great war." Jiang Lingxian retrieved the heavenly emperor banner she had stored away since Wang Chen fell unconscious and hurriedly handed it to him. Oh no. If Han Zun discovered he was sharing sweet kisses with her precious disciple in this room, she would absolutely lose her temper. Wang Chen quickly took the banner, wrapped it around his entire body, then lay down on the bed and used it to conceal his aura. Jiang Lingxian also gathered her breath to calm her burning cheeks, then arranged the blankets to cover Wang Chen completely. After ensuring everything was in order, Jiang Lingxian stepped out of bed to put on her shoes, but to her embarrassment, her white embroidered shoes had been kicked off by Wang Chen the night before, and she had no idea where they ended up. Jiang Lingxian was completely stunned, standing by the bed with her fair bare feet dazed. With no time to search, she had no choice but to leave them behind. Jiang Lingxian smoothed out her disheveled clothes, then walked barefoot toward the door and gently pulled it open. As she opened the door, Jiang Lingxian suddenly remembered Wang Chen's black shoes by the bedside that she had forgotten to put away. "Xianer, why did it take so long to open the door?" But Han Zun's voice had already echoed from outside the door, leaving Jiang Lingxian no choice but to force herself to meet her gaze calmly. "Master, I was cultivating just now, so I was a bit slow to open the door." As she spoke, Jiang Lingxian opened the door wide without a trace of panic, respectfully gesturing for Han Zun to enter and sit. With Han Zun stepping inside in her ice-colored dress, Jiang Lingxian closed the door behind her and turned to walk. However, Jiang Lingxian didn't sit down right away. Instead, she walked to the bedside and slipped her feet into the black flip-flops. They were slightly larger than her white embroidered shoes, but fortunately the breathable design made them comfortable to wear. Now, with Jiang Lingxian in her pure white dress, paired with black flip-flops, there was an oddly appealing contradiction to the look. "Xianer, did you change your shoes?" Han Zun watched Jiang Lingxian's movements settled onto the chair beside the table with a sweep of her skirt, and asked with slightly furrowed brows in confusion. "Yes, my disciple gave them to me. The style is a bit unusual, but they're comfortable to wear." Jiang Lingxian's lie was flawless, since Han Zun knew her well enough to know she would never purchase such footwear herself. Claiming Wang Chen had given them to her maid, everything seemed perfectly reasonable. Yet hearing this, Han Zun was even more surprised. She hadn't expected her disciple to be willing to accept gifts from a man. Over the past few days, the conflict between the two sects has escalated. You may need to step forward as the Taishu Holy Maiden. However, with your cultivation at the 9th layer of the Sacred Soul Realm, I have faith in you. But Han Zun didn't dwell on the shoes any longer and shifted the conversation to the war between the two sects. "But I'm still somewhat concerned about you. Take this. It can serve as your trump card." As Han Zun spoke, a delicate ice blue bracelet appeared in her hand, roughly the size of a palm. Emperor-grade Dao artifact, Han Tian bracelet. Jiang Lingxian stared at the bracelet in Han Zun's palm, its cold light shimmering yet restrained, and for a moment was left somewhat stunned. After all, there were only 6 Emperor-grade Dao artifacts across the entire Bahuan continent, yet Han Zun was now extending this one to her. "Master, this." "No need for further words. Simply take it. Given my strength, I haven't needed to use this Han Tian bracelet in over 1,000 years. Below the heavenly venerable, I am unmatched. Above that, I still have ways to withdraw." Han Zun raised her other hand to silence Jiang Lingxian, who understood her resolve and reluctantly fell quiet. "I have already removed the spiritual imprint from within the Han Tian bracelet. Take a wisp of your own spiritual imprint to bind it to you, and it will be ready for use." Han Zun held the bracelet in her right hand, while gently grasping Jiang Lingxian's slender left wrist with her left, sliding the Han Tian bracelet onto her. The bracelet automatically adjusted its size, contracting to the perfect fit once placed on Jiang Lingxian's wrist. By the way, there is a spirit within the Han Tian bracelet, but since it hasn't been used in such a long time, it should still be dormant. As Han Zun watched Jiang Lingxian, with her eyes slightly closed, imprinting her spiritual essence onto the bracelet, she couldn't resist offering one final reminder. Only after sensing that her spiritual imprint had established a connection with the Han Tian bracelet did Jiang Lingxian slowly open her eyes and nod gently. "Xianer, there is one more matter I wish to discuss with you." "What matter?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes, just returning to focus, looked toward Han Zun with confusion. "I know you took on this male disciple to suppress the cold force within your body. But you must remember, do not let feelings develop. However, after spending so much time together, it is only natural for affection to grow. Regardless, I will never blame you. This ultimately depends on yourself. You are now capable of standing on your own, and I should not interfere too much in your affairs. After all, the 9 yin cold divine body and the 9 yang divine body are perfect matches. Being together will not hinder your cultivation. It will only advance it further." Han Zun gazed at Jiang Lingxian as though offering counsel to a daughter. She had raised her eyes, carrying a touch of tenderness. If asked who Han Zun cared about most in this life, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Lingxian, the one she had watched grow up from childhood. Yet Jiang Lingxian had never been affectionate since childhood, and Han Zun could do nothing to dispel the shadows of family in her heart. "And no, it's nothing. We only share a normal master-disciple relationship." As Jiang Lingxian looked at Han Zun and spoke these words, she couldn't help but think of Wang Chen hiding beneath the covers behind her. When Jiang Lingxian said this, neither Wang Chen in the room nor she herself believed it. Only time would tell if Han Zun did. "Then that is best." Han Zun quietly observed her for a moment, and after speaking those final words, silently turned and walked toward the door, opening it to leave. Creak. Once the door was shut, and sensing Han Zun had departed, Wang Chen quickly threw off the Heavenly Emperor banner and blankets, sitting up abruptly. Huff. 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 Wow. I almost suffocated. This Heavenly Emperor banner is completely airtight. Perfectly conceals all aura. Wang Chen sat on Jiang Lingxian's bed, gasping for breath in great gulps, then gradually turned his head to meet the gaze of Jiang Lingxian, standing within the room. Wang Chen sat on the bed staring blankly at Jiang Lingxian, who stood a short distance away, wearing his black flip-flops. Xian, how about we find another place to kiss next time? No more kissing. Jiang Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows slightly, her beautiful eyes averting from Wang Chen's gaze. The thought of how her body would go limp after each kiss, leaving her at his mercy unless she forced her cultivation to surge, filled her with profound shame. Sometimes the kisses left her breathless and weak, so much so that she couldn't even gather her spiritual energy. At times like these, Jiang Lingxian could only feign composure, for she truly feared Wang Chen might take advantage of her vulnerability to tear at her clothes. And hearing this, Wang Chen appeared utterly astonished, leaping from the bed barefoot as he swiftly stowed away the Heavenly Emperor banner. Wang Chen then bounded over to Jiang Lingxian, who seemed to be searching for something on the ground. What are you looking for? Let me help you find it. Can you please stop refusing to kiss me? Jiang Lingxian paused briefly at Wang Chen's pitiful expression as he leaned close, pleading with her not to avoid kissing him. My shoes. You've lost them. After a moment's consideration, Jiang Lingxian revealed what she was searching for, which implicitly signaled her acceptance of Wang Chen's terms. Jiang Lingxian was stunned for a moment, finally understanding that the shoes hadn't been lost at all. Wang Chen had simply hidden them away. You? Give them back. Jiang Lingxian found herself at a loss for words, wanting to scold Wang Chen, but unable to find the right thing to say, so she could only manage to demand he return them. Kiss my left cheek, and I'll return one shoe. Kiss my right cheek, and I'll return the other. Kiss my lips, and I'll return both. Your choice. Wang Chen hid the white embroidered shoes behind his back, a mischievous grin spreading across his handsome face as he leaned toward the flustered Jiang Lingxian. No. As soon as Jiang Lingxian finished speaking, she tried to lunge for the shoes behind Wang Chen's back, though she didn't unleash her cultivation. Wang Chen was delighted by this, and quickly raised both hands, lifting the shoes above his head while standing on his tiptoes. Jiang Lingxian was slightly shorter than Wang Chen, so even wearing his black flip-flops and standing on her pale toes, she fell short of reaching the white embroidered shoes by about a hand's breadth. Wang Chen deliberately lowered his feet, and the unsuspecting Jiang Lingxian's eyes lit up as she reached out with both hands to grab the shoes. Foolish disciple. Even if I don't unleash my cultivation to play along with you, I can still. Before Jiang Lingxian could savor her victory, she felt Wang Chen's arms wrap around her waist and his lips pressed against hers. MMPH. Jiang Lingxian stared at Wang Chen with wide, glistening eyes as her trapped body struggled against his embrace. But within moments her struggling ceased to be merely symbolic, and she grew quiet in his arms, her eyelids trembling gently. After a brief pause, Wang Chen slowly released his lips from hers, his arms tightening around her waist as she kept her beautiful eyes gently closed. Cough. Cough. Once freed, Jiang Lingxian was momentarily caught off guard and coughed twice, her damp lips parting slightly as she breathed in fragrant gasps while looking at Wang Chen. For some reason, Wang Chen thought he saw something in her trembling eyes. Intense reluctance to part and a faint sense of reproach. Little Xian, we need to head to the Taishu Treasure Pavilion. Give me back the shoes on your feet, and I'll put them on for you. How about that? No. Jiang Lingxian's mood seemed to have dipped, her lower lip pressed together as she turned her delicate face slightly away, her movements lacking their usual energy. Then, you'll put them on yourself. Wang Chen said this deliberately as a test. As expected, Jiang Lingxian became even more displeased upon hearing this, her slender arms loosening their grip on Wang Chen. Alright, I was just joking. Wang Chen reached out to ruffle her hair, but Jiang Lingxian, for some unknown reason, in a low mood, resisted by turning her head away, though it proved futile. After a while, Jiang Lingxian still obediently sat on the bed, gazing down at Wang Chen as he put the white embroidered shoes on her, her lips pressed together gently. Bad disciple. Bad disciple. Bad disciple. You already kissed me, so why didn't you kiss me longer? Unfortunately, Jiang Lingxian never voiced these thoughts, and Wang Chen never heard them. Otherwise, Wang Chen would have likely entered his fierce mode, unlike last night, when he kissed her for hours without progressing further. As for why he only kissed without going further, because Wang Chen had already tested the waters last night, and Jiang Lingxian had shown clear resistance. If not for her weakened state, attempting to advance before sufficient intimacy was established might have earned him another slap, like last time. After helping Jiang Lingxian put on the white embroidered shoes, Wang Chen slowly rose to his feet, looking down at her as she refused to acknowledge him. Xianxian, I was wrong, okay? Wang Chen reached out to help Jiang Lingxian up from the bed, but she turned away, evading his touch. I'm sorry. Can I promise not to kiss you for so long next time? Unaware of what Jiang Lingxian was truly thinking, Wang Chen's words caused her to look up sharply. You. Jiang Lingxian wanted to reprimand Wang Chen, but shame rendered her speechless. She couldn't possibly confess that her low mood stemmed from his kisses being too brief. Then will you still accompany me to the Taishu treasure pavilion? Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who seemed poised to scold him, yet remained silent, and finally asked with confusion. Fine, since she's like this, I'll just. Wang Chen suddenly wrapped his strong arms around her, his left hand sliding beneath her thighs, and his right hand supporting the back of her neck. With one swift motion, he lifted her into his arms. As Jiang Lingxian sat dazed, Wang Chen turned and walked directly toward the door. Creak. He nudged the door open with his right foot, and carrying Jiang Lingxian in his arms made his way toward the main path of the Taishu immortal sect. No. This won't do. Jiang Lingxian panicked. If anyone saw her being carried by her disciple like this, she'd die of shame. Wang Chen could feel Jiang Lingxian beginning to struggle for real, now no longer just going through the motions. With no choice, Wang Chen set Jiang Lingxian down in the courtyard, watching her with an amused expression as her sense of shame reached its peak. You're shameless, rebellious disciple. Jiang Lingxian stood before Wang Chen in her white dress, her face flushed with embarrassment as she frowned and scolded him fiercely. Ha! Wang Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing at the sight of the heavenly venerable Jiang Lingxian looking so adorable in her flustered state. So master. Wang Chen then leaned in close to her ear, repeatedly calling out, master, in an affectionate tone as if playing along with her words. Jiang Lingxian felt her beautiful face burn with embarrassment at his teasing and quickly turned around. My dear master, since I am a rebellious disciple, shouldn't I do some deeply unfilial things every night? But, my dear master, would you agree to this pitiful rebellious disciple? Hearing Wang Chen's voice behind her like a demon's whisper, Jiang Lingxian felt her cheeks burning and her heart pounding wildly. Unable to bear it any longer, Jiang Lingxian, dressed in a beautiful white gown, hurriedly walked ahead in a flustered manner. Wang Chen stood behind, watching Jiang Lingxian flee in embarrassment, a grin spreading across his face. He suddenly felt that calling her master from now on might not be such a bad idea after all. After all, in his past life, the title master carried a completely different meaning. But now that they had shared intimate moments together, sleeping close, embracing, kissing, the nature of their relationship had shifted entirely. Watching Jiang Lingxian almost disappear into the distance, Wang Chen quickly took off after her. On the bustling path of Taishu immortal sect, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian had become remarkably composed after leaving the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace, appearing like an ordinary master and disciple. The red mark on Jiang Lingxian's fair neck had already been removed before their last encounter with Han Zun, so there was nothing unusual about it. Master, where are we going? Wang Chen suddenly asked Jiang Lingxian deliberately while walking on the sect path, saying master quite loudly. Due to the war between the two sects, there weren't many Taishu disciples on the sect path, but still a few passed by here and there. This caused Jiang Lingxian, who had been walking properly, to pause for a moment. Her eyes, already restored to their icy coldness, glanced slightly at Wang Chen. Just follow your master, speak less. Jiang Lingxian's your master call caught in her throat, but after a moment's thought she responded with a cold composure. She couldn't explain why, but although she had once yearned for Wang Chen to call her master, now it felt strange. Jiang Lingxian understood that the word master Wang Chen now used carried a completely different meaning. I suppose. My dear master, you wouldn't want to watch your beloved disciples suffer loneliness late at night, would you? Wang Chen looked at Jiang Lingxian's expression and suddenly recalled a classic quote from Blue Star in his past life. After winding through several turns, the two finally stopped at a magnificent golden pavilion. Let's go, I just need to find something. Wang Chen wasn't being so improper anymore. Looking up at the enormous pavilion, he gestured to Jiang Lingxian. Her beautiful eyes showed slight confusion, but she didn't ask too many questions. Finally, the two walked into the vast Taishu treasure pavilion, though there were fewer people now. The treasure pavilion had 3 exchange rules using Taishu immortal sect's contribution points, spirit stones, or trading treasures for treasures. Taishu Holy Maiden. As soon as they entered the rather quiet Taishu treasure pavilion, the elderly man at the corner counter who was eating spirit fruits quickly put them down and stood up to greet her respectfully. Jiang Lingxian nodded slightly, then followed Wang Chen into the Taishu treasure pavilion. System, can you locate that treasure? No, there's a fortune shield blocking it unless. Then go sleep, I'll just use my purple gold heavenly eyes. Open. Wang Chen ignored the system, and a purple gold seam suddenly appeared on his fair forehead before he opened his eyes sharply. Jiang Lingxian was slightly stunned upon seeing his purple gold heavenly eyes, a hint of confusion rising in her gaze. Just awakened. Without even looking at Jiang Lingxian's expression, as if he already knew her confusion, he replied briskly. Then Wang Chen closed his eyes, his purple gold heavenly eyes scanning the rows of cabinets filled with treasures around him, all emitting green or blue light. This was the first floor of the Taishu Treasure Pavilion, the lowest tier, so it was normal. The Taishu Treasure Pavilion had 7 floors in total, each representing a different status level. They were outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, outer sect elders, inner sect elders, holy maiden, or holy son level, former sect master level, and ancestor level. Taishu Immortal Sect did have a holy son, but Wang Chen knew he was currently in seclusion. In his past life, he emerged 100 years later. Typically, opportunities for someone like Yi Qing, a child of fortune, would be hidden in the most overlooked corner of this lowest floor. Wang Chen walked ahead of Jiang Lingxian, with his eyes closed, using his purple gold heavenly eyes to constantly scan the treasures in each cabinet. I've almost seen everything, why haven't I found it yet? That shouldn't be. Disciple. If you truly need a treasure, you can tell your master, and I'll give it to you. Jiang Lingxian had been following Wang Chen for most of the day, and when he suddenly started spacing out after searching for so long, she spoke in her cool voice. Hearing this, Wang Chen turned around, and his purple gold heavenly eyes were almost blinded by the dark red fortune radiating from Jiang Lingxian's body. Damn! Wang Chen quickly raised his hand to shield his purple gold heavenly eyes, barely managing to withstand the dark red fortune light emanating from Jiang Lingxian. Can the purple gold heavenly eyes see a person's fortune? System. Why is Jiang Lingxian's fortune so high? It's red to the point of black, simply terrifying. Wang Chen was momentarily confused about the purple gold heavenly eyes' capabilities, while simultaneously asking the system in his mind. I don't know, but I think she's definitely not ordinary. Nonsense. You don't need to tell me that. This fortune power red to the point of black is so immense, it's almost blinding my eyes. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian watched Wang Chen suddenly cover his vertical pupils with his hand, furrowed her delicate brows in confusion, and waved her hand while calling out. Hearing this, Wang Chen tilted his head back, intending to avoid the fortune power red to black emanating from Jiang Lingxian and retract his purple gold heavenly eyes. Unexpectedly, as he raised his head and was about to retract his eyes, he suddenly froze upon looking at the ceiling. Damn it! So that treasure was right here. Wang Chen gazed at the waterfall landscape painting on the ceiling that was shimmering with golden light, cursing under his breath. Oh no, it's fine, I've already found it. Wang Chen retracted his purple gold heavenly eyes, his forehead returning to normal, and opened his eyes to respond to the extraordinarily beautiful Jiang Lingxian. Amidst Jiang Lingxian's furrowed brows and confused gaze, Wang Chen looked up at the ceiling and raised his right hand, releasing a suction force. Whoosh! The next moment, the dusty, filthy landscape painting from the ceiling was drawn into Wang Chen's palm. To the naked eye, this painting was completely worthless, incredibly dirty, and had no doubt hung there for countless years. But when Wang Chen had used his purple gold heavenly eyes, the mountains, waterfalls, and other features within were exceptionally clear and extremely beautiful. Rolling up the filthy landscape painting, Wang Chen, still uneasy, activated his purple gold heavenly eyes and searched through all the counters. Wang Chen suddenly noticed something on the floor at the deepest part of the pavilion, not on a cabinet, but in a corner that was clearly untouched and uncleaned for years, a set of protective armor. Why is there another one? Wang Chen looked at the floor where a set of protective armor shimmering with golden fortune and red hues was placed, his expression slightly stunned. So which one is Yi Qing's opportunity? The landscape painting or this armor? What am I even thinking? What do you mean Yi Qing's opportunity? This is all Wang Chen's opportunity, okay? Wang Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as if a circuit had been connected. With that thought, he cheerfully retracted his purple gold heavenly pupil. Then with a clear conscience, Wang Chen led Jiang Lingxian over to the armor covered in dust and picked it up. Disciple, the 2 items you found seem to have lost their divine essence. Jiang Lingxian's beautiful, captivating eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Wang Chen, who was treating those 2 dusty items as if they were treasures, and spoke. At the same time, Jiang Lingxian's heart instinctively ached, her eyes filled with deep affection as she gazed at Wang Chen. Disciple, come with me, let me take you to the 5th floor to choose, okay? Wang Chen, holding the dusty scroll in his left hand and carrying the equally dust-covered protective armor in his right, paused at these words. No. Having these 2 is already enough for me. Wang Chen stood in the farthest corner of the pavilion, unnoticed by anyone, watching Jiang Lingxian eagerly shake her head and refuse. After all, even if he went to the 5th floor to the Holy Maiden-level pavilion to choose treasures, he would ultimately have to exchange them with her spirit stones. In other words, everything he took was essentially Jiang Lingxian's property though. He had already taken quite a lot. I just have one small question. Do you still have spirit stones? Seeing Jiang Lingxian still wanting to insist, Wang Chen signaled for silence, then gently asked while thinking of the million top-grade spirit stones in his storage space. Actually, Wang Chen had originally intended to return these top-grade spirit stones to Jiang Lingxian, but she refused to take them back, so he could only keep them for now. At this, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful expression froze for a moment, and she unconsciously pressed her thin lips together. I still have a little bit. Disciple, don't worry, it will definitely be enough to exchange for the treasures you've chosen. After a brief silence, Jiang Lingxian raised her beautiful eyes to meet Wang Chen's gaze and assured him in her cold voice. Wang Chen looked at her determined, yet slightly lacking confidence, and from that small appearance he could already tell her little fortune was nearly depleted. Probably except for that cold sword and those 9 saint-rank Jiuxing talismans, it was essentially empty. I'm not questioning you. I just don't want to keep spending your resources without reason. Instead of giving me a few more treasures, why don't you kiss me a few more times? Wang Chen's voice was very gentle, and as he spoke he quietly inched closer to Jiang Lingxian in the deepest part of the pavilion. Jiang Lingxian seemed somewhat dazed by his words, and when she snapped back to reality, she was slightly startled by Wang Chen's closeness. Here. Not here. We can't. Jiang Lingxian was somewhat panicked and extended her fair slender palm to push against Wang Chen's chest, though with very little force. Wang Chen felt the almost non-existent strength against his chest, smiled to himself, and forcefully moved closer. Jiang Lingxian hastily glanced around in a bit of panic, but fortunately, they were in the farthest corner of the pavilion with no one approaching. But here, outside, how can I be like this with my disciple? Jiang Lingxian felt somewhat resistant to kissing outside, unconsciously tilting her fair, beautiful face slightly away. Feeling Wang Chen gradually press his sturdy body against hers, Jiang Lingxian's heartbeat quickened, and she closed her eyes in shame. But Wang Chen didn't let her have her way out. Instead, he opened his lips and gently nibbled her smooth, beautiful cheek. Jiang Lingxian felt the nibbling sensation on her cheek, and was so surprised that she unconsciously opened her eyes slightly, letting out an adorable hum. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian looked like a kitten that had found especially delicious food. Her eyes slightly widened, particularly cute. But the situation now wasn't that she was eating delicious food. It was that Wang Chen was savoring her as the delicacy. Wang Chen released his lips and teeth from Jiang Lingxian's cheek, leaving a faint little tooth mark on her fair skin. Little immortal, you must be good when we're outside and listen to your rebellious disciple, or else you'll suffer your rebellious disciple's punishment at night. Then Wang Chen leaned forward slightly, his breath warm against her ear, but his words made Jiang Lingxian too ashamed to look at him. The heaven-defying, little rebellious disciple. Feeling the hot breath against her ear, Jiang Lingxian's hands inside her sleeves gradually clenched her clothing, her teeth slightly gritted, and her body felt somewhat weak. But Wang Chen didn't know about her condition. He had already slowly withdrawn his body from against hers, smiling cheerfully. All right, your disciple has chosen the treasures. Now let's go. Wang Chen raised his eyebrows at Jiang Lingxian, who was lowering her beautiful face to avoid his gaze, his magnetic and pleasant voice speaking softly. Jiang Lingxian secretly regulated her breath to ease some of the unusual sensations in her body, letting out a soft hum of acknowledgement. Wang Chen slowly turned around, and only after Jiang Lingxian followed did he begin striding toward the distant counter. Tap, tap, tap. Just as Wang Chen was about to reach the counter to settle payment for these 2 treasures, a figure suddenly descended the nearby staircase. Oi, old man. Wang Chen, seeing the dusty old sect master of Taishu descending the stairs, couldn't help but lower the protective armor in his right hand and raise his other hand to call out. The old sect master of Taishu paused on the last step, looking at Wang Chen and then around himself. Are you calling me? The old sect master of Taishu pointed at himself, his expression still clearly confused. Yes, I'm talking to you. Come here, come here. Upon seeing this old acquaintance from his past life, Wang Chen's face lit up with a broad smile, and he eagerly waved. The old sect master of Taishu frowned, disapprovingly glancing between Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian before slowly walking over in his white Taishu Taoist robes. You rascal, showing no respect to your elders. Holy maiden, as his master, won't you discipline this disciple of yours? The old sect master of Taishu first pretended to scold Wang Chen, then frowned slightly as he looked at Jiang Lingxian, his eyes carrying a hint of blame. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian raised her slightly cold gaze, but there was no displeasure in her eyes. She simply watched the 2 of them quietly, because she believed that before long this unscrupulous fellow and her good disciple would become inseparable. Old man, you're still as reserved as ever. Nice, keep it up. Wang Chen smiled cheerfully, as if watching one of his good brothers suddenly become extremely serious. You. 500 years ago in the Sun and Moon secret realm, the Holy Maiden of the Moon sect unfortunately fell victim to the love flower poison in the sea of passion flowers, and at that moment a young man appeared. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Shut your mouth. The old sect master of Taishu paused, realizing something was wrong the more he listened, and quickly spoke up to cut off Wang Chen's words before they could continue. Fine, then help me pay for these 2 pieces of junk. Wang Chen lifted the items in his hands, twice meeting the kind, yet dignified old face of the old sect master of Taishu. You're the disciple of a holy maiden, surely you have spirit stones. Besides, isn't your master right here? Then will you pay or not? Wang Chen ignored the words of the old sect master of Taishu, merely watching him with a smile and asking, no. She hasn't married yet. How many spirit stones for these 2 items? Never mind, keep the change. After speaking, the old Taishu sect master quickly pulled out a top-grade spirit stone from his Taoist robe sleeve and placed it on the table. Finally, the old Taishu sect master took a deep look at Wang Chen and slowly said, come to the Taishu dining pavilion tonight to see me. Without waiting for Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian to respond, the old Taishu sect master, clad in white Taoist robes and bearing the dust of travel, strode away. Meanwhile, the manager behind the counter at the Taishu treasure pavilion quietly gnawed on a spiritual fruit throughout, sitting silently and watching the spectacle unfold. Is 1 top-grade spirit stone enough? Enough, enough, it's enough. Upon seeing Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian turn around, the elder behind the counter hastily set down his spiritual fruit and rose to his feet, hastily responding. 1 top-grade spirit stone equaled 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Exchanging it for these 2 worn-out items, belongings of the Taishu Holy Maiden and her disciple of unknown origin, was more than sufficient. Since it's enough, then give me back the change and low-grade spirit stones. Wang Chen put away the 2 treasures in his hands, then extended his right hand, as both Jiang Lingxian and the counter elder watched in stunned silence. Only after receiving 900 low-grade spirit stones did Wang Chen finally leave the Taishu treasure pavilion, with Jiang Lingxian thoroughly satisfied. Such a stingy fellow. The elder behind the counter at the Taishu treasure pavilion gazed at the 2 retreating figures, feeling somewhat helpless in his heart. He had originally thought he might earn a small tip. On the rather desolate path of the Taishu immortal sect, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian walked along the sect path, where disciples were noticeably fewer than before, when suddenly they seemed to hear some shouts. Wang Wu! Wang Wu! Wang! Puffed Wang Chen. The distant shouts from behind drew nearer, prompting both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian to turn their heads and look back. In that single moment of turning around, Jiang Lingxian deliberately tried to subtly hide Wang Chen behind her, her eyes filled with an almost imperceptible hostility as she gazed at the person approaching from across the way. Taishu Holy Maiden Wang Wu. No, 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 that's wrong, Wang Chen, we meet again. Xu Yao, with her enchanting and alluring figure, gradually jogged toward the 2 of them, greeting them with a broad smile. However, upon hearing the name Wang Chen, a slight ripple appeared in Jiang Lingxian's eyes as she cast a cold glance at Wang Chen behind her. Clearly last time, Xu Yao had only heard the surname Wang and didn't know her disciple's full name. Could it be that what her disciple said last time was truly a lie? Though Jiang Lingxian's exterior remained utterly cold, her heart felt aching and disappointed. If Jiang Lingxian had 2 fluffy little cat ears on her head, they would certainly be drooping weakly and listlessly at this moment. What is it? Jiang Lingxian gazed calmly at Xu Yao and responded in a cold, tranquil voice, though inwardly she was already eager to take Wang Chen and leave. Sister, regarding those conditions I mentioned last time, little brother, have you considered them? Before Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian and Xu Yao could even process what was happening, the purple-eyed elder spoke once more with her characteristic charm. Jiang Lingxian truly felt she couldn't bear it anymore. There was Xu Yao ahead and an intersect female elder behind. She suddenly found herself at a loss, unsure of where to shield Wang Chen. Wasn't the lesson you learned last time enough? Finally, Jiang Lingxian turned her gaze to the intersect female elder, first her tone growing noticeably colder as an aura of chilling energy began to radiate around her. What you say doesn't count. I want to hear little brother answer me in person. The purple-eyed intersect female elder fell silent for a moment, but ultimately shifted her gaze toward Wang Chen and persisted in her request. Now surrounded by the gazes of 3 women, Wang Chen was truly sweating profusely. How could he possibly risk saying the wrong thing? 2 or 3 disciples passing by, seeing another spectacle unfold, quickly stopped at a distance to watch cautiously. 3 women vying for 1 man. Quite interesting. The Taishu disciples who had stopped at a distance appeared utterly calm on the surface, but inwardly, they were buzzing with excitement, finding the scene delightfully dramatic. At this moment Wang Chen gazed into Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes that were fixed intently on him, carrying an almost imperceptible tension. I won't agree to that. You should leave. You seem feverish and might not be entirely clean. Wang Chen tentatively reached out to grasp Jiang Lingxian's slender arm, muttering to the purple-robed, purple-eyed elder before him. Jiang Lingxian's body stiffened almost imperceptibly as he held her arm in front of so many people, and Wang Chen could sense her obvious discomfort. Nonsense. I've never even let a man touch me. If not for your handsome face and your furnace body, I wouldn't give you the time of day. Hearing this, the purple-eyed female elder seemed suddenly flustered, abandoning her previous charming demeanor. Her expression shifted rapidly, and she even changed how she referred to herself. Ah, she's flustered, she's flustered. Wang Chen tightly embraced Jiang Lingxian's slender right arm with his left hand, while pointing at the purple-eyed elder with his right, laughing mockingly. You? Forget it. Only you would be this delighted to have a great ice block as your master. The purple-eyed female elder placed her hands on her hips, and since her true nature had already been revealed, she stopped pretending to be charming and glared at both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. She had already been furious from being beaten by Jiang Lingxian last time, so she took this opportunity to glower viciously at the two of them. If she could have defeated Jiang Lingxian, she would have undoubtedly hurled more threats at them. Finally, under the watchful eyes of several disciples, Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian, and Chu Yao, the purple-eyed female elder, transformed into a beam of purple light and shot away in an instant. Chu Yao had watched the entire scene unfold, and at the end, she stood there awkwardly at a loss for words. After witnessing Wang Chen genuinely reject the intersect female elder, Jiang Lingxian felt an involuntary sense of relief. However, upon hearing Chu Yao's voice from behind, her relieved heart gradually tightened once more. Damn it! Why are there so many women coming after her disciple? Really? She wanted to lock them all up. But fortunately, she had requested to come out with her disciple today, although it was only after she kissed him that he agreed. Jiang Lingxian's sense of crisis surged within her, and simultaneously her possessiveness over Wang Chen from the depths of her heart grew increasingly intense. She would never allow her disciple to be taken away by these ill-intentioned, wicked women. Wang Chen could only be hers. By the way, doesn't Wang Chen already have a wife? At this moment, Chu Yao gazed at Wang Chen, who was intimately holding Jiang Lingxian's arm, and unintentionally dropped a heavy bomb while filled with confusion. Because she couldn't quite understand. Wang Chen had already said he was a man with a wife, so why was he still so intimate with his own master? But upon hearing these words, Jiang Lingxian felt as though her mind had erupted with a roar, her thoughts becoming completely chaotic in that moment, and her entire heart tightened. The word wife echoed endlessly in Jiang Lingxian's mind. She felt an overwhelming surge of emotions within her heart, a heart-wrenching discomfort. She and Wang Chen had not even established a Dao companion relationship, so this wife of Wang Chen that Chu Yao mentioned. And Wang Chen had never expected that out of fear Chu Yao would develop feelings for him, as she had in his past life. He had casually mentioned a wife. This was the situation that had arisen now. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian put on a brave face, yet stood there somewhat at a loss, the chill in her eyes spreading as they gradually turned red. Jiang Lingxian could only feel that Wang Chen's hands gripping her were not holding her arms, but her very heart. Chu Yao seemed to sense something was amiss with Jiang Lingxian, though she could not quite put her finger on what felt wrong. Just as Chu Yao was about to look more closely, Jiang Lingxian, with slightly reddened eyes, shot her a cold glance. That piercing glance from Jiang Lingxian had sent a shiver through Chu Yao's heart, causing her to instinctively step back and stare in terror at the two figures who had disappeared before her eyes. What was happening with the Taishu Sanctus? Chu Yao could not quite grasp what was going on with Jiang Lingxian, yet an inexplicable thought began to surface in her mind. Looking at the Taishu Sanctus's reaction upon hearing those words, could she possibly have feelings for her own disciple? But her disciple already had a wife, yet was still playing both sides, and now the Taishu Sanctus was upset upon discovering the truth. Chu Yao was startled, and quickly glanced around, resolving to keep this secret locked away. She feared she might be silenced if word got out. This Wang Chen really knows how to play his cards, his skills so advanced, he is now manipulating the Taishu Sanctus's affections. Before leaving the scene, Chu Yao silently gasped, marveling at Wang Chen's impressive capabilities. Smack! Wang Chen was pushed against the wall with a startled expression, his heart sinking, as he cursed Chu Yao repeatedly in his mind. It had been less than 5 or 6 seconds since Chu Yao spoke those words about him having a wife. Wang Chen remained completely bewildered throughout, then in the blink of an eye was teleported back by the tear-filled Jiang Lingxian pressed against the wall. Jiang Lingxian pressed Wang Chen against the wall, unable to contain the overwhelming sorrow within her as tears welled up in her eyes. With reddened eyes, Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen pinned against the wall, her lips slightly parted as though she might burst into tears at any moment. You are lying to me again. Why are you lying to me again? Jiang Lingxian struggled to hold back the endless grievance in her heart, her cold voice trembling as she asked Wang Chen with a heart-wrenching intensity. The word wife, along with Chu Yao and the female elders of the intersect images of those who wanted to take Wang Chen away, kept appearing in her mind. Each time these figures surfaced in reality, she could only do her utmost to stop them. But now, she realized she could not stop anything, could not stop at all. Lingxian, Chu Yao was just talking nonsense. Since coming to the Bahuan continent, I have basically been with you the whole time. Where would I have a wife? I was afraid she would fall for me like in my past life, that is why I said I had a wife. Wang Chen grew anxious, genuinely panicked now. Seeing Jiang Lingxian on the verge of tears, he stammered out explanations helplessly. But upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian could no longer hold back and tears streamed down her face from her reddened eyes. Woo, she actually liked you in her past life. And you still want to see her every time, and you still want to see her in this life. Jiang Lingxian raised her hands to wipe away the tears, but her vision grew increasingly blurred. Jiang Lingxian knew she had lost composure, but after hearing those words from Chu Yao and Wang Chen, she simply could not stop the tears. You clearly said. You just shared a teleportation array with her, and that was it. But why would she know your name in this life, Wu? Why? As Jiang Lingxian spoke, she felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, as though her heart were being squeezed, and tears continued to fall uncontrollably. Every word Jiang Lingxian spoke was broken by sobs, her hands constantly wiping away tears as her cold voice trembled uncontrollably. You lied to me every time. Even before you knew I had been reborn, but you would not tell me anything. Would not tell me anything, Wu. Jiang Lingxian's sobs grew increasingly ragged, her words coming in broken fragments, her pale face streaked with tears. I did not. In this life, I never went to see her proactively, we only met by chance along the way. With so many questions from Jiang Lingxian, at once Wang Chen's mind became completely tangled, unsure which one to address first. If you really want to, we can go question her face to face, let us not cry anymore, okay? Wang Chen felt utterly helpless watching Jiang Lingxian sob so hard she could barely breathe, and his own heart ached in sympathy. Wang Chen reached out to embrace Jiang Lingxian as he had before to ease her emotions, but this time she stepped back 2 paces. Do not touch me. Just Chu Yao was already enough, and now there is a wife too. What am I to you, Wu? Am I really just a purely good master who can only be toyed with daily by my rebellious disciple? Cough, cough. Jiang Lingxian clearly could not hear anything now, wiping her tears once more as her reddened eyes fixed on Wang Chen, her sobs growing so intense they triggered a coughing fit. The Hantian bracelet on Jiang Lingxian's left wrist, dampened by her tears, began emitting a faint cold glow. What is going on? Wait a moment, where did that previous master go? Why did I get a new owner? After a short while, a cute little girl's voice emerged from within the Hantian bracelet, clearly dazed as it just awakened. New master, why are you crying? However, the Hantian bracelet seemed to sense something and quickly adjusted to its new identity, its voice still carrying that endearing cluelessness. Sensing Jiang Lingxian's overwhelming sense of grievance, the Hantian bracelet's previously dazed tone gradually turned angry. Did this pervert secretly defile you? I will kill him right now. The Hantian bracelet on Jiang Lingxian's left wrist seemed to fix its gaze on Wang Chen, its voice puffed up with indignation. Then the Hantian bracelet's cold light intensified, releasing an imperceptible yet palpable imperial aura as though determined to tear Wang Chen to pieces. But in the next moment, do not you dare touch him, go back. Jiang Lingxian's face was streaked with tears, looking like a little calico cat from crying, yet she quickly covered the Hantian bracelet on her left wrist with her right hand. Jiang Lingxian's reddened eyes overflowed with tears, her face filled with the grievance of being wronged by Wang Chen. Yet she held the Hantian bracelet tightly, protectively, her combination of hurt and devotion making her seem oddly endearing. The Hantian bracelet mid-attack with its animation halfway. Master you. How? Each word from the Hantian bracelet carried that day's quality, but this time before it could finish, Jiang Lingxian forcibly severed the connection. Wang Chen noticed Jiang Lingxian's attention was entirely focused on the cold heaven bracelet she was covering with her hands, so he quickly reached out and embraced her. Wu, don't touch me. Touch me. With her waist suddenly encircled, Jiang Lingxian snapped back to awareness. Her face drawn up in grievance like a weeping kitten pouted as she struggled and resisted in Wang Chen's embrace, desperate to break free. Stop crying, please. I truly have nothing with Chu Yao. Later we can question her face to face. And I swear I have no other wife. If I do, it's only you. The more Jiang Lingxian struggled, the tighter Wang Chen held her, his words flowing rapidly. Feeling his warm body and his soothing explanations, her struggles gradually eased. Wang Chen knew that if Jiang Lingxian at the heavenly venerable realm truly wanted to break free, he could never hold her. But since he was holding her now, it meant he could probably coax her into calming down. Stop crying for now, okay? Wang Chen tentatively raised his right hand and gently stroked the back of her head, pressing her delicate face into the crook of his left shoulder. Hiss! But the next moment Wang Chen felt a sharp pain in his shoulder so intense that he widened his eyes and sucked in a cold breath. However, Wang Chen did not unleash his cultivation to resist. Like an ordinary person's flesh, he let Jiang Lingxian bite him. Jiang Lingxian bit tighter and harder, and Wang Chen felt his shoulder skin was about to be bitten through, suffering unbearably. But in the end, Jiang Lingxian's biting force suddenly released, and she raised both hands to tightly embrace his neck. Whoa! Jiang Lingxian held Wang Chen's neck and buried her delicate face against his ear, unable to stop her muffled sobs once again. Wang Chen only felt her tears soaking his shoulder clothes, making his shoulder warm where her face pressed against it. Jiang Lingxian didn't know how long she cried, as if she wanted to weep out all her grievances. This time she cried not only for Chu Yao, but also for the broken wife, or perhaps because Wang Chen didn't tell her about his reincarnation. And there was also the crying from her past life, when she learned of Wang Chen's death, left all alone. And the crying from after her reincarnation, day after day going to that mountain, where she met Wang Chen and waiting for over 100 years. Countless grievances mixed together, and Jiang Lingxian finally couldn't hold it in today, releasing it all in front of Wang Chen. Wang Chen didn't know how long she cried, only knowing that his shoulder clothes were completely soaked with tears. Even in the end, Jiang Lingxian, a great venerable at the heavenly realm, cried until she fell asleep with her face resting against his shoulder. It seemed that only with Wang Chen present could Jiang Lingxian cry herself to sleep peacefully, otherwise, like before, she would only wake up from nightmares alone. Now that Wang Chen felt Jiang Lingxian in his arms gradually calm down, he reached out and gently pried her arms from around his neck. Then Wang Chen used both hands to gently lift her in a princess carry and walked toward the bed, placing her down softly. Looking at Jiang Lingxian's tender white, no flushed face covered in tear tracks, Wang Chen reached out to wipe it for her. Jiang Lingxian's closed eyelids were red, still carrying traces of crystal clear tears, heartbreakingly fragile. Wang Chen had purchased 2 basins of clean water and cloth from the system, dampened them, and carefully wiped her face. Next, Wang Chen looked at his white clothes, automatically drying at the shoulder, and lifted it to check his shoulder. Hiss! Oh, she had bitten until it bled. Wang Chen turned to look at the bite marks on his shoulder, where tiny drops of blood were slowly seeping out. He didn't treat it, leaving it, as is planning to show her once her emotions stabilized. Then Wang Chen looked at his soaked white clothes again, about to release spiritual energy to dry the tears. But before his spiritual energy could manifest, the self-drying clothes seemed to sense his thoughts and began operating on their own. He saw a large wet area on Wang Chen's shoulder being blown by a wind-like energy, gradually drying completely. Wang Chen stared at this scene for a moment, completely unaware that Jiang Lingxian was lying on the bed, swaying her head slightly with a look of fear. Just as Wang Chen snapped out of his daze and turned his head, he met the red-rimmed, beautiful eyes of Jiang Lingxian, who had suddenly awakened from a nightmare. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian's lips gradually turned downward, her voice slightly cold and hoarse, as she lay on the bed, calling out with teary eyes pitifully. Oh no. Wang Chen looked at Jiang Lingxian's obviously tearful and pitiful appearance, the cloth in his hand, and his heart sank. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian had completely lost her usual aloof and cold demeanor, the contrast between her tearful, pitiful appearance and her normal self being particularly striking. Wang Chen was quick-eyed and fast-handed, kicking off his shoes and quickly diving onto the bed to embrace her soft, delicate body. Disciple. You woo. Jiang Lingxian's extremely beautiful face showed a wronged expression, her voice hoarse from crying, as she was about to say something, but her lips were suddenly blocked. Wang Chen knew he couldn't let her keep talking now, or she might start crying again. And he would probably have to explain many things to her and finally coax her again when she was pitifully crying. So between blocking her mouth and letting her talk until she cried pitifully, Wang Chen chose the former. Jiang Lingxian, with her slender waist held by Wang Chen, felt his lips kiss hers, as if her mind had short-circuited, her eyes with tears staring blankly at him. Jiang Lingxian was already extremely alluring and beautifully pure, and now, with her pitiful appearance that made people want to cherish her. Wang Chen kissing her soft and tender lips felt like he was about to melt his heart, simply exploding with comfort. As time passed, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes, red-rimmed with tears, gradually closed from the kissing, her long eyelashes continuously trembling. When their lips finally parted, they simultaneously held each other tightly, breathing heavily with warm breaths. Ooh. In. Jiang Lingxian finally became completely quiet, her flushed face that wanted to evoke pity buried tightly against Wang Chen's warm neck. Even if she wanted to say something, now Jiang Lingxian's brain could hardly think any more, empty, like lacking oxygen. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Lingxian's throat rolled slightly, then she involuntarily coughed a few times as if choked by something. While Wang Chen was dazedly staring at the ceiling, breathing heavily, his hands tightly embracing Jiang Lingxian's delicate body pressed against him. It seems that in the future when she cries again, just block her mouth like this and kiss her until she has almost no thinking ability. Wang Chen felt the warmth from the delicate body in his arms and thought of a brilliant solution to stop her crying. Xian, sleep now, be good. Wang Chen held Jiang Lingxian, raised his hand to gently stroke her beautiful hair, and coaxed her with a soft voice. Jiang Lingxian didn't respond to him, seeming unwilling to answer, and quietly buried her face against his neck without speaking. Wang Chen also stopped talking upon seeing this, giving her a quiet environment, otherwise he was truly afraid of coaxing her into crying again. Such a crying and tantrum-throwing Jiang Lingxian was something Wang Chen had never seen before, truly the greatest contrast to her usual cold and aloof self. It seems that even in the deepest heart of Jiang Lingxian, who was called the Ice-Heart Empress by others in her past life, there would be a weakness. However, her weakness seemed to be me. Wang Chen did not sleep well tonight, as Jiang Lingxian would wake up from time to time in her dreams. Daring not to sleep too deeply, Wang Chen would lift his head and glance down at her each time she woke. There were even a few times when Wang Chen's downcast gaze met the startled Jiang Lingxian's eyes, and her little face would suddenly become especially aggrieved. Each time this happened, Wang Chen could only softly coax her. However, Jiang Lingxian did not make a fuss again, and each time she heard Wang Chen's gentle voice, she would calm down. The room, already dim from the nighttime, was wrapped in profound silence. For those with sensitive hearts, this darkness would amplify every emotion 1,000-fold. Thus, each time Jiang Lingxian woke, it seemed she was confirming whether Wang Chen was truly in her embrace, terrified he might be taken away or simply vanish. Eventually, Wang Chen simply gave up on sleep altogether. Holding Jiang Lingxian, he stared blankly at the ceiling, while the chaotic nine-yang divine art circulated silently within his body. It was not until a sliver of sunlight filtered through the window that Wang Chen finally felt Jiang Lingxian stir once more in his arms. Watching Jiang Lingxian slowly lift her exquisite face toward him, Wang Chen instinctively tightened his embrace around her slender waist. Xian, I'm here, not leaving, not leaving. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, whose reddened eyes met his, and hastily tried to soothe her as he had done in the middle of the night. But this time, after hearing his words, Jiang Lingxian did not bury her beautiful face back into his neck as she had done previously. Instead, the two remained embracing each other, her eyes still slightly red from crying all night, quietly gazing at him for an extended moment. After they had been gazing at each other for a short, while Jiang Lingxian began to shift her position as if trying to rise. Wang Chen watched in bewilderment. Xian, don't call me that. After waking fully, Jiang Lingxian still harbored a trace of anger, her brow slightly furrowed, as she coldly responded with displeasure. However, because she had been crying all night, her voice was not yet warmed up. The don't at the very beginning barely made any sound at all. For a moment, Jiang Lingxian's rising motion slightly faltered, as if feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet trying her best to maintain composure and continue getting up. Alright, I'll call you whatever you like. Just stop being angry, alright? Xian, where are you going? Wang Chen held her waist, knowing she still had pent-up anger in her heart now that she was awake, trying to continue comforting her with an embrace. I said, cough, cough. I said don't call me that, let go of me. Jiang Lingxian was so exasperated by Wang Chen's scheming that even her usually cold voice couldn't help but cough twice in anger, and she repeated herself once more. Are you still angry? If you really can't forgive it, shall we go capture Chu Yao and confront her face to face? Seeing Jiang Lingxian propping her hands against the bed, insisting on getting up despite his embrace, Wang Chen hastily sat up as well. The moment Wang Chen mentioned Chu Yao, Jiang Lingxian bristled like an angry cat, trying to pry away Wang Chen's hands that were holding her waist. Ouch, that really hurts. When Jiang Lingxian's fair elbow accidentally struck Wang Chen's left shoulder, he immediately feigned a painful cry. At the same time, Wang Chen's hands loosened around Jiang Lingxian's slender soft waist, as if truly driven by pain. Jiang Lingxian's struggling movements slightly froze. Seeing that Wang Chen had truly let go, a hint of disappointment flickered across her reddened eyes. But soon she looked worriedly toward Wang Chen, who was clutching his shoulder. Jiang Lingxian wanted to reach out and examine his injury, but felt she should be angry and ought to ignore him. In the end, Jiang Lingxian hesitated for less than 3 seconds before she still couldn't resist leaning closer to Wang Chen, glancing at his shoulder. One glance, and Jiang Lingxian froze for a moment, her eyes filling with regret and heartache. Following her gaze, one could see 2 rows of teeth marks on Wang Chen's left shoulder, stained with drops of blood. It's nothing, just a minor wound. Seeing Jiang Lingxian looking over, Wang Chen hastily tried to pull down the cloth covering his shoulder, while also trying to comfort her. The dog's host's methods are as high-handed as ever. Only your naive Lingxian sister would believe you. You get lost, this is a real injury. Wang Chen rolled his eyes at the system in his mind, then ignored its barking. Don't. When Jiang Lingxian saw that Wang Chen was about to pull down the cloth on his shoulder, she couldn't help but reach out and grab his hand. Wang Chen raised a questioning gaze. When Jiang Lingxian was stared at like this, she couldn't help but want to avert her eyes. Since it was me who bit you, then I should handle it myself. Don't overthink it. Jiang Lingxian forced herself to meet Wang Chen's gaze steadily, trying her best to make her words sound more believable. Afterward, Jiang Lingxian reached out to unfasten Wang Chen's upper white garment, leaving Wang Chen feeling somewhat awkward. However, Wang Chen did not move, sitting on the bed that still retained their warmth after their intimate moments, letting her unfasten his upper white garment. As Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen's sturdy chest gradually being revealed, a blush distinctly rose on her exquisite face. After Wang Chen's upper white garment was removed, Jiang Lingxian stared blankly for a moment at his sturdy fair physique. Seeing it this close was completely different from accidentally catching a glimpse of Wang Chen changing clothes in front of her last time. Xian, what's wrong with you? Wang Chen never expected Jiang Lingxian would be lost in a daze, but he still feigned ignorance and waved his hand in front of her to get her attention. And nothing. Don't talk. After being called back to her senses, the tips of Jiang Lingxian's ears instantly flushed red, her words stumbling in her speech. However, this stuttering was a long-standing habit for Jiang Lingxian. Wang Chen knew that whenever she felt embarrassed, her words would become faltering. Suppressing her burning cheeks, Jiang Lingxian hastily retrieved some medicinal powder and spiritual energy bandages from her divine soul space. Because she was somewhat flustered, Jiang Lingxian accidentally dropped the medicinal powder bottle onto the bed with a patter sound when taking it out. When Jiang Lingxian picked up the medicinal powder bottle, she wiped the blood from Wang Chen's shoulder with the spiritual energy bandage. Finally, she poured the medicinal powder onto the bandage and began wrapping it carefully and diligently. Wang Chen quietly gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who was kneeling barefoot on the bed, diligently wrapping the bandage around his shoulder. With Wang Chen, who was frequently injured around, Jiang Lingxian's bandage wrapping technique had clearly improved a little. Although, in the end, it was still wrapped somewhat crookedly, but at least it was wrapped quite securely. Okay, done. You can put on your clothes yourself. When Jiang Lingxian was putting away the medicinal powder bottle and remaining spiritual energy bandages, she would occasionally and unconsciously steal a glance at Wang Chen's physique. No, you dress me. You bit me, and you're the one who removed my clothes. You have to take responsibility to the end. Wang Chen spread open his arms, his deep eyes gazing at Jiang Lingxian, who was trying her best not to look at his body, and said, "If you want to look, then look your fill. Why be shy?" Wang Chen watched Jiang Lingxian steal a glance at his chest after hearing his words, and felt an inexplicable urge to laugh inside. Jiang Lingxian hesitated noticeably, her ear tips turning completely red, but she ultimately slowly extended her slender hands. What would it feel like if her disciple hugged her right now? As Jiang Lingxian helped Wang Chen adjust the white garment on his upper body, a thought unconsciously surfaced in her mind. Just as Jiang Lingxian was gazing at Wang Chen's well-built physique in a daze, she suddenly felt her wrist being grabbed forcefully. Before Jiang Lingxian could react, her palm pressed against Wang Chen's body to her own astonishment. The sensation from her right palm made Jiang Lingxian feel as though she'd been electrocuted, and she hastily withdrew her hand in utter shame. "You shameless." This time Jiang Lingxian truly couldn't suppress the burning sensation on her cheeks, her beautifully flawless face quickly flushing with crimson. Knowing well the flush on her face, she immediately turned away from Wang Chen after scolding him. Wang Chen said nothing as he watched Jiang Lingxian turn away, merely smiling as he helped her pull up the white garment that had slipped down when she let go. Not angry anymore, okay? After adjusting his upper garment, Wang Chen slowly wrapped his arms around Jiang Lingxian from behind, pressing his face against her cheek and whispering softly into her ear. "Don't hug me." Feeling the warm breath on her ear, Jiang Lingxian's body trembled slightly, and she half-heartedly tried to push away Wang Chen's arms. Wang Chen gently kissed her flushed earlobe, then slowly pressed a few soft kisses against her burning fair cheek. "You?" Silenced by Wang Chen's persistent advances, Jiang Lingxian went quiet, her breathing growing rapid as her delicate body softened in his embrace. Sensing the softness of Jiang Lingxian's body in his arms and her slightly ragged breathing, Wang Chen gently laid her down on the bed. Then the screen went black. Click. But within 3 seconds the scene resumed, and Wang Chen was already rolling off the bed after Jiang Lingxian had unleashed her cultivation power. Ouch! Wang Chen cried out as his body hit the floor, but this time, Jiang Lingxian ignored him. Disgraceful disciple. Shameless. With slightly reddened eyes, Jiang Lingxian glared at Wang Chen beneath the bed, a mix of pity and anger in her gaze, as she hastily adjusted her disheveled clothes. Lying on the floor, Wang Chen met Jiang Lingxian's angry glare and felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry. I almost couldn't hold back. You look too tempting. You? Is that what you call barely holding back? If my cultivation weren't higher than yours, my chastity would definitely have been taken from you. Jiang Lingxian paused at his words, but after understanding what he meant, her beautiful face flushed red as she angrily retorted. But did I really look that tempting to my disciple just now? As she scolded Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian couldn't help but recall the heated way her disciple had looked at her, and her heart fluttered slightly. Then since my cultivation is higher than yours, does that mean? You shut up. As if she had already anticipated Wang Chen's next words, Jiang Lingxian blushed and used spiritual power to seal his mouth with a wave of her hand. MMPH. You'll never kiss me again in the future. As Wang Chen's muffled protests and Jiang Lingxian's indignant, yet resolute words faded, the scene shifted. Tai Su Food Pavilion. Hoo. In the early morning quiet of the Tai Su Food Pavilion, melodious flute music drifted through the air as a young man in green robes played a white flute. In a corner sat another handsome young man with kind features, seemingly waiting for someone. But the person he awaited had yet to arrive, causing him to rest his head on his hand, listening to the flute music and nodding off repeatedly. When the melody ended, the young man with the white flute tucked it into his waist and turned to leave. The already desolate Tai Su Food Pavilion grew even more deserted, with only the kind-looking youth in the corner dozing off. Thud! The young master of Tai Su seemed to sense the flute music had stopped, and his entire face fell onto the table. Ouch! The young master of Tai Su wailed in pain, lifting his face from the table as his sleepy eyes scanned the now brightly lit Tai Su Food Pavilion. Damn it! You kid dare to stand me up. Slap! Seeing Wang Chen hadn't arrived, the young master of Tai Su, Xiao Qingshu, cursed and slammed the table as he stood up. Then in the Tai Su Food Pavilion, that now contained only Xiao Qingshu, his angry figure suddenly vanished, leaving the pavilion truly empty. And how could he know that last night Wang Chen had been held in the arms of Jiang Lingxian, within the Tai Su Sacred Maiden's Palace, experiencing pure bliss? Inside the Tai Su Sacred Maiden's Palace. Mission: it has been detected that Yi Qing's destined 4-leaf flame grass is about to mature, with 10,000 beasts gathering. Please proceed immediately to compete for it. Reward: Sacred Tier White Tiger Token times 7 days. White Tiger Token. Wang Chen gazed at the reward, lost in thought for a moment, then cautiously raised his eyes to steal a glance at Jiang Lingxian, who was cultivating in a seated position on a nearby chair. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, an impatient knocking sound came from outside the door, drawing both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian's attention. Jiang Lingxian stopped her cultivation, sitting cross-legged on the chair, and looked from the door to Wang Chen. Do I need to hide? Seeing Jiang Lingxian look at him, Wang Chen pointed to himself, then glanced at the nearby wardrobe or the bedding on his body. No need. Jiang Lingxian responded in a cool, melodious voice, then lowered her feet from her seated position and walked toward the door. Creak. As Jiang Lingxian opened the door, Wang Chen raised his eyebrows, slightly gazing at the familiar young figure. Where's your disciple? Xiao Qingshu's hand, raised halfway to knock on the door, paused as he gazed at Jiang Lingxian's ice-cold eyes and asked weakly. He had searched almost the entire Tai Su immortal sect and had no choice but to come ask Jiang Lingxian. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian sized up the young master of Tai Su, Xiao Qingshu. She knew his youthful form. I don't know, what do you need him for? Jiang Lingxian was already in a bad mood, and with Xiao Qingshu's loud knocking, her voice became chillingly cold. You don't know? Alright, it's nothing, I'll just... As Xiao Qingshu gazed at the clearly displeased Jiang Lingxian, he finished his words weakly and was about to turn and leave when he suddenly looked up and spotted someone inside the room. Why is he in your room on the bed? Xiao Qingshu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked from Jiang Lingxian to Wang Chen. He injured his shoulder. I'm healing him. Didn't you just say you didn't know where he was? Hearing Jiang Lingxian's cold tone, Xiao Qingshu recalled her earlier words. You heard wrong. Xiao Qingshu. You should at least put on an act. Can you really adapt so quickly? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow at Jiang Lingxian's calm, icy words, giving her a look that clearly said he wasn't buying it. Who are you? What do you want? Wang Chen stepped down from Jiang Lingxian's bed, knowingly slipped on a pair of black flip-flops, and walked toward Xiao Qingshu with a puzzled expression. I waited for you all night at the Taishu Food Pavilion yesterday. Why didn't you come? Though Xiao Qingshu had not revealed his identity, his words made his intentions crystal clear. Anyone could understand. Wang Chen was stunned for a moment. Standing there with Jiang Lingxian between them, he exchanged an awkward glance with Xiao Qingshu outside the door. He had indeed forgotten about the appointment. After all, he had accepted Xiao Qingshu's spirit stones, yet failed to show up at the Taishu food pavilion. It was indeed his mistake. I was comforting my little crybaby yesterday. It slipped my mind. Wang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. After a moment of staring at Xiao Qingshu, he continued in a placid tone. Upon hearing little crybaby, Jiang Lingxian's eyes flickered with a brief moment of lost composure, though her expression remained icy and showed nothing. Little crybaby. Xiao Qingshu was thrown into confusion upon hearing this, glancing at Jiang Lingxian. He thought to himself, this doesn't add up. He was 100% skeptical. Yet when Xiao Qingshu looked around the room, there was only Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. There shouldn't be any other little crybaby here. Seeing Xiao Qingshu looking at her, Jiang Lingxian frowned disapprovingly and coldly met his gaze. Do you think he's referring to me as the little crybaby? Jiang Lingxian narrowed her eyes, exchanging a cold stare with Xiao Qingshu. Her clear, melodious voice, laced with displeasure, slowly drifted out. Though Jiang Lingxian's surface remained calm and cold, her heart was actually in a slight panic. The fact that she had been sobbing while holding her disciple like a little crybaby. No one must ever know. Ah yes, this one here, my little tripod. At this moment, Wang Chen produced the little imperial Xian Ding from his right hand, gently patting its head as a demonstration. Upon seeing this, Jiang Lingxian glanced back. After confirming that Wang Chen wasn't exposing her secret, she felt a small sense of relief in her heart. Big brother, what are you doing? The little imperial Xian Ding, having been abruptly pulled out from its slumber, was clearly bewildered and had no idea what was happening. Unless Wang Chen granted it visual access, the storage dimension was completely invisible from the outside. Therefore, the little imperial Xian Ding had absolutely no idea what had transpired, as Wang Chen always blocked their view during intimate moments with Jiang Lingxian. Oh, so you're free now. I came to ask you something. If the information proves accurate, I will certainly give you a satisfactory reward. Looking at the little imperial Xian Ding in Wang Chen's hand that was producing a little girl's voice, Xiao Qingshu finally understood and believed his words. He thought to himself, as expected. How could his junior sister, who appeared so cold and unapproachable to everyone, possibly cry? That might not be possible. Wang Chen looked at Xiao Qingshu, who was beckoning him from outside the door, and gently shook his head in response. Why not? You already stood me up once. Now you won't even come with me. Xiao Qingshu was clearly getting annoyed. His kind, handsome face furrowed as he gazed intently at Wang Chen. All right. Wang Chen said nothing more. Only action would prove his point. He lifted his foot and began walking toward the door. Surprisingly, as Wang Chen walked all the way to the doorframe and passed by Jiang Lingxian's side, she made no move to stop him. Now it was Wang Chen's turn to hesitate at the threshold. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable chill behind him. Wang Chen turned back uncertainly, meeting Jiang Lingxian's calm, icy, and intently watching gaze. Seeing that she still made no move, Wang Chen tentatively lifted one foot and stepped over the threshold, leaving the other foot planted in place. Then, Jiang Lingxian turned around, emanating an aura of cold that made her seem utterly unapproachable. Wang Chen hastily pulled his outstretched foot back inside, leaving the flabbergasted Xiao Qingshu outside in utter bewilderment. Wait outside for a moment. I'll be right there. After pulling both feet back inside, Wang Chen didn't wait for Xiao Qingshu to react before grabbing the door with both hands. Snap! With a crisp sound of the door closing, the stunned Xiao Qingshu, who had been craning his neck, was shut outside. Fine, you rascal. I'll just wait. It's not like you can run away anyway. Xiao Qingshu found a spot in the courtyard of the Taishu Saints Hall and sat cross-legged, beginning to regulate his breathing and feign meditation. As for why he didn't suggest that Jiang Lingxian come inside the Taishu Saints Hall to discuss matters, the Han Sovereign had told Jiang Lingxian when she was young that he would chop Xiao Qingshu to pieces if he ever harbored even a hint of wicked intent toward her. This was precisely why Xiao Qingshu, despite being the sect master and possessing a higher cultivation realm than Jiang Lingxian, was always a bit apprehensive whenever he saw her. Inside the Taishu Saints Hall at this moment, after closing the door, Wang Chen hastily rushed to Jiang Lingxian, who was sitting on the bed, emitting waves of cold aura, gazing at her with the utmost caution. Xian. Silence. Before Jiang Lingxian even bothered to listen to what Wang Chen had to say, she coldly cut him off, then closed her beautiful frost-like eyes. I won't lock you up this time. If you want to leave, then leave. Jiang Lingxian sat cross-legged on the bed with closed eyes, her freezing voice drifting out. It seemed she had no desire to speak further with Wang Chen. Then I'll really go, and you'll be unhappy again. Wang Chen quietly reached out and gently pinched Jiang Lingxian's tender, fair little cheek with his fingers, the words spilling out naturally. Don't pinch my face. Jiang Lingxian huffed, giving her cheek a little shake. Her fair, exquisite face was slightly tugged by his touch, giving off an inexplicably cute sense of sulking. Then do you really want me to leave? Wang Chen climbed onto the bed, sitting beside Jiang Lingxian without further teasing. He asked her a question that struck at her very heart. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian finally opened her eyes. Her deep cold gaze locked onto Wang Chen's as she struggled to find words. In a few days I'm going to the Mahuang region to handle some matters. We probably won't be able to see each other for a while. Wang Chen gazed quietly into Jiang Lingxian's eyes, informing her of the trip to Mahuang. After all, this was something that would inevitably have to be said eventually. Really? Or not? Though Jiang Lingxian spoke such words on the surface, she already knew in her heart that Wang Chen was most likely telling the truth. After all, having been reborn, she had her own plans, and naturally Wang Chen would always have his own plans too. So, let me give you one more beautiful outfit. Will you stop being angry? Wang Chen was truly grasping at everything. He mysteriously retrieved a set of black and white cat ear-made outfit from behind him and placed it on the bed. It was a proper dress-style made outfit. As Wang Chen unfolded the neatly pressed clothing, it was revealed a pair of fluffy white cat ears, and also white stockings and a white bow garter that could be tied around the thigh. At first, Jiang Lingxian's expression remained normal upon seeing the outfit, but once it was unfolded, she couldn't help but freeze in stunned silence. Even Wang Chen couldn't help but secretly swallow hard, holding the clothing in a daze. Is it really this complete a set? Even as Wang Chen inquired with the system, his words stammered while staring at the clothing in his hands. He had originally thought it was just a made dress, but he never expected. Gazing at Jiang Lingxian's breathtakingly beautiful face, now frozen in a slightly dazed expression as she looked at the outfit. I'm giving you this beautiful dress. Please don't be angry with me, okay? Wang Chen, seeing that he had already gone this far, could only grit his teeth and continue, his scalp tingling as he began to stammer. Upon hearing Wang Chen's voice, Jiang Lingxian finally snapped out of her daze, tilting her delicate face slightly as she gazed at him in a dazed manner for a moment. No. Okay. Jiang Lingxian had not even finished her sentence when Wang Chen's disappointed murmur rose up, interrupting her words. Jiang Lingxian pressed her lips together briefly, her stunning cold beauty marred by indecision. But when she saw Wang Chen actually reaching to fold the garments on the bed, she could not help but quickly reach out and press her hand against them. Perhaps I should just accept it. If my disciple gives it to someone else, it would not be right. Besides, I will not wear it anyway. I am just accepting it. Jiang Lingxian's fair, delicate palms rested on the cat ear-made outfit on the bed, her mind racing to comfort herself. Then, to Wang Chen's bewildered gaze, Jiang Lingxian hastily gathered the cat ear-made outfit piece by piece with her fair hands. As the space between them grew empty, Jiang Lingxian's ears had already turned completely crimson. She turned her face slightly away, her eyes shamefully averted, unable to meet the gaze of the one she held dear. Since Jiang Lingxian was turned to the side, her fair profile exposed those adorably flushed ears. Jiang Lingxian's shy demeanor left Wang Chen momentarily transfixed, his hands slowly reaching out to encircle her porcelain neck. Don't hold me. Jiang Lingxian pushed weakly against him in feigned resistance as his warm body pressed close, his hands suddenly wrapping around her neck. Don't move. Wang Chen's arms tightened around Jiang Lingxian's warm, flushed neck, gradually drawing the shy girl closer, his voice dropping to a magnetic whisper against her ear. Some unseen force seemed to settle over Jiang Lingxian, and as Wang Chen's words washed over her, her feeble struggles gradually ceased. Wang Chen guided Jiang Lingxian down onto the bed, and for a moment, she tensed instinctively, wanting to pull away. But then his lips brushed against her ear and her cheeks flushed crimson all at once. No. Jiang Lingxian tried to protest, but Wang Chen's lips silenced her with a gentle press against hers. In that moment, Jiang Lingxian had completely forgotten her firm declaration from that morning. From now on, don't even think about kissing me again. Outside the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace. The door to the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace creaked open, and Wang Chen emerged slowly, his handsome face beaming with a weary but satisfied smile. Inside, Jiang Lingxian sat on the bed with her face flushed crimson, quickly raising her fair hand to wipe her moist, reddened lips. You bad disciple. You bad disciple. You bad disciple. He kissed me until I was completely dazed, then asked me something, and I was so foolish. How could I just agree? Jiang Lingxian, dressed in her pure white gown, sat kneeling with her legs folded to the sides, her stunning face burning with embarrassment. She recalled how in her dazed state from his kisses, she had merely murmured an affirmative sound to let him go discuss matters with Xiao Qingxiu. And then there was that other thing Wang Chen had whispered while she was still dazed, insisting she wear the outfit he had given her and show it to him. The mere thought of Wang Chen's second condition made Jiang Lingxian blush furiously, and as soon as he left, she quickly closed the door behind him. Jiang Lingxian was not truly the possessive type who would completely restrict Wang Chen's freedom. Since she had already agreed to let him go, Jiang Lingxian would not go back on her word, though she could not help feeling a tiny void in her heart. If Wang Chen had truly insisted on leaving, she would have let him go. After all, what Jiang Lingxian feared most was Wang Chen becoming angry, and then ignoring her. The moment the door closed, Xiao Qingshu, who had been waiting in the corner of the courtyard, slowly exhaled and opened his eyes. Having no idea what had transpired inside, his eyes lit up with relief when he finally saw Wang Chen emerge, and he quickly rose to approach him. "Child, are you free now?" Xiao Qingshu leaned close to Wang Chen, rubbing his hands together with an oddly shifty air, and asked, "Who is your child? Call me Big Brother." Wang Chen frowned, displeasedly, shooting Xiao Qingshu a glare as he spoke. Wang Chen knew that although Xiao Qingshu appeared dignified and authoritative on the surface, his true nature was rather reserved and secretly mischievous. That was precisely why he dared to joke with the sect master Xiao Qingshu in this manner. Otherwise, in his past life, they never would have ended up sharing the same pair of pants after getting drunk together. "Hey, I'm at least your superior, the sect master. Show some respect. Then will you call me or not?" "Big Brother." For the sake of the information, Xiao Qingshu ultimately gave in, and after a moment of silence, he weakly called out, "Big Brother." "Ha! Old man, you're still the same goofy idiot." After walking out of the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace courtyard, Wang Chen could not hold back his laughter upon hearing that "Big Brother," and he burst out laughing while leaning on Xiao Qingshu's shoulder. "How dare you? Acting like you knew me before. I'm a sect master after all, and if you keep this up, I'll just drop the information. Well, then catch up if you want it, or leave if you don't." After his laughter subsided, Wang Chen gradually composed himself, offering a faint smile and a casual "oh" before heading toward the Taishu food pavilion. Despite his angry protests, Xiao Qingshu kept his word and immediately fell into step beside Wang Chen. After walking for a while, the two entered the Taishu food pavilion during the busy noon hour, where disciples lined up orderly to purchase spiritual meals. A melodious flute melody drifted through the air, lending a pleasant atmosphere to the bustling pavilion. The Taishu disciples gathered in small groups, appreciating the flute music and speaking in hushed tones, for the melody was indeed captivating. Upon entering the Taishu food pavilion, Wang Chen heard the familiar tune and instinctively raised his gaze, his eyes landing on the figure clad in cyan robes. Within the Taishu food pavilion, on the raised platform reserved exclusively for Wang Chen, the man playing the flute seemed to sense the attention. With his eyes closed, he continued his melody, while gradually lifting his gaze, their eyes meeting across the space. Wang Chen, the unconventional child of fortune. He was the only one among Wang Chen's fellow destiny-born individuals that he did not harbor ill will toward, maintaining a neutral stance, neither enemy nor friend in his past life. Wang Chen had not taken part in the ambush from Wang Chen's previous life, nor had they crossed swords often, yet his strength was formidable. Wang Chen even harbored suspicions that one of the 9 great emperors from that era, the enigmatic figure who revealed himself only in fragments, might have been Wang Chen himself. Wang Chen appeared untouched by any cloud of diminished intellect, his calculations of advantage and disadvantage remarkably precise, a true master strategist. After holding gaze with Wang Chen's tranquil eyes for a moment, Wang Chen looked away and found a corner seat with Xiao Qingshu. "You? Go get us 2 meals." Wang Chen adopted the commanding demeanor reminiscent of his past life on Blue Star, pointing toward the spiritual food counter at the Taishu food pavilion as he issued the order to Xiao Qingshu with stern authority. Xiao Qingshu said nothing upon hearing this, simply rising to his feet and making his way to the spirit food vendor, purchasing several plates of leisure spirit snacks. After finishing his purchase, Xiao Qingshu hurried back, setting the spirit food on the table to the sound of a flute, then finally sank into his seat, with eager anticipation in his eyes. "I want to hear. I need to know where she is now." Before Wang Chen could finish his sentence, Xiao Qingshu, who had been holding back for what felt like half a day, couldn't help but interrupt him eagerly. "Nonsense. The Moon Sect's Holy Maiden is naturally at the Moon Sect." After saying this, Wang Chen picked up some peanut-like spirit food from the table and tossed it into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. "Then how do you know she's the Moon Sect's Holy Maiden? Where exactly did you get this information?" Xiao Qingshu's gaze grew increasingly serious as he stared at Wang Chen, a hint of deliberate scrutiny lingering in his eyes. "Ha! But upon seeing Xiao Qingshu's unusually serious and direct gaze, Wang Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. It felt as though his closest friend had suddenly grown extremely serious mid-conversation, only to abruptly blurt out something completely out of place. Wang Chen gradually suppressed his laughter, popped a small spirit snack into his mouth, and beckoned to Xiao Qingshu across from him. "It seems you still don't entirely believe me. Lean in a bit closer, and I'll fill you in on the details." Xiao Qingshu responded by using his cultivation to shield their surroundings, then braced himself on the table, with both hands leaning in closer. "Continuing from the story I told 2 days ago, 500 years ago in the Sun and Moon secret realm, that young man appeared and claimed the most precious first drop of blood from the Moon Sect Holy Maiden. Afterward, the two reached an unspoken understanding. Once dressed, they would pretend not to know each other. Yet the young man couldn't shake the memory of that night, guilt weighing heavily on his heart. After becoming the patriarch of a certain sect, he searched for many years. Unfortunately, he never found her. The woman had simply vanished without a trace. Actually, that woman after that night, just. Xiao Qingxu was caught in an emotional roller coaster when Wang Chen's voice suddenly stalled, cutting off the rest of the story. Xiao Qingxu's heart leaped into his throat at Wang Chen's suggestive remark, a sudden fear gripping him that she might have already perished. Given how clearly Wang Chen had laid out the story, Xiao Qingxu was now completely convinced that he had obtained this information from somewhere. But Xiao Qingxu could never have imagined that these very details had originally come from his drunken confessions in a past life, when he had sobbed them all out to Wang Chen. Let me ask you something first. Wang Chen recalled that the Moon Sect was also located in the desolate wasteland, and he had just been planning to bring this fellow there to compete for the sacred Tier 4-leaf flame grass. Speak. Xiao Qingxu was practically bursting with impatience. Fortunately, their surroundings had been shielded, or else many eyes would have been upon them. Do you want to go find her? I can take you to her myself, but you'll need to give me something in return. After saying this, Wang Chen observed Xiao Qingxu's reaction, so similar to how he had been in his past life, torn between avoidance and a deep desire to go. If you don't want to go, then forget it. She's actually fine. She's just in seclusion and hasn't emerged yet. But for some reason, the Moon Sect has apparently stripped her of her Holy Maiden title at some point. As for why that happened, I have no idea. That's all I know. Wang Chen shrugged helplessly at the end, but after looking at Xiao Qingxu for a moment, he shook his head with a touch of resignation. Because in his past life, it wasn't until over 200 years after he arrived in this world that Xiao Qingxu finally found that woman. And by then the Moon Sect Holy Maiden had already long since passed away. How she died, Wang Chen had no idea. But logically speaking, that Moon Sect Holy Maiden was a powerhouse of the same era as Xiao Qingxu. No matter how you looked at it, she was at least at the spiritual emperor realm. How could she have died? There must have been some hidden circumstances involved. But in this lifetime, they were 200 years ahead of schedule. Perhaps there was still a chance to save her. After all, Xiao Qingxu had at least shared hard times with him, whether begging for food or fleeing together after digging up someone's ancestral grave. They had been brothers through thick and thin. I'll go. I must go. This is your payment. Let me prepare first and settle the matters between the Taishu and Hualong sects. Xiao Qingxu hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing, then produced a small storage pouch and placed it on the table. Wang Chen said nothing, taking the pouch and tossing it directly into the system's infinite storage dimension. The system's storage space could theoretically nest within itself, but since it was already infinite, what was the point? Wang Chen secretly took a glance. Good heavens, even just 100 of these premium spirit stones amounted to a full 1,000,000 origin points in value. He was absolutely going to help with this. Not even the Moon Sect Patriarch could stop him now. Alright then, I'll head back first. Otherwise my little crybaby might start wailing again. Wang Chen rose from his seat, scooped up a handful of spirit snacks from the table, and stuffed them into his mouth in one go. A clear signal that the conversation was over. Does your little crybaby cry that much? She cries as soon as she doesn't see you for a moment. Xiao Qingxu thought back to the small imperial black furnace Wang Chen had shown him, furrowed his brows, and asked with some confusion. Oh, absolutely. I spent the entire night and morning coaxed her into a better mood. Otherwise she wouldn't even speak to me. Wang Chen replied with a muffled voice, his mouth full of spirit snacks, watching Xiao Qingxu's puzzled expression. Wait a moment. Shouldn't you be carrying her with you at all times? I left her inside the house when I went out. Didn't bring her along. No worries, I'll be off now. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen swallowed his spirit snack in one gulp, kicked back his chair, waved goodbye, and sprinted out of the Taishu food pavilion. Xiao Qingxu watched Wang Chen's hurried departure, his brows furrowing in confusion, though he merely stroked his chin and didn't dwell on it further. He never expected that the woman from 500 years ago was actually the Moon Sect Holy Maiden. As this thought crossed Xiao Qingxu's mind while he rose from his seat, the scene shifted. Wang Chen dug his feet into the ground for an emergency, stopped his black flip-flops, carving a long trench through the soil in the peach blossom forest. You gluttonous girl, you're actually eating this. Wang Chen gazed down at the tiny figure before him, barely reaching his chest, who had nearly been knocked flying by his sudden halt. What's it to you? None of your business. Long Xiaotao, a naturally pink-haired lowly dressed in pink peach blossom attire, shoved the petal from her mouth and shot back at him. Wang Chen studied her for a moment, raising his palm to his chest and comparing it to her head with a sideways motion, and then, "Ta!" Wang Chen burst into speechless laughter, then turned and walked away, leaving Long Xiaotao stunned in place. Of legal adult age, yet with a lowly stature, and with a rather delayed reaction time, Long Xiaotao stood there dazed, a peach blossom still resting in her mouth. You bastard! I'm telling my brother. Long Xiaotao pouted her lips, watching Wang Chen's retreating figure after his mockery of her height, and stamped her foot in tears. Just as Long Xiaotao was about to turn and leave in a huff, Wang Chen's voice drifted over on the wind from afar. Oh my, a 1 meter 50 kid going to tattle to her parents. You? I'm not a child. I'm already an adult. Tears instantly welled up in Long Xiaotao's eyes from anger, and her tiny figure raced out of the peach blossom forest. Yet wherever Long Xiaotao's tears fell, beautiful peach blossoms bloomed upon the ground. Each step, each tear a peach blossom. Meanwhile, Wang Chen paid no further attention to that tiny pink-haired daydreamer. For at this moment, a large shovel had already materialized in his right hand, aimed at the base of the most beautifully blooming peach blossom tree. The Bihuang continent, a certain region of Dihuang. Clang! Jiang Lingxian extended her slender right hand and swiftly caught the flying cold sword. The grasped blade trembled unceasingly, its resonant chime piercing the air. Jiang Lingxian gazed coldly at the 7 cultivators from the Hualong immortal sect on the vast grassland below their dragon bodies, hundreds of meters in size, gradually transforming back into human form. As the 7 Hualong immortal sect cultivators reverted to human form, a thin sword mark traced across each of their necks, the gashes frosted over with ice. Cultivators lurking in the shadows of the open grassland witnessed this scene, their eyes filled with terror. 7 dragons beheaded with a single stroke. Jiang Lingxian flicked the cold sword, droplets of blood still clinging to its edge, then gave it another shake, the crimson residues scattering clean away. Pity they're not true dragons, otherwise bringing them back would. My disciple would surely be overjoyed. Jiang Lingxian soared through the high skies, her snow-white robes billowing as spiritual energy concealed her presence. Her frost-cold gaze swept across the 7 corpses below, a hint of regret flickering in her eyes. The true dragon egg should be hatching soon. After concealing my cultivation all this time, perhaps it's time to reveal it. Whoosh! With her mind made up, a rift in space opened before her. Jiang Lingxian stepped gracefully into the void, sword still in hand, descending slowly from the heavens. With this matter settled, half an hour passed in the world of the Bihuang continent. Inside the Taishu Saint Maiden Hall, Jiang Lingxian sat cross-legged on her bed, channeling all her strength to break through to the 2nd level of the heavenly sovereign realm. Endless waves of cold mist permeated the surroundings. Still a hair's breadth away. Jiang Lingxian's cold, beautiful eyes fluttered open. She sensed the barrier she was so close to surpassing, yet unable to breach, and sighed softly within her heart. Knock! Knock! A knock at the door drew Jiang Lingxian from her reverie. She quickly extended her divine sense to perceive who had arrived. My disciple has returned. Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes sparkled. She hastily slipped her feet into shoes from her meditative position and rushed to the door, her hands gently pulling it open. But the moment her gaze fell upon the visitor, Jiang Lingxian's pupils transformed into a delicate peach pink tinged with a trace of astonishment. Before her stood an entire blooming peach tree, standing nearly 2.5 meters tall. Exquisitely beautiful. Wang Chen's handsome face poked out from behind the tree, creating a sudden delightful surprise as he grinningly appeared. Beautiful, isn't it? Wang Chen tilted his head, gazing at Jiang Lingxian with a playful grin before stepping forward and gently taking her hand. Jiang Lingxian snapped back to reality, her eyes carrying hidden delight and joy. Though being held, she still felt somewhat ill at ease. Don't struggle. We're master and disciple, and though I never truly became your disciple in this life, holding hands should be normal, right? Wang Chen felt Jiang Lingxian's smooth, fair, slightly cool palm. So pleasant to hold. Jiang Lingxian gently bit her lower lip, still wanting to withdraw her hand, but Wang Chen tightly gripped it and led her into the courtyard. With his free hand, Wang Chen waved casually. The towering 2.5 meter peach tree before the door drifted over slowly. Fine, I won't hold your hand then. Seeing Jiang Lingxian's resistance, Wang Chen was just about to release her palm. But the moment their hands were about to part, Jiang Lingxian found herself reluctant to let his fingertips slip away. When I held your hand, you didn't want it. Now that I'm letting go, you can't bear to part with it. You little tsundere. Wang Chen chuckled, lifting his index finger to gently poke her delicate, fair, elastic cheek, leaving a slight indentation. Huh. Jiang Lingxian suddenly heard the sound of digging, puzzled, as she lifted her lovely face. Her beautiful eyes turned toward the source. All right, fairy, come here. Let's plant this peach tree together. In merely a few seconds, Wang Chen had dug a large pit in the empty space of the Taishu Saint Maiden Hall courtyard. Then Wang Chen clapped his hands and reached out to gently pull Jiang Lingxian over. The two stood before the blooming pink peach tree, still vibrant despite having been uprooted, exchanging a glance. Wang Chen led by releasing a surge of spiritual energy to levitate the peach tree. Upon seeing this, Jiang Lingxian slowly emitted a wisp of her cold mist to join in. Their spiritual energy, one preceding and one following, resembled a husband undertaking a task, while the wife quietly supported from behind. The chaos nine yang spiritual energy and the nine yin cold air intertwined and rose together. The two perfectly harmonious non-repelling spiritual energies adhered to the peach tree. Then they slowly guided the levitating tree, lowering its roots into the pit. With the intertwined spiritual energy flowing into the peach tree's trunk, the blossoms adorning it began falling petal by petal. In the gentle breeze, the peach petals continuously descended upon the two figures dancing wildly around Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. Then Wang Chen waved his hand, using spiritual energy to control the earth. He dug out back, filling the pit in one motion. From this day forth, the peach tree planted jointly by Chen and Xian stood complete. Seeing Jiang Lingxian still gazing at the tree they'd planted, lost in thought, Wang Chen silently approached from behind her. Then before the blooming peach tree, Wang Chen slowly wrapped his arms around Jiang Lingxian's waist from behind, embracing her tenderly. Jiang Lingxian snapped back to reality as Wang Chen's body pressed against her back from the peach tree. Her embraced form stiffened slightly, but this time unexpectedly Jiang Lingxian did not resist or struggle. She merely shyly lowered her lovely face in silence. Wang Chen gently lifted her soft, slightly cool right hand and guided her palm to press against the peach tree's trunk. While Wang Chen's palm, slightly larger and warmer than Jiang Lingxian's, gently covered her fair soft hand. Release a gentle flow of spiritual energy. From behind, Wang Chen pressed his cheek against Jiang Lingxian's exquisite profile, his voice tender as it whispered into her ear. Jiang Lingxian complied silently. Wang Chen then released his spiritual energy, passing through her palm toward the peach tree. During this time, for some unknown reason, Wang Chen sensed Jiang Lingxian's breathing becoming slightly rapid and heated. Her delicate frame seemed to be enduring something. But Jiang Lingxian possessed strong self-control. The signs she displayed were few, so Wang Chen didn't dwell on it much. As the intertwined spiritual energy flowed into the peach tree's trunk, the blossoms adorning it began falling petal by petal. In the gentle breeze, the peach petals continuously descended upon the two figures dancing wildly around Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. The figures of the one in white and the one in white robes swayed gently in the rain of flowers. A scene so breathtakingly beautiful it seemed as if they did not belong to this mortal world. Wang Chen held Jiang Lingxian, whose body had inexplicably grown soft, and gently turned her around to face him. Jiang Lingxian's cheeks were flushed with heat, her lovely face rosy, as if slightly intoxicated, bewitching beyond measure. Wang Chen was left utterly dazed. If one cannot restrain oneself, then what can be done? What is there to be done? Then, kiss her. Jiang Lingxian felt the touch upon her lips, letting out a soft, melting whimper. Her beautiful eyes quivered as she gazed at Wang Chen. And in that moment when their lips gently met, every flower that had fallen from the peach tree before them began to sprout anew, nourished by the endless yin-yang spiritual energy flowing through their bodies. And finally, bloomed once more. Wang Chen stood on the ground covered with peach blossom petals, his arms gently wrapping around the slender, soft waist of Jiang Lingxian. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian had her arms wrapped around Wang Chen's neck, her beautiful eyelashes trembling lightly, her lips pressed close. As the kiss parted, the petals of the peach blossom tree bloomed magnificently, swaying in the gentle breeze. This time Wang Chen's kiss had been shallow, but even after letting go, Jiang Lingxian's delicate body in his arms remained somewhat weak. Disciple, please don't go looking for Chu Yao anymore, okay? After their lips parted, Jiang Lingxian breathed softly, her cheek gently nestled against the side of Wang Chen's neck, as she spoke in a muffled voice. Xianxian, there's really nothing between me and her. We only met by chance on the road, and I've never sought her out. When I see her next time, I'll bring you along to confront her myself, alright? Wang Chen paused upon hearing Jiang Lingxian's words, then gently and tenderly explained with a hint of helplessness. But Jiang Lingxian merely buried her slightly flushed cheek against the side of his neck without saying a word. Alright, if you really. Okay. Before Wang Chen could finish his sentence, Jiang Lingxian's soft, cool voice answered him quietly beside his ear. I don't need you to deliberately restrict yourself. Actually running into her on the road. It's fine. I just want you not to seek her out or meet her when you have nothing important to do. Can you? Jiang Lingxian seemed to realize her behavior might make Wang Chen feel suffocated, so she slowly raised her coldly beautiful face and looked straight at him as she spoke. Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes gazed at him from within Wang Chen's embrace, her deep gaze flickering with a trace of entreaty. She did not want Wang Chen to feel suffocated or restricted when being with her, as she disliked that kind of situation. Even when Jiang Lingxian had once mistakenly thought Wang Chen was going to find Chu Yao in her moment of emotional loss of control, she had only locked him up for a few days, wanting him to spend more time with her. She kept him confined until he truly wanted to go out, and although she was reluctant, she eventually let him go. Upon hearing Jiang Lingxian's words, now Wang Chen felt a slight surprise. He had been wondering just moments before what would happen if he accidentally ran into Chu Yao again, and Jiang Lingxian happened to see them. In that case, might this life's slightly Yandere-leaning Jiang Lingxian escalate from locking him up to actually chaining him up? But Jiang Lingxian's behavior clearly suggested she wouldn't do such a thing, right? One could even say she was particularly considerate, only striving to secure the sense of safety she desired. All right, I promise you I will never seek her out when I have nothing important to do, and I will never have feelings for her. I will forever, always, and only ever love you, just one person. Will that make you happy? Wang Chen gazed directly into Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes, and as he spoke the second sentence, he gradually leaned close to her ear and whispered softly. Wang Chen's 3 forevers and his declaration that he would only ever love her caused Jiang Lingxian's heart to tremble slightly. Unaccustomed to such sweet words, Jiang Lingxian, at a loss for what to do, lowered her blushing beautiful face within Wang Chen's embrace. Watching the shy Jiang Lingxian in his arms, Wang Chen's lips curved upward slightly, while secretly thinking of that fellow Chu Yao. Of course not in that way, but rather thinking about finding a time to drag her over and make her answer questions right in front of Jiang Lingxian. Since this was all Jiang Lingxian was striving to gain, a sense of security, then he would give it to her. Tai Su Immortal Sect, the residence of inner disciples. Achu. Chu Yao was chatting with her cousin when, for no apparent reason, she suddenly sneezed. Sister, what's wrong? Chu Han watched Chu Yao lightly cover half her face as she sneezed and asked with concern. It's nothing, I just feel a bit strange. Chu Yao lowered her slender hand from her face, furrowed her delicate brows, and felt an inexplicable sense of unease within. By all rights, cultivators should not sneeze so easily. If this happened, it could only mean something might occur recently, or that trouble might be coming their way. It seems I need to be more careful about everything lately. With a charming and alluring expression, Chu Yao frowned slightly, silently reminding herself to stay cautious. Sister? Chu Han, with a slightly playful expression, watched the dazed Chu Yao and couldn't help but frown and call out twice. Huh. Oh, sister, these are the pills your parents asked me to give you. Cultivate diligently. Upon hearing Chu Han's call, Chu Yao was suddenly startled back to her senses and quickly took out some cultivation resources. Thank you, sister. Seeing this, Chu Han thanked her and began collecting the cultivation resources on the table one by one. I'll be going now, sister. Chu Yao gently patted Chu Han's head with her hand, a faint smile curving her charming lips, then rose to her feet and turned toward the door. With these resources, once Brother Yiqing returned, he would surely be able to advance his cultivation even more rapidly. Then he could defeat that annoying villain he always spoke of. Watching Chu Yao's figure leave through the doorway, Chu Han glanced down at the cultivation resources in her hands and felt overjoyed. Meanwhile, Chu Yao, having left the inner disciple residences of Tai Su, was passing by the Tai Su food pavilion when she was suddenly drawn by an enticing aroma. Chu Yao felt inexplicably hungry and, unable to resist, found herself walking inside without realizing it. Woo-woo. Brother, someone is mocking my height again, saying I'm a little kid. I'm not a child. Woo-woo. As soon as Chu Yao stepped into the Tai Su food pavilion, she gradually heard a muffled, somewhat naive cry coming from not far away. The crying sound attracted many glances, and even Chu Yao couldn't help but look over curiously. Wow, such an adorable little thing. Chu Yao's eyes immediately landed on Long Xiaodao, a petite figure in a peach-pink dress, standing beside a young man in cyan robes looking as cute as a small potato. She was instantly captivated. At this moment, Long Ritian held a white flute in his right hand, looking quite helpless at Long Xiaodao. He could only crouch down, slightly raise his left hand, and gently wipe the tears from Long Xiaodao's fair little face to soothe her. Xiaodao, although you do look like a child who mocked you, take brother to find them, and brother will help you get revenge, okay? Long Ritian squatted, cupping Long Xiaodao's face in his left hand and wiping her tears with his thumbs, speaking in gentle words. Long Xiaodao had simply been protected too well by him and the imperial family. So it wasn't just her height. Although she had reached adulthood, her mindset was still somewhat immature, which made Long Ritian quite helpless. Wow. Woo-woo. If Long Ritian hadn't mentioned the word child, it would have been fine, but the moment he did, Long Xiaodao burst into even louder sobs right where she stood. The Tai Su food pavilion was filled with diners, yet no one dared to disturb Long Ritian. Comforting his sister, most simply blocked out the sound. After all, Long Ritian was a member of an imperial cultivation dynasty's royal family. He had merely joined Tai Su Immortal Sect, but his status as a prince remained. Meanwhile, Chu Yao, watching the scene unfold, casually purchased some delicious-looking spiritual food. She then ignored the curious glances from certain disciples, found a corner to sit, and ate her spiritual food while watching the young man soothe his sister. The scene shifts. Meanwhile, within the Tai Su Holy Maiden Palace. Xianxian, do you wish to eat? Wang Chen sat on the left side of the bed, opening his eyes for meditation, while Jiang Lingxian, seated cross-legged beside him, also opened her beautiful eyes at his words. I. Jiang Lingxian, with her naturally cold and beautiful gaze, glanced at Wang Chen, and after murmuring in agreement, she gently nodded her delicate face twice. Had Wang Chen not mentioned it, Jiang Lingxian might not have thought of it. But now she suddenly found herself missing the meals he cooked. Then let us go to the Tai Su food pavilion to buy some ingredients. I will prepare some spirit noodles and cook them personally for you. As Wang Chen spoke, he leaned forward slightly, reaching out his hands to embrace Jiang Lingxian's soft waist. What does husband mean? Jiang Lingxian furrowed her beautiful brows, slightly gently grasping Wang Chen's reaching hands with a puzzled look, and asked softly. Throughout both his past and present lives, Wang Chen had never used this term before her, so Jiang Lingxian truly did not understand its meaning. It is an affectionate title. Only you are allowed to call me, exclusive to you alone. How does that sound him? Seeing Jiang Lingxian's thoughtful expression, Wang Chen playfully broke free from her grip and embraced her slender waist. Then, should I also have a title that is exclusive to you? Jiang Lingxian shifted her delicate frame, slightly unable to hide her embarrassment, and asked curiously once more. Yes, my dear Xianxian wifey. Wang Chen held Jiang Lingxian close, pressing his body gently against hers, and leaned into her ear to whisper softly in a sticky tone. Jiang Lingxian did not know why. Though she did not fully understand the term, she inexplicably felt her cheeks grow warm at Wang Chen's clingy tone, and she slightly pursed her thin lips. However, if it were possible, I would much rather call you my beloved wife. As Wang Chen whispered these words near her ear, his warm breath brushed against her slightly flushed ear. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian felt her mind grow a little flustered, her lips gradually moving from pursed to unconsciously biting them. Hearing the word wife, Jiang Lingxian could not help but think of what Chu Yao had mentioned before, even though Wang Chen had already explained there was nothing to it. Still, the thought lingered in her mind. At the same time, Jiang Lingxian felt an inexplicable fear that the so-called wife Chu Yao had spoken of might actually become a reality. No, absolutely not. I am only hers, she is mine, and I will not let those bad women outside touch him. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Jiang Lingxian surprisingly did not object to Wang Chen's use of the term wife. This time, Jiang Lingxian merely turned her blushing face slightly, though she made a half-hearted attempt to wriggle out of Wang Chen's embrace. Unexpectedly, her symbolic struggle was met with Wang Chen gently releasing her, and in that instant a strong sense of loss and emptiness surged within Jiang Lingxian. All right, I know what you were thinking. Let us go buy ingredients, and I will cook for my dear Xianxian wifey, okay? As if he could read Jiang Lingxian's thoughts, Wang Chen raised his hand and gently scratched her fair nose, signaling her. Jiang Lingxian's cold and faint response carried a slight pout as she sat on the bed and looked at Wang Chen. Come, put your feet down, let me put your shoes on for you. Wang Chen hopped off the bed, which had grown warm from their long stay, and squatted beside it, looking up at Jiang Lingxian, who appeared somewhat embarrassed. Tai Su Food Pavilion. Having been coaxed by Long Shouthouse sat on a chair only as high as her thighs, munching on a flatbread larger than her face. She swung her legs while eating, her eyes slightly red from crying. Chu Yao had also finished her meal, wiped her mouth with a thin white cloth, and stood up, heading toward the entrance. But suddenly her eyes flickered as she spotted Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian approaching from a distance, and her heart skipped a beat. Oh no, it's them again. This time Chu Yao dared not run over to greet them. Instead, she quickly crouched down among the crowd of disciples. Then, to the confused stares of the disciples, Chu Yao crept forward like a thief, crouching low and moving cautiously. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, entering the bustling Tai Su food pavilion, did not notice her at first. By the time Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian had walked further inside the pavilion, Chu Yao, still crouching like a thief, had already reached the entrance. Wang Chen noticed several disciples repeatedly glancing behind him and felt a bit puzzled, instinctively turning his head to look back. Seeing Wang Chen turn around, Jiang Lingxian curiously followed his gaze and looked toward the entrance of the Tai Su food pavilion. Amidst the many disciples' stares, Chu Yao, who was crouching like a thief near the exit, seemed to sense something and cautiously glanced back. Meanwhile, sitting beside Long Shouthouse took a fierce bite of her tough flatbread, even leaning her head back slightly from the effort, and then suddenly spotted Wang Chen. In that instant, Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian, Chu Yao, and Long Shouthouse all froze where they stood within the Tai Su food pavilion. Seeing the two of them looking over, the sparkle in Chu Yao's eyes that had existed days ago was completely gone. Feeling as though she had discovered Wang Chen's secret with his master, Chu Yao only wanted to flee as fast as possible and had no intention of getting involved. Whoosh! Chu Yao, dressed in a black skirt, sprang up like a giant black rat and bolted toward the exit of the Tai Su food pavilion. Quick! Catch her! Let's confront her face to face. Wang Chen, alarmed, quickly called out to Jiang Lingxian and grabbed her hand to chase after her. Brother! It was him. He bullied me. Long Xiaotao, equally panicked, set aside the flatbread that had been blocking her face and pointed at Wang Chen, shouting at Long Ritian. When Long Ritian looked up, he only caught glimpses of two figures fleeing out the door, too fast to make out their faces clearly. But who cared? If someone dared to bully little Tao, then chase them down. Long Ritian quickly stowed his white flute, hoisted Long Xiaotao onto his shoulder, and dashed out after them. Thus 5 individuals, each with powerful backgrounds and identities within the Tai Su immortal sect capable of drawing attention at any moment, rushed out of the Tai Su food pavilion one after another, leaving behind a sea of confused and bewildered Tai Su disciples. On the path within the Tai Su immortal sect, whoosh, Jiang Lingxian tossed a spirit-binding rope, and it swiftly shot toward Chu Yao. No please. Chu Yao, while fleeing, felt her body suddenly tighten as she was bound and suspended in midair, unable to move. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian quickly caught up and stood beside her, their gazes fixed firmly upon her. At this moment, Chu Yao felt utterly hopeless, her future shrouded in darkness, as if her life were about to end here. Whoosh! Just then a cyan spiritual energy attack struck toward them. Not lethal, but merely intended to teach them a lesson. However, before the cyan attack could reach Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen, it suddenly exploded midair and dissipated. Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen frowned and slowly turned around, their cold eyes fixing upon Long Ritian, who was carrying Long Xiaotao on his shoulder and chasing after them. But upon realizing he had nearly struck the Tai Su holy maiden and her disciple, Long Ritian's eyes widened in terror. Sister, you are setting me up. Long Xiaotao, still perched on Long Ritian's shoulders, had no idea what was happening. As soon as Long Ritian stopped, she began struggling to get down. Brother, did you catch him? Since he mocked me with his chest height, I'm going to jump up and kick his chest. Long Xiaotao braced her hands on Long Ritian's shoulders, then hopped down with her back to Wang Chen and the other 3. She then slowly turned to face Wang Chen, her eyes filled with a wrathful yet endearing glare, arms crossed and cheeks puffed out as she stared directly at him. Wang Chen had initially failed to recognize her, but once she turned around with her cheeks puffed and glaring at him, he finally made out her features. Aren't you that kid from the Peach Blossom Grove? Upon seeing Long Xiaotao's comical expression, Wang Chen couldn't help but let out a chuckle as he asked. At the same time, Wang Chen glanced at Long Ritian, somewhat surprised to learn from Long Xiaotao's words that the two were actually siblings. The last time in the Peach Blossom Grove, he had nearly collided with this tiny flower eater. Wang Chen had mocked her due to her rude attitude, never expecting she would turn out to be Long Ritian's younger sister. In his past life, he had never heard of Long Ritian having a sister, though this was likely because their interactions had been minimal. You. Upon hearing the word kid, Long Xiaotao was so furious, she choked on her words, stammering in frustration for what felt like an eternity. When she realized she couldn't win the argument, Long Xiaotao stormed forward in anger, only for Long Ritian to quickly grab her, tie her up with a rope, and secure her around his waist. Brother, what are you doing? Long Xiaotao was taken aback by her brother's sudden betrayal, struggling against the ropes binding her as she was held against his waist. If not for noticing her disciples seemed to know them, she would have already struck them down with the spiritual energy attack that had just come flying at them. Please forgive us, Holy Maiden of Tai Su. I am the second crown prince of the Qingxian dynasty. I mistook you for someone else and inadvertently offended you. The one beside me is my younger sister. She's just a child and doesn't understand proper conduct. Her innocent words should not be held against her. I sincerely apologize. Seeing this, Long Ritian quickly set Long Xiaotao down from his waist and bowed deeply with both hands raised in apology. I'm not a little. Before Long Xiaotao could finish, Long Ritian subtly used spiritual energy to silence her protest. At his current cultivation level in the Spirit King realm's first layer, if a fight broke out, he would be no match for the Tai Su Holy Maiden. Hearing Long Ritian's apology, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She had heard of the Qingxian dynasty before. It was said to have a royal ancestor at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm's 9th layer guarding it. A powerful force indeed. Jiang Lingxian ignored him and slowly shifted her cold, clear gaze to Wang Chen beside her. Wang Chen met her eyes briefly, understanding she was seeking his opinion. Crown Prince, that's quite lucrative. 100 top-grade spirit stones for that attack you just launched at us. Whoosh. Before Wang Chen could finish his sentence, Long Ritian threw a small storage bag that flew toward him. Since wealth could easily resolve this matter, he was only too willing to pay, as material riches were something he never lacked. Damn it, I said too little. Wang Chen felt a twinge of regret for underestimating the price. Ahem. Fine, you may leave now. Wang Chen quickly caught the flying storage bag, paused for a moment, then coughed twice before waving them off. Thank you both for not holding this against us. Long Ritian offered one final apology before quickly hoisting Long Xiaodao, who was still sitting on the ground whimpering, onto his shoulder and turning to leave. TSK. Another 1,000,000 origin points secured, and that guy actually thanked me. Wang Chen stored the small storage bag in his spatial ring and smiled as he watched Long Ritian carry the tiny Long Xiaodao away. Jiang Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows, her gaze at Wang Chen tinged with something peculiar. She still remembered the over 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones he had received from her. My little greedy disciple. Jiang Lingxian looked at Wang Chen with her cold, beautiful eyes, silently muttering with affectionate amusement in her heart. Hey, anyone going to check on me? I've been tied up here for most of the day. What exactly do you want to do? I tried greeting you, and you ignored me. I stayed away from you, and you came after me. Chu Yao felt she was about to be driven mad. If she had known this would happen, she should never have sought out Wang Chen in the first place. Huh. Wang Chen paused, suddenly remembering there was someone bound by the spirit binding rope and floating in the air behind them. Almost forgot about you, he. Wah. Why are you smiling so wickedly? Chu Yao looked at Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian as they turned back, terrified by his sinister laughter and desperately trying to put distance between herself and them. At this moment, Chu Yao felt as though Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian were demons preparing to torture and judge her. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian exchanged a knowing glance at Chu Yao, then looked at each other. Whoosh. In the next moment, all three, Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian, and Chu Yao, vanished from sight, leaving behind the murmurs of disciples who had been watching the spectacle. TSK. Unbelievable, it seems the legitimate daughter of the Chu family lost out in the competition for a man. Based on my observations from standing by the sect's main path every day watching their developments, it does seem that way. We're kindred spirits. I'm stationed here every day now, waiting for the Tai Su Holy Maiden and her disciple to appear, so I can gossip. With Wang Chen and the other two departing, only the whispered conversations of several Tai Su disciples remained as they finished watching the drama from afar. Inside the Tai Su Holy Maiden's palace. I don't know. I really don't know anything. Chu Yao was tied to a peach blossom tree in the courtyard of the Tai Su Holy Maiden's palace, gazing in terror at Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian as they approached her. Alright, even if I know that you, Wang Chen, already have a wife and also took a master playing both sides. But you can't do this to me. The Tai Su Holy Maiden, he's a bad man. Don't be deceived by him. Let me go quickly, come to your senses. Tied to the peach blossom tree, Chu Yao continued struggling against her bonds, while hoping to turn Jiang Lingxian against Wang Chen. Wang Chen. Jiang Lingxian. Where the hell did she hear such nonsense? Hearing Chu Yao's foolish words, Wang Chen's mind went blank. He glanced nervously at Jiang Lingxian. I swear I absolutely didn't. Seeing Jiang Lingxian's pained gaze, Wang Chen quickly raised his right hand and held up 3 fingers to swear. Upon seeing this, Jiang Lingxian pursed her lips slightly, and her distressed emotions finally began to settle. But she could no longer tolerate Chu Yao's words. Even though what she said was most likely untrue, it was painful to hear, so Jiang Lingxian took out a piece of white cloth and stuffed it into her mouth. Wang Chen let out a long breath of relief in his heart, feeling even a bit sweaty after seeing that Jiang Lingxian was no longer staring at him. Then Wang Chen turned his gaze to Chu Yao, who was tied to the peach blossom tree, his eyes narrowing slightly as he had the system purchase a large bag of small soybeans. How many times have we met? Where have we been, and where did we encounter each other? Also, my wife is the person beside me, not someone else, not the way you imagine. Finally, and also, will you speak or not? Will you speak or not? Will you speak or not? So you won't say it. After Wang Chen finished asking, his tone suddenly changed. His right hand continuously picked up the small soybeans from his left hand and threw them toward Chu Yao's head. Whoa. Chu Yao was about to be pelted silly by the small soybeans, her mouth tightly stuffed with white cloth, unable to speak or struggle. Wang Chen was delighted inside. He knew Chu Yao had white cloth in her mouth, but he was deliberately seeking a small revenge. It was because this foolish girl had spoken carelessly that he had almost been tied up by Jiang Lingxian, and it took a long time to coax her. Pada. Will you speak or not? Will you speak or not? Woo. Disciple. How about we first remove the white cloth from her mouth before letting her speak? Jiang Lingxian watched Chu Yao's anxious little face, tears nearly welling up, and gently nudged Wang Chen to signal her. Oh right, look at my memory, I forgot she had white cloth stuffed in her mouth and can't speak. Wang Chen knew clearly but pretended to have forgotten, then nodded heavily to Jiang Lingxian. Seeing this, Jiang Lingxian stepped forward and extended her slender fair hand to pull the white cloth from Chu Yao's mouth. You're bullying me. I've never felt so stifled in all my life, you bastards. Bastards. Big bastards. As soon as the white cloth was pulled from Chu Yao's mouth, she cried out, grievously disregarding any sense of propriety and cursing freely. Wang Chen fell silent. Jiang Lingxian also remained quiet. This time, neither Wang Chen nor Jiang Lingxian showed displeasure. After all, she had already felt stifled, and she needed to vent somehow, otherwise it would truly be too harsh. The force of Wang Chen's thrown soybeans was not great for her, not painful at all. Actually, Chu Yao's current state was purely from feeling stifled and anxious. After such an atmosphere sank for a little while. You're giving me the cold treatment again. I'll speak. Is that okay now? Chu Yao, her tears glistening with suppressed grievance, simply couldn't endure this atmosphere any longer and only wanted to flee from the two demons as quickly as possible. As time passed across the entire Baolan continent after Chu Yao had been tied up and explaining for who knows how long. Hey, I'm reminding you in good faith. Be more cautious about Chu Han from your Chu family recently. Especially when she appears before you with a man named Yi Qing, remember to guard against it. Wang Chen gazed at Chu Yao's lonely silhouette as she walked toward the courtyard entrance of the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace, unable to resist offering a warning. If things truly reach an unbearable point in the end, come to us for help, and we will certainly assist you to the best of our ability. Although Wang Chen had joined Jiang Lingxian in teasing Chu Yao, he had not forgotten the kindness she had shown him in his past life. Even though this life's Chu Yao had done nothing for him, Wang Chen only sought to keep a clear conscience. Since the Chu Yao of his past life had died, Wang Chen could not repay the debt of gratitude for nearly losing his life. Then, he would repay it in this life. The Chu Yao from his past life would surely not wish to see the entire Chu family destroyed. At that moment, Chu Yao was stopped in her tracks by Wang Chen's words at the courtyard entrance, standing there stunned for a moment. Then, Chu Yao let out an angry sniff, her lonely silhouette clad in a black dress, as she stomped out of the courtyard entrance in a huff. Chu Yao said nothing, her mind filled with tales of rebellious disciples who had defied their master, and she simply fled. If she didn't leave now, she truly feared they would silence her. Just as Chu Yao stepped out, she ran right into Xiao Qingxiu, who had searched most of the Taishu immortal sect, without finding Wang Chen, and had come here out of desperation. Both paused for a moment, their eyes showing faint confusion, but neither spoke, simply stepping aside to let the other pass. In the courtyard of the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace. Xianxian, do you believe me now? Wang Chen leaned in a bit closer to Jiang Lingxian beneath the peach blossom tree, his face gradually approaching. Jiang Lingxian pressed her red lips together, slightly wanting to retreat a bit unnaturally. But her disciple had tried so hard to explain himself, so just this once let him have his way. Jiang Lingxian's ears gradually turned red, her pretty face tilting slightly, her body growing warm as she stood, her gaze drifting unnaturally toward the doorway. Just as she felt Wang Chen's face drawing closer, her eyes suddenly flashed, and she quickly grabbed his left shoulder with both hands. I've told you not to move around recklessly. Let me dismantle this spiritual cloth for you. Jiang Lingxian's expression returned to her natural state of cold, breathtaking beauty. She stood particularly close to Wang Chen, gazing at his left shoulder. Not coming earlier, not coming later, but right at this moment. What a nuisance. If she had known, would have taken her disciple back inside first. Jiang Lingxian lowered her eyes and gently lifted the white garment on Wang Chen's shoulder, pretending to examine the spiritual energy bandage beneath, though a hint of displeasure lingered in her heart. Wang Chen's leaning figure stiffened as well, hearing footsteps at the courtyard entrance, and he understood in his heart why Jiang Lingxian had suddenly changed her demeanor. Don't unwrap it, it hurts a little. Feeling Jiang Lingxian's gentle touch on his shoulder, Wang Chen pretended to cover it himself, grimacing in mock pain. However, as Wang Chen covered his shoulder, he secretly grasped the back of Jiang Lingxian's fair hand, his index finger playfully scratching her twice. Jiang Lingxian felt the tickling sensation on the back of her hand, her breathtakingly beautiful face pausing slightly as she raised her clear, cold, and lovely eyes. At this moment, Xiao Qingxiu behind Wang Chen also approached. However, because Wang Chen blocked his view, Xiao Qingxiu did not see this scene. What injured your shoulder? Why hasn't it healed, even after the Holy Maiden treated you? Xiao Qingxiu walked behind Wang Chen, his approachable, yet handsome face showing confusion as he spoke. It was clear he truly believed Jiang Lingxian was treating Wang Chen's injury and had not noticed anything unusual. It was when I was coaxing the little crybaby last time. She bit me hard out of grievance. There's nothing I can do about it. Hearing this, Wang Chen calmly covered his left shoulder and turned around his handsome face with a hint of mischief as he helplessly spoke. Oh, so it was that spirit vessel's little girl, then that's understandable. After all, its Dao weapon rank is quite high, so the wound from its bite should have Dao rhyme, which is why it's difficult to treat. Hearing this, Xiao Qingxiu seemed to understand, nodding at Wang Chen and speaking with a cheerful smile. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian behind Wang Chen, with her naturally cold gaze, was looking at Wang Chen, her beautiful eyes hiding an imperceptible trace of grievance. Bad disciple. Always calling me little crybaby, and you're still a rebellious disciple who defies your master. No, that's not right. Isn't his master me? Have you finished handling your affairs? Wang Chen stood in the courtyard of the Taishu Holy Maiden Hall on the ground not far from the peach blossom tree, looking at Xiao Qingshu with a puzzled expression as he asked, "Not yet, but I will speak with your master shortly, and then it should be settled." Xiao Qingshu restrained his smile slightly, his gaze shifting to Jiang Lingxian, standing silently behind Wang Chen, like a cold fairy, and he gestured. "Oh." Wang Chen gave a slight nod, his eyes meeting Jiang Lingxian's cold gaze as she watched him quietly from behind. Please have a seat first." Wang Chen invited them both inside, then led Jiang Lingxian to the small pavilion in the courtyard where the three of them sat down. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian sat close together while Xiao Qingshu took the seat opposite them and began to speak. The matter between the two sects has grown increasingly complicated lately, and the other two immortal sects are already showing signs of being drawn in. Plans cannot keep pace with changes. Han Zun was about to enter seclusion, but must emerge now, so you will need to accompany him on a journey, and also. Xiao Qingshu's expression turned serious as he looked at the beautiful yet cold-faced Jiang Lingxian, slowly laying out the details. Jiang Lingxian nodded occasionally or responded with soft murmurs, her naturally clear and pleasant voice sounding devoid of emotion. At this moment the three people in the pavilion showed no signs of anything unusual, until Jiang Lingxian's left hand, resting on her legs and hidden from view beneath the table, was gently grasped by another warm palm. Jiang Lingxian's heart fluttered slightly, but seeing Xiao Qingshu still speaking seriously across from her, she could only force herself to remain composed. Jiang Lingxian attempted to quietly withdraw her hand, but Wang Chen suddenly pried open her 5 fingers and held them tightly. Worse still, Jiang Lingxian felt Wang Chen's right foot gently hooking her leg from the left side, where he sat, pulling it closer. At this moment Jiang Lingxian's heart trembled again. She could only regulate her breath to keep her upper body still, calmly observing Xiao Qingshu. Click. Suddenly a crisp sound of something falling to the ground made Jiang Lingxian, whose fingers were still tightly interlaced with Wang Chen, startle and quickly look over. Xiao Qingshu also glanced at Wang Chen, but from across the table both their upper bodies were hidden and appeared completely normal. "No, it's nothing. I dropped something. You two continue talking." Xiao Qingshu watched Wang Chen awkwardly scratching his head and nodded understandingly before turning his gaze back to Jiang Lingxian. But Jiang Lingxian's mind went blank for a moment, her normally cold eyes revealing a subtle tension as she looked at Wang Chen. If her disciple knelt down, then wouldn't he be able to do even more? Jiang Lingxian's entire heart began to rise in anxiety, yet gazing at their tightly interlaced hands, she could not escape. Where were we just now? At this moment Xiao Qingshu's voice rang out again, drawing Jiang Lingxian's wandering gaze back. "This journey may require a trip to the Qing domain." Right. Hearing Jiang Lingxian's response, the slightly bewildered Xiao Qingshu seemed to suddenly remember something and continued speaking. Meanwhile Wang Chen, crouched beneath the table, held Jiang Lingxian's left hand firmly with his right, while his left index finger gently traced patterns on her thigh. "Little fairy, let me massage your legs, okay?" Wang Chen wrote character by character on Jiang Lingxian's long slender leg with his left hand, then gave a light poke as a signal. Though Jiang Lingxian's thighs were covered by her skirt, and she could not feel every stroke, clearly she roughly understood what he meant. Jiang Lingxian felt somewhat awkward and shifted her left foot, attempting to withdraw her long jade-like leg hidden beneath her white skirt, clearly refusing. Unexpectedly, the next moment Wang Chen suddenly pulled her closer, and his left hand grew restless. "It's fine, I'm listening. Please continue." Sensing Xiao Qingshu's gaze turning toward her, and feeling the strange sensation on her thigh, Jiang Lingxian could only force herself to speak. So the other two sects. It must be said that Jiang Lingxian's acting was truly impressive. Xiao Qingshu mistakenly thought her earlier murmur was a response to his words. "If you keep pinching my leg, then you won't get to kiss me." Jiang Lingxian could barely endure it any longer. Forcing herself to endure the physical discomfort, she transmitted her words shamefully to Wang Chen through spiritual energy. At some point she had intended to punish Wang Chen, but it ultimately transformed into a threat to withhold kisses. Perhaps the right to prevent him from kissing her held more authority. But Jiang Lingxian seemed to have forgotten that she was an expert of the heavenly venerable realm. In truth, Jiang Lingxian could have forcefully used spiritual power to prevent Wang Chen from touching her, yet she did not. As expected, Wang Chen, helpless, delivered one final slightly heavier pinch before slowly rising to his feet. Jiang Lingxian remained seated on the chair, her expression carefully maintained as cold as she responded with a soft murmur to Xiao Qingshu's report on the two sects' conflict. However, what puzzled Xiao Qingshu somewhat was that Jiang Lingxian's icy demeanor carried an unusual heaviness to it. Could it be that handling these matters was placing considerable pressure on her? There was no helping it, even if the pressure was great. The situation among the 4 great immortal sects of the Bahuan continent was simply too complex at present. Xiao Qingshu pondered for a moment internally, ultimately only able to conclude this possibility, sighing in his heart and feeling helpless for Jiang Lingxian. Meanwhile, Wang Chen had already returned to his seat beneath the table, his face full of smiles. Alright, I think that is all I wanted to say. After Xiao Qingshu finished speaking, he gave a slight nod to Jiang Lingxian, whose ears had flushed red beneath her hair, and to Wang Chen, whose face was beaming with smiles. Then Xiao Qingshu slowly rose to his feet, and Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian quickly and tacitly released their tightly interlaced hands. When Xiao Qingshu's line of sight cleared the obstruction of the table, all he saw was everything normal. When do you plan to go to Mahuang? Standing, Xiao Qingshu locked eyes with Wang Chen and began discussing personal matters between them. Tomorrow, come find me at noon, and we will depart directly. Wang Chen glanced at the sky, then remembered that the four-leaf flame grass would not mature for about 5 more days, so he spoke. Very well, then I will take my leave first. Xiao Qingshu displayed a faint smile, nodded slightly, and turned to walk toward the courtyard entrance. Creak. A sound came from afar. Xiao Qingshu had even taken the trouble to close the door behind him. You rascal, shameless, shameless, shameless. Rebellious disciple. You shameless, rebellious disciple. Only after seeing Xiao Qingshu finally leave did Jiang Lingxian, still seated, turn her head to glare at Wang Chen with a mixture of shame and anger, scolding him. But Wang Chen, watching Jiang Lingxian's embarrassed yet furious expression, chuckled endlessly, for her curses truly lacked any real bite. All right, master, this disciple acknowledges his mistake. I will try not to touch your legs next time. Wang Chen leaned closer toward Jiang Lingxian, whose body had grown somewhat weak, and reached out with both hands as if to embrace her. But Jiang Lingxian, now both ashamed and angry, could hardly allow him to embrace her. With heated stubbornness, she forced her slightly trembling body to stand. You will never embrace me again. Blushing crimson, Jiang Lingxian glared at Wang Chen, who had missed his embrace, and spoke quite angrily before turning alone and walking toward the inner room. Click. Jiang Lingxian shut the door of the Taishu Saint Maiden Hall, but she did not lock it. Wang Chen did not rush to appease her. Instead, he contemplated going to the Taishu Food Pavilion to purchase some ingredients first. In the end, he would cook her a 10-star couple's feast and give her a surprise while also winning back her favor. After all, there was a tremendous difference between reconciliation backed by action and mere words. Action spoke louder than words. Wang Chen calculated he could accomplish all of this within an hour. The speed of cultivators was simply extraordinary. Wang Chen knew that given Jiang Lingxian's character so attuned to every sensation, she would not be able to wait long before growing anxious. Inside the Taishu Food Pavilion, Long Ritian gazed at Long Xiaodao, her eyes still carrying traces of tears, as she gnawed on a pancake larger than her own face. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he had soothed her. Now he could continue practicing the 9-kill flute technique. The 9-kill flute technique produced gentle melodies, yet often the most serene flute music was most capable of slaying enemies without a trace. However, he rarely employed it for combat. Most of the time, he simply played the flute at the Taishu Food Pavilion to show off, savoring the glittering, mesmerized gazes of his admirers. A secret thrill indeed. Thump, thump, thump. Just as Long Ritian prepared to resume his training, his eyes suddenly widened at the figure who strode through the entrance of the Taishu Food Pavilion. Oh no! Long Ritian's heart skipped a beat. He glanced toward Long Xiaodao, and as expected, she sat there with pancakes still in her mouth, staring blankly at Wang Chen. Brother, he's alone right now? I don't care, I just want to kick him. Long Xiaodao swallowed the pancake in her mouth, her small face twisted with grievance, as she gazed at Long Rudong, pointing at Wang Chen with her tiny finger. Wang Chen also seemed to sense her gaze, and turned to look. A mischievous grin spread across his face, bordering on the impudent side. Brother, he's laughing at me again, he's laughing at me. Long Xiaodao could endure it no longer. In front of the sparse crowd of Taishu disciples within the pavilion, she charged toward Wang Chen. Sigh. Seeing this, Long Ritian hastily tucked away his white flute and followed with a helpless sigh. Long Xiaodao was furious. In a fit of rage, she leaped high and kicked toward Wang Chen's chest, but then Wang Chen simply grabbed her by the back of her collar, her peach-pink garment, leaving her limbs flailing like a tiny turtle. You scoundrel. Long Xiaodao's intelligence was already questionable to begin with, and now it deteriorated even further. She could only repeat the word scoundrel over and over. At this moment, Long Ritian also stood before Wang Chen, his expression carrying the awkwardness of an elder whose younger sister had caused trouble and been caught. No harm done. Here, take her. Wang Chen lifted the petite Long Xiaodao, whose cultivation realm was only at foundation gathering, and magnanimously held her out to Long Ritian. Thank you, brother. How can you help a stranger instead of your own sister? Long Xiaodao shouted, kicking out again in an attempt to strike Wang Chen's chest. That single kick seemed to have become her obsession. Xiaodao, silence. He merely laughed at you with words, but how many times have you provoked him? It's already been settled and cleared. Long Ritian took Long Xiaodao from Wang Chen's grasp and sternly rebuked her with a severe expression. Wang Chen found this somewhat unexpected. Long Retian's name suggested a dominant, invincible type of protagonist, someone who would fight without hesitation. Yet this Long Retian proved to be quite different with remarkably sound judgment. In the cultivation world, such a person was truly rare. Wang Chen recalled that in his past life, his initial dealings with Long Retian arose because their respective interests had been threatened by one another, leading to their great battles. However, after each great battle, when no conflict of interest remained, they would meet as strangers once more, neither resorting to underhanded tactics to harm the other. You're quite impressive. I'll be going now. May we meet again if fate wills it. Wang Chen offered Long Retian a friendly smile. After the other man nodded with a calm expression, Wang Chen walked past him toward the rear kitchen of the Taishu food pavilion. In the cultivation world, there existed countless varieties of meat, each with its own peculiar and extraordinary flavors. Some required no seasoning whatsoever, naturally possessing sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty tastes. Fortunately, Wang Chen knew how to adapt, refining the cooking methods to suit his own culinary skills. In the end, Wang Chen purchased some spirit eggs, some spirit beef spare ribs, and a dragon head fish from the Taishu food pavilion, along with some assorted vegetables. After purchasing the ingredients, Wang Chen did not leave directly. Instead, he borrowed the kitchen from the chefs. Under the bewildered gazes of the assembled cooks, the dishes flew about in the wok, creating a chaotic mess. But when the final plating was complete, every chef present gazed with astonishment at the glistening crimson dish, with its slightly crispy exterior, unable to resist swallowing mouthfuls of saliva. Finally, Wang Chen added some decorative touches to all the dishes. Even if they hadn't been appealing before, they certainly were now. He stored them in his storage space. Time to go home. As he walked out of the Taishu food pavilion, Wang Chen's figure gradually receded under the peculiar gaze of Long Retian, who was gently coaxing his sister. Inside the Taishu Saint Maiden Hall, Jiang Lingxian lay on her side upon the couch, her coral lips slightly pursed, her beautiful eyes gazing at the door with evident displeasure. Disciple, why hasn't he come in? Was I too harsh just now? He wouldn't be angry, would he? Disciple. Jiang Lingxian lay upon the couch, her beautiful eyes firmly fixed on the door. Her heart grew increasingly anxious and distressed. Did he leave? There are women everywhere outside. What if he gets seduced by another woman? Jiang Lingxian's heart transformed from anxiety to fear. Finally, she abruptly sat upright. It was just a touch. Just touching the leg, that's all. It didn't cross any other boundaries. It's fine. I shouldn't blame him. Jiang Lingxian sat upon the couch, soothing herself in her heart, then rose with some urgency, preparing to find Wang Chen. Creak. Just as Jiang Lingxian was about to take a step, the door was gently pushed open by the returning Wang Chen. Wang Chen mysteriously hid his hands behind his back, as if concealing something. He poked his head through the doorway, grinning at Jiang Lingxian. Jiang Lingxian's expression was cold, but her anxious heart secretly exhaled in profound relief. The unhappiness in her eyes finally dissipated. Little Xianxian, guess what I brought you? Wang Chen walked into the room with his hands behind his back, standing before Jiang Lingxian as he mysteriously spoke. Peach. Blossoms. Wrong. Actually, I didn't bring anything at all. Wang Chen suddenly extended his empty hands before Jiang Lingxian, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Jiang Lingxian froze for a moment, seemingly at a loss for words. She felt somewhat wronged and helpless. I'm just kidding. I did bring something, I did. At this, Wang Chen's heart clenched with anxiety. With a swift motion, a delicate and beautiful strawberry cake appeared in his hands, presented before Jiang Lingxian. Atop the strawberry cake rested a blooming four-leaf peach blossom, exquisite and charming. The sweet aroma of the strawberry cake instantly filled the room. Actually, I didn't leave. I just want to make these delicious treats for you. Don't be angry anymore. Wang Chen held the exquisite strawberry cake in his right hand, while his left arm gently encircled Jiang Lingxian's waist, who still stood frozen. Wang Chen's warm body pressed close to Jiang Lingxian. He leaned beside her ear, his voice low and magnetic as he gently soothed her. Wang Chen embraced Jiang Lingxian's slender waist with his left arm and guided her to the table, gently placing the strawberry cake upon it. Then Wang Chen retrieved various dishes, particularly that dragon head fish. Although its dragon head and fish body should have radiated an aura of majesty and power, now Wang Chen had removed its fangs and scales, steamed it, and adorned it with peach blossoms and various ingredients, making it appear utterly adorable. It resembled a big-headed silly fish, its form impossibly endearing. Due to certain reasons, you don't know your own birthday, which means I don't know it either. So, let's just pretend today is your birthday, shall we? This is handcrafted by me. It's definitely delicious. After setting down the dishes, Wang Chen turned Jiang Lingxian to face him. His eyes carried tenderness as he embraced her waist and spoke softly. Wang Chen. Jiang Lingxian seemed somewhat dazed. Her beautiful eyes quietly locked with Wang Chen's gaze for a long moment, as if something deep within her heart was gradually being shattered. The two stood in the room embracing each other, their dark and profound pupils trembling slightly as they gazed at one another for a long moment. Just as Wang Chen was about to gently tilt his face, attempting to softly press his lips against Jiang Lingxian's. Jiang Lingxian's beautiful face instead took the initiative, her cold and exquisite eyes seeming to ripple with waves as she slowly drew closer. Finally, in Wang Chen's somewhat dazed gaze, Jiang Lingxian took the initiative to press her red lips against his, deepening the kiss. However, as it was Jiang Lingxian's first time initiating such intimacy, her movements were noticeably clumsy, her warm breath unsteady, soft and warm. Wang Chen felt the peculiar sensation on his lips as his hands wrapped around Jiang Lingxian's slender and soft waist suddenly tightened, pulling her closer. MMPH. Startled by the sudden force, Jiang Lingxian let out a muffled sound against Wang Chen's lips, their eyes meeting with subtle movements. After enjoying this small sweet appetizer before the meal, as Jiang Lingxian's delicate body gradually grew weak, the next moment, she sensed Wang Chen opening his mouth, leaving her mind completely blank. Jiang Lingxian stared at Wang Chen in bewilderment, seemingly unsure of what he intended to do, until something brushed against her lips and teeth. MMPH. Jiang Lingxian was startled for a moment, instinctively turning away her blushing beautiful face, causing him to kiss her cheek instead. Wang Chen was also momentarily stunned, his handsome face's eyes gazing at Jiang Lingxian with evident confusion. It was his first attempt at this, as well as movements quite clumsy. Never would he have expected that Jiang Lingxian would suddenly pull away. Wang Chen unconsciously furrowed his brow, feeling a strange emptiness in his heart, yet he was not angry, merely a bit uncomfortable. The two warm bodies pressed against each other, Jiang Lingxian's cheeks flushed red as she rested in Wang Chen's embrace, breathing long warm breaths. After calming down for quite some time, Jiang Lingxian finally felt the soft warm sensation leave her cheek before coming back to her senses. After separating their lips and her mind gradually clearing, Jiang Lingxian finally recalled what Wang Chen had intended to do just now. But she hadn't understood his intentions, seemingly ruining that atmosphere. Jiang Lingxian slowly turned her face back, her tender eyes gazing at Wang Chen, carrying a hint of apology within them. It's fine if you don't want to, never mind. I was being too presumptuous. Wang Chen, seeing Jiang Lingxian's soft voice carrying a trace of apology, cut her off, his mood somewhat complicated. This time Wang Chen was not pretending. After all, in his understanding of her, Jiang Lingxian might truly not enjoy such things. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian was in Wang Chen's arms, gazing at his obviously downcast expression, her lips parting as if to speak, but unsure of what to say. Let's eat. It's been so long since I cooked. Come taste how my skills have improved. Wang Chen knew that the romantic atmosphere had already dissipated, so he slowly released Jiang Lingxian and pulled out a chair. Jiang Lingxian didn't know why, but seeing her disciple in such a complicated state, her heart grew restless as well. I'm such a fool. Jiang Lingxian inwardly blamed herself, feeling a pang of regret for having dodged Wang Chen's gesture just now. Seeing Wang Chen release her, Jiang Lingxian's eyes betrayed a hint of reluctance, but she could only watch helplessly as he pulled out a chair. Just as Jiang Lingxian thought Wang Chen would invite her to sit, she saw him sit down on the chair alone. Is the disciple angry? Well, it would be normal to be angry. It's all my fault. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lingxian blamed herself once more, in her heart feeling annoyed and resentful toward herself. But seeing Wang Chen not invite her to sit, Jiang Lingxian couldn't help but feel a small sense of grievance rising in her heart. Qianqian, come here. Wang Chen, seated on the chair, turned his face and extended his hand toward Jiang Lingxian, whose eyes carried a hint of small grievance, beckoning her over. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian's heart was tangled. She thought of the scene earlier when her disciple might have been upset and sat down alone on the chair. But thinking about the reason being herself, Jiang Lingxian still raised her beautiful face and glanced over upon hearing Wang Chen's call. You didn't think I wasn't going to let you sit, did you? Come sit on my lap, how about that? Seated on the chair, Wang Chen seemed to see through Jiang Lingxian's aggrieved little thoughts. After breaking it to her, he patted his own thighs. Jiang Lingxian froze for a moment, realizing that her little thoughts had been completely seen through. But upon hearing Wang Chen's second sentence, the small tangled heart in Jiang Lingxian's chest unexpectedly turned to a hint of pleasant surprise. So the disciple wasn't angry. He wanted me to sit on his lap, humph. After understanding, Jiang Lingxian felt a small flutter of joy. However, when she came to her senses, she suddenly realized something was amiss. And no, that's wrong, sitting on his lap. All right, if you don't want to, never mind. I'll pull out another chair for you. Wang Chen, seeing Jiang Lingxian's hesitant expression, said helplessly and disappointedly as he began to rise from his seat, though his movements were extremely slow. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen's helpless, disappointed figure, as he rose her beautiful face, showing a moment of hesitation before she lightly bit her lip. Without a word, Jiang Lingxian used her actions to prove herself, her fair, beautiful hands quickly pressing down on Wang Chen's shoulders. Then in Wang Chen's bewildered gaze, she gently pressed him back into the seat before taking small timid steps to his side. Wang Chen's legs were right before her, yet Jiang Lingxian stood less than 10 centimeters away and still hesitated to sit. Her cheeks flushed a light shade of red. Wang Chen knew that at this moment she had already accepted, but girls tend to be more reserved. Therefore, he had to take the initiative. He simply grabbed Jiang Lingxian's arm and pulled her into his embrace in one swift motion. Jiang Lingxian's expression showed a startle. By the time she regained awareness, she was already seated on Wang Chen's lap, her body pressed against his chest. Jiang Lingxian's mind went blank for a long while, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at the floor, her cheeks so red they were translucent, a sight that made one want to take a bite. As Jiang Lingxian gradually came to her senses, embarrassment prevented her from lifting her face to look at Wang Chen. She nestled tightly in his embrace while sitting on his lap. Wang Chen smiled at the sight of Jiang Lingxian, lowering her head, not daring to look at him. He wrapped his arms around her and adjusted her sitting position slightly backward. Jiang Lingxian felt as if she was completely seated on Wang Chen's lap, with only the tips of her feet able to touch the ground. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian became extremely restrained, her hands resting helplessly on her own lap, as her blushing cheeks only dared to lower to gaze at her skirt hem. Wang Chen then reached out and grabbed her slender soft arm, guiding it despite her slight resistance to the back of his own neck. From Wang Chen's perspective, Jiang Lingxian was facing to the right. Thus their intimate position at this moment was Wang Chen's left arm embracing her waist, Jiang Lingxian's slender right arm wrapped around Wang Chen's neck. Like an ambiguous pose one might see when a little enchantress from the cultivation world tries to seduce and entice someone. Jiang Lingxian was no little enchantress, but this shy, soft, and helpless demeanor of hers was far more enticing than any enchantress could ever be. Wang Chen felt Jiang Lingxian resting against his chest with her delicate face lowered, and a playful interest sparked within him. He reached for a strawberry on the table, then gently plucked the 4 leaves from its crown before slowly offering it to Jiang Lingxian in his arms, as if feeding a child. Ah! Wang Chen even leaned in with a smile, gazing at Jiang Lingxian's shy expression as he softly cooed the feeding sound, mimicking how one would coax a baby to eat. Jiang Lingxian was clearly overwhelmed with embarrassment, and at the sound of that coaxing, near her ear, she could only weakly part her lips. Noticing this, Wang Chen gently placed the tip of the strawberry between her lips, allowing her to take a small, delicate bite. What a mischievous disciple. What is he treating me as? As Jiang Lingxian savored the sweet, juicy flavor of the strawberry in her mouth, she found herself quietly resenting Wang Chen's teasing, yet an inexplicable sense of delight lingered within her. Wang Chen picked up another small strawberry, but this time, when Jiang Lingxian heard the coaxing sound and parted her lips to bite the tip, something unexpected happened. In the next moment, Jiang Lingxian suddenly felt her chin being gently but firmly grasped, and her face, still holding the strawberry, was slowly forced upward. Through Jiang Lingxian's dazed eyes, as her chin was held up, Wang Chen's handsome face came into view. Like a celestial lord, Wang Chen gazed at her with his deep eyes, and before she could react, he leaned in and gently bit down. The strawberry she held between her lips was caught in his bite, and then her red lips were pressed against his. Seated in the chair, Wang Chen wrapped his left arm around Jiang Lingxian's slender waist, while his right hand gently held her chin, capturing her lips in a dominant kiss that included the strawberry between them. Jiang Lingxian wrapped her right arm around Wang Chen's neck, her breathtakingly beautiful face frozen in surprise as her chin was held and forced upward, her lips claimed by his passionate kiss. The sweetness of the strawberry filled their mouths, causing Jiang Lingxian to unknowingly close her trembling, beautiful eyes as she tilted her head back. Jiang Lingxian's surrendered beauty in that moment was utterly captivating, drawing Wang Chen to deepen the kiss even further. 1 second, 10 seconds, a minute, 3 minutes, 6 minutes. When they finally parted, both breathed heavily in unison, and Wang Chen felt his mind growing somewhat hazy. Inhale. Exhale. Jiang Lingxian's delicate face flushed crimson, her slender body going completely limp against Wang Chen's embrace. Her hands weakly clutched at Wang Chen's white robes as if drained of all strength, her moist red lips slightly parted as she gasped for fresh air. After catching her breath, Jiang Lingxian slowly buried her burning face into Wang Chen's warm neck, her delicate frame pressing softly against him. Cough. Cough. Jiang Lingxian's pale, delicate throat moved slightly as she was caught off guard by a mild coughing fit. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian resembled someone intoxicated. Her arms weakly wrapped around Wang Chen's neck, her flushed and slightly dazed face nuzzling gently against his collar. The quiet atmosphere stretched on for a long while. Xianxian, are you still hungry? Wang Chen glanced at the table full of dishes, then looked down at the limp, pliant figure in his arms that belonged solely to him, and spoke softly. Senior brother, I want to sleep. Jiang Lingxian quietly buried her warm face into Wang Chen's neck, her muffled voice carrying a hint of drowsiness. All right. Wang Chen looked at the untouched feast before him, then helplessly began gathering each dish into his spatial storage that existed outside of time. Tonight he had devoured Jiang Lingxian entirely. What need was there for food? Wang Chen lingered on the sweet strawberry flavor, still lingering on his lips, and a smile gradually tugged at the corners of his mouth. After stowing away all the dishes, Wang Chen gently lifted the drowsy Jiang Lingxian into his arms. With her beautiful eyes half closed, she wrapped her arms tightly around him, seeking comfort against his chest. Once he had removed Jiang Lingxian's shoes and laid her on the bed, Wang Chen followed, taking off his own shoes and lying down beside her. The moment he settled in, he felt her immediately cling to him, holding him close. Senior brother, don't leave me, never. Never leave your senior sister. Please. Jiang Lingxian's slender arms tightened around Wang Chen's waist, her face pressed against his chest as she whispered with desperate need for reassurance. That kiss from Wang Chen had left Jiang Lingxian in a daze, her sense of security rapidly slipping away as fear gripped her that he might one day abandon her. All right. Wang Chen slowly raised his hand to gently stroke her hair, whispering his promise near her ear to soothe her trembling spirit. Yet as Jiang Lingxian pressed her face against Wang Chen's chest, unknown thoughts seemed to surface and hot tears began to trace their way down her cheeks. Wang Chen paused at the sight, but Jiang Lingxian's tears this time were silent. No sound escaped her, only the quiet sorrow of her weeping. Don't cry, don't cry. Wang Chen quickly reached out to gently wipe her tears, his voice soft and coaxing as he comforted her. Jiang Lingxian remained silent, her arms wrapped around his waist, her beautiful eyes closed with lingering tears as she gradually stilled. Gradually, Jiang Lingxian's breathing evened out. Though her eyes still held glistening traces of tears, she had clearly drifted into sleep. Wang Chen gently pulled the covers over them both, then drew Jiang Lingxian closer as his own eyes closed and his consciousness slowly sank into slumber. On the Bahuang continent, in the desolate expanse of Mahuang, deep within the moon sect, where structures gleamed under moonlight, lay a sealed sleeping chamber enclosed by formation arrays. This chamber had once been the moon sect's Saintess Hall 5 centuries ago, or rather the former Saintess Hall of the current moon sect. The chamber was immaculate, spotless save for the strange beauty sitting motionless within her presence, as lifeless as the dim moonlight filtering through the window. Su Xianyue's gaze drifted across the aged, yet pristine furnishings, her hollow eyes reflecting nothing but emptiness. A faint rustling sound. Su Xianyue slowly rose, her movements sluggish as her cultivation, which had remained stagnant at the peak of the 9th layer of the Spirit Emperor realm for 5 centuries, stirred ever so slightly. Step, step, step. Deprived of freedom, Su Xianyue could only stand by the window each day, her beautiful face blank, as she stared vacantly at the great moon beyond. Ever since she had lost her purity to that young man 5 centuries ago, the lunar essence within her had rapidly depleted, her cultivation unable to advance even a fraction further. The moon sect was an all-female cultivation sect, for although their techniques allowed for extraordinarily rapid advancement, there existed one fatal flaw. They could not lose their virginity. Otherwise, after losing one's purity, cultivation would stagnate completely, and even worse, the disciples of the moon sect would regard her with scornful glances. For tens of thousands of years this had been the fate of ordinary moon sect disciples, but how much more so for her, the saintess of the moon sect, who was expected to lead by example in every matter. And so, approximately 100 years after losing her purity, when her master discovered that her cultivation had failed to advance even an inch, she was subjected to a thorough examination. The outcome was exactly as one might expect. Her master, unwilling to suffer the disgrace, had confined Su Xianyue within these walls. 400 years, a full 400 years. Her master had not even granted her the mercy of death or the freedom to leave. Su Xianyue had long since ceased blaming anyone, nor did she resent that young man who might well have perished decades ago. For her heart had died long ago. Within Su Xianyue's lifeless gaze, far away, hung a pale blue-white great moon beyond the starry sky. It could only be viewed from afar, never approached. Su Xianyue stood thus by the window of the moon sect's former holy maiden hall, like a human statue unmoving for an eternity. Until who knew how much time had passed, the great moon hanging high in the sky gradually descended, and light began to rise at the horizon. Meanwhile, in the Bahuang continent, at the same time, the Ta Su Holy Maiden Hall, even more magnificent than the former, presented a completely different scene. Wang Chen slept soundly in his warm blanket, feeling the gentle warmth of Jiang Lingxian resting quietly in his arms as his consciousness gradually stirred. As Wang Chen slowly opened his eyes, his slightly dazed mind stared blankly at the ceiling for a long while before he finally looked away. With roughly 4 days remaining until the four-leaf flame grass matured, he realized he needed to take Xiao Qingshu to the Mahuang today. Wang Chen glanced down at Jiang Lingxian, her breathtaking profile, nestled peacefully against his chest, and gently pinched her cheek twice. She seemed to sense his touch. Her lovely eyes furrowed slightly beneath their lids, but she remained asleep. Seeing this, Wang Chen stopped teasing her tender, yet perfectly proportioned cheek, and carefully pulled her warmer form closer to him. Right, he wondered what use the 2 treasures he'd obtained from the Ta Su treasure pavilion last time might have. Gazing at Jiang Lingxian sleeping in his arms, a sudden inspiration struck him, and with a shift of his consciousness, he opened the system panel. Wang Chen. Physique Chaos 9 Yang Divine Body. Realm Pill C Realm, Level 1 Breakthrough possible, disguised as Origin Return Realm Level 6. Technique Chaos 9 Yang Divine Art. Storage space 1 million top-grade spirit stones belonging to Jiang Lingxian, 200 top-grade spirit stones, Pseudo-Imperial Heavenly Emperor Banner, Sacred Level Huangxian, Cauldron Super Rage, Card Ta Su Broken Sword Flame Armor, Qianquan Mountain Sea Map. Origin points 1155288. Comprehensive evaluation, a chicken at Pill C Realm, Level 1. Wang Chen first glanced at his remaining million-plus origin points before extending his divine sense to inspect his storage space. Flame Armor. Wang Chen paused slightly upon seeing the name displayed in his storage space, then sent his divine sense searching through it. Staring at the dull dust-covered armor floating in his storage space, Wang Chen scratched his head with his divine sense. System, how many origin points does it take to activate this so-called flame armor? Ding. Imperial-grade high-quality flame armor requires 100 origin points to activate. Do you wish to activate it? Yes, no. Wang Chen's divine sense gazed at the 2 options that appeared before him in the storage space, pondered for a moment, and then selected yes, since he'd already acquired it. Trading 100 origin points for an Imperial-grade high-quality armor was an incredible bargain. After selecting yes, Wang Chen watched helplessly as the flame armor floating in his storage space began to activate. He could see the dust covering the entire armor slowly dispersing without any wind within the storage space. Eventually, the dull gray armor was revealed with fierce flame patterns gradually emerging across its surface, until finally all 5 surfaces, front, back, left, right, and inside, of the complete armor were densely covered with flame patterns, and then, whoosh! A flame as shocking as if reaching the heavens suddenly erupted from within the entire flame-colored armor, then rapidly dissipated and retracted. This scene startled Wang Chen's divine sense, standing beside the flame armor, causing him to drift backward in alarm from the heaven-reaching flames. Huh? Host, you're not afraid of self-destructing, yet you're scared of this. The system's mocking voice suddenly echoed through the storage space, darkening the expression of Wang Chen's divine sense figure. System, when the next protagonist Destiny Child mission appears, change the reward to one that lets you take human form. That's impossible. I can clearly sense that I can never take human form. Besides, these missions are usually issued by the main program and can't be changed, but I still want to ask why. The system seemed confused by this, as if 3 question marks appeared above its head in a dazed expression. Because then I could hit you. Why are you even asking? Wang Chen's divine sense in the storage space pointed forward and shouted as if the system were standing right in front of him. Stinky host. Get lost. Wang Chen ignored the system's barking and reached out with his divine sense to tap the flame armor, which had completely changed color. That's more like it now. This is what you call flame armor. Wang Chen murmured as he gazed at the armor covered in fierce flame patterns throughout, warm to the touch even without being activated. He would wear this flame armor when heading to Mahuang to compete for the 4-leaf flame grass. He was unsure of its defensive capabilities or special abilities, so he'd have to sense those details when the time came. Wang Chen's divine sense figure tapped the flame armor one last time before turning and slowly drifting toward the other side, coming to a stop before a rolled-up horizontal painting. According to the name in his storage space, the Qianquan Mountain Sea Map should contain something extraordinary within. Wang Chen reached out and slowly unrolled the Qianquan Mountain Sea Map. The Qianquan Mountain Sea Map was rectangular, approximately 1 meter wide and 2 meters long, its surface covered in dust that obscured the image. For some reason, seeing the dust on the painting's surface, Wang Chen instinctively bent down and blew hard. Huh, foolish host. Watching the completely motionless dust on the Qianquan Mountain Sea Map, the system truly didn't miss a single opportunity to mock him. Shut up and go away. All you do is mock your big brother. How many origin points does it take to activate this? Wang Chen cursed outwardly, but felt somewhat embarrassed inside, so he angrily changed the subject. Ding. Sacred grade top quality Qianquan Mountain Sea Map contains a world within, a vibrant miniature realm. Activation requires 1 million origin points. Ding. Do you wish to activate it? Yes, no. I'll secretly tell you, host, that in the future you can enter together with Jiang Lingxian, so nothing will disturb you when you do things. To be honest, it's tempting, but I have an 8 a.m. class. Why is it so expensive? Oh well, let's just activate it. Wang Chen gazed at the words sacred grade top quality and couldn't resist the temptation, using his remaining million origin points. After Wang Chen selected yes, his system panel's 1055288 origin points suddenly dropped to 55288. Then in Wang Chen's sight, the floating Qianquan mountain sea map trembled violently. The dust on its surface was all shaken off and dispersed, revealing the dark gray Qianquan mountain sea map beneath. But this wasn't the end. The painting on the Qianquan mountain sea map began to emit golden light, activating from left to right in a brilliantly radiant glow. Finally, the true appearance of the Qianquan mountain sea map emerged. Clear imagery and extraordinarily beautiful artwork. Wang Chen's divine sense figure paused in surprise as he observed the distinctly layered colors in the painting. The upper half of the long Qianquan mountain sea map was entirely sea blue, with several unknown giant birds soaring through it. The lower half revealed towering mountains surrounding a vast flat plain filled with countless flowers, trees, and even rabbits darting about. Especially striking was a massive waterfall cascading down from the highest peak. The winding river at its base eventually connected to the sea above, where a few deer drank at the water's edge. The boundary between sea and river was distinctly visible, with the ocean appearing deep blue, while the river remained light blue. Master, you may enter now. Really? That advanced? Wang Chen's divine sense withdrew from the storage space and returned to his body. He then took out the Qianquan landscape painting which floated above the bed. How does one enter? Wang Chen held the peacefully sleeping Jiang Lingxian in his arms, his deep eyes gazing at the object floating above them, confusion in his heart. The moment the thought of entering the Qianquan landscape painting arose in Wang Chen's mind, the painting suddenly emitted a golden radiance. Ignoring the beauty sleeping in Wang Chen's arms, the golden light illuminated him before suddenly retracting. Whoosh! The Qianquan landscape painting floating above the bed in the Taishu Sanctus Palace dimmed slightly, then gradually grew still. Wang Chen felt a brief flash before his eyes, and a sudden weightlessness overtaking him. When his vision finally stabilized, Wang Chen was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Where the fuck am I? Barefoot on the grass, Wang Chen stared blankly at the surrounding trees and wildflowers, his expression one of utter confusion. Rustle. A massive waterfall roughly 100 meters away crashed into the river below, its thunderous roar carried by the wind. At his shout, several rabbits and other small creatures grazing nearby scattered in panic. Wang Chen walked forward and crouched to touch the dew-kissed grass and flowers, marveling at the living creatures in this miniature world. Quick, let me back. Suddenly remembering something, Wang Chen's expression darkened with dread as he shouted frantically. Before his words finished, Wang Chen's figure flickered and shot upward as a streak of light toward the clouds. He reappeared in Jiang Lingxian's anxious eyes as she sat up on the bed in the Taishu Sanctus Palace, desperately searching for him. A figure burst from the Qianquan landscape painting above her and fell toward her. Thud! Wang Chen felt himself landing in a warm embrace as they both tumbled onto the bed. Fearing he might hurt Jiang Lingxian, Wang Chen hastily tried to rise, but she suddenly pulled him close, dragging him back down onto the bed. As Wang Chen's body pressed against Jiang Lingxian, his head nestled against her warm shoulder. He could barely feel her heart racing with panic. Feeling Jiang Lingxian's frightened grip, Wang Chen gradually relaxed and wrapped his arms around her in return. Once he sensed her panic easing, Wang Chen slowly lifted his face to look at her in his arms. Before him lay Jiang Lingxian's breathtaking face, tinged with grievance and fear, her luminous eyes meeting his as though on the verge of tears. I'm here, I didn't leave. Wang Chen used spiritual energy to support himself above the bed as he gently cupped her rosy cheeks in his hands. In your past life you were a master, so why do you act like a timid disciple now, eh? Wang Chen teased with a faint smile, rubbing her beautiful face to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Jiang Lingxian froze at his words, feeling as though they pierced straight to her heart, deepening her sorrow. Her lower lip trembling, Jiang Lingxian pulled away from his grasp and buried her face against his neck, her expression heavy with grief. Because, in the previous life, you died. Her muffled voice came from where she pressed against him, her normally cool tone shaking with emotion. Wang Chen stiffened at a loss for words. Then, what happened to you? Confusion gripped him, as he remembered Jiang Lingxian had been alive during his past life. Nestled in his embrace, she had heard his question, but remained silent, her face hidden against his neck. She couldn't bear for her disciple to know she had taken her own life before being reborn. Knock, knock, knock. Thankfully, the knocking broke the heavy silence, and they both turned their gaze toward the door. Probably the Taishu sect master. Wang Chen murmured, his arms still wrapped around her slender waist as he looked toward the entrance. Not just that. My master is here too. What? Wang Chen froze, his heart sinking at her muffled words. Damn, if they saw what I did under the table yesterday, they'll definitely come after me now. It's all your fault for touching my leg. Jiang Lingxian muttered, her mind going blank before she softly blamed him, panic rising within her. Reluctant to part, they finally forced themselves apart and rose from the bed. They smoothed their disheveled clothes and exchanged a knowing glance, masking their composure. Wang Chen quickly stowed the Qingquan landscape painting, sat in a chair, and poured half a cup of tea. Once Jiang Lingxian saw he was ready, she went to open the door. The door creaked open, and Wang Chen immediately felt a chilling gaze fixed upon him. Master, what brings you here? Jiang Lingxian stood at the threshold, her expression cool and composed as she asked, did he sleep here last night? Xiao Qingshu, handsome and young, didn't answer immediately, but pointed toward Wang Chen inside and asked in a low voice, did he stay here last night? No, he only came today to ask me something. Master, please come in, Jiang Lingxian said, opening the door wider and gesturing for Han Zun to enter. You wait outside. Han Zun cast a cold glance at Xiao Qingshu before stepping inside. Fem, the door slammed shut. Xiao Qingshu's reluctant agreement died in his throat as Jiang Lingxian shut the door firmly behind them. Her room had only ever admitted Wang Chen, and she would never allow another man inside. Greetings, Grandmaster. Wang Chen quickly rose to bow when he saw Han Zun seated across from him. Siener, the war between our two sects is intensifying, and the other two great immortal sects are moving to intervene. You must come with me now. Han Zun sat down, glanced at the half-filled teacup, nodded briefly to Wang Chen, and turned to Jiang Lingxian. Han Zun could never have imagined that her words would bring such relief to two people in the room. Thank goodness her master wasn't there to punish her disciple. Thank goodness Han Zun wasn't coming for her. Phew, thank goodness. Upon hearing that Han Zun had not come to capture anyone, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian secretly breathed sighs of relief. But I still haven't finished questioning my disciple. Master, could you wait a moment? Jiang Lingxian's expression was cold and composed, her serene and cool gaze meeting Han Zun's as she gave a slight nod in response. Han Zun's icy gaze silently glanced at the half cup of tea on the table before turning back to Jiang Lingxian. For some reason, the atmosphere in the room gradually fell into silence at this moment. In the end, Han Zun gave a slight nod and turned away, her frostily beautiful face already half turned as she walked toward the door, her icy white hair gently swaying. Just as Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian thought Han Zun would leave directly, they saw her suddenly stop at the doorway. By the way, Siener, did you give the heavenly sovereign banner you won to your disciple as a protective talisman? Han Zun slightly turned her head, her icy eyes calmly glancing at the two figures nearby. This master believes the heavenly sovereign banner's chi-concealing ability is quite strong. Since you already have the Hantian bracelet, giving it to him for protection would be an excellent choice. Creak. Without waiting for Wang Chen or Jiang Lingxian to react, Han Zun coldly finished speaking and reached for the door, stepping out. Wang Chen. Jiang Lingxian. Standing still, Jiang Lingxian gazed at the closed door nearby and couldn't help but gently bite her lower lip, feeling somewhat nervous inside. Wang Chen was also somewhat dazed. From Han Zun's words, he easily deduced what she had been referring to, the matter of him hiding inside the bedding last time. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian slowly turned their heads, as if sensing something, their deep and beautiful gazes gradually meeting. The atmosphere remained silent for a dozen seconds. And no, it's fine. We haven't done anything in front of my master. After gazing at each other for a moment, Jiang Lingxian spoke softly to gently reassure him, afraid he might overthink things. Right? It's like this, we're perfectly innocent in front of her. What's wrong with a disciple sleeping on his master's bed? We didn't do anything, right? Feeling the heavy silence, Wang Chen forced a smile and waved his hand, trying to appear cheerful. Yet for some reason, as Jiang Lingxian listened, her ears gradually turned red and her beautiful eyes showed a hint of awkward avoidance. Foolish disciple. Jiang Lingxian slightly turned her beautiful face away, evading Wang Chen's gaze while softly calling out in her heart. Then, Xian, are you leaving now to handle things with Han Zun? Wang Chen quietly moved a bit closer to Jiang Lingxian, raising his eyes to look at her and asked with curiosity. Jiang Lingxian nodded her head somewhat absent-mindedly while staring at the door. However, the next moment, she suddenly felt her waist being gently embraced. No, I can't. My master is still outside, the door isn't locked. What if she suddenly opens it? Jiang Lingxian's body stiffened slightly as her slender, beautiful hands tried to pull away Wang Chen's arms wrapped around her waist. Then lock it. And no, that's even worse. If my master finds out, it would only make it seem like we're secretly. Jiang Lingxian was now nervously pulling at Wang Chen's arms. When she reached the end of her sentence, she gradually stopped speaking from sheer embarrassment. But I also need to go to Mahuang for a few days anyway. Can I just hold you for a while? Wang Chen pulled Jiang Lingxian closer by her slender, yet curvaceous waist, moving to face her directly. Could you wait until I've finished my tasks and then come with me? Jiang Lingxian gradually stopped struggling upon hearing this. Her mood inexplicably sank, and she gazed at Wang Chen with longing in her beautiful eyes. It's all right, little master, be good. Think about it. Since you're going to handle matters and won't be able to return anyway, I might as well use this window to finish my own business. Wang Chen reached out his right hand that was at her waist and gently stroked her head, his voice tender. Jiang Lingxian contemplated for a moment, then finally slightly furrowed her delicate brows, hesitating for a while. All right, fine. Jiang Lingxian reluctantly agreed with a dejected expression despite her hesitation. She knew deep down that this approach was actually the best. But she had an even better idea. Jiang Lingxian slowly extended both hands to gently grasp Wang Chen's left hand, gazing at the storage ring on his ring finger. Finally, Jiang Lingxian slowly released a wisp of her divine soul. A faint cold-hued spirit gradually flew from between her brows, merging into the ring. Watching her close her beautiful eyes, Wang Chen couldn't help but slowly lean his face closer to hers. He lightly moistened his lips twice before finally gently kissing Jiang Lingxian's closed lips. Feeling the unusual sensation on her lips, Jiang Lingxian's delicate body being held stiffened slightly as her waist was gradually embraced tighter. But after being dazed for a moment, Jiang Lingxian did not open her slightly trembling eyes. She kept them closed while being kissed, saying nothing. Wang Chen didn't kiss for long because he knew that if he kissed her until she went soft, it would cause trouble if Hanzun noticed something amiss when they went outside. As Wang Chen's warm breath gradually separated from Jiang Lingxian, her delicate face finally opened her tender, water-filled, beautiful eyes. Disciple, when I finish my tasks, I'll come find you. Jiang Lingxian's slender arms also reluctantly wrapped around Wang Chen's waist. She buried her beautiful face tightly into his neck and murmured softly, "Knock, knock, knock." As the farewell kiss fell, knocking came from the door, slightly startling Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, who had almost forgotten there was still someone outside. Jiang Lingxian glanced at the door, then raised her head to look at Wang Chen, her eyes filled with reluctance and nostalgia. Then Jiang Lingxian leaned closer, and with her final shyness, she took the initiative to softly kiss Wang Chen's lips one small time. Only then did she slowly release her embrace. Wang Chen personally tidied Jiang Lingxian's clothing for her. Amidst her embarrassed dodging movements and the stinging pain on the back of his hand from her swatting, he finally got her presentable. After that, Wang Chen casually adjusted his own white robes before walking to the door with Jiang Lingxian to pull it open. Creak. A moment later. On the road of the Tai Su immortal sect. Let's go, we're heading to Mawang. Wang Chen walked cheerfully down the road, beckoning to Xiao Qingshu beside him despite the curious gazes from passing disciples. Since Xiao Qingshu's youthful appearance was known to few, he usually only reverted to it when handling private matters. Therefore, most of the disciples standing in the corners were staring at Wang Chen, wondering why there were no women by his side today. Watching Wang Chen and Xiao Qingshu leave in the distance, several disciples at a bottleneck in their cultivation with nothing better to do furrowed their brows. Do you think he can't stand being harassed by so many women and has turned gay, eh? Smack. Are you an idiot? With a beauty like the Tai Su Saint Maiden, God ascended and heavenly, any woman would be turned straight. So who would be stupid enough to still like men? Upon hearing his good brother's explanation, one disciple couldn't help but leap up and deliver a firm slap to his head. I like men. Brother, you're so fragrant. At this moment, a disciple popped up behind the two, and his words sent them scrambling away in fright. At the foot of the Taishu Immortal Sect stood Taishu Immortal City. Wang Chen and Xiao Qingshu walked into the transmission array under the gaze of an old man standing side by side. Ready, ready. Xiao Qingshu raised his head and shouted upon hearing this. Then pay the spirit stones if you're ready. Otherwise, how will you be transmitted? The old man in charge of the transmission array suddenly extended his right hand, gesturing for payment as he looked at the two people in the array. Wang Chen and Xiao Qingshu exchanged glances, both clearly seeing in each other's eyes, you pay. Bold. How can the senior brother pay? As a junior, you should be proactive, understand? Wang Chen patted Xiao Qingshu's shoulder, pointing at him with a displeased expression, and scolded him. What the hell? I don't have a grandma, hee. Xiao Qingshu cursed in anger, took out spirit stones, and threw them to the old man, then was choked by Wang Chen's words. Then you're awesome. Whoosh. As the light curtain of the cross-desert transmission array lit up with Xiao Qingshu giving a thumbs up, the two disappeared instantly with a whoosh. Yellow sand swirled across the desert wasteland. Inside a large, but not particularly prosperous cultivation city, the transmission array at the city center emitted a void fluctuation. Whoosh! As the light curtain lit up, two figures suddenly appeared in the transmission array, one giving a thumbs up and another grinning broadly. Wang Chen was still grinning, but upon exiting the transmission, his brows furrowed as he saw a man waiting before the array. No more grinning. Wang Chen's gaze gradually turned cold as he locked eyes with the man standing less than 3 meters away, the protagonist of fortune from the scattered cultivator stream, Yang Qi. Yang Qi lived up to his name. When he was born, an old man had divined that he was destined to be connected to a fire qilin, hence the name. Wang Chen had learned about this enemy in his past life, and he strongly suspected that old man was nothing but a fool following the heavenly Tao. Yang Qi was also the most fierce opponent he had faced in his past life, one of those blessed by fortune who would fight to the death in every encounter. However, in a one-on-one duel at the same realm, Yang Qi stood no chance against him. It was because Yang Qi possessed a divine beast qilin companion. Together they would attack him, barely managing to survive his onslaught. Now standing within the transmission array, Wang Chen and Yang Qi locked gazes for a long, while both men's brows furrowing slightly. This mere rumormonger from the Taishu immortal sect of furnace body who lives off women. Looking at him like that now, does he want to die? There were many rumors in the outside world, and what Yang Qi had heard about this was neither entirely true nor completely false. But Yang Qi didn't know why. Looking at Wang Chen's gaze, his heart grew inexplicably irritable, with a hint of killing intent emerging in his eyes. Feeling his strength at the 6th layer of the Danhai realm, Yang Qi was confident he could crush Wang Chen, a Guiyuan realm 6th layer cultivator, with one hand. Yang Qi's beast companion was a fire qilin, which had shaped his exceptionally fierce temperament, making him prone to explosive anger at the slightest provocation. Yet this journey was meant to hunt demon beasts for their essence blood to feed his newly bonded juvenile qilin. He had no desire to stir up trouble. Have you been standing on the transmission array long enough? Could you step down? A trace of anger lingered in Yang Qi's eyes, though he couldn't explain why the mere sight of Wang Chen ignited an inexplicable fury within him. Especially when he thought about how the Taishu holy maiden, that celestial beauty, would take such a furnace body waste as her disciple. It made him even more enraged. Let's go. Wang Chen ignored him, casting a cold glance before gesturing to the puzzled Xiao Qingshu beside him and walking away. Such a mere waste, yet so arrogant. Watching the two walk away, Yang Qi stood within the transmission array, his inner fury peaking as an inexplicable urge to kill Wang Chen surged within him. It felt as though some hidden force was pulling at him, driving him to slay Wang Chen, this outsider who had crossed into their world. Do you have a grudge against him? Xiao Qingshu, who had followed Wang Chen away, frowned and asked with confusion. Yes, a mortal enmity. Wang Chen nodded silently at this, turning his head to gaze once more at Yang Qi, who was already far away on the transmission array, preparing to depart. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiao Qingshu let out an sound, spun around, suddenly extended his right hand, and then firmly clenched it toward that transmission array from a distance. And at that moment, Yang Qi suddenly transmitted away, and immediately that transmission array crashed down, with a rumble, crushed into ruins by a powerful force. There's some Dao rhyme on him. I can't kill him, but I can make him suffer a bit. Xiao Qingshu, watching the terrified citizens of the entire city gazing at the transmission array, revealed his white teeth and chuckled menacingly. Wang Chen, damn. Almost forgot this guy is even worse than me. Wang Chen suddenly recalled a scene from his past life, when he and Xiao Qingshu, after becoming close, had gone together to dig up their enemy's ancestral grave, and his heart skipped a beat. You damaged that transmission array, aren't you afraid of compensation? Wang Chen, wanting to test Xiao Qingshu again, asked tentatively as he raised his eyes. This is simple. Xiao Qingshu, hearing this, a faint smile appeared on his kind face, then he summoned the spiritual power of the Tianzuan realm within his body. This seed has been here. Having investigated many corrupt officials today, I have damaged a transmission array in your city as punishment. If you dare to make innocent people repair it, you'd best sleep with your eyes open at midnight. Xiao Qingshu transformed his voice into a hoarse one that echoed throughout the entire large city, instantly startling countless people to look up at the sky. But there was no one in the sky, only. A powerful pressure from the Tianzuan realm suddenly emanated, then gradually dissipated. 666. You're still awesome. Wang Chen, seeing this familiar move from his past life, immediately gave him a thumbs up and praised him enthusiastically. Let's go, take me to the moon sect, we'll take you to find her. Wang Chen felt this familiar Xiao Qingshu. He was back, everything was back. Then he smiled and beckoned cheerfully. Alright, let's go. Xiao Qingshu, hearing this, emitted a spiritual power that enveloped Wang Chen, and then his figure suddenly disappeared in the shocked gazes of the many people on the street. Xiao Qingshu didn't avoid these gazes at all. After all, what did the bad deeds done by Xiao Qingshu have to do with the elderly form of the Taishu sect master? Now, while accompanying Wang Chen on the journey, Xiao Qingshu secretly relieved himself for having hurried to look up information about the moon sect. Fortunately. Ever since discovering that the beautiful woman he had bullied was the moon sect holy maiden, he had hurriedly studied various information about the moon sect. His attention had always been focused on the 4 major immortal sects, and he had never paid attention to first-rate sects like the moon sect. So after learning that the woman was the moon sect holy maiden, Xiao Qingshu hurriedly looked up information about the moon sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know the coordinates of where the moon sect was located in the desert wasteland, which would be awkward. After more than 10 minutes, Over a large oasis in the desert, Xiao Qingshu's figure with Wang Chen suddenly descended. Gazing at the massive moon sect entrance with its 5-meter wide and 10-meter high plaque and steps built in a moon blue tone, Xiao Qingshu's eyes narrowed slightly. Finally arrived. After 500 years I can finally see you again. Actually, the story Wang Chen had heard was incomplete. Xiao Qingshu and Su Xianyue had not simply become strangers after putting on clothes. Rather, at that time, Su Xianyue, having been poisoned by the love flower and losing her virginity, was extremely weak and could not even get out of bed. It was then that Xiao Qingshu took care of her for a full year within the Sun and Moon secret realm, not even leaving when the secret realm closed. It was not until the secret realm reopened the following year that this inexplicable fate between Xiao Qingshu and Su Xianyue could barely come to an end. That year of caring and being cared for had actually left an indelible mark in both Xiao Qingshu and Su Xianyue's hearts. Unfortunately, Su Xianyue was very cautious and never willing to reveal her identity to Xiao Qingshu. After all, she was the Moon Sect Holy Maiden. She had often been afraid within the secret realm, let alone going out from it later. Wang Chen and Xiao Qingshu stood not far from the massive gate bearing the U-Sect's plaque, exchanged a glance, and continued forward. A gentle breeze carrying traces of yellow sand blew in from beyond the oasis, causing Wang Chen's white robes and Xiao Qingshu's Taoist garments to flutter in the wind. Meanwhile, the two gatekeeping disciples beneath the U-Sect's grand gate gradually narrowed their eyes, gazing intently at the figures ascending the steps in the distance. The two female disciples guarding the U-Sect's entrance wore grave expressions as they observed the two approaching figures, sensing an ominous aura that sent an inexplicable shiver through them. After climbing over 1,000 steps, Wang Chen and Xiao Qingshu finally reached the gate and stood before the female disciples. Good heavens, I'm absolutely exhausted. Why set up so many steps for nothing? Tell me about it. My old bones feel like they're falling apart. Though our sect has even more if we're being honest. Then why didn't you fly up? I saw you weren't flying either, so I thought you had some plan. What the? Are you foolish? I saw you weren't flying either, so I didn't fly. After their long journey, Wang Chen and Xiao Qingshu stood beneath the U-Sect's massive gate, exchanging complaints under the displeased glares of the two female disciples. Who approaches? Do you know men are forbidden from entering the U-Sect? At that moment, two beautiful female disciples in azure robes approached, each holding a sword in their left hand, their expressions stern as they regarded the two men. During the previous Taishu spiritual combat realm, many disciples from lower-ranking sects couldn't attend, so it was understandable they didn't recognize Wang Chen. I am a distant acquaintance of your sect leader. I've come today specifically to pay my respects. Xiao Qingshu immediately composed himself and responded seriously to the two approaching female disciples. Wait a moment, I'll go relay this message. The two female disciples in azure robes didn't judge them by appearances. After a brief assessment, one of them flew back into the sect. Once I finish helping Xiao Qingshu with this matter, I'll take him along to find the 4-leaf flame grass and have him serve as my bodyguard. Wang Chen watched the female disciple's receding figure and felt somewhat relieved, assuming the U-Sect visit wouldn't take long. But he had no idea that this journey to the U-Sect would prove far more complicated than he could have imagined. Not long after, Wang Chen and Xiao Qingshu sat on chairs beneath the U-Sect's massive gate, both holding sunflower seeds in their left hands, legs crossed, lazily cracking them open. Hawk. Look, even with me suppressing my cultivation, I spat farther than you this time. Xiao Qingshu watched as his spittle flew over 100 meters away, landing somewhere in the distant oasis. They chose to spit outside for cleanliness beneath the U-Sect's gate, avoiding the need for someone to clean up after them. Somewhat hygienic, but not really. Hey, inhales, I'm gonna. Coughs, damn. It went down the wrong pipe. Wang Chen, unwilling to be outdone, took a deep breath and inhaled the seeds into his throat instead of spitting them out. Wang Chen spotted the figure too, and quickly coughed out the seeds, spitting them forcefully toward the oasis outside the sect. As the woman's silhouette grew clearer in the distance, Wang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Well, you're eating quite well. Wang Chen patted Xiao Qingshu's shoulder and grinned at the U-Sect saintess, whose fair and beautiful features stood out. But as the saintess came to a halt before Wang Chen, a growing hostility flickered in her eyes. Wang Chen, why are you looking at me like that? Wang Chen stared at her resentful gaze, completely bewildered. It's not her. Xiao Qingshu rose abruptly, his brow furrowed as he glanced between the saintess and Wang Chen. You're the disciple of the Taishu saintess, the legendary supreme furnace body, the one who made enemies with Qin Yefan and slapped Jiang Yuaning, correct? Throughout the U-Sect, saintess never looked at Xiao Qingshu, and her words made Wang Chen sense something was off. Take a guess, Wang Chen, already sensing hostile intentions, responded flippantly to her striking appearance. Are you kidding me? Xiao Qingshu interjected, his tone clearly irritated after all their efforts proved futile. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Chen shouted in denial, then suddenly seemed to recall something. Right? Her position as saintess was abolished. This is the new saintess. Wang Chen's mind flashed with realization, and he looked at Xiao Qingshu in exasperation, nearly forgetting this crucial detail. Oh, I suppose you're right, I misunderstood you. Xiao Qingshu relaxed somewhat, and acknowledged Wang Chen before raising his gaze to meet the new Yu sect saintess, Jiang Yueyao. May I ask if the former saintess from 500 years ago still resides within the sect? TSK. Upon hearing his question, the new saintess Jiang Yueyao let out an inexplicable scoff as though he'd said something absurd. Never mind. Matters concerning our Yu sect are not for your ears. Especially you. You have 3 days to flee back to the Taishu immortal sect. Jiang Yueyao raised her slender index finger pointing coldly at Wang Chen with killing intent in her eyes. She then turned and returned to the sect without another word, leaving only the 2 gatekeeping disciples behind. You're the Taishu saintess's disciple, are you? Just a friendly reminder. Our saintess is the legitimate daughter of the Jiang clan, one of the 9 great families of the Bahuan continent. Silence. Go back to guarding the gate. One female disciple, noticing Wang Chen's handsome features, offered a kind warning, but was rebuked by her companion. However, the well-meaning disciple's words made it clear. The new Yu sect saintess was Jiang Yuaning's older sister. No wonder she seemed familiar, which explained why Wang Chen had frowned upon first seeing her. After the 2 disciples returned to their posts, Wang Chen and Xiao Qingshu were left alone, exchanging glances. Are we being ignored? It seems. We are. Wang Chen responded awkwardly to Xiao Qingshu's observation. TCH. I didn't want to cause trouble, but when has Qingshu Venerable ever endured such disrespect in my youth? In my elder form, I've already suffered enough due to my sect leader status. Now that no one recognizes me, why should I take this nonsense? What do you plan to do now, eh? Wang Chen tilted his head, curiosity evident as he regarded the angered Xiao Qingshu. Simple. I'll just reveal my heavenly venerable realm pressure. Upon saying this, Xiao Qingshu let his heavenly venerable aura erupt without restraint, causing fierce winds to swirl around them. Only cultivators at the 6th layer of the heavenly venerable realm or above could be called venerables, for the 6th layer represented a formidable bottleneck that was difficult to transcend. Coincidentally, Xiao Qingshu had been at the 6th layer 300 years ago, and after another 3 centuries, he had just managed to break through to the 7th layer through sheer fortune. Known 300 years ago as the elusive Qingshu Venerable, whose presence was as rare as seeing a dragon's tail, but never its head, he had not emerged in over 2 centuries. Blast it all, you sect master, come out this instant. With the 2 distant gatekeeping disciples watching in terror, an overwhelming heavenly venerable pressure exploded outward, engulfing the entire Yu sect. Within 3 breaths, an old woman's figure rushed out swiftly, gazing at Xiao Qingshu in terror. Venerable Qingshu. The Moon sect's leader, a white-haired old woman of the same generation as Xiao Qingshu, had fortunately witnessed him destroy a demonic city with a single palm strike when he was at the 6th layer of the heavenly venerable realm. Venerable Qingshu, has our Moon sect offended you? I offer my apologies here. The Moon sect leader's cultivation was only at the 4th layer of the heavenly venerable realm. A single layer represented a significant gap. Seeing this, she disregarded all else and hurriedly began to apologize. After all, without the aid of a pseudo-emperor grade or emperor grade Dao artifact, even if Xiao Qingshu couldn't kill her, he could easily overwhelm her. I have only one demand. Let me go in and see the former Moon sect holy maiden from 500 years ago. Xiao Qingshu stood with his hands behind his back, his long hair drifting with his heavenly venerable pressure, his cold gaze fixed on the Moon sect leader. She's already a cripple. Is there something you need from her? None of your business. Wang Chen stood silently beside Xiao Qingshu, watching the other party's somewhat servile exchange, feeling inexplicably satisfied. All right. The Moon sect leader hesitated for a moment, glanced at the indifferent Xiao Qingshu, felt immense pressure, and reluctantly agreed. The Moon sect leader was at the 4th layer of the heavenly venerable realm, and the sect's ancestor had only just broken through to the 9th layer 100 years ago. That was the Moon sect's highest combat strength. They really didn't want to offend a venerable, even though the Moon sect had a rule that men were not allowed inside. But rules are rigid, while people are flexible. If a powerful person doesn't break the rules, they might end up dead anyway. Wang Chen and Xiao Qingshu thus arrived in a somewhat awkward manner under the gaze of 2 female disciples. Just as they were about to be driven away, they were personally welcomed inside by their sect leader, still dusty from their journey. Outside the Moon sect's former Holy Maiden's Hall, the Moon sect leader seemed to want to avoid suspicion, so she brought the 2 of them and traveled at a swift pace to arrive here. Wang Chen and Xiao Qingshu both noticed, but said nothing. Their target from the beginning had always been the former Moon sect Holy Maiden. Wait a moment, she has been locked up by her master for a long time. Her emotions might be very unstable. Let me go in and calm her down first. The Moon Sect leader didn't hide the fact that Su Xianyu was imprisoned. After all, Xiao Qingshu would eventually find out after meeting her inside. The next moment, dozens of formations descended upon the Moon Sect's Holy Maiden Hall. Various types of formations clearly meant to lock someone inside to die. Creak. The moment the door opened, Xiao Qingshu looked inside, and in one glance, he froze motionless for a long time. It was her indeed, it was her. It's her, right? Xiao Qingshu's heart trembled, but seeing the formations that confined her, he frowned, his heart tense with countless emotions intertwining. It's her, right? I didn't lie to you, did I, eh? Wang Chen naturally also saw that woman sitting on the bed, her hair, like a waterfall, breathtakingly beautiful. However, what puzzled Wang Chen was that her aura was utterly lifeless, and even when the door was opened, she hadn't even opened her eyes. Might as well help Su Zhu and Su Zai a bit. These dozens of formations have been in place for over 300 years, mostly always active. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Wang Chen's mind, making him stunned for a moment. So that means she was locked up alive for 400 years. Holy crap. No wonder such a beautiful woman gives off such a lifeless feeling. Her heart must have died long ago. Wang Chen's heart skipped several beats, and he carefully glanced up at Xiao Qingshu, who was staring intently at the former Moon Sect Holy Maiden's Hall. Xian at least still had emotional fluctuations, although her emotional swings were a bit like a Yandra. But Xiao Qingshu's wife, so lifeless, locked up for 400 years, probably wouldn't be able to generate normal human emotions anymore. Tisk, this is bad. I wonder if this old guy Xiao Qingshu can handle it. Ding. Daily quest, help Xiao Qingshu make Su Xianyu regain her vitality again, reward 1 Xiao Qingshu summon card. It was just when Wang Chen had just started worrying about Xiao Qingshu that the system actually issued a daily quest. Wang Chen. Taking advantage of the remaining time, Wang Chen clicked on the introduction of this Xiao Qingshu summon card. Xiao Qingshu summon card. Effect after use can ignore all obstacles, directly tear through the void, forcibly pull Xiao Qingshu to the host side, helping the host overcome difficulties. Su Zhu, I have a guide on how to help Xiao Qingshu make Su Xianyu regain her vitality. Want to see it? Get lost. It costs 1,000 origin points, right? The system remained silent, only proving everything with 2 he's. Let's talk about it later. At worst, I'll just ask Xiao Qingshu for 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. You're invincible, Su Zhu, even more ruthless than me. Remember to give me half when the time comes. Creak. As the system's words fell, the door not far away was directly opened, and the Moon Sect leader, an old woman, had a somewhat grave expression. Sai, go ahead and enter. I'm leaving first. If you want to take her away, just take her. The Moon Sect leader walked in front of Wang Chen and the two sighed, and then turned and left on her own. Because she knew Su Xianyu could no longer be kept confined, and Venerable Qingshu had personally come to demand her, she could only give her to him. But Su Xianyu was after all a cripple, so it didn't matter if she gave her away. The Moon Sect was mainly afraid of public opinion spreading everywhere. But now there was no way, even if they were afraid. After all, Venerable Qingshu had been at the 6th layer of the Heavenly Venerable Realm 300 years ago, and had reached the 7th layer 300 years later. Absolutely cannot offend him. A touch of joy rose in Xiao Qingshu's eyes as he looked at the unsealed door, somewhat impatient to go in and see her. Wait a moment, let me ask you something first. What is it? Just as Xiao Qingshu was about to enter the room, he was suddenly stopped by Wang Chen and halted his steps. Don't you notice? She has become so lifeless actually. She has been locked up here for about 400 years. Xiao Qingshu had actually discovered Su Xianyu's abnormal condition long ago, but after hearing these words he still couldn't help but be stunned. Then, what should we do? Xiao Qingshu frowned, looked at Su Xianyu lying on the bed inside the room with her back to the door, and felt somewhat distressed in his heart. She recognizes your face, right? Should. I guess. Good, very good, then let's do an acceptance test first. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen clapped his hands with a smile. That makes things easier. Let's do an acceptance test first, and talk about it later. Wang Chen thought for a moment. After all, the two of them had already seen each other naked, so. Wait, you step in lightly, then get onto the bed and gently embrace her waist from behind. The movement must be gentle. If she starts struggling after seeing you, don't let go for the first 10 seconds. But if she starts struggling violently and frantically after 10 seconds, you have to let go of her and quickly get off the bed. But if she gradually stops struggling, you have to lean close to her ear and softly say, I'm late, I'm sorry. Understood. Su Zhu, awesome. No wonder your Lingxian was trained by you like that. Don't know if Venerable Han said thank you or not. Xiao Qingshu listened to Wang Chen's words, his expression gradually deepening in thought as he pondered for a moment. But 500 years ago when I was with her, I barely ever held her. It was only when I returned from hunting with injuries, and she comforted me, that she would embrace me. Wang Chen listened to Xiao Qingshu's words and felt like jumping up to bonk him on the head. Listen to yourself. Is that even human language? Cut the crap. Are you really planning to sit there and reminisce tormenting her. Wang Chen grabbed Xiao Qingshu's arm and forcibly dragged him toward the open doorway of the Moon Sect's former Holy Maiden Hall. The closer they drew to the Moon Sect's former Holy Maiden Hall, the more Wang Chen could clearly sense Xiao Qingshu's rising tension. Don't panic. Just do as I say. She's been confined for 400 years, now. Only you can save her. Understood. Wang Chen pulled Xiao Qingshu, whose mood was clearly complicated, and frowned as he transmitted his words solemnly. They had arrived at the entrance of the Moon Sect's former Holy Maiden Hall. If they spoke aloud, those inside might hear them. Wang Chen gave Xiao Qingshu a gentle push from behind, urging him to step inside, with his right foot first, then follow with his whole body. At the sound, Wang Chen quickly looked past Xiao Qingshu towards Su Xianyue on the bed, but she remained lying on her side, facing the wall, completely still and silent. Su Xianyue lay on the bed facing the wall, her beautiful hair spread across the pillow, motionless, as if indifferent to everything around her. Seeing this, Wang Chen felt somewhat relieved and leaned against the doorframe, his expression calm as he prepared to watch how Xiao Qingshu would proceed. Xiao Qingshu, having entered the room, took a weak, deep breath and glanced back to meet Wang Chen's raised eyebrow. I know little of matters of the heart, but perhaps it wouldn't hurt to listen to that young man this once. Indeed, it is I who wronged her. Xiao Qingshu steadied his emotions and took slow, deliberate steps forward, his magnificent white Taoist robes flowing gently with each movement. When Xiao Qingshu reached the bedside and stood still gazing at that familiar, yet unfamiliar silhouette, his heart grew heavy with complex emotions and trepidation. The figure before him merged with the memory of someone from 500 years ago in the Sun and Moon secret realm who had slept with their back turned to him. Yet this time, though Su Xianyue had heard the sound, she did not turn to look at him, as if she no longer cared who had come. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Qingshu's handsome face tightened with resolve as he drew a breath, and the shoes on his feet dissolved into streams of light. Xiao Qingshu then gently lifted the covers and slipped into the bed, wrapping his arms around Su Xianyue from behind in a slow, tender embrace. Despite his nervousness, he maintained such gentleness in his movements which earned a nod from Wang Chen, who thought to himself that the boy was indeed teachable. Under Wang Chen's watchful gaze, Su Xianyue's body stiffened noticeably as she began to stir from her slumber and opened her eyes. Then Su Xianyue calmly shifted her position, struggling to turn around and face the person behind her. In that moment, Xiao Qingshu and Su Xianyue found themselves face to face, much like the night they woke from the passion flowers poisoned 500 years ago in the Sun and Moon secret realm. Xiao Qingshu held Su Xianyue gently as they gazed at each other, the scene echoing that of 500 years past. Su Xianyue's beautiful, composed face gazed at Xiao Qingshu's familiar, yet strange features, her expression growing distant for a moment. Su Xianyue did not struggle violently. Instead, her lovely eyes flickered gently as she regained her composure and quietly observed Xiao Qingshu holding her. I'm late, I'm sorry. Xiao Qingshu's eyes filled with remorse as he looked at Su Xianyue in his arms, her body seeming like a soulless shell, and he spoke with a heavy heart. Wang Chen, leaning against the doorframe, fixed his gaze intently on Su Xianyue's eyes and expression as she looked at Xiao Qingshu, scrutinizing every detail without missing a single moment. But unfortunately, Su Xianyue's expression was calm to the extreme, as if she felt not the slightest trace of emotion. Though it was impossible to tell from the surface, Wang Chen was eager to know what Su Xianyue was truly thinking upon her reunion with Xiao Qingshu after all this time. System, do you have any conceptual mind-reading techniques for sale? It does exist, but such an overpowered ability costs 100 billion origin points. Any creature with consciousness can be read. Never mind. Mind reading isn't all that useful anyway, and I'm not that perverted. I was just asking. Wang Chen silently severed his connection with the system and gazed at the two figures frozen in place, his brows furrowing as he found himself inexplicably anxious for Xiao Qingshu. The scene was this: a handsome man in white robes resembling an immortal lord leaned against the doorway, watching the drama unfold. Inside, a handsome man and beautiful woman stared into each other's eyes, their bodies utterly motionless, perfectly still. Though not truly frozen, the moment felt suspended in time, the atmosphere in the room heavy with silence for what seemed like an eternity. Su Xianyue, lying on the inner side of the bed, gazed with her beautiful eyes at the man who had both saved and destroyed her. Finally, Su Xianyue silently lowered her gaze and slowly closed her beautiful eyes, as if unwilling to look at him anymore, falling silent. Su Xianyue had no idea how many centuries had passed, nor did she care to know how this man who had both saved and ruined her had come to be here. Xiao Qingshu felt awkward, staring at her blankly for a moment before recalling Wang Chen's words about Su Xianyue having been confined for 400 years. Can I take you away? We don't need to stay at the Moon Sect. Wherever you want to go from now on, I'll take you. Xiao Qingshu noticed she wasn't struggling, so he pulled her closer with his arms wrapped around her soft waist, looking straight into her eyes as he spoke softly. After a moment of hearing Xiao Qingshu's words, Su Xianyue slowly opened her beautiful eyes, and a faint expression finally appeared on her delicate face. Su Xianyue's calm, composed face showed her red lips moving slightly, parting as if to speak, but no sound emerged. Su Xianyue fell silent once more, her eyes, like a desolate wasteland, staring at Xiao Qingshu for a long while. Oh my! This atmosphere was too bizarre. Confined alone for 400 years, it seemed she had lost her ability to speak, entirely understanding, but unable to respond. Even the Monkey King was only trapped for 500 years, let alone a living person. Wang Chen leaned against the doorway, his handsome face twisted in bitterness as he watched this strange scene, feeling utterly helpless. Wang Chen, still leaning against the doorway, watched the two fall silent once more, and his own mood grew strangely heavy. Unable to bear it any longer, Wang Chen finally turned and stepped outside, no longer watching the drama unfold. He took a deep breath of fresh air, and only then did he feel the oppressive weight in his chest begin to lift. Wang Chen looked up at the darkening sky, where only the last rays of sunset in the west struggled to maintain their fading light. Sigh, I kind of miss little Xian. Wang Chen gently touched the ring on his left ring finger, then silently squatted down and sat cross-legged in a corner of the courtyard of the former Saintess Hall of the Moon Sect. To clear his mind, Wang Chen sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, sensing the spiritual energy accumulating within his body, and began his breakthrough. The Bahuang continent, Qinhuang. After Jiang Lingxian finished negotiating with the cold venerable and the high-ranking elders of the four great immortal sects, she did not leave directly or return to the Taishu immortal sect. Instead, following a plan she had designed over a decade, she swiftly retrieved a transmission compass that had been prepared for years and teleported to the Qinhuang Sea area. The entire Bahuang continent had already fallen into night, yet somewhere beneath the sea at the edge of Qinhuang on the Bahuang continent, a rumbling sound echoed. Deep within the vast Qinhuang Sea area, in a massive chamber beneath the seabed, Jiang Lingxian's cold and proud, beautiful figure stood above the scorching magma, with ice lotuses appearing beneath her feet. Her cultivation at the heavenly venerable realm radiated outward. The cold sky bracelet on her wrist shimmered with light, and an ice barrier formed around her to block the splashing magma. Cough, cough. But the next moment, Jiang Lingxian suddenly covered her mouth with her left hand, coughing violently, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of her lips. Reaching this place had consumed many of Jiang Lingxian's means. The sea beasts in the deep sea had unfathomable cultivation levels, and she inevitably sustained injuries. Sister Immortal, stop using me, your cultivation is too low. The cold sky bracelet on Jiang Lingxian's left hand emitted a burst of light, and a clear, soft maiden's voice came out with a somewhat nervous tone. The cold sky bracelet was truly afraid Jiang Lingxian would die here. Because Jiang Lingxian first unleashed its Emperor-grade Dao weapon attack to severely injure the heavenly venerable realm sea demon, then finished it off with the cold sword. And Jiang Lingxian from the sea surface to this place had killed a total of 5 heavenly venerable realm sea beasts from the first to third layer. Fortunately, for some reason, the intelligence of the demonic beasts at the bottom of the sea seemed to be very low. Even after cultivating to the heavenly venerable realm, they had not gained wisdom, and they would not go ashore. It was as if the heavenly venerable realm sea demons at the bottom of the sea were like those demonic beasts below the spiritual king realm on the land of the Bahuang continent. They would only instinctively seek out energy bodies for food, and Jiang Lingxian at the peak of the first layer of the heavenly venerable realm was a delicacy in their eyes. It's nothing. I know what I'm doing. As long as I can release the true dragon imprisoned here, the dragon transformation immortal sect will naturally fall apart. Jiang Lingxian wiped the blood from the corner of her lips, her cold gaze fixed unblinkingly on the crimson magma beneath her feet, her figure gradually enveloped in a layer of cold light. According to Jiang Lingxian's memories from her past life, the founding ancestor of the dragon transformation immortal sect had imprisoned a true dragon that came from somewhere unknown to the Bahuang continent, in severe injury, constantly refining its essence blood. This is what led to the disciples of the entire dragon transformation immortal sect, after evolving for thousands of years, gradually gaining the ability to transform into various giant dragons. However, as the founding ancestor of the dragon transformation immortal sect failed his tribulation during the immortal tribulation and was struck into ashes, this resulted in the whereabouts of where that true dragon was suppressed being lost to records. But in Jiang Lingxian's past life memories, that nearly dead true dragon later burst forth from the seabed. Its 10,000-meter dragon body ignored everything, heading straight for the dragon transformation immortal sect. In less than an hour, the dragon transformation immortal sect, which in the eyes of people on the Bahuang continent in her past life was like the heavens themselves, was destroyed. And that true dragon, after destroying the dragon transformation immortal sect, also exhausted all its dragon power and perished, and was eventually dismembered by cultivators who discovered a shattered eggshell inside its abdomen. Then after another 100 years, a mysterious great emperor accidentally entered the sea area where the true dragon was suppressed and recorded it in ancient texts. And at this moment, that so-called true dragon was actually the founding ancestor of the dragon transformation, who had long been struck into ashes by the immortal tribulation, imprisoned here, using the formation of heaven's timing, Earth's advantage, and human harmony. Fortunately, during this time period, no one else knew. It was only Jiang Lingxian who, while reading ancient texts in her past life, inadvertently recorded it, and it just happened to be useful now after her rebirth. At this moment, a powerful cold light shield formed around Jiang Lingxian's figure as she watched herself gradually sink to the bottom of the magma. As Jiang Lingxian sank beneath the magma, the next moment her eyes flashed with cold light, gradually transforming from deep black into ice-cold pupils. The moment Jiang Lingxian activated the 9 ice-cold pupils, she saw a massive ice-colored dragon body that stretched to an unimaginable distance. Jiang Lingxian felt as though she stood before it and was not even as large as the edge of one of its dragon scales, her own form incredibly insignificant. Clang, clang, clang. Roar. The next moment, a series of extremely irritable chain clanking sounds continuously rang out, accompanied by a weak and trembling dragon's roar. Old Taoist, you cannot imprison me. Sooner or later I will kill everyone who has my essence blood in their body. But what made Jiang Lingxian a bit stunned was that although this dragon's voice was hoarse and weak, it was like that of a young maiden. Humans live 100 years, dragons live a year. The legend was indeed true. Jiang Lingxian, listening to that hoarse and weak maiden's voice, couldn't help but mutter in her heart, I am not him. He has already died, but his descendants are still alive, with the bloodline refined from your dragon blood flowing in their bodies. Jiang Lingxian's cold voice transmitted through the ice shield, protecting her entire body, causing the ice-colored dragon body, not far away, to gradually quiet down from its struggling. Who are you? How do you know he died? The ice dragon remained silent for a moment, twisting its dragon body in anger, suppressing its rage as it questioned Jiang Lingxian. But its twisting dragon body and 4 dragon claws were locked by magma chains formed from a long ago weakened great emperor's aura. Clang, clang, clang. You don't need to worry about who I am. I can save you out, but you have to sign a life and death contract with me. Jiang Lingxian, listening to the chain clanking sounds, slightly frowned between her brows, and in her heart, she was actually a bit unsure about dealing with this colossal creature she had just met for the first time. Come here. Let me take a look at you. The next moment, the ice dragon shouted at Jiang Lingxian, who was at its side rather than in front of it, its voice like a young maiden, yet extremely hoarse and weak. Jiang Lingxian responded to this, flying toward it with vigilance, and after the ice dragon saw Jiang Lingxian's figure, its pupils instantly contracted. Why is a descendant of the divine clan's Jiang family here? As the ice dragon's terrifying, panicked voice fell, the scene flipped the next moment. 3.5 days later, in the courtyard of the former Saintess Hall of the Moon Sect. Papa. 2 sounds like barriers shattering came from Wang Chen's body as he sat cross-legged, and a powerful momentum swept through the surrounding courtyard. Danhai Realm, 2nd layer. Danhai Realm, 3rd layer break. In 3 days, relying on the solid foundation accumulated over many days, Wang Chen forcibly broke through 2 small realms, and the spiritual energy in his body immediately surged uncontrollably. But fortunately, Wang Chen had rich experience and quickly activated the Chaos 9 Yang divine art, gently suppressing the violent and unstable spiritual energy in his body. After a moment, Wang Chen gradually retracted his breath. Coming back to his senses from the breakthrough, Wang Chen suddenly opened his deep eyes and looked at the door of the house nearby that had been closed at some unknown time. Why hasn't Husha come out yet? Wang Chen gazed at the door that had unconsciously closed during his breakthrough, frowned, and muttered to himself in confusion. Then Wang Chen pulled out the system mission panel and glanced at the time, and the next moment his heart was suddenly startled. Damn it! There were only 5 hours left until the 4-leaf flame grass matured. What the hell? Only 5 hours left until the 4-leaf flame grass matures. Wang Chen stared at the task timer on the system panel, his heart seized with urgency. He quickly rose to his feet and strode toward the door. Knock, knock. Wang Chen raised his hand and rapped on the door, then pressed his ear against it, hoping to catch any sound from within. But beyond the door lay nothing but silence. Absolute, utter silence. Not even an echo of response. Where the hell did that old codger go? Knock, knock. Puzzled, Wang Chen knocked again, yet still no sound emerged from the room. Oi, old man. What are you doing in there? Wang Chen cupped both hands around his lips and bellowed into the room like a loudspeaker. A moment later, watching the task timer dwindle to 4 hours, Wang Chen truly wished he could launch a general's flying kick to kick the door down. But after some thought, Wang Chen decided against it. He still had some principles and morals. The thought occurred to him, but he wouldn't act on it. Old man, this is a strand of my spiritual sense. Come find me immediately once you're done. After shouting, Wang Chen took out a jade pendant and infused it with a trace of his insignificant spiritual essence, then hung it on the door. With the task timer ticking away, Wang Chen abandoned all caution. He swept his white robes aside and dashed toward Moon Sect's outer gate. As for whether the female disciples might see him and gossip, utterly irrelevant. He wasn't even from Moon Sect anyway. As Wang Chen's flying figure streaked across Moon Sect's main road, every female disciple who caught sight of him immediately widened their eyes in shock. "Who's that man? How did he get into Moon Sect?" A female disciple asked those beside her, but before long they witnessed the sect master of Moon Sect rushing out swiftly, wrapping Wang Chen in spiritual energy. Before Wang Chen could even register what was happening, his vision blurred, and he found himself already outside Moon Sect. "Thank you." Seized by urgency, Wang Chen barely managed to utter his gratitude before charging toward the desert beyond the oasis. System. Quick, locate the four-leaf flame grass. In the dumbfounded gaze of the elderly Moon Sect master, Wang Chen's white robes billowing and momentum thunderous, he soared away in an instant, his figure fading into the distance. She had been somewhat upset about Wang Chen dashing recklessly across Moon Sect's main road, but upon receiving his thanks, her irritation inexplicably dissipated. The Moon Sect master gazed at Wang Chen's vanishing silhouette as a woman gracefully approached and stood beside her. The woman was none other than the saintess of Moon Sect, Jiang Lingxian, a direct descendant of the Jiang family, one of the 8 great families of the 8 wastelands. Without any regard for the Moon Sect master's presence, Jiang Lingxian produced a sovereign-rank 1,000-mile communication talisman, murmured incantations, and the talisman erupted into blazing flames. "If you want to kill him, don't drag Moon Sect into it. Rest assured, master. Our Jiang family only fears the Tai Su immortal sect by a measly 3 points. Could the Tai Su immortal sect really wage war against our Jiang family over a single disciple? At worst, we'll just pay compensation." Jiang Lingxian gazed at the talisman slowly burning away in her hand, a faint smile curling across her exquisite face, her tone utterly at ease. Yet she was oblivious that the very clash which would shake the entire 8 wastelands continent between the 2 great immortal sects was sparked by Wang Chen. Boom. While the Moon Sect master and Jiang Lingxian were conversing, a deafening explosion erupted within Moon Sect, accompanied by a blazing cyan light soaring skyward. "So you're the one who imprisoned her for 400 years. Xiao Qingshu cradled Su Xinyue, who had quietly buried her face in his chest, and soared into the heavens. With a commanding gaze filled with overwhelming fury, he glared down at the bleeding woman below. Towering above the heavens, Xiao Qingshu appeared to the countless female disciples of Moon Sect, like an angry, heavenly king, his long hair billowing wildly. After 4 days of exploration within the room, Xiao Qingshu gradually pieced together why Su Xinyue had transformed from tenderness to such cold indifference. "Does your Moon Sect lack cultivation techniques? To actually practice this garbage of a technique? I tended to her carefully for an entire year and searched for over 400 years. Why upon my return was she imprisoned and made a laughingstock merely because her cultivation failed to advance?" Xiao Qingshu stood in the high heavens, cradling Su Xinyue in his arms, while behind him a pair of illusory, cyan giant eyes opened wide in fury. His heaven-venerate 7th layer, might brimming with rage, descended like an imperial overlord, ruthlessly oppressing countless female disciples of Moon Sect. The Moon Sect master immediately blurred into motion and flew forward, positioning herself opposite Xiao Qingshu. Furrowing her brow, she gazed at him as he held Su Xinyue. "Qingshu Zuns, though we may fear you 3 parts, that certainly doesn't mean Moon Sect fears you." At this moment, another figure in moon-blue robes soared over from the distance, coldly fixating on Xiao Qingshu with eyes brimming with sullen hostility. "Haiwe Zuns, the sole surviving ancestor of Moon Sect. Today either she dies, or your Moon Sect shall know no peace for eternity." Facing the 2 opponents, Xiao Qingshu suppressed his rage, a contemptuous wicked smile tugging at his lips as he spoke chillingly. "Xinyue, you were once the former saintess of Moon Sect. How could you stoop to inciting him to make an enemy of our Moon Sect?" Below, Su Xinyue's so-called master clutched her chest, blood spilling from her lips, yet her eyes still burned with fury as she glared at the 2 figures in the sky. Upon hearing this voice, so achingly familiar she could never mistake it, Su Xinyue finally stirred within Xiao Qingshu's embrace. Su Xinyue slowly opened her eyes within Xiao Qingshu's arms, then turned her deathly still, icy, beautiful face to coldly regard the woman below, her so-called master. Then Su Xinyue cradled in Xiao Qingshu's princess, Carrie slowly extended a slender arm, her long, elegant finger pointing directly at the person below. Afterwards, Su Xinyue shifted her crystal-clear, tranquil gaze and looked back at the one holding her, her eyes seeming to carry a trace of longing. Xiao Qingshu lowered his gaze to meet Su Xinyue's, his expression slightly startled, for he distinctly saw hatred within the deathly still eyes of the woman in his arms. At this moment, Su Xianyue was like a tiny pet that had been bullied and finally found a tender embrace. Having obtained Xiao Qingshu as her backing, she wanted him to avenge her. Gazing into Su Xianyue's crystal-clear, yet placid as still water eyes, Xiao Qingshu's aura surged inexorably upward, finally lifting his gaze sharply. Behind him, the pair of illusory cyan giant eyes also rose with him, blazing with cyan light, illuminating the entire moon sect. Die? Boom. Wang Chen was mid-flight, when suddenly a tremendous explosion rang out from the direction he had just come, startling him. Wang Chen could even see the sand beneath his flight path being shaken airborne, gradually forming a sandstorm. What happened? Wang Chen conjured a flame barrier around himself as defense against the increasingly violent sands threatening to form into a sandstorm. Crack! Another earth-shaking explosion roared from the distant rear. The sandstorm's center sent Wang Chen, now caught in its grip, startled into hastily turning back to look. One glance was enough. The familiar cyan spiritual energy piercing the sky and the moonlight spiritual energy unique to moon sect disciples. It left Wang Chen momentarily stunned. That old codger didn't actually get into a fight with moon sect, did he? Wang Chen felt the trembling earth beneath the sand, the powerful sandstorms raging around him, and internally shrieked in shock. Should I go back and help? No. Help my ass. If I go there now, I would be torn apart by tens of thousands of moon sect disciples in 3 seconds. The moment the thought crossed Wang Chen's mind, before 2 seconds had even passed, he immediately turned around and internally rejected the idea of helping. That unscrupulous old bastard never does something without being sure of the outcome. Even if he cannot win, he should know how to flee right. Wang Chen glanced at the system panel where the location of the 4-leaf flame grass was marked with 30,000 origin points and looked back once more. Forget it. Wang Chen cleared his mind and unleashed his cultivation power once again, his figure streaking through the sky like a comet. As Wang Chen steadied himself amid the blinding sandstorm, the surrounding air grew scorching hot. The 4-leaf flame grass. Wang Chen spotted the 4-leaf flame grass rising from a molten pit far ahead, its 4 leaves dripping with crimson flame liquid, and a wave of excitement surged through him. Radiating from the herb's core, the scorching heat had turned the sand for several kilometers into molten lava. Host, hurry up. The 4-leaf flame grass is about to mature. Flame armor. Ignoring the system's voice, Wang Chen retrieved the armor from his storage space and clad himself in it. Gulagoo. The moment Wang Chen donned the flame armor, the molten sand surrounding the 4-leaf flame grass began to bubble and flare with firelight. Whoosh! The next instant, the 4-leaf flame grass erupted with a towering pillar of fire, its nectar spraying skyward and releasing an intoxicating fragrance. Roar! Crack, crack, crack. Hidden in the darkness by the sandstorm, the bizarre demon beasts could no longer remain concealed. In an instant, giant scorpions and lizards burst from beneath the sand, along with sand geckos stretching 100 meters long. How dare you! Wang Chen shouted as he faced the demon beasts, mostly at the Spirit King and Spirit Emperor realms, and summoned the Heavenly Emperor banner into his hand. Wang Chen then hurled the Heavenly Emperor banner into the molten lava beside the 4-leaf flame grass, suspending it midair with spiritual power. Roar! Chirpy! From the banner erupted the dragon and phoenix Wang Chen had glimpsed before, their combined cry echoing through the air. The tens of thousands of demon beasts froze in shock for over 10 seconds, but the temptation of the 4-leaf flame grass ultimately drove them to charge forward. Just as Wang Chen assessed his remaining spiritual energy, 1/3 left, and prepared to unleash the power of the Heaven and Earth Mountain Sea map. Whoosh! A figure materialized behind him, and Wang Chen felt a jolt of dread, immediately raising the map to defend himself. Bang! A deafening boom echoed as a giant spectral palm from a Spirit King realm cultivator at its peak struck the map, unleashing a massive burst of spiritual energy. Damn it! No honor in battle. Wang Chen cursed at the middle-aged cultivator who had ambushed him, his internal organs shaking from the impact. Despite his imperial-grade flame armor, his body barely under control. What terrified Wang Chen most was that 8 more powerful figures emerged around the middle-aged cultivator. Assassins. Facing 9 Spirit King cultivators at their peak, Wang Chen's mind raced. Teleportation talisman, activate. Below, the ground trembled from the stamping of demon beasts, while Wang Chen high above quickly drew a teleportation talisman as the 9 figures closed in. Whoosh! The next moment, Wang Chen materialized beside the 4-leaf flame grass, his imperial-grade flame armor activating instantly. Boom! Chaos flames erupted around him as 9 dragon auras appeared behind Wang Chen, their 9 pairs of eyes radiating an icy coldness. Get lost! Wang Chen slammed the Heaven and Earth Mountain Sea map skyward, popped the spirit replenishing pill into his mouth, and gripped the floating Heavenly Emperor banner with both hands. The moment Wang Chen grasped the banner, the golden dragon and fire phoenix soaring above seemed to awaken. Roar! Chirped. As Wang Chen wielded the golden dragon and fire phoenix encircled him in a protective formation, spiraling rapidly through the sky. In that moment, Wang Chen became the axis around which everything revolved, while the golden dragon and fire phoenix formed the outer shell of a spinning sphere, shielding him as it rotated at high speed. At the center of this spinning vortex, Wang Chen held the Heavenly Emperor banner as he felt his spiritual energy being drained away in mere seconds. Ha! Come on. You can't kill me. You can't kill me, you bunch of trash. Before harvesting the four-leaf flame grass, Wang Chen couldn't resist taunting the demon beasts and 9 cultivators trapped outside with outrageous mockery. But the moment the golden dragon and fire phoenix lost their spiritual energy support, they shot back into the Heavenly Emperor banner. What the hell? I thought you two would exchange glances before returning. Wang Chen froze for a moment, holding the Heavenly Emperor banner in his left hand, and even the countless demon beasts and 9 assassins outside were caught off guard. In that brief hesitation, Wang Chen stood on the molten lava, his hands wreathed in chaos flames, and quickly grabbed the 4-leaf flame grass. The 9 chaos dragon auras behind him surged forward, their massive jaws clamping onto the herb as they helped pull it free with all their strength. Oh, it's so hot. Wang Chen felt his hands burn to a pulp, his face contorted in agony, yet he refused to let go, enduring the searing pain of the holy grade 4-leaf flame grass as he forced the harvest. Schlick! With a ripping sound, the 4-leaf flame grass was torn free from the ground, molten lava splashing in all directions. Roar! The moment the herb was uprooted, tens of thousands of demon beasts, their eyes burning red with madness, charged at Wang Chen without waiting for the 9 assassins to strike. Looking down from above, one would see Wang Chen completely surrounded by an endless sea of desert creatures stretching for kilometers in every direction. Bang! The next moment, Wang Chen felt his body slammed by an unseen attack, sending him flying high into the sky. Heaven and Earth Mountain Sea Map. Help me! Forcing back the urge to vomit blood, Wang Chen stored the Heavenly Emperor banner and 4-leaf flame grass in his spatial ring, then shouted at the map floating above. Countless demonic energy attacks pursued him, but the Heaven and Earth Mountain Sea Map erupted in golden light, enveloping Wang Chen. Whoosh! Bang bang bang! Wang Chen's figure disappeared instantly, and all those attacks struck the painting on the map instead. Unfortunately, the Heaven and Earth Mountain Sea Map lacked a spiritual consciousness, so it could only hover in the sky and endure the relentless assault, shaking violently from the impacts. Inside the map, Wang Chen felt the entire miniature world trembling continuously, the distant seas churning. Cough, cough, cough. Spit. Wang Chen coughed violently, then collapsed to his knees and spat a mouthful of blood. No good. Those 9 fools outside could force the Heaven and Earth Mountain Sea Map away with treasure artifacts if they tried hard enough. Wang Chen raised his right hand, nearly unrecognizable from the burns of the 4-leaf flame grass, and wiped the blood from his mouth. Then, ignoring his battered body, he struggled to his feet and looked up at the violently shaking sky within the map. Minor injuries meant nothing to Wang Chen. As long as he was alive and could move, he considered himself unharmed. Wang Chen gazed at the golden card floating in his storage space and willed it forward. The Super Wrath golden card shattered with a click, dissolving into streams of light that faded away. Super Wrath card. Activate. Super Wrath card. Activate. With the successful activation of the Super Wrath card, Wang Chen stood on the grass within the small world of the Qinkuan Shanhai, to his aura constantly surging around him. Danhai Realm 4th layer. Danhai Realm 7th layer. Spirit King Realm 5th layer. Spirit King Realm 9th layer. Spirit Emperor Realm 3rd layer. Boom. A massive Emperor's aura erupted from Wang Chen's body, and his white robes fluttered violently as spiritual energy poured out from within him like a fierce wind. At this moment, Wang Chen's body healed rapidly, and the pain in his internal organs vanished in an instant. A domineering, unstoppable power surged through his entire being. Before Wang Chen could even feel the raging power within him. Crack! Crack! The high-grade Imperial Flame armor he wore suddenly cracked extensively under the force of his powerful spiritual energy. Then Wang Chen's eyes rapidly turned crimson, and an overwhelming fury surged to his head as his heartbeat accelerated wildly like an engine. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Chen's powerful heartbeat even echoed beyond his body into the outside world. Inhale. Exhale. Wang Chen felt his entire body burning with heat, his battle intent reaching the heavens, and even his breath manifested as chaotic spiritual flames. Wang Chen's blood-red eyes widened as he quickly retracted the flame armor, which could barely withstand his chaotic spiritual flames. Boom. The moment the flame armor was withdrawn, a layer of chaotic spiritual flames erupted around Wang Chen so intense that the very void trembled. Outside the Qinkuan Shanhai too. Bang bang bang. Countless beasts with awakened consciousness had bloodshot eyes and panted fiercely, as if determined to destroy the Qinkuan Shanhai too. After all, they had watched Wang Chen pluck the four-leaf flame grass, mock them provocatively, and then enter the painting. Meanwhile, 9 assassins from the Jiang family, each at the peak of the Spirit King realm, concealed their presence high above, surrounding the Qinkuan Shanhai too. Once the beast's fury subsided, the 9 would unite their forces to form an array and forcibly teleport away the weakened Qinkuan Shanhai too. But their meticulously planned scheme met harsh reality. Whoosh! Suddenly the Qinkuan Shanhai too blazed with golden light, and a streak of light erupted from within. 9 chaotic divine dragons spread across its back. None of you will escape today. With Wang Chen's thunderous roar, the 9 chaotic dragon auras behind him shot skyward, unleashing a powerful blaze of flames. Rumble. Roar. 9 young dragon auras, each at the Spirit King realm's 3rd layer, surged into the sky, like a formation releasing a deafening dragon's cry. They rapidly condensed into a chaotic barrier, forming a circular seal that enclosed dozens of kilometers. In an instant, countless beasts and hidden cultivators were terrified and tried to flee, but it was already too late. Wang Chen stood in the high heavens, his eyes blazing with fury. Qinkuan sea waves. Gazing at the countless beasts below like ants, Wang Chen seized the Qinkuan Shanhai too and roared. In an instant, the upper portion of the Qinkuan Shanhai too blazed with golden light, and countless seas surged and spilled forth. The lava on the ground hissed and steamed, releasing immense heat as countless beasts wailed in agony. Wang Chen stood high in the sky, facing 10,000 enemies alone. Fury surged within him as a drop of essence, blood wreathed in chaotic flames, flew from between his eyebrows and hovered before him. Blood sacrifice. Chaotic 9 dragons formation. As Wang Chen's furious shout echoed, his complexion rapidly drained, turning deathly pale. At that very moment, countless beasts and dozens of hidden cultivators, sensing the threat, charged toward Wang Chen. Kill him. Cultivators and awakened beasts alike opened their mouths in fierce roars, unleashing thousands of dense attacks, converging on Wang Chen. Roar! But the next moment, a dragon's cry that made countless living beings tremble rang out, and 9 chaotic blood dragons erupted from the chaotic barrier. Roar! The dense attacks were forcefully shattered by the 9 dragon roars exploding around Wang Chen as the shockwaves whipped his white robes. Rumble! Splash! Roar! Countless screams and the sound of splattering flesh echoed from within the chaotic barrier, utterly horrifying. Just as the awakened beasts and cultivators defending against the 9 chaotic blood dragons believed Wang Chen had no more trump cards and prepared to attack again. The next moment, a golden broken sword appeared in Wang Chen's right hand, while his left hand held a 3-legged imperial furnace. From between his eyebrows, a soul source with the destructive power of the heavenly venerable realm emerged, radiating an extreme coldness. Die? With Wang Chen's furious cry, his deathly pale face set as he raised the imperial furnace in his left hand and swung the Taishu broken sword in his right with devastating force. The Hualong immortal sect, located in Qinghuang on the Bahuang continent. Wine. The great emperor realm ice dragon let out a feeble whimper, its 10,000 zhong icy body collapsing onto the ruins of the Hualong immortal sect it had already destroyed. Having been imprisoned for nearly 10,000 years, its essence, blood drained by the Hualong ancestor, the ice dragon's body had already been corroded to its core by the magma. Moreover, it had to divide its attention to protect the dragon egg, keeping it hidden within and ensuring it wouldn't shatter. The ice dragon's survival at the bottom of the magma was sustained entirely by its determination to protect the dragon egg and its overwhelming hatred for the Hualong ancestor. Therefore, even though Jiang Lingxian ultimately used the Cold Heaven bracelet to shatter its chains and rescue it from the sea region, it was merely a fleeting moment. You were born so much earlier in this life, yet why? Is the outcome still the same as my past life? Could it be that even after rebirth, while the process may change, the ultimate result remains unchangeable? Jiang Lingxian stood before the closing-eyed, slowly dying ice dragon, gently placing her hand on its 1,000 zhong icy dragon, had her heart trembling slightly. That disciple. Could the outcome that disciple experienced in the past life happen again? Staring at the dying ice dragon, Jiang Lingxian felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding rising within her. No, absolutely not. All of the disciple's enemies in this life must die. Jiang Lingxian's mind flashed with Wang Chen's familiar handsome face, still somewhat playful, and her cold eyes gradually hardened with resolve. Master, take its dragon body back to the Taishu immortal sect and find a place to preserve it intact. Jiang Lingxian turned to look at the tens of thousands of Taishu disciples and cultivators watching silently from the sky as she touched the ice dragon's 10,000 zhong body and spoke softly to the leading Hanzun. Han Zun slightly furrowed her elegant brows, descended to Jiang Lingxian's side, and acknowledged with a cold gaze fixed on the massive dragon corpse that blocked out the sky. In the current era of the Bahuan continent, there is only one great Emperor realm expert, but he has never appeared and remains detached from worldly affairs. Therefore, the ninth layer of the heavenly venerable realm is nearly invincible on the Bahuan continent, and there's no need to fear the ice dragon's body being dismembered as it was in a previous life. Buzz. But just as Han Zun's acknowledgement faded, Jiang Lingxian felt her divine soul shudder violently. What happened? Han Zun gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who had suddenly lifted her delicate face to stare in a certain direction. A flicker of alarm stirred within her heart, and she quickly inquired, "Master, my disciple is in danger." Jiang Lingxian's expression betrayed a rare panic. After speaking to Han Zun, she vanished on the spot with desperate urgency. Jiang Lingxian erupted with cultivation power of the heavenly sovereign realm second stage. Her form flickered, causing violent distortions in the void. In less than 10 seconds, Jiang Lingxian materialized at a teleportation array in the nearest large cultivation city. "Where do you need to?" The array's attendant barely began to speak to the hurried beauty before Jiang Lingxian's frantic hand seals activated the array with a thunderous hum. Whoosh! With a swift whistle, only wind, and a bewildered old attendant remained standing at the spot, eyes wide with astonishment. 8 wilderness continent depths of the desert wasteland. The chaotic barrier which had sealed off dozens of li in every direction gradually dissipated from top to bottom, revealing the scene within. The instant the chaotic barrier vanished, an overwhelming scent of blood rushed outward. Countless monster corpses and fragments were strewn across the ground. One could say there was not a single spot of solid ground in this part of the desert wasteland. Every step sank into the soft, mushy mixture of blood and monster remains. Wang Chen stood amidst the carnage, his eyes bloodshot, a gruesome sword wound gaped at his chest. His once black hair had turned entirely crimson. Dressed in tattered, blood-soaked robes, Wang Chen gazed down at the last dying assassin crushed beneath his boot. The Jiang family. Again the Jiang family. Ha ha. Wang Chen clutched a white jade token inscribed with the character Jiang in his left hand. His blood-splattered face contorted with fury as he laughed wildly at the assassin beneath his foot. Then, as the assassin lay trembling in terror beneath him, Wang Chen lifted his right foot and brought it down with devastating force. Boom! The head of the assassin at the peak of Spirit King Realm 9th stage exploded on impact, fragments scattering across the ground. At that moment, a pair of majestic eyes materialized on the white jade token, glaring furiously at whoever held it. "Tired of living, are you? I'll tell your family personally. The Jiang family will be destroyed." Wang Chen's final words seethed with hatred. His left hand clenched the white jade token and crushed it with a thunderous crack, shattering it into dust. Cough, cough, cough. His shouting had been so violent that Wang Chen coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, yet he casually wiped them away without a care. Wang Chen then wiped the blood that had blurred his vision, gazing at the densely scattered corpses around him with a pang of regret in his heart. It seemed he would have to wait until the side effects of the Super Rage card caused him to faint before he could come back to collect the bodies. With that thought, Wang Chen glanced at the system timer. The Super Rage card had barely 2.5 minutes remaining before it expired. Boom, swoosh. Just as Wang Chen finished checking the time and was about to flee this place of chaos and attack, came hurtling from the distance. Damn it, there's another one lurking. Mid-stride, Wang Chen's eyes flew open as he stared at the gray giant palm hurtling toward him. After his panicked shout, he attempted to unleash all his remaining spiritual energy. But this Wang Chen had no spiritual energy left to draw upon. His entire body was utterly depleted. He stood helplessly watching the palm of destruction race toward him with no way to resist. If this blow landed, even if he didn't die, he would be grievously disabled. With no other option, Wang Chen hastily retrieved the now dimmed Huangshan cauldron. With a thought, he enlarged it and desperately held it before himself. Splat! Wang Chen braced the Huangshan cauldron with both hands, feeling the overwhelming force of the palm bearing down on him. He closed his eyes tight. Let fate decide. Boom! An explosion rang out. In an instant, Wang Chen felt a powerful shockwave surge over him, the wind whistling through his clothes and hair. But after a moment, Wang Chen discovered with astonishment that neither he nor the already dimmed Huangshan cauldron had been sent flying. They were completely unharmed. What happened? The Huangshan cauldron blocked Wang Chen's view. He poked out his blood-stained head and peered forward. The instant he saw the graceful figure standing nearby who had blocked the attack for him, Wang Chen froze, then broke into joy. Xian. Wang Chen hastily stored the Huangshan cauldron and rushed to Jiang Lingxian's side, calling out to her. He paid no heed to his own severe injuries. At this moment, Wang Chen resembled a frail, broken patient. But upon seeing his beloved arrive, he suddenly brimmed with delight. Die! With so many monsters and cultivators surrounding you, why do you refuse to die? The assassin from the distance charged forward, eyes crimson with madness. He howled as he raised his fist, pouring every ounce of his strength into a killing blow aimed at Wang Chen. The assassin had no way out. If he didn't kill Wang Chen, the Jiang family would capture him upon his return and torture him to death. Jiang Lingxian witnessed this and swiftly raised her right hand, slamming a palm strike toward the incoming attacker. An enormous ice palm materialized in midair. Crack! The 10th assassin, who had been hiding in concealment all day waiting for the perfect ambush, was sent hurtling backward by the colossal ice palm. In midair, he transformed into an ice sculpture before exploding with a series of cracks, fragments raining down onto the blood-soaked ground and corpses. The pitiful Jiang family assassin. Kill Wang Chen and face death, spare Wang Chen and still face death. But choosing the latter at least granted him a swift end. Disciple. With the crisis averted, Jiang Lingxian finally turned her attention to Wang Chen, covered in blood, his chest bearing a ghastly sword wound. Her eyes gradually reddened. I'm sorry. I came too late, I'm so sorry. Disregarding Wang Chen's blood-soaked body, Jiang Lingxian wrapped her arms around his neck in desperate fear. Her usually cold, clear voice gradually broke into sobs. Don't hold me, you'll get dirty. When Jiang Lingxian embraced him, Wang Chen winced and bared his teeth. He said dirty, but in truth it was pain. Ding. Reminder to host: the Super Rage card is about to expire. Conceptual type side effects initiating. 3-2. The system's notification suddenly sounded, freezing Wang Chen in his tracks. The next instant he felt his breathing grow labored and difficult. Damn it! How could I forget about this? Wang Chen cried out internally. Finally his vision darkened, and a violent bout of dizziness overwhelmed him. Then, cradled in Jiang Lingxian's blood-soaked arms, Wang Chen's head lolled to one side, dangling limply on her shoulder as he lost consciousness. Jiang Lingxian felt the sudden limpness of his body, stunned for a moment before her reddened eyes hastily released him. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian stared at Wang Chen, who had fainted dead away after her embrace. Her expression twisted with utter panic. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian's body trembled uncontrollably. Her reddened eyes urgently began treating Wang Chen's wounds. In her heart, she believed it was her embrace that had directly aggravated all his injuries. Remorse consumed her entirely. The crimson-eyed Jiang Lingxian channeled torrents of cold energy, desperately flowing it into Wang Chen's body to continuously heal his wounds. This is all my fault. It's all my fault. After slightly stabilizing Wang Chen's breathing, Jiang Lingxian hastily gathered him into her arms. Her eyes brimmed with crystalline tears as she blamed herself endlessly. But fortunately, Jiang Lingxian wasn't entirely foolish. She knew this place was no sanctuary for healing. With a flicker, she vanished along with Wang Chen. 1 day later, on the Bazhuang continent, in the desolate wasteland of Mo Huang, within an unnamed ancient city, amidst the bustling crowd of cultivators on the street, the scene shifted to an old inn. Though the inn was old, its furnishings and cultivation arrays were all well-equipped, even surpassing most other inns. Wang Chen lay on the bed in the inn's Tian classroom, his chaotic consciousness gradually returning to his body as he slowly regained clarity. As Wang Chen's eyelids trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes, his whites were noticeably red. It was evident that Wang Chen's eyes had been injured, causing his vision of the ceiling to be blurred and indistinct. Wang Chen felt his body weighed down and burdened, struggling to breathe, as if someone were choking him. Deep breath. Dizziness is normal. The side effects of the Super Fury card won't fade that quickly, because the Super Fury card forcibly activated your body's potential blood energy, and the forcibly elevated cultivation surged to your head, so breathing difficulty is normal now. The system seemed to detect Wang Chen's abnormality, and a leisurely, cold, mechanical voice began explaining in his mind. Xian. Wang Chen called out softly in a slightly hoarse voice, turning his head to look around, but could not find Jiang Lingxian's figure. Tap, tap, tap. Just then footsteps came from the bathroom partition, not far away. Host, close your eyes when it gets dark. The system spoke as it observed Wang Chen lying on the bed in only his underwear covered with blankets. Wang Chen paused briefly, listening to the system's somewhat nonsensical words, but he was still too exhausted to resist closing his eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian emerged from the bathroom partition carrying a basin of warm water, walking step by step to the bedside, and sitting down, placing the basin on a nearby chair. Jiang Lingxian, who had already been exhausted from days of using the Cold Heaven bracelet multiple times to rescue the Ice Dragon and destroy the Hua Long immortal sect, now gazing at Wang Chen in his faint sleep, tears that had already been welling in Jiang Lingxian's red-rimmed eyes gradually rose and silently traced down her beautiful face. If she had not arrived in time, would her disciple have? It's all my fault. I should not have let him go out alone, knowing full well he never fails to worry me. Jiang Lingxian raised her fair hand to gently wipe away the tears on her cheek, her exquisitely beautiful face etched with deep concern. Finally, Jiang Lingxian composed herself and reached for the towel soaked in warm water. She folded it gently twice and slowly lifted the blanket covering Wang Chen's upper body. Why does it feel so cold? Wang Chen felt the chilly sensation on his body, could not help but take a deep breath and quickly opened his eyes. For a moment, Jiang Lingxian froze mid-motion as she reached out with the warm towel to wipe his body. Her slender arm extended and her whole figure stiffened in place. But in the next instant, Jiang Lingxian moved swiftly, covering Wang Chen's entire face with a wet towel to block his view. Then, somewhat flustered, Jiang Lingxian hastily grabbed the displaced blanket and pulled it back over Wang Chen, pressing it down firmly. Finally, Jiang Lingxian managed to steady herself and lifted the wet towel from Wang Chen's face, her slightly reddened eyes gazing at him. But what she saw was Wang Chen gasping for breath, as if struggling to breathe in extreme discomfort. Jiang Lingxian's mind went blank for a moment, and when she finally snapped out of it, she remained frozen there, helpless and at a loss. Gazing at Wang Chen's rapid breathing, Jiang Lingxian quickly extended her slender fair hand to press against his chest, soothing his breath while releasing a gentle cold aura. Wang Chen had taken several deep breaths and was nearly stabilizing his breathing when he suddenly felt the chaotic spiritual energy within his body being stirred by the cold aura. You? With red-rimmed eyes, Wang Chen's gaze suddenly fell upon Jiang Lingxian, his breathing growing more rapid as he stared at her ethereally beautiful face. However, Wang Chen's deep breath this time was noticeably scorching hot, and upon seeing this, Jiang Lingxian quickly withdrew her fair hand, guilt rising in her eyes. I'm sorry. Jiang Lingxian had experienced the sensation of Wang Chen's chaotic spiritual energy surging into her body and intertwining with the cold power, so she naturally understood what reaction would follow. Last time, when planting the peach blossom tree, if not for her strong endurance and avoiding Wang Chen's discovery of the anomaly, she feared that day would have ended in. Moreover, judging from the reactions her body produced, if she were to indulge with her disciple, she might gradually succumb to the desire. This healing method of intertwining with the top-tier furnace body's spiritual energy is powerful, but it seems better to use it when the disciple is unconscious. Inhale. Exhale. Xian, if you plan to use this method to heal me next time, I suggest you do not wear clothes. Why? Jiang Lingxian clearly paused and asked, but she did not need Wang Chen to explain, quickly understanding the meaning in her heart. This would be more convenient for my subsequent operations and also more visually appealing. And I have heard that the 9 Yang Divine Body and 9 Yin Cold Divine Body possess an even stronger healing method that can also improve cultivation. Wang Chen tried to move his rather numb neck, looking at Jiang Lingxian with a serious and earnest expression as he spoke. Shut up. You are severely injured and still not behaving yourself. Jiang Lingxian felt a wave of shame from Wang Chen's veiled suggestive words, unable to understand how he could speak such embarrassing things so calmly. Then were you behaving yourself when you bathed me, eh? Wang Chen shifted his numb hands, feeling the skin on his body that still bore some wounds, and asked. Jiang Lingxian clearly froze for a moment, as if recalling some pleasant memory, her cheeks quietly turning red. It was not me who bathed you. I asked the inns waiter to bathe you. Jiang Lingxian's words came out in a rush to explain, even stuttering midway through. That little expression seemed to be pondering which character would be best to fabricate. Xian, you actually had a man touch my body. What if he does something to me? My chastity is at stake. Whoa. Wang Chen widened his eyes, slightly staring at Jiang Lingxian with his red-rimmed eyes from the injury, looking so pitiful. Gazing at Wang Chen's tearless, somewhat broken appearance, Jiang Lingxian did not know why her heart trembled. Perhaps I should just tell him the truth. Jiang Lingxian looked at Wang Chen's face full of hurt after his tearless breakdown, and for a moment could not bear to continue. But it was so embarrassing. It is fine, I investigated that waiter beforehand. She would definitely not do anything to you. Jiang Lingxian thought for a long time before finally working up the courage to say these words in a slightly cool tone. However, as she spoke, her gaze could not help but flicker away. Why did you need to investigate her? Is that waiter male or female, and you actually took special care to learn about her? After saying this, Wang Chen looked at Jiang Lingxian, who was once again stunned, feeling amused inside. This little crybaby could not even tell a lie properly, yet she thinks she can play games with me. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian was directly cornered by Wang Chen's open scheme, unable to retreat and unable to advance. What would her disciple think if she said error was male? What would her disciple think if she admitted error was female? She would certainly know what she herself would think. Xian, can you come into the blanket and hold me? I'm so scared right now. Afraid someone else will take you away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian was struck speechless for the third time, gazing at Wang Chen in utter astonishment. Wasn't that her line? Why did her disciple? Even the most foolish Jiang Lingxian could realize at this moment, facing Wang Chen, that the matter of bathing him seemed to have been exposed. No, error is neither male nor female, it was simply error who bathed you. Jiang Lingxian realized she had been toyed with by Wang Chen, and a flush of embarrassment darkened her pretty face as she began to act stubbornly. Then it's terrible. A hermaphrodite. It's actually a hermaphrodite. Xianxian, you actually let a hermaphrodite bathe me. Jiang Lingxian, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll seal your mouth. All right. Actually, even if you bathe me, it doesn't matter. This is called preparing in advance. Hearing this, Wang Chen stopped teasing her and weakly raised his eyes to look at her, responding softly, with a faint smile though somewhat improper. You? I've already said it was error who bathed you. Jiang Lingxian knew deep down that this matter might have been exposed, but she simply refused to admit it, her exquisitely beautiful face clearly flushing red. All right. Error bathed me, and after finishing only let me wear one piece and lay me on the bed. Error is so nice. Jiang Lingxian turned away in shame upon hearing this, pretending to wring out the towel in the basin of warm water, too embarrassed to respond to Wang Chen's words. Since she couldn't argue her way out of it, could she at least avoid it? However, Jiang Lingxian couldn't help but recall Wang Chen's handsome features as he lay unconscious in the bath barrel, her pretty face growing redder still. Thankfully, her disciple was wearing undergarments, otherwise it would have been quite awkward back then. Ding. Mission complete. Killed the head fortune son of the dark evil ghost faction Su Bei. Reward Emperor Realm 10-second experience card has been issued. Just as Jiang Lingxian turned away, the system's mission completion sound suddenly echoed in Wang Chen's mind. The sound left Wang Chen's mind completely stunned, dumbfounded, as he gazed at the card in his storage space, radiating golden light and emanating an aura of imperial power. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian slightly wrung the warm water from the towel with both hands, then turned back around, her beautiful eyes slightly red from exhaustion as she looked at Wang Chen. The fatigue didn't make Jiang Lingxian look haggard, instead it added a fragile quality that made one's heart ache. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian held out the warm damp towel and gently pressed it against Wang Chen's face, calling out softly in her cold voice. What is it? Wang Chen's bewildered consciousness was brought back from his storage space by Jiang Lingxian, his handsome face marked with minor sword wounds, as he looked at her in confusion. Wang Chen wasn't particularly concerned about his injuries, over time, they would heal. Damn it. They always healed, and he had always gotten by this way. Promise me. Wherever you go next time, take me with you, okay? Jiang Lingxian's fair warm fingers gently traced the minor sword wounds on Wang Chen's face, her reddened dazed eyes filled with heartache. Wang Chen gazed at her tender, caring expression, and for a moment his heart seemed to skip a beat before he fell silent. Whatever you wish, it shall be so. Wang Chen felt his right hand nearly numb, but mostly recovered, extend from the blankets to gently grasp Jiang Lingxian's palm that rested against his face. Jiang Lingxian said nothing, merely gazing quietly at Wang Chen with her beautiful eyes, her palm gently stroking his face as he held it. The quiet atmosphere lingered for a long time, their eyes meeting, as if both could see the faint traces of affection in each other's gaze. Boy, are you all right? Knock, knock, knock. The voice came before the person, followed by a series of urgent knocks on the door, as if they were desperate to kick it open. Outside, Xiao Qingshu held Wang Chen's token from yesterday in his right hand, the one he had hung at the Old Moon Sect Saintess Hall, while his left hand held the quiet Su Xianyue, continuously knocking on the door. Such a spoilsport. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian seemed to share the same thought, hearing Xiao Qingshu's voice from outside, and thinking the same thing simultaneously. Jiang Lingxian looked at Wang Chen, then raised her hand to ruffle his hair a few times before making her way toward the door under his dazed gaze. How strange. Why does it feel like I'm something like her little pet? Wang Chen watched Jiang Lingxian walk to the door and open it, and inexplicably a thought sprang to mind. Creak. What is it? Jiang Lingxian suppressed the exhaustion on her face, reverting to her cold and composed demeanor when facing outsiders as she opened the door. The moment the door opened, it left Xiao Qingshu, who had been knocking incessantly, frozen in surprise outside, holding Su Xianyue in a daze. What are you doing here? Where is your disciple? How is he? He should be fine, right? I'm not dead. Yeah, right. The moment Xiao Qingshu finished speaking, he heard Wang Chen's exasperated voice from the inner room. Old fool. You unreliable person, if my young master hadn't arrived so quickly, I would have died. Do you know that? Wang Chen lay on the bed in the inner room, completely covered by blankets, with only his head exposed, glaring resentfully at Xiao Qingshu outside the door. Xiao Qingshu awkwardly scratched the back of his head. He had been so busy seeking revenge for Su Xianyue that he had momentarily forgotten about Wang Chen. Only when he came to his senses did he remember, and fortunately Wang Chen was still alive, otherwise he would have been split in half by Jiang Lingxian's sword. I've caused you trouble, but rest assured I'll cover all your treatment expenses. At this moment, Xiao Qingshu still believed it was his fight with the Moon Sect that had endangered Wang Chen at the Old Moon Sect Saintess Hall. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen sensed something was off, but quickly realized the truth, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. I don't care. Wang Chen shouted at Xiao Qingshu at the door, and the mention of 10,000 top-grade spirit stones left his face frozen in shock. This is too much. Slam. Before Xiao Qingshu could finish speaking, Jiang Lingxian glanced at Su Xianyue standing beside him and immediately closed the door. Moreover, Jiang Lingxian seemed to have done it on purpose, deliberately waiting until after Wang Chen mentioned the treatment costs before closing the door. Put on some clothes before we talk. Jiang Lingxian, fearing Wang Chen might be exposed, turned and walked back, then sidestepped to place the folded white garment from the nearby chair onto the bed. She refused to let her disciple be seen by other women outside, wearing only undergarments. My, shouldn't it have rotted away by now? Wang Chen lay on the bed, gazing at the pristine white garment that moved on its own without wind, looking at Jiang Lingxian with confusion and asking. It seems to have automatically repaired itself. I just washed it, and it returned to its original condition. Jiang Lingxian pondered for a moment, recalling how Wang Chen's white garment had slowly repaired itself from tatters, and responded somewhat absent-mindedly. System, this white garment of yours is so awesome. What value for money? Absolutely. Absolute. Wait, I still have so many absolute things to lick. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen thought about all the demon beasts and cultivators he had killed, and a sense of urgency filled his heart. Then Wang Chen propped himself up on the bed with both hands, wanting to sit up and start putting on the white garment. But the moment Wang Chen saw Jiang Lingxian looking at him, he fell back with force. Upon seeing this, Jiang Lingxian quickly reached out with both hands to support Wang Chen's body, which had nearly bumped against the headboard, her movements extremely careful and gentle. Xian, my chest hurts so much. Xian, my chest hurts so much. Wang Chen was supported by Jiang Lingxian, leaning against the pillow-cushioned headboard, feeling the tearing pain in his chest and grimacing. Wang Chen quickly lifted the blankets and looked at his chest, seeing that from his chest to his shoulder and down his back was wrapped with healing spirit cloth. Don't move, let me check for you. Jiang Lingxian, seeing Wang Chen's still injured body, quickly grabbed his hand as he reached toward his chest and moved it away. Then, dressed in a pure white gown, Jiang Lingxian lightly gripped the hem of her skirt and slowly sat on the bed, leaning toward Wang Chen. Having suppressed her exhaustion, Jiang Lingxian now appeared like a cold and ethereal fairy. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who was slightly bent forward, her slender hands carefully and gently unwrapping the spirit cloth for him, and his eyes drifted into a daze for a moment. Rustling sounds. This sword strike nearly pierced your heart, nearly killed you. After removing the spirit cloth, Jiang Lingxian's breathtakingly beautiful face leaned close to Wang Chen's chest. Gazing at the wound that was slightly healing, yet still gruesome, her heart trembled. It's nothing. Have I not suffered worse wounds before? I'm used to it. Wang Chen, watching Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes gradually redden as she looked at his chest injury, raised his hand and stroked her head to comfort her. Wang Chen's tone was light and casual. His intention in stroking her head was to soothe her, but unexpectedly this only seemed to provoke her. There is something wrong. The past is the past, but this is now. Next time I will absolutely not let you go out alone again. Jiang Lingxian raised her red-rimmed eyes and met Wang Chen's gaze as he stroked her hair, her tone growing increasingly resolute. Don't touch my head anymore. I'll change the spirit cloth for you right away. Seeing Wang Chen absent-mindedly rubbing her head, Jiang Lingxian shifted her head away slightly in mild resistance, though she didn't fully pull away. All right. Wang Chen chuckled softly and agreed, and his right hand indeed left the top of her head. But in the next moment, Wang Chen reached out with his left hand and then used both hands to gently pinch Jiang Lingxian's fair and exquisite cheeks. Jiang Lingxian had just taken out the new spirit cloth and was grinding high-grade medicinal powder and other spiritual herbs onto it, when she suddenly felt her cheeks being pinched several times. Xian. Seeing Jiang Lingxian's hesitant and somewhat resistant expression, Wang Chen lifted his bright, glistening eyes and gazed at her pitifully, whispering her name. Jiang Lingxian stared at Wang Chen's little act for a moment, then silently sighed in her heart. Forget it. Let him have his way this one time. His disciple has suffered such severe injuries. Just this once. Besides, it's just touching her face, not anything else. It's fine, it's fine. Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen gazed at each other for a while, and finally, she said nothing more, silently lowering her beautiful face to continue grinding the medicinal powder on the spirit cloth. Wang Chen watched Jiang Lingxian, who yielded so easily at just a soft call of Xian, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Sometimes like a cute young girl, sometimes like a cold yet caring older sister. His little Xian was wonderful. Rustling sounds. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian gathered the spirit cloth infused with medicinal herbs in her graceful hands, shifted her position on the bed, and drew closer to Wang Chen. I'm about to apply the medicine. Can you stop touching me for now? Jiang Lingxian held the spirit cloth against Wang Chen's chest with her left hand, lifting her flushed and warm face to speak, her expression inexplicably shy. Wang Chen watched Jiang Lingxian, who had every right to pull away but chose to beg him instead, and felt a sudden flutter in his heart. Then Wang Chen said nothing, simply lowering his hands and gently wrapping his arms around both sides of Jiang Lingxian's waist. Sensing Jiang Lingxian's brows furrow and her slight resistance as she tried to pull away, Wang Chen quickly spoke. "Don't move, just let me hold you like this. I promise I won't move my hands anymore, okay?" Wang Chen's injured, reddened eyes gazed at her pitifully, and his helpless expression made Jiang Lingxian's heart soften. "Just this once." Jiang Lingxian's cold voice came out faintly. She then looked at Wang Chen's hands wrapped around her waist and deliberately shifted backward slightly. Unaware of Jiang Lingxian's subtle maneuver, Wang Chen quickly tightened his arms around her and effortlessly pulled her closer. "You?" Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen's arms now fully encircling her waist and deliberately paused, letting out a hesitant "you." But seeing Wang Chen's pitiful expression as he looked at her, Jiang Lingxian's heart softened once more and her furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Her little disciple, looking so pitiful and obediently begging for a hug. So adorable. Jiang Lingxian only weakly struggled a couple of times before going still. After all, she had deliberately shifted backward earlier precisely so that Wang Chen would hold her completely. Jiang Lingxian had expected the rest of the medicine application to be straightforward, so she leaned forward while his arms held her soft waist and began wrapping the spirit cloth around Wang Chen. As she wound from his chest to the left shoulder bearing a tooth-mark scar, Jiang Lingxian paused for a moment, gazing at the injury. But she said nothing more, silently continuing to wrap from his left shoulder across his back, and then back up beneath his right arm, repeating the motion. With her right hand wrapping around his back and her left hand continuing the bandage, she couldn't help but bring her exquisitely beautiful face close to Wang Chen's. Though Jiang Lingxian didn't mind much. After all, this was unavoidable when wrapping spirit cloth, perfectly normal. Right? Not. As she wrapped the second loop, Jiang Lingxian felt his lips gently press against hers. She froze in surprise and opened her beautiful eyes to look. This time, as she continued wrapping the spirit cloth, Wang Chen had somehow leaned in and captured her red lips in a kiss. I'm wrapping your wound, don't be naughty." Jiang Lingxian quickly pulled her face back, her ears turning red, as she looked at Wang Chen, whose eyes were filled with desire, and spoke. "You wrap as you please, I kiss as I please. It doesn't interfere with anything at all." Wang Chen's arms around her waist tightened slightly, pulling her body closer once more as his deep eyes gazed at her. Jiang Lingxian showed clear but slight resistance, turning her fair face slightly away while her hands continued wrapping the bandage around Wang Chen's back. Only 2.5 turns completed. "Look at me." Wang Chen observed Jiang Lingxian's exquisitely beautiful profile as she turned away, his voice low and slightly husky with a hint of magnetism. Then under Wang Chen's sidelong gaze, Jiang Lingxian pressed her lower lip, clearly hesitating at his domineering command. But Wang Chen's words carried a sort of enchantment, and Jiang Lingxian finally slowly released her slightly pressed lips, turning her face to continue wrapping the spiritual cloth for him. After 2.5 wraps of the spiritual cloth were completed, at the 3.5 wrap, Jiang Lingxian's lips that leaned in were once again pressed against. This caused Jiang Lingxian's left hand, which was continuing to wrap the spiritual cloth on Wang Chen's back, to pause, and her entire slender body that was being held stiffened for a long time. This time Wang Chen's kiss was not merely a press and release. Instead, after kissing once, he would slowly part when both their breaths grew warm, then lean in again for another kiss, gentle and tender. Yet this way of kissing only made Jiang Lingxian's delicate face grow progressively redder, her heart, each kiss Wang Chen bestowed. Jiang Lingxian could only try not to focus on the strange sensation on her lips, her hands growing weaker as she struggled to continue wrapping the spiritual cloth around Wang Chen. But what stunned Jiang Lingxian next was the sudden feeling of her lips and teeth being pressed by something once more, not just a dry kiss this time. She had only reached the 4th wrap of spiritual cloth when she froze again, her beautiful eyes wide as she stared at Wang Chen. Should she pull away? Should she? Jiang Lingxian's entire body grew rigid with hesitation, her heart torn, until Wang Chen opened his half-closed eyes. Their faces were merely 2 centimeters apart, each able to clearly feel the other's warm breath. Wang Chen, with his injured eyes red-rimmed, pressed against her crimson lips and gazed at her with a pitiful, pleading expression. In that moment, Jiang Lingxian felt her inner defenses shatter with a crack, her lips and teeth instinctively relaxing. However, neither of them was experienced at this kind of kiss for the first time. Jiang Lingxian's mind went completely blank, filled with bewilderment. Yet, even so, this was far better than a conventional kiss. Even Wang Chen's heart trembled with each kiss, experiencing this peculiar sensation for the first time. But what Wang Chen didn't know was, this new feeling Wang Chen was experiencing, Jiang Lingxian, who was sensitive throughout her entire being, had already endured it countless times because of him. Wang Chen felt Jiang Lingxian's body gradually growing weak and limp, and finally fearing she wouldn't even be able to stand afterward, he slowly pulled away. Inhale. Exhale. This time, apart from the final kiss, they had parted throughout, so their breathing was gentle and not too rushed. Even after Wang Chen pulled away, Jiang Lingxian's mind remained in a boot-up state, her beautiful eyes gazing blankly at him. Xian. After Wang Chen called out softly twice, Jiang Lingxian finally gave a slight start and gradually came back to her senses. Why are you? Jiang Lingxian stammered for a long time, and as she looked at Wang Chen, something inexplicable began to well up in her eyes, a slight sense of grievance. Wang Chen noticed her expression and was slightly startled, thinking he had done something wrong with the kissing. What's wrong? Wang Chen was truly bewildered now, finding it difficult to fathom Jiang Lingxian's thoughts, and grew somewhat nervous. You. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen's slightly moist lips, her eyes filled with profound reluctance, but she stammered for a long time without saying it, because to her it felt too shameful. In the end, Jiang Lingxian didn't say much under Wang Chen's bewildered gaze, her slender arms growing weak as she resumed wrapping the spiritual cloth for him. How could you not see it? That's because your kisses were too brief. She didn't get her fill, child. But she's too embarrassed to say it. I've witnessed this twice already. I really can't stand by and watch you, this foolish host of mine, any longer. I have to remind you. Wang Chen listened to the system's words, watching Jiang Lingxian with her flushed face as she focused on wrapping the final coil of spiritual cloth around him, and remained dumbfounded for quite some time. Host, for the sake of your romance, I've studied tens of thousands of love books, over 10,000 volumes in total, especially those on the psychology of emotional deprivation. The books say that those who lack security and affection the most tend to be the most insatiable in desire, understand? So next time, can you find an opportunity to kiss her until she's too weak to move even a finger on the bed? Just like last time, kiss her straight into a deep sleep. Tisk. System you. Listening to the system's remarkably sound reasoning, Wang Chen finally began to understand why Jiang Lingxian had been so different both last time and this time. So it was because she hadn't been kissed enough. It's done. Jiang Lingxian's voice was cold, yet slightly lowered, her head bowed, as her flushed, breathtakingly beautiful face remained hidden. She gathered the spiritual cloth, unwilling to meet Wang Chen's gaze. Xian, do you perhaps want another kiss? Wang Chen lifted his eyes slightly to meet her quickly raised face, a faint trace of confusion in his gaze. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian was slightly stunned for a moment, feeling a wave of shame in her heart. And no, I don't want to kiss at all, not even a little. Jiang Lingxian's first 3 words were relatively firm, but the latter half of her sentence grew progressively weaker and weaker. Even when she reached the final character, there seemed to be 2 more words behind it. Words she didn't want, but they were too faint to hear at all. These words made Jiang Lingxian herself feel so guilty she could barely bring herself to speak them. She was truly afraid that if she said it out loud, Wang Chen wouldn't kiss her next time. Then I'll give you 3 choices. First, next time I'll kiss you until you can't move. Second, you kiss me until you're the one who can't move. Third, choose either the second or the first. Choose for yourself. Wang Chen flashed a grinning smile, his handsome face marked with faint traces of scars that gave him a rugged, wounded charm. But upon hearing these words, Jiang Lingxian was completely dumbfounded, her mind suddenly whirring into overdrive. What was her disciple even saying? Jiang Lingxian couldn't quite make sense of it for a moment. Wasn't this all the same? Had she misunderstood? Could you say that again? Jiang Lingxian truly believed she had misheard, lifting her beautiful eyes, still glistening with faint tears from the earlier kiss, to look at Wang Chen. When Wang Chen repeated it again, and the 3 choices came out once more, it nearly short-circuited Jiang Lingxian's tiny CPU. When facing others, Jiang Lingxian was as beautiful as a celestial maiden, cold and extraordinarily brilliant, having orchestrated the deaths of countless cultivation masters. Yet every time she was with Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian felt as though her mind was lagging behind by 2 beats, unable to keep up. I won't choose. After a moment of stunned silence, Jiang Lingxian's mind seemed to suddenly boot up, and she lifted her beautiful eyes to respond to Wang Chen. Right? Why did she have to choose? She simply wouldn't choose. Well then, that means no kissing, all right. Wang Chen lowered his eyes, gazing at Jiang Lingxian with a hint of disappointment, like a pitiful little one who had been rejected. You. This made Jiang Lingxian's heart tighten, her words tumbling over themselves in panic as she struggled to find anything to say. Wang Chen slowly raised his eyes, gazing at Jiang Lingxian's bewildered little appearance, a playful smile gradually spreading across his face. Jiang Lingxian's eyes widened slightly in surprise, and as she gradually realized what was happening, a hint of annoyance stirred within her. All right, I know you hate kisses the most, but there's an old man waiting out there. After speaking, Wang Chen suddenly tightened his arms around Jiang Lingxian's soft waist, burying his face in her fair neck and nuzzling against it. Jiang Lingxian arched her neck slightly in discomfort, letting out a soft whimper as she gently pushed Wang Chen away. Wang Chen left a final kiss on her faintly visible fair collarbone before slowly releasing Jiang Lingxian's delicate frame. Jiang Lingxian felt the warmth slipping away from her waist, and with each step he took, a hollow ache seemed to grow within her heart. Jiang Lingxian's ears turned a faint shade of red from Wang Chen's earlier actions. Gazing at him sitting there having just released her, she felt a sudden sense of emptiness. The sound of Wang Chen lifting the covers echoed, and he struggled to his feet, clad only in a pair of small trousers. Jiang Lingxian, still slightly dazed, looked up at Wang Chen, who now stood half a head taller than her, his face flushed as he held a cloth-wrapped long object before him, and her mind went blank with a sudden buzz. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian quickly turned her body away, her exquisitely beautiful face flushing crimson with extreme shame. She couldn't help but recall those delightful memories from the bathroom the previous day. Jiang Lingxian's figure trembled slightly, as if overwhelmed by an intense wave of shame. "You've seen me dressed before, why are you still so shy?" Wang Chen picked up the white garment from the bed, feeling the slight ache in his body, and smiled at Jiang Lingxian, who was too shy to look at him. "Why, you'd better hurry and get dressed." Jiang Lingxian sat on the bed with her back to Wang Chen, her cold voice somewhat stiff, as she urged him to put on the white garment quickly. Rustling sounds followed. Wang Chen, seeing this, said nothing more and silently slipped the white garment over his body. However, what Wang Chen didn't know was that as he pulled the white garment over his head, temporarily obscuring his vision, a pair of beautiful eyes shyly and cautiously stole glances at his firm, fair frame. Jiang Lingxian struggled to keep her gaze from drifting downward, yet couldn't help but want to take a closer look. When Wang Chen's head emerged from the white garment, her burning crimson cheeks prompted her to swiftly turn her body away. "All right, let's go." Wang Chen wrapped the white sash around his waist, tightening it securely, and finally stepped down from the bed, bearing the slight pain in his chest. Jiang Lingxian suppressed the burning sensation on her delicate face, though her cold voice still carried a hint of muffled shyness. Subsequently, Wang Chen stepped down from the bed, and to Jiang Lingxian's considerable surprise, supported her slender arm to help her rise. Just as Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian were about to head towards the door to open it, the system's task completion sound suddenly rang out. "What's wrong?" Jiang Lingxian noticed Wang Chen suddenly pause, and his steps furrowed her delicate brows, and asked him with some confusion. "And nothing, it's just that there's a treasure named after the same fierce beast among the 4 divine beasts as you." Jiang Lingxian, hearing Wang Chen's strange words, couldn't immediately understand or process them, and stared at him with a furrowed brow. The old inn's room door creaked open, revealing the scene outside to Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. "What are you doing now?" Xiao Qingshu crouched by the door, gently holding Su Xianyue's fair palms in both hands, as she seemed to be saying something. But Su Xianyue merely gazed at her with a calm, water-like expression, unconcerned about her hands being gently held by Xiao Qingshu. Hearing the door open, the two instinctively turned their heads and looked up, both gazing at the open door. Xiao Qingshu, holding Su Xianyue, turned to look at Wang Chen with surprise and confusion in her eyes. Su Xianyue sat quietly on the chair, remaining silent throughout. "Why did it take you so long to come out?" Xiao Qingshu gently pulled Su Xianyue's arm to help her stand, and asked Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian with considerable confusion. "I was stabbed in the chest, nearly died. The injury flared up again just now, and she was healing me," Wang Chen said calmly, glancing at Xiao Qingshu, who was holding Su Xianyue's arm, as she quietly looked down at the ground. "Huh, you're injured on your neck." Just then Xiao Qingshu seemed to notice something, and asked with confusion, gazing at the faint red mark on Jiang Lingxian's neck. Jiang Lingxian instinctively reached up to touch it, then suddenly realized something, her mind pausing. "None of your business." Jiang Lingxian's gaze was somewhat cold. She casually glanced at Wang Chen and said coldly to Xiao Qingshu, 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. After paying the medical fees, you can return to your sect. My master and I need to handle some matters." Just then Wang Chen spoke up. From the start, it was still that 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, extremely shrewd. "This is too. For you, not much." Xiao Qingshu's words were cut off by Jiang Lingxian's icy gaze and remarks, causing an inexplicable chill to run down her back. Jiang Lingxian gazed coldly at Xiao Qingshu. She had accumulated over 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones in just 200 or 300 years, not to mention this 3,000-year-old monster. All right, here you go." Seeing no room for negotiation and feeling internally that she had brought trouble to Wang Chen, Xiao Qingshu didn't haggle any further. In the next moment, Xiao Qingshu, with her left hand holding Su Xianyue, produced a small storage pouch with her right hand and tossed it lightly towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen quickly caught it with his hand and finally looked up to study him and Su Xianyue once more. Deducting 200,000 origin points from the host purchase complete. Wang Chen, hearing the system's prompt about the extra deduction of 100,000 origin points, couldn't help but curse it in his heart. System you. Wang Chen, hearing the system's cheerful voice in his mind, calmed his emotions and decided not to fuss with his own child. After all, he was now a person with a huge fortune. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones equated to 100 million origin points. Since your master is already here, my sister and I will return to the sect first. We'll discuss some matters with you when you return. After speaking, Xiao Qingshu glanced at Su Xianyue beside her, who had been silently looking down the entire time, and took her hand to turn and leave. Su Xianyue said nothing, but simply responded to the pull, obediently turning and following Xiao Qingshu downstairs. Who is she? Jiang Lingxian frowned slightly, gazing with confusion at the beautiful woman being led along by Xiao Qingshu before speaking up. Old master's lover. You mean that woman from before? The one who almost drove Xiao Qingshu insane and nearly destroyed the Moon sect? Yes. When Wang Chen noticed Jiang Lingxian turn her gaze toward him with a puzzled expression, he nodded and replied with a smile. Xian, I'll need to go into seclusion for cultivation for a period after we return. Wang Chen lifted his gaze to meet Jiang Lingxian's eyes, extending his right palm to gently touch her somewhat cold left hand, then spoke. Through this journey, Wang Chen realized with absolute clarity that his current cultivation level was nothing but utter garbage. At the very least, he needed to advance to the Spirit King realm before anything else, otherwise the true might of many treasures would remain completely inaccessible. For instance, the Qiankuan Shanhai diagram and the Huangshan cauldron were already difficult to wield, let alone the pseudo-emperor-ranked Heavenly Sovereign banner. Then, does that mean I won't be able to see you for a while? Don't worry, it's not a life-or-death seclusion. As Wang Chen diverted Jiang Lingxian's attention, he gradually interlaced his fingers with hers, slotting each digit into the spaces between her fingers. Only then did Jiang Lingxian react, her delicate brow furrowing slightly, as an instinctive urge to withdraw her hand emerged. No struggling. Look, even old master has his lover holding hands. Why can't I hold hands with you? But, were you about to say you're not my lover? Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian's hesitant appearance, feeling a pang of displeasure arise in his heart, his expression carrying a hint of frustration. Then that means you're purely my master, and I can go find myself a lover. Wang Chen held Jiang Lingxian's hand, feeling slightly aggrieved, his words carrying a touch of petulance. No, don't. That's not what I meant. I. Upon hearing such words, Jiang Lingxian momentarily froze, her heart unconsciously tightening as she hastily tried to stop him. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian's flustered appearance, feeling the gradual tightening of her grip on his hand. He sighed inwardly. Jiang Lingxian possessed an avoidant personality, yet she desperately craved being loved. The two were entirely contradictory. Standing there, seeing that Wang Chen seemed unwilling to pay her any attention, Jiang Lingxian's lips unconsciously pouted in grievance, her eyes slightly reddening. Jiang Lingxian could never bear to hear such words. Whenever Wang Chen used such tactics to provoke her, regardless of whether he meant it or not, it always worked. She knew Wang Chen was merely speaking offhandedly, but what if her disciple truly went and found someone else? She currently only held the title of master, and she might even be wrong to try and stop her disciple in the future. If only I hadn't rejected my disciple's confession that time. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian harbored an intense sense of regret regarding Wang Chen's proposal to become Dao companions. It's fine, I was just speaking in anger. Gazing at the humble Jiang Lingxian, Wang Chen's heart softened. He reached out and touched her head, soothing her emotions. But Jiang Lingxian could hardly compose herself, her eyes still red and damp, her hand gripping Wang Chen tightly, as if afraid he might leave. Come, I'll take you to collect the packages. There are still many left. Wang Chen held Jiang Lingxian's hand as they descended the stairs of the inn, finally stepping out onto the bustling streets of the ancient city. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian had no mind for such trivial matters, her heart entirely consumed by Wang Chen's words. Even if Han Zun were here, her heart would not stir in the slightest. Xianer, how are things with your disciple? A sudden icy voice rang out from behind them in the midair, startling both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. They quickly turned to look. Above the ancient city, Han Zun, clad in blue and white robes, descended swiftly toward the two. Initially, due to visual obstruction, she had not yet seen them holding hands, appearing somewhat urgent. But it was not until Han Zun saw the two turn around, their hands intertwined, that her tone gradually faltered. This was bad. Both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian's hearts simultaneously sank as they stared intently at the approaching Han Zun. Wang Chen instinctively wanted to release Jiang Lingxian's hand, but the person beside him tightened her grip even more, refusing to let go. It was as if Jiang Lingxian wanted others to know that their relationship was anything but a normal master-disciple bond. Why are you two? Han Zun, with her flowing white hair and extraordinary beauty, descended rapidly before the two. Her icy expression showed an extremely rare bewilderment. She had just finished handling the affairs of Hualong Immortal Sect and the transportation of that 10,000 Jiang Ice Dragon corpse before hurrying to find Jiang Lingxian. She never expected to witness this scene of Jiang Lingxian holding hands with her disciple. As a master who loved Jiang Lingxian like a mother, Han Zun naturally possessed a spiritual jade pendant with her soul imprint, allowing her to locate this place. Just as she had suspected before, Sienna indeed had an abnormal relationship developing with her disciple. If they dared hold hands today, tomorrow they'd dare kiss the day after they'd dare. Han Zun's expression gradually calmed her gaze icy as she stared at the two who refused to release their intertwined fingers even upon her arrival. Master, why are you here? Jiang Lingxian felt somewhat guilty, facing Han Zun, merely forcing herself to remain composed as she spoke. It seems I have indeed come at an inopportune time. No, that's not what I meant. Jiang Lingxian hastily responded upon hearing this, afraid Han Zun would misunderstand, although that was precisely what she had meant. How far has your relationship progressed? Han Zun coldly lifted her eyes, gazing at their 10 fingers that remained interlocked, and asked with a frown. It was only the first time holding hands today. Nothing else has happened. Besides, it's quite normal between master and disciple. Master, please rest assured that we are both innocent. As Jiang Lingxian spoke, she suddenly recalled something and quietly pulled at her collar to cover the red mark on her neck. Fortunately, Han Zun's attention had been on their still-held hands, and she did not notice the red mark on Jiang Lingxian's fair neck. Han Zun furrowed her delicate brow, throughout her gaze fixed on Wang Chen. Unknowingly, the hands hidden within her sleeves had formed into fists, her heart aching faintly. Enough, I merely came to check on your situation. Since you're fine, I'll be taking my leave. But Han Zun's fair fists hidden within her sleeves eventually loosened. After casting a cold glance at Wang Chen, she turned to leave. However, Han Zun's departing silhouette appeared rather lonely and desolate. Xian, are you certain? Your master will believe you. I don't know either. I also don't know. Jiang Lingxian tightly interlaced her fingers with Wang Chen's, gazing at the lonely figure of Han Zun that had already disappeared into the distance, and responded weakly. Little fairy, you didn't want to hold hands just now, but now even with Han Zun here, you won't let go. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen stopped asking and leaned closer to look at Jiang Lingxian, a light smile appearing on his handsome face, tinged with a hint of playfulness. Jiang Lingxian merely turned her delicate face slightly upon hearing this. At first her beautiful eyes flickered with hesitation, but eventually she met Wang Chen's gaze. Jiang Lingxian stood on the street, indifferent to the strange looks from passing pedestrians, her beautiful eyes fixed on Wang Chen, a trace of entreaty in her gaze. And those inside. As Wang Chen spoke, he led Jiang Lingxian by the hand toward the city gate. His words always seemed to leave Jiang Lingxian momentarily speechless. I won't seek them out either. Inside or outside, they're all bad women. I won't seek them out, disciple. Not knowing how to answer, Jiang Lingxian simply grouped them all together. Unconsciously, her grip on Wang Chen's hand tightened. You little fool. My heart holds only you always. Are you insulting yourself? After leading her out of the city gate, Wang Chen reached out and gently ruffled her hair, speaking affectionately. Everything I said earlier was just in anger. Rest assured. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, whose eyes held some unnamed emotion, as he gently stroked her head and slowly released their interlaced fingers. Don't. Seeing this, Jiang Lingxian grew anxious and reached out with her other hand, grasping Wang Chen's wrist in a flustered manner, afraid he might slip away. I'm right here in front of you. Do you think I'm going to run away? Be good. Wang Chen softly soothed Jiang Lingxian. Under his gaze, she could only reluctantly release her hand. The moment her fingers uncurled before Jiang Lingxian could even process the reluctance, she felt she suddenly found herself lifted into his arms. Jiang Lingxian looked up at Wang Chen, who was carrying her horizontally. Her crystal-clear eyes widened slightly as she met his cheerful gaze from below. You, chill. Let's go. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who was blushing with embarrassment at being carried in his arms in public for the first time, and signaled her to be quiet. Jiang Lingxian struggled weakly and awkwardly for a moment, but the moment she caught Wang Chen's gaze, she stopped involuntarily. Whoosh! Wang Chen fell silent, carrying the slightly bewildered Jiang Lingxian in his arms, and burst forward with a sudden surge. At the city gate, the cultivators passing by frowned slightly as they watched such a stunning beauty being carried away by that young man, a flicker of jealousy stirring within them. Who could have imagined that a heavenly venerable with peerless beauty could be carried away by a mere Wang Chen at the third layer of the Dantian Sea realm? Thud, thud, thud. After traveling for an unknown duration, Wang Chen suddenly felt Jiang Lingxian, who had curled up in his arms with her delicate face buried against his chest, gently brushing against him, kick her feet. Screech. A crimson expanse of ground was carved with a deep trench by Wang Chen's heels as he skidded to a sudden halt. How dare you? How dare you? Wang Chen glared at the hundreds of cultivators harvesting demon cores and other items from scattered flesh and blood, shouting in fury. This furious shout caused the hundreds of cultivators ahead, who could gather a demon core with just a few steps, to freeze and turn their heads toward him. Damn it! I killed all those people and demon beasts. You came to scavenge, huh? Cough, cough, cough. Damn it, he shouted too loudly, and his chest ached. Wang Chen held Jiang Lingxian and coughed a few times before he could hold back. A metallic taste of blood filled his mouth and traces of crimson seeped from the corner of his lips. Jiang Lingxian in his arms also lifted her head at the sound of his shout. When her gaze fell upon the blood at the corner of his lips, she was startled and frantically struggled to be put down. Take it quickly. A dark-colored pill appeared in Jiang Lingxian's hand. She signaled Wang Chen to open his lips, gently placed it inside, and then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. After swallowing the pill, Wang Chen finally felt the pain in his chest enveloped by a wave of warmth, bringing him considerable relief. Fairy, they're picking up my battle spoils. Knowing his condition was poor, Wang Chen wrapped his arms around Jiang Lingxian's arms and pleaded pitifully. It's fine. Just take it back. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, who seemed to be waging a pitiful campaign like a puppy wagging its tail, and felt an involuntary surge of possessiveness and protectiveness well up within her. The possessiveness was always there, while the protectiveness was merely a byproduct. Who are you people? We arrived here and found no one guarding. Anyone can collect. Do you intend to monopolize everything? Among the cultivators collecting demon cores, one at the first layer of the Spirit Emperor realm stepped forward, frowned, and glared at Wang Chen and the others, speaking sharply and displeased. Blast it all. They were all killed by me. Never mind. I'm too lazy to explain. You're not worthy of listening. The moment Wang Chen finished speaking, Jiang Lingxian's brows furrowed slightly, her cold gaze fixed on the group of cultivators in the distance. The five in front responded in coordination, unleashing a surge of imperial pressure as they attacked toward Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. Since these two want to monopolize everything, kill them both. Leave that cultivation-free woman alive. The five charging forward shouted in unison. Seeing this, the cultivators behind them also tightened their grip on their weapons. Then over 100 cultivators surged forward together, leaping into the air with tremendous force. Crack! Crack! But Jiang Lingxian didn't even need to move. With a single glance, the five leading cultivators instantly transformed into ice statues. Tink! 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 The five human-shaped ice statues fell to the ground, emitting a crisp, shattering sound as they exploded into fragments. The cultivators behind, who had followed closely and were still airborne, gradually widened their pupils in shock, quickly bending their knees midair. Wait! Seeing Jiang Lingxian about to act again, Wang Chen quickly stopped her, then cheerfully watched the flying cultivators approach with anticipation in his eyes. Think! 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 128. The next moment, with Jiang Lingxian slightly stunned and Wang Chen's knowing gaze, over 100 cultivators crashed headlong into the ground on their knees, frantically kowtowing. Father! Mother! We were wrong. Get lost. Who's your father or mother? That's right. Honored one. Honored one, we were wrong. We're fools. We were blind. We failed to recognize Mount Tai. We offended the two of you. Over 100 disorganized voices of kneeling supplicants rose up, the clamor echoing across this territory. Hey, hey, hey. Fairy, look. The ones in the back are trying to flee. At this moment, sharp-eyed Wang Chen suddenly spotted dozens of relatively clever cultivators in the distance, poised to make a move, and quickly shouted. Jiang Lingxian said nothing upon seeing this. She simply silently raised her slender right hand, which was not being held, and clenched it toward the sky ahead. In the next moment, an invisible pressure from the heavenly venerable realm descended from the sky, instantly suppressing dozens of those who wished to leave, rendering them immobile. Very well, I will give you a chance to survive. Wang Chen stood upright, his calm gaze looking down upon the 200-plus people before him as he cheerfully spoke. Help us collect all the resources here and hand them over to us, and we will let you leave. Otherwise, then I shall invite all fellow cultivators to take a seat within my heavenly emperor banner. As Wang Chen spoke, a deeply sinister smile spread across his handsome face, and the black gold heavenly emperor banner materialized in his hand. With a sinister smile, Wang Chen tossed the heavenly emperor banner and drove it firmly into the central position, capable of covering all these cultivators, monitoring them at all times. You have the duration of 1 incense stick. If you fail to finish, I shall have my wife kill every last one of you. Frowning, Wang Chen uttered these final words, then produced a chair as Jiang Lingxian regarded him with a somewhat resentful gaze. Come, come, wife, please be seated. Supporting Jiang Lingxian's slender and soft arm, Wang Chen inadvertently squeezed it a few times along the way, gesturing for her to take her seat. We haven't become Dao companions yet, nor have we married. How can you call me that? Jiang Lingxian was led by Wang Chen to the chair, her crystal clear eyes lifting slightly as she gazed at him with a cold hesitation. Yet this time her words lacked their earlier certainty. Her tone softened as she feared Wang Chen might grow angry once more. It's quite simple. We can just become Dao companions. Besides. Hearing her words, Wang Chen found them perfectly reasonable and promptly began to respond. Besides. What? Upon seeing Wang Chen's familiar mischievous smile, returned Jiang Lingxian's heart inexplicably quickened its pace. Could he possibly be about to say something lewd? Besides, what you're implying is that we'll most likely end up marrying in the future, isn't that right? When did I ever say I wanted to marry you? Jiang Lingxian's mind felt feverish, yet as she responded her voice grew progressively fainter toward the end. For at that moment an unsettling scenario involuntarily surfaced in Jiang Lingxian's mind, one that filled her with dread. Namely, if she did not marry her disciple, might he not eventually wed someone else? No, she would not have it. Jiang Lingxian hastily severed such troubling thoughts from her mind, and a profound sense of insecurity slipped away from her heart without her realizing it. Disciple? Jiang Lingxian raised her head to look at Wang Chen, her exquisitely beautiful face gradually shifting with a trace of grievance. Trouble. She's being sensitive again. Witnessing her pitiful little demeanor, Wang Chen knew she had once again drifted into some fantastical scenario within her imagination. As the old saying goes, a woman's mood shifts faster than turning a page. One moment she appears perfectly normal, yet the next she may present an entirely different countenance toward you. What should he do? If they were indoors, he could easily shift her sensitivity from her thoughts to her body. But they were out in the open amidst such a gruesome scene, with absolutely no romantic atmosphere. Wang Chen glanced back at the hundreds of cultivators in the distance methodically harvesting demon cores with sweeping arm movements like reaping wheat, and found the situation rather perplexing. Alright, let's not discuss this now. A hug, will that help? Wang Chen hastily crouched slightly to draw near Jiang Lingxian, opening his arms with a voice rendered exceptionally soft and gentle. A girl who truly cares for you can have all barriers dissolved through a simple handhold, a kiss, or an embrace, unless she doesn't actually like you. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen as he opened his arms to draw her close, offering a soft acknowledgement as an inexplicable sense of security settled within her. Eventually, Jiang Lingxian's form seated upon the chair was gently enveloped, and as she breathed in Wang Chen's familiar scent and felt his warmth, her sense of security gradually returned. Chen, upon our return, I wish to see you wearing that outfit I gifted you. May I? Wang Chen lowered his gaze to Jiang Lingxian, whose delicate face was nestled against his neck, and after pressing a tender kiss near her ear, he spoke in a whisper. Let's discuss it when we return. Feeling the strange sensation at her ear, Jiang Lingxian's typically cool voice softened ever so slightly as she offered a feeble response. Wang Chen felt a surge of delight upon hearing this, his arms around Jiang Lingxian's back tightening imperceptibly as he gently patted her back to comfort her. For when Jiang Lingxian hesitated, it meant there was a 99.9% chance the matter could be accomplished. Much like his previous confession, Wang Chen understood that their becoming Dao companions was merely a question of time. Similarly, crossing further boundaries with Jiang Lingxian followed the same principle. Neither knew how long they remained embraced, yet Wang Chen occasionally nibbled her fair, tender cheek, finding it delightful. Little master, someday I shall devour you completely and fulfill my dying wish from my past life. Wang Chen gazed downward at Jiang Lingxian, whose exquisitely beautiful profile showed only the faintest blush, and whispered these words within his heart. Ahem. Oh my lord, we have finished collecting. Please see, everything is contained within. At that moment, Wang Chen sensed someone clearing their throat a couple of times from several meters behind him, their voice carrying both tension and apprehension. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian nestled against Wang Chen's neck, raised her coldly exquisite face, and lifted her beautiful eyes from his shoulder. The cultivator, approaching with a storage ring in hand, took 2 fearful steps backward upon meeting Jiang Lingxian's icy, unyielding gaze. For from those stunningly beautiful eyes he could clearly discern an extreme irritation born of being disturbed. Sorry for disturbing, my lord, please continue. We shall wait a moment longer. The cultivators behind Wang Chen bowed their heads, all too terrified to meet Jiang Lingxian's gaze as it rested upon his shoulder, trembling with trepidation. All right, be good. Wang Chen hastily comforted Jiang Lingxian, and only then did she slightly press her crimson lips together before gradually releasing her embrace. How long have you been waiting? Wang Chen helped Jiang Lingxian to her feet, then folded away the chair, and turned to face the 200+ cultivators behind him. Not long at all, we had only just finished. About 1 incense stick's duration. The lead cultivator holding the ring spoke with obsequious flattery only for the cultivator beside him to interject at that exact moment. Smack. Damn it. Shut up. The lead cultivator with the storage ring struck the other's head in exasperation, then hastily glanced toward Wang Chen. No matter. Wang Chen regarded the storage ring tossed his way, carefully extending his divine sense to inspect it. Quite honest, no deception. This is compensation for each of you. If you seek vengeance, come to Taishu Immortal Sect and find me. I am Xiao Qingxiu. Wang Chen, observing these relatively honest cultivators, withdrew over 300 demon cores from the tens of thousands contained within the storage ring and tossed them toward them. Sometimes one must be willing to part with wealth to settle minor grievances before they escalate, a practice known as spending money to avert disaster. Taisu Immortal Sect. Upon hearing these 4 characters, all the cultivators felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, and the last trace of their lingering resentment instantly dissipated. Moreover, as they watched the more than 300 demon cores flying in one by one being placed into each person's hand, an inexplicable sense of warmth stirred within their hearts. As expected of disciples from Taisu Immortal Sect, unlike those insignificant sects that completely disregard rogue cultivators. Let me clarify. Those demon beasts were indeed slain by my own hand. You may examine their bodies to verify whether this spiritual energy resides within them. Wang Chen pondered for a moment before offering an explanation, unleashing a cluster of chaotic flames from his palm. Boom. Crash. Wang Chen then hurled the chaotic spiritual flames from his palm toward a distant demon beast corpse, causing it to explode so they could make their own comparisons. We must take our leave. May our paths cross again, friends. Wang Chen gazed at the gathered cultivators, then reached out to draw the heavenly emperor banner from afar, collecting it along with his storage ring before waving farewell. Wang Chen then took the pale hand of Jiang Lingxian, who had been quietly observing him handle everything, and the two turned to depart. The cultivators remaining behind watched the chaotic spiritual flame, their conviction already reaching 8 parts certainty. Yet they could not resist quickly comparing the demon beast corpses against the chaotic spiritual energy, examining each one carefully. Only after the final 200+ cultivators confirmed the truth did they realize they were the ones who had invaded another's resources. Not being directly killed by Wang Chen and that breathtakingly beautiful woman was already a great fortune for them. In this moment, every cultivator harbored no further grievances against Wang Chen, and instead a sense of reverence began to rise within their hearts. Mahuang. Within the ancient cultivation city at night, though the buildings were all weathered tile houses of great age, they were brightly illuminated with lanterns, bustling with people coming and going. Come take a look, come. A top-tier heavenly grade spiritual artifact. Take a look, everyone. My phoenix egg isn't 999 nor 99, just 9 supreme grade spirit stones. Wang Chen walked hand in hand with Jiang Lingxian through the noisy streets where most vendors sold cultivation items. It was clear this ancient city served as either a trading hub or a recognized sanctuary within the desolate region. The vast wasteland was among the most perilous places in the 8 wastelands, yet also the richest in opportunities. Thus, the cities scattered throughout the wasteland were almost entirely cultivation cities, each protected by a powerful Saint Soul realm expert, with mortals being exceedingly rare. Brother, would you like to buy some flowers? Amidst the clamor of vendors hawking their wares, a little girl suddenly appeared, carrying a flower basket to Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. Who would have thought that even in the cultivation world there are little girls selling flowers? Wang Chen looked down at the adorable child, gazing up at him, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. How much? 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Wang Chen. Wait, hold on, let me ask you something. Upon hearing the words 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, Wang Chen bent slightly to meet the gaze of the little girl with her rosy cheeks. What is it? Where are your parents? Wang Chen wasn't joking. He genuinely wanted to know how such a young child had survived in the desolate wasteland. Gone. Her voice was still childish and sweet, yet she spoke of it with such calm detachment, as if it were someone else's story. Wang Chen fell silent, his gaze drifting to the flowers in her basket before selecting one with petals of ice blue and pink. The bloom was stunning. Somewhere between a rose and a peach blossom, with colors split sharply down the middle, one side frozen blue and the other a soft, delicate pink. Disciple. We shouldn't. Jiang Lingxian could not help but react at the exorbitant price of 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. While they could afford it, they were not fools. For this flower, I will give you 1 low-grade spirit stone. Deal. A 5-colored spirit stone representing the 5 elements materialized in Wang Chen's hand as he offered it to the little girl. Spirit stones contain the power of the 5 elements, their mixed colors reflecting this energy, though cultivators typically referred to them simply as spirit stones. Thank you, brother. Without hesitation, the little girl beamed with a charming smile and nodded, even as Jiang Lingxian watched in astonishment. Tap, tap, tap. Only after the flower-selling girl skipped away did Jiang Lingxian turn her bewildered gaze toward Wang Chen beside her. Some people just love to quote absurd prices, so whenever you shop, just haggle aggressively. Wang Chen met Jiang Lingxian's eyes with a faint smile, then raised the peach blossom in his hand. Here for you. This flower suits you perfectly, little fairy. He swayed the peach blossom before her, his handsome face softened with warmth. Thank you. Jiang Lingxian paused for a moment, accepting the flower with a composed exterior, though a faint warmth stirred within her. Saying that makes us seem like strangers, and just thank you. That hurts, boo-hoo. Wang Chen put on a pitiful, tearful expression, though anyone could tell he was only jesting. Yet, Jiang Lingxian leaned in slightly with the peach blossom in hand, her beautiful lips parting as she watched him rub his eyes. Then, thank you, husband. Jiang Lingxian whispered close to his ear, her warm breath ghosting across his skin as she spoke the words so softly they were barely audible. Wang Chen froze at those words, staring in astonishment as Jiang Lingxian slowly withdrew her breathtakingly beautiful face. My disciple is truly so adorable. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen's stunned expression, her eyes twinkling with starlight, cold yet luminous. Jiang Lingxian did not understand what husband meant, but her disciple had told her it was a term reserved solely for her to use with him. She was not foolish, though. She knew husband was an intimate term between them, yet she still chose to say it. Wang Chen felt Jiang Lingxian pull back and slowly came out of his daze, his lips curving upward despite his best efforts to suppress the smile. Phoenix eggs. Phoenix eggs, handsome man and beautiful woman, come take a look. Delicious and fun, and they can even hatch. Wang Chen sensed a playful girl's voice coming from about 5 meters away, and he and Jiang Lingxian both turned to look. Host, one of those eggs may conceal a mystery. I cannot quite see through it without consuming your origin points, but you can use your purple gold heavenly pupil to examine it. Oh. Wang Chen paused at the system's words in his mind, then took Jiang Lingxian's hand as she gazed down at the peach blossom, and they approached together. Hello, brother and sister. The playful girl's stall held only a cloth spread on the ground covered with densely packed multicolored large eggs. She quickly greeted them as they approached. Hearing this address, Jiang Lingxian glanced at the girl of about 19 or 20 and could not help but furrow her brows slightly. Call me guest, normally no need to call me brother. Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes carried a trace of displeasure as she placed her hands on her hips, startled by the two rather playful pretty girls. TSK. This super beautiful and cold big sister is getting jealous already. She looks so cold and unapproachable, who would have thought she'd be so cute, haha. Good. Li Susu, being quite lively, extended her right hand from her hip and playfully winked at Jiang Lingxian, making an okay gesture with her closed left eye. Then sister, do you often call this guest brother? As Li Susu spoke these words, Wang Chen instantly lifted his eyes and locked gazes with her. Good. You really delight me, kid. Wang Chen secretly rejoiced inwardly, then shifted his gaze toward Jiang Lingxian, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Jiang Lingxian was caught off guard by their antics, falling into a gradual silence at a loss for what to do. It's fine, you can call me that later when we're back. It's best to call me that when you're wearing the dress I gave you. Wang Chen quickly tried to smooth things over, his right hand interlaced with Jiang Lingxian's, also secretly scratching her back twice. Jiang Lingxian felt the ticklish sensation on her back, and thinking of that strange dress, felt a bit embarrassed inside. What dress? Shoo, it's grown-up matters, kids shouldn't ask. Sell your phoenix damn well. Hearing Li Susu's confused inquiry, Wang Chen waved his hand to refuse telling her, then a trace of purple gold light gradually emerged from between his eyebrows. My goodness. A spiritual youth's heavenly eye. But this looks so domineering, really cool. Suddenly, Li Susu burst out with these words, causing Wang Chen's expression to darken slightly. However, Wang Chen's opened purple gold heavenly pupils fiercely fixed on Li Susu, the domineering purple gold pupils constantly shifting. She's also a transmigrator. Otherwise, how would she know about things like spiritual youth and heavenly eyes? System, what's going on? Might be a transmigrator, but there's definitely no system in this world anymore, because... Jjj. The system fell silent at the end, just relentlessly laughing in a haughty manner like a demon lord. A newbie transmigrator. Interesting. Wang Chen's eyes gradually changed. An elder who had experienced 2 lifetimes and lived for thousands of years quietly observed Li Susu. In his past life, Wang Chen had also encountered transmigrators, though the number was pitifully small, never more than 3 in 1,000 years. The 2 transmigrators Wang Chen had met in his previous life fared poorly, struggling to survive in the cultivation world. Yet what set them apart from Wang Chen was that they didn't seem to face rejection from this world, never crossing paths with those blessed by fate. Wang Chen had pondered this matter and reached a conclusion. Perhaps because he alone possessed a system, the heavenly Tao perceived an unknown latent threat. Returning to the present, Li Susu gazed into Wang Chen's calm, composed eyes. 2 horizontal lines and 1 vertical, and felt a sudden tremor in her heart, falling silent without realizing it. Goo. Guess what's wrong? Li Susu was already considering packing up and leaving as she could clearly sense the atmosphere shifting into something unsettling. Disciple. Let's go. Before Li Susu could react, the peerlessly beautiful woman opposite them spoke with a hint of frustration, holding peach blossom flowers. Why must the disciple keep staring at her? Jiang Lingxian felt a growing worry, desperately wanting to pull Wang Chen away as her sense of security gradually dissolved into quiet panic. Xinxian, wait a moment, I seem to have encountered an old friend again. Again. Another old friend. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian's heart nearly broke. Why are all the old friends the disciple encounters women? First Chu Yao left, and now another one appears. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Jiang Lingxian felt quite displeased within. If she were to voice these words while stomping her foot, she'd be absolutely adorable. Oh, Iowa. At this moment, Wang Chen suddenly made a strange sound toward Li Susu, catching both Jiang Lingxian and Li Susu off guard. Baby's tummy. Thunder rumbling. Li Susu gradually came to her senses after a moment, tilting her head slightly, as she tentatively spoke the secret code, her voice clear and lovely. But what Li Susu couldn't understand was, why did this person's secret code have to be this one? Do you know how to sing, dance, and play basketball? I don't know how, but my Gidge does. Hearing Wang Chen's second phrase, Li Susu quickly adapted, raising both hands in front of her and waving them as she spoke. Then I'll buy a Kuan egg. Hearing this, Wang Chen showed a faint smile, then directed his purple-gold heavenly pupils toward the dozens of phoenix eggs below. Only when he spotted a faint red glow on a white egg did Wang Chen's mouth break into a wide grin. He reached out and absorbed it into his left palm. How many spirit stones for this one? This seems to be 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Holding Wang Chen's right hand, Jiang Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows upon hearing Li Susu's familiar price. 1 low-grade spirit stone. Will you sell it? Wang Chen was stunned, gazing at Jiang Lingxian with an incredulous expression, wondering who she'd learned such bargaining tactics from. Sold. Wang Chen was dumbfounded, once more looking back at Li Susu in shock at her straightforward acceptance. After all, these eggs were just casually taken from bird nests in the mountains. If they couldn't be sold, they'd be roasted and eaten anyway. Li Susu had no idea she was genuinely missing out on a divine beast egg, standing there feeling secretly thrilled about earning a low-grade spirit stone. Deal? Disciple, let's go. Jiang Lingxian seemed genuinely eager to leave this place, or rather to take Wang Chen away from Li Susu, as she decisively tossed down a low-grade spirit stone. Wang Chen stored the white palm-sized bird egg into the system's storage space, nodding with a grin at Jiang Lingxian. And so Li Susu stood at her stall, watching the couple walk away hand in hand, feeling as though something had slipped from her mind. Wait. No. He's also a transmigrator. Clutching a low-grade spirit stone in her palm, Li Susu's beautiful delicate eyes suddenly widened as she finally remembered something. Li Susu hurriedly looked toward where the two figures had been just moments before, but Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian had already vanished into the crowd on the street. Oh no, there's more than just the two of us transmigrators in this world. I need to hurry back and tell my sister. Li Susu hastily crouched down to pack up her stall, but as she gathered her things, she found herself staring at the bird eggs with an unexpected drop of saliva falling to the ground. Pa. At a time like this, I'm still thinking about eating roasted bird eggs. Li Susu quickly wiped the glistening saliva from the corner of her mouth, then hastily packed up her stall and leaped into the air, flying away. In the Dihuang region of the Bahuang continent, the door of the Tai Su Holy Maidens Hall at Tai Su Immortal Sect creaked open, and Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian stepped inside. Wang Chen lifted his gaze and surveyed his surroundings. Everything remained as familiar as ever. The blooming peach trees swayed gently in the courtyard breeze. Xian, we're home. It's just a pity the courtyard lacks that familiar dragon tree from our past life. Wang Chen gazed at the courtyard, where only a small pavilion and a swaying peach tree remained, his tone tinged with melancholy. Jiang Lingxian fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then slowly raised her luminous eyes to look at Wang Chen beside her. Disciple, do you desire it? Jiang Lingxian knew exactly where that dragon tree was located, for it had been she who brought it back and planted it in their previous life. When you say desire, which one are you referring to? Wang Chen suddenly flashed a mischievous grin upon hearing this, leaning close to Jiang Lingxian and gazing at her with a playful smirk. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily stunned by the sudden shift in topic, at a loss for words. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let's head inside first. After all this busyness, I'm feeling rather tired. As Wang Chen spoke, he raised his right hand and gave a gentle wave, causing the courtyard door behind them to slam shut. He then swiftly wrapped his arms around Jiang Lingxian and lifted her into a princess carry. You? Shoo. Jiang Lingxian was somewhat dazed after being lifted, struggling slightly, but Wang Chen merely looked at her and gently shushed her. Fine, if you don't want to be held, so be it. Seeing her still squirming restlessly, Wang Chen pretended to loosen his grip, preparing to set her back down. Jiang Lingxian's mind went blank for a moment, but as she felt Wang Chen's arms loosening around her, she hastily wrapped her arms around his neck. Don't. I'll stop moving. Jiang Lingxian couldn't bear to let go her slender arms clinging tightly to Wang Chen's neck as she looked up at him with a pitiful expression. So you play hard to get, pulling away when I draw near, then clinging tighter when I pull back. Wang Chen murmured to himself as he watched Jiang Lingxian squirm in his arms, only to hold on desperately when he pretended to set her down. You mischievous little master. Wang Chen, still holding Jiang Lingxian in his arms, let his right hand beneath her thighs wander and pinch her leg. Jiang Lingxian's legs shifted awkwardly in mild resistance, though no matter how she moved, she remained firmly held. The sky had grown quite dim by now, the setting sun painting the horizon in crimson hues. Step, step, step. Wang Chen carried Jiang Lingxian into the room, and instantly the luminous treasures within illuminated the space. Disciple, I have something wonderful to give you. Held in Wang Chen's arms with her hands wrapped tightly around his neck, Jiang Lingxian parted her crimson lips slightly and spoke with a hint of mystery. Wang Chen said nothing, merely following the light within the room as he stepped toward the bed, finally setting her down upon it. What is it? Gazing at Jiang Lingxian, lying on the bed with her left leg extended and her right knee slightly bent, Wang Chen found himself swallowing hard as he asked. Wang Chen kicked off his black sandals and lay down beside her on the outer edge of the bed, his body shielding hers. Jiang Lingxian felt a sense of contentment as she gazed at the figure before her, one who could bring her joy at any moment. Close your eyes. Jiang Lingxian sat up, her perfectly proportioned frame turned to the side, with her legs folded, her luminous eyes meeting Wang Chen's gaze. Well, now could this aloof and cold little master of hers actually be capable of surprises? Wang Chen recalled how Jiang Lingxian used to simply present things directly into his hands, and then that was the end of it. I don't want to close my eyes. I'm afraid of the dark, unless you kiss me and I'll agree. Wang Chen was being delightfully shameless, uttering a fear of darkness excuse that anyone could see through. Jiang Lingxian, caught off guard by Wang Chen's antics, sat on the bed staring at him in bewilderment for quite some time. All right. If my little master doesn't wish to kiss, then we shall simply not kiss. Wang Chen watched Jiang Lingxian, so typically cold and proudly beautiful, yet now appearing dazed and hesitant, and with a downcast tone closed his eyes. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen sitting on the outer edge of the bed facing inward with his eyes closed, and couldn't help but lightly bite her lower lip. Whenever Jiang Lingxian exhibited such small gestures, it signaled that some unusual emotion was stirring within her heart. She said nothing, but a sudden inspiration struck her mind, a solution that would please them both. Jiang Lingxian then quietly produced an ice dragon egg roughly the size of her face and gently placed it upon the bed. The surface of the ice dragon egg was covered in frost-colored patterns radiating waves of coldness. Wang Chen merely felt a slight chill before him. What on earth is Xianxian up to? Though unaccustomed to the cold emanating before him, Wang Chen honored their agreement and kept his eyes closed. After all, a surprise must remain unforeseen. If seen beforehand, it ceases to be a surprise. Just as Wang Chen waited for Jiang Lingxian to speak, he suddenly sensed the person before him leaning closer. Wang Chen was momentarily bewildered until his lips were pressed by another pair of soft, rosy lips, which lightly bit twice before quickly pulling away. At that moment, Wang Chen's eyes flew open, and he saw Jiang Lingxian shyly averting her gaze from his. Xian. Just as Wang Chen leaned forward to call out to her, his eyes froze, staring blankly at something on the bed. No way. An immortal ancient frost dragon egg. Wang Chen had initially been unable to recognize what manner of egg was so enormous, but upon the system's startled exclamation, he instantly realized. Xian, this. Where did you get it? Wang Chen gazed at the frost dragon egg in astonishment, a blissful smile spreading across his face as he cradled it and looked joyfully at Jiang Lingxian. If one were to ask what divine beast Wang Chen favored most, it would undoubtedly be the dragon. After all, he was born a descendant of the dragon. Whether influenced by his environment on Blue Star or by his own nature, his affinity for dragons was innate. Aside from dragons, the phoenix came next, and then Jiang Lingxian. I truly know my disciple best. All my arduous efforts diving into the sea to rescue that primordial ice dragon were not in vain. After all the toil and exhaustion Jiang Lingxian had endured, seeing Wang Chen smile so happily at this moment filled her with delight. Rescuing the true dragon and destroying the Hualong immortal sect were merely incidental. Obtaining the dragon egg it willingly gifted and begged to have adopted, and seeing her disciple's joy, that was the true purpose. If Han Tianzhuo were to hear such thoughts from Jiang Lingxian, it would surely transform into human form and vehemently complain to her. Han Tianjua, so, all that time you were pushing yourself to the point of backlash and vomiting blood while forcing my power, it was ultimately just to obtain a dragon egg to please some stinking man. Do you like it? Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, who was happily examining the frost dragon egg over a dozen times, and an involuntary faint smile graced her lips. I like it, Wang Chen cradled the cold dragon egg in his arms, unable to bear to put it down, and looked up at Jiang Lingxian with a smile. But when he saw the slight curve of Jiang Lingxian's lips, her breathtakingly beautiful light smile, Wang Chen couldn't help but pause. What's wrong? Jiang Lingxian noticed Wang Chen suddenly staring blankly at her cheek, and with some confusion, she lightly touched her face, wondering if there was something on it. Wang Chen pondered for a moment while holding the dragon egg, then turned and placed it on top of the black slippers beneath the bed. You? What are you? Jiang Lingxian was momentarily stunned by Wang Chen's actions, gazing at him in bewilderment, stammering and at a loss for words. I admit I like that cold dragon egg, but there has always been something I like even more. Wang Chen shifted on the bed and slowly moved closer to Jiang Lingxian, their bodies nearly touching, less than 2 centimeters apart. Where? Jiang Lingxian's heart sank slightly at his words. Could the cold dragon egg she had given him not compare? Right in front of me. Wang Chen suddenly wrapped his arms around Jiang Lingxian, supporting her back, and pulled her down onto the inner side of the bed. Woo! Jiang Lingxian was caught off guard by his sudden movement and let out a soft gasp as she fell onto the bed. By the time Jiang Lingxian realized what was happening, Wang Chen in his white robes was already pinning her down, restricting her movements. Disciple you. What do you want to do? I want. Wang Chen, hearing Jiang Lingxian's confused and shy words, responded without the slightest hesitation. Jiang Lingxian was stunned by his words, her deep, beautiful eyes trembling slightly as she stared at him, momentarily unable to react. Before she could fully come to her senses, Wang Chen's face had already drawn close and his lips pressed against hers. Restrained and uncomfortable, Jiang Lingxian instinctively reached out to push Wang Chen away. But the next moment she felt her wrist suddenly grasped by another pair of warm hands. Before she could react, Jiang Lingxian felt her hands being pinned to the bed on either side of her head, leaving her completely immobilized. In truth, if Jiang Lingxian truly wanted to struggle, she could have broken free using her cultivation. But for some reason she found herself without the slightest desire to unleash her power and resist. The kiss in this position left Jiang Lingxian's mind momentarily blank and her breath shallow, and she couldn't help but let out a soft hum. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian felt completely restrained by Wang Chen pressing down on her, unable to move an inch. The feeling was intensely uncomfortable, yet the strange sensation on her lips made her momentarily hesitate. Was she actually not wanting to resist? Gradually, Jiang Lingxian's trembling eyes grew even more, half-closed, her face flushed crimson, her gaze dazed, as if she were about to fall asleep. But at this critical moment, Wang Chen unexpectedly and slowly released her. As Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian's lips slowly parted, something seemed to stretch across the empty space between their faces before finally breaking. Inhale. Exhale. Both breathed heavily after separating, their lips glistening with moisture, and Jiang Lingxian's slightly dazed eyes showed reluctance to let go. Jiang Lingxian felt her arms being held by both of his hands, then switched to one hand, gripping both of her slender wrists. Then she felt her wrists being lifted by one hand and slowly pressed above her head. Jiang Lingxian instinctively resisted her soft wrists twisting in an attempt to break free. But after twisting for a long time, her hands remained firmly trapped by Wang Chen's right hand. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian felt as though she were intoxicated. With her hands pressed above her head, her impressive figure was fully visible, even through her clothes, a pleasing sight to behold. Disciple. Cough. Jiang Lingxian's slightly dazed expression carried an irresistible cuteness, and she looked at Wang Chen with pleading eyes like a little kitten letting out a soft meow. But Wang Chen simply pressed her wrists with one hand, quietly observing from above as she twisted and struggled weakly for a long while. Jiang Lingxian struggled, but Wang Chen saw extreme reluctance in her trembling eyes as she looked straight at him. Host, kiss her quickly. Kiss her hard until she can't even speak. Go away. I know what I'm doing. Cutting the connection shut down. Wang Chen was startled by the system's sudden words. No way. Ignoring the system's protests, Wang Chen willed it to shut down, completely cutting off its vision. Little master, do you want another kiss? Wang Chen looked down at Jiang Lingxian, cupping her face with his left hand, then gently wiping the corner of her mouth with his thumb, his voice soft and tender. Jiang Lingxian seemed embarrassed, her beautiful eyes dazed as her red lips parted slightly, as if wanting to say something, but she was too shy. In the end, she simply pressed her face against Wang Chen's warm left palm, her beautiful gaze averted as she dared not look at him. Just say you want it, and I'll agree. How about that? Wang Chen slowly leaned down, his face coming within 3 centimeters of Jiang Lingxian's breathtakingly beautiful face, gently guiding her to speak. Wang Chen's right hand remained pressing her slender wrists while his left hand gently stroked her fair right cheek. But after a long while Jiang Lingxian still didn't speak. Only her trembling gaze shifted, and as if dazed from the kiss, she pressed her cheek slightly closer to Wang Chen's warm left palm. Wang Chen said nothing at this sight, simply withdrawing his left hand gently, not letting her press against it. At this moment the slightly dazed Jiang Lingxian felt as though she had lost her anchor, her expression gradually turning a bit aggrieved. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian's flushed face furrowed slightly, her trembling beautiful eyes filled with inexplicable grievance and extreme reluctance as she looked at Wang Chen. Wang Chen remained silent, simply watching her quietly until Jiang Lingxian could barely endure it anymore, her red lips parting slightly. What? Jiang Lingxian seemed to have made a tremendous effort, stumbling over the two words for 2 or 3 seconds, her slightly tilted flushed face speaking in an extremely soft voice. But Wang Chen still didn't move, simply placing his left hand gently back on her face and stroking it softly. Disciple. Kiss me. Okay. Seeing no response, Jiang Lingxian bit her lower lip again, her voice muffled and incredibly weak, hard to hear unless one listened carefully. Wang Chen gazed at her flushed, burning, beautiful profile, resting lightly against his left hand, that extremely alluring yet pitiful appearance. Finally, with Jiang Lingxian's lower lip still lightly bitten and her beautiful eyes somewhat dazed, Wang Chen slowly leaned down and approached her once more. Woo! This was Jiang Lingxian's first active response, clumsy and inexperienced, yet the more so the more it plucked at Wang Chen's heartstrings. Unknown how much time had passed, as she only knew that the sky outside was pitch black, with only the dim light within the Taishu Holy Maiden's palace still glowing faintly. Jiang Lingxian lay half asleep, with her beautiful eyes gently closed, her body limp upon the bed, as though all her strength had been drained away. Jiang Lingxian's flushed cheeks glowed with warmth, her moist lips parting as if to speak, yet only soft, strained breaths escaped. Wang Chen slowly released her delicate wrists that he had held above her head, then gently cupped her rosy cheeks with both hands. Little master. Wang Chen called softly, his left hand drifting from her face down to the collar at her neck. His gaze fell upon the thin white cord knotted at Jiang Lingxian's collar, and as her luminous eyes trembled, he gave it a gentle tug, but it wouldn't budge. Wang Chen lifted his eyes to meet hers, finding her cheeks flushed crimson, her sleepy eyes half-lidded, and gazing at him with fragile allure. A cultivator's garments were never so easily removed by another, especially for female cultivators who wove protective enchantments into their clothes. Witnessing this, through her hazy state, Jiang Lingxian's anxious heart, which had been fluttering with worry, finally settled back into calm. She could barely summon spiritual energy now, and even shifting her body felt like a luxury. Her delicate frame felt as though it had turned to water. Seeing that Wang Chen hadn't succeeded, Jiang Lingxian, drowsy and content from his kisses, finally let her eyelids close and drifted toward sleep. But just as her heavy-lidded eyes were about to shut, she suddenly felt Wang Chen's hands reaching for her again. No matter then, I'll just collect some interest first. Those were the last words Jiang Lingxian caught, before her drowsy consciousness gradually sharpened in response to Wang Chen's movements. Clothed and wanting to resist, her frail body remained utterly immobile, leaving her at his mercy. Only when Wang Chen pressed his lips to hers once more did her thoughts scatter completely, all resistance melting away. A cultivator's garments might offer protection, but that didn't mean they were untouchable. The following evening, within the Taishu Holy Maiden's palace, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian appeared unchanged, clothes intact as though nothing had transpired. Now they lay together on the bed, wrapped in blankets and clinging to each other, as if neither could bear to let go. Their slumber carried them deep into the afternoon of the following day, thoroughly exhausted from the night before. A slender beam of sunlight filtered through the window paper, illuminating Jiang Lingxian's exquisitely beautiful profile as she nestled against Wang Chen. The golden light streaming through the paper window evoked the image of an unparalleled beauty sleeping peacefully in her husband's embrace. The gentle sunlight touching her eyelids caused Jiang Lingxian's long lashes to flutter, drawing her consciousness back from deep slumber. Instinctively, Jiang Lingxian shifted her face from Wang Chen's collarbone, burying it into the warmth of his neck to escape the sliver of sunlight. Wrapped in the comforting warmth of the body holding her, Jiang Lingxian drew him closer, once more her consciousness beginning to drift back towards sleep. Wang Chen, stirred by her movements, shifted both arms, one around her waist and the other resting before her. Jiang Lingxian sensed the change, her delicate frame trembling slightly as her drowsy mind fully awakened. Wang Chen, positioned at the edge of the bed, had already been awake, his deep striking eyes fixed on the ceiling with a furrowed brow. He felt her stirring and gently lowered his gaze. "Xianxian, are you awake?" Noticing the warmth at her neck, he realized she was too embarrassed to meet his eyes. The events of the previous night had been far more unrestrained than any of their past encounters. And then there was that one-sided collaboration project between President Wang and President Jiang. Though naturally President Wang was the one doing all the work. Bad disciple. Bad disciple. Jiang Lingxian muttered weakly under her breath, torn between satisfaction and indignation as she listened to Wang Chen's gentle voice above her. She couldn't even recall how she'd fallen asleep the night before. Only that amid wave after wave of strange sensations across her lips and body her vision had slowly faded. Now feeling the lingering numbness beneath her clothes, Jiang Lingxian felt a pang of displeasure and a faint desire to be angry with Wang Chen. But what if getting angry only made the disciple withdraw and ignore her? Before she could dwell on it, she felt her chin gently grasped and her face slowly lifted against her will. Little master, be good. Let me see your face. Under Wang Chen's gaze, her peerless beauty was lifted by his fingers on her chin, yielding to his every whim. With her flushed, exquisite face raised, her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders and back like a waterfall, cold and breathtakingly beautiful. Jiang Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows in displeasure, letting out a drawn-out protest before struggling to turn away. That wretched, rebellious disciple showed no respect for his master's wishes at all. She wouldn't acknowledge him. Annoyed by Wang Chen's forceful lifting of her face, Jiang Lingxian twisted away and burrowed into the bedding with her back to him. Yet her waist remained within the circle of Wang Chen's left arm, and fearing he might let go, she subtly adjusted her position to press closer to his hand. Wang Chen quietly observed her clumsy little gestures, his heart melting at how endearing she was. His tsundere yet captivating little master, always mindful of her disciple's feelings. She was absolutely incredibly adorable. A handsome smile crossed Wang Chen's face as he shifted closer and drew her against him with his left arm. Little master, you're truly so adorable, I just want to take a bite of you. Jiang Lingxian. Jiang Lingxian's brain short-circuited at his words. Her flushed face and wide eyes went blank as she nestled deeper into the blankets. How could she be called cute when she was clearly angry? Seeing that Wang Chen seemed completely unaware of her irritation, she reached out with both hands to push at his arm around her. But as she pushed, her right hand was caught and slowly interlaced with his fingers. He let out a soft chuckle. Hearing that giggle behind her, Jiang Lingxian tried to sit up, but Wang Chen's right arm suddenly wrapped around her waist and pulled her back against him. Her back pressed against his warm body, and for a moment she stopped struggling. Wang Chen's shoulders were broader and sturdier than hers, so she lay curled in his arms like a cherished wife, dazed and still. At this moment, Wang Chen was seized by a sudden whim. He wrapped his arms around Jiang Lingxian from behind and slowly leaned in close to her, his lips slightly parted. Little master, the way you look right now. Exactly as adorable as that time late at night, when you secretly released cold energy onto my back while I was sleeping, making me embrace you of my own accord. Wang Chen's voice, slightly magnetic and tender, echoed in Jiang Lingxian's ear, causing her head to ring instantly. Jiang Lingxian could never forget that scene, especially since Wang Chen had bitten her that time, leaving a deep impression on her. But how could his disciple know? Could it be that he wasn't actually asleep that time? No, that couldn't be right. She had clearly used the sleeping incense. Jiang Lingxian's mind went blank for a moment, and then an endless wave of shame gradually enveloped her. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian subconsciously buried her entirely flushed face into the bedding, not even daring to meet Wang Chen's gaze. If he had known everything that time, wouldn't that mean he had never been drugged during all those late-night encounters before? Then from some point in her past life, had he already known? That was why he had relentlessly pursued her. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian felt as though her entire heart was wrapped in shame, and she unconsciously bit her lower lip. But if that were truly the case, Jiang Lingxian inexplicably felt a sense of guilt toward Wang Chen. After all, she was the cause, and she was also. The karma belonged to her, yet the consequences had fallen upon Wang Chen. Recalling those scenes from her past life when she had rejected Wang Chen under the guise of her master's authority, Jiang Lingxian could only feel a sense of sigh. It had to be said that Jiang Lingxian was truly sensitive in both mind and body. Wang Chen had only spoken a single sentence, and she had already conquered herself. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian struggled to release her right hand, which was interlaced with Wang Chen's, and then shifted her body to face him. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, whose eyes seemed to carry a hint of apology, and whose hands were slowly wrapping around his neck. For a moment, he was taken aback. Based on Wang Chen's experience of being with her for so long, this little master had probably been overthinking again, her mind growing sensitive once more. Discus dash, don't speak, don't think too much. Wang Chen held her soft warm waist and pulled her close. After saying that, he gazed tenderly into her eyes. But, seeing that Jiang Lingxian still wanted to say more, Wang Chen could only stop her with action, that is directly covering her lips. After they parted, Wang Chen gently wiped the corner of her mouth with his hand as she panted softly, then tenderly ruffled her hair. Jiang Lingxian's sensitivity had shifted from her mind to her delicate body, causing her thoughts to become somewhat disordered as she stared blankly at Wang Chen. Now then, be good. Don't overthink anything. Let's get up and take a look at that cold dragon egg together, okay? Wang Chen held Jiang Lingxian and gently kissed her rosy thin lips, once more coaxing her as one would a child. Jiang Lingxian felt the unusual sensation on her lips, and finally, with her beautiful face flushed, she silently gazed at Wang Chen for a while. In the end, Jiang Lingxian gently pressed her stunning face against Wang Chen's chest and responded with a weak, almost whimpering sound. Dao Companion. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian didn't know why, but the words, Dao Companion, inexplicably appeared in her heart. She didn't want to only be master and disciple with Wang Chen in name. But she was also a little afraid that if she became a Dao Companion with Wang Chen, he might always take advantage of that title to act recklessly. But Jiang Lingxian thought again. Hadn't Wang Chen already acted recklessly many times? It seemed. She was right. In the end, Jiang Lingxian's cute little voice muttered something to herself, nestled in Wang Chen's embrace, and slightly pursed her lower lip. But what Jiang Lingxian failed to notice at this moment was that her inner desire to become a Dao Companion with Wang Chen seemed to have already outweighed her deep-seated psychological shadows. Wang Chen had no mind-reading ability and naturally didn't know her thoughts, so he gently held her and sat up. Wan wife he. After Wang Chen held Jiang Lingxian upright and had her lean against his chest, he reached out and gently smoothed her disheveled hair at her temples. Wang Chen didn't often call Jiang Lingxian wife, because they hadn't yet attained such a title. Calling her that always felt a bit presumptuous. Who? Husband. Jiang Lingxian didn't know why, but upon hearing Wang Chen call her wife, she couldn't help but slightly tilt her stunning face up to look at him and call out in a cool, gentle voice. Because in her understanding, which she had learned from Wang Chen, husband and wife were meant to be a pair. So when Wang Chen called her wife, Jiang Lingxian couldn't help but want to call him husband for a moment. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, who was clearly stunned for a moment, and her heart inexplicably felt a small surge of joy. Wang Chen didn't speak, but his lips curled into a smile, and he reached out to gently flick her pretty nose. Take this for now. Wang Chen took out the white egg from his storage space. An egg that appeared white to the naked eye, but red when viewed through his purple gold heavenly pupil. Seeing Wang Chen hand it to her, Jiang Lingxian extended her slender fair hands and gently cupped the egg in her palms, examining it with confusion. Wang Chen, seeing her attention diverted, then turned and lay on the bed, reaching out to pick up the cold dragon egg from the black flip-flops. Then Wang Chen compared the cold dragon egg with the phoenix egg and found that the cold dragon egg was about a circle larger in size. The cold dragon egg was about the size of a normal wash basin, while the phoenix egg was only as large as a ladle used for bathing in ancient times. Ding. Ancient Divine Beast Cold Dragon Egg. Host may spend 8 origin points to incubate, with a chance of mutation. Ding. Ancient Divine Beast Heavenly Phoenix Egg. Host may spend 5 origin points to incubate, with a chance of mutation. Hearing the system's sudden voice, Wang Chen's gaze at his 1825-288 origin points panel instantly sank. This 8 million origin points was still converted from the 200 top-grade spirit stones he had extorted from Shao Qingshu and Long Ritian. Moreover, earlier he had spent 2 origin points to purchase the information for curing Su Xinyue, who was in a death-like state, for Shao Qingshu. Damn it, these two brats would together cost him 1380 origin points. Wang Chen immediately transformed into a financial expert. He currently had 1000 top-grade spirit stones from Shao Qingshu, which equaled 100 million origin points. That meant he was still short by 380, or in other words, 380 top-grade spirit stones. Wang Chen's gaze subconsciously slowly shifted toward his storage space, where Jiang Lingxian's million top-grade spirit stones were piled up like a mountain. No. These were his Wan wife's. Wang Chen's consciousness in the storage space shook off his thoughts, and then he suddenly thought of something and looked at the ring floating not far away. Right? This ring still contained over 10,000 High Realm demon cores and many miscellaneous items. After calculating, Wang Chen immediately had the system start converting. Ding. Converted 100 sand beast demon cores at various ranks of Spirit King realm, 700 low grade, 200 mid grade, and 100 high grade, totaling 4500 origin points. Ding. Converting 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones, you have obtained 100 million origin points. As the system's voice faded, Wang Chen gazed at the 146825288 origin points displayed on the panel. System, hatch these two eggs. Without hesitation, Wang Chen instructed the system as he gazed at the two divine beast eggs between himself and Jiang Lingxian. In his previous life, he had long wished to raise a beast companion, but due to finding ordinary ones unworthy or various other reasons, he never did. Since fate had granted him this opportunity in this life, Wang Chen naturally wished to raise one. Moreover, these 2 eggs were divine beast eggs. Ding. Consuming 88880 origin points beginning to hatch the divine ancient cold dragon egg. There is a chance of mutation. Ding. Consuming 50 origin points beginning to hatch the divine ancient phoenix egg as well. There is a chance of mutation. Host, hurry. Drip 1 drop of your blood onto the divine beast egg to establish a blood bond, creating a soul connection. The emotional system voice immediately followed the hatch initiation prompt. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen did not respond to the system, but turned to look at Jiang Lingxian, who seemed to sense his gaze, and met his eyes in return. Xian, drip a drop of your blood onto this cold dragon egg. Since you both specialize in ice arts, it would be a perfect match. Wang Chen touched the frost-emanating cold dragon egg, and gently suggested that Jiang Lingxian drip her blood upon it. I don't want it. Jiang Lingxian, adorable, shook her head upon hearing these words, clearly reluctant, and instead picked up the white phoenix egg beside her. But, shut up. That dragon egg was meant for you anyway, I definitely don't want it. Seeing that Wang Chen wanted to say more, Jiang Lingxian hastily cut him off and clutched the white egg to her chest. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian was just like a child afraid of having her food snatched away, but in truth it was all to ensure Wang Chen would accept the cold dragon egg. Afterward, Wang Chen tried persuading her again, refusing to give up. After all, when a beast companion's constitution aligned with its master's, its strength would far exceed that of ordinary ones. Jiang Lingxian was unaware that the 2 divine beast eggs were about to begin hatching. As she listened to Wang Chen's persuasion, her expression gradually filled with dejection. Don't you not want to accept the divine beast egg I gifted you? Just like that time with the supreme great spirit stones, you wanted to return them to me. Jiang Lingxian slowly raised her beautiful eyes, her expression clearly showing a hint of grievance and disappointment, her usually cold voice dropping considerably. Yesterday, her disciple had been so delighted upon seeing this cold dragon egg. Why did he suddenly want to return it to her today? Wang Chen's actions inexplicably made Jiang Lingxian sense an intangible feeling of distance, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Seeing Jiang Lingxian like this, Wang Chen was momentarily stunned by her reaction. No, how could she still remember this? Wang Chen had almost forgotten about returning those million supreme great spirit stone rings, yet Jiang Lingxian had been holding on to it all this time. Disciple, is it because I am your master that you always refuse to accept things from me? At this moment, Jiang Lingxian cradled the white egg in her slender arms and raised her pitiful, glistening, beautiful eyes to gaze at Wang Chen, asking, No, of course not. Why would that be the case? I only felt that your constitution was more suited to the cold dragon egg. Wang Chen hastily tried to soothe her, then shifted his position and reached out to move the cold dragon egg from the bed between them to the side. Subsequently, Wang Chen moved closer and sat beside Jiang Lingxian, gently and tentatively touching her. But Jiang Lingxian's naturally cold, beautiful eyes appeared somewhat dim, as if she was still resentful about Wang Chen consistently refusing her gifts. Xian, I truly have no other intention, don't overthink it. Seeing that Jiang Lingxian holding the white egg did not resist, Wang Chen extended his arms and slowly encircled her waist, soothing her gently. Then you accept it. Jiang Lingxian raised her gaze tinged with a hint of sadness to look at Wang Chen, a trace of longing in her eyes as she spoke. All right, I promise you whatever Xian says, I will agree to everything. Wang Chen embraced Jiang Lingxian, burying his face into her tender neck and affectionately nuzzling against her, agreeing to her request. Wang Chen understood that Jiang Lingxian's heart was set on this. Once she gifted something, she would absolutely never take it back. Jiang Lingxian felt the warmth of Wang Chen's face against her neck, and for a moment raised her chin instinctively, wanting to break free. However, Wang Chen kept clinging to her, causing Jiang Lingxian to feel a mixture of resistance and an inexplicable sense of being overpowered and enjoyed. Fortunately, Wang Chen only nuzzled her neck for a short while and released her once her body began to feel slightly numb. Xian dripped a drop of blood onto the divine beast egg to establish a blood bond. Wang Chen sat beside Jiang Lingxian on the bed, and a silver needle had somehow appeared in his hand. He then gently pricked his own fingertip and squeezed it, releasing a drop of blood. Wang Chen first glanced at the white egg in Jiang Lingxian's arms, but she guarded it like a kitten protecting its food, hastily hiding it behind her back. Thus Wang Chen had only one choice remaining. He extended his hand and let the drop of blood fall onto the cold dragon egg. The blood that dripped onto the cold dragon egg was instantly and completely absorbed by the creature within. Seeing this, Jiang Lingxian finally retrieved the white egg from behind her back and placed it on the bed. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian extended her right index finger at this moment and softly called out to Wang Chen, her intention unmistakably clear. Wang Chen gently took her soft right hand, holding up the silver needle, but momentarily unable to bring himself to prick her. Host, hurry up. If it weren't for the 2 divine beast eggs needing to be ripened, you wouldn't have had this time to be romantic. The little ones inside the divine beast eggs are about to open their eyes. When they do, it will be time to break free from their shells. The system's somewhat urgent voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen raised his gaze to look at Jiang Lingxian, lifted the silver needle, and swiftly pricked her finger. Does it hurt? Wang Chen looked at Jiang Lingxian, whose finger was bleeding a drop of blood, and asked with a slight frown. Not painful. Jiang Lingxian softly replied, as if she felt nothing at all. After all, for cultivators, releasing a drop of blood was merely child's play. Wang Chen said nothing, only placing the drop of blood from her finger onto the white phoenix egg. Like Wang Chen's drop on the cold dragon egg, this drop of blood was swiftly absorbed by the creature within. Disciple, this is what kind of egg? Jiang Lingxian could finally contain her curiosity and asked, for she had been examining this white egg for quite some time. But since her disciple had brought it out to give to her, it surely couldn't be anything ordinary, so she hadn't asked too many questions earlier. The divine ancient phoenix's egg. Wang Chen gazed intently at the small wound on her finger and gently wiped it with a white cloth to stop the bleeding. Jiang Lingxian was stunned upon hearing this, quite surprised and astonished. She was not entirely sure if Wang Chen was telling the truth. After all, she had only read about the divine ancient phoenix in ancient texts, and the records in those texts mentioned that the divine ancient phoenix had existed 1,000,000 years ago. However, Jiang Lingxian did not say much, simply gazing quietly with her beautiful eyes as Wang Chen tended to her minor wounds. After all, such superficial injuries could have been healed instantly with a mere spell. Yet witnessing Wang Chen's meticulous care, Jiang Lingxian decided to play the part of an ordinary person, her luminous eyes shining as she watched him tend to her wounds. Roar! The tranquil atmosphere did not last long. The cold dragon egg began to radiate a bone-chilling coldness, its surface forming a layer of ice as a dragon's roar echoed forth. However, this dragon's roar was not imposing at all. Instead, it bore a striking resemblance to the cute, playful roars of little dragons that were so popular on Earth's internet. Chirpty! As if triggered by resonance, a phoenix's cry emerged from within the white egg, though the sound resembled that of a fledgling chick, somewhat peculiar. At that moment, an intense heat and biting coldness began to rise within the room, causing both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian to furrow their brows. Whoosh! Just as Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian were examining it closely, a layer of cold flame suddenly erupted from the surface of the cold dragon egg with a loud bang. Whoa! Startled, Wang Chen instinctively pulled Jiang Lingxian close. She had not been frightened, but was now slightly taken aback by his sudden reaction. You little rebellious disciple! Jiang Lingxian murmured with mild reproach. She knew Wang Chen was not truly frightened. His real motive was clearly to take advantage of her. However, fearing that the bedding and other items might be damaged by fire, Jiang Lingxian quickly unleashed a powerful surge of cold spiritual energy to envelop the two divine beast eggs. It's mutated. You spent those 000 origin points and got your money's worth. Crack. Crack. As soon as the system finished speaking, the white phoenix egg beside the small cold flame dragon egg suddenly began to sprout ice spikes. Eventually, the entire white egg became encased in sharp ice points, transforming into an ice egg covered with dense ice spikes. What's going on? Not only was the system confused, but Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian were also somewhat bewildered, their expressions dazed as they gazed at the two mutated divine beast eggs. No way. The ice element mutated into ice flame, and the flame mutated into ice. Crack, crack. As soon as the system's bewildered voice fell, cracks began to appear on the surface of both eggshells. Seeing this, Jiang Lingxian immediately controlled the two divine beast eggs to fly toward the ground, otherwise the bed would surely be a mess. This wouldn't do, after all, she still needed to sleep with her disciple at night. Crack, crack. As the cracks on the surface of the two divine beast eggs that had landed on the ground multiplied, a powerful aura continued to condense. Until finally, thud, a cold-colored dragon claw burst out from the eggshell, covered in ice flame, then clawed wildly at the surface of the eggshell. But it seemed to find nothing, so it helplessly withdrew its dragon claw and fell silent for a moment. Thud! As the cold flame dragon egg with a hole in it fell silent, a bird's beak suddenly burst out from the white phoenix egg beside it. Just like the little dragon claw from the cold flame dragon egg, the sharp and short beak clawed around a few times, then took a bite of the eggshell before withdrawing again. The two eggs fell briefly silent again. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian sat on the bed holding them and looking completely bewildered. But just as they were watching in confusion, suddenly, thud! The little cold dragon had two deformed dragon horns on its head, resting its head on the ice-colored eggshell covered in cold flame, curiously scanning around like a curious baby. Similarly, the little phoenix bird, which was the same ice-cold color as the little cold dragon, was also constantly scanning everything around. Until finally their gazes suddenly met, and both obviously froze in surprise. What is this? What Is this? A large question mark seemed to appear above both the little cold dragon and little ice phoenix's heads, the two beasts gazing at each other with dazed expressions. Roar, chirped. But the next moment, for some unknown reason, the two little ones staring at each other suddenly erupted with a mighty dragon's roar and phoenix's cry. This dragon's roar and phoenix's cry were no longer cute as before, but instead caused the entire Taishu Holy Maiden Palace to tremble continuously. The sound that emanated was so powerful that even the void seemed to tremble slightly, with massive sound waves appearing. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian quickly blocked out their hearing, and Wang Chen was particularly shaken, feeling somewhat irritable and dizzy. Fortunately, Jiang Lingxian had foreseen this, and had long activated the hundreds of great arrays in the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace to protect the entire building. Otherwise, these two dragon roars and phoenix cries would certainly have spread throughout the Taishu immortal sect, heard by countless disciples. Roar, chirped. Shut up. What are you shouting for? Seeing them take a breath and start calling out again, Wang Chen suddenly felt a surge of anger and jumped off the bed to approach them. Finally, Wang Chen raised his right hand with 4 fingers curled, delivering a measured tap to the heads of the little cold dragon and little ice phoenix. Ow! Whimper. The little cold dragon and little ice phoenix, which had been enjoying themselves so much, were struck and immediately shrank their heads in pain, their cries coming to an abrupt halt. Jiang Lingxian sat on the bed, watching Wang Chen's fierce expression, as if scolding children, and a pleasant curve naturally formed at the corners of her lips. And now, after being struck, the little cold dragon and little ice phoenix dared not make any more sounds, pitifully shrinking their heads back into their eggshells. Ow, ow. But the little cold dragon suddenly seemed to sense something through its bloodline connection, and with joy it once again pushed its head, crowned with a pair of cold-colored dragon horns, out of the shell, letting out 2 ow sounds toward Wang Chen. I'm your father, come out quickly. Wang Chen watched as the cold flame on the surface of the cold-colored eggshell began to continuously recede, eventually gradually retreating into the eggshell. Ow, ow. The little cold dragon looked at Wang Chen, somewhat unsure of the meaning, and let out 2 more ow sounds, then fiercely opened its huge little mouth and began to bite at the eggshell. Crunch, crunch. The sound of the little cold dragon chewing on the eggshell echoed throughout the room, while the little ice phoenix on the other side seemed to have been knocked into a shell of its own, shrinking inside the eggshell. Come out. Just as the little ice phoenix was shrinking helplessly inside the eggshell, Jiang Lingxian's clear yet gentle voice came over. The little ice phoenix raised its eyes in confusion from within the eggshell, and only when it felt that sense of bloodline connection did it become joyful. Jiu. Just like the little cold dragon earlier, the little ice phoenix excitedly pushed its head out of the eggshell, once again looking at Jiang Lingxian and chirping twice. Then, under Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian's somewhat strange gazes, the 2 little ones synchronously began to nibble at the eggshells bite by bite. Xian, did their intelligence become a bit like yours after you held them during the egg stage? Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian exchanged a glance, and Wang Chen jokingly said to Jiang Lingxian with a smile, No, impossible, I'm not. That's stupid. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian felt a bit defiant, furrowing her delicate brows, and weakly retorted to Wang Chen with her cold voice. While Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian exchanged only a few brief words, the little cold dragon and little ice phoenix had effortlessly devoured the eggshell. After finishing, the little cold dragon, now about half a meter long and 25 centimeters wide, sprawled contentedly on the ground. Oh, whoa, hic. The little cold dragon patted its tiny belly with its 5-fingered claw, its dragon lips curving upwards slightly, before letting out a satisfied burp. The little ice phoenix followed closely behind, pecking down the last bite of ice eggshell with a crisp crack. It mimicked the little cold dragon's movements and collapsed likewise. Chirp, woo, hic. The little ice phoenix and little cold dragon were practically cut from the same mold. Lying on its ice blue feathered belly, the little ice phoenix let out a chirping sound and flapped its ice-colored wings. The little cold dragon was happily digesting on the ground when it suddenly heard the sound mimicking it. It couldn't help but turn its dragon head to look. The next moment, the little cold dragon's watery, dazed eyes locked gazes with the little ice phoenix. It couldn't help but flip itself upright, standing on all 4 clawed limbs. Then, under Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian's bewildered stares, the little cold dragon, still somewhat uncoordinated in its limb movements from its recent appearance, began hopping along. Indeed, not walking, but hopping. With all 4 limbs thrusting, the little cold dragon bounded forward, covering nearly half a meter with each leap. Finally, with one more bounce, it jumped right onto the little ice phoenix. Chirp. The little ice phoenix gazed blankly at the little cold dragon that had landed on its belly, shaking its head in utter confusion and letting out a bewildered chirp. But in the next instant, the little ice phoenix's eyes widened in mounting fear, a look of terror spreading across its features as it frantically flapped its ice-colored wings. Because the little cold dragon actually awoke. opened its gaping mouth wide, its juvenile dragon teeth gleaming as it lunged forward to bite. So this creature, longer and with 2 extra claws, was actually trying to eat it. Even if the little ice phoenix was slow-witted, an instinctive sense of crisis rose within it. It frantically fluttered its wings, attempting to flee. "Get over here, you want to bite your little sister." Wang Chen immediately saw through the little cold dragon's foolish and voracious nature. With one swift motion, he grabbed it by the neck and lifted it up. The little ice phoenix was genuinely terrified. Flapping its wings and chirping in distress, it flew into Jiang Lingxian's embrace, watching Wang Chen's little cold dragon with fear in its eyes. A woo! Confined within Wang Chen's arms, the little cold dragon let out a despondent whine, its expression one of complete bewilderment. Wang Chen sensed its cultivation level and discovered. He couldn't quite discern it. Oh no, this little rascal's realm is actually higher than mine. After further inspection, Wang Chen confirmed he truly could not perceive the little cold dragon's cultivation level. Inadvertently, he exclaimed in stunned disbelief. Jiang Lingxian cradled the little ice phoenix, which was slightly larger than 2 palms, in her right arm. Seeing Wang Chen's dumbfounded expression, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly. "Mine is at the 9th layer of Spirit Sovereign Realm, and yours is at the 6th layer of Saint Soul Realm." Jiang Lingxian's icy gaze flickered subtly. Sensing the 2 divine beasts' cultivation levels, she found herself momentarily stunned as well. Alas, if not for the 8 wilderness continents' constraints from its laws, a primal ancient cold dragon would certainly be born above the great emperor realm, not to mention one of variant lineage. The system's regretful voice chimed in at this moment. Its words couldn't help but amaze Wang Chen. This was no mere pet. This was his very own son. Wang Chen gazed at the little cold dragon that he had so effortlessly contained, eyes filled with immense delight, and broke into a smile. Unaware of the little cold dragon's gender, Wang Chen recalled its gluttonous and mischievous demeanor just moments ago, instinctively assuming it to be a son. System, at its current realm, can it shapeshift? Should be doable. Divine beast clans can shapeshift the moment they're born. It's basic stuff. Though they'd need parental guidance for the transformation. Parents. Hee. Aren't there parents right here? Wang Chen heard the system's words in his mind, then turned his gaze toward Jiang Lingxian's exquisite, enchanting face as she gently stroked the little ice phoenix's feathers. "Xian, I want them to shapeshift, but I need your help with it." Ignoring whether the little cold dragon was willing or not, Wang Chen lifted it up and draped it around his neck like a scarf. Upon hearing Wang Chen's voice, Jiang Lingxian raised her beautiful eyes slightly, meeting his gaze with a hint of confusion. Only after seeing the utterly serious light in Wang Chen's eyes did she lightly nod her delicate face. A moment later, inside the Taishu Sacred Maiden's chamber on the bed, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian sat facing each other while the little cold dragon hopped around the room in hot pursuit of the terrified little ice phoenix. "Come here," Wang Chen called out, slightly admonishing as he saw the little cold dragon opening its toothless dragon mouth ready to bite the little ice phoenix. Smack! The little cold dragon had already pounced on the little ice phoenix, pinning it to the ground, its tiny front claws gripping firmly. But upon hearing Wang Chen's voice carrying a hint of displeasure, the little cold dragon's spirit wilted. It weakly released the little ice phoenix beneath it and hopped down from the bed with uncoordinated movements. Seeing this, the little ice phoenix hastily fluttered its ice-colored wings, soaring through the air before elegantly landing on Jiang Lingxian's shoulder. Wang Chen, while the little ice phoenix watched in a daze, reached out with both hands, grabbed it, and placed it beside the little cold dragon on the floor. "Oh whoa!" The little cold dragon had been feeling slightly aggrieved lying on the ground from that unfair treatment. But now finally balanced, it let out 2 happy barks. "Xian, extend your hands, please." Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, dressed in a white gown, her graceful figure elegant and poised, sitting cross-legged before him, and spoke softly. But Wang Chen's outward demeanor told one story, while his inner thoughts told another. System, how many origin points for a memory teaching the little cold dragon and little ice phoenix how to shapeshift. This time I promise not to cheat you. 1 copy is 100,000, so 2 would be 200,000 origin points total. Shouldn't shapeshifting require them to cooperate with you? The system had barely finished speaking when Jiang Lingxian's delicate brow furrowed slightly. Her cool, puzzled voice drifted over. "Because our spiritual energy is intimately connected, they, having been born together, also share a kindred spirit. Didn't you notice how every action they performed after being born seemed to be cut from the exact same mold?" Wang Chen rambled on with fabricated excuses. Even he himself found such a lie hard to believe. "Oh." Jiang Lingxian contemplated for a moment, recalling the synchronized movements of the 2 divine beasts just moments ago. Somehow what Wang Chen said seemed somewhat reasonable. Without overthinking further, Jiang Lingxian chose to trust Wang Chen. She slowly extended her slender fair hands. "Even I don't believe it myself, yet you actually do." Wang Chen froze for a moment upon seeing this. but soon a mischievous glint flickered in his eyes. He then agreed and extended his hands, interlacing his fingers with Jiang Lingxian's. Jiang Lingxian felt her hands being clasped. She instinctively tried to break free twice, though she couldn't escape. I wonder if she'll respond as I hope. Wang Chen made his psychological preparations ready to use this opportunity to conduct an experiment he'd long been curious about. Just as Jiang Lingxian frowned slightly awkwardly meeting Wang Chen's gaze, she suddenly felt a surge of Yang's spiritual energy flooding into her hands. Not only did that Chaos 9 Yang spiritual energy surge into her body, but it also triggered her cold energy to intertwine with it. Oh no! Jiang Lingxian's heart skipped a beat as she finally grasped Wang Chen's intentions, her beautiful eyes widening in realization. You. Jiang Lingxian stammered twice, but on the second attempt a wave of discomfort surged through her entire body, causing her usually cool voice to tremble. Jiang Lingxian attempted to withdraw her hands, but a creeping weakness spread through her whole being, leaving her with no choice but to endure. Xian, what's wrong? Don't resist. This is the crucial step. Wang Chen raised his eyes as though oblivious to her distress, his voice softening to soothe her. Jiang Lingxian momentarily questioned whether Wang Chen truly remained unaware of her condition, forcing herself to maintain composure. I'm fine. Despite her composed words, Jiang Lingxian's delicate frame trembled uncontrollably, and her stunning features flushed with rising heat. Jiang Lingxian resolved to endure until the end, trusting Wang Chen would stop on his own. Yet she failed to realize this was precisely his intention. As moments passed, Wang Chen suddenly sensed his cultivation realm beginning to loosen. What was happening? Wang Chen was startled, gazing at Jiang Lingxian's flushed cheeks that begged to be bitten, while marveling at his own destabilizing cultivation realm. Disciple, are you done? Jiang Lingxian's once cold voice had softened considerably, her beautiful eyes now fixed on Wang Chen with an unmistakable hunger. I truly adore my disciple. I want so much. Jiang Lingxian's face burned crimson, her thoughts growing hazy as she gazed at Wang Chen, every inch of her body radiating an intense, unnatural heat. No, I can't. Jiang Lingxian summoned every ounce of her willpower to suppress those thoughts and the feverish sensation coursing through her, forcing herself toward clarity. All right, it's over. Wang Chen, startled by the predatory hunger in Jiang Lingxian's gaze, quickly withdrew his hands, fearing he might damage her. In truth, it was because two divine beasts lay at the foot of the bed, swaying their heads drowsily. Otherwise, faced with Jiang Lingxian's deeply flushed, utterly alluring countenance, Wang Chen might have acted on his desires. As he released their clasped hands, Jiang Lingxian remained unable to recover. Jiang Lingxian hastily seized the bed cover and pulled it tightly over herself. Buried within the covers, she bit her lower lip, forcing her hands to remain still despite their restless urge to wander. Yet the uncomfortable sensation ravaging her body steadily eroded her remaining composure. Huddled beneath the covers, she clenched her fists and bit down hard on her lip, using the pain to anchor herself to consciousness. Wicked disciple. Jiang Lingxian had silently cursed Wang Chen countless times, but each thought of his sturdy frame only deepened her torment. Stop thinking about it, stop. Yet her disciple truly. Oh! Jiang Lingxian's consciousness gradually sank until her clenched fists finally went slack. The entire night slipped away, and she couldn't recall what she'd done or how she'd fallen asleep. It wasn't until dawn that Jiang Lingxian stirred, her throat parched as she lay tangled in the covers, with one hand gripping the fabric and the other resting on her thigh. Daddy. Die. The moment she awakened, two adorable voices echoed from within the room, both belonging to young girls. Jiang Lingxian instinctively attempted to rise, but the slightest movement sent waves of weakness through her entire body, especially around her waist, where an unbearable softness made every motion excruciatingly tender. After a moment, something caught her attention, and she quickly retrieved a small luminous pearl to secretly illuminate the space beneath the covers. This. Jiang Lingxian huddled within the covers, holding the glowing pearl as she surveyed the scene before her, her mind going completely blank. Simultaneously, she became acutely aware of something wrong with her clothing, her lower lip pressing together involuntarily as a wave of intense shame washed over her. It's nothing. My disciple doesn't know. Thank goodness I covered myself last night, otherwise. If my disciple had seen. Jiang Lingxian dared not let her thoughts wander further, each realization making her face burn hotter with overwhelming shame. Having never experienced anything like this before, her mind buzzed with confusion, and all she wanted was to rush to the bathroom partition in the room. Thankfully, my disciple had given me 3 sets of clothing. Jiang Lingxian thought as she quickly put away the luminous pearl and began circulating her qi to recover her weakened body. Once she felt somewhat recovered, Jiang Lingxian gently lifted the covers from her head and peeked out to check her surroundings. The chatter of the little girls in the room suddenly fell silent the moment Jiang Lingxian lifted the edge of the covers. Daddy, Daddy, eat. Huh. Jiang Lingxian locked eyes with her two young daughters and husband, and in that moment, she felt certain she would die of embarrassment right there. Xian, are you all right? Wang Chen's eyes held concern since the previous night. When Jiang Lingxian had wrapped herself in the covers, she'd seemed completely cut off from the world. Wang Chen had tentatively tried to lift the covers, but an immense force had held them firmly in place, as if she feared he would discover something if he did. I'm fine. Jiang Lingxian's half-visible face, peeking from beneath the covers with a faint blush, somehow appeared endearing rather than distressed. Jiang Lingxian forced herself to remain calm, as she carefully lifted the covers deliberately, using her body to shield the bed sheets. I need to handle my clothes and the sheets first, then wash them. She must wash them. That was the only thought consuming Jiang Lingxian's mind, her flushed face unable to hide her shame. Then with cautious guilt she covered the sheets with the covers and carefully made her way toward the edge of the bed. Xian, where are you going? The moment Jiang Lingxian's feet touched the ground, she ignored Wang Chen's call and hurried barefoot toward the bathroom, her movements filled with flustered urgency. Wang Chen watched her with confusion, recalling how she'd been so secretive about the bed sheets, and found himself drawn toward the bed. He remembered that he always tidied the bed after waking, so why was she being so deliberate about covering it? Was she hiding something? Wang Chen frowned slightly and lifted the covers as his two young daughters in ornate blue dresses watched with wide, curious eyes. What he saw left him bewildered. This. Wang Chen was stunned and quickly replaced the covers, arranging them exactly as they had been before, as though nothing had happened. Meanwhile, an image flashed through his mind, and he found his throat going dry as he swallowed hard. At this moment, within the Taishu St. Maiden Hall inside the bathroom cubicle, Jiang Lingxian had filled a basin with clear water, her delicate face blushing crimson as she placed several articles of clothing into it, then gently rubbed them with her slender hands. Afterward, Jiang Lingxian set aside the basin of water that had been soaking the white dress, the pure white strawberry pattern protective pants, and the pure white rabbit pattern protective cover. Next, after putting on the other set of light pink strawberry pattern protective pants and the pink strawberry pattern protective cover that Wang Chen had given her. With the new white dress in her hands, Jiang Lingxian was just about to put it on when a promise she had made to Wang Chen suddenly surfaced in her mind. Should I wear it? Really? Should I? As Jiang Lingxian pondered, the set of black and white maid attire inadvertently appeared in her hands. As she examined it, her lower lip pressed together as she hesitated within her heart. But the disciple seems to really be looking forward to it. Besides, this is a promise I made to him. Jiang Lingxian wavered at the boundary between wearing it and not, but after hesitating for a long while, she slightly gritted her teeth and put away the white dress. Forget it. At this moment, outside the bathroom cubicle in the room. Sit still. If you pounce on your sister again, I'll hang you from the ceiling and beat you. Inside the room, Wang Chen grabbed the back collar of a little girl with soft blue hair in one hand, lifting her up as he scolded her. Woo-woo. Bee-boo. The little ice dragon avatar lifted by Wang Chen's single hand had a bewildered and innocent little face, at a loss for words, stammering. Creak. Just as Wang Chen was about to help the little ice phoenix girl avatar that had been pounced to the ground back up, a door-opening sound suddenly came from behind him. At this moment, the blue-haired little girl, being held by the back of her collar by Wang Chen, her limbs dangling in midair, unknowingly glanced over with her crystal-clear eyes. Wang Chen followed her gaze along with the other blue-haired little girl kneeling on the ground, who also stared blankly in that direction. Jiang Lingxian peeked out from behind the bathroom cubicle door, with less than half of her head visible. Faced with the three pairs of eyes looking over, she felt momentary social death. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment until Wang Chen couldn't help but speak up first. Xian, what's wrong? Disciple. You. Come over here. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian did not answer Wang Chen, but instead poked out half her head, somewhat stammering, as she asked him to come over. Wang Chen found this somewhat puzzling. What secret couldn't be spoken outside that required him to come over? Stay here, I'm going to have a chat with your mother. All right. And you stop bullying your sister. As Wang Chen spoke, his gaze suddenly snapped to the blue-haired little dummy in his hand, frowning as he said sternly. Woo-woo. The blue-haired little girl held in Wang Chen's hand drooped her expression, pouting her pink lips as she weakly and endearingly responded. Wang Chen glanced at the two little ones who looked almost identical and only then gently set her down on the ground. The little ice dragon and little ice phoenix were just like twins. After transforming, not only were their clothes ice blue, even their hairstyles were both ice blue, smooth and flowing down to their waists, giving off an inexplicable sense of cute anime character charm. After their transformation, the little ice dragon and little ice phoenix were also approximately the same height. Their dazed yet extremely adorable appearances made them look like twins. However, the temperaments of the two little ones were completely different. The little ice dragon was a mischievous, food-loving little dummy, while the little ice phoenix was a dazed yet extremely obedient little dummy. So this was why the little ice phoenix was constantly being bullied by the little ice dragon, getting pounced on, and falling to her knees on the ground every now and then. Pitiful, yet incredibly cute. Woo-woo. Hee-hee. At this moment, the little ice dragon who had been set on the ground hugged and nuzzled against the little ice phoenix avatar, still sitting dazedly on the ground, giggling as she laughed. As the older sister, the little ice dragon often bullied the dazed little ice phoenix, but it was visibly apparent how much she truly adored this little ice phoenix sister of hers. Wang Chen finally felt relieved at this. He quickly walked to the bathroom cubicle door and met eyes with Jiang Lingxian, who had poked out half her head and appeared somewhat embarrassed. "What's wrong, Xian?" Wang Chen revealed a hint of a mischievous smile, saying as he extended a hand to gently press against the wooden door of the bathroom, as if about to push it open. Wait. Seeing this, Jiang Lingxian was startled into hastily using both hands to push against the door, quickly pulling her poking head back inside, as her heart couldn't help but race faster. All right, I won't tease you anymore. You called me over here, what do you want me to do?" Outside the wooden bathroom door, Wang Chen restrained the teasing tone in his voice, his normal puzzled tone coming through. Jiang Lingxian, wearing her new clothes, her alluring figure leaning against the wooden door of the bathroom cubicle, paused for a moment to calm her rapidly beating heart. Then Jiang Lingxian slightly bit her lower lip, her delicate face blushing crimson. She extended her slender hand and carefully, slowly opened the wooden door. After the wooden door opened just enough for one person to pass through, Jiang Lingxian extended her slender right hand and grabbed Wang Chen's arm. Then, in Wang Chen's somewhat stunned gaze, Jiang Lingxian simply grabbed his arm and yanked him right into the bathroom cubicle. Slap. The moment Wang Chen's figure entered the bathroom cubicle, the wooden door of the bathroom cubicle slammed shut, sealing off the outside world. Xian. After being pulled into the bathroom cubicle, Wang Chen was somewhat dazed as he was about to question Jiang Lingxian, who had her head slightly lowered. But the next moment, once Wang Chen's vision cleared, his words immediately stopped mid-sentence. His eyes widened to their fullest, and his throat subtly convulsed. Jiang Lingxian sensed Wang Chen's gaze, and her entire delicate face gradually flushed crimson, her head lowered as she dared not look at him. In Wang Chen's vision, Jiang Lingxian, wearing a black and white maid outfit, her feet in white stockings were nervously pressed together. With her head lowered in embarrassment, her shameful hands unconsciously intertwined with each other as she fidgeted with her fingers. Especially that sliver of snow-white skin between the black and white maid's skirt hem and her left leg's white stockings, along with a ribbon garter securing it. How did she figure out the correct way to wear it? Wang Chen was somewhat shocked and puzzled. Gazing at Jiang Lingxian's entirely new attire, he unconsciously swallowed. Disciple. Is this acceptable? Jiang Lingxian truly didn't dare to glance at Wang Chen even once. This outfit had completely maxed out her sense of shame. Usually her attire didn't even expose her neck frequently, yet now she had worn this outfit for the disciple she cherished in her heart. Hearing the word disciple, Wang Chen couldn't help but slightly furrow his brow. He took a step forward toward Jiang Lingxian. Feeling the person before her approaching, Jiang Lingxian became somewhat flustered. She instinctively took 2 steps backward. She knew it. That naughty disciple would definitely not let her off easily. Wearing something like this, how could he possibly let her off so easily? With her feet in white stockings, Jiang Lingxian fearfully shuffled backward in small steps. Wang Chen matched her pace, advancing step by step toward her. Until Jiang Lingxian's back pressed against the wall of the bathroom stall, she finally lifted her face, tinged with a faint blush of breathtaking beauty. Seeing Wang Chen leaning closer, Jiang Lingxian turned her face slightly away and weakly pressed her hands against his chest. "No, don't." Jiang Lingxian's slender hands weakly held against Wang Chen, her rosy face turned slightly away, her voice soft and hesitant with resistance. But her heart raced uncontrollably, and deep within there was even a hint of anticipation. Wang Chen paid no mind, reaching up to gently grasp her nearly feeble hands that pressed against his chest, guiding them away. Jiang Lingxian felt her hands released back to her sides, and her fingers instinctively curled into a nervous grip. Wang Chen, gazing at Jiang Lingxian with her face turned slightly to the right, extended his left hand to press against the wall beside her right ear. Then, amidst Jiang Lingxian's thundering heartbeat, Wang Chen reached out with his right hand and gently pinched her chin, drawing her gaze to his. "Don't call me disciple. Call me brother, dear brother." Wang Chen lightly held Jiang Lingxian's chin, coaxing her shy, breathtaking face toward his, then leaned close to her ear and spoke softly. Hearing that address, Jiang Lingxian froze for a moment, her beautiful eyes gazing at Wang Chen, trembling slightly. "No, don't." Jiang Lingxian was pressed so close by Wang Chen that she had almost no room to move, her alluring figure constrained as she stood there attempting to refuse. "Sister Xian." Wang Chen met Jiang Lingxian's trembling gaze, his face drawing nearer as he called out softly. That gentle address sent a shiver through Jiang Lingxian's heart, and she unconsciously pressed her lips together. But the next moment, she felt his lips touching hers and his arms wrapped around her waist. Mm. Jiang Lingxian made a soft sound attempting to turn her face away in resistance, but Wang Chen held her firmly. Fine. Since you don't want to be kissed, then forget it. Wang Chen wrapped his arms around her soft waist. His face slightly lowered, his tone carrying a hint of disappointment. As he spoke, Wang Chen began to loosen his embrace around her waist, where the black and white made outfit cinched to accentuate her figure. I didn't. Jiang Lingxian's desire had been stirred, and feeling Wang Chen pull away, she grew anxious and hastily wrapped her arms around him. But Wang Chen merely lifted his deep gaze, meeting hers quietly, as if truly afraid to kiss her again. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian held his gaze for a moment, about to call him by that title, but then something stopped her. Jiang Lingxian's mind filled with that address. Wang Chen had used her expression, hesitating. Brother. After much hesitation, Jiang Lingxian pressed her lips together and softly called out in shame. And then, do you have any request for your dear brother? A faint mischievous smile played across Wang Chen's eyes. He was deliberately withholding the kiss, waiting for her to ask for it herself. Brother. I. Jiang Lingxian's two calls of brother sounded both cool and soft as she clung to Wang Chen, almost coaxing, but she stammered through the rest, unable to bring herself to say it. Wang Chen said nothing, merely lowering his gaze to watch Jiang Lingxian, whose flushed face was bowed in shame as she struggled to form the words. Seeing she still couldn't speak, Wang Chen raised his left hand once more and gently stroked her cheek. Jiang Lingxian felt the warmth of his palm on her right cheek, her body stiffening slightly before she instinctively leaned in closer. Brother, kiss me. Is that okay? Jiang Lingxian felt the comforting warmth of his hand on her cheek, and finally, with shy hesitation, she tilted her face up to look at him. Where are your cat ears? Wang Chen didn't immediately agree, noticing that her maid outfit was missing something. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful expression faltered slightly. She bit her lower lip, hesitated for a moment, then cast a spell. Poof! In Wang Chen's gaze, a pair of white fluffy cat ears suddenly appeared atop Jiang Lingxian's head, swaying as if naturally grown. Jiang Lingxian said nothing, only blushing deeply as she lifted her trembling, longing eyes to look at Wang Chen. The white cat ears atop her head twitched slightly with her thoughts reminding Wang Chen. This time he could no longer resist. His arms around her waist tightened, pulling her close. Just as Jiang Lingxian thought she would finally get her wish, she suddenly felt herself being lifted vertically. Her legs were held, and her arms instinctively wrapped around Wang Chen's neck. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Lingxian's mind went blank. Her slender arms encircled Wang Chen's neck, her legs pressed against his waist, her entire body hanging on him like an ornament. Hubby. Jiang Lingxian still couldn't quite get used to calling him brother, so she boldly substituted hubby on her own. Before she could finish, her lips were sealed. The next moment, Jiang Lingxian's back pressed gently against the bathroom stall wall, and the passionate atmosphere of their kiss filled the entire space. The white fluffy cat ears atop Jiang Lingxian's head, which looked so natural, began to perk up sensitively as her lips responded to the kiss. Jiang Lingxian's lips were touched by something, and the familiar sensation made her pause for a moment. But after hesitating, Jiang Lingxian slowly relaxed her tense lips and teeth, yielding completely. Hanging on Wang Chen's body with her back against the wall and being kissed, she could barely catch her breath. Jiang Lingxian's delicate frame grew soft, her beautiful eyes closing as she involuntarily let out a muffled sound from the lack of air. Seeing this, Wang Chen slowly released her lips, their eyes meeting, his deep and hers half closed. Jiang Lingxian felt the sudden absence, and her heart seemed to skip a beat, her eyes filled with reluctance. In this moment, Jiang Lingxian's blushing face hung on Wang Chen, her back pressed against the wall, her slightly parted lips breathing out warm fragrance. Just as she thought it was over, she saw Wang Chen's face approaching again through her dazed vision. But this time Wang Chen wasn't aiming for her lips. He held her soft waist with both hands, pressing her against the wall, and slowly kissed her fair neck. Jiang Lingxian unconsciously arched her pure white neck, biting her lower lip as a muffled sound escaped her body, gradually growing weak. How much time had passed no one could say. Within the Taishu St. Maiden Hall, Long was cradling Fengfeng's delicate fair cheek in her arms, her tiny milk teeth gently nibbling away, as if she were about to devour the little girl entirely. Meanwhile, Fengfeng's soft silky hair hung loosely behind her, her small hands repeatedly pushing against Long, her gaze both obedient and aggrieved. Creak. Just as the two blue-haired little girls were locked in this game of nibbling and resisting, the door of the bathing cubicle suddenly swung open. In an instant, Long, who had been nibbling on Fengfeng's cheek, and Fengfeng, whose delicate face was being nibbled, both turned their watery, luminous eyes toward the sound. Long Long, still biting Fengfeng's cheek, glanced sideways, while Fengfeng stared blankly straight ahead. The wooden door of the bathing cubicle creaked open just a crack, and from within emerged Wang Chen's figure, blocking the view inside. Click. Wang Chen beamed with a wide smile as he closed the door of the bathing cubicle, then turned to meet the gazes of the two bewildered little ones. Stop biting your sister. Wang Chen's originally smiling expression suddenly froze. Gazing at Long Long with her blue hair still gnawing on Fengfeng's cheek, he couldn't help but shout out, "My!" Long Long froze in bewilderment, then her lips and teeth fumbled in panic as she quickly released Fengfeng's cheek, wearing an innocent expression on her face. Wang Chen strode forward. At the sight of this, Long Long immediately puckered her lower lip, looking wronged. With her large watery eyes, she gazed pitifully up at her father. Daddy. Hearing Long Long's adorable pitiful calls, Wang Chen's hand, which had been about to pinch her cheek and scold her, faltered midway. Sigh. Fine, go play in the courtyard. There's more fun things there, and there's little Taohua too. Wang Chen waved his hand helplessly. He simply couldn't bring himself to scold such an adorable daughter. Then Wang Chen crouched slightly, his right arm scooping up the innocent-faced Long Long, lifting her onto his right hip. Next, Wang Chen's gaze fell upon Fengfeng, who sat on the floor with her legs spread apart, her face turned up toward him the entire time, her large watery eyes blinking up at him in a daze. This little one really takes after her mother, doesn't she? Purely silly. Even when her sister bullies her, she won't fight back, haha. Wang Chen gazed at Fengfeng kneeling on the ground, her crystal-clear eyes meeting his, and couldn't help but let out a couple of laughs. Fengfeng's mind seemed a bit slow. She tilted her small head a couple of times, her blue hair swaying gently, and then, still wearing her blank expression, she was lifted up by Wang Chen and cradled on his left hip, like carrying a basketball, with one on each side. Wang Chen carried one little girl on each side and walked toward the door, then hooked his foot around the door frame. Creak. With a creak, moments later, the bewildered figures of Long Long and Fengfeng appeared outside the door, standing in a daze. Click. The courtyard is bigger and more fun, plus it's very safe here. You two play slowly. The door closed, and their father's voice drifted out from inside. The two adorable tots stood blankly at the entrance, not reacting for a long while. It wasn't until Long Long noticed Fengfeng's delicate fair cheek, slightly reddened from where she'd been bitten, that her tiny dragon teeth began to itch once more. Fengfeng caught her gaze and felt a slight tremor in her heart. Hastily, she scurried away on her short little legs, her ice blue skirt swishing as she tried to distance herself. Meh. Long Long's speech was somewhat unclear, as if she were trying to call her little sister, yet only producing a muffled lamb-like sound. The two tots were now in the courtyard of the Taishu St. Maiden Hall, one cackling away while the other wore a bitter, adorable expression, chasing and being chased. Meanwhile, inside the bathing cubicle of the house, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful face was flushed with embarrassment. Her body, clad in a black and white maid dress, felt rather weak as she slumped against the chair, recovering her spiritual energy while carefully listening to the sounds outside. Knock, knock, knock. Only when Jiang Lingxian heard the gentle knock from outside did she manage to force herself to stand. Her exquisite, beautiful face carried a hint of shyness. Creak. In Wang Chen's view from outside, the wooden door of the bathing cubicle opened just a crack. Then from behind the wooden door, Jiang Lingxian peeped out with half her head, her white fluffy cat ears perched atop her head as she glanced around the room shyly. Little maid, come here, come here. Wang Chen made no move to push open the wooden door. Instead, he beckoned to her, deliberately walking toward the bed. At last, with the bewildered gaze of Jiang Lingxian peering out from behind the wooden door, Wang Chen sat down on the bedding of the bed. No, we can't. Jiang Lingxian's heart grew anxious. Fearing that Wang Chen might discover something, she slowly slid the wooden door open and walked over with an awkward demeanor. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who wore white silk stockings, had a pair of swaying fluffy white cat ears atop her head, and approached him with shyness, yet unavoidable haste. He felt an itch in his nose. No, it can't be. Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Hastily, he raised his hand to touch his nose, and then his hand was stained with blood. Disciple. When Jiang Lingxian saw the blood flowing from Wang Chen's nostrils, her heart tightened. Somewhat flustered, she walked to his front, crouching slightly, her eyes filled with deep concern. I'm fine, it's nothing, just due to excess qi and blood. After hearing Wang Chen's words, Jiang Lingxian froze for a moment. Before long, her entire beautiful face began to warm and flush, and she lowered her head in shame, her two soft white cat ears drooping along. Whenever she thought about wearing this outfit that her disciple had given her, Jiang Lingxian's heart was already filled with enough shame. Now, thinking that her disciple might have gotten a nosebleed from looking at her, Jiang Lingxian felt a mixture of satisfaction and even greater shame in her heart. Sigh, the spiritual cloth over my heart hasn't even been removed yet. I'm still injured, and I want to sleep. At this moment, Wang Chen suddenly spoke, his tone carrying a strange, meaningful note, and then he tried to climb into the bedding. Wait. Wait a moment. Jiang Lingxian panicked for a split second. Hastily, she knelt onto the bed and crawled to Wang Chen's side, grabbing him in a flurry. What's wrong? Wang Chen knew perfectly well what was happening, yet he still put on a confused, dazed expression, furrowing his brows slightly as he gazed at Jiang Lingxian with her flushed cheeks. It's nothing. Let's first sit on the chair. Let me first check how your heart wound is doing. Jiang Lingxian pulled Wang Chen's arm, her beautiful eyes slightly avoiding his gaze. Hurriedly, she tried to pull him up. What Jiang Lingxian did not know was that the pair of white fluffy cat ears, born from her spiritual energy. At this moment, because of her agitation, the ears atop her head couldn't help but perk up slightly, swaying back and forth, utterly adorable. No, I just want to sleep. Disciple, be good. Listen to me, okay? Let me first check your wound. You can sleep after, all right? Jiang Lingxian forced herself to compose her bearing as she slightly raised her beautiful eyes, enduring the urge to look away. She met Wang Chen's gaze, her tone even carrying a hint of coquettishness. But just now you carried me by my neck for so long. Now my shoulders feel so sore. Wang Chen put on a pained expression, raising his hand to rub his shoulder. With an innocent face, he turned to look at Jiang Lingxian beside him, who was dressed in the maid outfit. Jiang Lingxian sat on the bed with her little cat ears holding his arm. Upon hearing his words, she froze slightly, her expression one of bewilderment. How about, Xian, little maid, you give me a shoulder massage, okay? Seizing the moment, Wang Chen opened his bright eyes wide and gazed at her, his eyes filled with anticipation. I'm not your little maid. When Jiang Lingxian heard the words little maid, for a moment she lowered her blushing, beautiful face and weakly retorted. However, the later she spoke, the softer her voice became. For she was currently wearing this maid outfit, which had utterly destroyed all her confidence in her heart. Very well, if you refuse, so be it. I will sleep first. Hearing this, Wang Chen automatically interpreted it as refusal. Ignoring Jiang Lingxian's grip on his left arm, he was about to lift the blankets. I'm just, don't sleep. In her fluster, Jiang Lingxian had momentarily forgotten that Wang Chen's original intention was simply for her to massage his shoulders. She hastily agreed in a small panic. Oh, in that case, give me a shoulder massage, then, my little maid. Hearing those three delayed titles at the end, Jiang Lingxian could not help but bite her plump red lips in embarrassment. But Jiang Lingxian remained silent, only weakly kneeling and crawling behind Wang Chen, her slender hands gently pressing his shoulders. For the remainder of the time, Wang Chen sat on the bed with his eyes closed while Jiang Lingxian, her face flushed, gently massaged his shoulders. Your hand. After his shoulders had been kneaded for a while, Wang Chen extended his left arm, signaling that she should massage that as well. Jiang Lingxian paused upon seeing this, a touch of helplessness rising in her heart. She could only weakly shift her kneeling posture on the bed to massage his arm. Right hand. Upon hearing Wang Chen again, Jiang Lingxian hurriedly knelt and crawled over, kneeling at his ankles to gently press his arm. Legs. You. Hearing Wang Chen want every part massaged, Jiang Lingxian felt a mix of shame and irritation, letting out a cold, pouty humph. My legs are too soft, I can't walk, I want to sleep. After being huffed at, Wang Chen remained his usual shameless self. He opened his eyes and was about to burrow under the blankets. Don't, I'll do it. Feeling at a loss, Jiang Lingxian hurriedly shifted her knees that were propping her up on the bed, slowly moving them beside Wang Chen's thighs. Watching Jiang Lingxian with her head bowed, silently reaching out her slender hands to massage his legs, Wang Chen slowly extended his right hand and gently pinched her cheek. Look at me. I have something to ask you. Gently pinching her face, Wang Chen slowly turned Jiang Lingxian's fair and breathtakingly beautiful blushing face toward him, leaving her momentarily stunned. Did you hide something under the blankets? Why won't you let me come in and sleep? Wang Chen knew full well what was happening and was doing it on purpose, yet his gaze still carried a hint of suspicion as he looked at Jiang Lingxian, whose soft white cheeks he was gently pinching. Jiang Lingxian's mind blanked for a moment, her eyes flickering away slightly, but the next instant she hurriedly met Wang Chen's gaze squarely. No. Jiang Lingxian tried to keep her tone normal, but under Wang Chen's piercing gaze she couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. All right then, my little maid, go pour me a glass of water. I'm thirsty. Wang Chen gently pinched her cheeks twice, making her plump red lips pout adorably, tempting one to give them a kiss. Hearing yet another demand from Wang Chen, a trace of weak grievance rose in Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes. Bad disciple. Bad husband. Bad Wang Chen. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen's handsome face, which could always make her feel at ease, but in her heart she sulked and silently cursed him a few times. Are you cursing me in your heart? Wang Chen, noticing the somewhat suppressed atmosphere in Jiang Lingxian's gaze, questioned with a hint of suspicion. No. I would never curse you. Bad disciple. Jiang Lingxian said one thing while her heart seethed with another curse. She then turned and stepped off the bed with her silk stocking feet, walking toward the table. Wang Chen watched her alluring back, especially the small white butterfly ribbon on her left leg, and felt a ticklish sensation stir in his heart. Gurgle. Jiang Lingxian stood before the table, her elegant and slender hands holding a cup and porcelain pot, pouring clear water into the cup. Suddenly Jiang Lingxian felt a familiar presence gently wrap around her waist from behind. She let out a soft Xian. From now on you can only wear this outfit for me alone, do you understand? Wang Chen gently embraced her from behind, his lips brushing against the warm skin of her ear and neck as he softly whispered, "Silly disciple. Of course I can only wear it for you. Otherwise, why would I have driven those two little ones away?" Feeling the coaxing voice by her ear, Jiang Lingxian felt a small sense of satisfaction, while also weakly murmuring a complaint. Here, drink some water. Feed it to me yourself." Wang Chen leaned close to her ear and softly whined like a spoiled child, then gazed weakly into the eyes of Jiang Lingxian, who had turned her head toward him. "No, if I yield to you, you'll only become more and more excessive. Are you going to ask me to take off these clothes next? Can I?" Hearing this, Wang Chen nearly couldn't contain his delight. Their eyes met, and he hurriedly forced down the corners of his mouth that wanted to curl upward. You're too much. Don't hug me." Seeing Wang Chen being so shameless, and actually asking if he could, a pouty expression rose on Jiang Lingxian's breathtakingly beautiful face, and she struggled weakly. "I'm sorry, Xian. Just agree to this one last condition for me, okay?" "No, wife Xian. Just agree to your husband's last little request." "No, I won't. Master, little master, please. Then. Only this one last condition. Don't bring it up again. All right." Watching Jiang Lingxian gradually wavering, finally unable to bear the shame as her beautiful face turned crimson red, Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly. Jiang Lingxian dared not look at Wang Chen anymore. She weakly shifted her face back, then raised the teacup in her hand to her lips and took a few small sips. After the water in the teacup was drained, Jiang Lingxian's cheeks puffed up slightly. With her face flushed beyond compare, she turned toward the softly laughing Wang Chen and weakly pressed her lips against his. After a long while, outside the courtyard of the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace, Xiao Qingshu, like a defeated dog, was slowly making his way toward the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace, intending to ask Wang Chen what he should do. Because Su Xianyue was extremely well-behaved, so well-behaved to the extreme. She never threw tantrums or made noise, yet seemed to have no interest in anything. Xiao Qingshu recalled hugging her, even deliberately kissing her cheek, but she could only pause for a moment and stare at him without much reaction. If he had kissed her like that back during the Sun and Moon secret realm, she certainly would have slapped him. But now, Awu, boo. Just as Xiao Qingshu was dejectedly approaching the closed courtyard gate of the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace, he suddenly heard a cute little girl's Awu sound along with another little girl's voice full of resistance. Why would there be the sounds of little girls at the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace? Xiao Qingshu paused, gazing at the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace sealed by arrays, and suddenly sensed something was off. Why did he instinctively assume that lad was here with his cold junior sister? Xiao Qingshu paused again, suddenly remembering that this time he hadn't searched anywhere else. He had come directly to the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace to find Wang Chen. Should he go search elsewhere first? Forget it. Since he's already here, he might as well check whether that lad is around first. Meanwhile, within the Taishu Holy Maiden Hall, Wang Chen pinned Jiang Lingxian onto the bed, firmly pressing her two slender wrists, still struggling to break free, against the bed covers. No. Can't. Jiang Lingxian, pinned beneath Wang Chen on the bed, her silky black hair splayed out, turned her blushing face to the side, stammering in shame. "I can't." "Then would you like to try?" "No. Don't. I meant no. No, you can't do this." Hearing such words, and feeling an uncomfortable pressure against her body, Jiang Lingxian writhed in embarrassment and panic. "Xian, when can we take the next step?" Wang Chen's expression suddenly grew serious, yet tinged with melancholy, as he locked his deep gaze with Jiang Lingxian's. Dressed in her black and white maid outfit, Jiang Lingxian lay pinned on the bed, her heart trembling as she met Wang Chen's sorrowful gaze. Yet her exquisite features showed clear uncertainty, as though the crossing of boundaries proved difficult for her to accept. To kiss her disciple, Jiang Lingxian already felt this crossed her psychological limits. And just recently Wang Chen had kissed her until she was dazed and touched her body. After waking, Jiang Lingxian could only comfort herself, it was just touching. No clothes were removed. "It's fine. Sigh. All right, forget it. I know you resist this, I won't force you, it's up to you." Wang Chen slowly rose, no longer pressing down on her, and gradually released her two fair wrists that had been bound. This time Wang Chen wasn't pretending. He genuinely understood Jiang Lingxian's resistance and felt a sense of helplessness. However, Wang Chen admitted that since he had brought this up with Jiang Lingxian, he did harbor a hidden desire to shatter her inner resistance. Otherwise, his relationship with Jiang Lingxian would remain stuck here, limited to only a few kisses. As the saying goes, intimacy between husband and wife is the best way to deepen affection, even though they aren't married yet. Jiang Lingxian lay flat on the bed, her eyes filled with tender light, as she gazed up at Wang Chen rising beside her, reluctant, yet hesitant to speak. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian's heart was torn between not wanting to cross boundaries again and craving her disciple's love. Yet everything in the world involves personal interests, and only interests can truly motivate one. Not all interests are merely monetary. There are deeper elements at play, as with Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian now. Thus, situations often arise where one cannot have both. Jiang Lingxian understood that if she truly wanted Wang Chen, she would need to offer something in return. She couldn't simply expect him to satisfy her endlessly. The atmosphere in the room fell into a brief silence. Then came the sound of knocking at the courtyard gate, shattering the quiet like a ray of dawn breaking through. Both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian recognized how strange the mood had become, and upon hearing the knocking they both felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Wang Chen didn't want to pressure Jiang Lingxian too much, and she felt the same. She feared her beloved disciple might be displeased. "Who is it?" To break the silence, Wang Chen asked while watching Jiang Lingxian weakly push herself up on the bed. "Sectmaster. What does that old man want?" "Bougie Dao." Jiang Lingxian was still dazed from what had just happened, unable to meet Wang Chen's gaze, as she responded softly. "It's all right. Don't feel pressured, go change your clothes first." Wang Chen reached out and gently stroked Jiang Lingxian's head as she sat on the bed with her face slightly lowered toward him. As he touched her head, Wang Chen couldn't resist gently rubbing her pair of white fluffy cat ears. The moment he made contact, the ears twitched sensitively, and Jiang Lingxian's eyes fluttered. Wang Chen paused, completely bewildered. "They're attached to you?" he asked in disbelief, staring at Jiang Lingxian. "Yes. This isn't formed from my ordinary spiritual energy." Jiang Lingxian's voice grew quieter as she spoke, her white cat ears swaying gently with each word, her cheeks flushing with an adorable embarrassment. "She's incredible. Your sister Lingxian actually manifested cat ears from her own life force just to make your experience better. Wow. I wondered why she didn't use the cat ears that came with the maid outfit. Turns out she came up with something even better." Earlier, after Wang Chen had been fed water directly, the system had urgently requested to see what happened, so he finally opened the visual feed. Now the system chimed in with an enthusiastic, almost emotional mechanical voice as it witnessed the scene unfold. "If I get the chance, I'll definitely grab those cute cat ears of yours from behind," Wang Chen said, without acknowledging the system's remarks, his gaze fixed on Jiang Lingxian, who was bashfully lowering her head with her cat ears drooping. What? Jiang Lingxian sat on the bed, her heart feeling content, as Wang Chen stroked her head, yet her dazed eyes betrayed a hint of confusion. "Because of the skin bonus, it increases attack speed," Wang Chen replied with a gentle smile, though the words only confused Jiang Lingxian further. She frowned, still unsure of what he meant, but didn't press him for an explanation. "All right, go change back into your regular clothes first. I'll go see what that old man wants. Once I've handled it, I'll prepare for seclusion to cultivate and advance my cultivation." After Jiang Lingxian nodded, she glanced down at herself, pursed her lips nervously, and stepped into the bathroom partition, still wearing her black and white maid outfit. Creak. Wang Chen finally rose and opened the door, only to spot Long Long once again nipping at Feng Feng's left cheek. "You're biting your sister again." Wang Chen's frustration boiled over at the sight of Feng Feng's tender cheek, turned red from Long Long's teeth. Startled by the shout, Long Long, still clutching Feng Feng and grinding her teeth against her cheek, trembled and quickly released her grip. Seeing their father approach, the innocent Long Long lifted her crystal-clear eyes and gazed up at Wang Chen with a pitiful expression. Feng Feng, spotting her savior, rushed forward with teary eyes full of grievance and clung tightly to Wang Chen's leg. "Daddy." With Long Long's saliva on her cheek and red marks from the biting, Wang Chen immediately squatted down to gently wipe her face. "Duh, Daddy." Feng Feng gazed up at Wang Chen with large, pleading eyes, silently repeating the word he had taught her, her voice trembling with grievance. "It's all right, go inside and find your mother, okay?" Wang Chen coaxed her, gently stroking her blue hair as he spoke softly. "Daddy." Yet Feng Feng still clung to his leg, looking up at him with those big, sorrowful eyes calling out to him. "So silly." Wang Chen simply picked her up and carried her toward the doorway, opening the door to escort her inside. Inside, Jiang Lingxian, now dressed in white and her expression restored to its usual cold composure, paused for a moment, her strikingly beautiful face registering surprise at the scene before her. Clack. Yet Wang Chen did not notice her, having already closed the door, leaving the bewildered Feng Feng standing there, fingers fidgeting. Jiang Lingxian observed this, her eyes softening slightly. The naturally cold and beautiful woman walked slowly toward Feng Feng and gently lifted her into her embrace. In the courtyard of the Taishu Saint Maiden Hall, Wang Chen held Long upside down at his waist and gave her small bottom a few light pats as a lesson. Woo. No crying aloud. Woo. After being scolded, Long's sobs caught in her throat. She pitifully wiped the tears from her delicate face with her small pale hands. Here, eat this. And don't bite your sister again. Wang Chen produced a Supreme Spirit Stone. Upon seeing the colorful Supreme Spirit Stone, Long's large watery eyes brightened instantly, and she became docile. Go back inside, my divine soul, first. Eat after you're back inside. Wang Chen signaled to her, but Long merely cupped the Supreme Spirit Stone in both hands, her crystal clear eyes shining brightly. Seeing this, Wang Chen said no more. With a thought, the girl clutching the Spirit Stone transformed into a streak of light and flew into his brow. A majestic cold dragon coiled with icy flames materialized on the center of Wang Chen's fair brow, then faded away. Outside the door, Xiao Qingshu knocked once, then waited for a long while, not daring to knock again. She should be not here, right? Xiao Qingshu felt somewhat guilty in his heart, worried that knocking too much might annoy Jiang Lingxian. One more knock then. If no one answers, I'll leave quickly. Gazing at the closed courtyard gate he regarded as his little forbidden ground, Xiao Qingshu raised his hand about to knock 3 more times. Creak. Just as he lifted his right hand before he could knock, Wang Chen swung open the courtyard gate. Seeing Xiao Qingshu, he froze for a moment. Oh, are you here to see my master? Wang Chen put on an act of walking out, only to unexpectedly encounter Xiao Qingshu, leaving the other man somewhat dazed as well. No, I came to find you. Oh, I just got a verbal scolding from my master. Now I'm heading back. What do you want with me? Hearing this, Wang Chen's expression drooped a couple of times. Recalling how Jiang Lingxian had verbally disciplined him, he secretly smiled inside. Sayoi, poor kid, having such an icy master. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingshu showed sympathy toward Wang Chen, for he too had been lectured by Han Zun countless times in his youth. Yet after saying this, Xiao Qingshu quickly glanced toward the Taishu Saint Maiden Hall, as if afraid Jiang Lingxian might overhear. Sayo, it's fine. Even though she always scolds me verbally, I still like my master very much. Xiao Qingshu, by the way, what did you want me for? Come. Let me take you to my place. You'll see when we get there. Upon hearing the word, like Xiao Qingshu was momentarily stunned, but he couldn't be bothered with it. He grabbed Wang Chen's arm and began pulling him away. Hey, I need to close the door. Seeing Xiao Qingshu about to tear open the void, Wang Chen quickly waved his hand toward the courtyard gate. Clack! The gate of the Taishu Saint Maiden Hall courtyard slammed shut, and Wang Chen was dragged by Xiao Qingshu into the rift in space. Thus in the entire courtyard, only a pink peach tree, swaying gently in the breeze, remained, its fallen petals carpeting the ground in breathtaking beauty. Deep within the Taishu immortal sect, Xiao Qingshu's private residence, Wang Chen was pulled by Xiao Qingshu to stand atop the clouds, gazing down at Su Qianyue, sitting in the pavilion of the courtyard below, silently gazing at the flowers and plants. Sai, she's extremely cold toward everything now. Do you have any good ideas? Looking at Su Qianyue, who could sit in the courtyard for an entire day, Xiao Qingshu sighed helplessly at Wang Chen. Have you taken her out to play? I have, but every time she just looks at me indifferently. Other than last time when she asked me to kill her master, she never speaks with me anymore. Hearing these words, Wang Chen frowned slightly. However, he caught an important piece of information. Su Qianyue still possessed self-awareness. Afterward, Wang Chen opened Su Qianyue's strategy information in his mind and carefully examined it to help Xiao Qingshu. Faced with the dense information, Wang Chen felt a headache coming on and quickly focused only on the most crucial points marked by the system. Tip 1. Su Qianyue was locked away for over 400 years. What she fears most is being alone, though she simply remains silent. Tip 2. For deepening feelings, Su Qianyue cannot speak. Perhaps you could teach her. Hold her from behind and guide her in reading words to deepen your bond. Reading this far, Wang Chen glanced at the 2 decisive paths ahead and couldn't help but pause. Decisive long-term strategy: accompany Su Qianyue every day until she develops a psychological dependence on you. Continue until her mental health gradually recovers. Decisive villain quick strategy: stick close to Su Qianyue every day and take her on trips to various places regardless of her coldness. Play first, talk later. Then once she becomes accustomed to the status quo, vanish and leave her alone in the courtyard for some time. If she cries, it's effective. If she doesn't cry, have others spread the false news that Su Qianyue refuses to speak with you, so you're planning to abandon her. Wow, this decisive villain quick strategy is truly vicious. That's quite villainous. Gazing at this second decisive villain quick strategy information, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his heart. If he were to use this on Jiang Lingxian, given her wholehearted sensitive nature, wouldn't she directly transform into a true Yandra? Yikes, can't think like that. Wang Chen shivered weakly and quickly dismissed these wicked thoughts. After all, his fairy wife was nothing like Su Qianyue. She treated him very well. Wang Chen looked further and found the information on winning over Su Qianyue to be far too detailed. Those methods wouldn't work, and there were many other approaches. Indeed, the system certainly does meticulous work. Wang Chen silently gave the system a thumbs up in his heart, then turned his gaze toward the handsome face, now full of worry. I have a solution, but it will cost 1,000 supreme spirit stones. Wang Chen wanted to say 10,000, but hesitated. He decided not to swindle Xiao Qingshu too badly. Just a small scam of 1,000 supreme spirit stones would do. Here, tell me quickly. Xiao Qingshu frowned, and quickly took out a small storage bag, filled it with spirit stones, and handed it to Wang Chen. Alright, this needs to be done step by step, and takes quite some time. First, follow my method. Starting now, you must stick to her side, every day care for her, without leaving her for even a moment. Bring her along for everything you do. Of course, the absolute best would be to take her on trips to various places, and then what? Seeing Wang Chen suddenly become secretive, Xiao Qingshu urgently pressed for an answer. Then you'll need to wait for me to gather some intelligence. After that, I'll go into seclusion for cultivation. Once I emerge, I'll tell you the next steps. I'll take my leave now. Tomorrow, I'll compile her preferences from my own intelligence network into a booklet and bring it to you. I already know her preferences. You stop talking. What you know is definitely not as detailed. You'll understand once you see it tomorrow. Wang Chen silenced Xiao Qingshu directly, then turned and flew away across the clouds, planning to return to the Taishu Saint Maiden Hall to carefully review Su Qianyue's information. From the conversation, one could deduce that Wang Chen's plan for Xiao Qingshu was naturally the decisive villain quick strategy. After all, this was their business, and as a bystander, he naturally wanted to resolve it quickly. The decisive villain quick strategy already required considerable time, probably several months, half a year, or even a year, let alone following the decisive long-term strategy. Otherwise, who knows how far into the future this would extend. Taisu Holy Maiden Hall. Wang Chen descended to the courtyard entrance, raising his hand to knock, intending for Jiang Lingxian to open the door with her spiritual sense. After all, an invisible formation array existed within the Taisu Holy Maiden Hall. Each time the door was closed, the outer door would be automatically sealed by the formation and could only be opened from the inside. This was also why Xiao Qingshu could not enter when the courtyard gate remained shut. However, before Wang Chen could raise his hand to knock, the door suddenly swung open. Gazing at Jiang Lingxian standing at the doorway, watching him, Wang Chen paused, inexplicably struck by the sense that his wife was waiting for her husband to return home. Where did you go? Jiang Lingxian suppressed her fear, trying to keep her voice steady, though her heart ached with grievance. He had only said he would check what the sect master wanted, yet he left without a word. Jiang Lingxian had deliberately refrained from releasing her perception to spy on Wang Chen, yet she waited with Feng for what felt like an eternity. Though barely half an hour had passed, it seemed like each second dragged on endlessly in her empty heart. I went with Xiao Qingshu to handle some matters between him and the Moon Sect Holy Maiden. I did not wander off. Upon seeing Jiang Lingxian's expression, Wang Chen knew her peculiar traits were surfacing again and hurried to explain. Having spent these past days with her, Wang Chen had nearly forgotten she possessed such peculiar qualities. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian lowered her beautiful eyes slightly. Watching her grow quiet, Wang Chen hurried forward. Feeling him embrace her, she tried to pull away in a fit of petty anger. Her steps shifted by mere centimeters, yet she could not bring herself to escape his warm embrace, and he gently wrapped his arms around her waist. In that moment, Jiang Lingxian's anxious, empty heart was finally filled with a profound sense of security through Wang Chen's embrace. Yet Jiang Lingxian still struggled slightly, using these faint movements to express her anger. Do not be angry anymore. Be good. If I were to go on a long journey, I would definitely tell you. Wang Chen naturally understood her resistance was merely symbolic. His left arm held her waist tightly, while his right hand gently stroked her silky hair. Jiang Lingxian pressed against Wang Chen's chest, unconsciously biting her lower lip, but eventually, she gradually stopped struggling. You must tell me. Jiang Lingxian's fair face rested against Wang Chen's chest, still uneasy, as she timidly tilted up her pitiful expression and whispered weakly. I will. Wang Chen crouched slightly, his right hand supporting the back of her neck, while his left arm slid beneath her knees, lifting her into his arms. Jiang Lingxian, dressed in white, like a delicate little fairy, let out a soft cry as she was suddenly lifted. Let us return inside. Starting tomorrow, I am entering seclusion. Carrying Jiang Lingxian in his arms, her white dress contrasting with her naturally cool demeanor, Wang Chen walked step by step toward the door. As the door opened and Wang Chen carried Jiang Lingxian inside, both the courtyard gate and room door clicked shut simultaneously. Back inside, Wang Chen's gaze fell upon the bed, now transformed with fresh linens. Did you wash the sheets and quilts? MH. The moment Jiang Lingxian recalled this, shame surged uncontrollably, her ears tinged with a faint blush. Xianxian. Husband. Want to tell you a secret. Wang Chen carried her to the bed and gently laid her down, then leaned close to her ear in a conspiratorial whisper. What secret? Lying on the freshly washed bed, Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen with her beautiful eyes clouded by faint confusion. Wang Chen said nothing, instead removing her shoes and his own by the bedside. He then lay down beside her, deliberately drawing her clothes, and slowly pressed his face against the warm silk of her hair near her ear. Actually, that time you went into the bathroom stall, I lifted the covers and saw what you were hiding. Wang Chen's gentle voice was barely audible, like a soft breath whispering against Jiang Lingxian's ear. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Lingxian's entire mind went blank, her beautiful eyes frozen in shock. Disciple. He saw. The thought echoed relentlessly through Jiang Lingxian's mind as a wave of intense shame overwhelmed her. Alright, I was actually teasing you. Wang Chen pulled the covers from the inner side of the bed over them both, then whispered softly into Jiang Lingxian's ear. Jiang Lingxian, who had been too ashamed to even meet Wang Chen's gaze, suddenly felt a flicker of hope upon hearing his words. Jiang Lingxian shifted slightly, turning to face Wang Chen on her side, their eyes meeting as she searched his gaze with a trace of hope. Truly, is it true? In her beautiful eyes, desperation and longing were evident. She desperately did not want her disciple to discover she would behave that way. Yet Jiang Lingxian's heart grew uncertain, for she had indeed spent considerable time in that bathroom stall. Well, shall we just sleep now? Wang Chen had intended to continue teasing her, but upon seeing her earnest expression, he dared not speak further. Yet how perceptive was Jiang Lingxian? Witnessing Wang Chen's attempt to sidestep the question, the hope in Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes gradually faded, and a wave of intense shame surged within her. Before long, Jiang Lingxian's eyes grew moist with unshed tears, her heart racing at the thought that her disciple now knew everything. Her disciple knew everything. What should she do? What should she do? Even with Wang Chen holding her, an overwhelming sense of shame and panic continued to suffocate her. In that moment, Jiang Lingxian felt as though the last remnants of her image in her disciple's eyes had crumbled from ruins into nothingness. Jiang Lingxian gazed blankly at Wang Chen, her beautiful eyes welling with crystalline tears as anxiety and shame weighed heavily upon her. Seeing the tears spill from Jiang Lingxian's eyes, Wang Chen was startled by the sight. Xianxian. Wang Chen hastily reached out to gently wipe the tears from her reddened eyes, a pang of self-reproach stirring within him. Disciple. I. Gradually coming to her senses, Jiang Lingxian looked at her disciple with a pitiful expression, her voice faltering in distress. In Jiang Lingxian's heart, such private acts were wrong, defiling, and something that would fill her with revulsion. Disciple. I truly did not know I would act that way. Jiang Lingxian pouted her lower lip, pitifully wanting to say more, but fearing her disciple would despise her. It is all right, do not cry, it is all my fault. Wang Chen quickly raised both hands to gently stroke her cheeks, his voice softening as he slowly soothed her emotions. Jiang Lingxian felt Wang Chen's warm palm resting against her face, and instinctively, she could not help but lean closer, trembling with fear. Disciple, would you resent that version of me? Jiang Lingxian had wrestled with a great internal struggle, yet in the end she still asked Wang Chen with a nervous, anxious voice. Wang Chen. After all this back and forth, it turns out the reason Jiang Lingxian was so terrified was that she was afraid he would resent her for secretly playing single-player games. For a moment, Wang Chen's mind failed to process what was happening. He instinctively let out an as if rendered speechless, though truthfully, he was simply bewildered, nothing more. But in Jiang Lingxian's eyes, Wang Chen's bewildered, speechless expression made the tears at the corners of her eyes finally overflow, falling silently. Sob. Jiang Lingxian dared no longer look at Wang Chen, only burying her head quietly into the bedding, her voice weakly whimpering. Seeing this, Wang Chen quickly and gently cradled her face, lifting it up once more, allowing her tear-streaked face to look directly at him. No, certainly not. Think about it. If we are to become Dao companions in the future and get married, won't we need to play games together? By then we will be open with each other in every way, and we will even enter the nuptial chamber. So why would I resent that version of you? Wang Chen's expression was utterly serious. This time, he was extremely earnest, momentarily leaving the tearful Jiang Lingxian gazing at him in a daze. Jiang Lingxian's beautiful flushed cheeks were stained with tears, looking pitiful and evoking an uncontrollable urge to protect her. But, don't you want to become Dao companions with me? Don't you want to marry me? Do you only want to remain teacher and disciple in this abnormal relationship forever? Seeing that Jiang Lingxian was about to say more, Wang Chen slowly wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her delicate body close. Wang Chen's combination of moves caught Jiang Lingxian off guard, leaving her stammering and unable to find words. I am used to it anyway. Since you don't want to take it further, so be it. Seeing Jiang Lingxian's stammering appearance, Wang Chen pressed on a strangely weary tone in his words. Finally, Wang Chen even assumed a tired expression, slowly burying his handsome face into Jiang Lingxian's warm embrace. He even lightly bumped against her a couple of times with his slightly annoyed self. This counterattack of Wang Chen's instantly shifted the initiative from Jiang Lingxian to the passive position, leaving her speechless. Jiang Lingxian did not even realize her attention had been diverted. Even in her daze, she simply felt an itch on her cheek and unconsciously wiped it with the back of her hand, not realizing she had just been crying moments ago. Disciple. I don't not want to become Dao companions with you. I don't not want to marry you. I really, truly don't. Not even caring for herself, seeing Wang Chen's dejected appearance, Jiang Lingxian hastily wiped away her tears and turned to comfort him. Wang Chen, upon achieving the effect of calming her down finally, let out a small sigh of relief in his heart, thinking secretly, fortunately. With his face buried in Jiang Lingxian's embrace, he lightly inhaled the faint, cool, and elegant fragrance on her body, gently closing his eyes. Disciple, just give me some time to accept this, all right? Jiang Lingxian tightly embraced Wang Chen with both arms. Her naturally cold and pleasant voice was now softened, carrying a pitiful begging for forgiveness sensation. To suddenly jump from teacher and disciple to Dao companions, then to becoming husband and wife through marriage. Jiang Lingxian truly could not accept it all at once. But at this moment, Jiang Lingxian was unaware that in the future, when she saw two playful, beautiful women often surrounding Wang Chen, in the end, the one who would cling to Wang Chen, crying pitifully and begging to become Dao companions, would actually be her. All right, Xianxinjia. Even if you play single-player games right in front of me, I won't resent you. Sleep well, okay? At this moment, Wang Chen, who had quietly listened throughout, slightly raised his face from Jiang Lingxian's warm, fragrant embrace and softly spoke while embracing her. However, the suggestive implications within Wang Chen's words instantly flushed Jiang Lingxian's beautiful face crimson, and she unconsciously bit her lower lip tight. But having received Wang Chen's affirmative answer, Jiang Lingxian's heart was finally much more at ease. Her anxiety gone, leaving only endless embarrassment. In the end, Jiang Lingxian did not speak, quietly gazing at Wang Chen as he gently wiped away the tear marks on her face with both hands raised. Wang Chen, looking at the little crybaby's beautifully enchanting face reddened from crying, after wiping her clean, gently cradled the back of her head, burying her face into his embrace. Little crybaby. Wang Chen, feeling Jiang Lingxian's slightly reddened beautiful eyes slowly closing, lowered his head and softly whispered near her ear. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian's delicate body nestled in his embrace obviously stiffened, but in the end she simply nestled her beautiful face deeper into his neck, saying nothing more. Seeing Jiang Lingxian so obedient, Wang Chen reached out to pull the bedding up a little and rubbed her little head again. As time passed, Wang Chen did not fall asleep. Lying on the bed, Wang Chen opened the system panel and continued flipping through Su Xianyue's information for strategies. Of course, this was not because he intended to pursue her himself, but rather to have the system copy out a booklet for Xiao Qingshu. System, remove all those messy strategy tactics, only keep things like what Su Xianyue likes and dislikes, etc. How many primordial points would it cost to copy this? 1,000. 100 million. Before the system could even finish speaking, Wang Chen was so startled, he nearly jumped off the bed. Fortunately, Wang Chen managed to restrain himself, mainly afraid of startling the obediently, quietly sleeping in his warm embrace, Jiang Lingxian. Honestly, tell me, did you see that old geezer gave me 1,000 supreme grade spirit stones? Idiot host. 1,000. 1,000 primordial points. The system's speechless and seemingly eye-rolling tone came through again momentarily, leaving Wang Chen at a loss for words once more. Oh, when did you become so conscientious? Just copying a booklet, that's all. But if you want to give me 100 million primordial points, that's actually not impossible. Get lost, copy me a booklet according to what I just said. I need to give it to that old geezer. Oh, but host, are you sure you really want to give Xiao Qingshu that decisive, quickie villain strategy? I'm telling you, this might create a clingy little Yandra, possibly even clingier than your Xinshin wife. Do you have a simpler, easier to operate method then? Yes, host, yes. Aren't there 9 other strategies in the strategy tactics? It's just that they all consume a lot of time. Hey, just don't worry about it. If that old geezer can't even tolerate being clung to, then what is Su Xianyue being locked away for 400 years because of him supposed to mean? Wang Chen impatiently waved his hand at the system in his mind. He believed Xiao Qingshu's character could accept this. Otherwise, Xiao Qingshu would not have searched desperately for Su Xianyue for over 400 years. It's just that the 8 Desolations continent was far too vast. Without Su Xianyue's identity information, it was like finding a needle in a haystack. Had it not been for his reincarnation and timely appearance, Xiao Qingshu would probably still be searching painstakingly, only finding her after Su Xianyue had died. Wang Chen found himself unable to sleep tonight for some reason, gazing at Jiang Lingxian snuggled warmly in his arms, a trace of melancholy stirring in his heart. Unconsciously, he recalled the series of events from his past life, self-detonation, his rebirth, and everything that had unfolded until now. Wang Chen felt somewhat dazed. As if sensing Wang Chen's melancholy, the system spoke in his mind with a rather exasperated tone. How silly of you. Not even allowed a late-night moment of melancholy. You're ruining the atmosphere. Please, you're really so mean. Wang Chen rolled his eyes in his mind, especially dragging out the sarcastic tone of that last sentence. You talk so annoyingly, so gross. You're using reduplication too, even grosser, go away. Hearing the system's ridiculous and lively voice, Wang Chen impatiently severed the connection with it. But after a moment's thought, Wang Chen gently loosened his right hand that was wrapped around Jiang Lingxian's slender waist and reached out from beneath the covers. With Wang Chen being careful not to wake Jiang Lingxian, he took out the slightly intoxicating fruit wine only to find it still corked. Helplessly, he could only release a wisp of chaotic warm flames spiritual energy to attach to the cork. The next moment, with a soft popping sound, the cork was removed and Wang Chen stored it in his storage space. Gazing at the concept type slightly intoxicating fruit wine that was still more than half full, Wang Chen tilted his head back, slightly preparing to take a gentle sip from the bottle. However, the sensitive person in his arms was still awakened by Wang Chen's almost imperceptible movements. Jiang Lingxian nuzzled her delicate face against Wang Chen's neck like an obedient cat, letting out a sweet, half-dreamy murmur. Before Wang Chen could react, Jiang Lingxian raised her beautiful yet slightly drowsy face to look at him. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian's slender arms wrapped around Wang Chen's waist, her entire body pressed against him as she gazed at him through sleepy, beautiful eyes and softly spoke. Due to being pressed for some time, Jiang Lingxian's face was slightly flushed, giving her a cold yet dazed appearance. Now half asleep, Jiang Lingxian sensed the absence of warmth at her waist and instinctively reached out to grab Wang Chen's right hand. Little master, my hand is outside, please don't touch randomly. Wang Chen felt Jiang Lingxian's wandering palm and, momentarily unsure of where it had landed, made a strange expression before quickly speaking softly. Jiang Lingxian, already in a dazed state from half-waking, was even more stunned upon hearing Wang Chen's words, her mind momentarily blank. Seeing Jiang Lingxian gradually becoming more awake, Wang Chen quickly used his left hand to pull her warm, soft body closer once more. Before Jiang Lingxian could recover from her cute, dazed expression, Wang Chen brought the concept type, slightly intoxicating fruit wine to her lips. Xianxian, open your mouth. Wang Chen gazed at the still somewhat confused Jiang Lingxian, who hadn't fully awakened, gently parting his lips as he softly coaxed her. Hearing his words, Jiang Lingxian was momentarily slow to respond, but instinctively parted her red lips. Wang Chen gently pressed the probability type, slightly intoxicating fruit wine against her lips, then slowly tilted the bottle so the wine flowed toward the opening. Jiang Lingxian felt the sweet and cool sensation of the fruit wine in her mouth, and as she gradually came to her senses, she couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows and try to pull away. However, as Jiang Lingxian slightly dodged, the bottle's opening tilted, and the liquid immediately flowed along the corner of her lips down to her chin. Thus Wang Chen watched with his own eyes as the fruit wine traced down Jiang Lingxian's beautiful chin and slowly dripped onto the white garment covering his chest. And at this moment, Jiang Lingxian's slightly flushed cheeks and the alluring sight of wine drops clinging to her red lips left Wang Chen momentarily captivated. The next moment, Wang Chen quickly stored the concept type, slightly intoxicating fruit wine in his storage space and withdrew his hands from around Jiang Lingxian's waist. Shoo, don't move randomly, let me wipe you clean. Wang Chen gently stroked Jiang Lingxian's warm cheeks with both hands, compelling her somewhat dazed gaze to meet his as he spoke tenderly. After unconsciously swallowing some of the fruit wine, Jiang Lingxian's consciousness had gradually grown slightly hazy, her eyes filled only with Wang Chen. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian, clearly beginning to feel drowsy, gazed at Wang Chen, whose face was drawing closer with slightly trembling beautiful eyes, and called out weakly. But Wang Chen paid no mind, his lips gently kissing her chin before tracing along the wine trail bit by bit until he reached her red lips, finally pressing against them. Jiang Lingxian's mind was somewhat dizzy, and feeling the unusual sensation on her lips, she instinctively and dazedly shook her head slightly in resistance. Yet she could only feel her face being cradled by two hands while her lips were being kissed forcefully by Wang Chen. Jiang Lingxian, whose head was already spinning, couldn't help but gently tremble and softly close her beautiful eyes in discomfort as her breathing was interrupted. Woo! Jiang Lingxian seemed to want to struggle a little, but her blank mind only allowed her to emit an extremely pure and gentle whimper. Seeing her delicate body grow progressively softer with each kiss, Wang Chen slowly lowered his hands from her face and wrapped them around her waist. Embraced, thus Jiang Lingxian's entire delicate body instantly pressed against Wang Chen, and as she grew sleepier, she unconsciously kissed him back. Jiang Lingxian truly felt incredibly sleepy, yet the strange sensation on her lips made her unable to stop, leaving a thread of consciousness lingering. This caused Jiang Lingxian to only slightly close her beautiful eyes, leaving a hazy sliver of space, through which she maintained eye contact with Wang Chen as they kissed. Locking gazes with the alluring Jiang Lingxian, Wang Chen couldn't help but kiss her more intensely, leaving no words unspoken. The night passed thus, with the two immersed in their drowsy, slightly intoxicated, and passionate atmosphere. The following noon, Wang Chen lay fast asleep on the bed, his hands resting on Jiang Lingxian's waist only. Inside her garments, as a bit of light filtered into the Taishu's sacred maiden palace, Wang Chen's eyelids fluttered gently. As his consciousness gradually returned, and he began to realize his surroundings, he hastily opened his deep eyes, momentarily stunned. Wang Chen had forgotten how he had fallen asleep the previous day, only remembering that his head was dizzy, and he had simply fallen asleep while kissing. Now opening his eyes, Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, lying face to face with him, their lips gently pressed together, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Wang Chen instinctively moved his hands slightly upon seeing this scene, then suddenly paused internally. The feel is wrong. Wang Chen froze for a moment, then carefully withdrew his hands from within her garments, and gently held Jiang Lingxian's lower back, pulling her closer. When had he put his hands inside her skirt? Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who slept peacefully beside him like a cold fairy, his heart filled with astonishment. But who cares? The next moment Wang Chen no longer cared, and gently cupped his hands around Jiang Lingxian, once more her skin smooth and delicate to the touch. As if sensing the warmth at her waist, Jiang Lingxian slightly furrowed her brows, and her eyelashes trembled softly. Seeing that she was about to open her eyes, Wang Chen quickly pressed his face close and gently touched his nose against hers. Feeling Wang Chen's familiar warmth, Jiang Lingxian's urge to open her eyes gradually faded. Fine, she thought. I won't take advantage of you anymore. I still need to fetch those books for Xiao Qingshu later. Wang Chen gazed at the peacefully sleeping Jiang Lingxian, slowly sliding his hands out from beneath her clothes inch by inch. Jiang Lingxian felt a ticklish sensation around her waist, and couldn't help but shiver slightly, her beautiful eyes slowly opening. What's wrong? Did you have a dream? Wang Chen quickly wrapped his freed arms around her waist, again gazing at the dazed Jiang Lingxian and softly soothing her. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian stared blankly at Wang Chen with her sleepy eyes for a while, then slowly shook her head in a daze. And no, I just felt your hands inside my clothes, touching me. Jiang Lingxian looked at Wang Chen in confusion, gently pressing her stunningly beautiful profile against his warm, solid chest as she spoke. Impossible. You know my character, don't you? For words a true gentleman. Hearing Jiang Lingxian's words, Wang Chen's expression instantly became extremely serious as he began to whitewash himself. Thank goodness he had retracted his hand in time. At the same time, Wang Chen secretly sighed in relief. The reason he had pulled his hand away was because Jiang Lingxian was far too sensitive. Just one touch, and she would wake up. I don't believe it. Xianxian, I need to get up. I have to find Xiao Qingshu. I need to give him a book. What? Book? Jiang Lingxian tilted her delicate face up slightly in confusion, her chin resting lightly against Wang Chen's chest as she asked curiously. Well, you can't look at it. Why? Should get up quickly. Do you want to come with me? Wang Chen interrupted Jiang Lingxian's eager follow-up question, gazing down at her nestled in his arms. Yes. Jiang Lingxian thought for half a second, then pressed her lips together and softly replied in her usually cold voice. Seeing this, Wang Chen didn't wait for her to react and quickly bit her slightly pursed lower lip. Jiang Lingxian turned her face slightly shyly, dodging a couple of times. Wang Chen then lifted the blanket, wrapped his arms around her soft waist, and slowly sat up on the bed with her in his embrace. A moment later, creak. After resting and stepping out of the room, Jiang Lingxian opened the courtyard gate with a thought, and it swung open with a bang. Wang Chen had been planning to hold Jiang Lingxian's hand during the brief stretch before reaching Taishu sect. However, as they walked out holding hands through the open gate, Wang Chen suddenly froze. Xiao Qingshu was crouching by the outer gate, poking at a line of ants on the ground with a stick. Only after hearing Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian come out did Xiao Qingshu, who had been waiting since morning, cheerfully lift his face and look over. You. What are you? Xiao Qingshu stared at the two with their fingers interlocked, initially surprised, but his smile gradually stiffened. Oh, it's fine. Because of our compatible constitutions, this helps with cultivation. Actually, we're also trying this for the first time, and it really does work. Wang Chen was quite the smooth talker, and after saying this, he couldn't help but glance at Jiang Lingxian. Yeah, it does work. What could Jiang Lingxian do? She could only go along with this little rebel disciple, but her left hand interlocked with Wang Chen's tightened ever so slightly. But Xiao Qingshu was no fool either. His gaze still carried suspicion as he looked at the two, wanting to believe, but still somewhat doubtful. Wang Chen didn't say anything upon seeing his suspicious look. Instead, he slightly released the chaotic flame's spiritual energy, letting it flow toward their joined hands. Jiang Lingxian paused when she felt the spiritual energy gradually intertwining around her palm, then quickly directed her breath to support Wang Chen. Wang Chen's figure visibly stiffened, and then his nearly maxed-out small realm actually went snap. In an instant right in front of Xiao Qingshu, he broke through to the fourth layer of the Dantry realm, leaving Xiao Qingshu completely dumbfounded. What? You can increase your cultivation just by holding hands. Now even if Xiao Qingshu hadn't believed it, before he had to now. Alright, master, please stop. You don't need to use such strong spiritual power. But what Xiao Qingshu didn't know was that Wang Chen was currently enduring unbearable discomfort, quickly signaling Jiang Lingxian to stop. Jiang Lingxian couldn't help but secretly giggle at her little rebel's adorable expression, then gradually increased the intensity of her spiritual energy. Cough, cough, cough. Master. I just broke through and my realm is still a bit unstable. Feeling Jiang Lingxian's slightly mischievous behavior, Wang Chen quickly signaled her again. He really couldn't hold out much longer. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen's expression and finally slowly retracted her spiritual energy, a soft smile playing in her heart, feeling inexplicably delighted. But what you two are doing isn't really appropriate. If Master Han sees this, you'll definitely be punished. Xiao Qingshu thought for a moment, and seeing the two holding hands couldn't help but warn them. We're just holding hands. It's perfectly normal. Don't worry about it. This is what I promised you, here it is. Wang Chen waved off Xiao Qingshu's words and produced a red-covered book from his hand, handing it to him. Remember, take her out to play every day. Just stick to her like a plaster on a dog's skin. Also, it's best to hold her while you sleep. Given her currently lifeless personality, she probably won't resist you anyway. Just get as close to her as possible. Then when I emerge from my seclusion, I'll tell you the next step. Wang Chen couldn't resist repeatedly emphasizing to Xiao Qingshu that he absolutely definitely must stick close to Su Xianyue as much as possible. Ask less, do more. This information cost me countless connections to gather for you. Don't let me down. Wang Chen looked at the book in Xiao Qingshu's hands. This volume had cost him 1,000 origin points, and deliberately exaggerated his expectations. Where did you get this intelligence? How can you collect someone's information so comprehensively? Don't ask. If you ask, I'll say all the information is also displayed in my heart. Xiao Qingshu. Awesome. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Xiao Qingshu truly felt he was becoming more and more mysterious. However, he didn't press further. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Perhaps Wang Chen's intelligence network was just that strong. Bye-bye. My master is personally guarding me. Don't bother us unless it's urgent. Seclusion in progress. After saying these final words, Wang Chen pulled Jiang Lingxian back a few steps and waved to Xiao Qingshu. Snap. And as Xiao Qingshu watched Wang Chen waving, the great doors of the Taishu Saintess Palace slammed shut with a loud bang. Inside the Taishu Saint Maiden's palace, Wang Chen sat cross-legged on the bed. He and Jiang Lingxian had only just stepped out of the room when they turned back inside. At this moment, Wang Chen sat upon a high-grade spiritual gathering formation that had been arranged on the bed. Jiang Lingxian sat in a chair at the center of the room. While Wang Chen had not yet closed his eyes to begin cultivating, she gazed at him with longing in her beautiful eyes. Little master, be a good girl. I won't run away. You can go handle your own affairs these past few days. Wang Chen sat on the inner side of the bed, gazing into the eyes of Jiang Lingxian, who seemed most reluctant to part from him, and spoke softly and gently. But, Jiang Lingxian's naturally melodious, yet cold voice responded weakly. She then seemed to want to say something more, but trailed off without completing her sentence. What's the matter? Nothing. Jiang Lingxian slightly furrowed her delicate brows as she gazed at Wang Chen, finally uttering a small hesitant nothing. In the end, the unwilling Jiang Lingxian could only helplessly wave her slender hand gently. The bed curtains then fell down, and a small shielding formation rose, providing Wang Chen with a quiet space for secluded cultivation. It's fine. After all, your disciple is right here and won't be leaving. Jiang Lingxian gazed at the faintly visible familiar silhouette behind the curtains, constantly reassuring herself in her heart, which finally brought her some peace of mind. Yet her eyes carried a trace of grievance, and she could not help but gaze fixedly at that shadowy silhouette for a long, long while. As for Wang Chen, he sensed the abundant spiritual energy gathering around him from the formation. His eyes sharpened, and he opened the system panel. Wang Chen. Constitution Chaos 9 Suns Divine Body. Level Danhai Realm 4th Layer. Level Danhai Realm 4th Layer. Technique Chaos 9 Suns Divine Art. Storage space Jiang Lingxian's Million Supreme Spirit Stones, 1 oversized pack of specialized wipes for viscous liquid, 1 decorative couples necklace, Yinyang Demon Core Origin, 3-legged Imperial Xian, Cauldron Taishu Broken, Sword Saint Grade Supreme Flame Source, Celestial Calculation, Art Pseudo Emperor, Grade Heavenly Sovereign Banner, Qinkuan Mountains, and sees map, 10,000 various beast demon, cores Emperor Realm 10-second. Experience card 1,000 Supreme Spirit Stones. Saint Grade Supreme 4-leaf, Blazing Grass, Saint Grade Supreme, White Tiger Talisman. Origin points 7936400. Comprehensive evaluation, a chicken at the Danhai Realm 4th layer. Ding. Hidden quest completed, made Jiang Lingxian, wear cat ear made outfit. Reward decorative couples necklace function enhanced. Already distributed. The very instant Wang Chen opened the system panel, the system's task notification rang out abruptly. Wang Chen paused upon hearing the sound, and after a long moment slowly came to his senses. He could not help but grumble at the system. Did this task completion alert have to come so early? MTH this. Wasn't it just forgetting to remind you? Actually, the reward was already distributed the moment Jiang Lingxian put on the cat ear made outfit. Wasn't it because you didn't let me see the view last time? That made me forget all about it. The system's voice carried a hint of awkwardness, explaining defensively. The last time Wang Chen forbade it from seeing the view, it truly had forgotten about the reminder. Regardless whether alerted or not, the reward was distributed at the moment of task completion. Fine, it was my mistake. Yes, indeed. Upon hearing this, the system's confidence finally returned a bit. It was as if at this moment it straightened its chest and spoke proudly. Hold on. I was just being polite. Did you actually believe me? You actually? Yes, indeed. The system fell silent. Wang Chen truly wished he could jump inside and grab it, giving it 2 hard slaps to inflict serious damage. Wang Chen then ignored the system and turned his gaze to a palm-sized jade piece snow tiger talisman, shaped with a white tiger roaring upward. Wang Chen had thought it was a talisman, but he never expected it to be a Saint-grade Supreme Dao weapon. For a moment he could not help but be stunned. He clicked on the introduction for the Snow Tiger Talisman. Snow Tiger Talisman Saint-grade Supreme. Effect can instantly summon a divine beast white tiger at the peak of Saint Soul Realm 9th layer for a full power strike. Immeasurable strength and divine might, allowing enemies to ascend to immortality without cultivation. Note, each use requires 3 days for the divine beast white tiger to reconstitute. 3 days cooldown. Thing amazing. Gazing at the Snow Tiger Talisman's introduction, Wang Chen could only let out a roar of admiration in his heart. Looking at the treasures densely packed in his storage space, an idea slowly formed in Wang Chen's mind. A strategy of continuous rolling battle. First, deploy the Pseudo-Emperor, Grade Heavenly Sovereign Banner, unleash Dragon and Phoenix Imperial Might, and blast the enemy with all strength. If they survive, then deploy the Saint-grade Supreme Imperial Xian Cauldron, unleash Golden Cauldron Imperial Might, enlarge it, and smash it down at the enemy. If still not dead, then deploy the Qinquan Mountains and seize map, unleash catastrophic waves to surge and kill the enemy. If still not dead, pause for a moment, feign weakness, letting the enemy think you're barely holding on. Finally, when the enemy thinks you have no treasures left, take out the Taishu Broken Sword that has just recovered a tiny bit of spiritual energy and slash out an incomparably sharp Taishu Dragon Slaying art. If still not dead, feign complete exhaustion after using up your treasures, looking haggard and weary as you kneel half on the ground. Finally, when the enemy rushes over, suddenly summon the Cold Draconian at Saint Soul Realm 6th layer and spit destructive dragon flame at the enemy. If still not dead, take out the Saint-grade Supreme Snow Tiger Talisman hidden in your sleeve, and when the enemy tries to flee or charge again, suddenly summon the divine beast White Tiger. If still not dead, Fing Hell, just activate the Emperor Realm 10-second experience card. Ahaha, being reborn for a second time truly makes me feel absolutely awesome. In his previous life, Wang Chen did not have so many Saint-grade Supreme treasures because there were no tasks or rewards for annihilating Destiny's children back then. But in this life, Saint-grade and even Emperor-grade treasures will only increase. Plundering opportunities, system task rewards, openly taking and secretly stealing. This is how it should be. Anyone else? At this moment, Wang Chen desperately wanted to shout, anyone else? But to avoid scaring Jiang Lingxian outside, he restrained his excited emotions. In the very end, Wang Chen swept his gaze over the decorative couple's necklace and could not help but be stunned for a moment. Originally, the necklace's decorative shape had a circular outer frame with a hollow center containing a rotatable sun design. But now, although the outer frame was still circular and still hollow in the center, inside the hollow was now a faceless little figure. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again, and when it came to the end, it even made a small cliffhanger. Host, have Jiang Lingxian touch this necklace, then you touch hers. I'll bind them for you. As for the enhanced effect, you'll understand after binding. Sure thing. After being stunned for a moment, Wang Chen stored the faceless figure necklace carefully in his storage space. After organizing these treasures, Wang Chen turned his gaze to the cultivation resources and prepared to begin seclusion formally. The Saint-grade Supreme 4-leaf Blazing Grass, even within the storage space, still radiated an incomparably scorching aura. However, it was clearly suppressed by the system's power within the storage space, only able to droop and float listlessly in midair. Saint Grade Supreme Flame Source, 1 drop swallow it. Saint Grade Supreme 4-leaf Blazing Grass Root Essence, 1 drop swallow it. High Grade Supreme Spirit Gathering Formation, activate. Supplementary Cultivation Pills, consume them all. Saint Grade Supreme 4-leaf Blazing Grass Root Essence, 1 drop swallow it. High Grade Supreme Spirit Gathering Formation, swallow it. Supplementary Cultivation Pills, swallow them. Chaos 9 Suns Divine Art, operate at full power. Secluded Cultivation Mode, formally activated. Chaos 9 Suns Divine Art, operate at full power for cultivation. Secluded Cultivation Mode, officially activated. The first day of seclusion. Wang Chen had just entered a state of wholehearted cultivation and had not yet awakened. Jiang Lingxian had been summoned by the cold venerable to handle some matters, yet she could only gaze longingly at the figure behind the curtain, her heart aching with emptiness. The second day of seclusion. Jiang Lingxian went out to deal with the remains of the ice dragon in the depths of Taishu Immortal Sect, leaving it a complete corpse. Upon returning to the room, the emptiness within her grew ever more profound. Each time she gazed at the figure behind the curtain, her breathing would quicken involuntarily. The seventh day of seclusion. A sound of breakthrough resonated from within the Taishu Saintess Hall as the cultivation aura erupted in violent waves. Fortunately, the formation shield held firm, completely containing the surging chaotic flame spiritual energy. On this day, Wang Chen's Dantian Sea realm reached the 5th layer, then the 6th, breaking through. It was also on this day that Wang Chen first emerged from his cultivation state, for the cold dragon within his divine sense could no longer bear the loneliness. Inside Wang Chen's spirit, the little cold dragon kept bleeding incessantly, though Wang Chen had no idea why she was making such sheep-like sounds. With no choice, Wang Chen lifted the curtain and met the gaze of Jiang Lingxian, who sat on a chair outside watching him with longing eyes. The moment Jiang Lingxian saw Wang Chen, her eyes flushed with a faint redness, her expression turning deeply aggrieved. It was only after Wang Chen hastily embraced her and stayed by her side throughout the night that Jiang Lingxian's hollow heart was slowly and gradually filled with a sense of security. But on the 8th day, Wang Chen had to return to seclusion once more. Jiang Lingxian's lower lip trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes pleading as she gazed at him. "Be good. I'll be out soon." Wang Chen gently rubbed her head, and amidst her utterly reluctant gaze, he returned to the bed behind the curtain. With a playful flick, Wang Chen tossed the bleeding cold dragon out, handing her over to Jiang Lingxian for care. The 10th day of seclusion. Jiang Lingxian was not entirely alone with the cold dragon and ice phoenix by her side, yet her heart remained fixated on the person behind the curtain. During this time, Wang Chen remained sequestered behind the Taishu Saintess Hall's curtain, consuming pills and cultivating relentlessly. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian cared for the cold dragon and ice phoenix, teaching those two clueless girls to read. But due to the insufficient teaching time and her impatience, Jiang Lingxian ultimately succeeded in making the two already dull girls even. The 18th day of seclusion. Boom. Another surge of cultivation fluctuation erupted from within the curtained bed of the Taishu Saintess Hall, a massive wave of chaotic flame spiritual energy bursting forth, though Wang Chen forcibly reined it in. On this day, Wang Chen's realm reached the 7th layer, then the 8th layer of the Dantian Sea realm, breaking through. Though his seclusion was not yet complete, Wang Chen opened his eyes and saw the figure gazing blankly in his direction and could not resist stepping out. Seeing Wang Chen emerge after his breakthrough, Jiang Lingxian felt a flicker of joy, believing this long wait might finally be over. Wang Chen said nothing, simply bowing his head to gently kiss her aggrieved expression, kissing the tears at the corners of her eyes, leaving Jiang Lingxian thoroughly embarrassed. Yet what truly left Jiang Lingxian dazed and helpless was the fact that Wang Chen still needed to return to seclusion. In that moment, an unprecedented sense of loss overwhelmed her heart. "Little master." Gazing at Wang Chen as he lifted the curtain, once more Jiang Lingxian hurriedly embraced him from behind, as if trying to hold him back. "Be good, little master. It'll be done soon." Seeing this, Wang Chen could only gently stroke her head, comforting her hollow emotions until she reluctantly released her slender arms. But what Wang Chen did not know was that this constant fear of loss was deepening something dark within Jiang Lingxian's heart. The 25th day of seclusion. Wang Chen continued his relentless cultivation, while Jiang Lingxian secretly taught the two clueless girls to call her mother, ensuring Wang Chen would not hear. Initially, Jiang Lingxian did not accept the title of mother, but she was afraid that Wang Chen's cold dragon would call someone else mother. She simply would not accept such a thing. So Jiang Lingxian avoided Wang Chen secretly teaching the cold dragon and Feng Feng to call her mother for 24 of those 25 days. Yet each time she heard the word mother and thought of their father Wang Chen, the profound emptiness within Jiang Lingxian's heart would inexplicably fill with a small measure of contentment and joy. If later Qianxian husband asked Xianxian wife, "Why do they call you mother?" Then Xianxian wife could reply, I don't know. I told them not to call me that, but they wouldn't listen. The 30th day of seclusion. Another surge of breakthrough fluctuation erupted from the Taishu Sanctus Hall, the chaotic flame, spiritual energy, causing the entire room to tremble. On this day Wang Chen broke through to the 9th layer of the Dantian Sea realm. However, the closer Wang Chen drew to the spiritual king realm, the thicker he could sense the bottleneck making it increasingly difficult to break through. After all, his aptitude was heaven-defying. At the same realm, he could single-handedly defeat dozens of top fortune-endowed youths. Even in his past life, after barely surviving the Emperor Tribulation and breaking through to the Great Emperor realm in a weakened state, he could still defeat 2 top-tier fortune-endowed Emperor-level youths and 18 top fortune-endowed youths in one-on-one combat. But the more heaven-defying his aptitude, the stronger the bottleneck became. In his past life, it had taken him over 1,000 years to break through to the Great Emperor realm. Yet Wang Chen was confident that in this lifetime, it would not take 100 years. For he possessed the reward of becoming Dao companions with Jiang Lingxian, which would allow him to instantly break through 10 realm layers upon reaching the heavenly venerable realm. Directly leaping into the Great Emperor realm as a mission reward. The 58th day of seclusion. Wang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak limit of the 9th layer of the Dantian Sea realm, merely a hair's breadth away from entering the spiritual king realm. Jiang Lingxian had waited for an extraordinarily long time, yet Wang Chen still had not emerged, and the emptiness within her heart grew ever more profound. She gradually came to understand that Wang Chen was likely preparing for his final push and resolved not to disturb him. And on this very day, within the cultivation world of the 8 Desolates, a heaven-defying prodigy emerged from seclusion. At merely 18 years old, he had already reached the spiritual king realm, the divine son of one of the 4 great hidden ancient clans of the 8 Desolates. This heaven-defying prodigy's fate template was the polar opposite of Yi Qing's, and was also one of Wang Chen's greatest enemies from his past life. For in his past life, within a secret realm, this youth at the 1st layer of the spiritual king realm, who had come to seize opportunities, was repeatedly suppressed and robbed by Wang Chen, who was merely at the peak of the 9th layer of the Dantian Sea realm. Orphaned opportunities belonged to whoever could seize them first, but it did not prevent this heaven-defying prodigy, who believed all opportunities in the secret realm were inherently his, from harboring deep resentment toward Wang Chen. It was like certain games where the legendary resource box goes to whoever is stronger or faster. Yet the moment you see an extremely precious resource snatched away, your heart still aches, and you instinctively despise that teammate. So it was all the more so for this heaven-defying prodigy, who not only bore a grudge against Wang Chen, but was also repeatedly deceived and sabotaged by him. Hit and run, unable to be caught. But from Wang Chen's perspective, he was merely the most despicable, for seizing opportunities was a matter of skill. Yet in every competition for opportunities, this wretched creature always managed to target him from the crowd and unleash a full power strike. In his past life, Wang Chen had already been severely wounded once by this youth's high-tier treasure, with several minor injuries. And this was precisely why Wang Chen later schemed against him, struck him with humiliation, and fled, nearly driving him to death with rage. Returning to the present. The 60th day, 65th day, 68th day of Wang Chen's seclusion. All the way to the 74th day? Rumble. A terrifying imperial aura erupted from within the Taishu Sanctus Hall, shattering the small concealment arrays arranged beside the bed into countless cracks. Anomalies appeared in the sky above as 9 immensely massive chaotic flame dragons churned endlessly overhead like dragon kings. The clouds in the sky were directly scorched away by the dragon's pressure, covered entirely by endless chaotic flames, plunging the entire sky above Taishu Immortal Sect into darkness. This was because Wang Chen deliberately did not activate the system's concealment. Thus, not only could Taishu Immortal Sect witness this anomaly, but every cultivator across the Empire wilderness saw this terrifying heavenly phenomenon. As for why Wang Chen did not activate the system's concealment, it was because he also knew that this heaven-defying prodigy was about to emerge. A heaven-defying prodigy. A heaven-defying prodigy was merely his threshold for entering this world. In this lifetime, he was determined to slay the heavenly Tao itself. With his spiritual king realm breakthrough complete, Wang Chen resolved to no longer hide among the genius youths of his same realm and generation. He would dominate the 8 Desolates with invincible might. As Wang Chen emerged from seclusion, he slowly drew aside the bed curtain and stepped out. The next instant, a system notification rang out. Mission released. If even uncles can bear it, how can the damn bear it? Annihilate the entire Jiang family. Reward 1 golden card for instantaneous breakthrough to a major realm. Wang Chen had barely set 1 foot on the ground when, upon drawing aside a corner of the curtain, he was startled by the system's voice. Before Wang Chen could react, he suddenly felt himself engulfed in a tight embrace as a delicate figure pressed against him. Caught off guard, Wang Chen was ambushed by Jiang Lingxian and knocked onto the soft bed. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian's slender arms tightly encircled Wang Chen's waist. With disordered breath, she gazed at him, her possessiveness reaching its peak at this moment. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian, regardless of her own image, gazed pitifully at Wang Chen beneath her, with her exquisite face full of grievance, and called out once more softly. Xian Wu. Wang Chen was forcefully pressed onto the bed by Jiang Lingxian in her icy white dress. Just as he was about to call out, his lips were suddenly sealed. Wang Chen. At this moment, Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who had turned her face slightly aside and was kissing him with slightly reddened, beautiful eyes, his entire mind going blank. Only now did Wang Chen finally understand why Jiang Lingxian had been completely stunned when he had done this to her before. Jiang Lingxian, addicted to Chen and having been unable to touch him for so long, could no longer hold back at this moment, kissing deeper and deeper. Jiang Lingxian kissed quite fiercely, and for a while even Wang Chen found himself barely able to withstand it, his hands instinctively wrapping tightly around her waist. A moment later, "See up?" Huff. Jiang Lingxian, who had slowly released Wang Chen's lips, gazed at him. The emotions churning in the depths of her eyes were evident as her red lips parted continuously, letting out slender, heated breaths. And Wang Chen could feel her slender arms holding him tighter and tighter, as if she wished they would never be separated. Even in Jiang Lingxian's crystal-clear eyes, Wang Chen seemed to see the boundless possessiveness and turbulent emotional fluctuations within. Xian. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, pressing down on him. After catching his breath, he called out softly once more. However, Jiang Lingxian did not speak. Instead, she quietly lowered her exquisite face, gradually burying it into the warm shoulder beside Wang Chen's ear. Wang Chen felt Jiang Lingxian's face pressed cheek to cheek against his own, smooth and delicate, with a slightly cool sensation, yet incredibly comfortable. Disciple. I missed you. Not even for a moment. Do I want to leave you? Jiang Lingxian's lips lightly brushed against Wang Chen's ear root, her voice muffled and heavy, carrying a hint of anxiety. I'm right here. Wang Chen raised his palm, gently stroking her head, softly caressing her hair a few times and soothing her in a low voice. Sigh, oi, pitiful Jiang Lingxian, being manipulated by the host in the palm of his hand, already reduced to a little fool who can't leave the host. What nonsense! What nonsense! Isn't this what we call mutual pursuit of love? Wang Chen, hearing the system's remark in his mind, responded irritably, then directly cut off the connection with it. Jiang Lingxian did not speak again, only burying her face silently in Wang Chen's warm neck, yet still feeling an emptiness in her heart. Jiang Lingxian, who hadn't touched Wang Chen for too long, had already reached the extreme of heart panic, now only wanting to hold Wang Chen forever. The atmosphere in the room fell silent at this moment, and those two brats had been sent somewhere by Jiang Lingxian long ago. In the quiet room, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian felt each other's soothing aura and warmth, feeling completely at peace. Disciple. I want to hold you while you sleep. Is that all right? At this moment, Jiang Lingxian slowly raised her exquisite face, her beautiful eyes slightly flushed, with a pitiful gaze fixed on Wang Chen, her tone carrying a plea. But before Wang Chen could part his lips to speak, Jiang Lingxian's exquisite face couldn't help but leaned closer once more, blocking the mouth that was about to speak. This wasn't a question from Jiang Lingxian, but rather a notification. However, as she kissed, Jiang Lingxian gradually became powerless, leaving Wang Chen utterly bewildered. Wait, you forcefully kissed me, yet you kissed yourself weak. Wang Chen could clearly feel Jiang Lingxian's delicate body pressed against him, gradually becoming soft and limp, with only a thread of strength remaining. But even so, Jiang Lingxian still forced out the last ounce of her strength, wanting to conceal what she considered an embarrassing sight. However, no matter how she tried to disguise herself, her body could never deceive anyone. With Wang Chen holding her waist and flipping over, Jiang Lingxian had no strength to resist and was thus pressed beneath him. In this way, Jiang Lingxian went from being the aggressor to being completely passive. During the flip, their lips never separated, causing Jiang Lingxian to unconsciously tremble her beautiful eyes and let out a soft whimper. Like disciple so much. Jiang Lingxian's continuously trembling beautiful eyes gazed at Wang Chen, who was atop her, kissing her, her heartbeat accelerating. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian inexplicably gave birth to a psychology that no matter what her disciple might do to her at this instant, she would be willing. Acting on impulse, sensing Wang Chen's increasingly unruly hands, Jiang Lingxian's slightly dazed beautiful eyes gradually regained clarity. Her icy white dress fluttered, and then no one knew what happened. What was known was only that at this moment Jiang Lingxian had completely softened, being kissed on the lips, her eyes dazed, gazing at Wang Chen powerlessly. It wasn't until Jiang Lingxian sensed that Wang Chen's unruly hands were becoming even more forward, wanting to cross boundaries that had never been crossed before. No, that won't do. Jiang Lingxian was startled. Summoning all the strength in her soft and powerless body, she weakly grasped Wang Chen's unruly arms. Then Jiang Lingxian's blushing face, still being kissed, turned slightly aside, causing Wang Chen's kisses to land on the corner of her lips instead. Wang Chen felt Jiang Lingxian's soft palm gently tugging at his arm. His expression couldn't help but slightly stunned. And at this moment Jiang Lingxian also slightly parted her moist lips, slowly turning her face back to meet Wang Chen's gaze, her eyes carrying a plea. Don't. That can't. Jiang Lingxian knew that in her current state, she was already powerless to stop Wang Chen. All she could do was continuously pitifully plead with him. At this moment Jiang Lingxian could barely mobilize the spiritual energy within her body, feeling only that her mind was a chaotic mess, her entire aura in disarray. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian gently pressed her lower lip, her eyes brimming with tears. While softly calling out, "Disciple," she continuously shook her head, pitifully signaling him not to. But Wang Chen seemed to deliberately lean closer once more. At this moment Jiang Lingxian froze, her heart continuously trembling at her disciple's behavior, her gaze pitiful and full of pleading. Even at this moment the tears in Jiang Lingxian's eyes had welled up, continuously circling in her sockets as she pitifully shook her head. At this moment Jiang Lingxian's fair palms lightly tugged at Wang Chen's arms, her pitiful face bearing eyes full of fearful pleading. Wang Chen also seemed to have noticed that she could not mobilize her spiritual energy. At this moment all his movements came to a complete stop. Disciple. When Jiang Lingxian noticed Wang Chen's momentary daze, her pitiful and delicate face, with its rosy lips slightly parted, gazed at him imploringly as she called out once more in a soft voice. Sighing softly, Wang Chen shifted his body from atop Jiang Lingxian's disheveled white dress, rolling over to lie beside her as he stared at the ceiling. One must eat a meal bite by bite. Rushing to devour everything at once risks choking to death at the dinner table. If he insisted on proceeding this time, it would surely leave psychological trauma in Jiang Lingxian's heart. And yet, an inexplicable dejection filled Wang Chen's heart, for she refused to let him cross any further boundaries, allowing only kisses. Wang Chen gazed blankly at the ceiling, his body feeling somewhat restless, wanting to release this tension, but finding no way to do so. Beside him Jiang Lingxian watched Wang Chen, whose mood had clearly dampened after her rejection, and for a moment her heart ached. Disciple must be unhappy now. He hasn't even embraced me anymore. Gazing at Wang Chen, who stared blankly at the ceiling, Jiang Lingxian felt an immense reluctance in her heart, yet she dared not speak a word. Jiang Lingxian lay softly on the bed, torn between fearing that Wang Chen might lose control of his desires, yet unwilling to give up his embrace. But Wang Chen, as if sensing her desire for his hug after staring at the ceiling for a while, turned onto his side and wrapped his arms around her. The expression on Jiang Lingxian's breathtakingly beautiful face froze momentarily, somewhat dazed. She never expected that even now Wang Chen would still care about her feelings. Disciple. I'm sorry. With a faint glimmer of tears in her eyes, Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen pitifully, her moist lips parting slightly as she uttered a weak apology. Lying on his side, Wang Chen drew Jiang Lingxian closer, pressing her delicate frame against himself, understanding in his heart what she was apologizing for. No need to apologize. This is entirely your right. Whether to accept or refuse is entirely your choice. Be good. Don't overthink it. I didn't want this either. My body just wouldn't listen to me. Yeah, right, as if. Whimper. Though Wang Chen's words were meant to comfort Jiang Lingxian, his heart was practically crying, and his expression clearly betrayed his distress. Gazing at his state, Jiang Lingxian knew he was merely soothing her, yet her heart ached all the more. But at this moment Jiang Lingxian truly didn't know how to soothe Wang Chen's emotions, and could only gaze at him weakly. It seemed that after this, she would have to sneak into the treasure vault to look through some books on how to help a disciple release his fire. Jiang Lingxian had once read in ancient texts that a man's hand could be considered his second woman. The ancient texts also mentioned something called the virtuous maiden of 5 fingers, as well as some kind of craft inheritance. But Jiang Lingxian found these things rather incomprehensible. Though she could instantly comprehend matters of cultivation, these topics left her puzzled. Moreover, she had stumbled upon those ancient texts by accident, understanding only the general outline before closing them in distaste. Back then in her heart, such texts could be summed up in 2 words: obscene. Obscene. But how could the Jiang Lingxian of back then have ever imagined that she would now want to read them again for her disciple's sake? Alright, just call me something nice and I'll forgive you, okay? Wang Chen, gazing at Jiang Lingxian, who kept her pretty face slightly lowered with a guilty expression, broke the awkward atmosphere to speak. Husband. After a moment of silence upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian finally lifted her blushing face, her beautiful eyes glancing up at Wang Chen as she uttered this address. I want to hear something else. Lying on his side and gazing at Jiang Lingxian, Wang Chen slightly shook his head twice, indicating he wanted to hear a different term of endearment. Jiang Lingxian's delicate face flushed an unusual shade of red. Upon hearing his words, she nervously bit her translucent lips a couple of times. Glitchy. Jiang Lingxian uttered this address hesitantly and with immense shame, yet Wang Chen once again shook his head slightly. Wang Chen wanted her to call him husband, but without a hint, he wasn't sure if Jiang Lingxian could understand his meaning. After all, between intimate couples, there were only so many sweet nicknames to go around. Seeing Wang Chen shake his head, Jiang Lingxian nestled in his embrace, her mind racing at incredible speed. Come on, brain, think faster. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian was extremely anxious. Wanting to make Wang Chen happy, she racked her brains in self-reproach. Just then a flash of inspiration struck Jiang Lingxian. She suddenly remembered the cat ear made outfit still in her divine soul space. But that title. It's so mortifying. Truly so shameful. However, when disciple gave me that outfit, he must have had such intentions too, right? In Wang Chen's eyes, Jiang Lingxian's already flushed face, now burning with shame as she lowered her head and bit her lower lip, had turned completely crimson. At this moment, Wang Chen couldn't help parting his lips slightly, lightly biting her thoroughly red cheek. The soft sensation arrived, and Wang Chen gently nibbled and puckered a few times, immediately feeling his entire mood lightened. Jiang Lingxian felt the strange sensation on her cheek. She wanted to struggle somewhat, but because of what had just happened, she suppressed the urge to resist. And at this moment, after hesitating for a moment and seeing Wang Chen slowly release her cheek, she slightly raised her delicate face. Did you think of something, Gazing at the adorable Jiang Lingxian, whose right profile bore a faint line of teeth marks, Wang Chen asked with a hint of puzzlement. Jiang Lingxian nodded heavily, hesitated for a brief moment, then after a slight clenching of her teeth, parted her crimson lips. Master. Wang Chen. After Jiang Lingxian uttered this title with extreme shyness and mortification, she immediately lowered her beautiful crimson face in humiliation. At this moment, Wang Chen's mind was filled with question marks, momentarily frozen on the bed, his thoughts a complete mystery. Even the system was shaken awake by this maximally alluring address popping up with a text box entirely of question marks. Seriously, host, look at what you've done. What have you turned the future Empress into? Scram. Don't. Host, you buy. The system's voice, having uttered just the first 3 words, was suddenly cut off by Wang Chen with a thought, the sound stopping abruptly. At this moment, Wang Chen gazed down at the shamed Jiang Lingxian, who had curled up slightly in his arms, his heart overflowing with springtime longing. He had only wanted her to call him husband, never expecting such an unexpected bonus. Xian, I never expected that you actually enjoy playing this kind of role. And no, that wasn't it. It's all because you wanted to hear it. Ha ha ha. The corners of Wang Chen's mouth simply couldn't be suppressed. Looking at Jiang Lingxian, who was mortified beyond compare, yet desperately wanting to refute him, he laughed heartily a few times. I never said for you to call me that, though. The moment Wang Chen said this, Jiang Lingxian finally came to a realization, freezing in his arms, without daring to make a sound, her sense of shame completely overwhelmed. Just as Wang Chen held Jiang Lingxian, who buried her deeply blushing face shyly against his chest, a knocking sound suddenly came from the courtyard gate outside. This caused both of them, lying together on the bed in tender intimacy, to pause briefly. Then Jiang Lingxian weakly lifted her deeply blushing face. Master, should be coming to inquire about the anomalies you caused. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen with tender eyes, her voice clear, yet softly trembling. Yet when Jiang Lingxian's eyes met Wang Chen's, remembering the title she had just used, she could not help but shyly avert her gaze. The chaotic flame's spiritual energy had covered the entire sky, and the spectacle of 9 chaotic flame dragons soaring was undeniably conspicuous, something Jiang Lingxian was well aware of. Her disciple was growing increasingly formidable. As Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes darted away, she stole another glance at Wang Chen, and at the thought of the anomalies he had created, she murmured softly to herself. Upon hearing Jiang Lingxian's words, Wang Chen immediately understood. The next moment, he slowly rose from the bed, still holding the warm Jiang Lingxian in his arms. Let's see who's there. By the way, where are those 2 little ones? As Wang Chen held Jiang Lingxian's soft waist with both hands, his fingers wandering restlessly, he suddenly remembered Long and Foam and asked. Feeling the touch at her waist, Jiang Lingxian bit her lower lip slightly, yet she suppressed the urge to struggle. Her disciple had already been unhappy since she had rejected him earlier. Just let him have his way this once, only this once. They are in the courtyard playing. Just as Jiang Lingxian was about to answer Wang Chen's question, his restless hands pressing against her waist suddenly found a sensitive acupoint. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian's voice trembled, and she let out a weak moan before her body went completely limp, collapsing into Wang Chen's arms. Wang Chen was taken aback by Jiang Lingxian's condition, and his hands pressing against her lower back ceased their wandering. What? What should we do now? Gazing at Jiang Lingxian sprawled in his arms, and thinking of Han Zun waiting outside the courtyard, Wang Chen was momentarily at a loss. You unruly disciple. Jiang Lingxian, lying limply in Wang Chen's embrace, lifted her deeply blushing, yet captivating face, and offered a weak scolding that sent shivers through her body. The breathy, intoxicating quality of her voice made Wang Chen feel as though he were melting, and he found himself strangely pleased by her reprimand. You go first, and bring Long and Feng inside. Let them return to our divine sense first. Jiang Lingxian still hadn't fully recovered, her slender hands lightly gripping the white robes on Wang Chen's shoulders for support, her words still trembling. Hearing Jiang Lingxian's instructions, Wang Chen carefully laid her down on the bed, then turned to leave. Wait a moment. Jiang Lingxian suddenly called out to Wang Chen as he was about to turn away, her beautiful eyes tinged with a faint flush from her body's reaction, gazing at him pitifully. Wang Chen met her gaze for a moment, realizing she was simply lying temptingly on the bed, watching him with eager eyes, but saying nothing. But soon Wang Chen understood her unspoken request, and he pulled her into a firm embrace, once more bending down to kiss her lips. Since she was already so pliant, there was no need to worry about becoming even softer. With time running short, the two finally parted their lips slowly amid Jiang Lingxian's deeply reluctant gaze. Outside the courtyard of the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace, Han Longlong, who had recently grown two tiny dragon teeth, was gently nibbling on Bing Fingfing's rosy little face. You're biting your sister again. The moment Wang Chen opened the door and witnessed this scene, he couldn't help but shout in exasperation once more. Upon seeing her savior arrive, Feng disregarded Longlong clinging to her and trudged over, dragging Han Longlong with her in a pitiful manner. When Longlong spotted Wang Chen, she froze as if she had seen a ghost, her large eyes filled with terror, and she hastily released Feng. You go find your mother first. Wang Chen glanced at the two children, one bowing her head anxiously with fidgeting hands, the other pouting up at him with a wronged expression, and spoke softly to the latter. Hom. Upon hearing this, Feng pitifully nodded her small head twice and hurried toward the house behind Wang Chen. But Feng, who had just taken a step, suddenly stopped. Her large eyes, on a face still reddened from being bitten, turned toward Longlong, who stood nervously in place. To Wang Chen's astonishment, Feng walked over to Longlong and gently embraced her. After hugging Longlong, who remained standing with her head bowed in unease, Feng quickly released her and scampered into the house on her short legs. Oh no! The older one is nearly being properly trained by the elder, and is the younger one about to be similarly guided by the younger. Even the system couldn't resist commenting at this moment, its cold mechanical voice tinged with astonishment. Father, I did it. Longlong paused for a moment after Feng's embrace, then lifted her pitiful face and weakly began to admit her mistake. She seemed to intend to say she was wrong, but her childish and dazed tone caused her to say did it instead. Do you even know what you did? Never mind. Here, have these. But you must not use your sister's face as a teething ring anymore. Wang Chen scolded her first, but ultimately couldn't resist her pitiful expression as she looked up while admitting her mistake, so he took out numerous demon cores. At this moment, under the slightly dust-colored sky, the knocking sound outside the courtyard, which had paused for about 2.5 minutes, resumed. I did it. Although Longlong's eyes were fixed greedily on the demon cores, she still wanted to admit her mistake once more. But this time, after speaking for a long while, she had completely forgotten how to say the word wrong, which resulted in her saying, I did it instead. Foolish child, your mother has been teaching you for so long. What exactly has she taught you? Hearing the knocking at the courtyard gate, Wang Chen still couldn't help but sigh and press his fingers to his forehead at Longlong's foolish words. Mother. Upon hearing this, the cute little Longlong, whose height just reached Wang Chen's thigh, quickly tilted her head slightly and answered truthfully. But Wang Chen thought she was merely repeating the title he had instructed her to use for Jiang Lingxian, and without overthinking it, he immediately focused his mind. Before Longlong's sparkling eyes, she transformed into a streak of cold light the next moment and flew into the space between Wang Chen's eyebrows. Wang Chen then tossed hundreds of demon cores from the Spirit King realm and above into his divine sense space before quickly striding toward the courtyard gate. From the time Wang Chen finished kissing Jiang Lingxian inside the room until he emerged, and then dealt with Longlong and Feng's matters, what seemed like a long duration was actually merely about 3 minutes. Wang Chen adjusted his appearance and white robes, then reached out and pulled open the gate from within the courtyard. Han Zun had been waiting outside for quite some time. Although he had mentally prepared himself, his expression upon seeing Wang Chen was utterly priceless. In the past they merely closed the room door, but now even the courtyard gate had to be shut. What had they developed into, he wondered. Sighing inwardly, Han Zun watched Wang Chen come to open the door himself, shaking his head helplessly as a sense of powerlessness washed over him. Fortunately, this young man's talent surpassed even Xianer's. Each time Han Zun thought of this, he didn't say much. After all, Wang Chen was quite a match for Jiang Lingxian, or rather they were quite compatible. Where is your master? Han Zun recalled the terrifying anomalies from earlier. He looked at Wang Chen, pondered for a moment, and finally decided it would be better to ask Jiang Lingxian, who knew whether this kid would honestly confess. Xianer was far more reliable. She rarely lied to him. After my master finished protecting my cultivation, he's now inside the room, circulating his breath and meditating. I've been in seclusion in the courtyard pavilion these past few days to break through, so I don't know what's happening inside the room. Wang Chen, indeed, just as Han Zun had said, wouldn't honestly confess. He casually mentioned that he had broken through in the courtyard secretly, hoping Han Zun wouldn't jump to conclusions. Let's go together. I have important matters to discuss with your master, and both matters concern you. Han Zun gave a casual hum, his cold eyes fixing on Wang Chen for a moment. That gaze, even colder and more emotionless than Jiang Lingxian's, made Wang Chen feel as though he might actually develop some bizarre condition akin to palace cold. A notion so absurd, it was almost comical. Seeing Han Zun walk toward the door that had apparently been closed some time ago, Wang Chen hurriedly followed with hesitant steps. Knock, knock, knock. Han Zun gazed at the tightly shut door, recalling how long it always took to wait, his exterior calm, while his inner turmoil grew restless. Xianer, since you brought this kid back, I truly find myself unable to understand you any longer. Sigh. Han Zun looked at the still-closed door after knocking, his heart full of countless words that ultimately dissolved into a single sigh. Creak. After more than 10 seconds, the door finally opened slowly, revealing Jiang Lingxian in a neat white dress standing inside, with her cold eyes gazing faintly. Master. Jiang Lingxian's cold, beautiful eyes briefly swept over Wang Chen standing beside Han Zun, then returned to Han Zun as she offered a respectful bow. Why is my disciple standing so close to master? Jiang Lingxian glanced at Wang Chen, who was still a meter away from Han Zun, and her possessiveness surged rapidly. I really want to have master stay farther from this disciple. Jiang Lingxian locked eyes with Han Zun's icy gaze, and without the other knowing whispered those words in her heart. Though Jiang Lingxian harbored such thoughts, she still held immense respect for the master who doted on her so dearly. Master, please come in and speak. Jiang Lingxian stepped aside, with her graceful figure gesturing for Han Zun, the white-haired beauty, clad in ice-blue robes, to enter the room. Wang Chen was about to follow inside, but Jiang Lingxian suddenly shifted her steps and blocked his path. Wang Chen met her gaze, paused for a moment, and just as he thought she wouldn't let him enter. But Jiang Lingxian, seizing the moment when Han Zun wasn't looking, quickly and gently tugged at his white robes, signaling him to hurry inside. At this moment, Wang Chen was truly puzzled by Jiang Lingxian's actions, so he could only follow close behind her as they entered. Finally, I've created distance between my disciple and master. Humph. Jiang Lingxian gazed at her disciple, standing close by her side, a faint sense of satisfaction rising within her heart. Xianer, was that terrifying natural anomaly this time caused by your disciple's breakthrough? Once Han Zun and Jiang Lingxian were seated, and Wang Chen stood, Han Zun finally turned to him and began to ask. Jiang Lingxian gave a soft, cold hum in response to Han Zun's words. How have you been getting along with your disciple recently? The moment Han Zun's probing words left his mouth, both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian felt a slight thud in their hearts. Master, please rest assured. There is absolutely nothing improper between us. Aside from the one time you saw us holding hands normally, there has been no other behavior that crossed the line between master and disciple. Even this time, when my disciple broke through his realm, I set up the formation to protect him in the courtyard. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Lingxian quickly answered truthfully, her expression cold and calm, quite convincing. From Han Zun's perspective, there truly was no other improper behavior between master and disciple, but in their own eyes things were quite different. Wang Chen secretly glanced at Jiang Lingxian, who maintained her calm expression while lying to others without so much as a blush, and chuckled inwardly. However, Jiang Lingxian's final remark did cause Wang Chen a slight moment of astonishment. They were truly so in sync. Han Zun secretly studied Jiang Lingxian's expression carefully, but after looking for a long time, he truly couldn't find any flaw. I trust you. Ultimately, Han Zun, with a hint of resignation, granted Jiang Lingxian a measure of trust. 8 parts belief mixed with 2 parts doubt. But when the time came and Han Zun was holding a cute baby with 6 parts Wang Chen's features and 4 parts Jiang Lingxian's, whose looks were absolutely stunning. At that time, Han Zun would look back at this very scene and feel as though a big red ball had appeared on his nose. Since your disciple can, then next should be. Han Zun swept past the previous topic and began to slowly discuss certain matters with Jiang Lingxian, eventually getting to the point. Currently, the Digu immortal realm is about to manifest in the world, and the 4 hidden ancient clans have also emerged. Their 4 divine heirs are each displaying their extraordinary abilities, their reputations formidable. The strongest among them is that divine heir of the Qin family who has already broken through to the Spirit King realm at a young age. What are your thoughts? Han Zun's cold words came to a halt as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Lingxian, suddenly asking for her opinion. Not as good as my disciple. Han Zun. Jiang Lingxian remained silent for a moment, then slowly uttered those 5 characters in her naturally cold voice, leaving Han Zun momentarily speechless. But Han Zun recalled having just surveyed Wang Chen's aura, and his heart was still overwhelmingly shocked. He merely maintained a calm exterior. If she thought about it carefully, Wang Chen had gone from a mortal to awakening his physique, and then entering the ranks of cultivators, and it hadn't even been a year yet. Breaking through to the Spirit King realm within a single year. Han Zun's surface remained calm, but his heart was already nearly shattered from shock. For veterans like them who were most adept at managing their expressions, Han Zun's consistently cold demeanor might have otherwise cracked. I know your disciple is formidable, but do you have any other opinions on these 4 divine heirs of the ancient clans? None. They're not even as good as my disciple. Why would I need to form opinions about them? Han Zun. Fine. Now Xian'er's eyes only held her disciple. Han Zun truly felt like jumping up and shaking her head a few times to make her sober up. What kind of love potion had this kid brewed for my Xian'er that could bewitch her, who had always disliked getting close to others, into this state? Han Zun's icy gaze secretly flicked toward Wang Chen, and he felt his heart, which had remained emotionally undisturbed for 10,000 years, was now thoroughly irritated. By the way, your disciple should join the sect's disciples in entering the Digu immortal realm after some time. It would be good for him to gain some experience. The moment Han Zun spoke these words, Jiang Lingxian's cold expression finally showed some reaction, and she couldn't help but raise her beautiful eyes. Master, I need to go to the ancient emperor immortal realm to retrieve something. So Jiang Lingxian raised her beautiful eyes to gaze at Han Zun, her true intentions hidden beneath a calm voice that sounded perfectly reasonable. Upon hearing Jiang Lingxian's words, Han Zun's heart gave a slight tremble, sensing something was amiss. The ancient emperor immortal realm only permitted cultivators at the spiritual emperor realm or below to enter, meaning Jiang Lingxian would have to forcibly suppress her cultivation level to get in. Han Zun gazed at Jiang Lingxian's naturally aloof, yet captivating face, utterly bewildered. But when her eyes fell upon Wang Chen, her mind suddenly cleared as understanding dawned. Retrieving something. Was she actually referring to marrying this young man? Wang Chen stood beside Jiang Lingxian, meeting Han Zun's piercing gaze before quietly averting his eyes toward the ceiling. Anyone with common sense could see Jiang Lingxian's true intentions lay elsewhere. She simply wanted to accompany Wang Chen as his devoted follower. Master, I need to retrieve that treasure within the ancient emperor's secret realm to awaken the sleeping sword spirit of the cold sword. Jiang Lingxian noticed Han Zun's persistent stare directed at Wang Chen and subtly shifted her position to block his view, speaking in her characteristic cool tone. Though the primary reason was indeed her desire to follow Wang Chen, she simply refused to acknowledge it. In her past life, she had also used the Cold Heaven bracelet to suppress her cultivation and enter the ancient emperor immortal realm, but unfortunately failed to obtain that particular treasure. This indirectly caused the subsequent failure of the Cold Sword's advancement to a heavenly grade Dao artifact, leaving it stuck at the pseudo-heavenly stage for an extended period. The Cold Sword was a divine artifact that had accompanied Jiang Lingxian since birth, residing within her spiritual consciousness. Even in her past life, when she possessed heavenly grade Dao artifacts, she still preferred wielding the Cold Sword. With Han Zun's final cold utterance carrying an inexplicable undertone of sigh, the three continued their conversation for a while longer. Creek. Senior ancestor, please take care. I've just broken through to a new realm and need my master to guide me in cultivation matters. I'll be along shortly. After seeing Han Zun off, Wang Chen closed the door and turned his gaze toward Jiang Lingxian. Little master, it's time to sleep. Tomorrow we'll be taking a long trip to gather some information. After closing the door, Wang Chen walked over to Jiang Lingxian, who sat quietly on a chair, sipping a small cup of water. Wait, don't drink that. As Jiang Lingxian was about to take a sip, Wang Chen stepped forward and gently grasped her slender wrist. Then, meeting Jiang Lingxian's beautiful dazed gaze, Wang Chen took the cup from her hand and drank it himself. Jiang Lingxian was clearly startled. The cup had just been in her mouth. How could her disciple drink this before bed? Okay. No. Upon seeing this again, Jiang Lingxian felt a mix of trepidation and shame as memories flooded back. I promise I'll just hold you while you sleep, won't do anything, because this helps with sleep. No. Wang Chen continued coaxing her as she gently shook her head until he finally pinched her cheek. I'm giving you 3 seconds. Drink this and go to sleep properly quickly. Wang Chen's voice suddenly turned serious as he raised the cup to her red lips. Jiang Lingxian was caught off guard by Wang Chen's sudden shift to seriousness and authority, and for a moment, she weakly parted her lips with a pleading look. Just this one time. As the cup of slightly intoxicating fruit wine neared her lips, Jiang Lingxian gazed at him and mumbled her response. Good. Wang Chen readily agreed, then gently cupped her fair rosy cheek with his left hand as he watched her take a sip of the wine. My little master is so obedient. Wang Chen stood up and looked down at Jiang Lingxian, reaching out to gently pat her head twice in praise. After drinking the slightly intoxicating fruit wine, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful face flushed. Whether from the alcohol or embarrassment, it was hard to tell. She quietly lowered her head upon hearing his words. Yet feeling his hand on her head, Jiang Lingxian's heart swelled with satisfaction, and she even leaned into his touch, emboldened by the wine. Wang Chen smiled and lifted the flushed, slightly dazed Jiang Lingxian into his arms, carrying her toward the bed. As Wang Chen removed Jiang Lingxian's shoes, her eyes slightly hazy, her cheeks flushed with wine, he placed them on the inner side of the bed. He then lay down beside her, and as Jiang Lingxian pressed her lips together slightly, Wang Chen slowly wrapped his arms around her slender frame. For a moment, Jiang Lingxian was startled. Wang Chen wasn't holding her waist, but her mind was clouded, half drunk and half awake, making her reluctant to resist, and perhaps even desiring it. Disciple. Shoo. With one final muffled moan, as Jiang Lingxian bit her lower lip, they eventually drifted off to sleep sometime deep into the night. The next morning arrived. While Wang Chen still held Jiang Lingxian close in his dreams, two women arrived outside the Taishu Immortal Sect before its grand entrance gate. Wow, it's so huge. Li Susu gazed at the Taishu Immortal Sect with stars in her eyes, taking in its vast grounds as one of the four great powers, or was it three now, of the Bahuan continent. It really is enormous. Li Qingqing, with a mysterious weapon wrapped in spiritual cloth strapped to her back, looked upon the sect with an expression of awe on her delicate features. Li Qingqing and Li Susu bore a striking 9/10 resemblance, the only distinction being a small beauty mark near Li Qingqing's eye that added an air of elegance to her appearance. Li Qingqing recalled how upon first arriving on the Bahuan continent with her younger sister, they had incredibly stumbled into a sealed cave, where a powerful cultivator had passed away. After claiming a wealth of cultivation resources, they spent roughly 50 years reaching the Spirit King realm, before finally managing to unravel the cave's formation. The two sisters then grew restless and began wandering across the Bahuan continent, and the Taishu Immortal Sect was the most magnificent immortal gate they had encountered thus far. Sister, are you certain he's here? Li Qingqing met the gaze of the two gate guards, a man and a woman, and asked again with a hint of trepidation. They had virtually no combat experience. Sometimes the two of them needed to combine their efforts just to hunt a single BC realm demon beast. If these gate guards looked down on them, it would be disastrous. They had experienced such treatment before. Yes. He must be here. After all, the stunningly beautiful senior sister beside him is the Taishu Holy Maiden. Anyone would know. Can I help you? The two Taishu gate guards, having watched them linger for too long, finally approached and asked gently, well, could we join the Taishu Holy Maiden? Li Susu blurted out her question so naively that both the male and female Taishu disciples were left speechless. This may not be possible. Countless people within the sect have wished to pledge allegiance to the Taishu Sacred Maiden, yet in the end, there was only one by her side. Who? Her disciple. Yes, I misspoke. We wish to pledge allegiance to her disciple. We are fellow villagers with her disciple. At least Susu's prompting the words for Wang Chen's name that had eluded her moments before finally came together, and she spoke with delight. The male and female Taishu gate guards exchanged glances. How is this any different from pledging allegiance to the Sacred Maiden herself? Don't you understand how dearly she cherishes her disciple? Every cultivator in the Taishu Immortal Sect knows it. It was precisely because the Hualong Immortal Sect had nearly killed Wang Chen that the Sacred Maiden descended upon them that very night, emerging from the seabed with a 10,000-meter ice dragon to annihilate their entire sect. We have no authority to grant an audience with the Sacred Maiden. I'm sorry. What's wrong? The male gate guard said helplessly to the two, and as he was about to return to his post, he was caught off guard by a young man's voice. All eyes, those of the gate guards and the four companions, including Li Susu, turned toward the source. There stood Xiao Qingshu holding the hand of the quiet Su Xinyue, his expression one of mild confusion. Upon closer inspection, one might notice that Su Xinyue's eyes now held a faint glimmer of softness, the dead emptiness within them somewhat diminished. Even her hand clasped in Xiao Qingshu's pressed back with the slightest pressure, yet she kept her delicate face lowered, speaking not a word. Xiao Qingshu had been on his way back to the sect, when he suddenly overheard that these two beautiful young women claimed to be fellow villagers with that kid Wang Chen. So he paused to ask, just as he had been about to send Su Xianyue back to her quarters before seeking out Wang Chen. Venerable Qingshu. Upon recognizing Xiao Qingshu, the two disciples immediately clasped their fists in salute and spoke with deep respect. The former sect master had personally declared that since several months prior, Venerable Qingshu had become the supreme honored guest of the Taishu immortal sect, and to be received with the same reverence as the sect master himself. Wow, are you really Venerable Qingshu? Our master admires you so much. Li Susu exclaimed the first sentence with delight all over her face, and Li Qingqing eagerly followed with the second, both of them with sparkling eyes. The two sisters recalled a note in their cultivation manual about the late Saint Soul Realm expert in the cave dwelling. His greatest wish in life had been to become, like Venerable Qingshu, someone capable of crushing an entire demonic city with a single palm strike. Cough. Cough. Xiao Qingshu was somewhat embarrassed by the sudden warmth, yet a strange satisfaction stirred within him. Who is your master? We don't know. Xiao Qingshu. At that moment Xiao Qingshu inexplicably felt he'd been played, and quietly turning, with Su Xianyue's hand in his, he prepared to leave. We actually have no master. We claim that title ourselves. We found a cultivation manual, and saw that its previous owner revered Venerable Qingshu above all else. Venerable Qingshu, could you take us to see our fellow villager? We're so helpless here, so pitiful. Seeing this, Li Qingqing hastily explained, then quickly brought up their actual purpose and pitifully cupped her own face as she spoke. Please, Venerable Qingshu. Witnessing this, Li Susu also quickly adopted a pitiful coquettish demeanor, pressing her palms together and taking 2 steps forward with a sorrowful expression on her delicate face. However, the extraordinarily beautiful woman beside Venerable Qingshu slightly raised her cold, heavy gaze, startling her into immediately stopping her forward steps. Xiao Qingshu, unaware of this exchange, held Su Xianyue's hand as her beautiful eyes lowered weakly once more and regarded the two sisters with a moment's hesitation. It can be done, but if you dare deceive me, I'll cast you into the wilderness. Wait here for a moment. Yes, yes, yes. Seeing the twin sisters nod in unison, Xiao Qingshu led Su Xianyue forward into the sect and vanished in a flash of teleportation. When they reappeared, they had arrived at a vast courtyard filled with flowers and plants that Xiao Qingshu had cultivated to keep Su Xianyue from loneliness. GGG. Even within the courtyard, a female spirit bird fluttered to Su Xianyue's shoulder and nuzzled her cheek upon seeing her return. Yeah, be good. I'm going to find that kid. There's something I need to handle. Okay. Xiao Qingshu, unwilling to leave Su Xianyue alone in the house without him, gently asked her to wait in the courtyard pavilion. Yet Su Xianyue remained unchanged. She merely lifted her crystal-clear but heavy eyes to gaze at him, silently blinking twice. Xiao Qingshu had grown accustomed to this by now. With a helpless sigh, he gently stroked her head before preparing to release her hand. Just as their hands were about to part, whether by illusion or not, Xiao Qingshu felt her grip tighten briefly. You don't want me to leave? To be certain, Xiao Qingshu quickly crouched, slightly gazing at Su Xianyue seated in the pavilion. Yet Su Xianyue's cold, tranquil eyes simply watched him quietly, saying not a word as always. All right then. Wait here with the little spirit bird. I'll be back shortly. Xiao Qingshu, gazing at Su Xianyue, who had not spoken a single word to him throughout, felt a dip in his spirits before rising to his feet. Moments later, Su Xianyue watched Xiao Qingshu's retreating figure grow distant, her crystal-clear eyes growing heavy, and she obediently sat in the courtyard waiting. Without Xiao Qingshu, Su Xianyue resembled a stone statue, seated motionless in the pavilion and gazing fixedly at the closed courtyard gate. Even as the little spirit bird fluttered around her, chirping sweetly to win her affection, Su Xianyue paid it no mind whatsoever. Yet this cold, emotionless state of Su Xianyue's was destined to be short-lived, because Wang Chen was about to transform into a mysterious figure and come deceive her, telling her that Xiao Qingshu had abandoned her. Deep within the Taishu immortal sect, the peach blossom trees in the Taishu Sacred Maiden's courtyard swayed gently in the breeze, and finally the scene shifted from the blossoming trees carpeting the ground to inside the house. On the bed within the room, Wang Chen embraced Jiang Lingxian's delicate figure from behind, while she lay on the inner side of the bed with her back to him. Wang Chen, gradually awakening from his slumber, instinctively tightened his embrace, causing Jiang Lingxian to shudder. Jiang Lingxian involuntarily murmured, her beautiful eyes fluttering repeatedly before she finally opened them with a drowsy gaze. But in truth, Wang Chen had awakened slightly earlier than Jiang Lingxian and quickly and quietly shifted his hands to her waist. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare, my dear Xian? Wang Chen, holding Jiang Lingxian's soft waist, turned her around, and seeing she was still somewhat groggy, quickly soothed her with a gentle voice. Hearing his voice, Jiang Lingxian gradually came to and quickly reached out with her slender hands to grasp Wang Chen's arms. But in the end she discovered his arms were truly around her waist, and for a moment her mind couldn't quite process it. I seemed to dream about you. Your hands were. Jiang Lingxian's slender hands held onto Wang Chen's arms wrapped around her waist, and her exquisitely beautiful expression showed. She found it somewhat difficult to articulate the rest. What were they doing? Wang Chen maintained his composure, his brow furrowing slightly on the surface as he asked with genuine confusion. It's nothing. Just a dream. Then in your dream, did you find that version of me to be a beautiful dream or a nightmare? Wang Chen deliberately acted this way, and inside, he chuckled endlessly as he watched Jiang Lingxian's exquisitely beautiful face turn completely red from his teasing. I don't want to say. If you won't say, then I'll assume it was a nightmare. So dreaming of me is a nightmare, huh? Sigh. No, it's not. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian's heart tightened, and her still somewhat drowsy beautiful eyes gazed at Wang Chen as she hastily responded. But Wang Chen simply watched her quietly, saying nothing. It's the kind of beautiful dream I like. Jiang Lingxian spoke the truth, simultaneously recalling the late-night scenes from her dream as she drifted in and out of consciousnness. For a moment Jiang Lingxian's heart trembled slightly, overwhelmed with shame and wanting to refuse, yet secretly somewhat liking how her disciple had been. But it's fine that the disciple doesn't know. No need to worry. Oh, so Xian actually likes it after all? Wang Chen unexpectedly gained an answer that filled him with confidence, and a smile graced his handsome face as he spoke. Jiang Lingxian faced Wang Chen directly, her mind momentarily blank when she heard his words. Could that not have been a dream? Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen's face, the very one she adored beyond measure, her heart trembling within her chest at a loss for what to do. Disciple, after I drank that fruit wine, did you lie to me and say that was a dream? Wang Chen heard this and shook his head, causing Jiang Lingxian to pause once more, wanting to believe him, yet finding it difficult to do so. But Wang Chen merely had a stiff neck, so he shook his head to relieve the discomfort. He had not actually admitted to lying. Wang Chen watched as his silly Xian still couldn't figure things out after half a day's contemplation and couldn't help but reach out to gently pat her head. Jiang Lingxian felt the stroking sensation on her head, which interrupted her train of thought. She couldn't help but weakly shy away. What she hadn't expected was that Wang Chen seemed inclined to respect her wishes, genuinely withdrawing his hand from her head. For a moment Jiang Lingxian's concentration was shattered, and an inexplicable sense of anxiety and emptiness suddenly rose within her heart. At this moment Jiang Lingxian no longer wished to ponder whether that had been a dream or not. She opened her beautiful eyes and quickly turned to look at Wang Chen. Fine. I know you don't want to. Wang Chen recalled all the times he had stroked Jiang Lingxian's head only for her to weakly struggle away. Though she never truly managed to escape, it had planted a seed of doubt in Wang Chen's mind. It simply never occurred to Wang Chen that Jiang Lingxian was merely instinctively uncomfortable, not that she didn't want him to touch her. Uncomfortable, yet fond at the same time. Such was the contradictory nature of Jiang Lingxian's character. Therefore Wang Chen only needed to be a bit firmer, transforming her contradictions into having just one option left. Knock, knock, knock. Just then the sound of knocking at the courtyard gate reached their ears, instantly snapping Jiang Lingxian back to her senses. At this moment Wang Chen said nothing more, simply gently pushing aside the quilt and rising from the bed first. Wang Chen then glanced at Jiang Lingxian lying on the bed, gazing at him with pleading eyes, her gaze seemingly complex. Someone's knocking outside, little Xian. Time to get up. Wang Chen felt somewhat puzzled by her gaze, yet still extended both hands toward her waist, preparing to lift her into a sitting position. What Wang Chen hadn't anticipated was that Jiang Lingxian would suddenly reach out with her slender fair hand and gently grasp his right wrist. Disciple. The expression of vulnerability that Jiang Lingxian had never shown to anyone else was now fully displayed before Wang Chen, pitiful and forlorn. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen with longing eyes, her delicate hand gripping his right wrist. She then weakly guided his palm to rest upon her own head. Disciple. I don't dislike it, so please don't let go so easily. Lying on the bed, Jiang Lingxian gazed up at Wang Chen with a pitiful expression, placing his hand on her head, her eyes filled with pleading. At this moment Wang Chen sat frozen on the bed. Sometimes he truly couldn't tell whether Jiang Lingxian was genuinely refusing or simply uncomfortable by instinct. Seeing her in this endearing, pitiful state, Wang Chen's right hand resting on her head couldn't help but stroke her once more. This time Jiang Lingxian dared not struggle any longer. She hastily moved her body, lying there and wrapping her arms around Wang Chen's waist, her head gently nuzzling against his palm. So cute. Xian. But why do I feel like I'm petting a little kitten? In that moment a sense of bewilderment suddenly arose in Wang Chen's heart, while an immense sense of achievement and satisfaction continuously surged within him. It was as if as if he had gradually trained a pet that had previously rarely paid him any attention into one that simply could not do without him. TSK, I shouldn't think like that, shouldn't think like that. Startled by this thought in his mind, Wang Chen hastily shook off these notions. Lowering his gaze, he looked at Jiang Lingxian, who had buried her beautiful face in his embrace while clinging to his waist. There. Good girl. Let's go see who's looking for us. Wang Chen's right hand gently stroked her head twice more, then suddenly moved downward while she wasn't paying attention. Just as Jiang Lingxian was about to respond normally, she suddenly let out a trembling gasp, her beautiful face gradually flushing red. Bad disciple. Jiang Lingxian blushingly slapped away Wang Chen's hand, which had been as restless as in her dream. She then angrily pinched his cheek in annoyance. I was wrong. I don't know why my hand all of a sudden started auto-navigating. Wang Chen appeared to be apologizing, yet he lifted Jiang Lingxian in his arms with an impish grin. Jiang Lingxian pressed her lips together tightly a couple of times, her red lips parting as if to say something, but ultimately, she simply lowered her head slightly. It seemed she wasn't resisting much anymore. Then, it shouldn't be long before we become Dao companions. It's only a matter of time. When the right moment came, I could confess to her again. It probably wouldn't fail this time. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who had merely blushed and shyly lowered her head after being pinched. He cheerfully mused to himself. Yet what Wang Chen was unaware of was that Jiang Lingxian's confession would actually come faster than his, more decisively, more earnestly, and even with a hint of wildness. A moment later, the two finished their tender moment and stepped down from the bed. Knock, knock, knock. Creak. In the expectant gazes of Xiao Qingshu, Li Susu, and Li Qingqing, the gates of the Taishu Saintess's courtyard finally swung open. The moment the gate opened, expressions of both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian froze. The former had a hint of confusion in his eyes, while the latter's gaze gradually turned cold. Especially when Jiang Lingxian looked at Xiao Qingshu, her eyes grew even icier. She had half a mind to give him a couple of swords. This time Jiang Lingxian hadn't bothered to sense who was outside, because only a few top figures of the Taishu immortal sect could come here. She simply hadn't expected that Xiao Qingshu would bring her such a blessing, bringing the disciple's old female acquaintance here. Whoa. Fellow townsmen, we meet again. Li Susu launched into her greeting with a whoop, gazing at Wang Chen's undeniably handsome face with pure delight. Finally, another transmigrator to team up with. And this one had actually made such great progress. As long as she could latch onto his coattails, the wandering life for her and her sister would finally be secured. Li Susu's sole intention was simply to cling to his leg, with her sister harboring no other excessive designs on Wang Chen. But someone, well, was an entirely different story. Jiang Lingxian coldly stared at Xiao Qingshu, her very aura seeming to drop 3 degrees, which startled the other party. Oh no, could it be that my junior sister doesn't like these two idiots? Xiao Qingshu was no fool. Clearly perceiving that Jiang Lingxian's gaze was more unfavorable than before, his heart suddenly lurched. Quick, let's go. Seeing this, Xiao Qingshu immediately attempted to lead Li Susu and the two girls away, leaving both silly sisters utterly bewildered. Wait, Qingshu Zuns, we just arrived. Why must we leave already? Please don't make us go. Flattery and coquetry were the sisters' usual tactics, clutching their hands pitifully as they gazed at Xiao Qingshu with longing eyes. Yet for all their coaxing and fawning, they still knew their boundaries, never going so far as to physically cling to Xiao Qingshu's arm. It's fine. We can wait a moment longer. They are old townsfolk of mine after all. Let us chat for a while. Wang Chen waved his hand, halting Xiao Qingshu's attempt to lead the sisters away. Xiao Qingshu glanced at Jiang Lingxian, then at Wang Chen, caught in a dilemma. What the heck, man? Can't you see the tiny frost already forming beneath the feet of the person beside you? I brought them here, and while you've had your pleasant chat, I'll be the one hunted down. Saintess, you see. Unable to resist any longer, Xiao Qingshu finally sought Jiang Lingxian's opinion. If she agreed, he wouldn't have to worry about being pursued. It is of no concern. My disciple merely reconnects with an old friend. It is fine. Jiang Lingxian's icy voice rang out, though her words somehow gave the impression she was reassuring herself as much as answering him. What is the matter? Wang Chen also sensed Jiang Lingxian's low spirits, quickly shifting the topic to Xiao Qingshu. He would have to comfort her later. Well, you know, she did show a tiny bit of emotional fluctuation, but she still won't speak. It's quite difficult. Pressed by Wang Chen's inquiry, mentioning this matter made Xiao Qingshu's expression turn awkward and helpless. He bore no impatience, of course. Cultivators often entered seclusion for decades or centuries, and this was merely a few months. But facing Su Qianyue, who remained utterly silent and seemingly devoid of any emotion, Xiao Qingshu still wished to help her recover quickly. We are planning to head to Qingwang soon. Since emotional fluctuation means she can be cured, stay with her alone for a while longer. Let me examine her again after I return. After some contemplation, Wang Chen raised his gaze and spoke to Xiao Qingshu. That works, but what about these two? Xiao Qingshu nodded thoughtfully, then turned his attention to the two silly sisters standing there with foolish grins plastered across their pretty faces. I'll arrange things for them. Go back and keep your beloved company. All right. These days hold her while sleeping. Try not to leave her side, even when resting. As Xiao Qingshu departed, Wang Chen did not forget to call out his final instructions. That's how it's always been. A voice echoed back from the void, Xiao Qingshu's reply, which prompted Wang Chen to mutter inwardly, good heavens. Brother, sister, we finally found you after all manner of hardship. You're our true brother and sister. Seeing Qingshu Zun's depart, Li Susu immediately turned her gaze to Wang Chen and the stunningly beautiful woman wailing at the top of her lungs. What? How are you making such random kinship claims? Wang Chen was startled, instinctively pulling Jiang Lingxian back a step. After a moment, Wang Chen and the quietly composed Jiang Lingxian welcomed the two silly sisters into the pavilion in the courtyard. Go on then, what's this all about? Sitting in the pavilion, Wang Chen furrowed his brow, slightly genuinely shocked that they had actually managed to find this place. When we were on Blue Star, the two of us tried to rescue someone drowning. But after we pulled him to safety, we slipped and fell in ourselves. Li Susu spoke first, her fair and delicate features turning impossibly awkward as she recounted this affair. At the final moment before sinking to the bottom, we thought we might as well die together, so we embraced each other. The two sisters shared an uncanny connection, and as Li Susu finished, Li Qingqing, nearly identical to her sister, immediately picked up the story. Then our consciousness faded. When we came to again, we crashed right into a powerful cultivator's cave dwelling, and then all sorts of things happened. And now we've found you. Thus the two traded sentences back and forth until Wang Chen's brow gradually furrowed. Were you two attending school on Blue Star? Yes. We're actually students from two top universities. We can do everything. Life skills, you name it. Pretty impressive, right? At this point, the two sisters spoke in perfect unison, pointing thumbs at themselves with expressions brimming with pride. Those two silly sisters were like two peas in a pod, moving so synchronously it was as if they had mastered the shadow clone technique. No wonder you're so foolish. Nearly drowned yourselves while trying to save someone. Li Susu and Li Qingqing. Hearing Wang Chen's words, the pair couldn't help but recall those videos online about certain wide-eyed college students. In that moment, they inexplicably felt as though they were exactly that kind of person. No need to doubt it. You are precisely that kind. Gazing at their self-doubting expressions, Wang Chen mercilessly shattered their lingering suspicion. Let's not dwell on that. Are you two heading to Qingwang? Why? Wang Chen replied with confusion, looking at Li Susu, who had suddenly raised this topic. My sister and I have traveled all the wastelands. We're constantly exploring the map. We've been almost everywhere. Want us to be your guides? No need. Before Wang Chen could respond, Jiang Lingxian's cold, serene voice promptly refused. Seeing Wang Chen chat so intimately with these two sisters, she could no longer hold herself back. Even her soft palm beneath the table had unconsciously reached out to grasp Wang Chen's, as if afraid he might be snatched away. This gesture from Jiang Lingxian caused Wang Chen to pause momentarily. He understood that her possessive nature had likely resurfaced. Softly, he squeezed her hand back in response, which calmed her heart just a little. Big sister, really trust us. Whether it's places to cultivate, spots to find food, or scenic locations to visit, we know everything. Plus, we've made complete map plans for the entire 8 Wastelands continent. Big sister, please take a look, won't you? Knowing that to cling to a powerful benefactor, they needed to prove their worth, Li Susu promptly retrieved a large map and several smaller ones from her storage ring. Gazing at the maps that now covered the entire table, even Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes flickered with a moment of surprise. But allowing them to serve as guides would mean constantly meeting and interacting with her disciple. What if they harbored ill intentions toward her disciple? Although she had been reborn, Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen only had a rough understanding of the 8 Wastelands continent. After all, they were not wandering cultivators. They lacked the leisure to meticulously study every corner of the 8 Wastelands. No need. We have our own arrangements. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Lingxian's heart was slightly flustered, yet her expression remained cool and detached as she refused once more. Big sister, please. Just take us in. We'll do odd jobs, laundry, cooking, anything you need anytime. We're capable of everything. Hearing this, Li Susu and Li Qingqing deflated for an instant, but then gazed imploringly at Jiang Lingxian, continuously pleading. Such an elite benefactor. If they missed this opportunity today, it might be gone forever. We can also back you up. My cultivation is at the 8th layer of the Spirit King realm, and my older sister has reached the 9th layer. Think about it, taking 2 top-tier Spirit King subordinates with you standing right by your side in the spotlight. Wouldn't that be incredibly impressive? Li Susu was quite the manipulator. She spoke with such conviction that it was like recounting a fairy tale, making one unable to resist imagining the scene. However, Wang Chen wasn't swayed by her words. His eyes gradually revealed a sharp and suspicious glint. With both of you being shorter than one, 7 meters, and flat-chested people might think we're mistreating children if they see us together. Wang Chen furrowed his brows. Under the table, his hand interlaced with Jiang Lingxian's. He spoke to the two sisters across the table. At this moment, Li Susu and Li Qingqing subconsciously looked down and realized their legs were fully visible at a glance. They fell silent. "Little master, what do you think?" "No." Jiang Lingxian, with her naturally cold and delicate features, slightly shook her head. Her inherently cool and melodious voice refused once more. From Wang Chen's words, Jiang Lingxian had already noticed him sizing up the two sisters' figures. For some reason, a sour feeling arose in her heart, and her sense of security was gradually fading away. Hearing Jiang Lingxian's words, the two sisters across from her adhered to their principle: never insist more than 3 times. Since the other party was adamant in her refusal, they instantly became disheartened. Only by knowing when to back off could one survive longer. "All right, then we'll be going first." Li Susu's delicate and pretty face fell slightly as she responded with some helplessness. Finally, Li Susu could only put away the large and small maps marked with numerous red dots, then took her older sister's hand, stood up, and turned to leave. "Hey, let me ask, what's that thing on your back?" Wang Chen gazed at the two's lonely figures walking toward the courtyard gate, and couldn't help but ask about the item on Li Qingqing's back. Because Wang Chen's intuition had been tingling continuously, always feeling that what Li Qingqing carried on her back was particularly extraordinary. At this moment, Wang Chen inexplicably recalled those protagonists in web novels. Those with cloth-wrapped items on their backs always turned out to be major treasures. "Host, if I don't consume origin points, I can't even see through that spirit-concealing cloth. There must definitely be good stuff inside." Li Qingqing, who had a small beauty mark near the corner of her eye, felt her heart skip a beat upon hearing this. She quickly turned around and silently protected the item on her back. "It's just ordinary miscellaneous items." Li Qingqing responded to Wang Chen with a somewhat guilty, yet forced composure, already wanting to take her younger sister and flee in her heart. In the past, it wasn't as if no one had coveted the weapon on her back, but in the end they were all chopped into pieces by the weapon within the cloth. They had considered storing it in their storage rings, but discovered that the ring's grade was too low to contain it. They didn't know about others, but if the Taisu immortal sect Saintess set her sights on this item, they knew they definitely wouldn't be able to keep it. "Look at how cautious you are. Doesn't it clearly show there's a major treasure inside?" Forget it. You may go. We're not bandits." Wang Chen watched the two sisters blocking their view behind them, and shook his head with some amusement before speaking. Li Susu and Li Qingqing felt somewhat embarrassed, and quickly held hands, breaking into a small run to leave the courtyard. What Wang Chen didn't know was that one of the treasures he had been desperately seeking, the top 10 in the cultivation world, was slipping right before his eyes. And it was a treasure he had personally used in his past life. He just couldn't figure out why in this current timeline this treasure had fallen into the hands of these two foolish sisters. Even the system hadn't anticipated this. After all, detection required origin points. The higher the grade of the treasure being detected, the more it consumed. Once detected, there was no turning back. Knowing its host's personality, the host would generally not seize things from allies, at most it would merely borrow. So it dared not recklessly detect. What if the host didn't borrow the treasure from them? That would be a huge loss. And that treasure was also one of the most important reasons those two foolish sisters could travel the 8 desolates and visit various places without dying. Meanwhile, the two sisters on their way to Taisu immortal sect exchanged glances after being escorted out by a Taisu disciple. "Little sister, based on this fellow villager and the saintess's behavior, they're definitely not bad people. How about we go travel to Qingwang?" Upon hearing her older sister Li Qingqing's words, Li Susu paused for a moment, but quickly responded with a brilliant smile. "Sure. It's just that we haven't retrieved many treasures from the minor forbidden lands we marked in Qingwang yet." Li Susu gazed at her older sister, her mouth curving into a wide smile as she eagerly led Li Qingqing away. Since actively trying to attach themselves hadn't worked, why not create some chance encounters? Moreover, Li Susu suddenly remembered that over the years they had marked many treasure locations on the 8 desolates map that they could see but not retrieve. At that time, they could pretend to accidentally reveal these treasure locations to the fellow villager and the saintess. After receiving benefits, the fellow villager and saintess would definitely take them in. Even if they still refused to take them in, they could at least build a relationship, making it easier for them to ask for help in dealing with the Jiang family, who had been constantly searching for their traces. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Taisu Saintess Hall, at this moment Wang Chen had no idea that most of the fortunate opportunities he wanted to find were almost entirely marked on those two foolish sisters' 8 desolates map. If it weren't for later chance encounters with those two sisters, it would likely have cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of origin points to locate them. Of course, that was all in the future. Because at this moment Wang Chen, in the small pavilion of the Taisu Saintess Hall courtyard, was looking at Chu Yao, who was quite sweaty. "What?" He had just driven away too, and he was preparing to coax his unhappy Xinxian, but why was Chu Yao here? Wang Chen had already exposed his relationship with his master in front of Chu Yao, a master-disciple romance. So now Wang Chen openly held hands with Jiang Lingxian, completely disregarding the feelings of the single Chu Yao. But Wang Chen was troubled in his heart. Chu Yao, looking at Jiang Lingxian, actually felt somewhat nervous in both heart and legs. At this moment, Chu Yao sat somewhat guiltily opposite Jiang Lingxian, whose eyes held a trace of depression with movements appearing extremely restrained. He had just dealt with two, and now this person also came looking for his disciple. Jiang Lingxian looked coldly at Chu Yao, feeling quite troubled in her heart. A sense of panic arose spontaneously. After all, they were all Wang Chen's old friends. Bad disciple. How many more old friends does she not know about? Jiang Lingxian slightly raised her eyes and glanced at Wang Chen, a trace of subtle grievance in her gaze. A sense of inability to control the situation spread through her heart. That Saintess, I want to ask your disciple something. Is that okay? Chu Yao clearly dared not face Wang Chen directly anymore, instead cautiously asking Jiang Lingxian. You've already come to my courtyard, how could I directly chase you away? Jiang Lingxian's cold voice rang out faintly, her eyes like a cold sword remaining fixed on Chu Yao. Thank you, Saintess. Wang Chen, a severely injured man, recently came to my family to recover. His name seems to be Yi Qing. Moreover, most of my clansmen don't take to him, yet a small portion of the higher-ups and my younger sister, Chu Han, constantly protect him. And that disgusting fellow having Chu Han still keeps trying to accidentally get close to me, the direct daughter of the Chu family. According to what you said before about being wary of a guy named Yi Qing, what should I do now? Chu Yao sought a quick resolution. After confirming Jiang Lingxian wouldn't reject her, she quickly finished speaking these words within 10 seconds. Oh, Wang Chen was stunned upon hearing this, feeling that something was slightly off in his heart. By all rights, Yi Qing should have already healed the injuries to his purple gold heavenly eye 2 months ago. Why would he be severely injured again? Could it be because after his rebirth he hunted Yi Qing and seized many of his opportunities? Perhaps this caused the timeline of the Chu family's near destruction in this life to advance earlier. Where exactly is your family located in the 8 wastelands? Wang Chen's memory of the Chu family's whereabouts was slightly hazy, yet something about it felt familiar, so he could not help but ask. Qinghuang, Northwest region. Why do you ask? What incredible coincidence. I will go personally to kill him. Once he is dead, you will not have to worry about anything anymore. Let us go now. Wang Chen paused for a moment upon hearing the Chu family's location, finally understanding why it felt so familiar. It seemed that every stroke of good fortune was falling his way. This journey would not only allow him to gather information about the second top-tier child of fortune, but also enable him to intercept and kill Yi Qing along the way, seizing the opportunities he had gained from those spiritual herbs and further draining his fortune. Wang Chen clearly remembered the reason Yi Qing had fallen into the Chu family's grasp in his previous life. He had challenged one of the divine sons from the 4 great ancient clans as a rogue cultivator and publicly humiliated him through their wager. In the end, before the assembled crowd, he had mercilessly claimed a vial of top-grade pills from one of the 4 great ancient clans' divine sons with his own hands. However, top-grade pills from an ancient clan were not easily obtained, so they had secretly plotted to kill Yi Qing and reclaim them, which ultimately led to his severe injuries and his fall into the Chu family's hands. Yet the Chu family paled in comparison to the 4 great ancient clans with their tens of thousands of years of heritage. So, this kind of plot him. So quintessentially a child of fortune. In the early stages, he would always be hunted by the antagonist, lose some companions along the way, and only then manage to eliminate the villain. Sigh, how unlike myself. Starting with a delicate, breathtakingly beautiful junior master who was easy to pamper, there was no need to worry about living in comfort. As Wang Chen pondered this, a secret satisfaction welled up within him, and he could not help but chuckle. What a fickle world. Actually, he had not wanted things to turn out this way, but who could blame him for having such a delicate and breathtakingly beautiful junior master at the heavenly venerable realm, who was also the Taishu Saintess. And his junior master herself had a master at the peak of the 9th layer of the heavenly venerable realm, the venerable ancestor of the Taishu immortal sect. Do you have a grudge against him? Chu Yao paused for a moment upon hearing Wang Chen's words, but quickly recovered, her eyes filled with confusion. Yes. Without further delay, the sky would grow dark soon, so let us head to Qinghuang first. Wang Chen spoke as he held the hand of Jiang Lingxian, who walked beside him with her head bowed, her breathtakingly beautiful face showing no words, her mood seemingly somewhat dejected. Ever since my disciple's old friends arrived, my disciple and I have barely spoken. Jiang Lingxian slowly rose from her chair as Wang Chen held her palm, her delicate face slightly lowered, her heart far from content. Is your master joining us as well? Chu Yao's words precisely struck a nerve with Jiang Lingxian, causing her to instantly lift her cold, beautiful eyes. Can I not go? Could Chu Yao be plotting to be alone with my disciple again with those words? Jiang Lingxian's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her displeasure evident, for Chu Yao's words had indeed been rather misleading. No, no, no. I merely assumed the saintess would have many matters to attend to. I absolutely did not mean anything by it. Under Jiang Lingxian's unwavering gaze, Chu Yao felt a chill run down her spine, as though an icy python were coiling around her, cold sweat breaking out across her body. Be good. Wang Chen, aware that Jiang Lingxian was upset, quickly reached out to gently stroke her head, endeavoring to soothe her. Wang Chen intended to first travel to Qinghuang, settle down, and then properly coax his little one after her sudden emotional outburst. Jiang Lingxian felt the gentle touch above her head, and Wang Chen's tender words, and only then did her heart settle somewhat, growing calmer. Tisk. Ever since their relationship was exposed before me, they do not even bother hiding their affection anymore. But this seemingly cold saintess is far too easy to coax behind closed doors. A single be good, and she is instantly quiet. Chu Yao gazed at the breathtakingly beautiful Jiang Lingxian, now tranquil with her hair being stroked, a hint of astonishment stirring within her. Let us hurry and go. After calming Jiang Lingxian's emotions, Wang Chen quickly urged Chu Yao to lead the way. Without another word, Chu Yao nodded and hurriedly led Wang Chen, who was holding Jiang Lingxian's hand, out of the Taishu Saintess Hall. However, as soon as Chu Yao had run out of the courtyard, she suddenly felt enveloped by a chilling coldness. Under Jiang Lingxian's method, the three of them tore through the void and appeared before the transmission array in Taishu Immortal City. As the three entered the transmission array, Chu Yao paid the spirit stones first. Wang Chen, as before, reached for an equivalent pill to offer her. As expected, Chu Yao offered a polite refusal, once more leaving Wang Chen no choice but to silently retrieve the pill and return it to his storage space. Chu Yao. At the moment the transmission array activated, Chu Yao made a silent resolution. She would never be so polite with Wang Chen again. Time passed. 8 Wastelands continent. Qinghuang. Dihuang lay at the center of the 8 Wastelands continent, with the remaining 7 wastelands surrounding it. And at this moment, beneath the pitch-black night sky, within a cultivation city in the northern region of Qinghuang, to the south of the 8 wastelands, Jiang Lingxian had forcefully pinned Wang Chen beneath her, her naturally cold and distant beautiful eyes now filled with grievance. Disciple, how many old friends of mine do you have that I do not know about? Jiang Lingxian threw herself onto Wang Chen's body, her slender arms tightly wrapped around his neck, her beautiful eyes full of grievance and anxiety, gazing down at him. Although Wang Chen had long been mentally prepared, hearing Jiang Lingxian's words still caused him to pause slightly. In his previous life, Jiang Lingxian had essentially let him grow up without much supervision, so it was natural that he had accumulated quite a few old friends. However, so far only Xiao Qingxiu and Chu Yao had appeared, along with Chu Yin, whom he had met only once. As for Li Susu and Li Qingqing, they hardly counted. After all, they were sister transmigrators he had only just met in this life. Yet even in Wang Chen's memory alone, there were still 3 female old friends who left deep impressions and had not yet appeared. One was the saintess of Qingyao Immortal Sect, one of the 4 great immortal sects of the 8 Wastelands continent. In their previous life, they had become acquainted through intertwined interests and had even attempted to kill each other. Another was a cunning and mischievous demon girl who wandered everywhere. In his previous life, he had come to know her because one of the 10 great treasures of the cultivation world was on her person. The third was a divine maiden from a powerful ancient clan. In his previous life, she had sought out Wang Chen the strategist for help due to a romantic entanglement with a certain divine son. All of them were merely normal friendships or mutually beneficial relationships. Wang Chen guaranteed there was absolutely nothing more. But considering Jiang Lingxian's character so sensitive in every aspect, if she were to discover this, would not her inner possessiveness completely erupt? In that case, as the system would put it, lock her up. Lock her up. Lock her up. But if he did not say anything now and later, when his interests became entangled with Jiang Lingxian's and these people's, they would still end up meeting. In that case, it would be even more difficult to explain to Jiang Lingxian when they met. It would be better to give her a heads up beforehand. So it was better to be honest. Hiding things from Jiang Lingxian would only make him seem guilty, and he did not wish to be misunderstood by Xianxian. The male and female old friends we might encounter later. There are still about 7 or 8. As Wang Chen spoke these words, gazing at Jiang Lingxian's increasingly pouting, pitifully beautiful face, he felt a chill run down his spine. Then the female ones, how many are there? How many women are there in total? Jiang Lingxian pressed tightly against Wang Chen's body, her slender hands unconsciously tightening slightly, a clear anxiety visible in the depths of her eyes. 1. I hope just 1. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, weakly murmuring 1, with a trembling heart, endlessly hoping it would be just 1. If possible, Jiang Lingxian would have even preferred half a woman, or better yet, none at all. Wang Chen already had female acquaintances from his past life. Chu Yao and a pair of sisters. And now she could only pray that the number of troublesome women approaching him would be as few as possible. Otherwise, what if they wanted to compete for Wang Chen? What would she do? About 3. I suppose. Wang Chen hesitated for a moment, and upon seeing Jiang Lingxian's pitiful little expression, he could not bear to deceive her, and spoke the truth. But Wang Chen's words struck Jiang Lingxian like a heavy hammer resonating loudly within her mind. If it had been just 1, she could have accepted it. 2 would have been her limit. But her disciple actually had 3 female acquaintances from his past life. Jiang Lingxian collapsed against Wang Chen's body, her eyes gradually reddening, her breathing growing increasingly erratic. In this moment, some deep emotion within Jiang Lingxian's heart climbed to the surface, her very heart trembling. Jiang Lingxian did not want her disciple to leave her, not for a single moment. The desire to bind Wang Chen had long existed within her, and now it surged forward once more. She didn't want to. She truly didn't want her disciple to see them, didn't want. Jiang Lingxian's chest rose and fell slightly, her breath growing warm as she gazed at Wang Chen, the man she loved to the extreme, and a single thought echoed endlessly within her mind. In this moment, Jiang Lingxian's heart was filled with an intense possessiveness, her eyes and mind consumed entirely by Wang Chen, with nothing else remaining. Host, this is bad. Jiang Lingxian's symptoms clearly indicate that some special trait is about to erupt. Hurry and coax her. I said I wanted to tie you up, but I never actually wanted to be locked in a room with you forever. Seeing Jiang Lingxian's increasingly erratic aura and the extremely dangerous demeanor she exuded, not only was Wang Chen frightened, but even the system was startled. Xian, I swear we are absolutely nothing, just simple acquaintances. In both my past life and this life, there was never any physical contact. Wang Chen was startled awake by the system's reminder and quickly snapped back to reality. Gazing at Jiang Lingxian's crimson eyes filled with glistening tears, he hastily shouted. So frightened was Wang Chen that he quickly raised his right hand, as if swearing that if his words proved false, he would be struck down by 5 thunderbolts from heaven. Jiang Lingxian, still pressed against Wang Chen's warm body, heard his sudden oath, and her slightly bewildered, pitiful expression gradually cleared. But the stunning beauty of their eye contact still carried a clear sense of unease, her lips slightly parted, as though wanting to say something, but unsure what. If her disciple knew she wanted to tie him up, he would surely come to hate her. Jiang Lingxian's eyes reddened, but she hastily tried to shake those dark thoughts from her mind. Yet as she felt Wang Chen's warm body experiencing everything about him, her fear of being taken from him grew ever stronger. I won't let her disciple be taken away by those bad women. Jiang Lingxian's intense possessiveness over Wang Chen continued to rise, and even her hands involuntarily emanated a faint, gentle, cold energy. If this gentle, cold energy of a heavenly venerable entered Wang Chen's divine sense, it would cause him to fall into a brief, painless coma. Then, facing the unconscious Wang Chen, everything would be decided by her. Host, kiss her. Hurry and kiss her soft. Because Jiang Lingxian deliberately concealed it, Wang Chen did not feel the cold energy surging from her hands clasped behind his neck. But just because Wang Chen couldn't feel it didn't mean the system couldn't. The system was now frantic, continuously shouting within his mind. It had lived alongside Wang Chen for over 1,000 years, and had watched the host and Jiang Lingxian grow together for over 1,000 years, yet this was the first time it had ever seen Jiang Lingxian like this. Wang Chen paused briefly upon hearing the system's sudden cry, but upon seeing the hesitant Jiang Lingxian, he quickly reacted. This time Wang Chen didn't care about the consequences. He quickly wrapped his arms around Jiang Lingxian and forcefully flipped their positions, catching her off guard. MMPH. Jiang Lingxian's delicate body, which had been pressing against Wang Chen, was suddenly flipped their positions, reversing completely, causing her to softly gasp. Coming to her senses, Jiang Lingxian knew that if she didn't act now, it might be too late, and she gritted her teeth slightly. Disciple. I'm sorry, Wu. Jiang Lingxian's crimson lips parted, wanting to apologize in her wronged and flustered state before taking action, but her lips were suddenly covered. This caused Jiang Lingxian's intended action to pause, and she felt a strange sensation on her lips, leaving her momentarily dazed. Just as Jiang Lingxian gradually regained her senses and prepared to press forward despite the strange sensation, Wang Chen suddenly released her. Jiang Lingxian inexplicably felt her breath catch, a profound sense of loss and emptiness rising within her heart. You can't do this. After releasing her lips, Wang Chen pressed against her delicate body, pretending to be displeased with a frown, and spoke sternly. In this moment, even though Jiang Lingxian was a great cultivator at the heavenly venerable realm, she was momentarily stunned by her beloved's serious tone, her lips slightly parted as she became somewhat at a loss. Wang Chen, disregarding Jiang Lingxian's feelings, grabbed her slender wrists and pinned them directly above her head, leaving her unable to struggle. Jiang Lingxian was already feeling guilty, and after being intimidated by Wang Chen, she pressed her lower lip slightly, her crimson beautiful eyes darting away. Xian, do you never want me to take the initiative to kiss or hold you? Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, whose figure was incredibly alluring even through their clothes, and without further joking he spoke with a clearly displeased expression. I didn't. Disciple, I'm afraid you'll leave me, so I did this. I'm sorry, Wu. Jiang Lingxian realized he was truly angry upon hearing his words, and in panic, she quickly raised her pitiful eyes, and as she spoke tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry. Disciple is sorry. Jiang Lingxian's gaze at Wang Chen was blurred by tears, but remembering that he was angry, she could only hastily apologize, her eyes overflowing with tears. Wang Chen was momentarily thrown off balance by this scene, but quickly raised his hand to wipe the tears from her reddened beautiful face. After a short while, seeing Jiang Lingxian's emotions stabilize slightly, and her pitiful expression suggesting she wanted to speak again, Wang Chen quickly leaned down. This was Wang Chen's habitual trick with Jiang Lingxian. Though he had used it many times before, it remained remarkably effective. Woo! Their lips met once again, and within moments Jiang Lingxian's crystal-clear eyes, still carrying traces of tears, began to tremble slightly. Wang Chen withdrew his hand from her wrists and, no longer restrained, let it wander across her delicate body. Immediately Jiang Lingxian's skirt shifted slightly, causing her beautiful eyes to tremble and her heart to instinctively resist. But whether from guilt or something else, Jiang Lingxian's slight resistance gradually subsided under Wang Chen's unwavering gaze. Night passed by. The next morning arrived. Knock, knock, knock. Chu Yao stood before the door of the room that Jiang Lingxian had sealed with a formation the night before, knocking on the wooden door a few times. After waiting for a moment, are they still resting? Chu Yao stood before the door sealed by the invisible saint-level array, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed as she gazed at the door, murmuring in confusion. Though come to think of it, could Wang Chen and the saintess, these master and disciple pair, be doing something improper inside last night? Knock, knock, knock. Chu Yao knocked on the door a few more times, but seeing no movement from within, she could only return to the adjacent room to wait. At that moment, Wang Chen, who had been embracing Jiang Lingxian's delicate body through the night in the inn room, had already been awakened by the knocking at the door. But he paid it no mind. Instead, he gazed at Jiang Lingxian in his arms, her clothes slightly disheveled, but still properly dressed, still fast asleep. As Wang Chen's gaze shifted slightly toward the bedside, a light pink protective charm adorned with a strawberry pattern came into view. The gift Wang Chen had given Jiang Lingxian had ultimately been retrieved by his own hands. But unfortunately, he had only managed to retrieve one protective charm. The other one Jiang Lingxian refused to give up at all. Every time he touched it, she would cry in silence. Wang Chen was not some shameless beast without principles. He couldn't possibly watch her cry silently while still. Request for connection. Request for connection. Request for connection. Ahem. Rejected. Wang Chen listened to the system's anxious request for connection calmly, cleared his throat twice, and directly rejected it. Afterward, Wang Chen's hands that were wrapped around Jiang Lingxian tested the waters again, holding her even tighter. Jiang Lingxian sensed this and faintly furrowed her delicate brows. But perhaps because she had been thoroughly exhausted last night, Jiang Lingxian only nestled closer into Wang Chen's embrace, not waking up. However, the unusual warmth at her heart still caused her, even in deep slumber, to tightly knit her elegant brows, a pitiful, adorable appearance of discomfort, yet unwillingness to wake. Wang Chen was somewhat surprised at the sight, but seeing that Jiang Lingxian wasn't responding, his hands became rather presumptuous, clearly not having had enough fun yet. As time went by, Jiang Lingxian's brows furrowed deeper and deeper until finally, she gradually bit down on her moist red lower lip. Her slender hands wrapped around Wang Chen's waist also tightly gripped his clothing. MMPH. Jiang Lingxian could finally bear it no longer. She let out a soft, dispirited moan, her drowsy, beautiful eyes suddenly opening as she gazed blankly at Wang Chen. Show a little, master, there are bad people outside. Don't make a sound. Wang Chen's embrace froze for a moment. Meeting the gaze of the half-awake, dazed Jiang Lingxian, who had just woken, he quickly spoke in a careful voice. Jiang Lingxian, having been told this, was momentarily unable to process the situation. Instinctively, she glanced toward the door at the far end of the room behind him. But the door was tightly shut, and she could even see the saint-level invisible formation protecting them. How could there possibly be any bad people? At this moment, Jiang Lingxian shuddered all over, slowly widening her beautiful dazed eyes as she realized her entire body felt soft and weak. You scoundrel. Jiang Lingxian weakly struggled, trying to make Wang Chen, who was holding her, release his grip, her voice soft and sweet as she cursed. Xian, your body's control is currently in my hands. You wouldn't want. Jiang Lingxian was stunned by Wang Chen's strangely worded remark. In the end, she could only gently press her lips together, turning her pretty face away with a hint of humiliation. But Wang Chen, though he said this, still slowly withdrew his hands, finally embracing her now soft, limp body around the waist. But the moment Wang Chen released her, Jiang Lingxian felt at a loss for a moment, as if something was missing, an uncomfortable emptiness. Little master, the bad people have been driven away. Time to get up. Chu Yao came to knock just now. We should continue on our journey. Wang Chen tightly pulled the soft-bodied Jiang Lingxian close, finally leaning near her blushing, burning ears, and speaking softly, even gently nipping at them a few times. The expression on Jiang Lingxian's cold, elegant face somehow carried a look of humiliation. She turned her intensely flushed, beautiful face away, unwilling to look at or respond to Wang Chen. Bad disciple, bad disciple, bad disciple. Jiang Lingxian, humiliated slightly, turned away her exquisite, beautiful face, continuously cursing Wang Chen in a weak voice within her heart. Fortunately, Wang Chen didn't have mind-reading abilities, otherwise he would definitely give her a hard time. Good girl. I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you like that last night. Seeing that the atmosphere had quieted down, Wang Chen gently reached out his right hand, which carried a faint, cool fragrance, and rubbed her head, speaking tenderly. Wang Chen actually wasn't sure if he was wrong or not. In any case, admitting fault first was the right approach. Because with Jiang Lingxian's personality, she would make her own judgment. Who was right and who was wrong was crystal clear in her heart. As expected, Jiang Lingxian finally slowly turned her cold, flushed, pretty face around, staring at Wang Chen for a while, her red lips slightly parting. It was I. Who should be sorry, disciple? Seeing Wang Chen admit his fault, Jiang Lingxian's heart was suddenly filled with even more guilt. The disciple shouldn't have to be so submissive. It was all her own fault. Disciple, I don't want to let you meet those female acquaintances. Jiang Lingxian didn't know whether Wang Chen in his past life had been truly innocent with them, so her heart was genuinely filled with fear. In her past life, she had let Wang Chen roam freely. She had no idea how deep his friendships with some of his companions were. A situation she couldn't control. This was what caused Jiang Lingxian to now suffer from a severe lack of security. She wanted to bind Wang Chen to her, but fortunately the coordination between Wang Chen and the system had cleverly resolved this crisis. Otherwise she might still be in a coma right now. This is not something either of us can control. When fate brings people together, they meet. Besides, didn't I say that I absolutely have no other relationships with them? Most of it was just competition for interests. Wang Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless toward the severely insecure Jiang Lingxian, trying to give her the security she desired. No. As long as I tie you up, I can control it. Wang Chen. Wang Chen was stunned for a moment by Jiang Lingxian's soft, aggrieved response. But upon second thought, it did make some sense, didn't it? He had also noticed that Jiang Lingxian's three views had become slightly yanderified. However, in ordinary times, she exhibited a personality that catered to Wang Chen. Then let's make a deal. If I ever cross the line with those old acquaintances, I'll let you tie me up. Deal. In the end, Wang Chen, thoroughly helpless, could only make such an agreement with her to put her at ease. Jiang Lingxian was slightly stunned upon hearing this, somewhat at a loss and afraid that Wang Chen was speaking in anger, yet unable to resist the overwhelming desire to agree. Okay. In the end, Jiang Lingxian couldn't resist the temptation, not caring whether Wang Chen was speaking in anger or not, and weakly agreed. But it was precisely because of this agreement that Wang Chen, who was clearly innocent but would later be misunderstood by Jiang Lingxian, was going to have a rough time. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, knocking came from the door once more. Outside, the sky had already turned midday. Chu Yao was truly puzzled. They still had a short distance to travel. What on earth were these master and disciple duo doing inside? Coming. Wang Chen looked at Jiang Lingxian, who was so ashamed she quickly grabbed the strawberry patterned protective charm from the bed and ran toward the bathroom cubicle and replied to the person outside. When Jiang Lingxian finally emerged properly dressed and gazed upon Wang Chen's handsome face, she was momentarily distracted. She and her disciple seemed to have crossed the line once more. Before, it was fine as long as they were separated by clothing. But now, this crossing of boundaries was slightly consequential, but it wasn't a big deal. As long as her chastity was preserved, everything would be fine. It would be fine. It's fine. Jiang Lingxian felt a numbness in her heart, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head and walked toward Wang Chen, constantly comforting herself in her mind. Xian, that garment was pulled by me. Surely you wouldn't be foolish enough to continue wearing it, would you? Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who was too shy to meet his eyes. Unable to resist his curiosity, he tilted his head and leaned down to look her in the eyes before speaking. Wang Chen was wondering if at least she should wash and dry the garment before wearing it again. But Jiang Lingxian had emerged from the bathroom stall far too quickly, barely more than 10 seconds, as if she had moved with divine speed. And no, I didn't. Jiang Lingxian felt a pang of guilt. Looking at Wang Chen, who was leaning down and tilting his head to meet her gaze from below, her eyes darted away shyly. Because she hadn't thought much about it just now. She had simply entered the bathroom stall and put that garment right back on. Besides, disciple, you're not dirty at all. Jiang Lingxian, seeing Wang Chen still gazing at her, softly added this small sentence from the bottom of her heart. Fine, but call me husband. Wang Chen straightened his posture and reached out his right hand, gently pinching both sides of Jiang Lingxian's beautiful cheeks to lift her face. Jiang Lingxian said nothing. She merely shifted her face slightly in mild resistance as Wang Chen's right hand gently pinched her beautiful cheeks on both sides. Disciple, disciple, disciple. After a silence of 2 or 3 seconds, Jiang Lingxian, whose face Wang Chen had forcefully lifted to meet his gaze, retaliated by repeatedly calling him disciple in a small act of revenge. Her angry yet vengeful expression was rather cute. Wang Chen watched the entire process of Jiang Lingxian's flushed cheeks and trembling eyes as she verbally retaliated against him, and his heartbeat quickened. Because hearing her call him, that made him feel so good. But this atmosphere did not last long before a knock at the door interrupted them. Knock, knock, knock. Chu Yao had been waiting outside for what felt like an eternity. The room remained silent, so she couldn't resist knocking on the door a few more times. Wang Chen had indeed called out earlier, but Jiang Lingxian had set up a sacred grade shielding array inside. The array was far from mere decoration. I'm coming, I'm coming. She can't hear you. There's an array I set up inside. Seeing Wang Chen respond to the knocking outside, Jiang Lingxian couldn't help but whisper an explanation. Oh, then little master, I want to play an online game with you. I want to duo queue sweetly. As if doing it on purpose, Wang Chen let out an "oh" before suddenly raising his voice for the next sentence, shouting it out loudly. Jiang Lingxian's brain short-circuited from Wang Chen's sudden crude remark. After her confusion, her beautiful eyes visibly going blank. The words Wang Chen shouted were both real and unreal, for when they reached certain people, they had already been altered by some conceptual ability. In truth, what Wang Chen actually said and what Jiang Lingxian truly heard were completely different words and meanings. Evidently, Jiang Lingxian's cold and stunningly beautiful face turned crimson from her fair neck upward, her cheeks quickly flushing red. After all, Chu Yao was still standing outside the door. Even with the shielding array, Jiang Lingxian couldn't help but feel deeply embarrassed. Little Master Wu. You. Shut up. Shameless, rebellious disciple. Pervert. Seeing Wang Chen about to shout again, Jiang Lingxian finally lost her patience and quickly reached out to cover his mouth, preventing him from making any more sound. But Jiang Lingxian immediately froze the next moment, for she suddenly felt an unusual sensation from her palm and widened her beautiful eyes in surprise. Rebellious disciple. Damn you, bad rebellious disciple. Huge pervert. As Jiang Lingxian's words of shame and anger fell, Wang Chen successfully escalated from being called a small pervert to a big pervert. The scene then shifted to outside the room. Creak. The array was dismissed by Jiang Lingxian, and the door was opened by Wang Chen, whose left cheek bore a row of tooth marks, looking haggard. What bit you on the face? Chu Yao was startled when she saw Wang Chen's left cheek covered in tooth marks, asking in confusion. But soon seeing Jiang Lingxian walking beside Wang Chen with a slight frown, her mind suddenly clicked into place, and she stopped asking questions. That. Let's go. Chu Yao didn't know why, but every time she faced Jiang Lingxian beside Wang Chen, now her heart would flutter with unease and her gaze would weaken. Watching Chu Yao lead the way ahead, Wang Chen weakly reached out his right hand to touch Jiang Lingxian's left palm beside him. But Jiang Lingxian, clearly a bit angry at the big pervert rebellious disciple, curled her hand inward and walked forward on her own. Seeing this, Wang Chen remained still, silently lowering his head as his hair slightly covered his disappointed eyes. Jiang Lingxian seemed to sense this, quietly glancing back at him, and her heart unexpectedly skipped a beat. Did I go too far this time? Seeing Wang Chen's disappointed demeanor, Jiang Lingxian's heart trembled slightly. She paused for a moment, then quickly turned around and walked back. Be good, or next time. Don't even think about holding my hand. Jiang Lingxian, dressed in white, walked back to Wang Chen's side. While speaking angrily, she took his right hand with her left, her 5 fingers gently interlocking with his. In truth, even without holding Wang Chen's hand, she felt somewhat insecure, but she had been enduring it just to punish the disciple. Okay, I was wrong. Little master. Wang Chen, feeling himself being led along by the hand, weakly raised his beautiful eyes and responded, as if admitting his fault. But for some reason, Wang Chen's words gave Jiang Lingxian a strange feeling, very awkward. However, seeing her obedient and repentant disciple, Jiang Lingxian felt quite satisfied. In this life, she had finally gained the upper hand in a direct confrontation with her disciple. Jiang Lingxian was in a slightly cheerful mood, gazing ahead without much notice of Wang Chen beside her, who was turning his face to grin secretly. My cold and aloof little master is truly becoming easier and easier to coax. Once she agrees to duo queue sweetly, I'll continue guiding her step by step until she willingly lies down. Meanwhile, Chu Yao walking ahead could only try not to observe what was happening behind them, though sometimes she couldn't resist stealing a glance. Walking and stopping along the way, the three of them soon left the inn and stepped onto the bustling street filled with people. Even in a common cultivation city, mortals still made up the majority, so there were plenty of delicious street snacks. Baozi, freshly steamed hot, and fluffy big buns. Even though it was already noon, street vendors were still selling baozi. Wang Chen and Chu Yao couldn't help but glance over when they heard the call. Wang Chen wanted to eat baozi, and Chu Yao did too, but the way they looked at the baozi was quite different. Master, I want to eat baozi. Wang Chen looked at the freshly steamed hot baozi on the street vendor's stall, then turned his head to look at Jiang Lingxian and said in a sickly sweet tone. Jiang Lingxian was startled upon hearing this. Looking at the way Wang Chen's gaze fell on her body, she quickly realized what he meant and felt a flush of embarrassment. If you want to eat, just buy some. I'm craving them too. Wait here, I'll go buy them for you. Chu Yao, walking a meter ahead, overheard this as well. She simply turned her head, said that, and was about to go buy them. No need, my disciple won't eat yours. Jiang Lingxian furrowed her beautiful brows, stopped Chu Yao, and then pulled Wang Chen toward the baozi shop with a confused look on Chu Yao's face. Is it just a steamed bun? I'm treating, and you're still dividing. You and me. Chu Yao stood in place, murmuring weakly in confusion, then quickly followed, and ran to the front of the steamed bun shop. Get 2 of each. Jiang Lingxian's shopping was simple. Holding Wang Chen's right hand like a cool and elegant older sister, she spoke to the shopkeeper, who was staring at her pretty face in a daze. A moment later, Wang Chen carried several bags made of special paper in his hands, and Chu Yao did the same. However, Chu Yao's steamed buns were purchased by herself, while Wang Chen's were bought by his beloved wife Xianxian. Let's sit over there for a while. I seem to have heard them talking about news of the 4 great divine sons. Shall we eavesdrop? As the two walked and ate, Chu Yao's ears twitched slightly. She looked toward a tea stall a short distance away where people were sitting in small groups and spoke. Wang Chen naturally heard it too and immediately became interested, since that was his original purpose. He couldn't help but look at Jiang Lingxian. Jiang Lingxian met Wang Chen's gaze as he chewed on his steamed bun and, unable to resist, reached out to pinch his bulging cheeks before nodding gently. The three found a place to sit. Although they didn't drink afternoon tea, they ordered 3 bowls of tea to claim their seats on the table. "Sai, I told you so. The Lin family is in decline now." When the ancient Qin clan emerged this time, their first act was to break off the engagement. You wouldn't believe it. Look, the Qin family's divine heir has already arrogantly responded to the outside world. His sister's marriage to the Lin family must be broken off, claiming the Lin family is unworthy. Passerby A sat at the stall, took a sip of tea, and smiled as he talked to Passerby B and Passerby C sitting across from him. Hey, besides this, I also heard that the Su family's divine maiden rushed out of seclusion upon hearing the Yi family's divine heir had emerged. Poor Su family divine maiden. The Yi family divine heir doesn't even want to pay her any attention, yet she keeps pestering him. Shush. Don't talk nonsense about this kind of thing. There are too many rumors, and we don't know what's true. Be careful, or you might not see tomorrow's sun. True. It's my loose tongue. Wang Chen sat there listening to the gossip, while pretending nonchalance, glancing at Jiang Lingxian beside him. Xianxian, this is delicious. Although it doesn't have any special taste like last time, it's just good. Try a bite. Wang Chen sat and picked up a steamed bun he'd already bitten from the bag, holding it to Jiang Lingxian's red lips with his cheeks bulging as he spoke muffled words. Jiang Lingxian glanced faintly at the half-eaten bun, still perfectly edible on the other side, and slightly shook her pretty face to indicate she didn't want it. Just one bite, okay? Wang Chen's eyes filled with anticipation, his voice carrying a hint of pleading, as if it were truly delicious, and he wanted his beloved to taste it. Chu Yao listened to the gossip from nearby, while watching the drama unfold before her, wondering in her heart how the holy maiden would respond. Would she take a bite from the untouched side of the bun, or continue refusing her beloved little disciple Wang Chen's sharing? Jiang Lingxian hesitated for a moment, her cold, beautiful eyes meeting Wang Chen's expectant gaze. Finally, under Wang Chen's pleading, Jiang Lingxian helplessly brushed aside the hair at her temple and took a small bite from the spot Wang Chen had already bitten. Jiang Lingxian could have bitten the untouched area beside it, but for some reason, she chose the part Wang Chen had already eaten. Wang Chen leaned forward at this sight, and in front of the envious and jealous glares from the chatting crowd at the tea stall, he kissed Jiang Lingxian's exquisitely beautiful cheek. Those with partners sitting together eating and drinking were fine, but the unmarried rough men huddled in groups, chatting, saw this scene, and their eyes turned red with jealousy. A grown man deliberately trying to please a woman, and he's so disgusting. Jealousy distorts one's appearance. Someone glared at Wang Chen and cursed in his heart, yet secretly envied him to death. Because Jiang Lingxian was truly beautiful, like a fairy descending to earth. Especially in her white dress, cold and unapproachable, making people want to conquer her. If Jiang Lingxian's peerless beauty were just a bit more ordinary, they wouldn't be so jealous and envious of Wang Chen. And at this moment Jiang Lingxian had her rosy-cheeked face kissed by Wang Chen in front of so many men and women. Outwardly Jiang Lingxian remained cold and aloof, ignoring everyone while quietly chewing her bun, but the roots of her ears beneath her beautiful hair turned red involuntarily. Why are you all staring at us? Why don't you continue? I want to ask when the Qin family's divine heir plans to go to the Lin family to break off the engagement. Wang Chen looked up in confusion as the tea stall fell suddenly silent with both men and women turning their gazes toward him. Chu Yao caught up and it felt a wave of social death as she was watched by so many gazes at the same time and could only lower her head to gnaw on the bun in the bag. It was clear that if she could, Chu Yao truly wanted to pretend she didn't know Wang Chen. Sir, give me a steamed bun, and I'll tell you when the Qin family's divine heir is going to break off the engagement. How about that? At this moment a young waiter carrying tea passed by with a sweat cloth draped over his shoulder and happened to ask Wang Chen with a greedy smile. No, these were bought for me by my little master. All right. It said the Qin family's divine heir will probably go to the Lin family to break off the engagement in about 2 days. I'll go deliver the tea first. The waiter was just making a hungry joke, and seeing Wang Chen refuse he didn't press further, but still shared the information. You're quite the amusing waiter. 5 stars for you. Wang Chen rose slowly, one hand carrying the bag of buns, and the other holding Jiang Lingxian's hand, his face beaming with joy. He then tossed a low-grade spirit stone onto the table and departed with Jiang Lingxian and Chu Yao. But this low-grade spirit stone used to pay for the tea left the tea stall owner, the waiter, and all the customers utterly stunned. However, Wang Chen had no idea what happened next since he had no silver coins and was forced to pay with a spirit stone. Actually, he could have let Jiang Lingxian, who had silver coins, pay the bill. But Wang Chen saw the waiter's good judgment and considered it payment for the information. Chu Yao, where's the Lin family? As the three traveled through the high skies in a small flying boat admiring the scenery, Wang Chen asked curiously. The Qinhuang Northwest Domain wasn't too far from their current North Domain, only about 1,000,000 kilometers away. A high-tier flying boat could reach it in about half an hour. Jiang Lingxian had originally wanted to tear through the void directly, but Wang Chen refused since the beautiful scenery along the way and Jiang Lingxian herself were both stunning. The Lin family. The Lin family is also in the Northwest Domain, residing within the Qinhuang Immortal City alongside our Chu family. It is said that in the past the 8 Desolates continent was actually ruled by 5 great ancient clans, but the Lin family, the head of these clans, suddenly declined for reasons unknown. Chu Yao hesitated at first, as if recalling before sitting in the small flying boat and gazing at the clouds as she began to explain slowly. Alright, let's go to your Chu family first. In 2 days I'll go to the Lin family to handle some matters. Wang Chen was silent for a moment, then finally nodded while calculating various plans in his heart. The Qin family's divine heir, only 18 years old, yet at the Spirit King realm, is called a heaven-defying prodigy by the world. Wang Chen's amused and disdainful thoughts faded as they quickly arrived in the Qinhuang Northwest Domain. In the distance a city of unknown size appeared, its prosperity only slightly inferior to the Taishu Immortal City. This was the largest cultivation city in Qinhuang, the Qinhuang Ancient City. The small flying boat soon descended beneath the city gate dozens of meters high, and Chu Yao immediately took out a token to pass through the guards. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian were led through the city for a short distance. Finally, a magnificent mansion appeared before the three, with 2 colossal lion statues crouching at its entrance. The Chu family, one of the 9 great families of the 8 Desolates continent, had arrived. While Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian were being welcomed into the Chu residence by Chu Yao, 2 figures appeared far away at the city gate of Qinhuang Ancient City. Beneath the towering city gate, dozens of meters high, stood the imposing walls of Qinhuang Ancient City. Sister, my heart guides me. This is most likely the place. Li Qingqing narrowed her beautiful eyes, gazing up at the towering city wall, then turned to speak to Li Susu beside her. I feel the same. Our telepathic bond has rarely failed us. Li Susu pursed her lips and exchanged a lively glance, with Li Qingqing responding to her sister. Telepathy. This ability had inexplicably appeared after they emerged from 50 years of seclusion in the cultivation world. It had saved them from danger countless times. Moreover, as long as they focused their thoughts on something, a clear general direction would always guide them. Although once their telepathy faltered and led them to the Jiang family stronghold, they managed to escape through quick thinking. Let us go, let us enter. The 2 sisters exchanged glances, then their nearly identical beautiful faces nodded in unison before they stepped forward. Unauthorized persons. Entry prohibited. Please present your credentials. I distinctly remember no such requirement 5 years ago. Their trip to Qinhuang Ancient City had not even begun, yet their spirits were already dampened. Damn it. With a shared resigned thought, the 2 sisters were led by the soldiers to complete the paperwork. Qinhuang Ancient City, within the Chu residence. In a pavilion somewhere within the Chu estate, Wang Chen held a cup of tea to Jiang Lingxian's lips, guiding her to take small sips. Disciple, that is enough. Jiang Lingxian furrowed her brows at the nearly empty cup, gently shaking her head at Wang Chen with a cool tone. Just a little more. Hearing Wang Chen's response, Jiang Lingxian hesitated briefly before weakly parting her lips to sip from the cup once more. My little master is so obedient. Wang Chen did not know why, but he simply enjoyed feeding Jiang Lingxian, captivated by her docile and endearing manner. My little master, would you like to rest in my arms for a while? No. After finishing her tea, Jiang Lingxian watched Wang Chen set down the cup and gave a cool slight shake of her beautiful face. Jiang Lingxian remained somewhat reserved, for they were still within the Chu residence and many people knew them. I had no idea the holy maiden of Taishu immortal sect would grace us with her presence. My apologies for not welcoming you sooner. As expected, a middle-aged man's voice soon echoed through the pavilion, and a figure in dark robes hurried toward them. Father. Chu Yao, who had been dozing off from watching the affectionate pair, suddenly rose at the sound, her expression tinged with complaint. Hearing his daughter's grievances, Chu Xuanshi simply ignored her and sat down beside her with a smile directly across from Wang Chen. So this is your disciple, truly handsome. At such a young age, his cultivation base is no inferior to that of the ancient clan's divine son. Chu Xuanshi's face split into a broad smile, and upon seeing Wang Chen's cultivation and the handsome features that pleased him, he could not help but praise. Jiang Lingxian replied with a single cold syllable, the contrast between her icy demeanor toward others and her docile nature, with Wang Chen strikingly obvious. Is your disciple already betrothed? Holy maiden, what do you think of my daughter Yao Yao? Chu Xuanshi's words stunned not only Chu Yao, but also left Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian frozen in surprise. His sudden boldness sent a chill through Jiang Lingxian's aura. The atmosphere suddenly stiffened, and the entire pavilion fell silent. Has your disciple already married? Chu Xuanshi also sensed the tension and noticed the ring on Wang Chen's ring finger, speaking with visible awkwardness. Yet another blunt remark, and Chu Xuanshi's words weighed heavily on Jiang Lingxian's heart. For Jiang Lingxian knew that the Chu family master could not possibly be referring to her as his disciple's future bride. To the outside world, she was merely his master. No. Her disciple's future spouse could not be someone else, must not be someone else. At this moment, the temperature in the entire pavilion seemed to plummet, and both Wang Chen and Chu Yao felt a chill in their hearts. Wang Chen feared that Jiang Lingxian was angered. Tonight the consequences would fall upon him, and he would need to coax her for a long time. Chu Yao feared she might be bound and have soybeans pressed to her forehead again, just like last time. Father, I beg you stop talking nonsense and discuss the matter at hand. Chu Yao, terrified, clutching at Chu Xuanshi's arm, cried out, with eyes full of panic. Just making small talk, do not take it to heart. Here is a small gift for your disciple. Realizing the situation was escalating, Chu Xuanshi awkwardly produced a gift box and offered it to Wang Chen. Wang Chen accepted it swiftly, genuinely fearing the atmosphere would worsen. Jiang Lingxian's lips parted slightly, but she ultimately said nothing, for her disciple had accepted the gift and could not afford to speak harshly. My disciple needs no concern from you. He already has someone he cares for. But Jiang Lingxian could not restrain herself, furrowing her brows as she responded, her voice growing increasingly cold. May I ask further, have they become life partners? Do they hold any formal recognition between them? Chu Xuanshi's thoughts shifted, and glancing at the distressed Chu Yao clutching his arm, he could not resist asking. No. Jiang Lingxian's heart tightened at the question. After a long silence, her beautiful eyes dimmed as she gave a cold reply. A relationship without any formal bond is the easiest to break apart. Sigh. I myself fell into such a trap long ago, gradually seduced into becoming the master of the Chu family. Chu Xuanshi seemed lost in memories of his youthful triumphs when numerous women had vied for his attention, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Enough. Stop talking and tell us where Yi Qing is. Feeling Jiang Lingxian's hand beneath the table tightening around his, Wang Chen quickly spoke up. Jiang Lingxian did not respond to Chu Xuanshi this time, simply holding Wang Chen's hand ever more tightly, unwilling to let go for even a moment. Because she could not refute Chu Xuanshi's words. She and Wang Chen indeed shared intimacy, yet lacked any formal bond. The only title she now held was that of Wang Chen's master, merely his master and nothing more. All right, Yao Yao has already told me everything. Let's go. Chu Xuanshi's expression immediately turned serious upon hearing the matter at hand, and he stood up with Chu Yao, who was nearly fainting, and responded solemnly. Don't pay attention to those careless remarks from outsiders. I won't listen. Be good. Wang Chen felt his palms slightly aching from being held too tightly, and realizing that Jiang Lingxian must be feeling distressed right now, he quickly began to soothe her. At this moment, Chu Xiongshi watched Wang Chen hold Jiang Lingxian's left hand, coaxing her as he slowly rose to his feet, and his eyes widened slightly in surprise. Chu Xiongshi, the question mark magnified 100 times above his head. Silence, endless silence. Chu Xiongshi gazed across at Wang Chen, who had risen to his feet and was gently rubbing Jiang Lingxian's hair while softly coaxing her. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian kept her beautiful face lowered, her expression somewhat gloomy and silent, and Chu Xiongshi dared not say another word. At that moment, Chu Xiongshi suddenly realized the absurdity of what he had just done. So Wang Chen and that person indeed had no status as companions, only the relationship of master and disciple. Do young people these days really play this wild? But then again, why didn't I think to become Yao Yao's mother's disciple before? It must be quite thrilling. Chu Yao kept her head down as she walked in an atmosphere so quiet it was almost suffocating, with only Wang Chen's low whispers near Jiang Lingxian's ear breaking the silence behind them. But if she knew what her father was thinking right now, her already fragile heart would surely collapse from anger in an instant. Saintess, I've noticed that since that boy came to our family, I'll handle this matter. My master is only here as a bystander, and she doesn't want to speak with someone as talkative as you. Wang Chen heard Chu Xiongshi's report, and sensing Jiang Lingxian's frustration, quickly spoke up to interrupt him. Fine young brother, since that you boy came to our family, I've noticed our clan treasury keeps running short of supplies from time to time. Hearing this, Chu Xiongshi felt a bit embarrassed, recalling what he had just said in front of Jiang Lingxian, and his heart grew uneasy. But setting that aside, since the saintess hadn't reprimanded him, it didn't prevent him from continuing with the matter at hand. Moreover, it's not just that. Some of our Chu clan members seem utterly captivated by him, insistently protecting him. If my clan's ancestral patriarch didn't also have a certain fondness for him, I would have long since thrown him out of the Chu family. As Chu Xiongshi spoke on, his voice grew increasingly indignant. Normal. Wang Chen pondered for a moment upon hearing this, and all of Chu Xiongshi's words were exactly what he had anticipated. For someone with this kind of trash protagonist template, they typically rely on their companion's cultivation resources during the early stages. Then once the Chu family is destroyed by the villain in the later stages, he would eliminate that very villain he had originally brought upon them, considering it repayment of a debt. The four walked along the paths of the Chu estate, encountering numerous clan members along the way, most of whom exchanged greetings with Chu Xiongshi to varying degrees. However, when they spotted Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen holding hands, they couldn't help but feel a sense of peculiarity, wondering if they were seeing things correctly. In many prominent families, the young masters and ladies from the major immortal sects of the cultivation world are usually familiar to the descendants of these clans. We've arrived. He's resting in the chambers ahead. If you can drive him away, there will certainly be a reward. Chu Xiongshi clearly had lost all patience with Yi Qing, his disgust entirely unhidden. After all, as the head of a family, discovering that the clan treasury was depleted without replenishment was a taboo, something he could never tolerate. Wang Chen, upon hearing this, no longer hesitated and turned his gaze toward Jiang Lingxian. Xian, wait here for me, just watch. Wang Chen leaned slightly toward Jiang Lingxian's ear and softly called out Xian in a voice meant only for the two of them. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian felt a hint of reluctance in her heart. She lifted her beautiful eyes slightly to meet Wang Chen's gaze, but still obediently released his hand. All right. As Jiang Lingxian's cold yet gently tinged voice faded, the heavenly emperor banner appeared in Wang Chen's left hand, and the imperial profound cauldron in his right. When dealing with a child of destiny whose luck was so supreme, it could even prompt the heavenly Tao to intervene. Personally, one could not afford to be negligent. Without a word, Wang Chen suddenly shot into the sky, casting out the heavenly emperor banner, as Chu Xiongshi and the others watched in dumbfounded shock. In an instant, an imperial aura, subtle yet overwhelming, swept across the entire area as though an array had been activated, sealing off everything around them. As expected, the very next moment, Yi Qing's terrified figure shot out from the building, gazing toward the person hovering high in the sky. It's you again, you bastard. Since you're deliberately seeking death, then what the hell are you yapping about? Without hesitation, Wang Chen's thoughts shifted, and the imperial profound cauldron in his right hand erupted with golden light, sending out a powerful shockwave. Yi Qing felt his entire head go blank for a moment, while the jade pendant around his neck rapidly emanated a layer of light. Suppress. However, the moment Yi Qing regained consciousness, he only heard Wang Chen, who hovered in the sky, like a heavenly king, coldly utter a single character. Rumble. Before Yi Qing could even react, he felt an immense weight crash down from above, as a massive three-legged cauldron descended upon him. Fortunately, the jade pendant on his chest suddenly burst with cyan light, releasing an imperial-level power that transformed into countless sword chi strands, pushing back the imperial profound cauldron. What the hell is this thing? Wang Chen gazed at the dense wave of cyan sword intent rushing toward him, and quickly summoned the Qianquan Shanhai map to shield himself. To Today I'll see how you can possibly kill me. Upon witnessing this sky-filling imperial sword intent, Yi Qing suddenly gained confidence, his eyes turning vicious as he relied on the sword intent to forcibly shatter the imperial profound cauldron above. But the very next moment he felt a chill descend upon him, and a massive ice-cold shadow bracelet appeared in the sky, its imperial aura even more intense. Without so much as a word, Jiang Lingxian raised her left hand, her cold eyes watching the scene unfold, and her slender hand descended with effortless grace. Rumble. The next moment, countless sword intents filling the sky were smashed into streams of light and dissipated into heaven and earth, while countless ice crystals formed on the ground, continuously spreading across the entire Chu estate. Fortunately, Jiang Lingxian had her limits and deliberately controlled the scope of the Cold Heaven Bracelet's power to target only Yi Qing ahead. Otherwise, the 9 great families of the Bahuan continent would soon become the 8 great families. Meanwhile, Yi Qing's arrogance that had just risen was instantly crushed and vanished, and a crack appeared on the jade pendant around his neck. Poor Yi Qing stood on the ground as his feet were forcefully pressed into the earth, his entire face turning crimson. If not for the jade pendant gifted by the heavenly Tao protecting him, he would have long been crushed into a mist of blood by the imperial aura of the Cold Heaven Bracelet. You still have the strength to shout, "I'm here to take your life." Wang Chen, seeing Yi Qing hunched over under the massive phantom of the Cold Heaven Bracelet, nearly pressed to the ground, no longer held back. Boom. A sonic boom erupted from Wang Chen's back, and before Yi Qing's terrified eyes, he instantly appeared before him. "Little head, explode for me." Wang Chen didn't hesitate for a moment, leaping up and gathering his entire body's chaotic flame power into his right fist as he struck toward Yi Qing's head. "Host, the heavenly Tao has sensed it. No matter how many origin points are consumed, hold it back. Yi Qing must die today." The rage in Wang Chen's heart had already been stirred, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he gazed at Yi Qing, who was suppressed by the imperial aura before him, raising his fist to strike. Received. As the word system fell from the air, Wang Chen's full power strike wreathed in chaotic spiritual flames followed immediately. Wang Chen was at the first layer of the Spirit King realm, while Yi Qing was at the third layer of the Danhai realm. Moreover, he had been suppressed to death by the imperial-grade weapon, the Cold Heaven Bracelet, leaving him with nowhere to dodge. Bang! In the next moment, a deafening explosion erupted from the Chu residence, with chaotic flame light and golden radiance shooting skyward. As the dust settled, Yi Qing's pupils quaked as he gazed at Wang Chen, who could not retract his fist in time, and Chu Han, who had abruptly appeared before him. "Not bad, sis." How on earth did this idiot appear? Wang Chen's mind was completely blank as he quickly withdrew his right hand from Chu Han's shoulder, which was now riddled with a gaping bloodied wound. "Villain, do not dare harm Brother Yi Qing." Chu Han, having teleported via a life-preserving sacred-grade instant movement talisman, now gazed at Wang Chen with blood trickling from his lips and cried out weakly but sharply, "Get lost. Stop yapping." After a moment of daze, Wang Chen finally snapped out of it. This was one of Yi Qing's concubines stepping in to take the hit at a critical moment. Wang Chen then extended his palm, covered Chu Han's face, and shoved him aside, sending the man stumbling to the ground. "If you knew your beloved brother Yi Qing did not love only you, would you still love him this much?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My brother Yi Qing loves only me. He swore he would only marry me." Chu Han lay severely injured on the ground, while Chu Yao hurriedly flew over to help her up, but she remained stubbornly defiant. "I am too lazy to waste words on an idiot like you. You are not worth listening to." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen realized he had been foolish to engage with such a woman, and his voice gradually grew impatient. "Crack! Crack! Die!" At this moment, Yi Qing's voice rang out in sudden fury, and the jade pendant on his chest shattered completely, turning to powder that scattered through the air. This also allowed him to break free from the suppression of the Cold Heaven Bracelet. His eyes burning red, a layer of black flames erupted around his body as he surged toward Wang Chen in a devastating attack. "Get lost." Without hesitation, Wang Chen spun around a full 186 degrees and swung his palm forward with explosive cultivation power, not even bothering to look. Bang! This palm strike produced not a slap, but a thunderous explosion, instantly shredding Yi Qing's entire face and sending his body flying. Boom! Seeing this, Wang Chen stomped his right foot hard against the ground, unleashing a royal-grade pressure that surged toward the flying Yi Qing. "How dare you, bold child, to spill blood within my Chu family?" At this moment, a heavenly venerable realm pressure descended from the horizon, and an elderly man with white hair and beard appeared majestically in the sky. "Host, finish this quickly. Your origin points are nearly depleted and insufficient to contain the heavenly Tao." Successive voices urging him to stop Wang Chen from killing Yi Qing kept echoing, stirring deep irritation within him. If Yi Qing is not eliminated, he will remain a lurking threat. Ignoring the white-bearded elder's gaze from the sky, Wang Chen glared at Yi Qing pinned against the nearby wall, his eyes burning with fury and frustration. Then with a mere thought, Wang Chen's heavenly emperor banner churned in the wind above, while the imperial profound cauldron that had been pushed away from afar soared back toward him. Not only that, a white jade tiger tally depicting a ferocious roaring beast appeared on Wang Chen's left hand, while his right hand gripped the Taishu severing sword. Die! Wang Chen's royal aura erupted from his entire body, and amidst the terrified gazes of onlookers, numerous sacred-grade Dao weapons emerged from all directions, all converging to kill Yi Qing. As for the Chu family patriarch at the sixth layer of the heavenly venerable realm, Jiang Lingxian's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and the cold heaven bracelet on her left hand began to radiate a chilling glow. If he refused to yield and dared to harm Wang Chen, then under the full force of Jiang Lingxian's imperial-grade Dao weapon, the cold heaven bracelet, who knew what might befall the Chu family? After all, the Chu family possessed no imperial-grade Dao weapon to counter it. The dragon and phoenix souls of the pseudo-imperial heavenly emperor banner did not strike out, but rather an invisible imperial pressure pinned Yi Qing, rendering him unable to move even slightly. Even the three-legged imperial profound cauldron soared above Yi Qing's head, sending forth an extraordinarily profound golden wave that shook his divine soul. Roar! In the next instant, the divine beast white tiger from the supreme grade white tiger tally materialized, exhaling a pillar of tiger roar light that crashed down upon the severely injured Yi Qing. The combined power of multiple sacred grade Dao weapons erupted simultaneously, stirring endless fierce winds throughout the entire Chu residence in an instant. Boom! Finally, a tremendous explosion echoed through Qinghuang ancient city, and amid countless terrified gazes, a pillar of sky-piercing fire erupted above the Chu residence. Ding! Mission complete. Kill the top-tier child of fortune Yi Qing. Reward: Chaotic 9 Suns Divine Body upgraded to Chaotic 9 Suns Dragon Divine Body Bloodline purified to 100%, awaiting collection. As the system's mission completion chime rang out, Wang Chen's heart trembled within the dust and smoke, and the system's urging voice in his mind grew increasingly urgent. Host, hurry up, we need to leave. What about Yi Qing's corpse? Leave it. Quickly strip everything off his body and retreat immediately. Let the damn heavenly Dao have it. Wang Chen felt somewhat helpless. He truly wanted to take Yi Qing's corpse and reduce it to ashes, but doing so would inevitably invite the heavenly Dao's pursuit. But it did not matter. Since the reward had already been obtained, if Yi Qing were resurrected later, he could simply kill him once more. Wang Chen moved through the smoke and dust, rushing toward Yi Qing's corpse, so mangled and unrecognizable that he pried off his storage ring. But in the next moment, Wang Chen's pupils contracted sharply, for he suddenly saw a trace of golden light emanating from the dead Yi Qing's eyes. Damn it. The heavenly Dao's proxy is about to possess his corpse. Run. Hearing the system's panicked cries in his mind, Wang Chen quickly gathered his various magical treasures and was about to retreat at full speed when he suddenly felt his entire body tighten. Whoosh. In the next instant, Wang Chen felt his vision blur, and by the time his sight cleared, the surroundings had completely transformed. Unaware of the situation, Wang Chen was about to unleash his cultivation power for a full resistance when Jiang Lingxian, who was binding him, gently tapped his head. Do not move around. Jiang Lingxian stepped through the void in just a few paces, and within moments they appeared in some dim, deserted alley. Standing in the dim alley, she frowned deeply, her eyes showing a hint of helpless resignation as she looked at Wang Chen, the troublemaker who never gave her peace. Thank you, fairy sister, for saving my life. I have no way to repay you, so I can only offer myself to you. At this moment, Wang Chen suddenly grew serious, as if seeing Jiang Lingxian for the first time, insisting on dedicating himself to her. Bad disciple. If you want to sweetly duo Q with me, just say so directly, no need to pretend to be so grateful. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian furrowed her beautiful brows, her cold and stunningly lovely face showing a trace of speechlessness. Then I want to sweetly duo Q with you, is that okay? Hearing that Jiang Lingxian did not actually resent the term sweetly duo Q, Wang Chen's lips curled upward, his eyes filled with anticipation as he said it outright. They currently needed to temporarily evade the heavenly Dao's scrutiny, so in this deserted alley, they could only tease each other. After all, with the system's shielding function, as long as Wang Chen stayed far enough from the heavenly Dao, he would essentially be safe. Just as Wang Chen thought Jiang Lingxian would refuse, he saw her hesitate for a moment. Then in the eyes of the eager Wang Chen, she slowly leaned over and whispered into his ear with a cool yet gentle voice, "Of course. Not allowed, my little rebellious disciple." Jiang Lingxian's stunning beauty gradually returned to its cold composure, and her chilling words only made the corners of Wang Chen's mouth stiffen further. Darn it, he had been reeled in by Jiang Lingxian like a foolish fish only to have the hook removed, slapped twice, and tossed back into the water. Xian. Oh, I mean, master, one day you'll be crying and begging me to be gentler. Wang Chen was a bit displeased after being rejected, and his words caught Jiang Lingxian off guard as she had already withdrawn her body. As Jiang Lingxian gradually realized what had been said, her ears began to flush red and her cheeks felt warm. Jiang Lingxian had been diligently studying Wang Chen's art of teasing, but she could never quite match his natural talent. With Wang Chen's words fading into silence, the dim but clean alley fell into stillness. The silence lingered for a moment. System, go check if the Heavenly Tao is still searching for us outside. Alright, but host, your origin points have already been depleted from masking the Heavenly Tao earlier. Remember to replenish them. The system responded, but before leaving it couldn't help reminding Wang Chen to restore his origin points. Jiang Lingxian in the alley no longer dared to converse with Wang Chen, somewhat afraid he might say something inappropriate again. Sister, shall we just leave? This place feels so eerie. Wait a moment, wait. I remember I buried something here years ago, but I can't seem to find it now. At that moment, two somewhat familiar voices echoed from the far corner of the alley, causing Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian to furrow their brows and look over. Just as Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian grew wary, two playful women in pale yellow dresses emerged from the corner and locked eyes with them. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. Li Susu and Li Qingqing. The two parties stood less than 10 meters apart in the narrow alley, gazing at each other in mild bewilderment. The moment Jiang Lingxian saw the two sisters, her heart felt even more tense than when she had sensed that terrifying aura earlier. Disciple. The outside should be safe now, let's go. Wang Chen was still a bit dazed when he felt Jiang Lingxian's hand slip into his, a rare gesture from her, as she eagerly wanted to leave. Just a little longer. Wang Chen quickly replied softly, since the system had not yet returned. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian faced away from the two sisters, but her beautiful eyes gazing at Wang Chen carried a hint of grievance as she called out in a muffled tone. It's not because of them, don't worry, be good. Seeing this, Wang Chen could only tighten his grip on her slightly cool fair hand, drew closer to her, and gently pinched her soft cheek. Hearing Wang Chen's soothing words, Jiang Lingxian was still somewhat nervous inside, but his assurance brought her a little comfort. Sister, they don't seem to want to pay us any attention. Li Qingqing noticed that Wang Chen and the other person were ignoring them, so she leaned close to Li Susu's ear and whispered. But upon hearing this, Li Susu smiled and led Li Qingqing straight toward Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. Brother, sister, what are you doing here? Li Susu knew their purpose for coming was to find Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, so she gathered her courage to approach them. Xian, the weather is really nice today, isn't it? Wang Chen pretended not to see the two silly sisters treating them like ghosts as he quietly gazed up at the overcast sky. Jiang Lingxian paused for a moment, then unconsciously looked up at the dark clouds filling the sky, her expression slightly puzzled at the gloomy weather. But Jiang Lingxian quickly realized what Wang Chen was doing, and a small pleasure stirred in her heart as she gently nodded her head in response. Li Susu and Li Qingqing were nearly numb from standing there like fools watching Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian for what felt like an eternity. Host. The Heavenly Tao is busy and has already returned. Unfortunately, Yi Qing's corpse was taken away. I wonder if it will be revived through some special means. Just then the system's voice finally sounded, and Wang Chen promptly responded. Never mind. At least he won't be able to enter the Digu immortal realm this time. Even if Yi Qing is truly revived, he'll just have to extract another reward from the system. At these words, the system immediately projected a blue frame filled with question marks into Wang Chen's mind, clearly rendered speechless by his audacity. Let's go. After finishing his exchange with the system, Wang Chen took Jiang Lingxian's graceful hand and began walking toward the exit of the alley. Jiang Lingxian noticed how Wang Chen had been attentive to her emotions throughout, and a mix of warmth and heaviness settled in her heart. Am I being too restrictive, preventing my disciple from reconnecting with an old friend? Jiang Lingxian's nature was such that she often found herself torn between her own desires and consideration for Wang Chen, creating an inner conflict. Sister, could we already be dead? Why don't they seem to notice us? Why are you pinching my waist? Li Susu had just finished her first sentence while watching Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian walk away, when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her waist and couldn't help but cry out in grievance. Don't worry, we're not dead. If we were, you wouldn't feel pain. They're just ignoring us on purpose, silly sister. Li Qingqing continued to carry the weapon wrapped in mysterious cloth on her back, and after pinching her sister, she responded with a serious expression to her foolish sibling. Then let's hurry and catch up. They've already left the alley. No need. We can just ask passers-by which inn they're staying at. After responding to Li Susu, Li Qingqing gently stroked her fair chin with her right hand, lost in thought. Time passed, and night fell. Inside a cultivation inn in the ancient city of Qingwang, Wang Chen watched Jiang Lingxian cultivating on a chair not far away in the room while conversing with the system in his mind. Host, those two silly sisters have extraordinary fortune. It doesn't seem to come from the heavenly Tao here, but rather from Blue Star. Oh, hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen couldn't help but wonder aloud in his mind. I sense you'll encounter them again. When that time comes, you'll understand. But the system didn't elaborate on Wang Chen's confusion, only offering that single statement, which left him even more puzzled. On the other side, Jiang Lingxian felt her cultivation in the heavenly venerable realm advance slightly, and finally, she slowly gathered her breath and opened her beautiful eyes. Xianxian, come here, I need to discuss something with you. Wang Chen's conversation with the system gradually faded as he noticed Jiang Lingxian had stopped cultivating, and he quickly waved her over. Jiang Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of confusion crossing her beautiful face, but she still extended her legs from the chair and walked toward the bed. After all, she wanted to sleep while holding her disciple. What? Is it a... Jiang Lingxian sat on the edge of the bed, gently removing her shoes. Her fair feet were exposed to the air as she furrowed her delicate brows and asked with confusion. Wang Chen lay on the bed, gazing at her beautiful back. Unable to contain himself, he reached out his hands, slowly wrapping them around her slender waist from both sides. Oh. Before Jiang Lingxian's confused voice could fully fade, she felt her body being lifted onto the bed, unable to help but let out a soft gasp. Feeling the strong arms embracing her, Jiang Lingxian felt uncomfortable and instinctively tried to squirm free. Shoo, don't move. Husband has something to ask you. Wang Chen held Jiang Lingxian from behind, his warm body pressed tightly against her back as his lips brushed against her ear. Jiang Lingxian lay on her side on the bed, feeling the warmth behind her. She unconsciously bit her lip gently. But eventually, she weakly ceased her struggles, her expression somewhat shy. This time Jiang Lingxian was not being held face-to-face with Wang Chen. Instead, he was pressed against her from behind. Yet this sensation filled Jiang Lingxian with a sense of unknowing nervousness. She simply could not see what Wang Chen would do next. What? Is it a... Jiang Lingxian's hands lying on her side rested somewhat awkwardly on her legs. She was somewhat afraid of what Wang Chen might do. And as expected, Wang Chen was far from behaved. His hands couldn't help but begin to climb upward, wanting to reach the summit. No, you can't. But Jiang Lingxian refused this time. Her beautiful face flushed hot as she hastily grabbed Wang Chen's wrists with both hands, bringing his climbing to a halt. Xianxian, are you truly so afraid of me meeting those women friends from my past life? Wang Chen was not discouraged. Instead, he buried his face gently into her fragrant, soothing hair behind her and spoke softly. Jiang Lingxian froze upon hearing these words. Facing away from Wang Chen, she unconsciously bit her lower lip, unsure of how to respond. In the night, the atmosphere in the inn's premium suite fell silent for a moment. Jiang Lingxian knew what Wang Chen wanted to ask her, because as long as she didn't keep him confined, he would inevitably meet those old acquaintances. Disciple. Gradually, Jiang Lingxian felt a heaviness in her heart. Her sense of security silently drained away as the cold voice weakly called out. Hearing this from behind her, Wang Chen said nothing. Knowing her inner turmoil, he reached out his left hand and gently pressed it against her beautiful warm cheek. Jiang Lingxian lay on the outer side of the bed, her back to Wang Chen. Feeling the large warm hand on her left cheek, she couldn't help but lean slightly into it. Don't call me that. Wang Chen didn't continue the previous topic. Upon hearing Jiang Lingxian's disciple, he replied with a tender voice that clearly showed resistance. Jiang Lingxian was stunned by Wang Chen's obvious resistance. For a moment, a small sense of loss sprouted in her heart. She had always known that ever since their relationship became unconventional, Wang Chen had been guiding her toward calling him by other names. Husband, brother, and also, master. But Jiang Lingxian had called Wang Chen disciple for over 1,000 years. How could she possibly change so quickly? Moreover, she liked when Wang Chen called her master. Whether he called her that properly or improperly, she liked it very much. Because when Wang Chen called her master properly, she always felt an inexplicable sense of security in her heart. And when Wang Chen called her master improperly, an inexplicable sense of possessive satisfaction would rise within her, along with a hint of excitement. At this moment, Wang Chen felt Jiang Lingxian clearly stiffen in his embrace. He shifted, swinging his left leg over her waist. Without giving Jiang Lingxian time to react, Wang Chen flipped his entire body over, gently pressing down on her delicate form. Xianxian, I want to hear you. Call me husband once. Wang Chen was clearly unsatisfied with the current situation. His hands embraced her waist as he slightly bent his warm body, his lips near her ear as he spoke in a low voice. Jiang Lingxian was startled. Her mind went blank for a moment until she felt something brush across her cheek, and finally her lips were gently pressed down. At this moment, Wang Chen lay atop Jiang Lingxian's delicate form, his hands tightly embracing her slender soft waist. He lowered his head and kissed her ever so gently. It was as if Wang Chen was deliberately plucking at Jiang Lingxian's heartstrings. He kissed her softly, yet simply refused to deepen the kiss. At this moment Jiang Lingxian felt her heart suddenly empty. Her slightly dazed, beautiful eyes revealed a look of reluctance as her expression turned somewhat lost. Wang Chen said nothing. He lowered his gaze quietly, looking down from above at Jiang Lingxian, who was gazing up at him expectantly. Discus. MMPH. Just as Jiang Lingxian couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to call out, "Disciple," Wang Chen lowered his head once more and kissed her lips. Jiang Lingxian thought she could finally have her wish fulfilled, but Wang Chen pulled away from her lips once more after just a few seconds. Jiang Lingxian's desire for intimacy, which had been gradually building, now felt empty once more. Wang Chen had teased her so thoroughly that her heartstrings felt on the verge of snapping. Feeling as though she had been toyed with, Jiang Lingxian couldn't help but begin to purse her lower lip. Her beautiful face gradually filled with a wronged expression. She knew that her disciple was deliberately teasing her, wanting her to call out that title. But she was completely helpless. Her body felt somewhat limp from the kissing, and still pressed down, Jiang Lingxian could only gaze at Wang Chen with longing. "If you call me husband, just once I'll continue kissing you. How about that?" Wang Chen lowered his gaze at Jiang Lingxian, whose beautiful face was flushed red, whose eyes were slightly open as tiny slits filled with longing. He spoke gently. Hearing these words, Jiang Lingxian slightly turned her flushed, beautiful face. For a moment, she bit her lower lip, appearing hesitant. Seeing this, Wang Chen didn't speak. He simply lowered his face slightly, his lips lightly pressing against the corner of her mouth, causing Jiang Lingxian to shiver yet again. Gradually, Jiang Lingxian's breathing became somewhat rapid. Especially feeling that soft, sticky sensation at the corner of her mouth, her desires churned within. "If you don't want to call it, then never mind." Seeing that she still shyly turned her beautiful face, hesitating, Wang Chen's tone carried a hint of disappointment. Finally, he slowly rose. And with Wang Chen rising, the palm pressed against Jiang Lingxian's cheek, and the lips lightly touching the corner of her mouth, both distanced themselves from her. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian felt as though Wang Chen no longer wanted her. Her heart clenched, and a glint of tears quietly appeared in her eyes. "No, don't." Jiang Lingxian exerted all her strength, stretching out her somewhat limp hands, hastily gripping Wang Chen's clothing tightly. She called out with panic. Looking at Wang Chen, who was half rising, Jiang Lingxian ultimately could not bear it any longer. Piteously, she clutched his clothing as her red lips parted slightly. "Huss." "Ban." At this moment, Jiang Lingxian, in her extreme lack of security, the title she called out was pitifully weak. Her beautiful eyes were filled with longing. Hearing the cold, soft, and weak "husband" from Jiang Lingxian, Wang Chen's entire little heart trembled. But in Jiang Lingxian's longing gaze, he only gently bent back down, yet did not lower his head to kiss her. "Disciple." Seeing this, Jiang Lingxian felt wronged, and was about to call out, but was suddenly interrupted by Wang Chen's grave hum. "Who? Husband?" Jiang Lingxian, her grievance over the disciple address stifled, could only pout her lower lip, and meekly continue calling out, "Husband." And then, "Oi." Wang Chen, pressing down on Jiang Lingxian's delicate frame, and gazing down at her, listened to those pleasing titles, and spoke softly. "Who? Band. Please kiss me." Jiang Lingxian's restraint had reached its breaking point, and the moment she called out, "Husband," she had long forgotten any pretense of reserve. All she wanted now was for her husband to kiss her, to press his lips hard against hers. Gazing at Wang Chen's handsome face, Jiang Lingxian's breathing grew increasingly rapid, her grievance-laden beautiful eyes surging with endless desire. Jiang Lingxian could barely endure it, and Wang Chen was hardly any better at holding back. Witnessing her utterly captivating state, he could no longer resist, and leaned in to kiss her. Gradually, Wang Chen's hands began to wander restlessly, and Jiang Lingxian's white dress hem fluttered slightly. Yet Jiang Lingxian's mind, already dulled by kisses, had no clue what was happening. She only knew her entire body felt strangely altered. MMPH. Eventually lost in deep kisses upon her crimson lips, Jiang Lingxian let out a muffled moan, her beautiful eyes growing hazy as her body gradually went limp. The night passed swiftly. By midday the next day, Jiang Lingxian, her garments disheveled, nestled against the sleeping Wang Chen, her exquisitely beautiful face resting lightly against his neck with an expression of quiet contentment. Despite the night's passage, for some reason, Jiang Lingxian's face still bore a blush, and now her closed beautiful eyes fluttered twice. As her consciousness gradually sharpened, Jiang Lingxian felt Wang Chen's warm neck beneath her face and couldn't help but gently nuzzle against it weakly. But as Jiang Lingxian's awareness became fully clear, her body's sensations rushed into her mind all at once. Every feeling of tingling numbness and weakness swept over her completely, especially around her waist. Any slight movement sent waves of exquisite tingling through her. This achingly familiar sensation made the closed-eyed Jiang Lingxian pause her gentle nuzzling against Wang Chen's neck. Jiang Lingxian's heart skipped a beat, and her half-dreaming, dazed consciousness instantly cleared. Her delicate eyelashes fluttered twice before her beautiful eyes slowly opened. Her vision was still slightly blurred from sleep, but she didn't care at all, and quickly glanced down into the blankets. Just like last time, feeling the weakness in her body, Jiang Lingxian's slender hand trembled nervously as she retrieved a small luminous pearl. As the pearl was brought out, the space beneath the blankets was illuminated by a faint glow, just as it had been when Jiang Lingxian was in the Taishu Sacred Maiden's Hall. Upon seeing what lay within the blankets, Jiang Lingxian's mind went blank. With a sudden rush, her consciousness momentarily clouded. In that moment, an endless wave of shame enveloped Jiang Lingxian's entire body, and her beautiful eyes gradually reddened without her realizing it. Jiang Lingxian had already felt so helpless playing her private single-player game alone, and now Wang Chen had actually taken over to play for her. Jiang Lingxian was at her wits' end, having no idea how she would face him once Wang Chen woke. Bad disciple. Bad disciple. Bad disciple. Woo-woo. Jiang Lingxian cursed Wang Chen repeatedly in her heart, but as she did, tears welled up and streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. Jiang Lingxian felt her thoughts in complete disarray, with no idea what to do or what to do next. What if her disciple saw this messy scene? Would he despise her? But he was the one who caused all this. What should she do? What on earth should she do? Woo-woo. Jiang Lingxian's heart was filled with extreme panic as she curled up in the blankets, utterly lost, so unaware that tears were streaming down her face. Even though Wang Chen had long promised he would never despise her, she still couldn't stop her heart from trembling with fear. But Jiang Lingxian's worries were entirely unfounded, since Wang Chen himself had created this mess. How could he possibly despise her? However, Jiang Lingxian's mind was completely blank right now, preventing her from reaching that conclusion, leaving her flustered and anxious. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, who was still sleeping with his arms wrapped around Jiang Lingxian's delicate figure beneath the blankets, was gradually awakened by her distressed crying. Xian, what's wrong? Just waking up with a bit of confusion in his mind, Wang Chen propped himself up against the headboard and looked at the person in his arms in puzzlement. But before Wang Chen's eyes could fully open, a pair of hands suddenly covered them tightly. You're not allowed to look. Not allowed to look. Jiang Lingxian's emotions were slightly agitated, and as she covered Wang Chen's eyes, she even repeated, not allowed to look, twice out of nervousness. Wang Chen, with his eyes covered, paused in surprise, but after recalling for a moment, he quickly began to understand what had happened. Xian, please let go of my eyes, it's okay. Wang Chen quickly pulled Jiang Lingxian closer, speaking as softly as possible to soothe her emotions. But as he recalled the events of the previous night, his throat involuntarily bobbed. When Wang Chen felt Jiang Lingxian's emotions had stabilized somewhat, and her hands covering his eyes finally began to loosen, as if accepting her fate, Wang Chen slowly withdrew his arms that had been wrapped around her beneath her clothes. Then he gently grasped her wrists with both hands and lowered her palms from covering his eyes. But the moment Jiang Lingxian's tear-reddened eyes met Wang Chen's, an endless wave of shame and helplessness enveloped her heart once more. Bad disciple. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Woo-woo. The next moment, Jiang Lingxian threw herself onto Wang Chen, with overwhelming grievance burying her tear-streaked face in his embrace as she continuously wailed her complaints. Wang Chen was momentarily at a loss for how to handle Jiang Lingxian's outburst, so he could only hold her gently and wait for her to exhaust her emotions. Xian, I'm sorry. Wang Chen knew best what had transpired the previous night, and now as he gazed at the weeping Jiang Lingxian, he apologized somewhat helplessly. The night before, they had not gone through with anything substantial, for Wang Chen feared Jiang Lingxian would not be able to accept it upon waking. After all, even at this stage, Jiang Lingxian was already crying, let alone reaching the point of complete intimacy. However, Wang Chen noticed Jiang Lingxian's single-player game rank wasn't improving no matter what, so he simply couldn't resist taking over to play for her. But Jiang Lingxian had absolutely no desire for Wang Chen to touch her gaming device or play on her behalf. After a moment, with Wang Chen's gentle coaxing, Jiang Lingxian's emotions gradually stabilized somewhat, and she looked at him with reddened eyes. Disciple. You. Don't look yet. Please don't look, okay? Wait. Let me tidy up first, okay? Jiang Lingxian pouted her red lips, her tear-streaked face tilted slightly upward toward Wang Chen, her voice growing unnaturally flustered with panic. Jiang Lingxian's current demeanor was such that if Wang Chen so much as dared to say no, she would undoubtedly burst into muffled sobs again. Right now, Jiang Lingxian's every thought was consumed by the desperate hope that Wang Chen wouldn't witness her in this compromising state, silently imploring him to close his eyes. All right, I'll close my eyes. I absolutely won't look, absolutely won't look. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen quickly complied, tightly shutting his eyes and repeating his promise not to look. Xian, don't feel pressured. It's all my fault, not yours. With his eyes firmly closed, Wang Chen could only feel his way to cup her tear-soaked face, gently wiping away her tears while softly soothing her. Jiang Lingxian felt the comforting touch on her face, and with her heart still in turmoil, her extreme anxiety finally eased just a fraction. Jiang Lingxian gently pressed her lower lip, her tear-stained face flushed red from crying, sniffing her delicate nose as she caught her breath. Jiang Lingxian then gazed at Wang Chen with his eyes closed, raising the back of her fair hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes with a hint of grievance. Gazing at the disordered scene on the bed, Jiang Lingxian extended her slender arms to press against Wang Chen's chest, preparing to weakly rise. Wang Chen also sensed her attempt to rise, and could only gradually loosen his arms wrapped around her waist in response to her movement. But in Wang Chen's perception, Jiang Lingxian's delicate and soft body had barely risen halfway, when suddenly she toppled back toward him. Wang Chen was startled inwardly, and quickly re-wrapped his arms around her delicate frame as they were about to slip away, his closed eyes straining to open. Don't open your eyes. Jiang Lingxian collapsed weakly into Wang Chen's embrace, and seeing his eyes about to open, she hastily covered them with both hands. Jiang Lingxian felt her body go completely limp, with only her head and arms able to move. Very well, I won't look. Hearing Jiang Lingxian's distressed and flustered voice, Wang Chen hurriedly spoke softly to comfort her, fearing she might become agitated again. Jiang Lingxian, feeling her unnatural body, could only extend her slender arms to wrap around Wang Chen's neck, once more clinging pitifully to his embrace. Aren't you going to clean up? Wang Chen, feeling the warmth of Jiang Lingxian nestled in his arms, paused for a moment before asking in confusion. None of your business. Every word from Jiang Lingxian carried an inexplicable sense of grievance, and she responded with a touch of stubbornness. All right. I won't interfere. Hearing the slight tremor of tears in Jiang Lingxian's aggrieved voice, Wang Chen could only close his eyes and hold her waist, soothing her gently. You bad disciple, woo. But the moment Jiang Lingxian heard Wang Chen say he wouldn't interfere, a powerful sense of grievance surged from within her, her voice sounding as though she were about to cry. I'll handle it, please don't cry, okay? Even Wang Chen was left bewildered by Jiang Lingxian's unpredictable emotions, and he hurriedly offered soft words of comfort. It's all your fault. Last night you had to provoke my emotions. Provoking my emotions was one thing. You also took advantage of me being dazed from your kisses too. Touch me. Jiang Lingxian buried her tearful face in Wang Chen's shoulder, her voice choked with sobs, her words coming in fits and starts. You clearly know that when you kiss me for too long, my mind goes blank and confused you. You did it on purpose, woo. By the end, Jiang Lingxian grew increasingly aggrieved, feeling that her disciple in this life was slipping beyond her control, and she burst into tears once more. Wang Chen was left speechless by Jiang Lingxian's tearful complaints, so he gently raised his right hand to stroke the back of her head, softly massaging her scalp to soothe her. For Wang Chen did, as Jiang Lingxian had said. Last night, there had been a hint of intentionality on his part, just a little. I'm sorry. I promise you next time I will never act so presumptuously again. Okay. Wang Chen pressed his face gently against the warm curve of her neck near her ear, offering a weak apology and softly soothing her. Wang Chen understood that for a girl like Jiang Lingxian, whose entire body was so sensitive every time she was teased, she became most vulnerable and emotional, requiring only coaxing. Now, having been teased by Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian truly felt an extreme lack of security. You still want there to be a next time? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian grew even more aggrieved, clutching Wang Chen's neck with her pretty face buried against his shoulder and ear as she whimpered. Wang Chen's white garments on the left shoulder were once again soaked through with Jiang Lingxian's tears, while the spiritual cloth that had remained undissolved beneath was faintly visible through the fabric. Yet Wang Chen dared not move in the slightest, his left arm wrapped tightly around her waist, while his right hand gently stroked the hair at the nape of her head, continuously soothing her emotions. The two remained in this tender moment for a while, and gradually Jiang Lingxian, feeling Wang Chen's warmth and the gentle strokes at the back of her head, found her tear-dampened eyes slowly drifting shut. Even though she was a great power at the heavenly venerable realm, after crying herself exhausted and nestling in the embrace of her beloved, she could not resist the urge to sleep. Meanwhile, Wang Chen continued to soothe Jiang Lingxian's emotions while waiting for her to recover before tidying up the disordered scene. But as he waited, Wang Chen realized that Jiang Lingxian, seemingly exhausted from crying, had actually fallen asleep nestled against his shoulder. Wang Chen had his face pressed gently against Jiang Lingxian's left cheek, and as he felt her quiet down, she finally dared to weakly open her eyes. Xian. Wang Chen spoke in a gentle, hushed tone, leaning close to Jiang Lingxian's ear and calling out softly twice, but she gave no response. It seemed she was truly asleep, then he would have to deal with the aftermath himself for now. He wondered whether she would panic upon waking and cling to him in tears again. Sighing, he called out to his system, asking it to purchase a soft, large bed. After sighing inwardly, Wang Chen called out to his system twice in his thoughts, giving his instructions. The system informed him that his source points were insufficient and requested timely recharge. Startled, Wang Chen quickly opened his status panel and confirmed that his source points had indeed dropped to 0. He considered converting all the demon cores from his storage ring, but then remembered Long Long needed to eat, so he decided to convert only half. Wang Chen had intended to convert all the demon cores he had collected in the desert wasteland, but suddenly remembered Long Long and Feng Feng. Converting Demon King and Imperial cores of various grades, lower, middle, and upper, totaled 4359 cores, yielding over 190 million source points, with detailed figures available on his panel. System, you didn't secretly eat any, right? Absurd. High quality and extreme grade demon cores are scarce, and 190 million is entirely fair pricing. The system seemed genuinely offended by Wang Chen's suspicions, its tone growing increasingly loud and emphatic as it denied the accusation. Wang Chen pressed further, suggesting that given the system's nature as a little glutton, it was impossible it hadn't stolen any. It just had to be a small amount. All right. I only stole a tiny bit, consider it a small handling fee, host, okay? And in my past life, I regurgitated all the source points I had stolen to try to rescue you from encirclement, stinky host. But we still didn't escape, didn't we? Stinky system. Never mind, I won't argue with you. We have plenty anyway. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen felt a slight tremor in his heart as memories of that past life rescue surfaced. Though the system ultimately failed to save him from the encirclement of the Children of Fortune, he remained deeply grateful. As Wang Chen severed his connection with the system, within the vision block system space, a small ball of light floated and trembled in the air. Stinky host. With my abilities, how could I possibly fail to rescue you from that encirclement? The small light sphere muttered in a cold mechanical voice, tinged with weakness, completely different from its earlier exchange with Wang Chen. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Wang Chen spent some source points and watched as the Panga Divine Blood card that had been occupying space got cleared away. What is this? Wang Chen had originally intended to purchase a bed, but found himself instinctively flipping through the remaining 8 golden cards, his attention suddenly caught by one of them. A little figurine. Wang Chen stared at the adorable chibi-style figure depicted on the golden card, unable to resist tapping on it. Wang Chen suddenly thought of a way to make Jiang Lingxian happy. Why not buy a gift for her? System, can you make this chibi figurine look like me? Wang Chen knew just how much Jiang Lingxian cared for him. She even had a tendency to want to possess him completely. Granted, but that's 2 words extra. Give. In the end, Wang Chen successfully spent over 50,000 source points to purchase a golden card bed and a golden card chibi figurine. Use. With Wang Chen's thought, the golden card floating in his storage space flashed and instantly transformed into a physical object. Wow. This craftsmanship is impressive, cute and delicate, both handsome and adorable. I kind of like it myself. Wang Chen gazed at the Q version doll of himself, about 30 to 40 centimeters tall, floating in his storage space, his eyes lighting up with surprise. The doll's design resembled merchandise from Blue Star, the size of a body pillow, dressed in white robes with long hair in an ancient style. Its head was round but not strange looking, with the Wang Chen doll embodying 7 parts adorable and 3 parts handsome. Even the slight sinister curl of the doll's mouth made it irresistibly charming and endearing. I'll just pull it out directly when the time comes, and Xian will definitely love it, hee. But for now, I should clean up this mess first. Wang Chen gradually came back to his senses from the storage space, looking at the disordered bed beneath them. Recalling the scenes in his mind, Wang Chen's throat instinctively swallowed. After a moment of silence, Wang Chen carefully slid his left hand under her knees from behind her waist, while his right arm supported her upper body. Finally, Wang Chen gently lifted Jiang Lingxian into his arms, each movement cautious, as if afraid to disturb her. As Jiang Lingxian was slowly lifted, her tear-stained face, red like a little kitten's, gradually came into view, looking pitifully adorable. Wang Chen carried her down from the messy bed, then used spiritual power to control the new large bed from his storage space, placing it in the empty area of the room. Wang Chen walked forward step by step, carrying Jiang Lingxian, using spiritual power to make the bedding float. Then he gently laid her on the brand new warm bed as the bedding settled down. So Wang Chen didn't dare to leave it all, instead holding the weak and sleepy Jiang Lingxian, who had cried herself to exhaustion, staying close for a long time. Only when Wang Chen could clearly feel the bed temperature was suitable did he carefully take Jiang Lingxian's hands to release her grip on his neck. Jiang Lingxian seemed to feel the emptiness growing in her arms and instinctively whimpered with a crying tone, holding Wang Chen a little tighter. But finally, after Wang Chen's persistent efforts, Jiang Lingxian gently held the warm bedding and fell asleep peacefully. Time to clean up. Jiang Lingxian had possessiveness, but didn't Wang Chen have it too? Looking at the bed in the room that had absorbed Jiang Lingxian's scent, Wang Chen simply collected the entire bed into the depths of his storage space. Still uneasy, Wang Chen even went to the bathroom compartment to fetch several basins of clear water, thoroughly cleaned the entire room, and finally evaporated the water. At last, Wang Chen used spiritual power to sweep over the floor repeatedly, only feeling at ease after confirming there were absolutely no tears from Jiang Lingxian on the ground. After finishing the cleanup, Wang Chen looked at the shiny floor and clean room, then shifted his gaze back to Jiang Lingxian. He needed to hurry back and hold her while sleeping, otherwise when she woke up and found she was hugging bedding instead, she'd probably cry again. Thinking of this, Wang Chen quickly headed toward the bed. Faced with such a pitiful little crybaby with strong possessiveness, he simply couldn't refuse. As Wang Chen lay back into the bed, reaching out to gently pull away the bedding, Jiang Lingxian was tightly hugging it, made her beautiful eyes tremble slightly. Wang Chen was startled upon seeing this and immediately stopped his movement, afraid of waking Jiang Lingxian, otherwise it would be hard to soothe her. But fortunately, everything went smoothly in the end. Wang Chen finally gently slipped into the bedding and softly embraced Jiang Lingxian's waist, slowly pressing close to her. Time passed, and noon quickly went by. While Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian were still being affectionate in the room, the two silly sisters in Qinhuang Ancient City were facing a crisis. In Qinhuang Ancient City, in a dark alley, Li Susu and Li Qingqing stood in the middle of the alley, looking at the two people surrounding them from front and back, their eyes revealing panic. They had originally been searching the main street for traces of Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, planning to have a chance encounter. Unexpectedly, before they could even meet Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, they ran into the Jiang family members who had been hunting them. These two Jiang family members originally seemed to have their sights set on the Chu family, which had caused a stir yesterday, planning to investigate. But upon seeing them, they immediately switched targets, changing from investigating the Chu family to hunting down the two sisters. After running around Qinhuang Ancient City for a day and night with her sister, Li Qingqing was ultimately caught up with due to their cultivation gap. Run. Keep running. Hee hee. You two sisters don't need to worry about us killing you immediately. After all, you're quite pretty, we could. Ha ha. The Jiang family members surrounded the two sisters with lecherous expressions, laughing evilly again at the end. What exactly did we do to offend your Jiang family that two Spirit Emperor realm cultivators would relentlessly hunt us for a day and night? A Jiang family member a short distance in front of Li Qingqing, playing with a dagger and smiling mockingly, cheerfully asked back. Hearing this, Li Qingqing didn't ask anymore, but once again quickly took out a teleportation talisman. But after activating it with spiritual power, she discovered the space was sealed. Damn Jiang family, I curse that all of you Jiang family members will die out sooner or later. Li Susu beside Li Qingqing, seeing there was no way to escape, immediately cursed and swore at them in anger. But the opponents clearly were too lazy to talk anymore, their figures instantly disappearing with a roar, crushing them with their realm difference and attacking in an instant. In the alley, Li Susu and Li Qingqing frantically used their magical treasures to protect themselves, then their Spirit King realm cultivation base erupted suddenly. Li Susu saw the attack coming and quickly shielded Li Qingqing behind her, and a golden light barrier from their treasures appeared in front of them to temporarily protect them. Bang! The next moment, a loud explosion erupted in the alley. Under the attack of the two Spirit Emperor realm Jiang family members, despite having protective treasures, Li Susu and Li Qingqing's figures were still blasted by the attack, crashing through the wall and into the courtyard of an unoccupied house. As the two stabilized their figures, Li Qingqing looked at her sister, who had taken most of the attack for her, and a killing intent surged straight to her mind. In this moment, Li Qingqing in her anger quickly raised her right hand over her right shoulder, firmly grasping the weapon wrapped in cloth on her back, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Bang! The next moment, the cloth wrapping the weapon exploded, transforming into long ribbons that wrapped around Li Qingqing's right hand, covering her entire arm with white cloth. As Li Qingqing endured the severe backlash and swung her blade, it seemed as though time paused for a moment. The next instant, beneath the twilight sky of Qinhuang Ancient City, a towering sword intent suddenly surged toward the heavens, as if capable of slicing through the sky itself. Bang! The blade light shot into the sky, and another earth-shattering explosion resonated through Qinhuang Ancient City, causing more than half of the ancient city to tremble. Even Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, far away in the top-tier room of the inn with formation barriers, could feel the ground tremble several times. The massive sound and trembling ground suddenly made Jiang Lingxian, who had been quietly sleeping in Wang Chen's arms, stiffen her delicate body. Wang Chen, who had been unable to sleep, now felt Jiang Lingxian gradually waking up in a daze and cursed inwardly. Damn it! Making such a huge commotion, who on earth is being so despicable? Jiang Lingxian, nestled in Wang Chen's embrace upon the bed, murmured drowsily as she was stirred awake by the violent tremors. "Xianxian, my darling, be good now. It's nothing at all. Hubby will hold you. Let's go back to sleep, okay?" Wang Chen gazed gently downward at Jiang Lingxian's exquisite face pressed against his chest, watching her beautiful eyes flutter, and hastily began to soothe her. Indeed, to help Jiang Lingxian feel more at ease, Wang Chen wrapped his right arm around her waist, while his left hand gently patted her back. Her consciousness hovering between sleep and waking, Jiang Lingxian felt the familiar warmth and gentle voice before her, and once again couldn't resist the urge to surrender to slumber. However, half asleep and half awake, Jiang Lingxian seemed to find their embrace slightly uncomfortable, her weak hands clutching at Wang Chen's white robes. Then amid Wang Chen's puzzled gaze, Jiang Lingxian rubbed against him and slowly nestled her face into the curve of his neck, pressing herself close. Finally, in her drowsy state, Jiang Lingxian parted her crimson lips slightly and gently kissed Wang Chen's neck. It felt rather wonderful. Just as Jiang Lingxian, cradled in Wang Chen's warm embrace, was about to drift back to sleep in comfortable contentment, boom! Another deafening explosion resounded from outside, causing the very inn where Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian resided to shake violently once more. Clearly, this explosion was very close to the inn where Wang Chen was staying, so close that the entire establishment was swaying. Had it not been for the high-level formation array that Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian had jointly established around there, and the tremors would have been even more severe. This time, Jiang Lingxian, who had already been on the verge of waking, finally felt her eyelashes quiver as she slowly opened her drowsy, beautiful eyes. Then Jiang Lingxian's expression carried a hint of confusion and alertness. She propped herself up with her arms against Wang Chen's chest, raising her exquisite face as her beautiful eyes swept across the surroundings. However, because she had been crying earlier and had just woken up, her beautiful face, with its half-open eyes, now wore a somewhat vacant, dazed expression. At this moment, Wang Chen dared not speak a word. His heart pounding, he gazed downward at Jiang Lingxian in his arms, alert yet dazed, her eyes constantly scanning the room. In Jiang Lingxian's drowsy, vigilant field of vision, upon waking, everything around her appeared normal. This indicated that the explosion had not been directed at them, so Jiang Lingxian's heart felt considerably more at ease. Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes swept across a normal room, a normal environment, a normal disciple. Jiang Lingxian's vacant gaze landed on her somewhat anxious disciple, who was holding her. A feeling that something had been forgotten suddenly stirred in her mind. No, wait a moment. A normal room, a normal environment, a nervous disciple, a repositioned bed, brand new bedding and sheets. No. As a slight tremor ran through Jiang Lingxian's heart, the hazy memories from just waking up flooded back like a rising tide. "Xian." Wang Chen, holding Jiang Lingxian, called out with a guilty conscience. His hands suddenly tightened, pulling her close, attempting to interrupt her recollection. "Disciple, didn't you tidy up?" At this moment, Jiang Lingxian, who had now fully awakened, gazed at the room's environment, so different from daytime, and a sense of panic welled up in her heart as she hastily asked, "Of course, I didn't. Don't you remember? You tidied everything up first, then fell asleep in my arms without even realizing it." Wang Chen gazed at the dazed Jiang Lingxian and immediately began telling a barefaced lie, causing Jiang Lingxian to freeze in bewilderment. After a moment of stunned silence, Jiang Lingxian's delicate brows gradually furrowed. But after racking her memories for some time, the unnatural discomfort of her clothing ultimately reminded her of the truth. But this time, Jiang Lingxian merely lifted her pitifully reddened, beautiful eyes slightly and gradually chose silence. After a moment, Jiang Lingxian met Wang Chen's gaze, then slowly lowered her gradually flushing, aggrieved, beautiful eyes and softly hummed in acknowledgement. Wang Chen was stunned. Gazing at Jiang Lingxian, who was utterly incapable of hiding her emotions when facing him, he understood that she had already realized he was lying. But it seemed Jiang Lingxian did not wish for this matter to escalate further. She could only deceive herself in this manner of feigning ignorance despite knowing the truth. And within Wang Chen's embrace, Jiang Lingxian forcibly restrained her emotions. Feeling her eyes growing warm, she could only lower her head, trying not to look at her disciple. Wang Chen knew that Jiang Lingxian must be panicked and aggrieved at this moment, but to prevent the situation from spiraling further, she could only deceive herself. Thus Wang Chen could only tighten the arms wrapped around her waist, drawing her closer. He raised his hand and gently stroked her head. The atmosphere in the room fell into a long silence, and Jiang Lingxian took a long time to compose herself. "Disciple, I want to wash my face." Finally, Jiang Lingxian spoke softly from within Wang Chen's embrace. At this moment, she appeared extremely delicate and tender, even her usually cold voice carrying a sense of fragility. "All right." Wang Chen was silent for a brief moment, then finally gently stroked her head, trying to make his voice as tender as possible as he agreed. For Wang Chen knew that Jiang Lingxian washing her face was a pretense. What she truly needed was to freshen up and change her clothes. After all, while the room and bed had indeed been tidied, Jiang Lingxian herself had not been attended to. At this moment, after hearing Wang Chen's gentle response, Jiang Lingxian slightly turned her flushed face and beautiful eyes away, refusing to look at him. Finally, in Wang Chen's gaze, Jiang Lingxian practically kept her lower lip pressed together as she lowered her head, her form somewhat unnaturally walking into the bathing chamber. Click! As the bathing chamber door was shut by Jiang Lingxian, Wang Chen still noticed that on her lowered, exquisite face, her beautiful eyes glistened with a few tears. Afterward, Wang Chen had no way of knowing whether Jiang Lingxian had secretly cried inside the bathing chamber. Feeling somewhat worried outside, Wang Chen, sensing the quiet, oppressive atmosphere, couldn't help but rise from the bed and step onto the floor. As Wang Chen opened the formation array he and Jiang Lingxian had set up, he then extended both hands toward the door. Creak! Click! Get away from me, all of you! Wah! Just as Wang Chen stepped outside and gently closed the door, sealing it with the formation, he suddenly heard a somewhat familiar female voice echoing from downstairs. Young lady, they wouldn't dare cause trouble at my inn. So either you stay here constantly blocked by them, or you hand over what you're carrying on your back to me, and I'll protect you two sisters. What do you say? Wang Chen recognized the stout voice of the innkeeper downstairs. Hearing these words, he couldn't help but pause in bewilderment. At this moment, images gradually surfaced in Wang Chen's mind. The figures of two women, one lively and spirited, the other bearing a small, tear-shaped mole beneath her eye. What's going on? Unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Chen, who had come out for some fresh air, leaned forward and directed his gaze toward the scene at the counter by the staircase below. However, because the Cultivation Inn had 5 floors and Wang Chen happened to be in the heavenly suite on the 5th floor, he could only catch a glimpse of a small portion of the 1st floor below. Already feeling irritable and restless, Wang Chen discovered that even eating this kind of melon couldn't be done completely. A flare of nameless anger rose in his heart. The next moment, Wang Chen, enraged, seized the staircase railing and flipped his body over, directly leaping down from the 5th floor. Innkeeper, are you certain you want to make an enemy of our Jiang? Crash! The leading figure among the several people surrounding Li Susu on the 1st floor had just reached the middle of his sentence when a thunderous crash suddenly erupted from not far away as someone hit the ground. King Jiang Chen has arrived. Jiang Chen leaped from the 5th floor, landing in a half squat, his face contorted in a dramatic declaration. The cultivators dining and watching on the 1st floor stared in bewilderment at Jiang Chen, who had chosen to leap rather than take the stairs. While most of the crowd was left speechless, one person's tear-reddened eyes suddenly brightened upon seeing him. At that moment, Li Susu, her face streaked with tears as she carried the blood-soaked Li Qingqing on her back, spotted Jiang Chen crouched on the ground, and felt as though she had found her savior. Fellow villager, Wah! Save us, please save us. As Jiang Chen slowly rose to his feet and lifted his gaze, a woman in blood-stained clothing suddenly charged toward him. Jiang Chen, who are you? Jiang Chen was startled by Li Susu, who was carrying an unconscious person, and asked in shock. It was not that Jiang Chen did not recognize Li Susu. The issue was her current appearance. Covered in blood, her hair wild and disheveled, her face streaked with tears, looking utterly wretched. It's me. It's Li Susu, the one who sold you the phoenix egg in Mahuang. Please save us. Hearing Jiang Chen's bewildered response, Li Susu quickly lifted her right arm to wipe her face, while keeping her unconscious older sister secured on her back. After wiping away the blood and grime, Li Qingqing's pale face gradually became recognizable, and Jiang Chen finally identified her. While Li Susu pleaded for help, Jiang Chen peeked around and spotted 5 burly cultivators glaring at him from nearby. I'm not sure I can handle them. Please save my sister and me. I'll do anything you ask, anything at all, please. Wah! Li Susu broke down hearing this, her words stumbling as she cried out in desperation. Li Susu trusted this fellow villager more than the innkeeper. Fine. A cultivator's duty is to uphold justice. It is second nature to us. Rest assured. Jiang Chen fell silent for a moment, then realized that Li Susu must possess valuable treasures if she had managed to escape these men. His expression shifted immediately. Hearing this, Li Susu finally felt some relief. She quickly moved behind Jiang Chen with the blood-covered Li Qingqing and began taking out pills to treat her injuries. Kid, I'd suggest you scram before I kill you too. The 5 burly cultivators, seeing Jiang Chen step forward, narrowed their eyes menacingly and began closing in around him. Yet they seemed restrained by the inn's rules, only daring to surround Jiang Chen and throw threats. Jiang Chen could sense that all 5 were significantly stronger than him, each hovering around the 8th or 9th layer of the Spirit King realm. Despite this, Jiang Chen showed no fear. He slowly raised his gaze toward the innkeeper, who was keeping a low profile behind the counter watching the scene unfold. Innkeeper, I imagine You wouldn't want word getting out that a guest from your premium suite was left maimed within your establishment, would you? A sinister smile gradually spread across Jiang Chen's face, his lips curling in a way that caught the attention of the onlookers below. It was not that he could not handle the 5 large men himself. He simply recognized the value of having such an effective enforcer at his disposal. After all, the spirit stones required for the top-tier rooms at this cultivation inn were no small fortune. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's blatant little threat, the old innkeeper's expression darkened noticeably. Anyone capable of running an inn in the ancient city of Qinghuang would not be someone to underestimate, which was precisely why the 5 brutes dared not act within the establishment. These are my esteemed guests. I give you 3 seconds to get out, or I'll break your legs. Despite his darkened expression, the elderly innkeeper stepped out from behind the counter, his brows furrowed as he glared at the 5 cultivators and barked his warning. Do you really intend to cross us, the Jiang? Boom. The lead cultivator turned toward the old innkeeper emerging from behind the counter, just as he was about to name his background, when sudden excruciating pain erupted in his chest. In the next instant, as Jiang Chen watched with fascination, the man's chest caved in with a sickening crunch, blood and flesh exploding outward as his entire body was launched through the air by a surge of spiritual energy crashing through the inn's entrance. You damn fools. Did you take my words for wind? Bringing up the Jiang family name again. You absolute idiots. The old innkeeper glared out at the street where the burly cultivator lay motionless and unconscious, cursing loudly. The remaining 4 cultivators, terrified at this display, immediately turned to flee. 3 seconds are up. Crack. Crack. As the innkeeper's domineering words echoed, his gaze hardened, and several gruesome sounds of breaking bones rang out. Aya! The agonized screams of the 5 men shattered through the inn's first floor and spilled onto the street, sending the surrounding crowd jumping in fear. Thanks, innkeeper, ha! Jiang Chen clasped his hands in gratitude and bowed cheerfully, though the old innkeeper's face remained as dark as charcoal. Kid, if you weren't one of my premium guests, I wouldn't bother with you. The innkeeper shot a glare at Jiang Chen for using him as a weapon, then returned to the counter to continue counting on his abacus. All right, that's settled. Jiang Chen turned to face Li Susu, who was still processing what had just happened, and flashed a wide grin. No way. This was already over. Li Susu's head was spinning, her mind reeling as she carried the severely injured Li Qingqing, who was suffering from backlash, and stared blankly at Jiang Chen. Tisk, such severe injuries. Never mind, come with me upstairs. Jiang Chen surveyed the 2 sisters covered in blood, clicked his tongue a few times, then turned and headed upstairs without waiting. Hastily, Li Susu followed after him, with Li Qingqing on her back, while the dozen or so cultivators on the first floor watched in disbelief. Upon reaching the 3 premium rooms on the 5th floor, where only one was occupied, Jiang Chen came to a stop before the door. Wait here in the hallway and stabilize your injuries and your sisters. I'll be right back. Jiang Chen stood at the doorway in his white robes, turning to address the blood-stained Li Susu. Yes. Thank you, fellow villager, thank you. Li Susu did not dare refuse carrying the heavily injured Li Qingqing, as she gratefully thanked Jiang Chen repeatedly. Jiang Chen paid no mind to Li Susu as she knelt down to set her sister on the ground and begin treating her wounds. He quickly opened the door and stepped inside. Click. The moment he entered the room, Jiang Chen shut the door behind him and immediately looked ahead. Though it had seemed like an extended absence, only a few minutes had actually passed. Jiang Lingxian, who needed to wash her face, had not yet emerged. Creak. But no sooner had Jiang Chen finished thinking than the bathroom door suddenly swung open. Before Jiang Chen's astonished gaze, now clad in a new ice blue dress, her expression composed, the stunning Jiang Lingxian slowly stepped forth. However, the composure Jiang Lingxian had barely regained would not last long once she saw the 2 people Jiang Chen had brought back. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who had worn white dresses across both lifetimes and seldom changed to other colors. Yet now she had donned an ice blue gown, and for a moment Wang Chen found himself subtly entranced. Beautiful. So beautiful. If the cat ear-made outfit was cute and alluring, then Jiang Lingxian's current ice blue gown was coldly captivating. But soon upon seeing Jiang Lingxian's cold gaze carrying traces of unspoken emotion, Wang Chen felt an involuntary sense of guilt. For it was he, her devoted disciple, her loving husband, her master, her beloved husband, who had convinced Jiang Lingxian to change into this new dress. While Wang Chen's heart swelled with warmth, Jiang Lingxian's cold, beautiful eyes regarded him from a distance, harboring an entirely different sentiment. Vile disciple. Wicked husband. Wicked master. Wait, why do I keep instinctively reaching for that final title? Jiang Lingxian silently cursed him under her breath, then startled herself when she caught nearly uttering it, quickly shaking off the thought. As for the title of husband, it had not yet taken root in Jiang Lingxian's heart. Perhaps only when Wang Chen and she shared a deeper bond would that title truly embed itself in her soul. As she approached Wang Chen standing at the doorway, that designation remained unspoken within her. Yet on the 9th day of their treasure-hunting expedition, while the two sisters outside the door tended their wounds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Even when Jiang Lingxian's icy voice had grown hoarse from calling out to restrain Wang Chen, she still refused to alter the title, her heart racing with anxiety. Xian. Upon seeing her approach, Wang Chen's guilty gaze darted away, unable to meet her eyes. As Jiang Lingxian slowly came to a halt before him, her gaze regaining its frosty composure, she studied Wang Chen in silence for a long moment without speaking. I was wrong. Wang Chen's strategy was clear. No matter what, when facing Jiang Lingxian, who was reasonable, yet unyielding, the best approach was to concede first. Ding. The system detected that the last remaining top-tier child of fortune was about to appear and was steadily approaching the host's location. Just as Wang Chen meekly bowed his head to apologize to Jiang Lingxian, the system's alert tone rang out abruptly. In the utterly silent room, Wang Chen was already feeling guilty before Jiang Lingxian, and when the system's voice suddenly startled him, his body trembled. Through Jiang Lingxian's cold eyes filled with complex emotions, she saw Wang Chen weakly bowing his head, his form trembling slightly in fear. Wang Chen's gesture of bowing his head and trembling slightly caused a momentary pause in Jiang Lingxian's complex emotional waves. Is this disciple afraid I'll punish him? But it was his fault to begin with. If I don't reprimand him, wouldn't that make me seem too easy to bully? But the disciple has already apologized. Fine. This crossing of boundaries is absolutely the last time. Jiang Lingxian's right brain wanted to punish Wang Chen, but her left brain kept attacking it, and finally the right brain yielded. At the same time, Jiang Lingxian secretly made a resolution in her heart. This boundary crossing was absolutely the last time with the disciple, and fortunately the disciple hadn't lost control last night. Although she had crossed boundaries with the disciple again, as long as they hadn't gone that far, her chastity was still intact. It was fine. Jiang Lingxian's right brain was continuously attacked by her left brain, and even her inner self joined the left brain's camp, gradually comforting herself. But looking at this guilty and frightened little rebellious disciple, why do I feel a bit endearing? Jiang Lingxian watched as Wang Chen, after trembling slightly, now lowered his head, unable to face her, and to her surprise a small sense of satisfaction rose in her heart. Unconsciously, Jiang Lingxian extended her slender right hand and gently touched the head of her disciple, who was rarely this obedient. Wang Chen felt the gentle touch on his hair and was momentarily stunned, his weakly bowed head showing clear surprise. From now on, you're not allowed to be so reckless again, or else I'll. Jiang Lingxian's cold yet pleasant voice carried a hint of severity as she looked at Wang Chen, who was slightly stunned by her touch on his head. Or else. What? Wang Chen, taken aback by Jiang Lingxian's sudden hesitation, couldn't help but raise his handsome face to ask, though his expression still carried an air of apology. Or else. I won't let you kiss me or hold me, and you're not to touch me ever again. Under pressure, Jiang Lingxian racked her brains for a while and finally, in a fit of exasperation, blurted out this punishment without caring about her own dignity. But after saying it, Jiang Lingxian gradually realized what she had said, and memories flashed through her mind of several times she had wrongfully pleaded with Wang Chen to kiss her. Realizing this, Jiang Lingxian was momentarily stunned and quickly tried to suppress the growing heat on her pretty face. As she suppressed the burning blush rising on her face, the heat seemed to transfer entirely to her ears, which gradually turned bright red. Don't laugh. Seeing Wang Chen, who seemed to guess what she was thinking, Jiang Lingxian felt even more ashamed, but still tried to maintain a stern and indignant expression. I'm not laughing, I'm not. It's just, your punishment is too cruel, I really won't be able to bear it. Wang Chen quickly suppressed his smile at her reprimand, and while feeling the gentle touch on his head, he put on a pitiful expression and protested against the punishment. As long as you know it in your heart. Jiang Lingxian understood that Wang Chen was giving her an out, and forcing a cold expression, she gently rubbed her obedient disciple's head and said coldly. Deep down, Jiang Lingxian also knew that if her disciple truly stopped kissing and holding her, the one who wouldn't be able to bear it might not necessarily be Wang Chen. Master, this disciple truly realizes his mistake. Please forgive me this once. Okay. Wang Chen was naturally handsome, and now putting on a pitiful appearance, he was like a little puppy wagging its tail obediently before Jiang Lingxian. It was as if Wang Chen knew Jiang Lingxian liked the title of master, and for the first time in this life, he called out to her with exceptional obedience. Seeing Wang Chen behave so obediently made Jiang Lingxian's heart tremble, and she really couldn't bear a disciple who pleased her like this. This is the last time. Knock, knock, knock. Before Jiang Lingxian could finish the word time, a soft knocking sound suddenly came from outside the door behind Wang Chen. Both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian were slightly startled, then looked up toward the door. Fellow townsmen, are you done? Li Susu's voice, clearly different from Jiang Lingxian's cold and pleasant tone, came weakly from outside the door. Those outside the door couldn't hear what was happening inside, so Li Susu, who had stabilized her injuries outside, had no idea what was going on within. Another one of her disciples. Female old friends. And from the sound of it, they seemed to have met just now. Jiang Lingxian recognized it immediately, her heart trembling slightly, her gaze pausing before gradually growing cold and despondent. Xianxian, please don't misunderstand. I saw you changing clothes in the bathroom stall, so I went out for some air. I happened to encounter them, badly injured and being hunted. I swear I never sought them out. Wang Chen noticed Jiang Lingxian's exquisitely beautiful face gradually growing cold, her eyes dimming slightly, and in panic he hurriedly began to explain. Jiang Lingxian remained silent, her gaze dropping as she slowly withdrew her slender hand from Wang Chen's head. Xianxian, it's nothing. Before Wang Chen could continue, Jiang Lingxian's voice cut him off, somber yet trembling with a cold edge. She had only stepped away to change clothes, and in that brief moment someone had invaded her space. Jiang Lingxian felt a wave of disorientation and quiet grievance, though she claimed it was nothing and sidestepped past Wang Chen. Despite insisting everything was fine, Jiang Lingxian couldn't resist opening the door to verify whether her disciple's account was truthful. The door creaked open. Outside, Li Susu, who had been propping up the unconscious Li Qingqing against the wall, immediately brightened at the sight. But the moment their eyes met, Li Susu felt as though she were about to shatter under Jiang Lingxian's icy gaze. Sister HLO. Li Susu's hair was disheveled, her pale yellow robes torn and stained with blood, yet she managed a feeble greeting. Jiang Lingxian paused at Li Susu's wretched state, realizing Wang Chen had been telling the truth and had not deceived her. The tight knot in her chest loosened slightly, bringing a measure of relief. Step, step, step. Just then footsteps echoed from the staircase as three figures gradually came into view. Ding, ding, ding. Host. A top-tier fortune-bearing prodigy has appeared currently within 10 meters of you. Wang Chen, still anxiously observing Jiang Lingxian's reaction, paused and quickly peeked out. He saw three figures ascending the steps, their gazes turning toward him. When their eyes met, Wang Chen's gaze hardened upon seeing the young man in golden robes with sword-like eyebrows, Qin Tian. Wang Chen recognized the figure in the center immediately, and killing intent surged to its peak within him. It was you trash who occupied the Tian class. Qin Tian's words cut off mid-sentence as his eyes fell upon Jiang Lingxian. The young man's scowl melted away, replaced by a trace of infatuation as he took in her breathtaking beauty. But before long, a handsome figure emerged from the room, his cold expression blocking Qin Tian's view. Idiot! You uncultured beast, have you had your fill of staring? Wang Chen's white robes fluttered as his domineering aura overshadowed Qin Tian's, launching into a tirade without hesitation. Wang Chen understood the arrogance inherent in someone like Qin Tian, a divine scion of an ancient clan, and from his earlier words, it was clear he intended to seize the room. The opposing party consisted of 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, requiring exactly 3 Tian class rooms, but Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian already occupied one. Realizing this and disgusted by Qin Tian's gaze, Wang Chen didn't hold back and immediately cursed. For a moment, Jiang Lingxian, Li Susu, Qin Tian, Qin Qingwan, and Wu Ba all froze at Wang Chen's outburst. You're asking for death. Wu Ba, standing beside Qin Tian, reacted first and surged forward in rage at the insult to his master. Hey, everyone don't move. What the hell are you all doing? The innkeeper, who should have been downstairs, suddenly appeared between them and halted the escalating confrontation. Jiang Lingxian, who had been about to draw her cold sword, gradually stilled her right hand. The middle-aged man opposite her was at roughly the same cultivation level, and she was confident she could defeat him within 10 moves. She simply hadn't anticipated the innkeeper's sudden appearance. Innkeeper, they came up and demanded we leave one at our Tian classroom, and even tried to hit us. Woo. Wang Chen seized the opportunity to play the victim, raising his hands to wipe his eyes with a pained expression. Host, you're invincible. The more shameless you are, the more invincible you become. You're truly untouchable. But I like it. Meanwhile, the innkeeper Li Susu and the opposing party stood speechless. Watching her mischievous disciple and the exasperated crowd, Jiang Lingxian barely suppressed a laugh. Innkeeper, I'm furious, so I'm spending money. I'll take the other 2 Tian classrooms. After his performance, Wang Chen feigned anger and pointed at the 2 adjacent rooms. Oh, that works. Here, 100 top-grade spirit stones. Tian class rooms offer not only premium accommodations with daily cleaning, but also protection from the innkeeper. Absolutely worth it. The innkeeper's face lit up with a smile as he produced an abacus in his left hand and approached Wang Chen, his weathered face beaming. Wait, I'll pay 200 top-grade spirit stones for each room. Oh, Excellent, excellent. Come, come. The innkeeper's cheerful demeanor shifted as he turned toward Qin Tian's voice. Then I'll offer 300 top-grade spirit stones. Wang Chen called out again, drawing the innkeeper's attention back to him. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Come, come. But before the innkeeper could take more than a few steps, he was called back once more and hurried toward the increasingly frustrated Qin Tian. 500. Wang Chen called out, feigning a frown as he glared at Qin Tian. 600. Qin Tian shot back, his anger mounting to the point where he nearly wanted to kill Wang Chen. Their bidding war reduced the innkeeper to a mere pawn shuttling back and forth between them. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Enough. Who actually wants them? The innkeeper finally snapped, his brows and beard bristling as an oppressive aura unintentionally radiated from him. Shit. Emperor's might. Host. Great Emperor realm. The only great emperor in the world right now is standing before you. The innkeeper had deliberately concealed his aura so no one else present detected the emperor's pressure. They only sensed its overwhelming strength. Fortunately, Wang Chen's system picked up on it and alerted him in shock. I want them. I don't want them. But in his rage, Wang Chen ignored the system's warning and shouted. I don't want them. As for I want them. That was Qin Tian, who had been manipulated by Wang Chen into being the fool. In that moment, everyone present except Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian nearly laughed themselves silly at his outrageous scheme. Jiang Lingxian had long grown accustomed to Wang Chen's antics, so she simply stood behind him watching with cool detachment. You. Qin Tian, who had been seething with anger, froze at those words from Wang Chen, too furious to even speak. Haha, the highest bidder wins. I ran out of spirit stones, so you got her. Why are you still so angry? Wang Chen chuckled merrily, his face alight with a grin, and led Jiang Lingxian into the room, while Qin Tian glared at him in fury. The door shut, leaving Li Susu standing outside in a daze, her already disheveled appearance now marked by sheer bewilderment. Kill them all, leave none alive. Qin Tian realized he'd been outmaneuvered, and quickly composed himself, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he barked at Wu Ba beside him. The four great ancient clans had long withdrawn from worldly affairs, so they knew nothing of the upheavals across the Bahuan continent, nor did they know that Jiang Lingxian was the Taishu holy maiden who had destroyed the Hualong immortal sect. Yes. Qin Tian's guardian Wu Ba responded immediately, his cultivation at the heavenly venerable realm's third layer surging forth in a sudden burst. At that moment, a formidable pressure from the heavenly venerable realm surged toward the room where Wang Chen was staying, and upon seeing this, Li Susu quickly scooped up her sister and retreated. Just as that heavenly venerable pressure was about to blast open the door, it was opened from within a moment before. The shopkeeper on the other side glared at Wu Ba with displeasure, his eyes narrowing as a fierce pressure slammed down onto his back. Wu Ba at the third layer of the heavenly venerable realm had no room to resist and was forced to his knees in terror by the overwhelming pressure. As Wu Ba knelt on the ground, the heavenly venerable pressure that had been heading toward Wang Chen's door dissipated midair, turning into a gentle breeze. By the way, I almost forgot about you two sisters. Wang Chen ignored the heavenly venerable pressure that had surged toward the door and suddenly dissipated, instead turning his gaze toward Li Susu. Shopkeeper, book 2 of your finest ground tier rooms for these two sisters. Right away. Hey, don't look at me. Their room fees come out of their own pockets. As the shopkeeper approached, Wang Chen quickly spoke up, catching him off guard as he turned to look at Li Susu. All right, come find me tomorrow at noon. Remember your promise from downstairs. You need to honor it. Wang Chen leaned his head forward as if something had just come to mind and added his own reminder to Li Susu. But Wang Chen didn't notice the darkening of Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes as she stood behind him when he spoke those words. Before the 5 people outside, 4 standing and 1 kneeling along with an unconscious figure, could react, Wang Chen's door slammed shut again. The best ground tier room costs 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. No personal service from the shopkeeper. Just call the waiter if you need anything. Oh, got it. Here's your key. Seeing Li Susu quickly take out 1,000 high-grade spirit stones and place them on the ground, the shopkeeper waved his hand to collect them and handed over the key. Shopkeeper, we spent 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. Why do you only help them and refuse to help us? Qin Tian already knew the shopkeeper was no ordinary person. Blood vessels rose in his eyes as he suppressed his fury and demanded an answer. Haha, do you think I'm short of that much from you? After handing over the key, the shopkeeper heard this accusation and with an aged countenance revealed a scornful smile. The old shopkeeper had always treated everyone equally. But Qin Tian and his companions' repeated attempts to harm his guests had long worn away any goodwill they once had in his eyes. So compared to Qin Tian and his group, the old shopkeeper's attitude leaned more toward Wang Chen, who had only been sharp-tongued but hadn't actually made a move. Besides, that young woman beside the kid with her strikingly beautiful face. He remembered she seemed to be Han Xiaomei's most beloved female disciple. And this. was the most crucial reason why the shopkeeper's attitude leaned more toward Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. There's a rule in my inn. You can spit at each other if you have grievances, but don't lay hands on each other inside the inn. So this inn does not welcome you to stay. Find another place. The old shopkeeper, abacus in hand, walked step by step toward Qin Tian, finally stopping before the three of them, one kneeling and two standing, his tone calm and even. Fine. Just you wait. You'll soon learn that the ancient Qin clan is not someone you can afford to offend. Hearing the shopkeeper's domineering words, Qin Tian felt anger surge through him, his eyes reddening with rage as he glared at the shopkeeper while backing away. Give me the 20,000 top-grade spirit stones for the damage first, or none of you will leave this door alive today. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's expression darkened further, a faint chill rising in his eyes as his words carried an edge of killing intent. The old shopkeeper's domineering manner was as if without the 20,000 top-grade spirit stones today, all three of them would die here. Qin Tian was startled inwardly, knowing he had encountered someone reckless today, and could only suppress his anger as he grudgingly threw out a storage bag. As Qin Tian and his companions left in humiliation, the old shopkeeper glanced back at the room, where Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian were, a trace of nostalgia crossing his face. Speaking of which, it's been several thousand years since he last saw Han Xiaomei, hasn't it? When they check out, he'll find an excuse to ask that young woman about Han Xiaomei's current situation. He wondered whether she would still blame him now for leaving without saying goodbye back, then due to certain reasons hiding in bed and crying until she was a tearful mess. The old shopkeeper casually held his imperial-grade Taoist artifact abacus at his waist with his right hand, his slightly distracted brows revealing a hint of sorrow. Meanwhile, within the heavenly tier room of the inn, Wang Chen still had no idea that the old shopkeeper of this inn was the romantic interest of his junior master's master. Because at this moment Wang Chen was looking at Jiang Lingxian, lying on the bed, her back turned to him, as she slept, seemingly deliberately ignoring him. What's wrong with this little vinegar jar again? She had been fine just moments ago outside, but the moment they returned to the quiet room, with just the two of them, her mood had suddenly soured. Wang Chen looked at Jiang Lingxian's beautiful back with confusion in his heart, but he had to admit that he quite liked this side of her. But then again, come to think of it, can she really fall asleep if he doesn't hold her while sleeping, or if she doesn't hold him? Wang Chen recalled those early days after his rebirth when he used to pretend to sleep and Jiang Lingxian would hold him late at night, with her pretty face nestled against his neck, whimpering softly. Wang Chen couldn't resist his curiosity and wanted to test things out a little, so he sat in a chair and waited for a while watching Jiang Lingxian. Never mind, he'd just wait 2 minutes, and as soon as that time was up he'd go coax her right away. Disciple. The moment this thought crossed Wang Chen's mind, the next second he saw Jiang Lingxian slowly turn her beautiful body from her lying position, her lovely eyes gazing at him as she softly called out, "What is it?" Hearing this, Wang Chen quickly stood up and walked over slowly, his brows slightly furrowed as he asked with confusion. The mere thought of her disciple meeting those two sisters tomorrow, along with whatever promise seemed to exist between them, sent a wave of anxiety through her heart. During the time it took her to wash up, why would her disciple happen to run into his female childhood friend while stepping out for some fresh air? Was it fate or merely coincidence? Or perhaps those two sisters deliberately sought out her disciple. But that wasn't the real issue. The main problem was that her disciple had actually taken the initiative to arrange a meeting with them at noon tomorrow. From the moment Jiang Lingxian heard those words Wang Chen spoke, before closing the door, her heart had been tightening involuntarily, a faint sense of unease spreading through her. Yet now, lying on the bed, Jiang Lingxian found herself unable to resist any longer. Seeing her disciple delay coming to embrace her, she turned and called him over. After summoning Wang Chen over, Jiang Lingxian yearned for his embrace, but struggled to find the words. "Are you cultivating?" Clad in her cold ice blue gown, Jiang Lingxian lay on the bed, her alluring figure slightly reclined. Her beautiful eyes gazed up at Wang Chen as she hesitantly voiced her question. "No, I was watching you." Wang Chen stood by the bedside, meeting Jiang Lingxian's gaze with his lowered eyes, delivering his straightforward words directly to her, leaving her stunning features momentarily stunned. "Watching you. Wondering when you'd call me over, and when you'd let me hold you while you sleep." Wang Chen gazed at the slightly dazed Jiang Lingxian, his voice soft as he spoke, then sat on the edge of the bed, quietly observing her. I don't have that thought." Jiang Lingxian was completely flustered by Wang Chen's words, but soon began to rally her composure and refute him, though her melodious voice grew progressively quieter with each word. "Then didn't you just call me over now, eh?" Wang Chen genuinely felt that Jiang Lingxian grew increasingly flustered in his presence, yet this only made him adore her all the more. "I called you over just because I wanted to. Sure, you don't need to say anything. Just answer me one question, and if you get it right, there's a reward." Wang Chen interrupted Jiang Lingxian mid-sentence, gently pressing his index finger against her tender red lips as he spoke softly. At the same time, Wang Chen thought of the cute doll replica of himself stored in his storage space, perfect for gifting to her, now to bring her joy. So, do you want a hug or not? Wang Chen, his index finger still resting against her lips, locked his deep gaze with Jiang Lingxian's fluttering beautiful eyes, asking gently. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian's lips pressed by Wang Chen's finger instinctively pursed together, as if too shy to speak. After waiting a few seconds, Wang Chen slowly withdrew his finger, pretending to rise from the bed. This person needed a push, otherwise she truly wouldn't know what action to take. As expected, upon seeing Wang Chen's motion to rise, Jiang Lingxian's heart trembled, and she hastily reached out to grasp the corner of his garment. Don't go, I want. Jiang Lingxian held on to Wang Chen's garment tightly, with some panic, lying on the bed, looking both pitiful and embarrassed. Want what? Wang Chen barely suppressed a smile, helplessly sitting back on the bed as she tugged his garment, but still pressing his advantage with a follow-up question. Jiang Lingxian held on to Wang Chen's garment with both hands, her naturally cold and frosty aura contrasting with her ice blue dress. Yet now she resembled a shy fairy, her slightly flushed face instinctively lowering as she dared not meet Wang Chen's gaze. Then here I come. Wang Chen finally broke into a smile, spreading his arms like a big bad wolf about to devour a little lamb, as he kicked off his shoes and flopped onto the bed. As Wang Chen lay down and embraced Jiang Lingxian, she instinctively lifted her slightly flushed, beautiful face and weakly met his gaze. Wang Chen couldn't resist anymore, seeing Jiang Lingxian so cold yet endearingly shy, so he leaned in and gently pressed his lips against hers. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily stunned by Wang Chen's sudden kiss, but soon she gently closed her beautiful eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Jiang Lingxian hadn't expected such an unexpected delight. The faint melancholy that had weighed on her moments before gradually dissolved into nothingness with the kiss. A moment later. Inhale. Exhale. As they held each other, their crystal-clear lips slowly parted, both breathing out long, warm sighs in unison. Xian is so good. After catching his breath, Wang Chen slowly reached out his right hand and gently stroked Jiang Lingxian's head, saying with delight. Jiang Lingxian felt the gentle caress and praise on her head, though she said nothing outwardly. A sense of contentment welled up within her heart. So, Tada, a reward for you. At this moment, Wang Chen reached down and pulled out a Wang Chen doll. The Wang Chen doll, the size of a body pillow, was held aloft by Wang Chen, completely displayed before her cold, beautiful eyes. Discus, disciple, what is this? Jiang Lingxian's soft waist was embraced by Wang Chen's left arm, her delicate body pressed against his chest, her moist red lips slightly parted from the kiss. A miniature version of me. In the future, if I make you angry again like last night, you can hit him instead. How about that? Wang Chen's left arm wrapped around Jiang Lingxian's warm waist, while his right hand held up the cute and handsome Wang Chen doll, with a mischievous smile, chuckling softly. Jiang Lingxian pressed against Wang Chen's embrace, gazing at the doll crafted in Wang Chen's likeness, her beautiful eyes instinctively drawn to it. In Wang Chen's eyes, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes stared somewhat blankly at the doll, saying nothing, just watching. So cute, my disciple. But in Jiang Lingxian's thoughts, gazing at the Wang Chen doll floating in the air with a charmingly mischievous smile, her heart trembled slightly. Jiang Lingxian had never received such a gift growing up. She could even say she had been raised entirely in an environment of cultivation. Only after Wang Chen came to her side did her life gain many vibrant colors, no longer solely focused on cultivation. Really giving this to me? Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, weakly turning her head toward Wang Chen, as if some faint light was shimmering in her eyes. Because she truly liked her disciple. She liked her disciple's body, warmth, face, interesting soul. No matter what, everything about her disciple she really liked. Now seeing this cute and adorable Wang Chen doll, Jiang Lingxian saying she didn't like it would be a lie. Even at this moment, her words to Wang Chen carried a hint of uncertainty. Really? Wang Chen, seeing Jiang Lingxian's adorable little expression, couldn't help but smile slightly, then gently placed the doll into her embrace. Jiang Lingxian pursed her lips, feeling happy inside, and quickly and carefully hugged the Wang Chen doll, the size of a body pillow, with one hand. As for her other hand, because she also had a real-life husband who also wanted a hug. Do you like it, eh? Jiang Chen asked with a warm smile, gazing at Jiang Lingxian, who held the cute white-clad Chen plushie in her left arm, while her right arm embraced him. Jiang Lingxian held the cushion-sized cute Chen plushie against her chest, and upon hearing his words, she slightly raised her beautiful eyes that could no longer conceal her emotions. Why say she could not hide her emotions? For from Jiang Lingxian's slightly cold yet captivating eyes, Jiang Chen seemed to glimpse twinkling stars. I like it. Jiang Lingxian felt the plushie in her arms, a small sense of satisfaction blooming in her heart, much like a young girlfriend receiving a gift from her boyfriend. If I make another mistake in the future, you may scold it. But after scolding it, you are not allowed to scold me anymore. Jiang Chen said this half-jokingly, watching Jiang Lingxian, with the cute Chen plushie in her arms, her forehead gently resting against his chest. But Jiang Lingxian's mind seemed elsewhere, her crystalline eyes gazing up at Jiang Chen's handsome face for a lingering moment. What's wrong? Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his features as he noticed her dazed expression. Yet Jiang Lingxian did not answer him. Instead, she shyly pressed her red lips together before gently leaning forward. Before Jiang Chen could fully process what was happening, Jiang Lingxian's moist lips had already softly pressed against his. Jiang Lingxian rarely interacted with others and was quite timid and shy, so she seldom dared to initiate such intimacy with Jiang Chen. But now, feeling the faint cool fragrance from Jiang Lingxian's delicate face and the unusual softness of her lips, Jiang Chen could not help but freeze. After kissing Jiang Chen, Jiang Lingxian kept her beautiful eyes open, gazing silently at him with her cold, crystalline gaze. Jiang Chen slightly dazed, and Jiang Lingxian with her eyes wide open, their deep dark gazes trembling slightly as they locked eyes. Between the two deeply gazing lovers, sharing a quiet kiss, the cute white-clad Chen plushie lay pressed and slightly flattened. The atmosphere of this moment was unlike their previous passionate kisses, instead carrying a sense of beautiful tranquility like a living painting. As Jiang Chen gradually came to his senses, he slowly wrapped his right arm around Jiang Lingxian's delicate waist and pulled her close. With that, Jiang Chen gently pressed Jiang Lingxian closer, and her lips followed, softening against his as their bodies grew nearer, until Jiang Lingxian's breathing grew heavy and warm, her delicate body growing slightly weak. She still felt her lips being gently kissed once more. Jiang Lingxian's mind briefly stalled from the slight lack of oxygen, but she quickly recovered and slowly parted her red lips. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before he knew it, Jiang Chen felt Jiang Lingxian's hot breath growing erratic and her beautiful eyes, which had closed at some point, beginning to tremble. Only then did he slowly release her. Cough, cough. The moment their lips parted, Jiang Lingxian panted dizzily, her throat bobbing as she could not help but cough a few times. Jiang Lingxian's exquisitely beautiful face was flushed crimson, her delicate body growing weak as she breathed in the fresh air, her crystalline, moist lips slightly parted. Jiang Chen gazed at her alluring appearance with her flushed cheeks, his heart fluttering as desire began to stir within him. But in the end, Jiang Chen simply held Jiang Lingxian close with both arms, feeling the warmth and delicate fragrance of her body, gradually calming his restless mind. Jiang Lingxian, unaware of Jiang Chen's inner state, gently closed her beautiful eyes and shyly lowered her flushed, alluring face. Feeling her own limp body, Jiang Lingxian had no desire to move, silently pressing her lowered forehead against Jiang Chen's chest. Jiang Lingxian, her mind hazy with half-closed dreamy eyes, hugged the cute Chen plushie as she nestled in Jiang Chen's embrace. Her crystalline lips murmured softly, like it, disciple. After unconsciously speaking these words, her consciousness gradually sank, and she fell asleep in Jiang Chen's arms. Jiang Chen heard her almost inaudible delicate voice, but said nothing, simply lowering his face to gently kiss her forehead. If there were an intimacy system between him and Xianxian, he suspected they would have already reached the level of Dao companions. After this trip to Qinghuang, once they returned to the Tai Su Holy Maiden Palace, he would confess to her again. Jiang Chen mused to himself as he gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who was peacefully sleeping in his arms while tightly clutching the cute Chen plushie. System, tell me, what are the chances of success if I confess to her again next time? Although I did not witness those scenes, they were likely inappropriate for young viewers, so over 90% I would say. Host, to be honest, if she still refuses you next time, just tell her you will form a Dao companion bond with someone else. That would guarantee 100% success. I think your second point has merit. With those words, Jiang Chen pulled the covers over himself, and Jiang Lingxian cradling her warm, delicate body as he slowly drifted off to sleep. But Jiang Chen had no idea his plans would be overtaken by the sudden surge of affection in Jiang Lingxian's heart. Since both Jiang Lingxian and Jiang Chen's cultivation had temporarily stalled, they preferred cuddling to sleep over practicing cultivation. The night passed quickly. The next day at noon. Sister, how is your injury now? In the top-tier earth-numbered room of the Junhan Inn in the ancient Qinghuang city, Li Susu looked at Li Qingqing, who was leaning against the bed with a slightly furrowed brow full of worry. It's nothing, I won't die, it just hurts a bit. Li Qingqing, who possessed a beautiful face, was now grimacing in pain, waving her hand bitterly at these words. I still need to find that fellow villager later. Yesterday, I begged him to save us yesterday. Blah blah blah. Li Susu quickly recounted everything that had happened the day before, to Li Qingqing finally glaring at her expectantly for a response. Did you give me a bath and change my clothes yesterday? Yeah, you were unconscious yesterday. After stabilizing your injuries, I gave you a bath and changed your clothes. Why? Li Susu was a bit dumbfounded, not expecting her sister to suddenly change the subject, and responded blankly. Sister, you got all the benefits again. I do not care if he asks for resources later, give him yours. Li Susu. After a bit more conversation, Li Susu, feeling sorry for her aching sister, helped Li Qingqing out of bed and walked toward the door. A moment later, the door of the only occupied heaven-numbered room on the 5th floor was knocked on from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Chen and Jiang Lingxian inside had already woken up, and hearing the sound at the door, they both looked up. Jiang Chen was sitting cross-legged while Jiang Lingxian was embraced from behind, her delicate body nestled against him. Your female friend is here to see you again. Jiang Lingxian gazed at the sunlight through the window, her slender arms wrapped around the cute Chen plushie, turning her face slightly to look at Jiang Chen behind her with a gloomy murmur. Don't overthink it, be good. I'll go open the door. Jiang Chen patted Jiang Lingxian's head and kissed her earlobe, making her blush deeply. Then, with Jiang Lingxian's reluctant gaze following him, Jiang Chen gently released her, got off the bed, and walked toward the door, reaching out his hands. Creak. Fellow townsman, I've come to repay you. As the door swung open, Li Susu, supporting Li Qingqing beside her, beamed with delight as she spotted Wang Chen calling out to him with evident joy. Jiang Lingxian watched from behind as Li Susu's face lit up at the sight of her disciple. Unconsciously, the slender arms cradling the Meng Shuai Chen plushie tightened. The poor Meng Shuai Chen plushie was being tightly embraced against Jiang Lingxian's fragrant embrace, gradually flattening with each passing moment. But soon Jiang Lingxian relaxed her grip, and the plushie slowly expanded back to its original shape. She then stored it deep within her divine soul space, swung her long legs off the bed, and reached for her white embroidered shoes to put them on. Shortly after, the four of them sat down in chairs around the round table in the middle of the room, facing each other in pairs. How would you like us to repay you? Li Susu grinned broadly, revealing her bright, white teeth, looking at Wang Chen as if delighted to meet a fellow transmigrator. Yesterday you said you'd agree to anything, didn't you? Wang Chen slowly stroked his chin with his right hand, a faint smile playing on his lips as he studied the two sisters, his gaze mysteriously giving off a cunning impression. That gaze. Surely, it couldn't be that he was going to demand both sisters to marry him, or something so ridiculous like that. The two sisters felt a chill run down their spines under Wang Chen's cunning stare, and couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Jiang Lingxian. These two sisters had been hunted by the Jiang family, yet escaped repeatedly. There must be extraordinary treasures on them. Yet at this moment, as Wang Chen stroked his chin gazing at the two sisters, his thoughts were exactly as they should be, except perhaps for that strange look in his eyes, until Wang Chen felt a gradual pinch on his thigh with force. Hiss. Wang Chen's cunning expression, pinched by the aggrieved Jiang Lingxian, with all her might suddenly sent a shiver through his entire body, snapping him back to his senses. He looked up to find Jiang Lingxian frowning prettily, gazing at him with obvious displeasure, her beautiful eyes carrying an undercurrent of anxiety. Jiang Lingxian had no idea what was going through Wang Chen's mind. So when she saw his earlier cunning appearance, she felt at a loss, and could only remind him in this way. Wang Chen understood that Jiang Lingxian's little possessive nature had flared up again. He quickly took her hand and gave her a reassuring look. Then I want you all. He then held Jiang Lingxian, whose emotions had gradually stabilized, and parted his lips. As the three women watched nervously, he slowly spoke. All of your cultivation resources and treasures. As these words rang out from Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian's elevated heart slowly descended. Unconsciously, she edged a little closer to Wang Chen. But while Jiang Lingxian felt at ease, the two sisters' expressions instantly turned to stone, freezing in place. Oh no, this would have been better than making us marry him. After hearing Wang Chen's demand for all their cultivation resources and treasures, Li Susu and Li Qingqing felt their minds buzzing. Could we give half instead? Li Qingqing, with a small tear mole beneath her eye, tried to negotiate. But upon seeing Wang Chen's expression that clearly said, you think, her heart trembled. Could we exchange these maps that mark many treasures instead? Would that be okay? Still not willing to give up, Li Qingqing hastily retrieved from her storage ring the maps she had shown Wang Chen before. Look here, here, and here. All treasures we marked during our travels, each protected by powerful taboos. Wang Chen followed Li Qingqing's pointing to many locations. The more he looked, the tighter his brow furrowed. Why do these places seem so familiar? Host. Wow. Almost all the opportunities belonging to the various protagonists are marked on these maps. Even your supreme grade upper rank dark gold robe from your past life has been marked with a red dot on these maps. Just as Wang Chen felt those red marked locations on the map seemed familiar, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Wang Chen was stunned for a moment. So that was why some of those red marker positions on the map felt so familiar. It turned out these two silly sisters had even marked the opportunities he had personally gone to seize in his past life. System, where is my supreme grade upper rank dark gold robe among these red dots on the maps? Wang Chen flipped through the 8 maps corresponding to the 8 wildernesses, feeling somewhat scalp tingling at the densely packed red dots. If he were to collect all the treasures marked on these 8 maps measured in origin points, it would probably exceed tens of billions. Wang Chen couldn't help but suspect these two silly sisters were treasure-hunting mice. With such heaven-defying luck and fortune, it would cost 100 origin points to precisely locate the supreme grade upper rank dark gold robe through these maps. Host, don't curse. It would cost at least 1,000,000 origin points to locate it normally. Now that we have the maps to search one by one, this is already a discount. Cough cough. Activate it. Activating. Deducting 100,000 origin points. Please wait 3 seconds. Wang Chen sat there in front of Jiang Lingxian and the two nervous sisters, staring at the maps for 3 seconds until the system's voice sounded again. The green map among the 8 maps, the red marker at the farthest point in the upper left corner. Take a look yourself. Wang Chen followed the system's instructions and looked over. Finally, his finger landed on a red dot, and he received the system's confirmation. The treasure was located in Qinghuang at the farthest end of the northwest domain. Wang Chen checked. Qinghuang Ancient City was in the middle of the northwest domain. See, can we? Li Qingqing gazed nervously at Wang Chen, who was deep in thought examining the map, and asked weakly once more. Host, their fortune and luck are extremely strong, and they've been to those treasure locations before. They know the terrain well. I recommend you take them along if you're going to retrieve your dark gold robe. Fine, but you need to come with us to this location marked on the map and help guide the way. Understood. Without hesitation, Wang Chen listened to the system's advice and pointed directly at the red marker in the upper left corner of the map, fixing his gaze on the two sisters. Yes, but you need to come with us to this location on the map and help guide the way. Can you do that? Wang Chen listened to the system without question, pointing to the red marker in the upper left corner of the map as he gazed steadily at the two sisters. This. Could you pick a different treasure? That stick, though its aura is incredibly powerful, the taboo surrounding it is also extremely strong. Li Qingqing seemed to recall some memory. Clearly the treasure location Wang Chen had indicated had left her with some psychological trauma. Stick. This one will do. It has to be this one. Wang Chen was first confused, then suddenly realized something. His expression shifted to delight, his tone suddenly becoming resolute. Because Wang Chen suddenly understood, the treasure at that location wasn't just the supreme grade upper rank dark gold robe. There were other treasures there too. But, silence. 2 choices: lose all your treasures, or guide the way. Answer me. Seeing the two sisters' bitter, hesitant expressions, Wang Chen immediately raised his voice, calling out with clear articulation and proper pronunciation, answer me. The two sisters, hearing this tone so familiar to them from internet culture back on Blue Star, were startled into sitting up straight. Sister with this big sister here, I think we can still guide the way. Sister with this big sister around, I think we can still guide the way a little. Li Susu gazed at the breathtakingly beautiful Jiang Lingxian sitting quietly beside Wang Chen, then leaned close to Li Qingqing and spoke weakly. Li Qingqing also glanced at Jiang Lingxian. In her mind, she couldn't help but replay the magnificent scene they had witnessed. Jiang Lingxian standing atop a 10,000-meter ice dragon's head, her white dress billowing in the wind. Oh, okay, we'll guide the way then. Sister, didn't we agree earlier that you took advantage of me? Now you give him all your resources. That should count as half. Oh, okay, we'll guide the way then. Sister, as we agreed earlier, you took advantage of me. So now you give him all your resources. That should count as half. Li Susu, who had just heard her sister's outrageous words. Finally, under the gaze of 3 pairs of eyes, Li Susu still grimaced as she silently removed the storage ring from her hand. And anything else? Wang Chen glanced at the storage ring on the table, then gradually revealed a suspicious expression as he spoke. No, nothing else. Li Susu hurriedly responded, but her guilt betrayed her as she stammered 2 no's in succession. Never mind, I won't take the rest, but I want to see what's wrapped in the cloth on your back. Wang Chen hesitated for a moment before slowly turning his gaze toward the bundle wrapped in cloth on Li Qingqing's back, who bore some injuries. No, I'll give it to you, just give it to you. Li Susu spoke before her sister could refuse Wang Chen, for she knew that ancient blade was their true lifeline. Li Susu quickly crouched down again, removed her shoes, revealing her fair feet with a storage ring perched on one of her toes. Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian, Li Qingqing. Wait, what? Wang Chen and Li Qingqing seemed to share the same thought, gazing at Li Susu and exclaiming in shock simultaneously. Jiang Lingxian seated furrowed her delicate brows, watching Li Susu retrieve the storage ring from her toe, her beautiful eyes filled with bewilderment and exasperation. You little rascal, when did you hide a storage ring behind my back? He. Li Susu, hearing her sister's rebuke, put her shoes back on, stood upright, without a word, simply giggling. Just take out the treasures inside, and I'll return the storage ring to you. Wang Chen leaned back with a look of distaste, gazing at the storage ring on the table, and spoke somewhat dejectedly. Thank you, compatriot. Hee. Li Susu, hearing there was such a good deal, eagerly began sorting through the contents of the storage ring, removing items one by one. That storage ring you were originally wearing on your hand. You didn't hide it as well, did you? I was afraid it would be stolen if I kept it on my hand, so I hid it once or twice. With those words, Li Susu successfully retrieved both of her valuable storage rings. Let's go. Wang Chen, gazing at the mountain of treasures piled in his storage space, spoke to the group in the room. The highest quality treasures Li Susu provided were merely around the peak of the imperial tier, none at the sacred tier, but there were plenty of spirit stones of various grades. Wang Chen had the system calculate, and they would receive roughly 10 million origin points, which was not insignificant. However, as Wang Chen helped Jiang Lingxian to her feet, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the twin sisters opposite him, exchanging glances filled with relief. Tisk, looks like the elder sister is the one in charge of finances. Wang Chen, holding Jiang Lingxian's hand, who had remained silent since the twins arrived, thought to himself as he walked toward the door. Creak. As Wang Chen opened the door, Li Susu, gazing at the handsome couple's retreating figures, quickly supported her sister and followed them out. Wait a moment, I'll dismantle the formation. After bringing Jiang Lingxian outside, Wang Chen did not leave immediately, but instead told Jiang Lingxian and the twin sisters. Then Wang Chen leaned close to Jiang Lingxian's side, whispering softly, inaudible to others. I did clean it properly, it's not like what you said. But Jiang Lingxian, as if hearing something, unconsciously pressed her thin lips together, twice, her ears blushing red, as she weakly responded. Wang Chen did not answer her, but entered the room, formed hand seals, and gathered the formations scattered throughout the house. Then, amid a pair of embarrassed, beautiful eyes and two confused, dumbfounded gazes, he walked toward the bathroom partition. Soon the sound of water rinsing the floor and walls could be heard. A moment later, Wang Chen emerged with a smile. All right, let's go. Dressed in white, Wang Chen approached Jiang Lingxian, who stood with her back to the twin sisters, head bowed in shame. He extended his right hand and took her left, interlacing their fingers. Bad disciple. As they prepared to leave, Jiang Lingxian weakly scolded in a voice only Wang Chen could hear, though the tone carried an inexplicable air of coquettishness. Scolding me like that makes me quite pleased. Wang Chen, walking behind the twin sisters while holding Jiang Lingxian's hand, leaned close to her warm ear and chuckled softly. Jiang Lingxian paused at those words, a wave of shame rushing to her heart. As if genuinely afraid of pleasing Wang Chen with her scolding, she closed her lips. The four of them walked down the 5 flights of stairs in silence. Li Susu, supporting Li Qingqing, led the way out of the inn. When Wang Chen reached the first floor, his gaze fell upon the counter, intending to thank the old manager who had helped him the day before. But as his eyes landed on the counter, his expression froze and his brows furrowed in confusion. Jiang Lingxian, seeing Wang Chen's reaction, followed his gaze toward the counter with some curiosity. All she could see was a dashing young man in blue robes, exuding an air of effortless elegance, sitting with one leg crossed over the other, idly toying with an ancient abacus. Jiang Lingxian gazed at that handsome figure with calm, still eyes. After a moment or two, she slowly shifted her beautiful gaze back to Wang Chen. She had expected her disciple to have spotted something extraordinary, but it was merely an ordinary young man sitting at the counter fiddling with an abacus. Compared to countless people in this world, regardless of gender, her disciple remained the most handsome and the one she cherished the most. Oi, you two come here for a moment. The innkeeper at the counter, Xiao Jun, noticed Wang Chen's gaze met his eyes and beckoned them over. I didn't expect your inn to be so laid back. The server is lounging here leisurely, and where's the old manager? Wang Chen, holding Jiang Lingxian's hand, arrived at the counter, rested his free arm on it, and asked with a grin. Young innkeeper Xiao Jun, I am the old manager. That old man was merely an illusion technique. It looks more authoritative that way. Never mind that. Little miss, I have a question for you. Xiao Jun acknowledged Wang Chen's words, then turned his deep, handsome gaze toward Jiang Lingxian, a faint smile appearing on his face. No. She's my wife. Wang Chen, seeing Xiao Jun's flattering smile, frowned, and pulled Jiang Lingxian behind him, glaring at him with hostility. I just want to ask her something. Why so hostile? Wait, she's your master, isn't she? How did she become your wife? Xiao Jun suddenly realized, his eyes bewildered as he looked from Wang Chen to Jiang Lingxian, his mind momentarily short-circuiting. Wang Chen, holding her hand and shielding her before him, Jiang Lingxian felt a small wave of delight in her heart. What is it? But upon hearing Xiao Jun had something to ask her, she still responded coldly. Jiang Lingxian had noticed she could not pierce through this innkeeper's cultivation, likely a senior expert, so basic respect was still in order. Wait, answer me first. Weren't you supposed to be master and disciple? Xiao Jun gazed at the two in astonishment, even setting aside the matter of Han Xiaomei for the moment, wanting only to confirm this one thing. The master is the master, and the wife is the wife. Is that not permissible? Wang Chen gazed at Xiao Jun's stunned expression, a faint smile of triumph gracing his lips as he replied. Holding Wang Chen's hand, Jiang Lingxian listened to his words and fell momentarily speechless, her lips parting as if to speak. But fearing that Wang Chen might be chilled by her cold water in front of others, she ultimately chose not to refute him. Moreover, hearing him call her that way before outsiders stirred a faint pleasure deep within her heart. It was a sense of reassurance, as though she had been officially acknowledged. Besides, her disciple had not denied her title of master, so it was fine. After all, the shopkeeper was merely a stranger. As long as her master did not discover their abnormal relationship, everything would be all right. Huh. Upon hearing Wang Chen's audacious words about overthrowing his master, Xiao Jun immediately let out a series of bewildered exclamations, each louder than the last. Fortunately, the inn's first floor was sparsely populated at this hour, otherwise their conversation would have drawn considerable attention. Yesterday, I thank you, shopkeeper, for your assistance. So what exactly did you wish to ask? Ignoring the shopkeeper's bewildered exclamations, Wang Chen expressed his gratitude for yesterday's events, and then gazed intently, asking what he wanted to know. I wanted to ask if Han Zun has been well lately. Xiao Jun steadied his shocked mind, but his words caused Jiang Lingxian's heart to skip a beat. Oh no. She had just been thinking that as long as her master did not discover their abnormal relationship, everything would be fine, and yet, if you are returning to the Taishu immortal sect, could you deliver a message to my master for me? Xiao Jun gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who stood slightly dazed behind Wang Chen, and continued speaking without waiting for a response. What message? Jiang Lingxian replied coldly. She had now fully confirmed that this elderly shopkeeper definitely knew her master. Jun will return to find her soon. You may simply convey these words to her. She will understand, and it will give her time to prepare herself mentally. Upon seeing this, Xiao Jun hurriedly spoke, but as he uttered those words, a trace of worry crossed his mind. For Xiao Jun knew that given Han Xiaomei's icy and fearsome temperament, she would likely strike him down with a single sword upon seeing him again. Thus he wished to have Jiang Lingxian deliver the message beforehand, so her master could prepare herself mentally. Oh, there is a story here. Resting his elbow on the counter, Wang Chen immediately perceived that there must be some past romantic entanglement between this shopkeeper and Han Zun. But just as Wang Chen was about to inquire further, he suddenly heard a cold and distant from behind, which served as his agreement to Xiao Jun's request. Shortly after, Wang Chen felt a pulling force in his palm, drawing him toward the inn's entrance. What have you been doing at the counter for so long? Standing by the door, Li Susu supported Li Qingqing, and seeing the two finally emerge, could not help but ask. Adult matters. Children should not ask too much. Li Susu was stumped by Wang Chen's words. She wished to retort, but upon seeing the icy glare in Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes, she felt a touch of fear. TCH. If you won't say, then don't. I don't care to listen anyway. Li Susu waited until Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian were walking ahead before daring to mutter weakly with her head bowed. We are now heading to the far northwest region. We must take the teleportation array, so let us go to the city center first. Li Qingqing automatically ignored her sister's muttering as she supported her, walking down the bustling street and speaking to Wang Chen. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not bully the youth for their poverty. But the moment Li Qingqing finished speaking, an angry shout suddenly erupted from a nearby mansion as they passed by. Wang Chen was just about to respond to Li Qingqing when he was startled by this familiar declaration, his body trembling slightly as he hastily looked over. Even Li Susu and Li Qingqing were startled by the sudden voice, their delicate frames trembling as they looked up in confusion. What in the world is this Xiao Huahua coming from? Wang Chen, holding Jiang Lingxian's hand along with Li Susu and Li Qingqing, all stood bewildered, gazing at the mansion from which the shout had originated. Wang Chen suddenly realized something and hastily looked up at the plaque above the mansion's entrance. As expected, two gleaming characters came into view. Lin Mansion. So this must be Lin Huahua. Within moments of the young voice echoing, a crowd of curious cultivators gathered before the grand gates of the Lin Mansion. Hey, fellow countrymen, the treasure hunt can wait. This is Xiao. Lin Huahua. Are you going to take a look? Li Susu, supporting her elder sister, seemed to have discovered something novel and eagerly asked Wang Chen. At that very moment, the system's task notification suddenly rang out. Wang Chen immediately felt that things were becoming increasingly interesting. Let us go see. It sounds entertaining. Come, I will take you to experience the scene from the novel firsthand. Ding. Task triggered. Provoke the heavenly destinies. Chosen one, Lin Yin, who failed the exams to personally divorce Qin Xingwan today. Reward: heavenly fire Dao physique. 1 random lottery draw. Wang Chen, recalling Qin Tian's frustrated expression from the day before, gradually wore a wicked smile as he spoke. Meanwhile, within the Lin Mansion, a crowded residence. Today I shall tell you. It is not you who come to annul the engagement, but I, Lin Yin. I divorce you, Qin Xingwan. Lin Yin gazed with burning anger at the three casually seated within his mansion, his eyes blazing as he roared at Qin Xingwan. Heh, divorce my younger sister. Divorce. You must first be worthy of such an act. If that is the case, I believe this Lin family has no reason to continue existing. But Qin Tian merely sat upon the chair, casually picking up a spiritual fruit from the nearby table with an air of nonchalance. After disdainfully finishing his words, he took a bite. How bold! Speaking such arrogant words. When has our Lin family ever suffered such humiliation? Just then Wang Chen and his companions, their garments fluttering in the wind and dust covering their attire, strode into the mansion, in unison, their angry shouts echoing. At this moment, the dozen or so people within the mansion were instantly drawn to the sudden outburst, and even Lin Yin was taken aback. Everyone turned to look, and what met their eyes was Wang Chen, a handsome young man radiating righteous fury and in peerless countenance. Beside him stood Jiang Lingxian, clad in an ice-blue gown, her beauty cold and ethereal, playing along with Wang Chen's act as she calmly surveyed the gathered crowd. There was also Li Susu, who appeared slightly trembling among so many powerful cultivators, yet tried to maintain her composure. And finally, there was Li Qingqing, leaning heavily on a cane, limping and looking frail. Brother Lin, I have personally prepared today's divorce letter. Come, slap it right in their faces. Wang Chen glanced at Lin Yan's finger, which lacked any ring, and then produced a divorce letter purchased from the system, stepping forward. Wait, I was just joking, and you are actually doing this. Also, why do I not recall anyone by this name in the Lin family? Who exactly is this guy? Lin Yan stared at Wang Chen, who held the divorce letter before him, utterly bewildered, not knowing whether to accept it or not. If he accepted it, it would mean the once great Lin family, now in decline, would truly declare war against the prosperous ancient Qin clan. If he refused, however, he would lose face before so many onlookers. Brother Lin, think of how our Lin family was once the foremost among the ancient clans. Even in our decline, when have we ever suffered such humiliation? Wang Chen gazed at Lin Yin, whose eyes burned with restrained fury and further stoked the flames of the atmosphere, speaking with such passion that his own eyes grew red. Hearing these words, Lin Yin suddenly recalled the stories his father often told him, and a surge of fury rose within his mind. At this moment, he no longer cared where Wang Chen had come from or whether such a person existed in the Lin family records. He simply extended his right hand. Screw it. He would accept it. Just as Lin Yan's outstretched palm was about to touch the divorce letter in Wang Chen's hand, a deep voice, filled with profound sorrow, resonated. Yinner, do not. Father, no need to persuade me. Lin Yan's eyes blazing with fury swiftly reached out and snatched the divorce letter from Wang Chen's grasp, directly interrupting his father's voice. With his aura surging, Lin Yin turned sharply, his youthful face contorted in rage, and took a step forward to face Qin Xingwan. Take this divorce letter and get lost. In the next instant, Lin Yin stomped forward on one foot and violently threw the divorce letter at Qin Xingwan, his voice thundering with anger. Qin Xingwan watched the divorce letter flying toward her and hastily caught it, clutching it tightly in her palm. Given our childhood bond, if you apologize now, I can let this pass. Qin Xingwan's perfectly beautiful face remained cold as she glared at Lin Yin, her delicate brows furrowed tightly, while crushing the divorce letter in her hand. Ding! Task complete. Incited the heaven-selected loser Lin Yin to personally divorce Qin Xingwan today. Reward: Heavenly Fire Dao Body, plus 1 random draw opportunity. The moment Lin Yin hurled the divorce letter, Wang Chen's system notification echoed sharply in his mind. Wait, little sister, do you even deserve for the noble Lin Huo to apologize to you? Ignoring the system prompt, Wang Chen stepped forward and pointed directly at Qin Xingwan's nose, shouting in her face. Without the shopkeeper protecting you this time, let's see how you survive. Break all 5 of his limbs, then kill him and chop off his head. Qin Tian, already in a foul mood upon seeing Wang Chen again, immediately ordered Wu Ba beside him in fury. Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes grew cold at the sight, and an imperceptible chill surged through the entire mansion, sending a shiver through everyone present. She had promised. Whoever sought to kill Wang Chen, she would kill first. In an instant, a cold sword shot forth silently and swiftly aimed directly at Qin Tian's head. Qin Tian couldn't even react in time, terrified as he felt his entire body pinned to the spot by an overwhelming pressure from a heavenly venerable, leaving him completely paralyzed. Young master, Wu Ba, a heavenly venerable at the 3rd layer, could barely make out the cold sword with his own eyes. In shock, he quickly generated a golden shield to protect Qin Tian. Boom! With an explosion from the Lin residence, the ground of most of Qinhuang ancient city trembled once again, echoing previous earthquakes. Time seemed to freeze for a moment, and when it suddenly snapped back into motion, an endless blaze erupted from the Lin estate with tremendous force. Rumble. Inside Junhan, and the elderly proprietor Xiao Jun was tallying accounts for guests when a sudden explosion sent everyone into a fright. In that instant, countless cultivators' gazes rushed toward the source of the explosion. They witnessed a golden light and a cold light colliding within the Lin residence, continuously releasing tremendous spiritual energy waves. Stop this at once. Just as the heavenly venerable's spiritual energy was about to destroy the entire Lin family, suddenly an elderly man in his twilight years flew out from deep within the Lin residence and waved his hand. The Lin clan's ancestor at the peak of the 9th layer of heavenly venerable realm, but his vital energy was clearly depleted, with 1 foot already stepping into the grave. With this wave of his hand, a far more immense power swept through, and the constantly shaking mansion gradually returned to calm. Cough, cough, cough. I'm not dead yet. Go back and tell your ancestor that in 3 days I will personally visit the Qin family. The Lin clan ancestor landed amidst the devastated Lin residence, coughing violently several times before speaking with anger. Who? But before his words had finished, Wu Ba, a heavenly venerable at the 3rd layer, spewed a mouthful of blood in the shocked gaze of everyone nearby. Seeing the Lin clan ancestor emerge, Jiang Lingxian knew it was inappropriate to strike again. She silently recalled her cold sword, extended her slender hand, and gently returned it to its scabbard, absorbing it into her divine sense. One sword strike. To send a great power 1 realm above her own heavenly venerable to spit blood. This scene caused the pupils of countless great powers watching from the clouds above Qinhuang ancient city to tremble in shock. Quick, let's go. Qin Tian, still trembling from the near-death terror he had just experienced, hastily pulled the 2 people beside him and instantly vanished using a transmission talisman. As the Qin family members departed, the Lin clan ancestor finally slowly turned his gaze toward Jiang Lingxian, his eyes lighting up with hope. The Lin family still had a chance. This old one pays respects to the Taishu sacred maiden. Has friend Hanzuan been well lately? Jiang Lingxian glanced at the Lin clan ancestor, whose vital energy was insufficient and who might only temporarily restore his peak strength by burning his remaining life force, and responded with a single syllable. Wang Chen gazed at the devastated mansion, seeing that his objective had been achieved. His plan in his heart had finally reached its last step. For the Lin family would become the Qin family's greatest enemy from now on, and Wang Chen had not forgotten in his past life that the Lin family had more than just this one ancestor. After all, as the former head of the 5 great ancient clans, how could their foundation be so simple? This was also the most crucial move Wang Chen had laid against Qin Tian. Actually, dealing with Qin Tian himself was simple. The difficulty lay in the forces behind him. I will discuss some matters with Brother Lin Yan and return shortly. Please wait here for a moment. Wang Chen glanced at Lin Yan beside him and, disregarding everyone's reaction, dragged him toward an unoccupied area of the Lin residence. Since he was the heaven-selected loser, he would become the artificially crafted protagonist chosen by me, Wang Chen, to become the top scholar. And Lin Yan would also become the most crucial piece in Wang Chen's future schemes against the ancient Qin clan, even potentially using the Lin family's power to eliminate the Qin family. Lin Yan was thus dragged all the way to an unmanned corner, his face full of bewilderment with the anger in his eyes long gone, leaving only confusion. The night flame Dao body back then one day suddenly discovered that upon waking the night flame within his body had vanished and his fate had been altered ever since. You? How do you know that? Are you insane? Your story is everywhere in Qinhuang ancient city. Just ask around and you'll know. Wang Chen looked at the terrified Lin Yan, his eyes showing speechlessness as he responded, making Lin Yan awkwardly scratch the back of his head. However, Wang Chen had not investigated these matters in this life. He had only heard them from others recounting the story of the Lin family's resurgence in his past life. And in that past life, the Lin family, accompanied by one of their mysterious immortal ancestors, being summoned to the world through the Lin family's divine art, rapidly rose again, leaping to become the #1 clan in the 8 Desolates. Even for some unknown reason in the past life, even the heavenly Dao could not prevent the Lin family's rise and dared not intervene. Actually, all of this was done by the heavenly Dao, who gave your night flame Dao body and top-tier fate to a certain Yi Qing. Wang Chen ran through his memories and then spoke again to Lin Yan before him, revealing the truth of how he became a cripple. Hearing these words, Lin Yan's pupils suddenly contracted, his heartbeat accelerated, and a faint image of a severely injured figure wrapped in golden light and unconscious surfaced in his mind. And that figure wrapped in golden light was none other than Yi Qing after being killed by Wang Chen, who, clearly sensing that his fate had been stolen by this person, Lin Yan felt a surge of anger rise in his heart at this moment, and he spat a mouthful of blood. This scene even bewildered Wang Chen, who hastily waved to create a barrier to block the flying blood. This seat now gives you a chance. Type 1 to send to hell. Cough, cough, cough. Type 1 to send the heavenly fire Dao body, ranked in the top 50 of physique. 1, 1, 1. Upon hearing there was such a good thing, Lin Yan quickly stabilized his anger and, showing a set of big white teeth stained with blood, kept typing 1. Today this seat imparts the Dao to you, but if you dare to harm this seat in the future, this seat will take back everything given to you. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's expression turned serious. He made hand seals as if performing a ritual while continuously warning Lin Yan. Splash. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yan immediately fell to his knees, his gaze resolute, as he made his vow. Honored benefactor, if I, Lin Yan, am destined to rise again, I swear that at your slightest command I would face swords above and seas of fire without hesitation. With 3 resounding thuds, Lin Yan bowed his head against the blue brick floor, blood splattering from each impact. Witnessing this, Wang Chen's right hand erupted in blazing flames. A profoundly mysterious heavenly fire Tao origin swirled around Wang Chen's palm before he delivered a single palm strike directly to the bleeding brow of Lin Yan, who had just raised his head. Lin Yan's head snapped backward from the force, his piercing scream followed by blacked-out eyes as consciousness fled. Meanwhile, within the devastated mansion of the Lin family. Oh, enough, really no more gifts, haha, you are far too generous. Li Susu kept reaching out to collect the greeting presents offered by the Lin family, standing beside Jiang Lingxian with a blissfully foolish grin. Wait a minute. Your mouth says enough, but your hands won't stop. The Lin family members watched the 2 sisters continuously accepting gifts, feeling utterly speechless, though they dared only to think it. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, within Jiang Lingxian's cold gaze, footsteps approached from outside, and the visitor finally caused her beautiful eyes to brighten slightly. Xian, all handled. Let's go. Wang Chen, noticing Jiang Lingxian's eyes never leaving him since he entered the mansion, stepped forward. All right. In response to Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian no longer gave her usual cold grunt, but instead looked at him with crystal-clear, beautiful eyes and softly agreed. This left everyone in the mansion exchanging bewildered glances, and even the Lin family patriarch found himself unable to speak. By the way, there is no need to worry. Patriarch Lin, you need not visit the Qin family either. Simply hold on for another month or so. Remember to follow my advice, and the Lin family will be secured, even rising to new heights. As Wang Chen, leading Jiang Lingxian, and the 2 blissfully giggling sisters reached the mansion gate, he suddenly turned back and addressed the crowd within. Is that truly so? Upon hearing this, the Lin patriarch, seeing how young Wang Chen was, turned his gaze to Jiang Lingxian for confirmation. Do as he says. Jiang Lingxian glanced slightly to the side, perhaps recalling the Lin family's rise in her past life, before coldly uttering 2 words. With this reassuring word from the Taishu saintess, the atmosphere among the Lin family members eased considerably. Thank you. If what you say comes to pass, the Lin family will surely visit the Taishu immortal sect to express our gratitude. Watching the 4 figures depart, the Lin patriarch bowed respectfully, seeing them off until they left through the main gate. However, the moment Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian stepped outside, they instantly sensed countless probing gazes converging upon them. Look again and die. Jiang Lingxian spoke coldly, her pressure of the heavenly venerable realm suppressing all divine senses, causing countless hidden observers to suffer backlash, vomiting blood as they fled in terror. Fellow villagers, sisters, follow us. Seeing this scene, the Li sisters felt an overwhelming sense of security and walked ahead, waving cheerfully at the 2 of them. Shortly after, within the large transmission array of Qinghuang ancient city, 4 figures stood, and a curtain of light slowly rose as void energy emanated outward. Whoosh! Time flew, and the 6th day arrived. At the edge of the cold sea in the northwestern region of Qinghuang, upon a beach. In the dead of night, a sea breeze blew gently. Before a bonfire whose sparks were constantly swept away by the wind, 4 figures sat upon chairs. Hiss! So cold, click, clack, click. Li Susu, who had just emerged from the sea, shivered uncontrollably from the unusually frigid seawater, her teeth chattering loudly. Is this actually going to work? We've been at it for 3 or 4 days, and that tomb entrance still won't open. How did you get in back then? Wang Chen asked, observing Li Susu, who, despite radiating the aura of a Spirit King realm cultivator, was still shivering from the biting cold seawater. We don't know either. After falling into the sea, we were inexplicably pulled in by the reverse flow of the entrance. A bitter expression appeared on Li Susu's pretty face. She was helpless too. She and her sister had searched for days for a way to open the tomb gate, but to no avail. Xian, your hair is still wet. Are you cold? Wang Chen, upon hearing this, disregarded Li Susu and turned to Jiang Lingxian, whose clothes had been dried with spiritual power, but whose hair remained damp. He asked softly, I'm fine. There is something unusual about this cold sea. Even a spirit emperor might struggle to withstand its chill. But my physique seems well suited to it. I can even absorb its coldness. Don't worry. Under the firelight, Jiang Lingxian's exquisitely beautiful profile, dotted with water droplets, gazed steadily at the flames as she responded gently. Wang Chen, embracing her from the side, watched her stunning figure illuminated by the firelight, and found Jiang Lingxian inexplicably more enchanting than ever. Nevertheless, Wang Chen felt somewhat reassured. It seemed his initial worry was unfounded. After all, Jiang Lingxian was naturally immune to cold. As Jiang Lingxian had said, even a spirit emperor would struggle against this cold, yet Wang Chen at the first layer of Spirit King had endured this long, which was already extremely formidable. He reasoned that once his Chaos 9 Yang Divine Physique advanced to the Chaos 9 Yang Dragon Divine Physique, he would certainly not face such issues. However, Wang Chen had not yet returned to Taishu Immortal Sect to prepare adequately, so he dared not advance his physique directly in the open. The system had sternly warned him that the Chaos 9 Yang Dragon Divine Physique would generate tremendous momentum and require surviving the Chaos Heavenly Thunder. With his past life experience of being besieged after surviving the Emperor Tribulation, Wang Chen was genuinely afraid that undergoing the Chaos Heavenly Thunder might attract some terrifying calamity. Disciple, are you shivering? Feeling the bonfire's warmth, Jiang Lingxian noticed Wang Chen's body still trembling slightly since emerging from the sea and raised her eyes to ask. Although Wang Chen's shivering was minimal, far less exaggerated than the two sisters nearby, who were jumping around like monkeys to warm up. Jiang Lingxian still sensed it faintly from the way he held her. It's nothing. Merely a trace of cold. Shoo. By the sole bonfire on the pitch-black beach with the sea breeze stirring her slightly damp hair, Jiang Lingxian silenced him. Hold me. Our spiritual energies can intertwine and your coldness should dissipate. Watching Wang Chen shiver continuously, Jiang Lingxian felt a dull ache in her heart and weakly extended her slender arms to embrace him. But as she spoke those words, her stammering revealed her inner shyness. Is this not inappropriate? It's fine. As long as the spiritual energy intertwining doesn't last too long, it won't be like the previous times. It'll only be a bit uncomfortable, a bit warm. Just enough to relieve your coldness. Hearing Jiang Lingxian's voice, Wang Chen gazed down at her, watching as she gently wrapped her arms around his waist and pressed her body softly against his chest. Then, all right. Wang Chen forced down the corners of his mouth that wanted to curl upward, pressing his lips together with a strange expression tinged with hidden satisfaction, and reluctantly agreed. Jiang Lingxian's hair, dried by the night sea breeze and the warmth of the bonfire, was no longer damp, cool to the touch with no droplets of water. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian nestled in his arms, then suddenly felt a mischievous urge to glance around furtively. He peeked left then right. Finally, his attention shifted to the two foolish figures nearby, still chasing each other on the beach in the cold wind, playfully kicking each other's backsides as they warmed up. After confirming those two clueless idiots hadn't noticed them, Wang Chen slowly turned his gaze back to the gentle Jiang Lingxian in his arms. Watching Jiang Lingxian press her pale, exquisite profile against his chest, Wang Chen tightened his embrace around her waist. Her luminous eyes stared blankly at the dark sky ahead, lost in thought. She had been debating whether to endure the discomfort of their intertwined spiritual energy herself or let Wang Chen bear it. But suddenly she felt herself being lifted into his arms and pressed against his slightly shivering frame. Then Jiang Lingxian felt her legs drawn up and wrapped around his waist as he sat, while her arms were guided to rest around the back of his neck. Wang Chen sat on the chair with Jiang Lingxian draped across him like a pendant, their bodies pressed intimately together. Jiang Lingxian paused at their close position, her cheeks warming as she met his gaze, her thoughts growing slightly scattered. After locking eyes with Wang Chen for a moment, Jiang Lingxian settled onto his lap, her legs wrapped around his waist and her arms around his neck. Finally, her face flushed with embarrassment, Jiang Lingxian pressed her lips together and turned her head slightly away in shy acquiescence, unable to meet his gaze anymore. Xianxian, I'm feeling colder and colder. Wang Chen gazed at her alluring figure and suddenly felt an intense chill radiating around them, his body shivering. Jiang Lingxian tilted her shy yet exquisite face slightly, saying nothing at his words, but instead gradually released her cold spiritual energy toward him. Just as Jiang Lingxian had been pondering for so long and finally decided to let Wang Chen bear this discomfort, she suddenly saw him also releasing his 9 Yang spiritual energy, and the two energies began to intertwine. This was the first time their 9 Yin cold divine body and Chaos 9 Yang divine body energies had directly collided like this. But the moment the two energies met, they didn't repel or explode. Instead, they joyfully merged together. As Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian were momentarily stunned by this yin-yang intertwined spiritual energy, suddenly the intertwined energies surged into both their bodies without warning. In that instant, they both felt their cultivation realms begin to loosen, and even Jiang Lingxian's heavenly venerable bottleneck started to crack. But what followed was a scorching heat mixed with an itching, tingling discomfort that spread through their bodies. Jiang Lingxian, already sensitive throughout her entire body, felt the spiritual energy course through her, and her cheeks flushed crimson. She pressed her lower lip tightly, letting out a muffled groan. Since Wang Chen was already suffering from the cold, the discomfort was compounded by a sudden wave of heat that rapidly drove away the chill. Disciple, my heavenly venerable realm. The realm, actually, loosened. Sitting on Wang Chen's lap with her breathtakingly beautiful face flushed with embarrassment, Jiang Lingxian felt the loosening of her heavenly venerable realm and was momentarily stunned, wanting to share the joy. But it was her strange, delicate breathing voice speaking that made Jiang Lingxian gradually feel something pressing against her thigh. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian's slightly trembling body froze for a moment. But soon she realized what was happening and finally understood that her voice had been inappropriate. However, the next moment Jiang Lingxian felt the intense heat and discomfort rapidly fading clearly, because Wang Chen had stopped channeling the intertwined nine-yang spiritual energy. Tut! Just as Jiang Lingxian dazedly lifted her beautiful eyes, Wang Chen's face leaned in and kissed her. Jiang Lingxian's entire heart trembled at the unexpected kiss, her luminous eyes wide as she stared dazedly at Wang Chen's passionate gaze. Overcome by the discomfort after their spiritual energies had intertwined, Jiang Lingxian found herself not wanting to resist at all. In fact, she eagerly leaned into him. As time passed, Jiang Lingxian's slender arms around Wang Chen's neck grew tighter, and her kissing lips parted slightly on their own. After a moment, Jiang Lingxian's mind grew dizzy from the kissing, her beautiful eyes closing gently as she felt her body unexpectedly tipping backward. Finally, Jiang Lingxian felt her soft body gently placed on the sand, with Wang Chen's burning frame pressing down on hers. As her body was pushed onto the beach beside the seaside bonfire, her soft, slender white arms that had been wrapped around Wang Chen's neck slowly fell to the sand on either side of her ears, her flushed appearance irresistibly alluring. Jiang Lingxian wanted to open her eyes, but the strange sensation on her lips made it impossible to control herself, her vision growing hazy and her expression dazed. Wang Chen gazed at the alluring Jiang Lingxian, rendered dazed by his own kisses, and found himself barely able to resist the urge to take her. But he clearly sensed from the corner of his eye the two foolish figures standing not far away, and they were on an open beach. Being seen kissing was one thing, but if it were anything else, Wang Chen had no such habit of performing for an audience. So no matter how much he wanted to, he could only tilt his handsome face slightly and slowly separate his lips from the dazed Jiang Lingxian. INH. The moment Jiang Lingxian felt fresh air enter her lungs, she parted her moist red lips slightly and panted heavily in a daze. Cough, cough, cough. It seemed she had been unconscious from lack of oxygen for too long and was breathing too quickly. Lying on the sand, Jiang Lingxian's throat bobbed slightly as she couldn't help but cough several times with her beautiful eyes half closed. Wang Chen quickly rose to his feet, gently lowering her legs from around his waist before carefully lifting her into his arms. Wang Chen supported her back with his right arm and threaded his left arm under her knees, gently lifting Jiang Lingxian, who was curled up in his embrace. The two sisters, who had been covering their mouths a few meters away the entire time, immediately turned around with deeply flushed faces upon seeing the two finish. She never expected the dignified Taishu's sacred maiden to be coaxed into such a docile kitten-like state by an old acquaintance. Sister, I watched. So gulped. So nice to kiss. Li Susu pressed her body against Li Qingqing's arm, her slender fingers slightly parting her lips as she spoke weakly, even swallowing hard halfway through. I also watched a bit. Li Qingqing recalled the scene she had witnessed and responded weakly with a dazed expression. Neither of the two sisters had ever been kissed by anyone before. Wang Chen, standing behind them, had already managed to quell the restlessness stirring within his heart. Wang Chen sat in a chair beside the bonfire on the beach, cradling Jiang Lingxian, who nestled drowsily against him. He quietly tended the flames, occasionally tossing him more firewood. Jiang Lingxian seemed reluctant to open her beautiful eyes. After a brief pause, she curled her delicate frame closer, pressing softly against Wang Chen once more. With languid, tender movements, she tilted her breathtakingly lovely face upward and nuzzled into the warmth of Wang Chen's neck before finally settling. Good girl. Wang Chen, knowing Jiang Lingxian had recovered somewhat, gently stroked her silky hair that draped over her back and murmured soothingly. Feeling the warmth of the bonfire beside her and the heat radiating from Wang Chen's body, Jiang Lingxian nestled her face against his neck and remained still. Step, step, step. Two pairs of footsteps, light to the extreme and painstakingly careful, approached and finally arrived beside the bonfire. Li Qingqing and Li Susu, whose pretty faces had flushed slightly red from what they had just witnessed, silently took their seats on their chairs and reached toward the flames. An eerie silence gradually descended upon the moment, peaceful and tranquil, broken only by the intermittent sound of ocean waves rolling in from afar. For the first time, the two sisters fell completely quiet, daring only to steal fleeting, timid glances at Jiang Lingxian, who slept peacefully nestled in Wang Chen's arms. He was holding a beauty in his arms, quietly tossing firewood into the flames, so loving, truly so handsome. And the holy maiden, delicate and soft, curled slightly and snuggled against him, was also so adorable. What a perfect match of talent and beauty. Sigh, if only this world had mobile phones, they could have captured this heartwarming scene. As the two sisters' wandering thoughts continued, the pitch-black night gradually lightened with the passing hours. Morning had arrived. None of the three had slept throughout the night, merely sitting around the bonfire in an oddly tense atmosphere, the two sisters occasionally whispering to each other in hushed tones. Jiang Lingxian, nestled in Wang Chen's embrace, did not appear to be truly asleep. Simply unwilling to release her hold, she rested lightly within his arms. Jiang Lingxian, her face buried in the warmth of Wang Chen's neck, let out a faint, delicate murmur from within his embrace. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian gently rubbed her cheek against Wang Chen's warm neck and called out in a soft, clear voice meant only for him to hear. Awake. Wang Chen reached out and stroked her head, lowering his face slightly to brush against the hair by her ear as he spoke in a low tone. Yet Jiang Lingxian seemed somewhat embarrassed, unwilling to raise her head or open her beautiful eyes to look at Wang Chen, nor dare glance around. She knew those two silly sisters had surely witnessed her in such a vulnerable state. Her image was completely ruined. It's all because of this disciple. This rebellious disciple has become truly too bold, daring to kiss her like this, even in public. Jiang Lingxian's face buried against Wang Chen's neck grew warm, and she silently chided him in her heart. Fortunately, this little rebel still had some restraint, knowing he couldn't push too far or do as he pleased with her in public. Jiang Lingxian recalled how Wang Chen had pinned her down the night before and how she had clearly seen the burning desire in his eyes. Yet by then she had long lost the will to resist her disciple. Fortunately, Wang Chen had not dared to act recklessly as he had the last time. After a few more moments with her face buried in Wang Chen's neck, she knew this state of affairs could not continue indefinitely. In the end, Jiang Lingxian could only force herself to remain composed and slowly lift her flushed face from Wang Chen's neck as though nothing were amiss. Jiang Lingxian first exchanged a timid glance with Wang Chen, then instinctively turned her gaze toward the two sisters sitting not far away. The moment their eyes met, Jiang Lingxian felt genuinely awkward, yet she forced herself to hold the gaze. Her principle was simple: as long as she did not feel embarrassed, the embarrassment belonged to others. Holy Maiden Ji, good morning. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, the two silly sisters offered awkward greetings before quietly diverting their gazes to the birds flying overhead. In truth, Jiang Lingxian also felt deeply embarrassed being held so intimately by Wang Chen. However, unwilling to damage her image, she maintained her composure, glanced at the two sisters briefly, and quickly looked away. Very well, let's head into the sea once more today and try to open that tomb entrance. Sensing the eerie atmosphere, Wang Chen quickly spoke to break the tension, gazing once more toward the sea as he held Jiang Lingxian. This area of the cold sea was not particularly deep, so there was no need to worry about the powerful sea beasts they had encountered when Jiang Lingxian had searched for the ice dragon. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Lingxian obediently nodded and then gently struggled out of Wang Chen's embrace. Though Jiang Lingxian was somewhat reluctant to leave the warmth of his embrace, looking at the two sisters, she felt an inexplicable awkwardness at the thought of remaining in his arms any longer. F.A. Father. Crunch crunch. Oh. Out. Out. Yes, go outside. Sensing the dragon's strong desire to emerge, Wang Chen ultimately relaxed his divine sense and allowed it to exit. After all, the cold dragon was at the 6th layer of the sacred soul realm and possessed an affinity with the cold sea. Perhaps it could prove useful. Whoosh! In the next instant, a cold dragon-shaped radiance shot forth from Wang Chen, growing larger as it soared into the air at a height of about 1 meter. Approximately half a meter in length, the cold dragon attempted to display a ferocious expression, though it looked utterly adorable. It tilted its head back and let out a chirp. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Jiang Lingxian's eyes at her poor instruction, and she turned her gaze away, unwilling to watch or listen further. Mama says so. So see you. Cute. Jiang Lingxian, who had tried her best to escape, but could not, stood speechless. At that moment, 3 pairs of eyes shifted, slowly settling upon Jiang Lingxian, who dared not look in their direction. Who would have thought? The holy maiden, cold and aloof on the surface, secretly adored all things cute. Who would have thought? Their ever-reserved Xianxian wife had somehow taught this foolish dragon to speak in such a manner. All right. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who appeared cold and indifferent on the surface, yet he knew well enough that she felt embarrassed and ashamed deep within. As Wang Chen broke the atmosphere of everyone gazing at Jiang Lingxian, Han Longlong's body flashed with light and took form. Mother! The moment Han Longlong transformed into a little girl in blue robes, her fair and tender face lit up with joy as she rushed to embrace Jiang Lingxian. Little brat, your father is standing right beside you. Shouldn't you be hugging me first? Wang Chen observed Han Longlong wrapping her small arms around Jiang Lingxian in her ice blue robes and spoke with a hint of frustration. Yet Han Longlong paid no mind to this makeshift father, instead pressing her short tender arms tightly against Jiang Lingxian while tilting her little face upward. Mother! Han Longlong gazed up at Jiang Lingxian with her large watery eyes and giggled twice, then affectionately nuzzled her soft cheek against Jiang Lingxian's robe. Yet it must be said, Jiang Lingxian in her ice blue dress and Han Longlong clinging to her leg created an unexpectedly harmonious scene. Wang Chen watched Han Longlong completely ignore him, feeling a pang of heartbreak as dark lines seemed to form on his forehead. Enough, let's go into the sea. This time we must find the tomb switch. Let's go. Wang Chen approached Jiang Lingxian as she bent slightly to pick up Han Longlong, gently wrapping his arm around her slender soft wrist. Hey, are you sure you want to bring her? She seems to have no combat ability beyond being cute. The Li sisters held hands and weakly asked Wang Chen as they gazed at the adorable but foolish Han Longlong. Don't let her size fool you. In a fight, you two would likely end up being used as her footstools. Jiang Lingxian held Han Longlong in her arms while Wang Chen embraced her slender arm, and he responded to the two silly sisters. I don't believe it. If I were to fight her, would you want her to die from cuteness? Hey, come on Longlong, give her a fierce look. Wang Chen turned his gaze toward Han Longlong nestled in Jiang Lingxian's arms and spoke with a cheerful expression. Han Longlong tilted her head in confusion, paused for a moment, and then her bright eyes slowly registered the two sisters not far away. In the next instant, Han Longlong released her arms from around Jiang Lingxian's fair neck and raised her small hands in an endearingly fierce pose. Ha ha ha, so cute. Li Susu's heart melted at the sight, but as Han Longlong let out a dragon's roar, the sound wave erupted from her mouth. The next moment, Li Susu was launched into the sky by the dragon's roar, hurtling toward the sea. Even Li Qingqing, who carried the long white cloth on her back, widened her beautiful eyes in utter confusion as she was knocked into rolling across the sandy beach. This was with Han Longlong holding back to avoid harming others, otherwise that single roar would have blasted the two sisters into a mist of blood. High above in the 100-meter sky, Li Susu finally plummeted back toward the sea, sending a massive splash erupting from the water's surface. Ha ha, let's go into the sea. Wang Chen was genuinely amused by the foolish creature's embarrassment and called out to Li Qingqing, who had just struggled to her feet on the beach after tumbling several times. But Han Longlong, cradled in Jiang Lingxian's arms, began to bleat softly, her tender lips forming little sounds. Fengfeng's phoenix body is only a few days old and isn't as powerful as yours yet. She's sleeping now, be good. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian gently pinched Han Longlong's soft cheeks and then stroked her ice blue hair, speaking softly. Han Longlong swayed her head back and forth while clinging to Jiang Lingxian. Finally, with no other option, she rested her fair face against Jiang Lingxian's shoulder and let out two disappointed hums. Let's go. Wang Chen watched as Li Qingqing rose from the beach and flew toward the sea to find her sister, then quickly pulled Jiang Lingxian along and took to the air. As the three figures burst onto the icy blue sea where Li Susu had fallen, a head suddenly surfaced with a splash, gasping for breath. But Li Susu had barely recovered on the sea surface for 2 seconds when she suddenly gazed in terror at the three figures and a child charging toward her at great speed. As the three plunged into the sea, Li Susu's terrified scream was cut short and a massive spray of water erupted from the surface. Eventually, the entire nearby sea area grew still and quiet, leaving only 4 chairs on the beach and an extinguished fire pit behind. Beneath the biting cold of the icy sea, 4 figures and a half-meter-long shadow of the young cold dragon continuously descended into the depths. A layer of spiritual energy protected Wang Chen and the others as they held luminous pearls, their figures descending ever deeper into the darkening seabed. The little cold dragon, already reverted to her true form, leisurely swam alongside the 4, flicking her dragon tail. At over 1,000 meters deep, schools of faintly glowing fish drifted past, which Han Longlong happily devoured. Following the array markers established days earlier, the 4 quickly located the tomb's entrance. Beneath the glow of the luminous pearl, Wang Chen looked down to see a sheer rock cliff beneath their feet. Above the cliff lay 1,000 meters of seabed, while below it stretched the bottomless pitch-black, true deep sea. We've arrived. Wang Chen's spiritual voice echoed through the underwater space, and he led Jiang Lingxian down the sheer cliff face before coming to an abrupt halt. The tomb entrance was carved directly into the cliff's midsection. Drawing upon the array traces from previous visits, Wang Chen quickly located the massive tomb door. As Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian hovered motionless in the water, a 3-meter-tall cyan door covered in seaweed came into view. The two sisters soon followed the glow of the luminous pearls, their spiritual energy-shielded forms drifting alongside Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. Wang Chen scanned the area, glancing between Jiang Lingxian and the two sisters, something feeling off. "Wait, where's Long Long?" Wang Chen's spiritual voice reverberated through the water, startling the three beside him as they hastily scanned their dark surroundings. Seconds after Wang Chen's words faded, a half-meter-long cold dragon with a deformed horn on its head swam up joyfully from below, flicking its tail. The reason for her obvious delight was clear. Han Longlong had somehow managed to grab a golden pearl in her jaws. Han Longlong swam toward the group, the fist-sized golden orb clamped firmly in her mouth, her expression radiating pure joy. But as Wang Chen and the others watched in bewilderment, the golden orb in Han Longlong's mouth suddenly blazed with brilliant light as she reached the cyan door. The next moment, the entire massive golden door erupted in a surge of light, scattering countless fish in the surrounding waters. Then within Han Longlong's round, dazed dragon eyes, the golden orb from her mouth shot forward toward the luminous green door. Click, creak, creak, creak. A locking sound echoed from the top of the massive cyan gate, whose golden light blazed forth, followed by the grinding creak as the gate slowly opened. Wang Chen and the two sisters had barely reacted when a powerful reverse current surged toward them. Caught off guard, the two sisters were instantly sucked inside, just as before. Wang Chen instinctively unleashed his spiritual energy to resist the force, barely regaining his footing. He exchanged glances with Jiang Lingxian, who remained composed yet puzzled. "Aowul, Zhu, Zhu." Han Longlong was completely unaffected by the reverse current's pull. Instead, he gazed pitifully at the golden orb embedded at the top of the massive gate, letting out a mournful cry. Han Longlong's face was now filled with unmistakable unhappiness, whining mournfully. "Zhu Wu." He lamented, but the next moment he felt his dragon tail being tugged. Her half-meter ice-cold dragon body was then dragged into the massive gate as it began to creak shut. Creak, creak, creak. Click. With the golden light blazing from the gate, a tremendous closing sound echoed through the 1,000-meter deep seabed. The golden orb atop the blazing gate then loosened and plummeted rapidly toward the dark abyss below. Finally, the golden radiance from both the cyan gate and the orb faded away, and the pitch-black seabed gradually returned to stillness. Inside the massive cyan gate, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As if sensing their arrival, the fluorescent obsidian stones lining the tomb passage suddenly flared to life all at once. The two sisters lay on the waterlogged floor of the tomb passage, groaning in pain, with some unknown sea fish wriggling beside them. Meanwhile, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian quickly used their spiritual power to dry their soaked clothes, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Thanks to little Han Longlong's assistance, this time in the bone-chilling cold sea, they had been submerged for only a fraction of the time compared to previous encounters. So after entering, Wang Chen circulated his chaotic flame energy through his body, which prevented him from shivering and feeling cold as he had before. However, Wang Chen noticed that since their arrival there was only one path ahead. The tomb passage illuminated by multicolored fluorescent crystal stones. The passage was spacious, at least 5 to 6 meters wide and tall, with the fluorescent light creating a breathtaking scene as peculiar glowing stones paved the way. Cough, cough, cough. Spit, spit, spit. How did this fish get into my mouth? Li Susu reached into her mouth, pulled out the small fish, and spat it out several times before quickly getting to her feet alongside her sister. System: locate the position of the sacred grade superior profound gold robe. Host: this grand tomb's layout is quite complex, and one item is obscured by a faint yet powerful aura. Host: would you like to consider spending 100 million origin points to directly scan the entire tomb's layout and locate the treasures? Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian held hands tightly with their fingers interlaced, and upon hearing the system's voice in their minds, they couldn't help but pause. Wang Chen then quickly opened his origin points panel and saw that he still had 196537858 origin points remaining. Nearly 196 million in total. Wang Chen hesitated for a moment while gazing at his origin points. Host: this grand tomb emits faint yet powerful treasure auras. There's definitely something valuable here. But with great treasures come great dangers, so I genuinely recommend scanning. After all, these origin points will be spent sooner or later anyway. Have you two sisters encountered many tomb mechanisms or forbidden dangers before, from when you first arrived until you left? Wang Chen temporarily ignored the system's voice in his mind, and instead asked the two sisters whose clothes had already dried. Not particularly many, actually. Excellent. Activated. Wang Chen looked somewhat frustrated at the two sisters, who split their sentences in half and his thoughts toward the system shifted abruptly. Ding. Consuming 100 million origin points beginning scan of the Stick Immortal's Inheritance Tomb. Estimated time, 3 minutes. Please wait. Stick Immortal. Inheritance Tomb. Wang Chen paused upon hearing the name, then recalled the two sisters mentioning that overwhelmingly powerful staff. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chen crouched down and picked up Han Long Long from the seawater on the ground, where it was still whimpering and floundering beside the golden orb. Dad! Dad! Zhu! Zhu Wu! Han Long Long's cries had been relatively quiet while in the seawater, but once Wang Chen lifted it up and wrapped it around his neck like a scarf, it began wailing loudly. Jiang Lingxian gazed at the pitiful little Han Long Long wrapped around Wang Chen's neck like a scarf, then, after a moment's thought, retrieved a royal-grade supreme golden radiance pearl from her storage space. Jiang Lingxian then extended the royal-grade golden radiance pearl toward the small dragon, her beautiful red lips parting slightly. Don't cry, but baby, I'll give you this. But as Jiang Lingxian was halfway through her words, she suddenly caught Wang Chen's gaze. The word mother that was about to escape her lips caught in her throat, and she quickly substituted it with I. TCH. Little Tsundere. Wang Chen seemed to know what she had been about to say, but when she suddenly paused and fell silent, he couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian was momentarily stunned, her ears turning slightly red beneath her damp, elegant hair. She was too embarrassed to speak with Wang Chen. Meanwhile, the little Han Long Long's whimpering gradually subsided upon seeing the golden radiance stone its mother had given it. Since you've been here before, follow your old route and see how it goes. Whatever treasures we find in this tomb will be shared with you. Wang Chen slowly turned his gaze back to the two sisters, thought for a moment, and made a gesture while painting a big picture. All right, we've walked this path once before. It should be fine. Upon hearing Wang Chen promise to share the tomb's treasures with them, Li Susu couldn't help but break into a brilliant smile and spoke up. Li Susu then took a step forward, leading Li Qingqing by the hand. Wang Chen, with Han Long Long wrapped around his neck gnawing on the golden radiance pearl, held Jiang Lingxian's hand and followed closely behind. Li Susu discovered that after taking one step nothing happened, so she boldly took 2 more steps. Crunch. It was precisely those 2 bold steps that caused a sudden cracking sound from the ground being crushed beneath their feet. At this moment the 2 sisters froze, then fearfully looked down at their feet. Good news. It wasn't them who stepped on it. The 2 sisters suddenly realized and quickly looked behind them, only to see Wang Chen staring at his feet with a completely bewildered expression. Bad news. It was an area attack. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian gazed at the wall that had suddenly blazed with fluorescent light. With a calm expression, she released her heavenly venerable realm's spiritual power, and a cold barrier quickly formed to protect them all. As the fluorescent walls of the entire wide passage blazed with radiation-like intensity, a hissing sound echoed through the corridor. To the terrified eyes of the 2 silly sisters, those peculiar sea fish that had been vigorously wriggling on the ground moments before rapidly melted into foul water. Fortunately, Jiang Lingxian's abilities were more than sufficient. A single layer of transparent ice barrier easily protected them. However, even if Jiang Lingxian hadn't protected them, the cultivation and treasures of the 2 silly sisters and Wang Chen would have safeguarded them on their own. So this first trial, while not truly life-threatening, was simply a powerful Spirit King-level radiation barrier. With the fluorescent decay light dissipating in all directions, above, below, left, right, a full 360 degrees without any blind spots, the figures of the 3 women, 1 man, and 1 bound dragon also came to a halt. Never mind, let me think about it. Wait a moment. Let me use my divine sense to sense the situation within the tomb chamber. Wang Chen gazed at the endless corridor ahead, an inexplicable palpitation rising in his chest. He silently tightened his grip on Jiang Lingxian's hand and spoke. This left the 4 of them exchanging glances, and the 2 sisters quietly inched closer to Jiang Lingxian. However, Jiang Lingxian's slender brows furrowed with barely concealed displeasure as she watched the sisters draw nearer, and she subtly pulled Wang Chen a step closer without a sound. There's no need to crowd so close. If danger arises, I will handle it myself, Jiang Lingxian said coldly, her brows knit as she observed the 2 sisters shuffling forward as if ready to press against her. Li Susu clearly noticed Jiang Lingxian pulling Wang Chen slightly behind her, and without thinking her lips parted to ask, Sister Holy Maiden, could it be that you're jealous? Jiang Lingxian met Li Susu's bright, sparkling gaze and paused for a moment before lifting her eyes to give her a cold, indifferent glance. No, I simply dislike others drawing so close to me, Jiang Lingxian replied, after a moment, her expression as cold and composed as ever. Then what about old brother? Li Susu, seeing Jiang Lingxian's stubbornly proud demeanor, deliberately altered her form of address from fellow townsman to brother, as if it had slipped out unintentionally. The moment those saccharine words left her lips, not only Jiang Lingxian, but also Li Qingqing and Wang Chen suddenly turned their gaze toward her. I I misspoke, I'm sorry, it's fellow townsman, fellow townsman. Feeling the three pairs of eyes pinning her down like mannequins, Li Susu broke into a cold sweat and hastily corrected herself. After her apology, Li Susu watched as Jiang Lingxian's piercing gaze gradually softened, allowing her to exhale in relief. She resolved never to provoke someone so stubbornly proud again. Judging by the look in Jiang Lingxian's eyes, she genuinely feared the woman might strike her dead on the spot. Li Susu exhaled softly, her heart still trembling, and her gaze toward Jiang Lingxian grew noticeably weaker. After 2.5 minutes, the system in Wang Chen's mind activated, and a phantom map materialized before his eyes. The spectral map displayed numerous text markers alongside 10 small chambers, 3 large chambers, and 1 massive central tomb. Li Susu, Li Qingqing, and Jiang Lingxian watched as Wang Chen's gaze drifted forward, lost in thought for a moment before he raised his eyes. I've identified the optimal path for you, host, and marked all forbidden zones directly within your field of vision as a bonus. The system's voice resonated once more. Wang Chen then noticed crimson dots appearing throughout the fluorescent tomb corridor, along the side walls, floor, and ceiling wherever his gaze fell. Conscience system. Awesome. Wang Chen mentally shouted at the system in his signature rough voice, gazing at the corridor dotted with dozens of red warning markers. That's right, that's right. Enough. Let's move. Just follow my steps and don't stray. Wang Chen pulled himself back from the phantom map and the crimson markers before him, addressing the group rather than the system. Seeing the two sisters and Xianxian nod in unison, Wang Chen, whose neck was wrapped with the cold dragon, began to walk, guided by the spectral map hovering in the air and the red danger markers visible throughout his field of vision. Wang Chen led the two sisters forward hand in hand with Jiang Lingxian, making their way toward one of the 10 nearby small chambers. With the system's red dot warnings marking the dangers throughout the winding corridors, Wang Chen successfully navigated past numerous threats. Some beasts suddenly burst from the tomb walls and lunged at the 4 of them, only to be blasted into crimson mist by the cold dragon's devastating roars. Otherwise, there were few major dangers. Yet it was remarkable how many twists and turns they had traversed. As Wang Chen led the way, watching the endless red markers of danger pass by, he genuinely admired that the two sisters had survived this place on their previous attempt. Finally, after narrowly avoiding danger, the 4 of them and the cold dragon, now transformed into a little girl playing with a golden glowing pearl, came to a stop before a black stone door. General's flying kick. Sesame, open for me. Without warning, Wang Chen released Jiang Lingxian's hand, sprinted toward the dark stone door, and launched himself into a flying kick. A loud bang echoed through the chamber, followed by a cry of pain. In the stunned silence of the two sisters, who struggled to suppress their laughter, and Jiang Lingxian, whose beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. The honest Wang Chen rose to his feet, limping on his injured right foot, and obediently pressed the tiger head mechanism on the right side of the stone door. Damn it! He'd expected a mechanically operated door to yield more easily, but this thing was incredibly solid. As the door groaned open with a series of grinding sounds, Wang Chen channeled spiritual energy into his foot to ease the pain, cursing under his breath. With the stone door opening, oil lamps along the dim walls of the small tomb chamber flickered to life, revealing the scene within. The moment light filled the chamber, Wang Chen's attention was immediately drawn to a crimson sword suspended from the ceiling by a blood-red chain at the room's center. Good heavens! It's actually a red sword. Li Susu and Li Qingqing exclaimed in unison upon catching sight of the rust-covered crimson blade. Do we need to defeat several teams to claim it? Wang Chen understood their implication and chuckled in agreement before stepping into the chamber. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crimson sword suddenly erupted, with 9 blood-colored figures wielding blades charging toward Wang Chen like vengeful spirits with swords raised high. Damn, does this really mean I need to defeat multiple teams to get it? Wang Chen, startled but composed, felt the 9 blood-colored figures bearing down on him and unleashed a wave of chaotic flame from his entire body. He crossed his arms to block. Boom! The 9 blood sword struck mere inches from his crossed forearms before erupting in a tremendous surge of spiritual energy. Break! Wang Chen's eyes, burning with chaotic flames, narrowed as black and white fire erupted across his body once more. He drew back his fist and struck with full force. Boom! A pillar of chaotic flame erupted from Wang Chen's right fist, crashing into the 9 blood-colored figures suspended in midair. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The 9 Spirit King-level figures never even had the chance to unleash their soul techniques before Wang Chen's full power strike reduced them to ashes. So fierce. The two sisters simultaneously raised their slender hands to cover their mouths, their eyes wide with astonishment as they stammered in awe at Wang Chen. They could clearly sense that despite Wang Chen being only at the first layer of the Spirit King realm, he radiated an aura capable of killing them. Jiang Lingxian remained far more composed. Once Wang Chen had dealt with the 9 blood shadows and caught his breath, she gracefully flew into the tomb chamber. She then raised her right hand, extending her slender index and middle fingers together, and with a casual flick of her wrist sliced through the blood chain, suspending the red sword. Crack! Whoosh! Thud! The blood chain snapped, and the crimson longsword fell to the ground, its tip embedding deeply into the earth. Jiang Lingxian stepped forward, cautiously sweeping the area with her cold energy. Only after confirming it was safe did she reach out and grasp the hilt. Jiang Lingxian elegantly twirled the crimson longsword after picking it up, then frowned slightly. Not good. Jiang Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows, gazing at the top-grade Imperial Crimson Longsword without its scabbard, and coldly assessed it in 2 words. Jiang Lingxian tossed the Crimson Longsword to Wang Chen, who hastily caught it, then made her way to the other end of the tomb chamber. These chambers should be connected. Jiang Lingxian stood still, surveying the square tomb chamber. Beyond the already open passage, 3 black stone doors lined each of the remaining 3 sides. I know this one. Follow me this way. Wang Chen, noticing the forbidden red markers on the eastern and western stone doors in his vision, quickly signaled the group toward the northern entrance. Amid the wary gazes of the 2 sisters and Jiang Lingxian, who stood ready to strike at any moment, Wang Chen casually pressed the leopard head carved beside the door. The black stone door slowly creaked open, revealing a dim chamber within. Like before, the wall lamps flickered to life. Fellow townsmen, can the other 2 stone doors be opened too? Li Susu, seeing there was no danger, dashed toward the eastern stone door and called back with a grin. Why don't you try opening one and see? Wang Chen, observing the relatively weak forbidden red mark on the eastern door, flashed a mischievous smile and replied cheerfully. Oh, then let me try. Li Susu pressed the bat-headed stone statue, and the black stone door slowly opened. Li Susu stared in alarm as thousands of basketball-sized crimson bats surged toward her and quickly unleashed her spiritual energy to shield the doorway. Fellow townsman, sister, holy maiden, save me. If you don't come soon, I'll go from trying to dying. Ha ha ha. Wang Chen laughed heartily at the sight of her foolishly trying to block the doorway with spiritual energy to keep the blood bats from emerging. Just run over. Wang Chen gestured toward Jiang Lingxian, who stood beside him holding the cold dragon, playing with a golden pearl, then called for Li Susu to run straight over. Li Susu hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and abandoning her spiritual barrier, rushing desperately toward Wang Chen and the others. As her barrier dissolved, countless blood bats poured forth in a dense swarm, diving toward the group. But Jiang Lingxian, keeping the cold dragon secured in her left hand, merely raised her right hand with a casual flick of her wrist. A massive cold wind erupted, freezing everything in its path and encasing the swarming blood bats in ice. The wind surged into the eastern chamber and exploded outward, transforming the entire space into a frozen tomb. All right, let's move. Jiang Lingxian glanced up, coldly watching as the frozen bats crumbled to the ground around them. They've turned into ice sculptures and are shattering as they fall. Holy maiden is truly amazing. Li Susu was so impressed she nearly lunged for a hug, but the icy look in Jiang Lingxian's eyes stopped her. After the brief interruption, the 4 stepped into the northern chamber and looked up at the raised stone platform in its center. Atop the pot-shaped stone platform grew a top-grade Imperial Heavenly Sword Chrysanthemum Spirit Herb, swaying temptingly. Fellow townsmen, let us handle this one, would that be all right? Li Qingqing eyed the spirit herb with obvious desire and pleaded with Wang Chen. Here, all yours. Wang Chen wasn't one to be stingy. After all, he had promised to share the spoils with the 2 sisters. Hearing this, Li Qingqing and Li Susu immediately approached the top-grade Imperial Heavenly Sword Chrysanthemum with bright smiles, retrieving several protective artifacts. As expected, when the sisters reached within a meter of the Heavenly Chrysanthemum, it suddenly erupted with a golden sword intent. Countless golden sword intents, swirling like tornadoes, slammed against the protective barriers of the sisters' artifacts while they cheerfully harvested the Heavenly Sword Chrysanthemum. These 2 sisters weren't entirely foolish. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian had been ready to intervene, but seeing that they knew to use their artifacts for self-protection, they thought to themselves. Once the top-grade Imperial Heavenly Sword Chrysanthemum was harvested, the fierce golden sword intent gradually dissipated, and the 2 sisters' smiles nearly split their faces with joy. Let's go next chamber. Wang Chen, seeing this, wasted no more time. He pinched the cold dragon's soft cheeks, her watery eyes staring blankly at him, and spoke again. The 4 of them and the child set off again, following Wang Chen's lead to clear out the remaining 8 small tomb chambers. The 3rd chamber held a top-grade Imperial Protective Jade Pendant. The danger came from a massive cage that suddenly crashed down from the ceiling, which Jiang Lingxian shattered with a single palm strike. The 4th chamber contained a top-grade Imperial Jade Flute. The threat was a spiritual attack from songs emanating from all directions, but the cold dragon's roar shattered the walls around them. The 5th chamber held an unknown beast egg at the spiritual emperor realm. The danger. There was none, for the cold dragon, having transformed back to its massive form spanning dozens of meters, simply swallowed the egg in one bite. The only downside was that the cold dragon had to return to Wang Chen's body to digest the mysterious beast egg. Chambers 5 through 10 all contained top-grade Imperial treasures, cultivation techniques, talismans, and formation flags. The dangers corresponded to each type of treasure. Artifacts launched attacks, cultivation methods manifested as phantom figures, formation flags triggered formations, and talismans activated their effects. In the 10th chamber, Wang Chen gazed at the shadowy map hovering in the air before finally directing his attention downward. Then, to the astonishment of Jiang Lingxian and the two sisters, Wang Chen suddenly leaped upward and brought his palm crashing down toward the ground with explosive cultivation power. The nearly solid ground collapsed with a thunderous boom, and all four plummeted downward, causing the two sisters to scream in terror. My bottom. The two sisters landed butt first in unison, while Jiang Lingxian reacted swiftly, her ice blue robes fluttering as she gracefully settled onto the ground. The moment they entered one of the three dark chambers, a piercing phoenix cry erupted, startling all four into looking up quickly. But what greeted them was a chilling flash of phoenix energy, a sacred soul realm attack that Jiang Lingxian couldn't afford to ignore, forcing her to hastily defend herself. An explosion rocked the chamber as a cold light flashed through the rumbling space. Then came the sound of sword intent piercing through the sacred soul phoenix spirit, and the dim walls suddenly illuminated with lamps. As their vision cleared, Wang Chen and the two sisters watched in awe as the massive ice phoenix's soul gradually dissipated in the air above the chamber. Clack! Jiang Lingxian coldly sheathed the frost sword in her right hand, her gaze sweeping coldly across the tomb chamber. Suddenly, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes were drawn to the painting on the wall of the tomb chamber. Her soul trembled continuously, beckoning her forward. Gazing at the magnificent mural spanning approximately 10 meters on the tomb chamber wall, depicting the ancient fierce battle between a fire dragon and ice phoenix. Finally, Jiang Lingxian could not resist stepping forward, her delicate brows slightly furrowed as she observed. Just as Jiang Lingxian approached within 2 meters of the mural depicting the fire dragon and ice phoenix's fierce combat, her gaze suddenly fixed, and her consciousness was drawn into the painting. Oh no, what's wrong with the holy maiden? Li Susu, seeing Jiang Lingxian's dazed state, couldn't help but freeze for a moment, hastily turning to look at Wang Chen and Li Qingqing. Don't worry, this is her fortuitous opportunity. With his extensive experience from his past life, Wang Chen understood that there must be something extraordinary within the fire dragon and ice phoenix painting, so he waved his hand and said. Wang Chen wasn't worried about Jiang Lingxian's safety, because with her 2 lifetime soul cultivation, this wall painting was not powerful enough to harm her. Upon hearing this, the two sisters fell silent, following Wang Chen to wait. But after a full day and night had passed, Jiang Lingxian remained in a trance, gazing at the painting, clearly showing no signs of awakening. However, as Jiang Lingxian's Tianzuan level cultivation fluctuated, the ground around her began to freeze over with a thick layer of frost. Her cultivation at the second layer of Tianzuan realm permeated throughout the entire tomb chamber, gradually loosening, breaking through toward the third layer of Tianzuan. Crack! 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 Just then, on the other side, the wall that originally had no door suddenly manifested a massive stone gate, slowly opening. This sudden terrifying scene startled Wang Chen and the two sisters, causing them to abruptly stand up from their meditation. For a moment, their bodies prickling with goosebumps. Whoosh! 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 From the open stone gate, 4 flaming chains burst out, rushing toward Wang Chen, and including Jiang Lingxian inside the tomb chamber. Get lost! Wang Chen hastily took out the Imperial Xian cauldron, enlarging it to protect himself in front, and fiercely smashed it toward the 4 flaming chains. But to Wang Chen's bewilderment, the 4 flaming chains, like ghosts, ignored the Imperial Xian cauldron and passed right through it, binding him and the two sisters. Whoosh! 3 of the flaming chains abruptly retracted, leaving only 1 to bind toward Jiang Lingxian. But just as that final flaming chain rushed to less than a meter beside Jiang Lingxian, the ice phoenix on the wall painting suddenly blazed with cold light. Clack! At the last moment before being dragged into the slowly closing stone gate, Wang Chen only saw the chain heading toward Jiang Lingxian abruptly explode. Seeing that Jiang Lingxian was unharmed, Wang Chen finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. After all, he had the Emperor level experience card, so he had nothing to fear. After being bound by the flaming chains, Wang Chen did not feel any burning pain. Instead, he was simply unable to move at all. Then his field of vision was gradually pulled away. Crack! 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 Rumble! The suddenly appearing stone gate, after dragging Wang Chen and the two sisters inside, quickly closed. Finally, it transformed back into a wall. Only the enlarged 3-legged Imperial Xian cauldron and Jiang Lingxian, standing in place, remained in the tomb chamber, fallen into silence. Big brother. The sleeping consciousness of the Imperial Xian cauldron gradually awakened, but after scanning for a long time, it only saw a familiar, beautiful silhouette without spotting its familiar big brother. The Imperial Xian cauldron finally flew up and drifted around the tomb chamber. After confirming that only Jiang Lingxian was present, it felt somewhat confused for a moment. But upon seeing the fluctuations of Jiang Lingxian's cultivation breakthrough, while contemplating the ancient painting on the wall, it could only silently guard her for the time being. The Imperial Xian cauldron thought that when it had guarded the big sister until she awakened, she would probably be able to lead it to find big brother. And at this moment, the time since Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian left Qinhuang ancient city had reached the late night of the 8th day. The 8 Desolations continent. Inside the main tomb chamber of the Stick Immortal's inheritance, the pitch-black scene flickered as Wang Chen's eyes lying on the ground trembled twice before slowly opening. As the scene of the Stick Immortal's main tomb chamber came into view, Wang Chen sat up from the ground and shook his head a couple of times, clearly uncomfortable, before recovering after a long while. Since the Emperor Realm 10-second trial card had not been automatically activated, that meant there was currently no danger nearby. The system had a feature: when the host encountered danger, it would mobilize all available abilities. This was precisely why Wang Chen was not afraid. Wang Chen, gradually regaining his composure, sat on the dust-covered blue brick floor, surrounded by the vast, empty space of the great tomb chamber. Wang Chen quickly rose to his feet and raised his eyes, preparing to search for the 2 sisters who had been pulled in with him. But the moment he stood up, his gaze suddenly fixed on a crimson coffin in the center of the main tomb chamber. What is this? Boom. Crash. In that instant of Wang Chen's astonishment, the crimson coffin was suddenly burst open from within, and a fierce wave of crimson flames surged toward him. In a panic, Wang Chen raised both hands and unleashed a layer of primordial flame domain to block the onrushing crimson flames, but the powerful impact sent him sliding backward. Wah. Oh my god. Fellow villager, hold on, don't step on me. While Wang Chen was fully occupied blocking the flames, he was suddenly startled by a foolish voice and quickly turned to look. In an instant, Wang Chen saw his own sliding body rapidly approaching the spot directly in front of Li Susu, who was sitting up. Li Susu supported herself with both hands on either side, and as she watched Wang Chen's uncontrollable backward slide, she frantically shuffled her bottom backward. Even though she wasn't a man, being stepped on like this would still hurt terribly. But as Li Susu kept retreating, she suddenly felt her back collide with a body, causing her to come to an abrupt halt. "Off! You bumped into my chest." Li Qingqing cried out in pain from the collision, instinctively wrapping her left arm around Li Susu's waist while covering her chest with her right hand. These 2 fools. Wang Chen, while blocking the crimson flames continuously erupting from the coffin, glanced back at the 2 sisters he was protecting and silently cursed under his breath. But seeing his right heel about to land on Li Susu's vulnerable spot, Wang Chen suddenly lifted his foot and stomped hard against the ground. Stomp! Bang! As the blue bricks collapsed under the force of his stomp, Wang Chen's body came to an abrupt and complete halt, stopping any further backward movement. Whoosh! Within moments, the crimson flames that had erupted from the coffin and filled the entire tomb chamber in all directions began to gradually dissipate. Witnessing this, Wang Chen slowly retracted the massive primordial flame domain that had shielded him and quickly raised his gaze toward the coffin. Surely a 10,000-year-old drought demon wouldn't come out, would it? Ting ting ting. The moment Wang Chen's thought had barely settled, a violent metallic ringing echoed from within the coffin, as if something were spinning. What the hell? No drought demon came out, but a drought stick flew out instead. Wang Chen gazed at the crimson flame fire stick that had emerged into the air and was spinning at high speed, unable to suppress his inner cry of surprise. Ting! Suddenly, the crimson flame fire stick, spinning rapidly in midair, came to an abrupt halt, standing upright, with crimson flames billowing around it. Then, before the eyes of Wang Chen and the 2 sisters, one of the 2 stick heads, 3 times larger than the stick's body, slowly pointed toward them. The 3 of them locked eyes with the stick, and in this moment, for some reason, the air throughout the entire tomb chamber seemed to freeze. Fellow villager, it seems to be looking at you. No. If it's like this, then it's not looking at me anymore. Hearing Li Susu's words, Wang Chen silently took a large step to the side, moving away from in front of the 2 of them. As expected, the direction the stick was pointing was not Wang Chen. That crimson flame stick head remained steadily aimed at the 2 sisters huddled together. "TSK, let go of me first." Seeing this, Li Susu was startled and quickly pried open Li Qingqing's arms wrapped around her waist, then rolled away in a wide arc to the side. Now the crimson flame stick head was pointing solely at Li Qingqing. Scared by this sight, she hastily rolled a few times to the side, then looked up. "Oh no, it's coming for me." Li Qingqing, with a long white cloth strapped to her back, gazed at the crimson flame stick head that was slowly rotating to follow her movements and let out a startled cry. Ting ting ting. As if it had confirmed its target, the crimson flame fire stick began spinning at high speed, once more relentlessly striking toward Li Qingqing like the golden cudgel. Feeling the terrifying force of this strike, Li Qingqing hastily retrieved various treasures and gripped them in her hands, then erupted with spiritual energy to cover her entire body. Whoosh! Attack! Bang! Suddenly Wang Chen burst forth, and to the astonished gaze of Li Susu and Li Qingqing, he leaped into the air and kicked the high-speed spinning crimson flame fire stick away before it could strike her. Bang! A violent tremor shook the main tomb chamber as the crimson flame fire stick, still spinning at high speed, was kicked into the distant wall, causing the bricks to explode outward. Wang Chen, feeling as though his right foot was on the verge of fracturing from that kick, fell painfully to the ground from midair. Thank you, fellow villager. I love you, fellow villager. Overcome with relief after surviving the ordeal, Li Qingqing didn't think twice before shouting excitedly and scrambling to her feet to rush over to Wang Chen's side. But Li Qingqing had no idea at this moment that, accompanied by the violent impact of the crimson flame fire stick smashing into the wall, this "I love you, fellow villager" voice had somehow amplified and echoed throughout the entire stick immortal inheritance tomb. It resonated through countless forbidden tomb chambers, the 10 smaller chambers, the 3 major chambers, and the winding fluorescent corridors. Meanwhile, within the winding fluorescent corridor, Jiang Lingxian raised her cold sword, her chilling eyes flashing as she directly shattered the fluorescent wall before her. Gazing at the pitch-black forbidden tomb chamber revealed behind the exploded wall, an expression of urgency filled Jiang Lingxian's stunningly beautiful face. Beside her shoulder floated a palm-sized, 3-legged imperial dark cauldron, closely following her movements. Disciple. Where on earth has my disciple gone? Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes gradually reddened as her heavenly venerable realm cultivation at the 3rd layer continuously surged, sending waves of intense cold radiating outward. At this moment, her cultivation at the 3rd layer of the heavenly venerable realm generated such overwhelming pressure that it resembled that of the 6th layer. Bang bang bang. Jiang Lingxian moved with blurring speed, her left wrist adorned with the cold heaven bracelet flashing with icy light as she continuously advanced, her right hand wielding the sword in powerful strikes. Bang bang bang. Wherever the icy sword energy swept, fluorescent walls, 1, 2, 3, 4, crumbled one after another. Jiang Lingxian swept through the stick immortal's inheritance tomb without restraint, shattering anything that stood in her path with a single sword strike. Thank you, fellow villager. I love you, fellow villager. But at this moment, an ethereal and crystal clear voice suddenly echoed from somewhere unknown, reverberating within the forbidden tomb chamber Jiang Lingxian had just cleared. Hearing Li Qingqing's voice, Jiang Lingxian's footsteps paused, her sword still gleaming. In that moment, an indescribable emotion surged within her already anxious heart. The sound of Li Qingqing's voice calling out to her fellow townsman Wang Chen prompted her to lift her crimson beautiful eyes and scan her surroundings ceaselessly. Disciple, where are you? Where exactly are you? Jiang Lingxian gripped her icy sword, gazing in all directions before helplessly looking up at the ceiling. Her heart panic-stricken voice trembled and shrieked. However, what answered her was deathly silence. No, wait. You 2 sisters, come over here quickly. Wang Chen's voice, tinged with slight urgency, abruptly rang out, causing Jiang Lingxian's spirit to waver unceasingly. She stood frozen, scanning her surroundings, her panic reaching its extreme. But beneath Jiang Lingxian's panic came an endless surge of anxiety, followed by extreme rage at whatever obstructed her path. As Jiang Lingxian's fury erupted, a cold phoenix mark manifested upon her brow. Her aura surged directly toward the 7th layer of the heavenly sovereign realm. Chirp. Boom. With a tremendous cry from the cold phoenix, the entire staff immortal inheritance tomb exploded with a deafening roar, violently trembling. This sudden development startled Wang Chen and the 2 sisters who had been working together to resist the flame fire staff within the main tomb chamber. At this moment, the flame fire staff stood erect in the center of the mid-air, with Wang Chen positioned to the left, Li Susu to the right, and Li Qingqing to the north. The 3 individuals within the tomb chamber had been scattered into a triangular formation, which was why Wang Chen urgently called for the 2 sisters to draw closer. Damn it! You 2 sisters, get down now. Wang Chen watched as the flame fire staff suddenly lunged toward the distracted Li Qingqing, startlingly shouting out. However, caught up in the excitement, Wang Chen's vocabulary had been somewhat crude, but he simply could not spare any attention for it now. Crash! Up! Caught off guard, Li Qingqing was struck by the flame fire staff directly in her stomach. She immediately screamed in agony as her body was hurled against the distant wall. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the flame fire staff's erupted aura was approximately on par with Li Qingqing's own cultivation, its force roughly equivalent to a king-tier superior grade spirit weapon. It was as though this flame fire staff had been placed under some restriction, capable of only unleashing force equal to the highest cultivator within this chamber. Yet the flame fire staff, despite appearing as a king-tier superior grade spirit weapon, was in reality several times more powerful than the sovereign tier superior grade spirit weapons within the 10 lesser tomb chambers. Fellow townsmen, what do we do now? Stop shouting. Stay down, I'll handle this. Hearing Li Susu's panicked voice, Wang Chen glanced at Li Qingqing, who was merely spitting blood, but alive, and after speaking his aura began to climb steeply. Upon hearing this, Li Susu rushed immediately toward Li Qingqing. Seeing the shattered and dim protective treasure on her sister's body, Li Susu hastily retrieved several more to shield herself and her sister. Get back here. Wang Chen watched as the flame fire staff threatened to strike Li Qingqing and Li Susu once more. Suddenly, he summoned the cold dragon. Whoa! The cold dragon seemed to have already coordinated with Wang Chen. The instant it emerged, it precisely seized the opportunity to spew forth a mouthful of freezing ice dragon flame. Whoosh! Wherever the freezing ice dragon flame passed, even the air crystallized into intense frost-covered ice. Finally, it fiercely froze the flame fire staff solid. At this moment, the suspended flame fire staff was abruptly frozen solid. Furthermore, a powerful cold flame continuously eroded its crimson flames. Clatter! The flame fire staff was briefly frozen into a massive block of ice, burning with cold flames dropping to the ground. Wang Chen and the others finally gained a brief moment of respite. However, temporary solutions are not permanent. As the cold dragon appeared, the flame fire staff's aura within the ice block began rising continuously, as if it too wished to ascend to the saint weapon realm. Go back, quick. Wang Chen, alarmed, grabbed the half-meter-long cold dragon's tail and transformed it into a streak of cold light, thrusting it into his own brow. As expected, the flame fire staff's aura sharply dissipated, retreating to its previous level. However, the cold flame ice block had already cracked and fractured. 4 beasts lock saint formation. After resting for 2 breaths, Wang Chen retrieved 4 formation flags bearing images of the 4 great divine beasts, casting them to the 4 corners surrounding the flame fire staff. Restrain. As Wang Chen formed seals with both hands, spiritual energy flowed from his entire body into the 4 beasts lock saint formation. The formation flag simultaneously conjured a layer of barrier. Subsequently, within the battle-scarred tomb chamber, the 4 flags surrounding the flame fire staff manifested phantasmal images of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, all howling. Whoosh! The next instant, 4 chains in green, white, red, and blue shot forth from the 4 phantasmal images' mouths. Finally, they crashed heavily into the flame fire staff within the ice block, burning, with faint cold flames completely binding it. Wang Chen's gaze was grave as his hands formed seals ceaselessly, akin to a mute exchanging insults, going so fast that both sisters watched in stunned bewilderment. System. Feed me feed me pills. While forming seals continuously, Wang Chen shouted in his heart to the system. Pills appeared and his throat began rolling and swallowing repeatedly. Crash. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, the ice block freezing the flame fire staff exploded. Its true form, eroded by the cold flames until dimmed and bound by 4 chains, was revealed. Now, without flames, the naked staff gleamed a brilliant crimson with twisted fire patterns coiling around its body. Particularly, the 2 staff heads, much larger than the shaft, were golden red, inscribed with golden patterns emanating unmatched majesty. I see if you can move now. Wang Chen used his shout to amplify his own fury and aura. Even as he consumed the pills, a layer of chaotic spiritual flames erupted from his entire body. At this moment, the chaotic spiritual flames beyond his control surged toward the formation, swept through the 4 divine beast phantasmal images, and then rushed along the 4 chains toward the golden red staff body. As Wang Chen's chaotic spiritual flames surged into the golden red staff body, the staff trembled, attempting resistance, yet ultimately to no avail. Boosh! The golden red staff body blazed with its final crimson fire brilliance, yet it was ultimately entirely devoured and enveloped by the supreme and mighty 9 yang chaotic spiritual flames. Off! Wang Chen roared, his twin eyes erupting with a layer of burning chaotic spiritual flames. His long hair, cloaked in black and white flames, wildly billowed. Crash! Under this final desperate effort of Wang Chen, the entire 4 beast lock saint formation exploded with a thunderous boom. Wang Chen's entire body went limp as he collapsed to the ground. Clatter! The golden red staff body, still burning with chaotic spiritual flames, dropped to the ground. Finally, it trembled twice, as if struggling. Yet as the final traces of chaotic spiritual flames burned out upon its body, it lay dimly and completely upon the ground, motionless. Within the protective treasure's barrier, Li Susu and Li Qingqing gazed at this scene. They exchanged a stunned glance before turning mouths agape. Fellow townsmen. Badass. The 2 silly sisters, as if sharing one heart, unison shouted badass at Wang Chen. Inside the staff immortal inheritance tomb, after resting for a long while and rising to sweep and search the main tomb chamber. Once all 3 had recovered, Wang Chen, bearing injuries, leaned against a wall, coughing repeatedly. It is finally over. Wang Chen leaned against the wall, stowing his formidable crimson, fire-golden staff into his storage space, and whispered weakly. The two sisters about a meter away from him leaned against the wall, supporting each other, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they gazed at their idol Wang Chen. Fellow countrymen, you are absolutely incredibly handsome. If you did not already have the holy maiden, I might actually want to be your Dao companion. Li Susu gazed at her idol with stars in her eyes as she spoke. Wang Chen's previous feats were so incredibly cool that they had struck right at the core of her heart. Hey, you should not say things like that if my little jealous one hears. I have already heard it. Host, quickly have them lie into the teleportation formation inside that coffin and escape. Hurry. With what she just said about wanting to be your Dao companion, Jiang Lingxian might actually kill both of them. Damn it. Get into that coffin quickly. Hurry. Hearing the system's urgent voice, Wang Chen was startled and quickly stood up, pointing at the coffin and shouting. What is wrong? There is no time to explain. Get in quickly. Otherwise you might die. The two sisters looked at Wang Chen's sudden terror. Hearing that they might die, their hearts tightened, and they hurriedly supported each other as they ran toward the coffin. Boom. The moment the two sisters tumbled into the coffin together, the distant wall suddenly exploded with a thunderous crash. Countless fragments of rock scattered in all directions, and Jiang Lingxian emerged from within, her figure clad in cold robes, her beautiful eyes red. Jiang Lingxian, having just burst out, scanned the area with her crimson eyes and discovered that the entire tomb chamber now held only Wang Chen. Disciple, why did my disciple let them run? Why? Jiang Lingxian suppressed the extreme madness surging within her eyes, her heart torn between panic, anger, and anguish. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian's sense of security had long fallen to zero. Emotions continuously churned within her eyes, and something deep in her heart rose wildly. In this moment, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes overflowed with tears as her stunning figure in ice-blue robes sped toward Wang Chen. Wang Chen, seeing her red-rimmed eyes filled with tears as she threw herself at him, reached out and firmly embraced his Jiang Lingxian. Wang Chen knew that after she snapped out of it from that wall painting and could not find him, she must have been extremely panicked and desperate. Disciple, Xian, you. Hearing Jiang Lingxian's voice trembling with extreme panic, Wang Chen was about to speak and explain what had just happened. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a severe dizziness wash over him, and his consciousness began to sink continuously. Xian, you. Disciple. What? Why? The last moment Wang Chen closed his eyes, he only saw Jiang Lingxian with tears all over her face, her beautiful crimson eyes gazing at him, her trembling voice carrying a sense of accusation and extreme heart-trembling emotion. Jiang Lingxian, having repeatedly heard Wang Chen's conversations with the two sisters earlier, had already reached a state of madness in her heart. After confirming Wang Chen's safety, Jiang Lingxian, who had no sense of security at all, could finally no longer endure it. The madness that had been buried deep in her heart finally erupted completely at this moment. This time she absolutely would not let any wicked women outside have even the slightest chance to approach her disciple. Absolutely. Several days later, on the Bahuang continent in Dihuang, deep within the Tai Su immortal sect, within the deserted pavilion of the Tai Su Saint Maiden, spiritual formation energies swirled about with no fewer than a dozen saint-rank formations adorning the space. Wang Chen lay upon the familiar bed within the pavilion of the Tai Su Saint Maiden, his eyelids quivering slightly. The wounds he had sustained from his battle with the flame giant had been gently bandaged with spirit-infused cloth. As Wang Chen's consciousness gradually stirred back to life, he felt an overwhelming dizziness consuming his entire head, in exquisite torment. Hiss! With a splitting headache, Wang Chen tightly squeezed his eyes shut a couple of times, instinctively moving his hand to massage his aching temple. The expected shackles did not appear. Wang Chen managed to rub his throbbing head, which refused to recover anytime soon. What's going on? The freshly awakened Wang Chen struggled to massage his dazed head, propping himself up on the bed with one hand as he sat up, feeling utterly bewildered within. After shaking his dizzy head, Wang Chen instinctively extended his legs to step off the bed and venture outside to take a look. Clink, clink, clink. Suddenly a sound of iron chains rubbing against his ankle rang out, and Wang Chen felt as though something had seized and restrained his feet. Gulp. And no, it can't be. Wang Chen swallowed hard, his movements stiffening as he reached out to slowly lift the blanket covering his body, revealing everything. I'm finished. Upon seeing the cold spiritual shackles adorning both his ankles, Wang Chen froze, a startled cry echoing in his bewildered heart. His wrists were indeed unbound. So it turned out they had shackled his ankles instead. Wang Chen attempted to unleash his cultivation power, only to discover that the spiritual shackles binding his feet also restricted the circulation of spiritual energy throughout his entire body. This is bad. It's all those two silly sisters' fault, insisting on wanting to become my Dao companions. Gazing at the frigid spiritual shackles, Wang Chen cursed the foolish Su and foolish Qing 1,000 times in his heart, within a single second flogging them repeatedly, even in his mind. Yet he was unaware that it was not entirely because of these few words, but rather 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 words. Moreover, if one were to look at Wang Chen's fair neck at this moment, a faint reddish shackle mark could be seen. But clearly Wang Chen did not know that the spiritual shackle had been removed from his neck. In his heart, he was still pondering what to do now. System 666 waking up to let you have a field day. At this moment the system's voice suddenly resounded in Wang Chen's mind, causing his expression to darken. He truly wished to slap the system. Wang Chen stood up, gazing at where the chains of the spiritual shackles on his feet extended. They actually pierced through the outer wall leading to who knows where. Clink, clink, clink. System, is there any way? Accompanied by the continuous sounds of chains rubbing together, Wang Chen helplessly inquired the system in his heart. Nope, even if there were. Would you truly dare to use it? Listening to the system asking that final hesitant question, Wang Chen fell into deep contemplation, understanding what it meant. If Jiang Lingxian were to return and not find him, she would truly descend into madness, searching for him across the entire world. Perhaps her simple possessive Yandra nature might develop into various other Yandra characteristics. After all, there are many types of Yandras, and Jiang Lingxian's current state was practically the most normal and best one among them. While Wang Chen was still miserably tugging at the spiritual shackle chains on his feet, the scene now shifts to a distant location within the forbidden grounds of the Tai Su immortal sect. Within the forbidden grounds of the Tai Su immortal sect, in the chamber housing the 10,000-meter ice dragon's corpse, Jiang Lingxian followed coldly beside Han Zun. Disciple, what brings you to seek your master? Han Zun reached out her slender hand to touch the ice-cold, unyielding dragon scales before her, then turned to look at Jiang Lingxian, who had come to find her expression tinged with puzzlement. Master, someone asked me to deliver a message to you. Hearing Jiang Lingxian state the purpose of her visit, Han Zun could not help but slightly furrow her delicate brows, gazing at her with some confusion. He said, Jun will soon return to find you. Gazing at the puzzled Han Zun, Jiang Lingxian relayed the innkeeper's exact words from Qing Wang to her here. Han Zun was somewhat confused upon hearing this, seemingly not quite grasping the meaning. But after 2 or 3 seconds, Han Zun's expression suddenly froze. Jun Gij. No, that scoundrel. A voice that had become rather blurry in her memory surfaced in Han Zun's mind. Her lips and teeth unconsciously clenched slightly, and her eyes gradually filled with resentment. I don't recognize him. Han Zun's gaze lowered slightly, responding coldly to Jiang Lingxian, yet her tone carried a subtle, tightly clenched, resentful edge. But Jiang Lingxian paid no attention to whether she recognized him or not, because at this very moment the cold heaven bracelet within Jiang Lingxian's white sleeve violently trembled. That anxious yet panicked sensation she had been anticipating for days, feeling as though time dragged on like years, prompted Jiang Lingxian to suddenly raise her beautiful frost-touched eyes. Master, this disciple has something urgent to attend to and must take my leave first. Jiang Lingxian swiftly lifted her frost eyes to bow respectfully toward Han Zun, then her figure vanished from the spot in haste. Han Zun did not say much as she watched Jiang Lingxian depart, for at this moment her own heart was equally chaotic and unsettled. Within the pavilion of the Tai Su Saint Maiden, Wang Chen was still pulling at the chains shackled to his ankles, having even taken out an iron crowbar and hammer to strike at them. 1, 2, 1, 2, 2. As several fierce hammering sounds rang out, ice crystals blossomed upon the ice-colored spiritual shackles, yet not a single mark remained. But at this moment the void within the room was violently torn open, and an incomparably beautiful figure emerged, one so cold that the very air seemed to freeze. Wang Chen sensed something was wrong, hastily concealing the hammer and crowbar behind his back. In his nervousness, he had instinctively forgotten to store them in his storage space. Xian. Wang Chen gazed at the approaching Jiang Lingxian with a bitter, somewhat guilty expression, hiding his hands within the blanket, calling out her name twice. Jiang Lingxian paid him no attention, her beautiful frost-touched eyes sweeping across the familiar room as she walked step by step toward Wang Chen on the bed. Hand it over. Jiang Lingxian extended her fair snow-white right palms, speaking calmly and indifferently, though the corners of her eyes were gradually turning red. Xianxian, hand it over. Jiang Lingxian cut off Wang Chen's attempt to continue speaking, her voice gradually growing colder and more tremulous as she repeated herself. Seeing her reddened eyes, Wang Chen knew things had taken a turn for the worse. Thus Wang Chen could only helplessly and hastily retrieve the spirit-grade iron crowbar and hammer from within the blanket, slowly extending them into her palm. Xianxian, in the tomb chamber you misunderstood me. I absolutely had no intention of becoming Dao companions with them. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, Wang Chen quickly sat up and hastened to explain to Jiang Lingxian. Whoosh, bang, Wang Chen's attempt to continue explaining was abruptly interrupted by the deafening crash of the iron crowbar and hammer Jiang Lingxian had thrown toward the distant wall. Gazing at the entire wall that had been shattered by the impact, Wang Chen felt as though his own heart had met the same fate. His scalp numb, his spirits utterly dampened. It's over. This time it's truly over. Facing Jiang Lingxian, who was no longer listening to any explanations, Wang Chen was at a total loss, sitting rigidly on the bed. Suddenly Wang Chen gradually felt his neck being gently grasped by Jiang Lingxian's slightly cool right hand, forcibly pushed and pressed back down onto the bed. The force with which Jiang Lingxian gripped his neck was not great. It could even be said she was afraid of hurting him. Yet the intangible pressure of Jiang Lingxian climbing onto the bed, pressing down upon his body with her reddened eyes, caused Wang Chen to experience an alternative form of suffocation. Disciple, do you truly wish to hurry and break these shackles so you can go find your female companions? Jiang Lingxian's right hand lightly grasping Wang Chen's neck, her entire body pressing down upon him and restraining his form, tears welling in her eyes, her voice trembling as she spoke. I haven't. Wang Chen looked at Jiang Lingxian with red-rimmed eyes, her gaze suppressing some unspoken emotion, and dared not provoke her further. But Jiang Lingxian seemed unable to hear anything anymore. Tears swelled in her eyes and slid down her delicate face, finally dripping onto Wang Chen's chest. Why can't you, your disciple, just stay by my side properly? I clearly satisfied almost every condition you asked for, and you kept crossing the line again and again. I also indulged you. Jiang Lingxian's vision was blurred with tears, and her right hand gripping Wang Chen's neck unconsciously tightened. Even as Jiang Lingxian spoke, her breathing grew increasingly rapid and labored, as if all her grievances and negative emotions were tangled within each word. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Chen, gazing at Jiang Lingxian in this state, felt momentarily at a loss for what to do, but the suffocating pressure on his neck served as a stark reminder that he needed to cough. Upon hearing Wang Chen's violent coughing, his face flushed from the choking. Jiang Lingxian's expression of aggrieved sorrow froze for a moment. Coming back to her senses, Jiang Lingxian panicked at the sight of Wang Chen's crimson face and quickly released his neck. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing Wang Chen cough again from the discomfort, Jiang Lingxian's heart raced with panic as she hurriedly reached out to gently stroke his chest, helping him catch his breath. Despite everything, she couldn't bring herself to be cruel to Wang Chen, not even a little. The thought of him being hurt was unbearable. I truly have no intention of crossing boundaries with those female friends. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Chen managed to catch his breath and spoke rapidly, but the raw pain in his throat forced him into another violent coughing fit, tears welling in his eyes. Jiang Lingxian remained pinned atop Wang Chen, her hands restraining him as she wiped the tears from her stunning face, momentarily uncertain whether his words were true or not. She had only ever wanted Wang Chen to be safe and stay by her side in this lifetime. But why? Why were there so many wicked women coming to compete for him, trying to take her Wang Chen away? Whoa! Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, who had finally recovered somewhat, and though she dared not strangle his neck again, she continued to weep silently, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Lingxian was naturally a peerless beauty, and the sight of her now lying atop Wang Chen in her pitiful state, with tears flowing endlessly, was truly heart-wrenching. At this moment, the words of the female elders from Taishu immortal sect, Chu Yao from the Chu family, and the Chu family patriarch, all those attempts to poach him, flooded her mind. And then there were those two sisters in the tomb chamber, saying how they would have wanted to form a Tao companion bond with him if she hadn't been there. All of these were all schemes to get Wang Chen, all wanting to become his wife, his Tao companion. These memories kept surfacing in Jiang Lingxian's mind, and the more she thought about them, the more panicked and afraid she became, terrified that her disciple might one day be taken away from her. No, she didn't want this. She refused to. Jiang Lingxian, still pressed against Wang Chen, swayed her tear-stained face in a daze, her heart pounding with fear, as if being wrung out, her eyes welling with tears. Right now, her desire to form a Tao companion bond with Wang Chen, to claim the title of Tao companion and wife, was surging to its peak within her heart. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, pinned beneath Jiang Lingxian on the bed, could only weakly reach out to cup her face and gently wipe away her tears. But in the next moment, Jiang Lingxian raised her hand and gently grasped Wang Chen's hands as he wiped her cheeks, her tear-filled eyes looking at him with utter desperation. Disciple, be my Tao companion. Please, won't you? I don't want to be your master anymore. I don't want to. I never want to again. Woo-woo. Jiang Lingxian lay atop Wang Chen, tears streaming endlessly from her eyes, her voice trembling with boundless pleading. Wang Chen, hearing these sudden words from Jiang Lingxian through her sobs, was momentarily stunned, completely bewildered. Disciple, no husband. Please don't become a Tao companion with anyone else. With me. Please, woo-woo. I'll agree to anything, husband. Please. Jiang Lingxian's slender hands gently held Wang Chen's as he wiped her tears, her beautiful face tear-streaked, as she continuously pleaded with him to become her Dao companion. Jiang Lingxian was sobbing so hard that her words came in gasps, her pleas broken and halting from the difficulty of catching her breath. Take your time. Catch your breath first. Wang Chen didn't respond directly, but instead cupped her breathtaking, yet sorrowful face in his hands, gently soothing her restless emotions. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Jiang Lingxian, hearing Wang Chen's strangely comforting words, struggled to regulate her rapid breathing through her tears. In this moment, Jiang Lingxian would do anything Wang Chen asked, for she feared he would reject her. Husband. Jiang Lingxian, soothed by Wang Chen, barely held back her tears that threatened to run dry, gasping as she called out to him pitifully once more. Jiang Lingxian pressed against Wang Chen, called out pitifully, her stunning face flushed from crying. Seeing Wang Chen hesitate to respond, she grew anxious and wanted to beg again. Husband, please. But Jiang Lingxian's pitiful expression was interrupted as Wang Chen forcefully silenced her with a kiss. Jiang Lingxian felt a slight tightness in her heart as she sensed the unusual pressure on her lips, understanding that Wang Chen had secretly agreed to her. Yet, without hearing Wang Chen say it aloud, Jiang Lingxian still couldn't feel at ease. But as the unusual sensation on her lips continued, her mind gradually went blank. Especially Jiang Lingxian's tear-stained, flushed face, her expression growing increasingly dazed, her pitiful appearance carrying an irresistible allure that tugged at the heartstrings. Wang Chen kissed Jiang Lingxian, his hands gradually releasing her face before slowly wrapping around her soft waist. Then, with her dazed gaze upon him, he reversed their positions, flipping over to take control and pressing Jiang Lingxian beneath him. Woo! This soft whimper seemed like Jiang Lingxian's final protest, but it was quickly followed by her gradually eager response. A moment later, Wang Chen slowly released Jiang Lingxian, who was breathing heavily with short, warm gasps, and gazed at her alluring, dazed expression as desire surged in his eyes. Xianxian, since we're now Dao companions. Wang Chen looked at the drowsy, delicate Jiang Lingxian, who was definitely still conscious, but didn't spell it out too clearly. Wang Chen understood that even as Dao companions, given Jiang Lingxian's peculiar nature, he would likely be confined to this room for an unknown number of days. So, since they were now Dao companions, he intended to claim his due interest in proper fashion. Jiang Lingxian dazedly swayed her face, and upon hearing Wang Chen's words instinctively felt a hint of resistance, her flushed face trembling slightly in her confused state. But, after a moment, Jiang Lingxian felt Wang Chen simply gazing at her quietly, as if he wouldn't touch her again. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian's heart tightened, her lower lip gradually pressed together, and finally, she seemed to relax, as if yielding. Did you agree? Wang Chen, seeing this, still asked with some concern, fearing that Jiang Lingxian might cry uncontrollably again like she did last time she woke up. After waiting 2 or 3 seconds, Jiang Lingxian lay there with her beautiful eyes gently closed, her lower lip slightly pursed, as if asleep, softly murmuring a half-dreaming mosquito quiet. Wang Chen, noticing this, slightly rose to test her again, but suddenly felt his clothing corner being tightly grasped by Jiang Lingxian's right hand, refusing to let him go. Clearly, Jiang Lingxian wasn't asleep at all, and that extremely faint wasn't entirely unintentional. Witnessing this, Wang Chen could no longer restrain himself, his eyes blazing with an inferno of desire. Then Wang Chen raised his hand and swept it aside, and the bed curtains slowly descended, enveloping the two figures upon the bed. The following morning, inside the Tai Su Sacred Maiden Hall, deep within the Tai Su immortal sect, several articles of clothing were scattered carelessly beside the bed. Upon the bed, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian lay together beneath warm blankets, their bodies pressed closely in an embrace. Wang Chen had long since awakened. No, perhaps it would be more accurate to say he had not slept at all throughout the entire night. After all, he did not wish to miss a single moment of sweetness with Jiang Lingxian, because the thrill of duo playing was truly addictive and exhilarating, and as the team captain, Wang Chen had played no fewer than a dozen rounds. At this moment, Wang Chen nestled within the blankets, gazing at Jiang Lingxian's slightly disheveled hair, the strands of her temple gently adhering to her flushed cheeks, a breathtakingly beautiful sight that sent another wave of emotion surging through his heart. Though his heart trembled, Wang Chen, observing Jiang Lingxian in deep slumber, with traces of tears still on her delicate face, managed to restrain himself. After all, Jiang Lingxian had been injured the previous night. The pain was so intense that her slender fingers had involuntarily scratched and gripped at everything nearby. That was the first time Wang Chen had ever seen Jiang Lingxian cry from injury. In truth, she too had such a vulnerable side. And this was precisely why Wang Chen, who had spent the night soothing her, now bore numerous fine, elongated scratches across his entire upper body. Moreover, The bite force of the most ferocious of the four divine beasts was indeed as formidable as legend claimed, truly terrifying. Wang Chen had nearly been defeated. Hiss! It hurts a little. Wang Chen, cradling the unconscious Jiang Lingxian in one arm, reached down to touch the scratches on his body, drawing a sharp breath at the thought. Feeling the discomfort of the enchanted blankets and sheets, Wang Chen wanted to rise from bed with Jiang Lingxian in his arms and find another place to sleep. But, rustle rustle. The sound of spiritual shackles around Wang Chen's ankles completely shattered that notion. Constrained to this single bed within the room, Wang Chen felt utterly helpless. After a brief rest, finally with no other choice, Wang Chen extended his divine sense into his storage space and slowly turned his gaze toward the large bundle in the corner. After securing the treasures, Wang Chen glanced at the peacefully sleeping Jiang Lingxian, then offered a charming smile before slipping beneath the blankets. Time flew and the day passed quickly. Throughout that day, it would be false to say Wang Chen was unhappy. Since Jiang Lingxian slept soundly, he attended to everything. This inevitably led to moments where their bodies would accidentally brush against one another. As night of the second day fell, the glow from the treasures within the Tai Su Sacred Maiden Hall illuminated under Wang Chen's will. When the light fell upon Jiang Lingxian's exquisitely beautiful face, her lovely eyes fluttered slightly. Wang Chen, noticing this, was momentarily startled and quickly pulled Jiang Lingxian closer, using his back to shield her from the light in the room. However, it was evident that Jiang Lingxian's consciousness was gradually returning, followed by the gradual appearance of pain across her delicate features. In Wang Chen's eyes, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes remained closed, her moist, slightly flushed face now showing her delicate brows gradually furrowing in pain. Before Wang Chen could react, Jiang Lingxian slowly opened her somewhat dazed eyes amidst the suffering. At this moment, she was cradled in Wang Chen's arms. For some reason, Wang Chen felt that her beautifully furrowed brows, though pained, also carried a certain emptiness in her gaze, a dazed, vacant quality. After opening her brows and eyes, Jiang Lingxian simply stared blankly at Wang Chen's solid chest for a long while, her expression still clouded with pain. Feeling as though her entire body might fall apart, Jiang Lingxian's mind went blank with discomfort. Her eyes lost focus, and she remained in a daze for an extended period. Lingxian, are you feeling unwell anywhere? Observing Jiang Lingxian's unusual state, Wang Chen held her close and asked, a hint of nervousness in his heart. Hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Lingxian's blank, slightly dazed expression gradually began to clear. As Jiang Lingxian weakly lifted her gaze from within Wang Chen's embrace, Wang Chen grew even more anxious. Because after Jiang Lingxian slightly raised her eyes, her upper teeth gradually bit her lower lip, her eyes began to redden, and tears welled up. This pitiful and delicate appearance left Wang Chen, who held her momentarily, at a loss. Who? Husband? Jiang Lingxian tearfully released her lower lip, her usually cool and melodious voice now carrying a hint of hoarseness from crying so long the night before. She seemed to have instinctively wanted to call him disciple, but then with a flicker of panic remembered something and hastily changed her form of address. It's all right, I'm here. Wang Chen had known from the marks on the bed that she would suffer upon waking. Hearing her voice, he quickly responded in a gentle tone. Husband. But Jiang Lingxian merely called out again, her beautiful eyes read, her voice slightly hoarse and incredibly soft. Then beneath Wang Chen's bewildered gaze, Jiang Lingxian, enduring her pain, pressed her face into the crook of his neck. Before long, Wang Chen felt warmth spreading at his neck. Clearly Jiang Lingxian was crying again. Let's drink some water, okay? Wang Chen, somewhat flustered, gently stroked the back of her head while retrieving a jade bottle filled with clear water from his storage space. But upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian merely shook her head slightly where it rested against his neck, silently weeping and refusing to drink. Be good. Your throat is already hoarse from crying. Listen to your husband, okay? Wang Chen used this method to gently divert her attention, hoping she would not focus solely on her suffering and silent tears. Wife, be good. Wang Chen buried his face in her slightly disheveled hair, which only enhanced her fragile beauty, and gently nuzzled it before calling out softly. Hearing this address, Jiang Lingxian gradually stopped her nuzzling against Wang Chen's neck, lacking a sense of security. Finally, Jiang Lingxian slowly lifted her pitiful expression, crystal clear tears adorning her delicate face, as she gazed up at Wang Chen with a heart-melting look. Wang Chen quickly raised the jade bottle in his right hand and gently offered it to her glistening lips. After a night of such intensity, Jiang Lingxian seemed somewhat sluggish, ignoring the jade bottle at her lips and merely gazing at Wang Chen with tear-filled, pitiful, and dazed eyes. Wang Chen, seeing this, used the spiritual energy from his peak spiritual king realm 6th layer cultivation to levitate the jade bottle, then gently took hold of her chin. That's right, after merely one night, Wang Chen's cultivation had been elevated to the peak of the spiritual king realm 6th layer. Even Jiang Lingxian, whose breakthrough had always been extraordinarily difficult, had advanced from the third layer of the heavenly venerable realm to the fourth layer. But the cost was that Wang Chen's legs felt somewhat weak, while Jiang Lingxian's delicate body felt as though it might fall apart. Moreover, Jiang Lingxian now faced Wang Chen appearing somewhat dazed from it all. Jiang Lingxian's chin was now gently held, her lips parting slightly without any response, as she continued to gaze at Wang Chen with pitiful, tearful, and vacant eyes. Don't cry anymore, drink some water. Seeing Jiang Lingxian's lips part, Wang Chen raised the jade bottle and tilted it gently, allowing clear water to flow into her mouth. Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes, glistening with tears, were filled with pity and pain as she furrowed her brows, yet she weakly drank the water under Wang Chen's gaze. Good wife. Wang Chen smiled tenderly and praised Jiang Lingxian, making her aggrieved heart feel somewhat better. Then Jiang Lingxian moved her soft, slender white arms, gently pushing against the bed, wanting to sit up in discomfort. But when she rose less than a third of the way, her body lacking all strength, she collapsed back heavily. Wang Chen was startled and hastily embraced her, the touch of skin against skin causing his heart to beat faster. However, as Jiang Lingxian became aware of her injuries and physical condition, the grievance in her tearful eyes grew increasingly intense. Wang Chen gazed at her increasingly aggrieved eyes meeting his, and in a moment of panic raised his hand to gently stroke her head. It's all right. Your husband is here. Your husband will take care of everything. Hearing Wang Chen's comforting words, Jiang Lingxian breathed rapidly in discomfort, holding back tears that threatened to fall. I need to put on clothes. Jiang Lingxian glanced at the clothes scattered haphazardly beside the bed, her beautiful eyes full of grievance, as she looked at Wang Chen, her voice carrying a hint of pitiful tears. Yes, received your order, wife. Your husband will execute it immediately. Wang Chen, understanding that he must not aggravate her grievance, responded with a playful, mock-serious demeanor, as if receiving an official command. Jiang Lingxian watched Wang Chen reach for the clothes beside the bed, her pretty face already tinged with a hint of grievance, now layered with a sense of shame. Gradually, Jiang Lingxian found herself unable to bear looking anymore, so she weakly wiped away her tears and tucked her pretty face into the blankets. Wife, given your current condition. Wang Chen's voice rang out once more, and Jiang Lingxian, understanding his implication, could only curl up shamefully within the blankets without responding. Witnessing this, Wang Chen tentatively arranged the clothes in his hands before climbing into the blankets. Jiang Lingxian, fully aware of her own state, could only nestle shamefully within the covers, biting her lower lip as she pretended to sleep. After a moment, Jiang Lingxian, her body completely drained of strength, had dressed in the two-piece set Wang Chen had provided along with her own white dress, yet she remained shamefully curled up beneath the covers. Feeling the pain from her injuries, Jiang Lingxian nestled within the blankets, pressed her lips together tightly, her heart filled with grievance and bewilderment. I possess cultivation at the heavenly venerable realm fourth layer, so why can I not even circulate my breath to heal my wounds? Bad husband. I never want to do that kind of thing with you again, never again. Jiang Lingxian felt the pain coursing through her body, her delicate brows furrowed in discomfort, her heart heavy with grievance, as she secretly resolved within herself. They had crossed the line once more, and this time something had truly gone wrong. Yet, she and her husband were already Dao companions, and it seemed such things between Dao companions were normal. Jiang Lingxian curled up in discomfort within the blankets, feeling Wang Chen gently patting them from outside, as if to soothe her mind racing with countless thoughts. No, never mind. Let's just consider. This time is normal. Next time I never want to endure that painful act with my husband again. It's just this one time, only this once. Right. I'll only cross the line with my husband this one time. As long as I don't do it again in the future, it's fine. But my husband has tasted sweetness. What if I refuse next time? Will he seek someone else? Jiang Lingxian had just comforted herself, but suddenly something occurred to her, and her heart was filled with worry and unease. And during their time in the tomb, had her husband actually been intimate with those two sisters? Wife. Just as Jiang Lingxian's body ached and her heart grew heavy with restless thoughts, a soft call came from outside the blankets. Jiang Lingxian's chaotic thoughts were interrupted, yet the uncertainty surrounding the tomb once again stirred a sense of grievance within her heart. Overcome by worry and grievance, Jiang Lingxian's flushed face finally emerged weakly from the blankets, her beautiful eyes meeting Wang Chen's. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian's half-exposed face, her eyes brimming with a mixture of emotions as she looked at him, and for a moment, he was taken aback. Wife, are you in discomfort again? Wang Chen, momentarily fearful that his little crybaby would shed tears once more, nervously drew her closer and asked softly. Who? Ban, when we were in the tomb, you. I swear by the vow that inner demons would arise. I absolutely did not engage in any relations with those two fools in the tomb, absolutely not. As though he had instantly read Jiang Lingxian's thoughts, Wang Chen hastened to swear before she could finish speaking. His words came so rapidly that Jiang Lingxian, her beautiful eyes filled with grievance, was left momentarily stunned, her mind unable to process what he was saying. Wife, I understand your entire being is sensitive now. Be good. Don't let your thoughts run wild. Feeling Wang Chen's gentle touch on her head and his soothing words, Jiang Lingxian's heart swelled with a quiet contentment. In the warmth of the moment, they fell silent together, embracing tenderly on the bed for what felt like an eternity. Wife, shall we move to another bed first? Could you perhaps remove the spiritual shackles from my ankles? Wang Chen was gradually bringing up the matter at hand, feeling the heavy weight on his ankles as he asked cautiously. At Wang Chen's words, Jiang Lingxian's tearful eyes, which had been furrowed in pain, lifted slightly to meet his gaze. From Jiang Lingxian's pitiful eyes clouded with pain and a trace of grievance, Wang Chen seemed to perceive her reluctance. True to his expectation, after meeting his gaze for a moment, Jiang Lingxian weakly lowered her reddened eyes once more. The bed. I'll change it. After a brief silence, Jiang Lingxian sidestepped the topic of spiritual shackles, entirely redirecting the conversation toward replacing the bed. Then Jiang Lingxian's slender limp arms bore down against the bed, her body trembling as she fought through the pain to sit up. Witnessing her fragile form swaying precariously, Wang Chen, unaware of her condition, had expected her to draw upon her cultivation to rise. Yet Jiang Lingxian managed only halfway before collapsing back onto the bed, startling Wang Chen into hastily catching her once more. Why didn't you use your cultivation? At Wang Chen's words, Jiang Lingxian's heart quivered faintly, and she couldn't explain why a wave of grievance surged within her. I can't draw upon my spiritual power anymore. Jiang Lingxian unconsciously pressed her lower lip, her beautiful eyes reddened, and she gazed weakly at Wang Chen, the one who had brought her to this state, her voice trembling with grievance. Wang Chen was stunned into silence upon hearing this, momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, clad in a pristine white gown, nestled weakly and pitifully against his chest. It's nothing. Perhaps it's because our constitutions complement each other, causing your spiritual energy to be temporarily unresponsive. Then I'll take good care of you, my dear wife. You needn't worry too much, everything will be fine. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Chen knew that as the one taking initiative, he must show decisiveness, and quickly spoke gently to comfort Jiang Lingxian. Jiang Lingxian, cradled in Wang Chen's embrace, still had glistening tears in her eyelashes, her pitiful appearance stirring an overwhelming urge to protect her. Jiang Lingxian, listening to Wang Chen's gentle voice, pouted pitifully and gazed at him through teary eyes. Yet Wang Chen's words of taking full responsibility ultimately brought her a sense of reassurance. Jiang Lingxian's slender arms slowly wrapped around Wang Chen, her tearful and pitiful face pressing weakly against his chest. Feeling Wang Chen's warm body heat and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, Jiang Lingxian's anxious heart gradually found peace. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who seemed ready to cry at the slightest touch as she nestled pitifully in his arms, and his heart stirred slightly. Xianxian, my wife. Wang Chen looked down at Jiang Lingxian with her beautiful eyes half closed, peacefully pressing her stunning profile against his chest, and called out softly. Jiang Lingxian, nestled in Wang Chen's arms with her trembling beautiful eyes closed, responded weakly after a brief silence. Rustle, rustle. Wang Chen deliberately curled his feet within the blankets, and the spiritual shackles on his ankles made faint clicking sounds. He was hinting for Jiang Lingxian to remove the spiritual shackles, otherwise not only would it be difficult to care for her, but even moving around would be inconvenient. Though Jiang Lingxian sometimes appeared dazed in Wang Chen's presence, she could still understand such an obvious hint. And no. Jiang Lingxian tilted her lovely face up slightly, gazing at Wang Chen with pitiful pleading eyes that trembled with a hint of grievance. Jiang Lingxian clearly had no intention of removing the spiritual shackles, as if the shackles on Wang Chen's ankles served as her source of comfort and reassurance. Husband, I'm sleepy. Let's sleep first, okay? Jiang Lingxian was somewhat afraid of Wang Chen getting angry, so she could only look up at him weakly with a pitiful, pleading expression. Even at this moment, as Jiang Lingxian held Wang Chen, her voice carried not only a pitiful quality, but also a hint of coquettish affection. Especially those three repeated characters in sleep, 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 spoken in her cool, yet tender voice, made Wang Chen's heart flutter slightly. All right, it's fine. Wang Chen could only go along with her, afraid of making her cry again. Though she was easy to comfort, seeing Jiang Lingxian cry still broke his heart. Fortunately, the bed where they would sleep had already been simply tidied up by Wang Chen, making it decent enough to rest on. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, completely yielding to her will, and felt as though some quality within her heart had been purified, bringing her a small sense of contentment. Husband. So obedient. And so Jiang Lingxian held Wang Chen. Though the pain was unbearable, the sense of security made her drowsy. Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen had played games for too long, and now that they stopped, her spirit seemed truly exhausted, and she fell asleep shortly. Wang Chen had also put on white clothes at some point, but to keep Jiang Lingxian warm and at ease, he remained bare-chested. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, her stunning profile flushed red, as she peacefully slept nestled against his chest, and felt an inexplicable sense of fulfillment. Little master, oh little master, the vow I made before my death in my past life has finally come true. Your delicate bird-like dependence truly pleases me. The only drawback is, after being reborn into this life, your heart seems to have developed some strange quality. Sigh. Wang Chen, holding Jiang Lingxian, thought of this and felt the heavy weight on his ankles, sighing lightly in his heart. System restore connection. Wang Chen, holding the peacefully sleeping Jiang Lingxian, shook off his tangled thoughts, held her a bit tighter, and then spoke in his mind. Ding. Mission complete, successfully won over Jiang Lingxian and became her Dao companion, preventing the fate of being surrounded and killed alone as in my past life. Reward: upon reaching the heavenly venerable realm, you can instantly break through 10 additional layers of cultivation already stored. As Wang Chen reconnected with the system, the first sound was the system's emotionless mission completion notification. Host Pig, did you win her over? Did you? Immediately following was the system's excited babbling, as if a curious baby constantly poking its head out to ask questions. Go away, let's not talk about this. Wang Chen was somewhat reluctant to make this a topic of conversation and responded to the system with a touch of speechlessness in his mind. TCH, if you won't say it, don't. Judging from the red marks on Jiang Lingxian's neck, I guess you could only still kiss her. Wang Chen. Oh, cold violence. I'm not playing with you anymore. Hearing the system's cold yet emotional voice, Wang Chen simply ignored it and with a thought opened the attribute panel. Wang Chen. Physique Chaos 9 Suns Divine Body. Realm Spirit King. Realm 6th Layer. Peak Foundation is stable, can break through. Martial Art Chaos 9 Suns Divine Art. Storage Space Jiang Lingxian's million top grade Spirit Stones. Immortal grade Fire Stirring Stick. Inheritance not activated. Extra large pack of tissues specially for wiping viscous liquid. Half pack used. Chaos 9 Suns Dragon Divine Body. Black card. Speed to Heavenly Venerable Realm 10 layers. Small realm. Red card. Decorative couple necklace. 1 piece. Conceptual. Slightly tipsy fruit. Wine. Half bottle. Sacred grade. Extreme flame source. Heavenly Secret. Immortal Calculation. Art Pseudo. Imperial Heavenly Emperor Banner. Chinkoan Mountain and Sea Map. Thousands of Sand Beast Demon Cores. Great Emperor Realm 10-second experience card. Sacred grade. Extreme. 4-leaf flame grass. Sacred grade. Extreme. White Tiger Talisman. Source points 965-37858. Comprehensive Evaluation. Spirit King, Realm 1. 6 layers of the type that gets eaten. Host Pig, how did you secretly break through to the 6th layer of the Spirit King realm behind my back? I understand. The damn trash host actually got eaten. The immortal grade cabbage has finally been rooted by the host pig. When the system sensed the comprehensive evaluation that it had almost failed to update, it immediately cried out in Wang Chen's mind. Get lost. Hearing the system's sudden voice again, Wang Chen, who was holding the sleeping Jiang Lingxian, felt dark lines forming on his forehead. After the system was silenced by his scolding, Wang Chen finally had time to carefully examine the attribute panel. Without dwelling on other matters, Wang Chen shifted his gaze to the 3 items in his storage space. Extra large packs specially. Hui. The Chaos 9 Suns Dragon Divine Body Black card. The Speed to Heavenly Venerable Realm 10-layer red card. And finally, the Immortal Grade Fire Stirring Stick. Wang Chen's gaze was instinctively drawn to a certain treasure, but after realizing it, he quickly shook off the thought and refocused. Looking at those 3 items, he remembered that the lottery pool ranked from gold downward was gold, red, black, rainbow. What surprised Wang Chen somewhat was that the unclaimed Chaos 9 Suns Dragon Divine Body was actually the black card. To begin with, he only possessed a red card at most, a consumable item named Heaven Defying Hand. After he activated that red card, the Heaven Defying Hand tore through the void and directly extracted the immortal grade Heavenly Dao Pearl from nowhere. Moreover, Wang Chen had a premonition that if the immortal grade Heavenly Dao Pearl were not the most powerful Dao artifact in the Bahuan continent, the red card's Heaven Defying Hand would certainly not have targeted it. Fortunately, he had refrained from activating that fusion physique during his time in Qinghuang, otherwise the disturbance caused by the black card would have been far more severe. He decided to set this aside for now. Once he regained his freedom, he would find someone to guard his cultivation, then proceed to the forbidden depths of the Taishu Immortal Sect to complete the fusion. Having survived the psychological trauma of being surrounded and killed during his tribulation, Wang Chen now dared not act so arrogantly as to face cultivation without protection. Wang Chen shifted his gaze to the red card floating in his storage space, a card capable of accelerating one's breakthrough to the Heavenly Venerable Realm at the 10th layer. Its function was straightforward. It could only be activated when one reached the peak of the 9th layer in the Sacred Soul realm and was on the verge of breaking through to the Heavenly Venerable realm. Wang Chen had barely registered it until he saw that absurdly grounded name, his eyes widening in disbelief. System, you must be mistaken. The system replied without hesitation. It can detect the names bestowed upon treasures upon their creation. This immortal-grade firewood stick retained that same name from its initial naming. Alright, but what does this unactivated inheritance state mean? Channel your divine sense into the artifact spirit space within the stick itself, and everything will become clear. By the way, this immortal-grade firewood stick ranks among the top 10 treasures of the Bahuan continent, though it seems to have never appeared in your previous life. Alright, I'll wait until Xian wakes up before proceeding, or I fear we may encounter the same complications that arose with the Universe Mountain Sea map last time. Wang Chen gazed at the dim crimson-patterned golden stick floating in his storage space, nodded thoughtfully, and then responded. Oh host, you seem to have forgotten your sacred-grade top-tier black gold robe. I recall there are still 2 major tomb chambers you haven't visited. Damn. How could I have forgotten the primary purpose of this trip? It was only after the system's reminder that Wang Chen suddenly recalled his main objective in the tomb, claiming the sacred-grade black gold robe. Note: Wang Chen will not return to the tomb for the black gold robe here, to avoid unnecessary filler. As for how he obtains it later. At this moment Wang Chen felt the heavy weight around his ankles, and realized the black gold robe would likely remain out of reach for now. Sigh. Wang Chen gently brushed aside a strand of hair from Jiang Lingxian's temple, gazing at her sleeping form, and sighing softly within his heart. Suddenly Wang Chen seemed to recall something, and turned his gaze toward the necklace at the back of his storage space. He remembered there was still a task pending, one whose card reward was specifically designed to coax someone like Jiang Lingxian out of her tsundere nature. Since Xian was currently unwell and in low spirits, he could use those 2 necklaces to comfort her once she woke. By the time Wang Chen finished organizing everything, it was already the 3rd watch of the night. With his thoughts settled, Wang Chen relaxed and nestled deeper into the blankets, holding Jiang Lingxian close as his eyes gradually closed. Sleep. They slept from the 3rd watch of the night through daylight, and from daylight back into the 3rd watch. It was not until a faint glow seeped through the wooden shutters that they realized dawn had arrived. Wang Chen woke several times during the night, but finding Jiang Lingxian still asleep, he stole kisses before drifting back to slumber. Cultivators possessed unique methods of restorative sleep, which explained how Wang Chen could doze off even with his mental state so sharp. As for Jiang Lingxian, she had simply exhausted herself. As dawn light filtered through the window, the dim room felt unusually quiet and strangely empty. Coincidentally, Jiang Lingxian seemed to have slept her fill, without noticing when her beautiful face had nestled into Wang Chen's neck and her eyes fluttered twice. In the early morning light streaming through the window, Jiang Lingxian slowly opened her luminous eyes in the quiet, dimly lit room. Her newly awakened eyes carried a dazed quality beneath her usual cool demeanor, her delicate features still clouded with sleep. After a moment, Jiang Lingxian seemed to regain some clarity. Feeling the lingering discomfort in her body, she attempted to circulate her cultivation energy once more. While she could sense her realm gradually advancing, the cold spiritual energy saturating her body proved difficult to harness. When she could not summon her spiritual energy, Jiang Lingxian tried shifting her position, but a wave of discomfort immediately washed over her entire body. Was her body truly this fragile? What? Was it still like this? The physical distress caused Jiang Lingxian to furrow her brows in pain, leaving her feeling lost and wronged at the same time. Especially in this dim morning light filtering through the window, the atmosphere only intensified her emotional turmoil. Jiang Lingxian was not the type to cry easily, but the quiet shadowed atmosphere around her was stirring something unsettling within. Should she wake her husband? For reasons she could not explain, the silence and darkness made her desperately want to hear Wang Chen's reassuring voice. Jiang Lingxian lifted her face slightly in the dimness, her lower lip caught between her teeth, and gazed hesitantly at Wang Chen's sleeping features. Just one time. If her husband did not wish to wake, she would let him continue sleeping. But in the end, Jiang Lingxian could not bear the silence any longer. She bit her lower lip, extended her slender hand, and gently pushed at Wang Chen's frame. Wang Chen, still half asleep, felt the touch and blinked open his eyes in a daze. He forced his eyelids open and tilted his head downward, his voice thick with sleep as he made confused sounds. But the moment he saw Jiang Lingxian curled against his chest like a kitten, her luminous eyes gazing up at him, Wang Chen was instantly wide awake. You're awake. Are you feeling unwell again? Let me rub your belly, okay? Still groggy from sleep, Wang Chen had no idea when she had woken and spoke with the flustered urgency of someone who thought they had done something wrong. Before Jiang Lingxian could respond, the still drowsy Wang Chen adjusted his hold on her. Then he gently pressed his palm against her soft belly, murmuring soothing words. "It's all right. I'm here." Though still weary from sleep, Wang Chen carefully massaged her belly through her clothes, determined to ease her discomfort. Jiang Lingxian watched him in the dim light, his eyes barely open, yet still making the effort to comfort her, and was momentarily struck dumb. Yet what rose within her was something inexplicable, a sense of being cherished without condition. And she had to admit, under Wang Chen's gentle touch, she did feel somewhat relieved. Even that small measure of relief was enough to ease the wronged feeling in her heart, making the discomfort far more bearable. After a while, Wang Chen slowly ceased his movements, reaching out to gently stroke the head of Jiang Lingxian, whose beautiful eyes were softly closed as he leaned his face close to her ear. "Xian, it is too dark in the room. Husband, please light the lamp." Wang Chen whispered close to Jiang Lingxian's ear, the warm breath from his lips causing her to stiffen slightly in discomfort. Yet in the next moment, Jiang Lingxian summoned her remaining strength and slowly shifted her slender body, readjusting her embrace to hold Wang Chen more tightly. No. The once ethereal and aloof Jiang Lingxian now melted with tenderness, resting her breathtakingly beautiful face against Wang Chen's chest as she softly protested. "Why?" Wang Chen had been about to control his spiritual energy to illuminate the dim room, but at her words his movements paused. I just like being like this with husband in quietness." Jiang Lingxian nestled against Wang Chen, her normally cold voice rendered fragile and soft. After speaking, her slender arms tightened their embrace around him once more. "All right, I will do as you wish." Unable to resist Jiang Lingxian's pitifully delicate appearance, Wang Chen embraced her soft waist and replied gently. In the silent, dimly lit room, their figures lay together on the bed, profiles and outlines merging naturally as they embraced in quiet stillness for a long while. "Husband." Without noticing when it happened, Jiang Lingxian had buried her face into Wang Chen's neck, her fragile voice trembling faintly once more. "What is it?" In the quiet darkness, Wang Chen gently stroked her silky hair, pausing to touch her head in puzzled response. "Now, I cannot even use my spiritual energy. Will I have a child afterward?" Jiang Lingxian's muffled, trembling voice drifted from where her face was buried in Wang Chen's chest, her meaning causing him to freeze in surprise. Indeed, how had he forgotten that? After all, in the cultivation world, there were no precautions. Afterward, one would simply use spiritual energy to expel anything unwanted. It was completely. And Wang Chen had never considered that Jiang Lingxian, due to their unique constitutions, would be unable to circulate her spiritual energy afterward. "It is fine. If there is, then we shall marry when the time comes. I will be the father and you the mother. And it is not certain at all. Do not worry." Though Wang Chen spoke with assurance, his heart was racing with sweat, utterly uncertain within. After all, who would have guessed his prowess would be so formidable, dominating round after round until reaching the final circle. Yet Wang Chen was not a man who shirked responsibility. If a child truly came, he would be overjoyed. His only concern was Jiang Lingxian and how she would react. Hearing the words she longed to hear, her trembling heart gradually stilled, and she nestled against Wang Chen in silence. Such warm and tranquil days passed one after another until the 5th day of Wang Chen's confinement. Within the courtyard of the Tai Su Holy Maiden Palace, peach blossoms on the tree swayed gently and joyfully in the evening breeze. This was the 5th evening since Wang Chen had been unable to leave due to his bindings. Throughout these days, Jiang Lingxian seemed unable to get enough of holding him, never once departing, quietly nestled against his chest each day. When Wang Chen cultivated, Jiang Lingxian embraced him, her breathtaking face bearing the pain. When he slept, she embraced him, still her beautiful expression enduring discomfort. When Wang Chen awoke, Jiang Lingxian no longer needed to endure so fiercely, only embracing him with slight discomfort. Wang Chen did not mind in the least, yielding to all her wishes, for cultivators possessed the one thing they lacked least: time. Recalling his past life, he would enter seclusion for decades at a time. And back then, the ice-cold fairy light Jiang Lingxian would occasionally visit to check on him, but would never embrace him as she did now. Thus, apart from cultivation and sleep, Wang Chen would occasionally tease her like a playful kitten, drawing blushes and helpless exasperation from Jiang Lingxian as the days slowly drifted into the 6th. Whoosh! Wang Chen was deep in cultivation when a powerful breakthrough resonance from the heavenly venerable realm suddenly erupted from within the room, jolting him awake. Jiang Lingxian, still clinging to him, felt this overwhelming cultivation power and hastily suppressed her breath and aura, fearing she might harm Wang Chen. "You have broken through again." Wang Chen gazed in astonishment at Jiang Lingxian, whose form was wreathed in the aura of a heavenly venerable, and could not help but exclaim in surprise. I think so." Jiang Lingxian, sensing the cold spiritual energy she could now command since 2 days prior, stared at Wang Chen with a dazed expression on her breathtakingly beautiful face. What do you mean think? You clearly have, you silly wife. Wang Chen reached up and pinched the soft cheek of Jiang Lingxian, who had seemed somewhat dazed since their previous encounter. Oh, then yes. Feeling the gentle pull on her cheek, Jiang Lingxian pressed her lower lip and softly acknowledged with slightly lowered eyes. Xianxian, my wife. I think you may not need to cultivate anymore. Why? Jiang Lingxian, hearing Wang Chen's sudden and inexplicable words, was momentarily unable to process them and responded weakly. Because Wang Chen leaned close to Jiang Lingxian's ear and whispered something, after which her once cold expression grew increasingly flushed. No, don't. Recalling certain memories, Jiang Lingxian shifted her slender body in fear, yet she could not bear to let go of Wang Chen. Wang Chen watched her, trembling her rare expression of apprehension, and felt an unexpected flutter in his heart. For some reason, he could not explain, Wang Chen inexplicably found that such a Jiang Lingxian was even more alluring. Overcome by desire, Wang Chen slowly leaned his face toward Jiang Lingxian's, causing her to bite her lip in shy embarrassment. Slap, slap, slap. The Taisu Holy Maiden Palace, silent for so long with no visitors, finally echoed with the long-awaited sound of someone tapping the formation barrier. The sudden noise caused Wang Chen's attempt to kiss Jiang Lingxian's lips to pause. Never mind. After a brief pause, Wang Chen continued, leaning forward, his lips slowly pressing against Jiang Lingxian's parted red lips. Jiang Lingxian offered only the faintest resistance due to Wang Chen's words, and that was all. However, Wang Chen's kiss this time was merely a gentle suck, after which he withdrew his face, meeting Jiang Lingxian's slightly wronged gaze. Wang Chen watched Jiang Lingxian's reluctant and slightly aggrieved expression after he pulled away, and the corners of his mouth curled upward slightly. Yet Wang Chen did not kiss her again, for he simply enjoyed seeing Jiang Lingxian in this pitiful state, as if wronged. Bad husband. Unaware that Wang Chen was doing this deliberately, Jiang Lingxian gazed at his retreating handsome face with reluctant affection, harboring a slight grievance within her heart. Xianxian, who was outside. Wang Chen, seeing Jiang Lingxian still gazing at him with hope that he would kiss her again, did not grant her wish, but instead turned to look toward the entrance and asked. Hearing his words, Jiang Lingxian weakly pressed her lips together, as if savoring the lingering sensation before extending her divine sense to scan the exterior of the formation. Xiao Qingshu, who had only just received news of Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian's return to the sect that day, immediately rushed over. This was because Xiao Qingshu discovered that following the instructions in the book, Wang Chen had given him Su Xianyue's lifeless state had indeed recovered somewhat. However, although he felt that Su Xianyue could already speak, she stubbornly refused to call out to him, remaining virtually unchanged. At that moment, Xiao Qingshu gazed at the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace, suffused with the aura of formation, erase a trace of confusion crossing his features. After tapping the formation, he nonetheless waited. Meanwhile, within the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace. There's no one. Jiang Lingxian abandoned all pretense, clinging tighter to Wang Chen and ignoring whoever stood outside, her voice cold and fragile as she spoke. Jiang Lingxian then shifted her focus and with a mere thought extended the erase isolation to cut off all external sounds as well. She had initially only walled off the interior of the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace, fearing she might miss Hanzun's approach if she sealed everything completely. But seeing that Xiao Qingshu had clearly come for Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian abandoned her caution and sealed off both the interior and exterior entirely. Is it Xiao Qingshu? Wang Chen observed her inability to even lie properly and immediately understood. Her special condition was flaring up, and she simply refused to let him go. No. Jiang Lingxian felt Wang Chen's expectant gaze, and her voice grew increasingly timid, her fabricated denial riddled with flaws. Are you sure? Wang Chen looked down at Jiang Lingxian, her delicate face pressed against his chest, as she gazed up at him with pleading eyes and furrowed his brow slightly before asking again. Yet that slight furrowing of his brow sent a shiver through Jiang Lingxian's heart, filling her with dread that he might be angry. I'm sure. But nevertheless, Jiang Lingxian bit her lip and forced herself to meet Wang Chen's gaze once more. Then why did you say there was no one at first? Click. The moment Jiang Lingxian heard Wang Chen's words, her mind went completely blank and her heart skipped a beat. Never mind. You've behaved well this time, so I'll indulge you. Go handle it. Just tell him I'm injured and recuperating and that I'll visit him as soon as I recover. Wang Chen watched the dazed expression on Jiang Lingxian's face, finding her cluelessness both endearing and exasperating. He even prepared the lie for her, afraid she might fumble it the way she had before. Husband, does that mean if I behave well you'll agree to anything? Jiang Lingxian seized upon his words, her luminous eyes brightening as she gazed at him with hopeful anticipation. Wang Chen paused for a moment, then quickly thought of something and forced back the smile, tugging at his lips. It depends on your performance. Wang Chen's gaze met Jiang Lingxian's, and rather than answering directly, he replied in a gentle, measured tone. Jiang Lingxian fell silent, her beautiful eyes casting downward with ripples of thought. After a moment, she finally returned to herself and reluctantly rose from Wang Chen's lap. Over the past several days, Jiang Lingxian's injuries had recovered through her breathing exercises, allowing her to move about freely once more. After a brief moment, Jiang Lingxian straightened her slightly disheveled white robes and regained her cold composure before heading toward the door. Soon after, Xiao Qingshu, upon learning that Wang Chen would need to seclude himself to recover for 1 to 2 months, was finally sent away. Time passed swiftly and a month went by. During that month, Wang Chen managed to convince Jiang Lingxian to extend the spiritual shackles on his ankles, granting him freedom of movement within the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace courtyard. But that freedom was limited to the courtyard. When Wang Chen tried to borrow her game console, Jiang Lingxian refused outright, her stunning features tinged with fear. Though Wang Chen couldn't stop thinking about it, seeing Jiang Lingxian's pitiful, frightened expression, he managed to restrain his gaming addiction. At that moment, in the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace courtyard, Wang Chen wore spiritual shackles on his ankles, with a chain stretching dozens of meters into the house. Silly wife, you need to add salt first, then taste the broth to check the seasoning. Before the makeshift stove by the peach blossom tree, Wang Chen looked at Jiang Lingxian, holding salt in her left hand and a spoon in her right, about to taste the soup, and spoke with some exasperation. Jiang Lingxian's cold, breathtaking expression faltered for a moment before she finally understood, pouring the tasted soup back into the pot. Wang Chen stared for a moment, but said nothing, merely taking the spoon from her and tasting the soup himself. I just tasted it, and it seems a bit bland. Seeing Wang Chen drinking the soup, Jiang Lingxian recalled the flavor and reached for the salt bag in her left hand again. Hey. Wang Chen, standing behind her petite figure, hastily reached out to grab her left hand before she could pour the salt, thankfully succeeding. Think about it. Did you drink first, and then pour it back, or pour it back first, and then drink? Hearing Wang Chen's words, Jiang Lingxian, who was learning to cook, gradually realized her mistake, and a wave of embarrassment washed over her. All right, husband has tasted it. The seasoning is perfect this time. Let's serve it. Watching Jiang Lingxian's stunningly beautiful face flush with embarrassment as she lowered her head, Wang Chen couldn't help but smile at her silly demeanor. As the dishes were served moments later, Jiang Lingxian sat on Wang Chen's lap, her delicate face blushing as she glanced between him and the food on the table. Well, this vegetable soup, I supervised you making it, so it's definitely drinkable. But this chicken, the greens, and this fish, I'm not so sure about those. Wang Chen looked at the soup he had just tasted, then at the other dishes on the table, holding Jiang Lingxian as he spoke. Here, let your Xianxian Yangzi take the first bite. As if on purpose, Wang Chen picked up his chopsticks and deliberately reached for the slightly charred chicken, offering it to Jiang Lingxian's lips. No need, you should eat first, husband. Jiang Lingxian, clinging to Wang Chen's neck while seated on his lap, quickly refused upon seeing the slightly burnt piece of meat being offered to her. Then I'll have the soup. Can you feed me, wife? Seeing her reluctance, Wang Chen stopped teasing and placed the chicken back on the plate, setting down his chopsticks while wrapping his right arm around Jiang Lingxian's waist. Jiang Lingxian pressed her lips together, feeling embarrassed as she sat on Wang Chen's lap, her gaze fixed on the only soup on the table that was actually safe to drink. All right. Okay. Jiang Lingxian could only extend one slender hand from around Wang Chen's neck to reach for the palm-sized spoon, scooping up a portion of the vegetable soup. This time, Wang Chen did not ask Jiang Lingxian to feed him directly, but simply enjoyed imperial treatment. A gentle breeze swept through the courtyard beneath the peach blossom tree as Wang Chen held his beauty in his arms while she spoon-fed him the soup. Seated on Wang Chen's lap, Jiang Lingxian wrapped her left arm around his neck and watched as he gently sipped the soup from the spoon she offered with her right hand. For reasons unknown, a profound sense of fulfillment suddenly filled Jiang Lingxian's heart, causing her to bite her lower lip. I really like this obedient husband. After finishing the soup on the spoon, Wang Chen held Jiang Lingxian, who was pressed against his chest, closed his eyes, and pouted his lips slightly. The meaning behind Wang Chen's closed eyes and pouted lips was to ask Jiang Lingxian to fetch a cloth and wipe the traces of oil from his lips. However, upon seeing Wang Chen pouting, Jiang Lingxian seemed to have misunderstood, and her coldly beautiful face gradually turned slightly shy. The oil stains on Wang Chen's lips were minimal, just a faint trace that hardly appeared greasy, something that could be easily wiped away with a finger. Yet Jiang Lingxian bit her lower lip, gently hesitating for a moment with an irresistibly alluring expression before finally leaning in slowly. Just as Wang Chen sat with his eyes closed waiting for Jiang Lingxian to wipe his mouth, he felt soft, delicate lips pressing against his. His arms around her stiffened slightly, and he opened his eyes to gaze at her with a touch of bewilderment. But soon Wang Chen sensed something gently brushing against his lips, and the strange sensation caused his entire body to freeze in place. After a short while, the faint oil stains on Wang Chen's lips were completely wiped away. Jiang Lingxian slowly withdrew her face, her delicate frame growing weak, and her shimmering eyes met his with a trembling glance, causing her to shyly look away in embarrassment. This kiss lasted only about 10 seconds, so Jiang Lingxian didn't struggle to catch her breath, as she usually did. Gazing at Jiang Lingxian nestled in his arms, her eyes lowered, and unwilling to meet his, Wang Chen's breathing grew heavy and warm. Xianxian, I wanna. No. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian pressed her lips together and weakly shook her head twice, her breathtakingly beautiful expression tinged with shy resistance. Watching Jiang Lingxian gently shake her flushed, stunning face in refusal, Wang Chen's lips curled downward, his expression carrying a hint of bitterness. Ever since that incident, Jiang Lingxian had seemed to develop a strong aversion and fear towards such intimacy, unwilling to have any close physical contact. At that time, Wang Chen was still recovering himself, and moreover his heart ached for her. Not wanting to see her suffer again after being hurt, he hadn't thought much about it. But over this past month or so, as his recovery completed and the delay stretched on, he felt increasingly like his desires were consuming him from within. Especially whenever Wang Chen looked at Jiang Lingxian after their kisses. Her beautiful eyes trembling, her face flushed with shame, so irresistibly alluring. His inner turmoil grew even more unbearable. However, he managed to suppress these feelings most of the time through cultivation, and his realm had now reached the 8th layer of the Spirit King stage. Alright then. After we finish eating, I'd like you to accompany me for a walk, would that be okay? But in the end, Wang Chen forcibly restrained the fluttering in his heart, feeling the slight heaviness at his ankles, and spoke with a hint of anticipation in his expression. Wang Chen's main purpose for going out was to check on how Xiao Qingshu was progressing. After all, it had been nearly half a year since he gave Xiao Qingshu that book on winning over Su Xianyue before he went into seclusion. And at this moment, although Jiang Lingxian reminded herself to be firmer about the spiritual shackles every time the moment, she saw the hopeful gleam in Wang Chen's eyes. Her expression hesitated for a moment, torn between not wanting to let go of her husband and not wanting to disappoint him. Woo, it's been over a month already, Lady Xianxian. You won't let me play games, and you won't let me go out either. You're so mean. Wang Chen put on a pitiful expression at the sight, burying his handsome face into Jiang Lingxian's embrace while gently pressing against her. The grievance was merely an act. The real intent lay in those persistent presses. Yet even though Jiang Lingxian knew he was pretending, seeing him look so wrong still made her heart tremble faintly. She couldn't bear to see her husband looking sorrowful, even if it was feigned. She had already turned him down once, and to refuse again would be. Jiang Lingxian bit her lip in hesitation, then sitting on Wang Chen's lap, slowly extended her slender hand to gently cradle his head, soothing him. Aside from going out, and that kind of thing, whatever you want, I'll satisfy you, okay? Jiang Lingxian sat on Wang Chen's lap, tenderly holding his head as he nestled into her warm embrace, soothing his emotions. Then after we finish eating, I want to have dessert, is that okay? What kind of dessert? I can go buy it. Baozi. Wang Chen's gaze slowly drifted away from Jiang Lingxian's, then buried his face back into her warm embrace as he spoke in a low voice. Alright, then I'll go buy. Before Jiang Lingxian could finish the last character, gazing at Wang Chen buried in her arms, she suddenly seemed to realize something. In just a moment, a faint blush spread across Jiang Lingxian's beautiful face, and she unconsciously pressed her lower lip, falling silent. Let me go out or play games, or have dessert after the meal. Pick one of the 3 choices, I don't care, you must choose. Jiang Lingxian now held the unreasonable Wang Chen in her arms like a gentle and cool older sister sitting on his lap with a flushed face as she hesitated. Seeing this, Wang Chen wrapped his arms a little tighter around Jiang Lingxian's soft waist as she sat on his lap, pressing his face against her fair neck and gently nuzzling. Let's eat first. Jiang Lingxian's delicate frame stiffened slightly, and she gently released her lower lip, which she had been biting, without realizing her beautiful face flushing red as she shyly glanced at the table full of dishes. Hearing this, Wang Chen lifted his head to look at her flushed face, suppressing the corners of his mouth that wanted to curl upward like the sun in the sky. He knew Jiang Lingxian had made her choice, and for now eating first was the right thing to do. Xianxian Yangzi needs to feed me. As Jiang Lingxian wrapped her arms around Wang Chen's neck and sat on his lap, she reached out with chopsticks to pick up the decent-looking dishes and feed him. This meal was finished quickly because whatever couldn't be eaten was thrown away. Of course, it wasn't simply due to wasting food, but rather there was truly no other way. The scene shifted to the interior of the Tai Su Saintis Hall. Jiang Lingxian, dressed in pure white robes, stood by the edge of the bed when Wang Chen extended his right hand and pushed her, causing her entire body to fall backward. Plop. The bed, already washed, was very soft, causing Jiang Lingxian's delicate body to bounce a few times upon landing. After falling, Jiang Lingxian's slender arms hung limply on either side of her pressed hair, and her alluring figure lying flat met the gaze of Wang Chen standing by the bed. The two gazed at each other for a brief moment, one above and one below, until finally Jiang Lingxian, somewhat embarrassed, pressed her lips together and slightly turned her flushed, alluring face and beautiful eyes away. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian lying on the bed with her arms dangling by her ears, her face slightly turned away and shyness, lips pressed together as she dared not look at him, and his heart couldn't help but race. In the end, Jiang Lingxian kept her flushed face turned to the side, feeling Wang Chen gradually climbing onto the bed, and with extreme tension, she tightened her lower lip and gently closed her beautiful eyes. Jiang Lingxian ultimately succeeded in capturing Wang Chen's heart with her post-meal dessert, and before long another half-month had passed. Recently, Jiang Lingxian had been frequently summoned by Han Zun to discuss matters concerning the Digu fairy realm, usually returning around afternoon. However, each time Han Zun came over, she was unable to enter the Taisu Sanctus Hall because Jiang Lingxian would instantly come out to meet her. Witnessing this scene, Han Zun could only sigh deeply each time she gazed at the Taisu Sanctus Hall filled with the aura of formation arrays. At the same time, she secretly sighed. Ever since Xiener and her disciple returned from Qing Huang, they had gradually stopped even pretending. Meanwhile, in the Taishu Sacred Maiden Hall, Wang Chen, shackled and idle all day, treated it as if he were in seclusion, constantly cultivating to improve his realm. Until this very moment. Boom. An overwhelming pressure from the Spirit King realm swept through the Taishu Sacred Maiden Hall, which was filled with arrays. Fierce winds raged, and the momentum was majestic. Even the invisible saint rank arrays everywhere were shaken into visibility, rippling across the area. It is about time. Before the ancient Emperor Immortal Realm opens in a few days, I should find an opportunity to fuse with the Chaos 9 Yang Dragon Divine Body. Wang Chen forcefully withdrew his breath and slowly opened his profound eyes, feeling the realm of the 9th layer of the Spirit King stage, and pondered within his heart. System, it has been almost 2 months. Is there any way to pry open the ancient massive door in the firewood stick artifact spirit space? After Wang Chen gathered his breath, he first looked at the spiritual shackles on his ankles, then asked the system in his mind. Because Wang Chen discovered that the inheritance of the firewood stick seemed unwilling to choose him, and within the artifact spirit space stood a towering door over 10 meters high, tightly sealed. Over the past 2 months, Wang Chen had kicked that ancient door countless times, but it remained completely immovable. After my efforts, I have successfully made contact with the artifact spirit inside. Host, would you like to spend 1 million origin points to gamble on the chance of taming the firewood stick artifact spirit? 1 million origin points just to talk to it. Wang Chen frowned upon hearing the system's words and could not help but question it. It refuses to come out and communicate, so I had to forcibly insert a receiver near its ear, which amounts to a forced conversation. Host, do you understand now? Hearing this, Wang Chen felt a bit relieved. In that case, spending 1 million origin points was reasonable. Looking at the 90 million plus origin points on his panel, Wang Chen did not hesitate at all. It was just 1 million origin points. Open. Ding. Consumed 1 million origin points. Forcibly inserting the receiver into the firewood stick artifact spirit's head now. Open. Time passed minute by minute. Why is there no sound? It did not say anything. It probably does not want to pay attention to you. Hearing this, Wang Chen took out the dim red patterned golden stick from his storage space, then released his divine sense to flow into it. After his vision darkened for a moment, Wang Chen's divine sense soon arrived at a dim space. He saw a massive ancient door tightly sealed before him, its dark antiquity lending the towering structure an oppressive presence. Hello? Hello? Wang Chen leaned his face close to the door as if making a phone call, then cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted a few times. But inside remained as silent as ever with no response, so Wang Chen continued shouting hello. After a full hour of this, a voice finally emerged from within, furious enough to make one jump, cursing loudly. I think you have eaten too many red beans. Why are you constantly shouting hello outside your grandmother? A crisp, exasperated female voice rang out, causing Wang Chen's heart to skip a beat. Oh no, could this artifact spirit be female? Wang Chen was secretly startled within and could not help but think of the spiritual shackles on his ankles and the outside world, a sense of dread rising unconsciously in his heart. I do not have a grandmother. But to maintain his composure, Wang Chen forcibly suppressed the urge to withdraw from this artifact spirit space and continued to shout back. Firewood stick artifact spirit. Are you male or female? Wang Chen had never seen what the artifact spirit looked like. Still somewhat unwilling to give up, he asked again, because he was truly a bit afraid now. But the artifact spirit inside seemed too lazy to pay him any more attention, falling silent and ignoring Wang Chen's shouts entirely. Fine. Cold violence is it? I will just throw you into the manure pit and turn you from a firewood stick into a stirring stick. Wang Chen continued shouting for another full hour, But when the artifact spirit inside still did not respond, he angrily withdrew his divine sense from the artifact spirit space. Meanwhile, inside the artifact spirit space of the crimson-patterned golden stick. TCH. This artifact spirit did anyone would be willing to throw a celestial artifact into a manure pit. But this guy's voice was actually quite pleasant. If he begged me, I might reluctantly pay attention to him. Within the artifact spirit space, a figure made of light emitted a disdainful mature woman's voice, which then slowly transformed into a young boy's voice. As a genderless artifact spirit who was super fond of voice control, it had traveled through hundreds of lower realm continents and collected countless vocal tones. It could be said that the firewood stick artifact spirit was now using several vocal tones alternately to mock Wang Chen's words, reaching the pinnacle of disdain. Until system manure come. Under Wang Chen's loud shout in his heart, next to a large pit outside the courtyard of the Taishu Sacred Maiden Hall, foul-smelling pig manure was poured in with a splash. Whoosh! You are actually doing this, As the firewood stick, majestic in form but grounded in name, was thrown over the stick body, immediately emitted a panicked girl's scream. The next moment, the dim, yet domineering crimson-patterned golden stick hurriedly released all its strength, barely managing to float above the pig manure through sheer effort. Saved. The firewood stick floating above the pig manure kept shouting for help until it discovered it could barely fly out with all its strength. Save. Is this it? As the firewood stick desperately flew out of the manure pit and landed on the ground nearby, its voice suddenly transformed into the mocking tone of an 80-year-old woman. Wang Chen. Fine. You want to play like this, huh? Let me see how many times your dim stick body can resist falling in. After saying this, Wang Chen pretended to endure the foul-smelling pig manure nearby, reached out, and picked up the completely powerless firewood stick again, preparing to throw it over once more. Do not, bro. Big bro. I was truly wrong. The firewood stick's voice quickly shifted to a young boy's tone, making it sound pitiful as it begged for mercy. Creak. Just as the firewood stick in Wang Chen's hand was speaking and begging for mercy, the courtyard gate was slowly pushed open by a pair of slender hands. Husband, why does it smell so bad? The overwhelming stench made Jiang Lingxian, standing at the entrance, slightly furrow her beautiful brows as she looked toward Wang Chen in the courtyard, holding the firewood stick. My wife is back. Consider yourself lucky. Next time we meet, prepare the stick immortal inheritance properly for me. Hearing Jiang Lingxian's voice, Wang Chen quickly stowed the firewood stick into his storage space, then hurriedly began cleaning up the manure pit. Amidst Jiang Lingxian's confused gaze, Wang Chen unleashed chaotic spiritual flames to evaporate the pig manure, then filled the large pit back in. Finally, he scattered some fragrant floral spiritual liquid around the courtyard, and only then did the air in the courtyard become completely clean. However, Jiang Lingxian at the entrance still seemed preoccupied with something, her graceful figure walking toward the small pavilion in the courtyard, where she slowly took a seat. Soon after, Wang Chen, having finished tidying the courtyard, also sat beside Jiang Lingxian in the pavilion, looking at her with a somewhat puzzled expression. Xian, is something wrong? Wang Chen sat beside Jiang Lingxian, raised his hand to gently rub her hair, and asked with concern as he looked at her troubled expression. Feeling the gentle touch above her head, Jiang Lingxian slightly raised her beautiful eyes, tinged with a hint of heaviness, and looked at Wang Chen with a pleading gaze. Husband, the sect master and my master wish to see you about something. The moment Jiang Lingxian's somewhat muffled cold voice rang out, Wang Chen immediately understood why she was so preoccupied. Because if they were going to meet, that old man and Hanzun, Jiang Lingxian would have to remove the spiritual shackles that had been locking his ankles. But what Wang Chen did not know was that Jiang Lingxian had another secret he was unaware of. That was, Jiang Lingxian currently did not want Wang Chen to interact with any other women at all. Even if Wang Chen was going to meet her master, Jiang Lingxian still did not want Wang Chen to come into contact with her, not at all. Did not want. Then you will. Let me go out to see them. Wang Chen looked at Jiang Lingxian, who appeared aloof and breathtakingly beautiful on the surface, but was undoubtedly reluctant deep down, and simply handed the decision over to her. After all, the decision was hers to begin with. Thinking of this, Wang Chen gently stroked Jiang Lingxian's head while his gaze unconsciously slipped to his ankles. No, I don't want to. Jiang Lingxian lowered her beautiful eyes, gazing at her hands resting on the white skirt draped over her thighs, her cool voice muffled. Hearing Jiang Lingxian's words, Wang Chen's heart trembled slightly. He felt as though her peculiar attachment had deepened once more. Wife, could it be that you truly wish to keep me confined here for the rest of my life? Wang Chen furrowed his brow and tilted his head slightly, leaning his face close to hers as he met her gaze, and asked softly, But, may I? Jiang Lingxian felt Wang Chen's face before her, and instead of reflecting on his words, she lifted her luminous eyes, responding with a trace of hope shimmering within them. Wang Chen. In Jiang Lingxian's eyes, his expression visibly stiffened before he pressed his lips together in silence. A heavy silence settled over the pavilion in the courtyard. Xianxian, the divine ancient realm will open in about half a month, and besides, I understand. Before Wang Chen could finish his words, Jiang Lingxian interrupted him, the faint hope in her eyes gradually fading. If only she could. She truly wished to keep Wang Chen locked away here forever, so he would remain by her side obediently. Yet deep down she knew Wang Chen was only human. Unless she employed cruel and extreme measures, there was no way to keep him confined. In the end, Jiang Lingxian crouched slightly and slowly extended her slender hands to touch the spiritual shackles on Wang Chen's ankles. Click, click. As the sound of two shackles unlocking echoed, Jiang Lingxian's heart trembled twice, and a sense of unease quietly crept in. It was as though the sedative she had administered over a month ago had finally worn off, and Wang Chen would once again encounter his female acquaintances as he had before. Swish, swish, swish. As the ice chain shackles were released, they rapidly retreated toward the interior of the Taishu Saintess Palace, eventually vanishing inside. Husband. Jiang Lingxian watched the disappearing shackles, her eyes filled with unease as she turned to look at Wang Chen until she was slowly drawn into his embrace. Wang Chen sat on the chair and bent forward slightly, wrapping his arms around Jiang Lingxian's soft waist to lift her onto his lap. The intimacy of their position was palpable as Jiang Lingxian, held by the waist, met Wang Chen's gaze with her luminous eyes. Wife Xianxian, your husband is willing to yield to you in all things, but you must also trust me, do you understand? But Wang Chen's brows furrowed slightly as he gazed seriously at Jiang Lingxian, his words carrying an unyielding reassurance. Before she could finish, Wang Chen leaned in without giving her a chance to speak, pressing his lips against hers. After a full half hour, Jiang Lingxian's delicate frame lay limp and sprawled across the table in the pavilion, and only then did Wang Chen finally release her lips and rise slowly. Inhale. Exhale. Kissed until her entire body went slack, Jiang Lingxian lay flat on the table, her delicate face flushed from breathlessness as she gasped for air in long, shallow breaths. They had lost count of how many times they'd kissed within that half hour. Jiang Lingxian only knew that each time she neared the edge of suffocation and fainting, Wang Chen would release her just long enough for her to catch her breath before suddenly pressing his lips to hers once more. Yet this sensation of drowning in his kisses, only to be granted breath again, filled Jiang Lingxian with an unprecedented sense of security. I love my husband so much. Gasping for breath, Jiang Lingxian gazed up at Wang Chen, who looked down at her, her hazy eyes filled only with his image. For some reason, at this moment, Jiang Lingxian's mind conjured images of sweet moments spent with Wang Chen, her face flushing crimson as warmth spread through her body. But soon this restlessness was suppressed by memories of the agony that followed, her body feeling as though it had been torn apart and needing a long time to recover. Finally, Jiang Lingxian parted her red lips, slightly breathing in warm gasps, and slowly closed her trembling eyes, too afraid to look at Wang Chen. Wang Chen quietly observed her, making no further moves, his expression calm with a slight frown. Xianxian's various peculiar tendencies toward me seemed increasingly difficult to satisfy. Wang Chen felt a slight heaviness in his heart, though it wasn't physical. He was concerned about Jiang Lingxian's mental state. After all, given how Jiang Lingxian went limp and unable to resist at the slightest kiss, she clearly couldn't endure physical intimacy. After a long while, Jiang Lingxian's pristine white dress fluttered slightly as she pressed her slender hands against the table to rise, her fingers weakly clenched before gently setting her feet on the ground. Husband, let's go. Standing firm on the ground, Jiang Lingxian bit her lower lip in shame, her flushed face bowed as she avoided Wang Chen's gaze. Wang Chen was pondering how to address Jiang Lingxian's peculiar tendencies when her words interrupted his thoughts. As Wang Chen's voice faded, a rift in the void tore open before them, its destination determined solely by Jiang Lingxian. Finally, the two joined hands and slowly stepped into the rift, only releasing each other's grip as they prepared to exit on the other side. Before Hanzun, they still wanted to maintain appearances. However, in the days that followed, Jiang Lingxian's unconscious utterance of husband left certain people completely stunned. As for who those certain people were, it's quite hard to guess. Deep within the Taishu immortal sect, in a pavilion perched atop a cliff overlooking the scenic landscape. Master, why do I feel your clothing style has changed recently? It seems different from before. Has it? Hearing Xiao Qingshu's words beside her, Hanzun, dressed in pale green robes, furrowed her brow as her aura had lost its former coldness and gained a touch of serenity. Has it? It seems less cold now, with a bit more gentleness and tranquility. You could say it looks better. Xiao Qingshu gazed innocently at Hanzun, once more feeling that ever since his junior sister returned a month ago, his master had been acting strangely. Smooth talker. Hanzun cast a casual glance at the child she and someone else had rescued from the mass grave years ago, responding coldly. Swish. Just as Xiao Qingshu, fearing he might be struck, dared not look at Han Zun anymore, the two other figures finally arrived at the pavilion. Upon seeing Wang Chen arrive, Xiao Qingshu was overjoyed, as if he'd spotted his godfather rising to his feet involuntarily. "What are you doing?" Han Zun was slightly startled by Xiao Qingshu's sudden movement beside her, wondering why he was so excited to see that young man. "And no, it's nothing." Xiao Qingshu watched Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen approach, and only after hearing Han Zun's words did he realize he'd lost his composure, quickly sitting back down. "Grandmaster, Sect Master." Wang Chen offered the respect due, and with Jiang Lingxian, who had regained her aloof demeanor, by his side, he arrived at the pavilion and bowed slightly in greeting. However, as Wang Chen caught sight of Han Zun clad in azure robes resembling a single green leaf floating upon cold waters, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Could it be that Han Zun's previously icy demeanor had grown tranquil, her manner of interaction with others becoming somewhat gentler? "Yes, take a seat. I wish to discuss certain matters with you." As Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian settled into their seats, Han Zun offered a few courteous words before inquiring about the affairs of Qinhuang. "How did your journey to Qinhuang fare?" "It went reasonably well. First, I managed to temper the pride of the Qin family's divine heir, and second, the strained relationship between my master and myself has begun to ease somewhat." Upon hearing Wang Chen's second point, Jiang Lingxian's mind momentarily stalled, and she stole a glance at his utterly serious expression. "Disciple and husband." Jiang Lingxian found herself silently repeating these two titles in her heart, yet the former somehow felt increasingly unfamiliar. Since she had given herself completely to Wang Chen, she had grown ever more fond of the title husband. It made her feel as though Wang Chen belonged entirely to her alone, shielding her from the fear that another woman might rightfully claim him away in the future. Han Zun's chillingly beautiful eyes swept over Wang Chen, and without even needing to look closely, she already knew his words were not entirely trustworthy. "I summoned you here to inform you about the affairs of the ancient Emperor Immortal Realm, and also because your cultivation realm needs to advance as soon as possible." As Han Zun spoke, she studied Wang Chen, but her words suddenly caught when she sensed his cultivation at the 9th layer of the Spirit King realm. Less than a year of cultivation, and he had already reached the 9th layer of the Spirit King realm. What kind of heaven-defying prodigy was this? Han Zun's beautiful eyes widened slightly as she stared directly at Wang Chen, causing even Jiang Lingxian to feel a hint of nervousness within her heart. "Ahem. My master has been rather strict lately, supervising my cultivation day and night, so my breakthroughs have been slightly faster." Wang Chen raised his right hand and formed a small gesture with his index finger and thumb, responding with modesty. "Master, don't you agree?" Wang Chen adopted a calm and serious expression, looking composed as he turned to the silent Jiang Lingxian, deliberately prompting her to speak. "Yes." How could Jiang Lingxian dare to deny it? When facing Han Zun, she still harbored some fear that this forbidden matter might be discovered. However, upon hearing this, Han Zun's beautiful brows furrowed slightly, and her cold eyes slowly turned toward Jiang Lingxian. "Let me examine your pulse." Han Zun's gaze fixed directly on Jiang Lingxian's right hand as her voice grew cold and measured. Thud. At that moment, Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat, realizing Han Zun had connected their compatible constitutions to the reason behind this. Yet Jiang Lingxian appeared as tranquil as still water, maintaining her usual aloof demeanor as she slowly extended her right hand and gently lifted her sleeve. After a brief moment, her pulse was normal, and the cold energy within Xiener's body was pristine and unblemished, with no trace of the 9-yang spiritual power. Han Zun silently withdrew her right hand from the pulse examination, her furrowed brows gradually relaxing as a sense of relief settled within her. What she failed to realize, however, was that a strand of chaotic 9-yang spiritual power lay dormant within Jiang Lingxian's body. At this very moment, it was being suppressed by Jiang Lingxian, using a secret technique from her past life, as a great emperor forced into the deepest recesses where it trembled in fear, utterly unable to move. "Very well, let me explain the matters concerning the ancient Emperor Immortal Realm. It will open in half a month, and finally, take these 2 maps of the ancient Emperor Immortal Realm. That will be all." Only after confirming everything was normal did Han Zun proceed to discuss the actual matters, producing 2 rolled-up maps that she placed on the table. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian thanked her before reaching out to collect the maps from the table. If there's nothing else, you may dismiss." "Wait, Grandmaster. In a few days I plan to break through to the Spirit Emperor realm. Would you and the other ancestor be willing to guard my cultivation?" Seeing Han Zun about to leave, Wang Chen quickly rose and called out to stop her, causing her to furrow her delicate brows slightly. "You need 2 venerables to guard your breakthrough to the Spirit Emperor realm." "Wait, you said you're breaking through to the Spirit Emperor realm?" Han Zun was initially slow to process this, but once it sank in, her mind went blank, and she froze for a moment. "Yes, the commotion when the time comes might be a bit considerable, I estimate." "No need to elaborate further, I understand." For these few days do not leave the sect's grounds. Han Zun directly interrupted Wang Chen's words, then, after speaking, glanced at him appreciatively before vanishing. If there's nothing else, we'll be going. Jiang Lingxian looked at Xiao Qingshu across from her, who had remained completely silent throughout, merely observing the situation, and spoke in a cold tone. Hey, junior sister, don't be in such a hurry. I have something to ask of you. This time Xiao Qingshu didn't address Jiang Lingxian as Holy Maiden, but rather called her junior sister in an attempt to draw closer. What is it? Jiang Lingxian looked at the obsequious Xiao Qingshu, her delicate brows furrowing, as if slightly repulsed by this senior brother. It's just, could you lend him to me for a couple of days? Xiao Qingshu weakly extended a single finger, pointing not at anyone else, but Wang Chen. No. Jiang Lingxian didn't even hesitate for a moment. After all, she herself barely had enough of Wang Chen. How could she possibly lend him? Before you decide to use me, could you at least ask for my opinion first? Wang Chen looked at the two people in confrontation, silently raised his right hand, as if reporting something, and weakly spoke up to show he was still there. Master, I haven't finished something I promised to the sect master, so let me go with him. If you're truly worried about me, you can leave your divine sense on this storage ring to check on me at any time. Wang Chen knew Jiang Lingxian had just released him and lacked a sense of security, so he quickly added another sentence. Jiang Lingxian's cold expression faltered, and for a moment, she sat there hesitating, restraining some surging emotion in her eyes. Then, when will you return? Before night falls, I'll definitely come home. Wang Chen looked at Jiang Lingxian, raising her eyes to look at him, glanced at the bright midday sky, and quickly raised his hand to assure her. Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen gazed at each other for a brief moment, and she couldn't help but recall the words Wang Chen had spoken in the pavilion within the courtyard. Her husband was willing to accommodate her in everything, but she also needed to trust her husband. Then I'll head back first. You come back early. Jiang Lingxian hesitated for a moment, finally responding softly, yet the reluctance in her eyes was nearly overflowing. Absolutely. Here, inject your divine sense into the storage ring I gave you, and check in if you're worried. No need. Jiang Lingxian, dressed in white robes, slowly rose to her feet. Looking at Wang Chen extending his palm toward her, she declined. If this continued, she feared that monitoring Wang Chen's life in this manner would make him feel suffocated. Although Jiang Lingxian possessed strong possessiveness, at least she understood how to restrain it rather than blindly considering only herself while disregarding others. As Jiang Lingxian cast one more glance at Wang Chen, her eyes seemed to convey that he must return soon before finally stepping into the void and departing. Why did junior sister and this young man seem so strange? At this moment, Xiao Qingshu gazed at Wang Chen, as if seeing a henpecked husband, and felt something peculiar stirring within. The master was acting strange, junior sister, and this young man were also strange. Why did it seem like everyone except him had become strange lately? Xiao Qingshu scratched his head in bewilderment upon thinking this. But little did he know, soon he too would become strange, due to Su Xianyue, who would go mad from the fear of losing him. Do you and the saint, your master, have something special going on? Xiao Qingshu was no fool. Recalling the hand-holding couple from before and their recent intimate gestures, he couldn't help but ask, just a tiny bit. Because of our special constitutions, we sometimes hold hands while cultivating together. Of course, don't overthink it. My master and I are completely innocent on the surface. A clear conscience fears no accusation. Wang Chen, seeing the bewildered expression on Xiao Qingshu's face, hastily added another sentence to clarify and break his train of thought. Just a tiny bit. Oh, all right then. Let's head to my place first and talk as we walk. Hearing this, Xiao Qingshu didn't pursue the matter further. After all, he had no right to interfere in Jiang Lingxian's affairs. At most, he just wanted to enjoy the gossip. I may be innocent with my master, but not necessarily so with my wife. Wang Chen gazed at the young man, Xiao Qingshu, soaring through the skies, adding another private thought to those earlier words in his heart. Only then did Wang Chen release his spiritual energy, covering his entire body. With a thought, he teleported to Xiao Qingshu's side in the sky. Xiao Qingshu could have directly shattered the void and taken Wang Chen there, but since they needed to discuss matters, neither of them was in a hurry. The two flew above the clouds beyond the sight of Taishu Immortal Sect's disciples, while Wang Chen listened endlessly to Xiao Qingshu's chatter. You're saying? When you hug Su Qianyue now, she sometimes shows a tiny reaction, and her hand lightly clutches the corner of your robe. But her expression remains as indifferent as before, as if nothing in the world holds any interest for her, her gaze peaceful and calm. Is that right? After hearing the information Xiao Qingshu provided, Wang Chen couldn't help but roughly paraphrase and analyze the meaning behind his words. All right, that's roughly the situation. Weren't you saying there's still one final step? How do we proceed? Xiao Qingshu flew beside Wang Chen, recalling that before leaving for Qinghuang, Wang Chen had mentioned there was supposed to be a next step. Wait, I have a question first. What is it? In everything you described, why haven't I heard anything about you kissing her? Wang Chen carefully recalled Xiao Qingshu's words and suddenly realized that besides hugging and holding hands there seemed to be no other intimate actions. I was just afraid she wouldn't want. What are you afraid of? Don't you kiss her face, kiss her lips, kiss her neck, kiss her. You haven't even kissed her. How do you know she wouldn't want it? You haven't even tried, so how can your feelings warm up quickly? Wang Chen, seeing Xiao Qingshu's awkward appearance, couldn't help but interrupt him, speaking with a hint of exasperation. Wang Chen interrupted Xiao Qingshu once more, who had been stammering and unable to find words. He signaled for Xiao Qingshu to lead the way. Wait, let me pick a flower from the garden below to bring to her. With that, Xiao Qingshu's figure swiftly vanished from Wang Chen's side. Moments later, when he reappeared, a blooming golden flower lay gently in his grasp. The flower in Xiao Qingshu's hand was called Kaiyang Golden Chrysanthemum, and the sentiment behind gifting it was exactly as its name suggested, bright and hopeful. Let's go. Xiao Qingshu exchanged a glance with Wang Chen, then instead of continuing their leisurely flight, grabbed him and vanished from the spot. Somewhere within the Taishu immortal sect, in the sect master's private chambers. Chirp chirp. The little spirit bird fluttering about the courtyard of the sect master's private residence was overjoyed today, for Su Qianyue had finally reached out to respond to it for the first time. Though Su Qianyue had merely sat in her chair, slightly extending her right hand to let the little spirit bird perch on her fair-skinned back, and did nothing else. But this scene alone was enough to make the little spirit bird, which had been treated like a dead person all day, incredibly happy. It chirped endlessly with delight. Su Qianyue listened to the chirping of the little spirit bird on her hand, her gaze calm and desolate, before slowly turning toward the courtyard gate. As always, sitting in the pavilion, she waited for that familiar figure to return. Sometimes Su Qianyue would sit motionless in the pavilion for an entire day, waiting until that person returned before willingly being taken back inside. Chirp chirp. The little spirit bird on Su Qianyue's hand gazed at her, reverting to silence, then helplessly preened its feathers with its beak and waited alongside her. Creak. Finally, as the courtyard was bathed in a golden sea of flowers swaying gently in the wind, the gate at the far end was slowly pushed open. The familiar figure, the familiar golden flower. Su Qianyue's gloomy, beautiful eyes lifted once more, gazing over ever so slightly. This was one of the rare flickers of emotion in Su Qianyue's eyes, appearing only in the moments when Xiao Qingshu returned. Yeah. Xiao Qingshu walked forward, as always, a gentle smile on his face as he lifted the golden flower in his hand and presented it before Su Qianyue. Su Qianyue gazed at Xiao Qingshu holding the golden flower. After what seemed like contemplation, she familiar turned her beautiful face slightly to the side. Seeing this, Xiao Qingshu smiled, as always, and gently raised his hand, carefully tucking the golden flower into the hair beside her fair ear to secure it in place. This was precisely the 100th flower Xiao Qingshu had given her. Feeling the golden flower she wore on her ear every day, Su Qianyue's heart stirred. Su Qianyue gazed at Xiao Qingshu, her lifeless, beautiful eyes flickering slightly. The calm that was like still water stirred with tiny ripples. Su Qianyue quietly observed the dimming twilight sky, seated in her chair, with the little spirit bird perched on the back of her right hand resting on the table. She was waiting for Xiao Qingshu to take her hand and lead her back to the room, then continue teaching her to speak and finally hold her as she slowly drifted to sleep. But this familiar scene did not occur today, for Xiao Qingshu only stood before her, gazing at her with gradual calmness. Yeah, I need to go out again later. It may take some days before I return. After deep contemplation, Xiao Qingshu finally steeled himself to speak, executing the next phase of his plan. For Su Qianyue was simply too quiet. Quiet to the point that every night felt as though he were embracing a body with warmth, but no soul, conversing endlessly. And no matter how he tried to teach her, Su Qianyue's gaze remained dead and serene, staring at him without even a nod. Sure enough, upon hearing Xiao Qingshu's words, Su Qianyue's gaze merely trembled faintly before returning to stillness. At that moment, Wang Chen stood above the courtyard clouds. With Xiao Qingshu's concealment, he remained undetected by Su Qianyue, who was at the peak of Spirit Emperor Realm Stage 9. Before parting, kiss her one last time. Be gentle, give her a lasting impression. Wang Chen stood high in the sky, his eyes shimmering with chaotic spiritual light as he clearly observed this scene. Unable to hold back, he transmitted his voice to speak. Visibly, Xiao Qingshu's posture standing before Su Qianyue in the pavilion stiffened. For a moment, he was at a loss, unsure what to do. But after a moment of hesitation, Xiao Qingshu finally knelt on one knee, lowering himself slightly, and extended his arms to embrace Su Qianyue. Seeing this, the little spiritual bird perched on Su Qianyue's right hand instinctively flew away, landing on the roof, and watching with an expression full of confusion. Su Qianyu gazed at Xiao Qingsu, who had suddenly embraced her. For a moment, traces of confusion seemed to stir within her once desolate eyes, and she unconsciously tilted her delicate face slightly, until Xiao Qingsu's gentle and handsome face slowly leaned closer, and he gently pressed a kiss upon her cheek. In this moment, as Wang Chen observed through his chaos spiritual eyes from atop the clouds, Su Xianyu's expression clearly faltered. Her previously vacant gaze showed a flicker of response. But that was not all. Xiao Qingsu's lips, still resting on Su Xianyu's cheek, slowly drifted toward the corner of her mouth. Finally, somewhat awkwardly, they pressed gently against her lips, a softness that washed through both their minds. In truth, this was their first kiss. Because 500 years ago, when Su Xianyu had fallen victim to the passion flower's poison, she had only surrendered her body. No other intimate acts had occurred between them. This was precisely why Xiao Qingsu had been hesitant to kiss Su Xianyu. He too was experiencing his first kiss, and the nervousness was overwhelming. The unfamiliar sensation upon her lips caused Xiao Qingsu to sense Su Xianyu's slender frame growing increasingly taut, her delicate cheeks flushing with a faint crimson hue. And almost imperceptibly, Su Xianyu's hands found themselves grasping weakly at the hem of his azure robe, her beautiful eyes trembling ever so slightly. When Xiao Qingsu slowly released his lips from Su Xianyu, as her cheeks were tinged with a faint blush, and she gradually lowered her face, seemingly shy. This was the first time Xiao Qingsu had witnessed such a reaction from her since bringing Su Xianyu away from the moon sect, and a subtle delight stirred within his heart. Don't linger. Bid her farewell, and come find me quickly. Wang Chen, noticing Xiao Qingsu's reluctance to depart after their kiss, sent another telepathic message. Su Xianyu was at her most emotionally vulnerable state following Xiao Qingsu's kiss. If he left now, her mind would endlessly replay the moment, amplifying the plan's effectiveness. I must take my leave. Let the little spiritual bird stay with you for now. I'm sorry. Xiao Qingsu spoke with a trace of apology, rising to his feet and gently stroking Su Xianyu's head. Yet as Xiao Qingsu turned to leave, he felt the faint tug on his robe, a subtle reluctance to let him go. But the grip soon released, and Su Xianyu slowly raised her luminous eyes to meet his gaze. This time her tranquil eyes carried a hint of reluctance, yet she remained silent, simply watching Xiao Qingsu. With each step away from the courtyard, Xiao Qingsu glanced back 3 times. As the gate closed behind him, Su Xianyu's heart trembled and ripples stirred within her eyes. It's all right. He will return. Su Xianyu gazed at the sealed courtyard gate. She had not begged him to stay precisely because she believed he would come back. In truth, had she spoken to stop Xiao Qingsu, Wang Chen, watching from the clouds above, would have abandoned the plan entirely. After all, if she were already emotional enough to plead for him to stay, there was no point in continuing the scheme. The next step would simply be guiding her back to normal. Yet Su Xianyu, who clearly possessed the ability to speak, remained silent, watching Xiao Qingsu depart without uttering a single word. This silence would become the pivotal moment that later shattered her composure. When days passed without Xiao Qingsu's return, and a mysterious figure claimed he had abandoned her. In the end, Su Xianyu did not return indoors. She remained seated in the courtyard pavilion, her eyes, gradually regaining their usual clarity after the kiss, fixed steadily upon the gate. After all, with no Xiao Qingsu present, there was no reason for her to return to that room. Within the dining pavilion of the Taishu Immortal sect, the sound of a flute drifted through the air. Wait here, don't return for these few days. As the sect master, you've likely accumulated a backlog of affairs attending to her. Wang Chen munched on some spirit-fried delicacies, observing the troubled Xiao Qingsu seated across from him. It's true there are many matters pending, though they're all minor. It shouldn't matter much. Xiao Qingsu, in his youthful form, had no appetite. Upon hearing this, he lifted his kind eyes toward Wang Chen and offered a quiet reply. Then transformed back into the old man and returned to handle the sect's affairs. Give it 7 or 8 days, and I'll come find you to execute the final step of the plan. Wang Chen glanced idly at Long Ritian playing the white flute in the distance, pinching a handful of peanuts and tossing them into his mouth. Is it really feasible? Rest assured, by then she'll be overflowing with vitality. In fact, you might even struggle to handle such fervent passion. Wang Chen recalled Su Xianyu's evident emotional response when facing Xiao Qingsu and promised with conviction. Can you tell me about the final step of the plan, eh? Leave that to me. Now go, attend to your matters. Wang Chen sidestepped the question, waving impatiently for Xiao Qingsu to transform back into the old man and handle the sect's pending affairs. By the way, you may visit her these days, but you must never appear before her. Understood? Very well. Rising to leave, Xiao Qingsu heard Wang Chen's repeated admonitions once more and could only nod with a hint of resignation. TSK, tisk, the decisive quick turn villain strategy. Someone has to play the villain, and that someone is me. Sigh. After Xiao Qingsu departed, Wang Chen settled into a corner, savoring the delicate spirit snacks while enjoying the flute melody drifting through the dining pavilion. Wang Chen exchanged a glance with Long Ritian, the flute player, and raised an eyebrow, a silent greeting. But just then a petite figure in a pink skirt darted forward, kicking up a gust of wind, her foot aimed squarely at his chest. Soul egg. Take this kick. Whoosh. Without so much as lifting his gaze, Wang Chen extended his right hand and seized Long Xiaodao by the ankle, hanging her upside down. Nevertheless, Wang Chen enveloped Long Xiaodao's pink skirt with a layer of chaos spiritual energy to prevent it from riding up. What's with you, kid? Why can't you let go of that kick I took? Soul egg. Stinking soul egg. Long Xiaodao held upside down in Wang Chen's grasp, flushed with anger upon hearing herself called a child once more, and began cursing incessantly. Yet her furious yet adorable scolding carried absolutely no menace, so Wang Chen casually picked at his ear. Brother. Save me. Brother. Long Xiaodao struggled relentlessly, and when her efforts proved futile, she cried out to Long Ritian, who played the flute in the distance. Long Ritian merely glanced at her before resuming his playing, showing no intention of rescue. From Wang Chen's actions in protecting Long Xiaodao's modesty, he had already discerned that the man was not truly malicious. After all, that fellow treated his sister Long Xiaodao like a child, so Long Ritian simply let them work things out on their own. But as Long Xiaodao continued calling for her brother, Wang Chen gazed outward at the dimming sky and suddenly remembered something. Damn it! The sun was setting fast. The darkness was closing in. Wang Chen's heart sank as he observed the twilight outside the dining pavilion still faintly illuminated but steadily darkening. Whoosh! In the next instant, Long Xiaodao felt herself plummet to the ground, while Wang Chen had already vanished from his seat. Stinking soul egg. The scene shifted and Wang Chen quickly returned to the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace in just over 10 seconds, moving like a sky-instant leopard. Those at the Spiritual King realm could easily shatter the void, while those at the Spiritual Emperor realm could tear through it directly, though it was hard to sustain. Only those at the Sacred Soul realm or above could tread upon the void and traverse it instantaneously. Therefore, the so-called teleportation below the Sacred Soul realm was merely speed so great that it became invisible to the eye. Wang Chen was in exactly this state now, instinctively unleashing all his cultivation power to sprint forward in his extreme urgency. As Wang Chen approached the courtyard gate of the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace from a distance, he suddenly found himself unable to brake in time. Stop! Wang Chen felt the surroundings rushing backward at incredible speed, and hastily pressed his heels hard against the ground, executing a violent skid to a halt. Screech, screech, screech. The sound of black flip-flops grinding violently against the ground echoed, accompanied by the acrid smell of burning rubber. It had to be said that the strap between the toes of the flip-flops was still sturdy, showing no sign of breaking even as he skidded forward. Damn it! He was going to crash. Due to inertia after his feet had forcefully stopped, Wang Chen's entire body, which had been leaning backward, suddenly flew forward toward the courtyard gate. Just as Wang Chen thought his flying body would crash through the tightly closed courtyard gate, suddenly, thud! The sound of a body hitting a cutting board echoed, and Wang Chen collided with the gate, with a miserable expression, his body sliding down to the ground. So hard. I forgot the gate has spiritual power authentication. After sliding down the gate to the ground with his cheek pressed against it, Wang Chen forced himself back to his feet and silently cursed to himself as he looked at the gate. Only Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen could freely enter and exit the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace, and this had always been the case. Such was the situation in his past life, and it remains the same in this life. However, in his past life, the spiritual authentication had only been established over 100 years after Wang Chen became Jiang Lingxian's disciple. Beep. Master Chen has returned. Open the door. Wang Chen touched his slightly aching face, then extended both hands to release spiritual power over the gate, narrating his own actions. With the spiritual authentication successful, the double courtyard gate finally opened as he gently pushed it. The moment the gate opened, Wang Chen felt a sudden wave of anxiety and cautiously peered into the courtyard. But the scene he feared never appeared, for the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace was shrouded in darkness and absolute silence. Had she gone out? Wang Chen kicked at his black flip-flops, which were automatically repairing themselves, then walked inside with a puzzled expression and closed the courtyard gate behind him. Glancing at the completely darkened sky, Wang Chen activated his will, and the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace illuminated in response. After searching the entire Taishu Holy Maiden Palace, Wang Chen had confirmed that Jiang Lingxian must have gone out for some reason. Fortunately, although it was dark, she wasn't here. Wang Chen lay on the well-worn bed, the same one he had cleaned multiple times, and felt a quiet sense of relief. Just as Wang Chen had barely relaxed, an idea suddenly struck him as he lay on the bed, as if he had thought of something amusing. Wang Chen sat up abruptly from the bed, and deliberately his expression gradually grew somber. As Wang Chen consciously adjusted his emotions, an oppressive atmosphere inexplicably surrounded him. Wifey Xianxian, this time it is you who is late. Prepare to face your husband's wrath, Meanwhile, deep within the forbidden grounds of the Taishu immortal sect, Jiang Lingxian's divine sense slowly withdrew from the ice dragon's corpse, and a cold dragon pearl appeared in her pale palm. The ice-cold dragon pearl. The ice dragon had told her this before its death at the hands of the destroying dragon immortal sect, that after its demise an ice-cold dragon pearl would form within its head. The ice dragon had urged her to come and retrieve it, begging that if the dragon egg hatched successfully, she must ensure the hatchling consumed it. So when a wisp of divine sense Jiang Lingxian had left within the ice dragon, since the cold dragon pearl forming today, she came to claim it. Rest in peace. Jiang Lingxian gazed at the 10,000-meter dragon corpse lying motionless on the ground, extending her slender hand to touch its cold scales as she softly spoke. All she could do now was fulfill the ice dragon's final wish and ensure its body was not torn apart as it had been in her past life. Finally, Jiang Lingxian slowly withdrew her hand and raised her exquisite face to survey the vast ice cave filled with cold glimmers everywhere. The sky should be nearly dark by now, but she needed to hurry back. Jiang Lingxian turned and walked her white dress swaying with each step of her long legs until she emerged from the ice cave. After passing through dozens of layers of formation arrays, Jiang Lingxian arrived at the cliff edge outside the cave and glanced up at the pitch-black sky. Whoosh! Finally, Jiang Lingxian's cold eyes narrowed slightly, her figure flickered, and she vanished from the cliff edge before the cave entrance. Inside the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace. It had been so long, why was she not back yet? Wang Chen sat by the bed, his gaze dark and fixed on the doorway, growing increasingly restless the longer he waited. This impatience, bordering on the urge to immediately seek out Jiang Lingxian, added another layer of oppression to the atmosphere in the room. Wang Chen had no idea that under Jiang Lingxian's influence something strange was stirring deep within his heart. What was meant to be an act had suddenly become all too real. Whoosh! Just as Wang Chen was about to rise and go find Jiang Lingxian, the space within the room rippled a few times. Then a rift in the void tore open on both sides, and from the pitch-black emptiness a breathtakingly beautiful figure slowly stepped through. Wang Chen sharply raised his gaze, heavy with suppressed emotion, and the restless turmoil within him eased somewhat. Why are you back so late? Wang Chen unconsciously rose to his feet, his suppressed eyes fixed on Jiang Lingxian as she stood in the room after the void rift sealed shut. Jiang Lingxian met his gaze and felt her heart tremble for a moment. I went to where the ice dragon's corpse was stored to retrieve some things. Jiang Lingxian could not explain why, but she found herself slightly intimidated by Wang Chen's oppressive demeanor, instinctively lowering her beautiful eyes as her cold voice grew progressively weaker. Wang Chen watched Jiang Lingxian, who appeared increasingly restless and was explaining with her head slightly bowed, and felt a stir within his heart. Come here. Wang Chen's emotions rose quickly and subsided just as fast. He now tried to soften his voice as he told her to come over. Wang Chen sat by the bed quietly, watching Jiang Lingxian as she slowly approached him, her white dress swaying, avoiding his gaze. Squat down. Jiang Lingxian stood before Wang Chen, and at his commanding tone, she bit her lower lip in uncertainty. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lingxian weakly squatted down, though her legs beneath her white dress were pressed together nervously. Watching Jiang Lingxian obediently squatting before him, Wang Chen felt the scene was somewhat strange, yet an inexplicable joy stirred within him. If he were to add a command to have her hair pinned up, he wondered whether the innocent Xianxian would truly understand the implication. But Wang Chen only entertained the thought and had no real intention of following through. Look at me. Wang Chen then gently cupped Jiang Lingxian's smooth, delicate face with his right hand, forcing her beautiful eyes to meet his. After gently lifting Jiang Lingxian's delicate face, Wang Chen softly released her cheek with his right hand and simply gazed quietly into her eyes. Jiang Lingxian weakly tilted her face upward to meet his gaze, her beautiful eyes visibly filled with the flustered confusion of someone who had done something wrong. I'm sorry. I'm late. Jiang Lingxian had no idea how long her husband had been waiting for her, and she timidly offered her apology with an uncertain heart. And then what? Wang Chen watched Jiang Lingxian crouching obediently before him, restless and uneasy, wanting to lower her beautiful eyes, yet daring not to. The more he looked, the cuter she seemed. I don't know. Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she met Wang Chen's gaze with a hint of helplessness, and after speaking she unconsciously bit her lower lip. Sorry won't do, you'll need to make it up to me. Wang Chen said this while reaching out to tuck a strand of hair behind Jiang Lingxian's ear, revealing her peerless beauty even more vividly. What do you want? Is this acceptable? And this cold dragon pearl is also something I went to retrieve this time. Jiang Lingxian hurriedly took out numerous talismans and that cold dragon pearl from her divine sense space. She really couldn't hold it together anymore. Seeing her crouching on the ground holding treasures in her hands, tilting her delicate face up with those pleading eyes as she offered them, she was simply too adorable. Wang Chen found himself momentarily stunned by Jiang Lingxian's appearance, his heart beating faster, without control. I don't want the treasures. Then what do you want? Jiang Lingxian was momentarily dumbfounded, her expression showing a hint of grievance and urgency, as if afraid she wouldn't be forgiven. Exchange these things in your hands for that garment I gave you. Wang Chen tried to keep his voice as calm as possible, but it still left Jiang Lingxian's mind blank, for a while her expression growing dazed. However, after a moment Jiang Lingxian understood her husband's meaning, and her exquisitely beautiful face quickly flushed with embarrassment. A wave of intense shame washed over Jiang Lingxian's heart, causing her to unconsciously press her lips together. Then, just wait a moment. Despite her embarrassment, Jiang Lingxian gathered the stack of imperial-grade talismans, and the cold dragon pearl then retrieved that familiar black and white dress. Finally, Jiang Lingxian held the maid dress to her chest, and weakly rose from her crouching position, making her way toward the bathroom partition. Don't leave, stay right here. Wang Chen's domineering, yet slightly magnetic words instantly froze Jiang Lingxian, in place, her arms still clutching the garment. And no. After a brief pause, Jiang Lingxian unconsciously pressed the dress tighter against her chest, and responded with utter shame. All right. Wang Chen didn't force the matter, merely responding with a hint of disappointment before rising to his feet. I. Jiang Lingxian's heart tightened as she watched Wang Chen's disappointed figure stand up, fearing he might actually leave. Wang Chen did intend to leave, and soon he disappeared into the bathroom partition before Jiang Lingxian's stunned eyes. Jiang Lingxian's face flushed red as she watched Wang Chen enter the bathroom partition with a wicked smile, her mind completely blank in that moment. When Wang Chen poked his head out from the partition, gazing straight at her, a wave of shame washed over Jiang Lingxian's entire being. Since there was no way out, she might as well. Jiang Lingxian pressed her lips together, clutching the maid dress to her chest in utter shame, and timidly stepped toward the bathroom partition. Wang Chen, still peeking his head out, was momentarily surprised, never expecting her to actually enter the smaller bathroom partition. Once Jiang Lingxian's flushed face disappeared into the partition, Wang Chen reached out and shut the wooden door with a snap. The view through the doorway vanished. Oh, I'll just take a bath while I'm at it, be good. No. In the spacious but empty house, only the sound of running water came from the adjacent bathroom partition. The next morning, Wang Chen was forcibly pushed out of the bathroom partition by soft, delicate hands, ending up curled alone in the blankets. Pitiful. Not at all. Wang Chen, still curled in the blankets, had a grin stretching from ear to ear. Though his cultivation had shown no signs of advancement, Wang Chen couldn't stop recalling the ultra-high-definition game footage from the previous night, when he'd snuck into the bathroom partition to play. Each frame of gameplay replayed in his mind like a vivid memory, keeping the corners of Wang Chen's lips curled upward despite his best efforts. Simply put, it was incredibly fun. Unfortunately, he hadn't finished the game yet, and that infuriating wife Xian had confiscated his gaming console again at dawn. Wang Chen felt a pang of regret inside. His dreadful wife Xian was far too strict about the gaming console, never letting him play. Creak. Just then the wooden door of the bathroom partition opened gently, and a half-faced, blushing, yet coldly beautiful visage peeked out cutely. Who? Husband. What is it? Wang Chen's thoughts were interrupted by Jiang Lingxian's call, and he turned to her with a moment of confusion before responding. Why you? Come. Over. Help me. Jiang Lingxian found it difficult to speak, her face crimson red, stammering embarrassingly before finally summoning the courage to ask. Oh, the floor is slippery, right? I'm coming. Wang Chen flashed a brilliant smile and quickly threw off the blankets to rush toward Jiang Lingxian, worried she might slip on the floor. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian slightly lowered her exquisitely beautiful, yet deeply flushed face, clearly having no desire to speak with Wang Chen anymore. Finally dressed in a clean and neat-made outfit, Jiang Lingxian sat obediently on the bed with Wang Chen's help, though somewhat awkwardly. However, due to the wet floor from the bathroom partition after her bath, she hadn't put on white stockings. The moment she sat on the bed, Jiang Lingxian's flushed face showed a hint of grievance as she slowly wrapped her arms around Wang Chen's neck. Husband. Tired. Wanna sleep. All right, sleep, then I'll stay with you. Though his gaming console had been confiscated, Wang Chen yielded to Jiang Lingxian's plea as he felt her helpless presence in his arms. As Wang Chen held Jiang Lingxian, who clung to him, refusing to let go, and helped her into the blankets, he gently patted her back to soothe her. Jiang Lingxian had been busy all day yesterday and was clearly exhausted. She nestled her face into Wang Chen's neck and soon grew drowsy. Wang Chen watched as Jiang Lingxian gradually grew quiet and curled up asleep in his arms, then leaned down to kiss her fair forehead. Sleep. As Wang Chen accompanied Jiang Lingxian to sleep, 7 days passed in a flash. Of course, it wasn't just 7 days of pure sleep. During those 5 days, Wang Chen had been preparing to fuse the Chaos 9 Yang Dragon Divine Body, occasionally teasing Jiang Lingxian. He also took the opportunity to comfort Xiao Qingxiu outside, who was anxious about Su Xinyue's matter. On the morning of the 8th day, the sky was dim and hazy with visible spiritual smog in the air. In the far northern reaches of the Bahuang continent, in the icy wasteland of Binghuang, there were still about 7 days remaining until the opening of the Emperor's ancient secret realm. Far to the south of Binghuang, in the thriving heart of Dihuang, deep within the Taishu immortal sect inside the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace, Wang Chen held Jiang Lingxian, who lay quietly curled against his chest in slumber as his eyelids fluttered twice before slowly opening. With his spirit so thoroughly relaxed, Wang Chen's mind remained slightly clouded from his nap, lacking any deliberate focus. Today was the right moment to address the matter concerning Xiao Qingxiu. He had also heard rumors that the so-called ancestor of the immortal lineage from the Lin family of Qing Huang in his past life had seemingly descended upon the Lin family once more. He wondered how that brat Lin Sanhua was faring. Still, he hoped the young man would exert himself, since in his previous life, he had been the Lin family ancestor's primary disciple of cultivation. Wang Chen's face instinctively nuzzled against Jiang Lingxian's peaceful, beautiful cheek as she slept, and as his mind gradually cleared, thoughts began to form. As Wang Chen gently brushed his face against Jiang Lingxian's exquisite cheek nestled in his arms, she seemed to sense his touch and softly murmured in her drowsy state. Jiang Lingxian buried her delicate face in Wang Chen's warm neck, and feeling his sudden pause, she furrowed her brows slightly in her half-awake state. But Jiang Lingxian did not open her beautiful eyes. Instead, she gently nuzzled her sleepy face against Wang Chen's neck twice. "Xianxian, would you like breakfast today?" Wang Chen realized Jiang Lingxian was awake and lifted his hand from her waist to gently stroke her silky hair. Cultivators naturally did not need to eat breakfast, but since Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian had been spending their days together in such a relaxed manner, he sometimes took the time to prepare meals for her, as though they were an ordinary married couple. Hearing that familiar, reassuring voice from her embrace, Jiang Lingxian instinctively pressed closer to Wang Chen and grew quiet. After a brief moment, Jiang Lingxian suddenly remembered in her half-asleep state that Wang Chen had just asked her something about a kiss. Jiang Lingxian closed her beautiful eyes and held Wang Chen in a daze for a moment, then slowly lifted her delicate face, parting her red lips as a clear voice softly murmured, "Is she asking me to kiss her first before eating the breakfast I made?" Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback as he looked at Jiang Lingxian, who had suddenly lifted her sleepy face from his neck, her beautiful eyes closed and gently trembling as she nodded slightly, requesting a kiss. What a wonderful wife! Wang Chen admired her in his heart, then slowly lowered his face and gently pressed his lips against Jiang Lingxian's delicate ones. Jiang Lingxian, already in a drowsy state from her sleep, felt the warmth of his lips, and soon her delicate face drooped heavy with drowsiness. Wang Chen stared in surprise at his adorable silly fairy who had fallen asleep mid-kiss. Jiang Lingxian's body had gone completely limp from the kiss, and she clearly had no desire to move, keeping her beautiful eyes closed as she let Wang Chen continue kissing her lips. A moment later, Jiang Lingxian, caught in the haze of sleep and kisses, finally let out a soft, unconscious whimper, as though this were her last resistance. After Wang Chen had kissed Jiang Lingxian into a deep slumber, he carefully released her and rose to prepare breakfast. More than an hour later. "Husband, I can't drink anymore." Jiang Lingxian, dressed in white, sat gracefully on a chair in the pavilion within the courtyard, gazing at Wang Chen as he fed her soup, and spoke softly. "Knock, knock, knock." Just as Jiang Lingxian had finished speaking, a light knocking sound came from the courtyard gate. "I don't even need to ask who it is now. It must be that old rascal Xiao Qingxiu." Wang Chen placed the spoon from Jiang Lingxian's moist lips back into the clay pot on the table, then slowly rose to answer the door. "Creak. I already told you I'd handle everything for you properly. Always so impatient, you old fellow," Wang Chen said carelessly as he pulled open the courtyard gate of the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace. However, once the gate was fully opened, Wang Chen fell silent and awkward when he saw Han Zun's cold expression, her white hair contrasting with her beautiful face. Ahem. Greetings, Grandmaster. The weather is quite nice today, isn't it?" Wang Chen awkwardly rubbed his hands, touched his face, and then stiffly glanced at the overcast sky. I have some business with Siener." Han Zun merely looked at Wang Chen coldly and spoke, not even asking why he was here, clearly accustomed to it by now. At first, Jiang Lingxian had claimed Wang Chen was merely recuperating here, then later said he was cultivating. But ever since returning from Qinghuang, she had stopped explaining altogether and simply used formation arrays to seal him inside. If Wang Chen were to disappear from the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace for even a day, Han Zun might actually feel uneasy. Please come in, please come in." Wang Chen saw Han Zun's calm, cold demeanor and hurriedly stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter. Only then did Han Zun take a step forward, her ice blue skirt rippling with her movements, though she cast a glance at Wang Chen before entering. "Sigh, It's fine. Judging from Sienner's normal pulse last time, she must still know her limits. Hanzun finally withdrew her gaze and walked toward Jiang Lingxian, who sat at the table laden with dishes in the courtyard pavilion. Wang Chen watched Jiang Lingxian rising respectfully to greet Hanzun in the courtyard and was about to close the gate and join them. Oi, don't close it, don't close it. Suddenly, an extremely familiar voice came from outside the courtyard gate, causing Wang Chen to pause in his action of closing it. As expected, Wang Chen turned around and saw Xiao Qingshu running toward them in a hurry, calling out, "Master, I'm going out for a bit." Upon seeing this, Wang Chen called out to Jiang Lingxian in the pavilion, momentarily halting Hanzun's conversation with her. "That guy is coming to find husband again." Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, waiting for her response in the distance, her heart growing heavy for a moment as she murmured softly. But in the end, despite Hanzun's slightly furrowed gaze, Jiang Lingxian gently nodded toward Wang Chen. After all, no matter what, her husband deserved some private space, especially with the master present. Snap! Yet the sound of the courtyard gate closing and Wang Chen's departing figure still sent a tremor through Jiang Lingxian's heart. "Sienner, do you like him?" Hanzun asked in a cold yet slightly gentle tone, watching Jiang Lingxian's dazed expression as she gazed at the courtyard gate. Jiang Lingxian, still dazed from staring at the courtyard gate, instinctively responded with a soft acknowledgement, following her heart's answer to the sudden question. But when Jiang Lingxian finally came to her senses and turned to look at Hanzun with a startled heart, she only saw her letting out a helpless sigh. "Master, it's fine. Just take your time, master." As the atmosphere in the pavilion of the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace grew briefly quiet, the scene shifted. The Taishu Immortal Sect, with its flutes still playing melodiously within the refreshing and pleasing Taishu dining pavilion. Don't say anything. Just sit here and eat. Don't move until I return." Wang Chen pressed down on Xiao Qingshu's shoulders, pinning the confused young man into the chair at the corner seat of the dining pavilion. "Why, this is the absolute final, most crucial step. Do you trust me?" Wang Chen did not answer Xiao Qingshu's question directly, but instead stared at him with a serious and earnest expression. Just believe it, okay? Who cares about all this? Just trust me. Wait until I'm better." Wang Chen's expression darkened for a moment upon hearing this, but he soon dismissed his concerns. After giving a final instruction, he turned and left. Why did he have the unsettling feeling that something significant was about to happen? Watching Wang Chen's confident departure as though he had made up his mind about something, Xiao Qingshu felt an inexplicable unease. Yet one must trust those they employ. If you suspect them, don't hire them in the first place. Besides, this person had been vouched for by his junior sister, so deception seemed unlikely. Xiao Qingshu pondered for a moment before settling back into his seat, quietly awaiting Wang Chen's return. Meanwhile, Wang Chen had already departed the Taishu pavilion and was spending some origin points to quickly disguise himself as a middle-aged man. To ensure complete concealment, Wang Chen employed a cultivation technique to reshape his entire skeletal structure, achieving a thorough transformation into another person. A mere Su Xinyue devoid of emotion, utterly lifeless. Then Xiao Qingshu would perish in the demon cave's bone grounds, and you'll be left behind. Disguised as an ordinary middle-aged man with his cultivation realm concealed by the system, Wang Chen couldn't help but let a sinister smile cross his face as he walked along, lost in thought. With each step echoing along the path, Wang Chen paused to pluck a vibrant golden chrysanthemum from a garden within Taishu. After presenting his credentials to the disciples guarding the entrance, Wang Chen finally stood before the sect master's private quarters at Taishu Immortal Sect. Wang Chen retrieved a vial from the system marketplace, a potion that wouldn't damage his eyes but would produce an unmistakable burning sensation. Tilting his head back, he squeezed a single drop onto each eye. Fuck! It burns so much. The moment the drop touched his eyes, they flushed red with bloodshot veins and tears streamed uncontrollably. Panicked, Wang Chen frantically wiped his eyes until the burning subsided somewhat. Forcing his tear ducts to still, he adopted a deeply sorrowful expression and made his way toward the courtyard gate of the sect master's residence. Knock, knock, knock. The moment the sound reached her, Su Xinyue, waiting in the courtyard pavilion for 8 days, felt her heart tremble. Even within her previously lifeless eyes, a faint spark of hope began to stir. He had been gone so long this time. She truly missed him so much. Seated in the pavilion, Su Xinyue's gaze fixed intently on the entrance, her heart harboring a longing she had never before felt for Xiao Qingshu's return bearing golden flowers. But then, knock, 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 the sound came again. This second knocking finally stirred something unsettling within Su Xinyue. Yet her emotions so stilled, she remained seated, waiting in silence for the gate to open. But, knock, 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 a third knock. Su Xinyue's once placid gaze fixed on the unyielding gate rippled with something unspoken. Knock, knock, knock. Is the wife of Venerable Qingshu present? As the fourth knock sounded, a middle-aged man's voice followed, thick with barely restrained emotion. That voice, trembling as though something terrible had occurred, finally stirred Su Xianyue from her 8-day stillness. She rose slowly. Chirp, chirp. The little spirit bird emerged from the sea of golden flowers, settling gently on Su Xianyue's shoulder with a questioning trill. I've heard Venerable Qingshu speak of his wife. She prefers silence, shuns conversation with others. But if you're truly there, I implore you to open the door. Venerable Qingshu, he asked me to deliver something to you. Wang Chen's disguised voice carried a weight of suppressed emotion, every word dripping with the ache of grief. At the mention of Venerable Qingshu and that trembling tone, something shifted within her. Even Su Xianyue's heart, still as dead water, trembled faintly. After a moment of stunned stillness in the pavilion, she finally rose and walked forward, her pale blue robes flowing behind her. The courtyard gate creaked open. Wang Chen's breath caught. He beheld Su Xianyue's face, serene as still water, her dark eyes heavy with unspoken sorrow. Su Xianyue emerged, her expression unchanged as ever, her beautiful gaze fixed quietly upon Wang Chen. Madam, this is a keepsake Venerable Qingshu entrusted me to deliver to you from the demon cave's bone grounds. Wang Chen's eyes glistened with unshed tears as a golden rectangular box materialized in his hand, his voice thick with barely contained emotion. Keepsake. The word sent a chill through Su Xianyue's heart. She stood frozen, unable to process what she was hearing. Wang Chen stood before her, eyes red and glistening, fighting back tears as he held out the golden box. Su Xianyue felt an inexplicable heat rising within her chest, a restless urgency taking hold. Her throat moved as she swallowed, lips parting. Where is he? It was the first time Wang Chen had heard Su Xianyue speak, her voice melodic yet hollow, devoid of any emotional resonance. Wang Chen's tear-filled eyes flickered with surprise, momentarily caught off guard. Yet that brief hesitation only deepened the tragic weight of his expression. Venerable Qingshu. He. Wang Chen paused, drawing a shuddering breath before raising his arm to wipe at his reddened eyes, letting the silence stretch. He is dead. He perished in the demon cave's bone grounds, one of the 3 forbidden lands of the Bahuang continent. As the words left his lips, the middle-aged facade crumbled and silent tears traced paths down his face. Impossible. Su Xianyue's lifeless eyes trembled, her pupils contracting at the devastating news. Her rigid voice cracked with barely contained fury as she stared at Wang Chen. Madam, I'm sorry. Truly sorry. All I could do was fulfill Venerable Qingshu's final wish. To deliver this to you. Su Xianyue's trembling gaze finally dropped to the golden rectangular box in Wang Chen's hands. Wang Chen could clearly sense Su Xianyue's breathing growing shallow and rapid, her entire body beginning to shake. Though her frame trembled, Su Xianyue refused to believe that Xiao Qingshu, a cultivator at the 7th layer of heavenly venerable realm, could have simply perished. Watching Su Xianyue slowly extend her right hand to receive the golden box, Wang Chen realized his mission was complete. The next step was to flee. Madam, since the item has been delivered, I shall take my leave. After speaking, Wang Chen lingered for a moment, watching Su Xianyue quietly gazing at the golden box in her hands before finally turning to depart. After Wang Chen left, Su Xianyue remained at the courtyard gate for what felt like an eternity, watching the sky gradually darken to dusk. She understood. Cultivators who could enter the Taishu immortal sect were never so easily deceived. The words he spoke were unlikely to be false. Yet she simply couldn't accept it. How could Xiao Qingshu, who had promised just days ago that he would return, truly be dead? The sun set, bathing the world in golden light. As the sun set and the world bathed in golden light, Su Xianyue, still clutching the rectangular box, finally moved, turning toward the familiar pavilion. Su Xianyue gazed at the golden box upon the table, her expression serene, yet distant, as she reached out to touch its clasp. Click! With a crisp sound, the golden box was slowly opened by her slender fingers. As she glimpsed what lay inside, Su Xianyue's tranquil pupils began to contract. Su Xianyue felt an inexplicable warmth gathering behind her eyes as some unnamed emotion surged violently through her heart.